When you can hear your future self's voice, what will you do? When you pass by a store, suddenly your own voice comes to mind. On July 8th, I clearly passed by the store downstairs. I even went in, planning to buy some scratch cards. In the end, I just feel like that thing is a complete waste of time. The next day, the boss put up a banner saying that someone had won 1 million in the scratch card game that turns stones into gold. On July 9th, the match between Germany and Brazil. That's a multiplier of 6,500. If I could buy it, even if it's 10,000 yuan, I could earn 65 million. I regretted it so much at that time. On July 8th, isn't that today? Your gaze couldn't help but fall on the scratch card that says turning stone into gold. After a brief moment of contemplation, you pointed to the few unopened scratch cards and asked, "Boss, do you still have any of these alchemy scratch cards?" The boss shook his head and said, "This is all that's left." Upon hearing this, you exclaimed, "Can I choose freely?" Of course. Soon, the boss took out all those scratch cards that turned into gold. You didn't waste any time and immediately tore open the top 3. As the first one was scratched off, nothing was won. The second one was scratched off, winning 10 yuan. When the third one was scratched off, only 10 yuan was won. The voice in your heart seems to be laughing, and it seems like a waste of tens of dollars. You originally planned to leave after making the payment, but the boss quickly said, "Young man, why don't you choose a few more? Let me tell you, these unopened ones have a very high probability of winning. Maybe you'll be extremely lucky and win 1 million. Saying so, the boss found it somewhat amusing in his heart. It was not easy to have a big fish, so how could he let the other party leave without buying more? Furthermore, buying scratch cards also involves a gambler's mentality. Once hooked, they will not leave until they have spent all their money. Some people may even become addicted. Seeing you hesitate, the boss once again eloquently persuades you. And at this moment, you obviously plan to continue. Your idea is simple. The scratch cards in front of you add up to only 2,000 yuan, while you currently have a balance of 200,000 yuan. Even if you don't win, you won't suffer much. Just consider it as contributing to the public welfare. If there really is $1 million prize inside, then you can make a killing. I want to work hard in the company by myself, and I only earn a little over 10,000 a month. Of course, under normal circumstances, you would not act so impulsively. However, the tone of the voice in my mind does not seem like a joke. You decide to take a gamble. You have some other thoughts. That is, if you can really scratch out $1 million prize in this batch of scratch cards, it means that the voices you heard were not deceiving you. By then, you can use this money to buy balls as capital. Think about it. You nodded. "Boss, I'll take them all." The boss still thought you were fooled by his words, and he was afraid that you would regret it, so he quickly counted it out. "Brother, adding the 3 from earlier, it's a total of 1,800 yuan. If the prize is small, you can redeem it directly from me. If it is a large prize, you need to go to the center." You did not speak. Quickly scan the code to complete the payment. After doing these, you started scratching again, and the next 10, almost all of them are small prizes of 5 or 10 yuan. The boss, seeing this, kept encouraging, "Young man, keep up the good work. Maybe you'll win 1 million on the next one." Furthermore, once the scratch card is sold, it will not be refunded or exchanged. I believe the $1 million prize is waiting for you. Saying so on the mouth, but the boss was sneering in his heart. If scratch cards could win $1 million prize so easily, I would have already become self-sufficient. When he thought of this, the boss started cracking melon seeds on the side, waiting for you to finish scratching the scratch card. At this time, there are less than 5 scratch cards left, and at this moment, you can't help but mock yourself. I really am being unrealistic. That voice, maybe it didn't deceive me, but perhaps because of his existence, a parallel world appeared. The simplest thing is that the owner of that voice, which is me from some future time and space, has already been deceived at my age. And now, the house is still in my hands. As he spoke, you accelerated the scratching speed, obviously giving up on the dream of getting rich. However, when you scratch the last one and see 6 zeros after 1, you are dumbfounded. And when the boss saw this, he originally wanted to comfort him. "Young man, it seems that you were unlucky this time, so you didn't win. It's okay, next time." However, the words that followed were not finished yet. "But I saw you shaking the scratch card in your hand." The boss suddenly widened his eyes. "Really won 1 million? Half an hour later, you board the high-speed train to the provincial capital, arrive at the lottery center, register, interview, and claim your prize in one go. 10 minutes after leaving the bank, you received a message that 800,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank account. At this moment, you have a somewhat dreamlike feeling, but soon, you return to calm. After all, being able to hear the voice of the future, Isn't that just like a cheat code in a novel? With this thing, a mere million is nothing. At this point, Lin Mo had already developed a crazy idea. Right now I have over $1 million on hand. My house. It's worth over $1 million. If I mortgaged my house, wouldn't that be $2 million in principal? And then use it to buy soccer. 6,500 times. After taxes. That's $10. 4 billion. Hiss. Lin Mo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Crazy. This idea, too, is crazy? It's almost like a big gamble. After a short period of pondering, Lin Mo gave up on this idea. After all, a house mortgage takes time, and by the time the money arrives, the ball game is probably over. But Lin Mo was really unwilling. This is a rare opportunity to get rich. And just then, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo quickly connected. Hello, do you need an online loan? We are a regular online lending company. As long as you have a car or house in your name, 5 minutes to review, 1 minute to release the money. You can install. If it was before, Lin Mo would just hang up without even thinking about it. He knows that online lending is a new industry that has only emerged in the last few years. It's nice to talk about it though. Profit can be rolled over and eventually it is bound to collapse. As they say, it's easy to get in and hard to get out. Many people have ended up with broken homes because they took out loans to support their families. Even, Lin Mo read a news story about a college student who took out a loan to buy a fruit cell phone. Just took out a $10,000 loan. And then because I couldn't afford to pay it back, I borrowed another program. In just 1 year, it was more than $300,000 in debt. Very scary. But nowadays, Lin Mo really couldn't think of any other way to get money. After all, he knew exactly what virtues those relatives of his were. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, eyes showing determination. Spell it out. Of course, the reason Lin Mo was like this was entirely because he had something to rely on. If he had not been able to hear the future heart, and if he had not been validated by the 2 previous events, he would never have done so. Less than an hour, Lin Mo lent all the money he could, and then the balance of the prestige was withdrawn. It adds up to a full 2 million. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo went inside a nearby footwear store. A lot of people, at the moment, are sitting there watching the game. Boss, I'll take the ball, Lin Mo said smilingly. That boss immediately came to the computer. Which game do I need to buy and how many bets? Lin Mo, because he was prepared in advance, immediately said, Germany 7:1 Bassi, buy 2 million. That boss sniffed, and immediately said, oh, 200. What? $2 million? The moment. The colorful fans around them, too, cast strange glances. Hey, this young man, crazy, right? $2 million for 7-1? Does he have a mine at home? Or do you think you have more money? Oh, I guess it's a rich kid with a little money at home. Who else would be so crazy? No wonder those colorful fans are so. You know, as seasoned fans, they also know something about the odds. The higher the odds, the bigger the pit. Basically, anything over 10 times that will be filtered straight through. And this time, Germany is 7-1 against Bassi at a whopping 500 times the odds. This is clearly a big hole, waiting for the cutie. Jump in there. Therefore, it is not considered at all. Buying this number of balls is not as good a deal as adding another $1 for a bottle of Coke. And at the moment, that boss was obviously shocked by Lin Mo's words as well. Sir, can you say that again? The owner inquired. Rimmer said seriously, I say, I'll take 2 million for the ball. Germany and Bassi, 7-1. Hearing Lin Mo's tone of such certainty, that boss hurriedly said, Sir, don't be impulsive. What's the matter? Say it properly. You can't be so impulsive. The surrounding lottery players also discouraged it. No wonder that boss is so. Simply because, as he looked at the Lin Mo in front of him, he didn't look like he was much richer. What if I punch out the ticket myself later and the other party doesn't pay? Furthermore, what if the other party doesn't win and comes here to cause trouble? After all, after so many years of selling footy, what has he seen? There was once a person who, because he spent $1,000 and did not win the soccer ball he bought, said that the owner cheated him and eventually reported the case to the police. Lin Mo naturally knew that the other party had good intentions. Immediately laughed. Don't worry, all adults. What I do, I have a measure in my heart. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Lin Mo laughed. I can give you the money first, or even, if you're still unsure, I can write an agreement. With this in place, even if I find you afterward, you can sue me for extortion. That boss sniffed and sighed superficially, but in his heart, he couldn't help but bellyache. Forget it, good words are hard to persuade the damn ghost. Since you don't treat money like money, it's no one's fault. Soon, Lin Mo wrote the agreement, and after confirming that it was correct, they signed each other in duplicate. Do all that. Lin Mo took out his bank card again and swiped it directly. 1 hour later, Lin Ma's balance has bottomed out, and he got a thick stack of footy as expected. At the moment, he was a bit of a dream. More than that, it was heartbreaking. After all, this time he had taken out $1 million in online loans. If you lose, the money is wasted. And with a huge amount of debt, forget it, there's no turning back from the bow. Since I bought it all, there's no point in regretting it. After saying that, Lin Mo planned to take a high-speed train and go back to Cloud City first. 2 o'clock at noon, Lin Mo came to the company. It's a small company that does mostly web minigames, and Lin Mo is the company's programmer. What he does is very simple: fix bugs, and occasionally participate in the development of new web page minigames. The workload is not heavy. Lin Ma has a pretty good routine and is young, so the hair stays nice. Also, he wasn't as unkempt in his plaid shirt as the others. Therefore, when going out, other people basically can't tell that he's a programmer. Lin Mo came to his workstation, where he had intended to start working. But just then, a sharp voice suddenly came from the office where there was only the sound of keyboards. Lin Mo, you come with me. The one who spoke was the supervisor of this department, Li Xia. She is 35 years old, 1 meter 5. Weighs 118, because of his brother, who is the general manager of the company. He usually acts as a bully. It's more than that. The other side also likes to subterfuge in the company, but all the young people who have some good looks have been harassed by each other. And Lin Mo was 180 tall and a little handsome, so the other party had been salivating over his manhood ever since he entered the company. Unfortunately, Lin Mo, however, didn't pay attention to the other party at all, and thus hadn't been worn small shoes by the other party. This woman, what does she want with herself? Lin Mo's heart was strange. However, they could only follow the other party into Li Xia's private office. Just after entering it, Lin Mo saw that a youth dressed in an effeminate manner was squeezing Li Xia's shoulders. Oh, it's the other side's adopted white boy? It's really not avoiding people at all. However, Lin Mo was quite curious. How did this guy get off seeing Li Xia? And while Lin Mo was bellyaching, he saw Li Xia throw a document on the table in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you're fired. Sign this application for voluntary separation. Your paycheck for the month will be paid on a per diem basis. And then, you can get the hell out of here. Chapter 4, Little Ant. You wouldn't even be willing to lend me $500,000, would you? Chapter 4, Auntie. You can't even afford to lend me $500,000, can you? Li Xia's arrogant attitude naturally caused Lin Mo's displeasure. He would have been young and vigorous. How can you just let the other guy leave with a word? If you want to resign, do it on your own initiative. Supervisor Li, can you give me a reason? Li Xia sneered. Reason? You miss work for no reason and then you don't ask me for time off? Totally disregarded the company's rules and regulations. You can't continue to do your job with that kind of work ethic. Is that reason enough? Lin Mo's eyes were deep. This woman, she's completely open-eyed. Earlier, Lin Mo had come to find Li Xia when he received a call from Feng Chanshan, and wrote a leave of absence. Seeing this, Li Xia also signed immediately, and he offered to help him deliver the leave slip to the leader. Only then did Lin Mo leave in peace. So it is. I said, why is this woman so hot? As a result, it's digging a hole for me. Ha! Lin Mo slandered in his heart. However, he also knew that this Li Xia was all talk in the department. Add to that the fact that she was her own brother, and it would be a waste of time for her to argue her case. However, Lin Mo did not intend to concede to this. He took this revenge. Thinking of this, Lin Mo quickly signed without any nonsense. Seeing this, Li Xia smiled smugly while taking out her cell phone. Is it the finance department? It's okay to call Lin Ma's paycheck. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo glanced at his cell phone and saw the message that $500 had arrived. Lin Mo had a cold face. This old woman, she's explicitly screwing herself. He was full-time last month, plus he worked 8 days this month. Even if you deduct half a day's pay for absenteeism, it's more than $500 anyhow. Good. Lin Mo secretly vowed in his heart that he would make this old woman pay. And that's when the little white boy took small steps forward. He said provocatively, Lin Mo, right? Your post, I'll take it next. And at $15,000 a month. Just be envious. As for you, get the hell out of here. Get out of here again. Don't blame me. Seeing the other person's bossy demeanor, Lin Mo had a coldness in his eyes. Immediately, an over-the-shoulder slam directly threw the other party to the ground. After doing so, Lin Mo immediately left. Only the little white boy was left on the floor crying. Seeing this, Li Xia was heartbroken and immediately kept comforting the other party. My baby, don't worry. If that asshole dares to hit you, I'll make him suffer. After saying that, Li Xia also gave a vicious glance at the direction Lin Mo had left, and at this moment, Lin Mo had already packed up his things and came downstairs. He glanced back at the game company and then made plans to leave. Who knows at this point? In his ears, the voice came again. Oh, in the beginning, that Li Xia made an excuse for me to resign in order for the little white boy she raised to join the company. As a result, but did not expect, that little white man in order to exclude dissenters, directly find all kinds of reasons, so that the department's employees leave one after another. The result was that the company was hacked and all the data in it was erased, and the company declared bankruptcy on this. It was only later that I realized that that little white boy of Li Xia's was sent by none other than the rival company. Li Xia was thus imprisoned. Hearing this, Lin Mo secretly laughed. He felt that Li Xia deserved it. This information, however, doesn't seem to do you any good, except for the relief. Just as Lin Mo was curious, the voice came again. Speaking of which, in 2014, there were many windfalls. This was the year the three major carriers took the right to operate 4G networks. From there, the age of the internet, into the age of 4G cell phones, countless software programs have come and gone, and in the beginning, many small games began to make waves. I remember that 2 months after my company went out of business, it was bought by my co-workers in that department, teaming up, focusing on the research, development and promotion of small mobile games, such as Elimination Music, 2048 and other small games, a time of great popularity. In less than 6 months of operation, those co-workers are buying luxury cars and living in villas. Hey, at first, they also intended to pull me together. Only unfortunately, at that time, I was out of money, out of girlfriends, plus so many things happened at home, there was no such idea. And, because of limitations in thinking, I am therefore not optimistic about the prospect of cell phones replacing computers. If I could have caught this windfall, I might have made the money I was cheated out of back a long time ago. Listen to all of this. Lin Mo's eyes were deep, but then there was a smirk on his face. So it is. Is 14 the new era of 4G network explosion? That's good news, Lin Mo said to himself. Since his future self had spoken out this information, Lin Mo naturally couldn't miss it. The first order of business, however, is to watch Germany play Bassi tomorrow at 4 a.m. If the ball is in the right place, then I'm going to have to take a big leap of faith. After muttering, Lin Mo had planned to go home, and just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo took a look to see that it was his own mother Su Tsueyun's phone. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Mo inquired. Son, are you home now? Your sister-in-law has something for you. We've arrived at the Cloud City Hotel. Why don't you take a vacation and come find us? Lin Mo didn't answer immediately. Lin Mo naturally knew what little aunt was. She's from a good family and her husband owns a company. As a result, it despises its own family very much. Even, on New Year's Eve, in front of so many relatives, he said that the toilet sweeper in their company was paid more than himself. Lin Mo naturally didn't have any favorable impression of this kind of person. The other side suddenly seeks itself out. Nothing to do with nothing? Think about it. Lin Mo quickly said. Mom, I'm working here. I'm afraid I don't have time. Not waiting for Su Tsueyun to answer. The impatient voice of my sister-in-law came from the other end of the line. This child Lin Mo is too ignorant. Isn't he? You're a mom. And I'm a sister-in-law who's here. And you can't even see us because you're working. Wouldn't he take a vacation? I'll tell you what. I'll make up for whatever paychecks are deducted for vacation time. I'll make it up double. That's always okay, right? Hear that? Lin Mo sneered in his heart. But, he wasn't stupid. And after spending so much time together, he naturally knew how to deal with people like Xiao Gu. Immediately, he said, okay, I'll take my vacation now. When Lin Mo arrived at the Cloud City Hotel, it was already 20 minutes later. He parked the car. It was then that he saw the doorway, where two figures were standing. None other than his own mother as well as his little aunt. Mom, little aunt. Lin Mo immediately went forward to greet him. However, the youngest aunt, Lin Meijing, said impatiently, Lin Mo, why did you just come? Do you know how long we've been waiting for you? Lin Mo apologized. Little auntie, I'm sorry for being late. There was a traffic jam on the road. Lin Meijing didn't continue to blame, but quickly entered into the middle of the hotel. Inside the box, wait until the waiter has served the menu. Lin Meijing directly said, boss, serve one of your store's signature dishes. Then I want this and this. Lin Meijing ordered 7 or 8 dishes in one go. Su Tsueyun, who was on the side, glanced at the bill and was startled. Lin Meijing is specializing in choosing expensive orders. With all these dishes, it's over 2 000 less. Mei Jing, there are only 3 of us. We can't finish so many dishes. It's a complete waste. Su Tsueyun hurriedly said. Lin Mei Jing said faintly. What are you afraid of? It's not. Without waiting for Lin Mei Jing to finish, Lin Mo hurriedly said. Mom, little auntie has a good point. Our family may be small, but my little aunt's family has money. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been brought to dinner at such an upscale restaurant. Also, our family's situation is known to my sister-in-law, so we won't be asked to pay for it. Speaking here, Lin Mo looked at Lin Mei Jing and said, Little aunt, I'm a person who doesn't like to take advantage. Just now on the phone, didn't you say that if the company deducts my money, you double compensate? This money, I don't want it. Otherwise, you invited me to dinner, and I'm still looking for money from you. It doesn't make sense, right? Hearing this, Lin Mei Jing was confused. What she had wanted to say was that she had come to find Lin Mo and should have been treated by the other party. But as a result, he was put on the spot? Think about it. Lin Mei Jing glanced at the menu, then pointed to a few of the most expensive dishes and said, Don't bother with these dishes. There are only 3 of us. We can't eat so much. Wait until the waiter leaves. Lin Mei Jing looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, for this meal, little auntie is buying, and I've come to see you this time, and there's something I need to talk to you about. You, not waiting for the other to finish. Lin Mo immediately said, Little aunt, isn't this a coincidence? There's something I need to discuss with you as well. I've always remembered when you said earlier that I don't even make as much as the floor sweeper at my aunt's company. So, I'm going to invest some money in a business while I'm working. Auntie, if you see how uptight I am, surely you'll support me? Why don't you lend me $500,000, and after a year, I'll pay you back at least $700,000, just as a dividend. What do you think? $500,000, $700,000 a year with interest. That's a sure thing. Auntie, Lin Mo looked at the other party fervently, and that Lin Mei Jing, for a moment, was dumbfounded. What should one say when one's own words have been spoken by Lin Mo? Which is when Lin Mo spoke again. Little aunt, my little aunt's husband owns a company with a market capitalization of tens of millions of dollars. You wouldn't, would you, even be unable to lend me $500,000? Chapter 5, Germany vs. Bassi. 7:1, 6500X. Hit. Chapter 5, Germany vs. Bassi. 7:1, 6500X. Hit. 1 hour later, Lin Mo took his mother and left the Cloud City Hotel. Just after getting into the car, Lin Mo looked back at the hotel entrance and realized that his little aunt, Lin Mei Jing, was leaving with a depressed look on her face. And at this time, Mom Su Tsueyun smiled and said, Son, how did you know that your little aunt was looking for you to borrow money? Lin Mo smiled and said, Mom, what kind of person is our little aunt? Don't you know? Usually nothing, rarely come to our house. If they come, there are only 2 things, either to show off, or to ask you to borrow money. I've been working in Cloud City for 2 years now. Has she called me once? Even when I call over to say hello, it's always a nonchalant look. Su Tsueyun nodded. Yes, this kind of rich people like to look at people with their nostrils. But I'm really afraid she's going to make you sell the house and give her the money. You don't know, the $30,000 she borrowed from us last year. Until now, she hasn't even said she'll pay it back. And this time, it's even more excessive. Saying something about her son intending to buy a villa in the provincial city, and still missing more than $1 million. Say what you want anyway, you're not married. There's no rush on the bridal chamber. Let's get her son's business done first. Our house. Why should we sell it for cheap? Hear this. Lin Mo was a little saddened in his heart. After all, today, if he hadn't heard a voice from the future, I'm afraid he'll sell the house in a fit of passion. By the way, son, speaking of marriage, let me ask you, what's the situation between you and Qianqian? Su Tsueyun opened her mouth. If you ask me, you've been talking for years. Why don't both parents meet and talk about getting married? Your father and I are in our 50s now, and we still have the energy to bring up your children. In a couple of years, you won't be able to carry it. Lin Mo said faintly. Mom, I've already split. What? Su Tsueyun couldn't help but stare. But then it was as if he had changed his face. Son, it's good to be separated. Originally, I wasn't going to say anything. But now, I have to say it. Afterwards, Su Tsueyun took out her cell phone. And then, he saw Su Tsueyun's chat with Fang Qianqian. The record started half a month ago. In the beginning, Fang Qianqian was very polite and greeted every day. But just the day before yesterday, Fang Qianqian's sudden change of words, said his mother was hospitalized, need a sum of money. Then the other party proposed to say something about letting Su Tsueyun give her 300,000. This money, as a bride price. Fortunately, the mother, Su Tsueyun is a smart person, so she did not agree, but said that she would go to the hospital to visit. As a result, after so many times, Fong Chanxian ignored herself. Just 2 hours ago, Su Tsueyun realized that her prestige had been blacked out. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled bitterly. Mom, why didn't you tell me about this? I wouldn't have almost been fooled by her if you had to say it. Su Tsueyun looked at Lin Mo, and Lin Mo didn't hide anything, simply telling what happened before. Of course, she deliberately omitted the fact that she could hear future voices, so that's how it was. It was so close. Almost. People and money, Su Tsueyun said, and then she cursed angrily. I didn't think that Fong Chanxian was this kind of person. This is really knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts. How does a family of vampires like that have the nerve to look down on my son? Speaking of which, his family is not as good as ours. Speaking here, Su Tsueyun seriously said, Son, don't be sad. Don't worry. Mom will definitely find a suitable match for you. Lin Mo smiled and said, Mom, the matter of getting a date. There's no hurry for the time being. Why don't you go to my place to rest first? I'll go back when I've taken you on a nice walk around the city for a few days. Nevertheless, Su Tsueyun shook her head and said, No, I've already made an appointment with my good sister. I'm going to stay at her place for the night. So, you're at the front intersection. Just drop me off. Soon, Lin Mo parked his car, and not long after, a woman in a cheongsam with an excellent temperament walked over. Su Tsueyun immediately stepped forward, and the two chatted very intimately. Afterwards, Su Tsueyun pulled the other party in front of Lin Mo. Son, let me introduce you. This is your Aunt Yang, my best friend. Yang Shui stepped forward. This is Lin Mo, right? Oh, in the blink of an eye, you're a handsome young man? Well, that's tall, at least 6'5", right? And so handsome. Being greatly praised by the other party, Lin Mo was a bit embarrassed for a while. Seeing this, Yang Shui smiled and said, Shaolin, have you forgotten about me? I'm Kagom's mom, and when you were a child, you said you wanted to be my son-in-law? By the way, are you seeing anyone? Not waiting for Yang Shui to finish her question, Su Tsueyun stepped forward and said, Yang Shui, you're stabbing Lin Mo. I'm telling you, this kid just broke up and was almost cheated by a scum girl. Yang Shui looked at Su Tsueyun strangely, while Su Tsueyun pulled the other party, then spoke with her eyebrows raised. Yang Shui, let's not talk about it here. Su Tsueyun laughed. I'll go find a tea house. We'll talk slowly. We haven't seen each other in years, and I have quite a bit to tell you. After saying that, Su Tsueyun pulled Yang Shui's hand and walked not far away, and at this time, Yang Shui suddenly turned back. Shui Yun, your son. Su Tsueyun laughed. No matter him, grown-ups affairs, children pry less. Watching the two old sisters gradually leave hand in hand, Lin Mo winded up in place. He had also thought that it was not easy for his mom to come. He took her around to play, and incidentally, he was able to eat a few meals of his mom's cooking. Results, you left yourself here? Sure enough, it's a real mom. Lin Mo smiled helplessly, but he could only get into the car. Soon, Lin Mo came to his own neighborhood. When passing by the entrance of the footwear store, Lin Mo saw a banner hanging above with a scratch-off winning $1 million, and he couldn't help but smile secretly. Back home, Lin Mo took out all the lottery tickets, then searched the internet for the schedule of Germany vs. Bassi. After double-checking that it was a 4 a.m. start on the 9th, I planned to take a break. Anyway, there's still a dozen hours to go, so it's not a good idea to dry out. But alas, Lin Mo, however, couldn't sleep at all. Ultimately, there is no choice but to find movies to watch online to kill time. With some anxious waiting, kind of up to 4 a.m. on the 9th. The ball game, it's on. This night, Rimmer watched the ball game nervously. 10 minutes, Germany scored the first goal. 22 minutes and another goal. So much for the end of the first half. The score between Germany and Bassi is now 5-0. After halftime, the second half begins again. 68 minutes and a sixth goal. 79 minutes and a seventh goal. See this. Lin Mo started to get nervous. After all, there were still over 20 minutes left. If Germany scores again, it's going to kick through. But the good thing was that they kept defending each other so tightly that neither side had the slightest chance of scoring. Without realizing it, the time had reached 89 minutes. Done. Bassi, you've got to be competitive, but don't get zeroed out. Germany, at the moment, has no chance of scoring. But again, the situation is very grim for Bassi. Unable to help it, Lin Mo glanced at the thick pile of footballs placed next to the computer and screamed in his heart that he was finished. But just as he was distracted, the soccer commentator suddenly cried out. He immediately looked away. When he saw that the score was 7-1, Lin Mo had a heart that was beating like crazy. However, he knew that now was not the time to be happy. With soccer, no one knows what's going to happen until the last minute. Soon after, overtime began, and still jousting with each other. The good thing is, both defenses are getting tighter and tighter. Eventually, ball game over, and Lin Mo's hanging heart could be considered to be put down. At the moment, he was still in a bit of a trance. Yourself, did you really hit it? $2 million capital. 6, 500 times the odds. 113 billion? Chapter 6, Who'd mind too much money? Target, the richest man in the world. Chapter 6, Who'd mind too much money? Target, richest man in the world. Overnight, Rimmer is all in a state of hyperactivity. It wasn't until 8 a.m. that he couldn't stay up any longer, and that's when he went to sleep. He didn't sleep soundly, however, and was in a constant state of confusion. It's 2. I was already up at 10 o'clock. After he took a cool shower and changed into clean clothes, he scrutinized the lottery ticket, his ID card, and his bank card. After making sure it was all fully prepared, he came downstairs, bought 2 buns from the breakfast store, and headed straight for the high-speed train station. Along the way, Lin Mo had a cautious look, afraid that someone else would steal his footwear. After all, this stuff is anonymous and whoever takes it and redeems it can win. Good thing, no surprises. After a lot of fussing, he was able to make it to the provincial lottery center. Granted, this is the second time I've been here to cash in my own prizes, but it's a completely different emotion than yesterday's, simply because, with the amount of money won, it's not in the same league at all. With some apprehensive waiting, 3 hours later, Lin Mo's bank card account could be considered to have arrived at $10.4 billion. Of that, $2.6 billion is personal income tax. A lot of hustle finished. Lin Mo stepped onto the high-speed train back to Cloud City. This way, he mused. It was like a dream for a while. After all, yesterday's self, or a social animal working for a 10,000 a month paycheck. But just one day, he's raking in tens of billions of dollars on his own. That feeling, it's hard to put into words. However, now is not the time to dwell on that. Now that the money is in hand, it's only natural to pay off the online loan first. With some hustle, that $1 million owed, all paid off. But, when it was time to pay back the money, Lin Mo was speechless when he saw the various service fees. It's only been a day since I borrowed it myself. As a result, there are tens of thousands of dollars in extra fees to pay. Netflix, pitiful. Lin Mo was speechless to the extreme. However, very soon, Lin Mo began to think about the future. Though, $10 billion is an astronomical sum no matter when it is placed. How about lying flat? After all, that's 10 billion. Just putting it in the bank and eating the interest. You can't even spend it yourself. But, people are greedy. Who can't be bothered with their own money? Further, without a dream. What's the difference between this and a salted fish? Can't help it. Lin Mo suddenly remembered the prompt from that voice yesterday. Since the company you work for, it soon went bankrupt because of a rival company. To not early acquisition yourself, and then straighten it out a bit? After all, future self but said that 14 is a huge windfall. If it is grasped, this $10 billion of your own could probably increase in value tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. That time, wouldn't he or she be able to move toward being the richest man in the world? The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more excited he became. Unawareness, Cloud City Station has arrived. And so, with great speed, Lin Mo went straight to the company he was in before. Just showed up outside the building. Lin Mo then saw a middle-aged, takeout as well as coffee in hand. Looking listless, Lin Mo knew each other. It was none other than his own old Zhang from the same department. Brother Zhang, what's wrong with you? Lin Mo said curiously. Old Zhang looked at Lin Mo and sighed helplessly. Little Lin, why are you here? Nothing. I remembered that I left something at the office so I came over to pick it up. You, on the other hand, why do you feel like a frosty eggplant? Old Zhang smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. Ever since that dead sissy took your job, our department, it's gone to. That kid is very arrogant because he is Li Xiao's man. I just joined the department yesterday and I'm clamoring for us to treat myself. After dinner and a trip to KTV, I spent almost $20,000. In the end, no one in our department chipped in $2,000, and that's how we settled the bill. It's more than that. The kid doesn't do anything but sit at his workstation and play games. No work at all. So it's just a few of us who have to share. Besides all that, that kid yells at the department. One minute he asks us to fetch his meals, the next he buys him cigarettes, and when he's done, he doesn't pay, and he treats us like servants altogether. Hey, if this keeps up, we're going to have to all leave. After all, I still have a mortgage, a car loan, my children's schooling, and all sorts of miscellaneous things add up, and my little salary. It's just not enough. More than that, that supervisor, Lee, also said that the payroll earnings have been bad in recent months, so he's going to withhold our half-yearly awards for the time being. Speaking of which, old Zhang kept sighing. Lin Mo, as a colleague who had worked together for 2 years, naturally knew that life was not easy for Lao Zhang and the others, and because of their age, they are afraid to jump ship easily. For the past few years, it has been squeezed by the department manager. Li Xia dared to be angry. Well, Kobayashi, I've got to get up there, or else I'll go late and that little white boy will be scolding me again. After saying that, old Zhang walked towards the building with a despondent face. When Lin Mo saw this, he couldn't help but secretly shake his head. This company, he felt, was finished sooner or later. As it is, then it's good to start taking over yourself. Just as Lin Mo made up his mind, he happened to see that not far away, a figure was walking. Lin Mo recognized the other party. It was the owner of this company, Huang Kachin. At the moment, he was on the phone, with a pleasing look on his face. Mr. Wang, can I give you last month's promotion fee next month? Recently, my company is working on a new web game. Once it goes live, it's bound to create a buzz. When the time comes, it must be. Who knows? Without waiting for Huang Kachin to finish, the other party hung up his cell phone. Huang Hakkin tried to call back, but it turned out to be a rejection. And that's when Huang Kachin's cell phone suddenly rang. It's the landlord's phone. He blushed hard. Eventually, it got through. Mr. Huang, your rent has been in arrears for 2 months. If you don't pay it, I'll have no choice but to kick you out. Huang Kachin kindly laughed. Sister Zhou, I recently encountered some difficulties. So, not waiting for Huang Hakkan to finish, an impatient voice immediately came from the other end of the line. Who doesn't have a hard time these days? I'll give you 2 more days. No rent. Just get out. After that, the phone quickly hung up. At this moment, Huang Kachin had a look of despair on his face. After all, according to the effect of the company, rent and promotion fee, absolutely no problem. But Haking Wang has no other hobbies. He likes to speculate on stocks. In just half a month, several $1 million were lost and the remaining shares were trapped. He thought about borrowing money from relatives and friends, but as it turned out, no one wanted to. What to do? Huang Kachin's heart was filled with helplessness, and for a while, he didn't know what to do. And at this point, a voice heralded, Mr. Huang, I'm quite interested in your company. I wonder if I can transfer this company of yours to me? Chapter 7. Since we're all here, let's clean up the mess together. Chapter 7. Since we're all here, let's clean up together. 10 minutes later, inside Huang Hakkan's office. At this moment, Huang Kachin was sizing up Lin Mo without a trace. Simply because, judging from the way the other party was dressed, the other party did not look like a rich man. Seeing that the other party swore, he finally decided that he would ask the other party to enter the company. Anyway, the worst that can happen is that the other person cheats himself and gets kicked out by security when the time comes. Thinking of this, Huang Kachin smiled. Mr. Lin Mo, an individual cannot acquire a company. If you want this company of mine, you need to. Without waiting for Huang Kachin to finish, Lin Mo nodded and said, Mr. Huang, I don't know anything about starting a company, but you should know the process. I'm only responsible for the capital injection. As for how to make me the owner of this company, you should know better. With that, Lin Mo took out his checkbook and then wrote a line of numbers flush. It was a personal account he had gotten a bank to open after he claimed the prize for a rainy day. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Huang Hakkan quickly took it, and when he saw the amount on it, he was shocked. It's up to $20 million. And mind you, this page company of his own was registered 4 years ago, with $1 million in capital. It's been a few years in the making, and its market capitalization, at best, is $10 million. Shocker. Huang Hakkan began to doubt the authenticity of the check again. When Lin Mo saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Huang, if this check is real or fake, just go to the bank and take a look. Before that, however, we need to sign an agreement. After all, I'd have a hard time if you ran off with the money. Huang Kachin laughed. After a short thought, he decided to do what the other man said. After all, once the agreement is drawn up and signed by both parties, it has legal effect. If this check is fake, Lin Ma is then suspected of fraud. After thinking about it, Huang Kachin hurriedly had the transfer agreement drawn up. Once both parties had confirmed that there were no mistakes and signed, Huang Hakkan went to the bank in person, and when it came back, Huang Kachin was full of smiles. With a look of surprise, he said, Boss, from now on, This company, it's up to you. Lin Mo laughed and shook the other party's hand. Of course, although the capital injection and the agreement are completed, the procedures for transferring the company are very cumbersome. Fortunately, Huang Kechin has experience in this area, therefore, the appropriate materials were quickly prepared and sent for review, just waiting for the final procedures to be completed. Lin Mo would be considered the new owner of this company. Boss, I'll help with the handover for a few days. As soon as the formalities are completed, Huang Kechin said with a smile on his face. However, without waiting for the other party to finish, he heard Lin Mo laugh. Old Huang, although this company has changed ownership, but unfortunately, I don't have any experience in managing a company. So, this company, you still manage it. As far as salary pay goes, I will never shortchange you. Hearing this, Huang Kechin's heart rejoiced. After all, it's a company that he's put a lot of work into. This transfer, although helpless, but he hopes that the company grows better and better. It was evident that Lin Mo was completely ignorant of this, and he was worried that something would go wrong. I didn't realize that the other side would allow themselves to remain in the company. Why wouldn't he? And at this moment, Lin Mo laughed. Old Huang. Now, me, the new boss. Isn't it time to meet the staff under my hand? In this regard, Huang Kechin naturally did not have any opinion, and immediately let his secretary go to notify all departments to come to the conference room. Lin Mo, on the other hand, went straight to the conference room. Inside an office, a man with a big belly was sitting there drinking tea. At this point, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Li Fu said lightly. With the door to the room pushed open, a girl in a small suit with a shapely figure was looking at Li Fu with a flirtatious face. See the other side appear. Li Fu's eyes were glowing. The girl in front of him is the one he met last night at the coffee shop. The two chatted for a few moments afterward. Li Fu then smoothly picks up each other. He had thought of just writing him, but the other side wants to refuse. It made Li Fu's heart itch, but in the end, it had to be left unsettled. And just this morning, the person suddenly called and said they wanted to work in his company. In this regard, Li Fu, who was the vice president, was naturally delighted. Instantly, he agreed. Si Yao-tsing, you're here? I'll arrange for personnel to get you on board. Tell you what, how about you be my secretary? This job pays well and it's clean. At this moment, Fang Qianqian, although her face contained a smile, however, he was very disgusted with Li Fu. The Li Fu in front of him, fat head and ears, looked incomparably greasy, especially the lewd smile that filled his face, making people feel like vomiting. If she hadn't been fired from her company and desperately needed a job, she wouldn't have hit on the other woman. Although her heart was thinking so, Fang Qianqian's surface remained flirtatious. Brother Li, I originally thought that you were joking with me when you became the vice president of the company, but I didn't realize that it was true. In the future, please take care of me. Li Fu sniffed and immediately stepped forward. I can't wait to take Fang Qianqian now. However, just as Li Fu was planning to put the idea into action, but then I heard a knock at the door. Mr. Li, the boss told us to go to the conference room for a meeting. It seems that our company was bought by a mysterious tycoon. Hear this, Li Fu instantly lost interest. But, the thought of this company being taken over, he then had the idea of making nice with his new boss. He glanced at Fang Qianqian. The woman is inducted anyway. Sooner or later, he will be taken down himself. With that in mind, he was in no hurry. Cynthia, I can arrange your induction later. Now, why don't you come with me to the conference room and we'll meet the new boss? Hear this, Fang Qianqian was delighted in her heart. After all, being able to buy this company is enough to show that this new owner is financially strong. If she could use this opportunity to gain the favor of that new boss and become the future company's boss's wife, wouldn't she skyrocket by then? Thinking of this, Fang Qianqian nodded at once. Soon, the two men made their way to the conference room, but as the door pushed open, Fang Qianqian's face changed when she saw that Lin Mo was sitting there leisurely. Lin Mo, it's you? Lin Mo was also confused by the image in front of him. He didn't expect that this Fang Qianqian would show up after Li Fu, and at this point, seeing this, Li Fu, who was on the side, couldn't help but say, Qianqian, you know this kid? Fang Qianqian immediately said, more than recognizing? I was cheated by this scumbag. He rolled up all my money. Brother Li, you must do it for me. Saying that, Fang Qianqian fell into tears in aggravation. Make it look real. Seeing the other side, I see the same way. Li Fu to show what he can do. Immediately, he stepped forward and said, Kid, what department are you from? Li Fu hurriedly said, I, once an employee of Li Xia's department, left yesterday. Li Fu was going to get his own sister on the phone to confirm. Who knew that at that moment, two figures came behind him. It's none other than Li Xia and her little white boy. Brother, what's going on here? Li Xia wondered. And at that moment, her gaze fell on Lin Mo's body. Good for you, Lin Mo. You've been fired by me and you still dare to come to the company? Li Xia glared angrily at the other party. And the little white guy on the side even said, Sister Xia, this kid beat me up before he left yesterday. This bad breath. I haven't come out yet. Today, you must help me. Hear this. Li Xia immediately shouted. Security. Quickly call security. 2 minutes later, a large group of security guards walked in. Li Xia saw this. Immediately, he said, You guys, take this kid to the security room, but don't let the new boss see that someone is causing trouble. Otherwise, it will not be a good impression for our company. Seeing this, those security guards had planned to come forward. Who knows? Lin Mo, however, laughed. Supervisor Li, I am the new owner of this company. With such words on his lips, Lin Mo had some coldness in his heart. Since we're all here, well, let's just pack it up together. Chapter 8 Liquidation is complete. The dismissal of the dismissal. The sent to the bureau sent to the bureau. Chapter 8 Liquidation is complete. The dismissal of the dismissal. The sent to the bureau sent to the bureau. What? Hearing this, Li Xia froze. A hearty laugh ensued. Because of the large amplitude of the smile, therefore the body's white, floury fat meat, is trembling up and down. Very exaggerated. At this time, the little white guy on the side also hurriedly said, Lin Mo, you really are bragging about it, aren't you? If you're the new owner of this company, then I'm the richest man in Cloud City. The you of yesterday, fired by Supervisor Li, can buy this company of ours today? What? Won the lottery? Just as the little white man finished speaking, Fang Qianqian also spoke. Brother Fu, this guy is totally bluffing. I spent 6 years with him. His parents are just stinking peasants. And with all their life savings, they just bought a suite. That car he drives, it's still used. If he's rich, there's no way he'd cheat me out of $200,000, right? Speaking here, Fang Qianqian looked viciously at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, you're a waste of space who only knows how to blow your power. Nothing. And audacious. I advise you, you better give me back the $200,000 or else. The latter words, Fang Qianqian didn't finish, but the threat is full of meaning. And Lin Mo saw that face of the other party. It's so disgusting it makes you want to puke. What's in it? You look down on farmers? Although his heart was slandering, Lin Mo did not rush to attack, simply because, the higher the opponent bounces now, the worse it will be later. And while Lin Mo was pondering all this, Li Fu and Li Xia had looked at Lin Mo sorrowfully. Brother, what to do with this boy? Li Xia inquired. Li Fu glanced at Fang Qianqian. The heart naturally wanted to make a splash for the other side, but since the new boss was about to meet with everyone, he looked at those security guards and said, Send this kid over to the security room first, and when the meeting is over on my side, I will personally clean up this kid. In response, those security guards naturally did not dare to disobey. Immediately, Lin Mo was taken away from the place. See this. A flash of malice flashed in Fang Qianqian's eyes. Li, you're too good, aren't you? This Lin Mo was just honestly taken down by you? Fang Qianqian pretended to brag. Li Fu was full of complacency and immediately said, Dealing with such a small character is naturally a handful. Okay, let's all find a place to sit down. Later, in front of the new boss, let's capitalize on the opportunity to show our faces. After a few people had found seats and sat down, soon the office, and the employees of other departments, entered it. Not long after, inside the conference room, there were quite a few people sitting. At that moment, Huang Hakkan also walked in. One by one, everyone got up, maintaining superficial politeness. Only Li Fu and Li Xia were the only two who had a haughty look on their faces. Apparently, they felt that after the company was sold, there would be nothing left for Huang Hakkan. If that's the case, why do they need to maintain the superficial courtesy? In this regard, Huang Hakkan naturally saw it in his eyes, but at the moment, it didn't care about that, but looked around. Where's the new boss? As these words fell, the crowd looked around, only to find that it was full of familiar employees. There is no such thing as a new boss. I ask you, who was the first one in? Any sign of the new boss? Huang Hakkan inquired. Seeing that the crowd is silent, Huang Kachin could only take out his cell phone and dial Lin Mo's number. Boss, the employees from all departments have arrived. Where are you now? What? This is good. I know. Soon after, Huang Hakkan hung up his cell phone, a face that was instantly hard to see, and then, he came in front of Li Xia and Li Fu. You two idiots. Look what you've done. The two were confused. Don't know what I've done. and at that moment, Huang Hakkan inquired. Let me ask you guys, did you send Lin Mo from the network department to the security room? See this. The two nodded blankly, but at the moment, they still didn't connect the new boss with Lin Mo. And so, Li Xia said tentatively, Boss, are you trying to say that the new boss saw us take Lin Mo away, and then think there's something wrong with the way our company acts? This matter, I can explain. That Lin Mo is not a good thing. He is a liar. And, not waiting for Li Xia to finish, Huang Kachin immediately chided. Li Xia, you know in your heart what you've done. Normally, the things you do with Li Fu, do you really think I don't know? If it weren't for the relationship between our two families, I would have kicked you out a long time ago. But today, you have the audacity to detain even the new boss. You are becoming more and more lawless. When Huang Kachin's last sentence fell, Li Fu and Li Xia were struck by lightning, and that little white boy in Fang Chanshan, at this moment, were also a bit dumbfounded. Obviously, what they didn't expect was the Lin Mo they were targeting. Surprisingly, it really is the new owner of this company, especially Cynthia Fong, who is an ex-girlfriend. The whole thing was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it, nor could she believe that her ex-boyfriend was still a stealth millionaire. What the hell is going on here? Then recall that he had learned earlier that a new boss had come to this company, and he had thought of climbing over the other side. But today, she felt like a clown. And at the moment, Lin Mo had already returned again, escorted by several security guards. Boss, I'm very sorry. Lin Mo waved his hand, signaling Huang Kachin to step back. Those few security guards were trembling at the moment. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. You guys go back and continue working. You guys are just being used too. I don't blame you guys. Several security guards thanked him profusely and then left. And then, Lin Mo's attention fell on Li Xia and Li Fu. The two had complex hearts at the moment. They were going to say something. Lin Mo, however, waved his hand and said, You guys are still employees of the company at the moment. Old Huang, you should know clearly what these two have done in the company. The liquidation is complete. It's time to fire and send to the station. Two simple words filled the two with despair. After all, they know what they've done better than anyone else. And once exposed, a few years in jail is probably not out of the question. They wanted to beg for mercy, but Lin Mo didn't give the two of them a chance at all. And then, Lin Mo arrived in front of Fang Chanshan. Rimmer, Fang Chanshan deliberately said in a whiny voice. You've kept this from me. I can't believe you're rich. Darling, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Forgive me, I assure you. I have nothing at all with Rich Li. I'm totally using him. I'm trying to get to you. Seeing the other party's brazen appearance, Lin Mo didn't bother. After all, this kind of three views is not correct. No, it is a woman with no three views. How can Lin Mo look at each other more than once? At the moment, all he wanted was to solve the company's hidden problems as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at the little white man and said, Tell me, who told you to come to my company to cause havoc? The little white man panicked when he was questioned like that. I don't know what you're talking about. The little white quantity of hexagrams said. Lin Mo didn't talk nonsense and looked directly at Huang Kachin. Old Huang, this guy, he's from a rival company. You call over there now, and say thank you to him for sending the man in. And now that we know all about their company, let them wait for bankruptcy. Hearing this, Huang Kachin immediately revealed a pensive expression before saying, Could it be Hulong? Lin Mo didn't say anything, but instead looked at the little white man, and when he saw the other party's weak heart, he knew that he had guessed correctly, and without any nonsense, Huang Kachin quickly dialed Hulong's number. When finished according to what the other said, Huang Kachin immediately hung up his cell phone, and the next instant, the little white boy's cell phone rang. Huang Kachin immediately snatched it while connecting. Sure enough, the sound of his old rival Huron cursing was heard. How dare you betray me, you gut-eating bastard? I asked you to steal information for me, and, in the end, you sold my company's information to the other side. Just you wait, I'll make sure you don't die. With the cell phone hanging up, the little white boy froze in place. It was like a handful. After all, he knew exactly what tactics his boss had. Nowadays, he could not explain it even if he jumped into the Yellow River. See this, Lin Mo had a look of indifference on his face. He told Huang Hakkan to take the other guy out. Someone will clean him up anyway. And then, called the police and arrested Li Fu as well as Li Xia. As for that Fang Chanshan, she was blown away. After doing so, Lin Mo said with a straight face, Everyone, now, our company's internal meeting officially begins. Chapter 9 What? A blind date? A childhood playmate? Chapter 9 What? A blind date? A childhood playmate? As Lin Mo's words fell, a group of employees, including Hwang Hak-kan, sat down. On the contrary, amongst the crowd, those old colleagues of Lin Mo's had some complexities in their hearts at the moment. They really couldn't figure it out. Obviously before, Lin Mo was a colleague who worked with them and could work overtime for hours to fix a piece of code. But who would have thought that a day away, the other person has been transformed from an employee who was originally fired, to the owner of the company. But, when he thought that the other party had just taken office, he directly drove out the two assholes, Li Fu and Li Xia, and it uncovered the identity of that little white boy. This was also considered Lin Mo helping them out. As a few people pondered, Lin Mo's flat voice came out. Folks, I, for one, don't like to talk about falsehoods. I like to be practical. Though, nowadays, I've taken the company, but the general head of the company is still Hwang Hak-kan. The previous departments, as well as the employees, remain the same. Hear this, all the employees, including Hwang Kachin, were secretly relieved. After all, their biggest worry is outsiders regulating insiders, fearing that Lin Mo would make drastic changes to the department once he became the new boss. So much for the inevitable trouble. And that's when Lin Mo spoke again. Web games, however, are never a permanent solution. In my opinion, for every age, there is a windfall for every age. In January this year, all three major carriers received licenses to operate 4G networks. The windfall of the future is bound to be the cell phone industry. So, I think that we should open a whole new department, specializes in developing and designing mobile games. Of course, at the beginning, the main focus is on small games, and when the 4G smartphone gradually develops and matures, we will have to think about the network game, ported to the cell phone. What? As Lin Mo's words fell, the employees present all had a look of dismay on their faces, especially Hwang Hak-kan. After all, when the 3G network started to become popular, many rumors began to circulate in the market. For example, what computer networks have become obsolete? The future of cell phones must lead the way. There will be many windfalls. Hwang Hak-kan is wrong to believe that these. So in the 3G network era, that is, the company's second year of development, the idea of entering the cell phone game market, and he did, but alas, it lost so much money back then that it almost didn't have a chance to make a comeback. Well, in his third year, he returned to online minigames, which gradually bled back, and because of that lesson, Hwang Kachin at the end of 13, adhered to their own beliefs, did not join the development of 4G cell phone game. As for those former rivals, they didn't listen to advice and, ultimately, ended up in bankruptcy. Nowadays, in the industry of webpage minigames, only Hulong's company can compete with himself. Think about it. Hwang Kachin summoned up his courage and said, "Boss, cell phone minigames and web games are completely two different industries. It is very difficult to transplant." And then, Hwang Kachin opened the laptop he carried with him, opened a table and said, "These, in 13 years, are the situation of those who switch to doing small cell phone game companies. They're either going to go out of business or they're going to start making web minigames. So, I think," Lin Mo said smilingly, "Old Hwang, I know your concerns, and I'm sorry for what happened to those companies, but that's no reason for us not to break through. Cell phone minigames, I'm done, simply because, this year is the era of cell phone industry blowout. Grasp the wind. We can be the first batch of domestic crab eaters. At that time, the earnings will definitely be dozens or even hundreds of times of what they were before." After a pause, Lin Mo continued, "Of course, I don't want to start off with a big bang. So, as I just said, it's a new small mobile game division that will have no impact on the business that is currently there." Seeing that Hwang Kachin was still trying to dissuade him, Lin Mo laughed. "Tell you what, why don't you just take a bet with me? If the bet is right, the company is bound to follow the trend and ride it out. Even if it fails, the big deal is to just shut the department down. No harm, no foul. Anyway, we can afford to lose this much money." When Hwang Kachin heard this, after a short silence, he immediately nodded his head and said, "Boss, I know. I'll definitely make arrangements for the cell phone mini-game department as soon as possible, and then recruit the relevant research and development personnel." Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. There was some anticipation for a while. After all, since his own footy win, he is naturally convinced of the information provided by the future voice. He already sees the future of this company in 6 months. Of course, this was not enough for Lin Mo, simply because his goal is to be among the richest people in the world. So there is much more for him to do. Half an hour later, Lin Mo left the company, and just then, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Mom Su Tsueyun's phone. The phone just picked up. Su Tsueyun's giddy voice was heard. "Son, where are you? I'm suddenly very unwell." I'll give you an address. So hurry up and come over. Hearing this, Lin Mo's face changed slightly. Could Mom be having a heart attack? Not being able to think much, he hurriedly inquired about the location of the other party, and then drive straight to it. 20 minutes later, outside the Tianfu Hotel, when Lin Mo parked his car and got out, he saw two figures at the entrance of the restaurant, waving at him with smiles on their faces. It was Su Tzuilan as well as Yang Shui. Lin Mo immediately stepped forward. Mom, didn't you just say? Not waiting for Yang Shui to finish, Su Tzuilan couldn't help but say, Son, Mom was just joking with you. Lin Mo was speechless. That's not funny. Su Tzuilan stopped laughing, then said, Son, old Mom is going back home. But don't worry, I've got your Aunt Jan to walk me to the car, so don't worry. The reason I called you here, actually, is that I was thinking of arranging a marriage for you. Lin Mo had intended to refuse, but at this time, Yang Shui smiled and said, Shaolin, you can't let your mother and Aunt Yang down. Your next blind date is my daughter. Counting the time, she'll be here in 10 minutes, so just wait here. By the way, I've already booked a restaurant for you, in 301, and I've also bet $1,000 on the front desk. The owner of this Tianfu restaurant is my friend, so you can eat hard. Don't treat yourself badly. Throwing down these words, Yang Shui held hands with Su Tzuiyan and entered a cab car not far away. Only Lin Mo was left standing in place, at a loss for words. I don't blame him for being so. After all, his impression of Tang Kersen was still stuck in his childhood. Even forgot what the other guy looked like a long time ago. I just vaguely remember that when the two were kids, they were great playmates. But now, it's a blind date with the other side? However, since it was a good intention from Mom and Aunt Yang, Lin Mo naturally couldn't refuse. Never mind, let's meet first. After we meet, I'm going to think about my next investment. When Mom asks with Aunt Yang, I'll say that Tang Kersen can't see me. Who knows? Just as Lin Mo was talking to himself, suddenly, in his ears, the voice from the future came again. Chapter 10 A Good Blind Date. How did it turn into a joint venture? Chapter 10 How did a good blind date turn into a joint venture? Hey, speaking of Tang Kersen, that's a really good girl. At first, I only had Fong Chanxian in my eyes, but I didn't know that Tang Kersen was in the same university as me. We were even okay with rubbing shoulders a couple times. Later, Mom and Aunt Yang arranged for us to meet on a blind date, and I rejected it outright. My first official meeting with her was at Mom's funeral. I didn't have any money at that time, and it was Auntie Yang who paid for the funeral. Afterward, Auntie Yang even chided me for not asking her for a loan. In that case, Mom will be saved. It's just a shame that there are no ifs. After Aunt Yang left, Tang Kersen stayed by my side and encouraged me to keep going. Later, Tang Kersen confessed to me that she had liked me since college, and at that moment, I also moved on to Tang Kuxin. But I have nothing and can't bear to let down such a nice girl, so I purposely drank and gambled. And eventually, after one heartbreak and disappointment after another, Tang Kersen saw that I was hopeless and left the country. If I could do it again, I'd definitely take advantage of such a nice girl. Listen to all of this. Lin Mo was a bit confused for a moment. If what the voice said was true, this Tang Kuxin is simply a treasure girl. Lin Mo wondered why the other party liked him. There's nothing special about yourself, is there? And just as Lin Mo muttered, not far away, a BMW Mini pulled up to the curb. Immediately afterward, a well-built girl in a shirt and denim sneakers walked up. She had long hair and decent features. It's the kind of thing that, at a glance, gives you a very comfortable feeling. While Lin Mo was staring at Tang Kuxin, at this moment, Tang Kersen was also looking at Lin Mo. She was going to step forward when her cell phone rang. Tang Kersen quickly picked up. You're really my real mom. It's okay to scare me with not feeling well. Well, I've arrived and I've seen the people. So that's it for now. Hang up your cell phone. Tang Kersen immediately stepped forward. She took the initiative to extend her hand and said, Hello there, Lin Mo student. First time meeting, please teach me more, said Tang Kuxin, playfully winking her eyes. Hello, I don't think we know each other. Though, do we? But why do you look as if you've known me for a long time? Lin Mo's words were naturally a deliberate inquiry. Tang Kersen was asked this question. There was a bit of a moment of weakness, but then winked. You're overthinking it. This would be the first time I've officially met you other than when we were kids. I didn't realize, though, that we were alumni. That's quite a coincidence. Lin Mo was amused in his heart. He knew from future voices that the two had rubbed shoulders several times during their college years, but the other side can act as if nothing has happened. As Lin Mo pondered, Tang Kersen spoke again. Student Lin Mo, can I ask you a question? Seeing Lin Mo nod his head, Tang Kuxin asked, Was I cute when I was a kid, or do I look good now? Lean Ma. Are all girls so blunt nowadays? What? The question, is it hard to answer? Or can't you get over your ex-girlfriend? Or maybe, not looking at me? Tangku Xin continued to speak. No, it doesn't. Lin Mo had wanted to explain. Who knows? Tangku Xin. However, guffawed. Alright, I'm teasing you. I'm kind of hungry now, so let's eat while we talk. After saying that, Tang Kurson took the initiative to hold Lin Mo's arm. This made Lin Mo, for a moment, a little embarrassed. Come to the hotel box. The waiter immediately brought the menu. Tang Kurson ordered small dishes except for a braised spare ribs. While ordering, Tang Kurson muttered, if I had known that the food in this restaurant was so expensive, I would have taken you to my house and let you taste my handiwork. Lin Mo couldn't help but stare. Not to mention, one had already learned from among the voices of the future what Tang Kurson was. The immediate performance alone is comforting. After all, when I was dating Fong Chanxian, every time the two of them went out, they had to eat a meal for thousands of dollars. The food is expensive. And order it and eat a few bites and then stop eating. It's a complete waste. Lin Mo was certainly in pain, but he could only pay. But on the contrary, the Tang Kurson in front of her looked like she was from a good family, but she knew how to live her life. Sure is a treasure girl. And that's when Tang Kurson spoke. I heard Ansu say that you were working for a network company before? Lin Mo nodded. I'm a programmer. I'm in charge of the development as well as maintenance of small games for the web, but I'm resigning from the company now. When Tang Kurson heard this, she let out an "oh." Then he laughed. It's good to quit. After all, this is the year of the big blowout in the 4G cell phone industry. If you can capitalize on this windfall and work on a piece of mobile software, you won't say you'll make a fortune, but a small fortune is certainly there. Speaking here, Tang Kurson looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, how about the two of us join forces to start a business? Lin Mo was drinking tea, almost spewed out when I heard that. Tang Kurson hurriedly pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Mo. What's wrong? Lin Mo shook his head. The mind, on the other hand, couldn't help but mutter. Himself and Tang Kurson are here for a blind date. How did the conversation turn into a joint venture? However, it had to be said that Tang Kurson's market vision was truly remarkable. He knew what was coming next because he had heard the heartbeat of the future. But Tang Kurson, however, also had such a vision. While praising in his heart, Lin Mo wanted to hear more about the other party's thoughts. Instantly, he said, I don't know. Do you have any basis for saying that smartphone software is the rage this year? Tang Kurson said seriously. Last year, 2013, was known as the first year of 4G networks. It was a year with many cell phone industries, though they all ended in premature deaths. Actually, to put it bluntly, they didn't stick. As long as they can carry through the transition period, they will surely become a dark horse in the mobile software industry in the future. But it's not their fault. It's only the short-sightedness of those investors who didn't continue to invest. And in the future, there will be times when they regret it. And today, the three major carriers are already working furiously to build 4G towers. I'm afraid that within 2 years at the most, 4G signals will be all over China. The era of one smartphone per hand will come sooner or later. And compared to computers, the convenience that cell phones offer cannot be overstated. After listening to the other party speak eloquently, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This girl, indeed, is not simple. And that's when Tang Kurson took out her own epidemic and then opened a software. Lin Mo fixed his eyes on a game called 2048 that jumped out at him. Lin Mo was stunned. Isn't this game one of the many mobile mini-games mentioned by the voice of the future? Chapter 11, Matchmaking turns into teaming up to start a business. Grasping the future 4G industry wins. Chapter 11, Matchmaking into joint venture. Grasp the future 4G industry wind mouth. What's wrong? Tang Kurson couldn't help but be curious when she saw Lin Mo's astonished look. Lin Mo smiled. Can I play this game? Don Coco handed a part over. Lin Mo picked it up and then looked at it carefully. And under Tang Kurson's guidance, he quickly got the hang of it. For a while, Lin Mo had fun. 10 minutes later, only then did Lin Mo return Eppendorf to the other party. He laughed. I didn't realize that such a small game could get people so wound up. Tang Xin nodded. Yes, small games have small game charm. Still, the future is all about big games. These little games push the envelope pretty quickly, but there's nothing wrong with making a quick buck. Lin Mo looked at the other in surprise. Big game? Tang Xin said seriously. Yeah, big games. You've played computerized gun games, right? And tower defense games? I think, in the future, these games, for sure, will be ported from the computer side to the cell phone side. Mouse and keyboard operation that becomes screen operation is very playable. These however, are not our considerations for the time being. After all, the development of 4G cell phones is still in its infancy, and those large-scale mobile games require a lot of memory and a stable network speed. With the current cell phones, it's still hard to do that, but I believe our country is developing cell phones at a rate of. Listen to the other side's analysis. Lin Mo couldn't help but praise it, and at that moment, Tangku Xin continued to speak. Mobile gaming, of course, is just a windfall for the coming 4G era. In addition to that, there are many other industries, such as short videos, mobile live streaming, news clients, social platforms, and even online shopping, which are all emerging industries. Not to mention mastering all of them, even just one of them can make us a lot of money. Speaking here, Tang Kurson once again stared at Lin Mo. Mr. Lin Mo, I wonder, after hearing so much from me, do you have any thoughts? Or let me put it more bluntly, do you have any ideas of how you'd like to work with me? I have over $2 million here. If that, and on top of that, the suite at my house, which is worth over $3 million, I can sell and we'll team up and start a business. Listen to the last words of the other side. Lin Mo was a bit dumbfounded. His first instinct was, this girl is crazy, isn't she? You know, they didn't even cross paths with each other when they were growing up, other than playing together as children. Even though both mothers are BFFs, that's not a reason for the other to smash the pot and save up money for their own business, is it? No one's money. It doesn't come from the wind. What the hell is going on here? Lin Mo had thought that he could listen to the future voice and whether he could answer his questions, but as it turned out, it was half a day's wait for nothing. Fellow student Tang Kurson, thank you for your kind words, but right, I think that something like starting a business still needs to be considered. Tangku Xin was going to say something, and that's when the waiter had already begun to serve the food. Seeing this, Tang Kurson couldn't help but laugh. Alright, it's me who's in a hurry. Let's eat first. Lin Mo naturally had no problem with this. 1 hour later, the two ate and drank, and there was still quite a bit of food left in front of them. Waiter, pack your bags, Tang Kurson shouted. When the packing is done, Tang Kurson handed the packing box to Lin Mo. Seeing that Lin Mo was a bit confused, Tang Kurson smiled and said, why, we've spent money, isn't it a waste not to pack these dishes? Also, I thought you didn't like to cook? It's not healthy to eat instant noodles, and it's not good to eat too much takeout. So, these dishes, you just go back and heat them up. Lin Ma, the other guy even knew about his love of instant noodles? He didn't know what to say anymore. In the end, one can only assume that it was Mom who told the other person that she liked to eat instant noodles and order takeout. Soon, Lin Mo finished checking out. The waiter, on the other hand, returned the remaining $4,000 to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was confused. Didn't Auntie Yang only press 1,000? How come the other side refunded so much money? And at that moment, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's Aunt Jan's phone. Kobayashi, by now, you guys should be done with dinner, right? Actually, I guess, Auntie pressed $5,000 on the front desk. This money, consider it as a meet and greet gift from Auntie. Without giving Lin Mo a chance to speak, the phone had already hung up, and on the side, Tang Kurson heard this, couldn't help but mutter, that's too cheap of Mom, isn't it? Just gave 5,000 for a meet and greet, can't you give more? Lin Ma? He couldn't help but bellyache in his mind. Tang Kurson, is she really Auntie Yang's real daughter? But, Lin Mo was naturally embarrassed to accept this money. It was about to be returned to Tang Ku Xin immediately, but Tang Kurson smiled lightly and said, my mom gave it to you, so just take it. Oh yeah, first time meeting, I have a gift for you too. You wait outside now, I'll be right back, said. Tang Ku Xin left in a burst of trotting. When Lin Mo arrived outside the hotel, Tang Ku Xin had already walked over with a gift box. For you, Tang Ku Xin laughed. Lin Mo took it as soon as he could, opened it up and was confused, only to see that inside the gift box, it was a Rolex gold watch. This gold watch, the latest model of the year, priced at $188,000. This, Lin Mo was dumbfounded for a moment. See this, Tang Kurson was full of smiles as she said, classmate Lin Mo, I'm very happy that I'm able to go on a blind date with you today. I don't know how you feel about me, but I kind of like you. This watch, consider it a token of my love for you. Now, why don't we go over to the mall and hang out? As it happens, I wanted to give you a couple of outfits. Lin Ma, at this very moment, he had quite a dreamlike feeling. The woman gave the man such an expensive gift. It's almost as if you've never encountered it before. While Lin Mo was lamenting in his heart, Tang Kurson had planned to take Lin Mo on her arm and head over to the mall for a stroll. However, just then, the other party's cell phone rang. Tang Kurson quickly picked up. What? Good. I'll be right there. Tang Xin put away her cell phone. Then he looked at Lin Mo and said, Student Lin Mo. I'm sorry. I have some things I need to take care of. That's the end of our blind date for today. After saying that, Tang Kurson wanted to leave in a hurry. But suddenly something came to mind. Immediately returning to Lin Mo, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed the other party on the face before leaving with a red face. Only Lin Mo was left standing in place, not knowing what to say for a while. And at this point, Tang Kurson had gotten into the car. Looking at Lin Mo who was not far away, Tang Kurson said to herself, Lin Mo, this time, I definitely won't miss you. More than that, I'll make you the richest man in the world. When the time comes, don't you forget me. Chapter 12. A small game, valued at $20 billion? We must let Tai Mo take it. Chapter 12. A small game, valued at $20 billion? We must let Tai Mo take it. For Tang Kurson's side, Lin Mo naturally had no way of knowing. At the moment, he was already driving away. He had thought of heading over to the job market to see what was going on. After all, after talking to Tang Kurson for a while, Lin Mo's thoughts opened up. Therefore, the search for cell phone software research and development talent is urgent. However, just then, his cell phone rang. Boss, I'm over here at the job market right now. I've come across something that I can't decide on, and I need you to come and check on it yourself. Hear this. Lin Mo was filled with curiosity. What the hell? Lin Ma inquired. Huang Kachin immediately explained. Originally, since learning that the company wants to establish a new mobile game department, Huang Hakan personally went to the job market, intending to recruit, but unfortunately not many people are interested. However, just when Huang Kachin thought he was going to return empty-handed this time, a group of people suddenly appeared. At the head of the group was a youth. He is very talkative and constantly analyzing the future of mobile gaming with reason. Everything would have gone very well, but it was just time to negotiate the salary. Instead, the other side just lionized it, said he needed to become a department manager and make 50,000 a month. He brings in entrepreneurial partners who make no less than $30,000 a month. Naturally, Huang Hakan did not dare to offer such a high salary so easily. When the time comes, how will he or she face the men in the other departments? However, Huang Hakan also saw that the other party did have talent. The mini-games designed by the other side are really good, so the only thing to do was to call Lin Ma and ask, that little game, what's it called? Lin Ma inquired. I think it's called something like Happy Fun. After hearing Huang Hakan's answer, Lin Mo was shocked in his heart, and at this point, in his ears, came that long-lost voice, Happy Elimination. This game, but it was a popular existence back then. In August 13, a web version was launched, and in the following year, a fruit mobile version was developed. In April 14, the on-table version went live, but this company had a bumpy ride in the early going, because of its investors feel that the development of cell phone version is a complete waste of time. The future is still the web version of the small game, but those few developers, on the other hand, feel that small mobile games are the mainstream of the future. So the ideas diverged, and eventually the investor pulled out. The game almost died on that note. The good thing is that they finally pulled in new investment after a rough patch, and with strong promotion and interesting gameplay, the game exploded like a virus. It quickly became popular with young and old alike. And this game is extremely long-lived. If I had a bit of capital at that moment and took this game, I would be worth at least over $1 billion nowadays, wouldn't I? Hearing this, Lin Mo instantly became excited. This game, it has such potential? Take it down. One must take it oneself. Think about it. Lin Mo said in a loud voice. Old Huang, stabilize those people. Tell them I'm interested in the game. Never let them go. A few more words of advice. Lin Mo put away his cell phone, and then went straight to the talent market. And in the meantime, this side of the job market, in front of one of the recruiting offices, Tang Kurson hurriedly stopped. While not far away, a girl in a work uniform quickly greeted her. The girl had intended to say hello to Tang Kurson. However, Tang Kurson said with an anxious face, Wei, did you really see that person just now? The girl named Vivi immediately took out a resume. Tang Kurson took a look, and after determining that the other party was exactly the person she was looking for, she was overjoyed. Vivi, I'll remember this favor of yours. I'll buy you dinner tonight. Seeing each other like this, Wei was puzzled. Xin. This Wang Haining, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. Why do you take it so seriously? Could it be that he's your first love? Tang Xin shook her head. What are you thinking about? It's not like you don't know I've never been in love. It's not easy to explain this, but in any case, you'll get this meal for less. After finishing, Tang Kurson asked. Where is Wang Haining now? Viv pointed in a certain direction and said, he went that way. You follow it, you might find it. If you really can't find it, you can call the number on top of your resume. Tang Kurson sniffed and left the place directly without any nonsense. Not much longer. Tang Kurson then found Wang Haining in his group. She was overjoyed. Lin Mo. Your chance to start a business has arrived. This elimination game developed by Haining Wang. In 2 years, it's in existence with a market capitalization of over $2 billion. Monthly activity is up to 100 million. If you can take this game, you'll have real capital. By then, what tadpoles sound? Fast first, spell UUU, can be gradually developed? Oh yes, there is also Magnesium Group. This is a crucial step. You don't want to miss the opportunity because of face. Taking this game, though, is going to be the bottom of my little savings. I'm afraid I'll have to buy a house for future promotions. Humph. Lin Mo. In your previous life, you purposely made me leave you because of your low self-esteem. Then drinking and gambling. In this life, I'm going to put you on the right path. I'll wait for you to marry me. If you don't give me a blooming wedding, I'm not done with you. So muttered the mind. Tang Kuxin immediately walked up. However, upon seeing Wang Haining stay with Huang Kachin, Tang Kurson was instantly confused. He naturally knew that Huang Kachin was the boss of the company Lin Mo had previously worked for. What's going on? Could it be that Wang Hakken is planning to recruit Wang Hoining? But it's not right. Huang Hakken focuses on web minigames. There was also a plan to launch a mobile minigame division last year, which failed and lost a fortune. Never mind. Let's not dwell on that. Imperative. Or do you want to poach Wang Haining first? Then register the company and start promoting this game. This matter could concern Lin Mo's future, and smoothly make Wang Haining become Lin Mo's subordinate before my hopeful husband system can be activated. Think about it. Tang Kurson quickly stepped forward. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Haining? Wang Haining froze. A nod followed. Tang Kurson didn't talk nonsense and said directly, it's like this, I'm an entrepreneur. I learned from a friend that you developed a small mobile game called Happy Fun, and I'm very optimistic about its prospects. So, I'm going to contribute $2 million and then give an additional $3 million for promotion. On top of that, you get 10% of the shares, and the group of colleagues you brought in each get 5%. Other than that, your salaries, as they are every month. What? Wang Haining couldn't help but stare, and the henchmen were dumbfounded at the moment. On the contrary, Huang Kachin was a bit confused. Where did this woman come from? How dare you try to steal someone from your boss? Lin Mo? How can this be tolerated? Think about it. Huang Kachin quickly took out his cell phone, then sent a text message to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, however, just returned 4 simple words. Wait and see what happens. And just as Huang Kachin was anxious in place, he didn't know that Lin Mo, who was not far away, had long since taken all of this in. Oh, that's kind of funny. I wonder, what exactly does Tang Kuxin intend to do by doing this? Chapter 13 Giving Lin Mo 51% of the dry shares? What the hell was she thinking? Chapter 13 Giving Lin Mo 51% of the dry shares? What the hell was she thinking? In the corner, Lin Mo was taking in what was happening not far away, and Huang Kachin was planning to watch from the sidelines because of Lin Mo's instructions. At this moment, Wang Haining and his own entrepreneurial partners, one by one, stared blearily at Tang Kurson. The heart felt $1 million. This lady, you say, you're going to take us down for this elimination? And, at a whopping $2 million? Even, an extra $3 million for promotion. Really? Wang Haining had a stunned look on his face. No wonder Wang Haining is so. You know, half a month ago, the last investor had pulled out. The result is that neither the web version of Eliminate, nor the fruit version of Eliminate, can sustain normal operations, plus the newly developed Android version of Elimination Music, which has yet to hit the market. As a result, this game has depreciated over time. Last week, Wang Haining got a professional valuation. As a result, the other party only gave a packaged price of $500,000. But Tang Kurson, however, gave a market price that was far more than 4 times. And, so much extra for promotion. Wang Haining even felt that the girl in front of him might be crazy. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Kurson was looking confident at the moment. She guffawed and said, Mr. Wang, if you believe me, come with me and we'll find a place to talk slowly. Seeing that the other party was a bit hesitant, Tang Kuxin continued, I guess, you definitely don't believe me, but if I am really a liar, is it possible that, you great old men, you are still afraid of me? But if I really have the capital, this little game called Happy Fun is saved. How about a bet? If you're interested, meet me at the Hospice Hotel in half an hour. The words are gone. Tang Kersen turned directly away. See this. Wang Haining and many of his entrepreneurial buddies stood frozen in place. And then, Wang Haining glanced at Huang Kachin. Huang Hakkin said directly, "Everyone, the high price of $2 million is not something our company can give. Why don't you guys tag along and check it out? Anyway, if the deal doesn't work out, why don't you come back to us?" Of course, Huang Kachin's words were not private, but had been authorized by Lin Mo. "Good. Thank you, Mr. Huang," Wang Haining said gratefully, and then, with his companions, he left the place. Until they leave, Lin Mo then walked over. "Boss, that lady just now, you know her?" Haking Wang inquired. "Well, she is my blind date," Rimmer explained. Then he took the Rolex out of his pocket. "This is the meeting gift Tang Kersen gave me when we first met." Huang Kachin took a deep breath. "It just dawned on me." After a short period of contemplation, Huang Kachin said bitterly, "Boss, there's something I want to say. You don't think I'm nosy? I know, you plan to return the favor, but business is business. What about all the blood brothers? You have been searching hard for Wang Haining before, and now, people are coming to us." As a result, it was cut off by a blind date. Hearing what the other side said, Lin Mo smiled. He naturally knew that the other party meant well, but Lin Mo felt that he had the need to do so, just because. The reason why Lin Mo knew that Happy Fun was the big hit mobile game of the future, was because he heard the voice of the future, and after many previous experiences, he was convinced of the information provided by the future voice. But Tang Kersen, however, was able to say all of this as if she were counting. It even named so many future windfalls, and none of this is mentioned by the future voices. This made Lin Mo feel that Tang Kersen probably had a high-ranking person behind her. Hence, this was why Lin Mo planned to catch a big fish with a long line. "Alright, old Huang. This Happy Fun. Sooner or later I'll take it. There's no rush. Now, let's just wait and see." Huang Kachin was going to say something, and that's when Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lin Mo quickly connected. "Mr. Lin Mo, is it convenient for you now? I have something to discuss with you. It's something about us teaming up to start a business." Hear that? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. The mind has guessed. What the other party is talking about must be that happy hour thing. But, what made Lin Mo feel incredible was this. The other side paid $2 million to take this little game. As a result, he wants himself to join forces with her to start a business? What the hell is going on? After all, I've made $10 billion in soccer, and my mom doesn't even know about it. And since Mom and Auntie Young talked about everything, she must have told each other about her situation. Therefore, in Tang Kersen's eyes, she only had 200,000 in her pocket in addition to that sweet. How do you start a business with that? The mind is muttering no, but Lin Mo quickly replied, "Joining forces to start a business, but I don't have the capital." Huang Kachin saw this. The mind is speechless. "You don't have any capital? When I bought my company before, it was without batting an eyelid." And at this time, Tang Kersen on the other end of the phone spoke. "Don't worry, you don't have the principal. I do. Plus, if I don't have enough money either, I can ask my mom for it. More than that, $10 million is still within reach." Hearing this, Lin Mo was somewhat speechless. He didn't think that Tang Kersen was even a little rich woman. "Well, you're a big old man, so stop dawdling and come over here first. I'll meet you at the hospice hotel." After saying that, Tang Koxin hung up the phone. Lin Mo was not pretentious about it. He smiled darkly. There was some anticipation in his heart. "I also wonder if I will be able to meet the person of high standing behind the other party?" Muttering over, he left the place quickly. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo arrived at the hospice restaurant box. Tang Koxin immediately greeted him. "So you're finally here?" After saying that, Tang Kersen greatly pulled Lin Mo into a seat, and then began to introduce. "Lin Mo, let me give you a grand introduction. This one is the founder of Happy Fun, Mr. Wang Haining, and all the others are partners who started the business with Mr. Wang Haining. I've already said I'm going to fund it and buy this game out, but then, I, for one, don't know the first thing about starting a business. So, I had to find a trustworthy partner. So that's why I came to you." After saying that, Tang Kersen introduced Lin Mo to Wang Haining and the others. "Again, gentlemen, Mr. Lin, from now on, is the main man in charge. You can talk to him about anything." The words are gone. Tang Kersen glanced at Lin Mo and said, "Lin Mo, I will give you 51 dry shares. You control my shares. I can draw up an agreement right away if you agree." Hear this. Lin Mo was a bit confused. Emotionally, Tang Kersen made a half-hearted detour. She went to great lengths to take down the software Happy Fun, and it turned out to be for such a thing? She invested so much money and, as a result, gave herself 51% of the dry shares. Lin Mo suddenly had a vestigial feeling that the other party wanted to wrap himself up. Chapter 14, Recommending a Higher Power to Lin Mo? Entering the Antique Market. Ready to pick up big leaks? Chapter 14, Recommending a Higher Power to Lin Mo? Entering the Antique Market. Ready to pick up a big leak? Half an hour later, Tang Kerson has already found a professional lawyer and finished drawing up the agreement. When they had finished signing to each other, Wang Haining said that in the next few days, the relevant formalities would be completed. In addition to this, an office building will be rented. Regarding Wang Haining's ability, Tang Kerson naturally believed in it. So, let the other side take the plunge and go for it. Wait until Haining Wang leaves with his startup partner. Lin Mo still had a dreamlike feeling. At the moment he was looking at Tang Xin strangely. What? Do I have flowers on my face? Tang Xin guffawed. Lin Mo shook his head, then said, Student Tang Kerson, I just feel a little shocked. Though, the mothers of our two families were great bosom friends, but between you and me, there's not much contact. You have that much faith in my abilities. Ha! Furthermore, this Happy Fun, although it is highly playable, however, no one is sure what will happen to the market. In the future, you're putting in $2 million in direct capital and you're planning to sell your house and use $3 million for promotional costs. If it doesn't pay for itself, won't it? There was a pause. Lin Mo stared at the other party with a straight face. What I want to say is, how can you be so sure that this game will be able to sell well in the future? Hearing what Lin Mo said, Tang Kerson was a little weak for a moment. Oh crap, I'm acting like this. Am I being too obvious? Lin Mo shouldn't have sensed something, right? But I can't help it. I'm going to take it step by step, too. But, my hopeful system is still 10% short of progress before it can be activated. And the activation condition is to help him take down the software Happy Fun. However, Lin Mo, this stupid kid, doesn't have much money in his hands, so I can only do this. Of course, it was categorically impossible for Tang Kerson to tell Lin Mo about all this, but it's a good thing she's got a good head on her shoulders. Immediately, he thought of something to say. Student Lin Mo, do you believe in women's intuition? Seeing Lin Mo's silence, Tang Kerson continued. Hey, it seems that I can't fool you. Tell you the truth. Behind me, there's actually a man of high standing. He was able to make predictions about the hot industries of the future. In the future, you should have heard from your aunt about my family, right? Actually, it was difficult for our family after my mom got divorced over 10 years ago. At the worst time, my mom couldn't even pay my tuition. It is because of meeting that higher power. That's why my mom was able to coast through her career and have the continuation she has now. There was a pause. Tang Xin smiled and said, why don't I push him on you? I can tell you that high person has an extremely powerful vision. The stock market, the real estate market, which businesses and industries can be the future favorites, he can predict them all. Well, accuracy, up to 80%. My mom has been in business all these years, basically making more money and losing less. Lin Mo was silent. Nice guy. Behind Tang Kerson, there is really someone high up? All of this, then, explains itself. Okay, I'll add you to my wiki now, and I'll turn around and recommend the higher power to you. After saying that, Tang Kerson turned around and left. Get back in the car. Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo's figure and immediately muttered. Dog, in your previous life, you said that you had nothing and couldn't give me the life I wanted. It's not that you don't love me, it's that you're afraid to. In this life, this young lady has put all her personal money on the line. You'll be sorry if you don't branch out from me and become the richest man in the world. A bit of muttering. Tang Kerson once again said, AI. Unfortunately, this system of mine, it only targets Lin Mo in order to release missions. I can't do it on my own, or else the system will automatically unbind me. Otherwise, I'll become a rich woman first, and then drive Lin Mo. In this way, the two of us will definitely be able to break through in the next 4G industry when we join forces. Speaking here, Tang Kerson's words changed. Don't dwell on this now. She raised her eyes and glanced at the interface of the lookout system in front of her. And at the moment, the system was completely activated because Tang Kerson had taken down Wang Haining's happy dissipation. And in front of him, the first system task was clearly for Lin Mo to buy the company he was originally with, and then start developing the 2048 synthesis minigame. Is this first mission so difficult? Tang Kerson sighed helplessly in her heart. You should know that the company Lin Mo was in is not like Wang Haining's Happy Fun. The market capitalization of that company is, to say the least, $10 million. And it's still a guaranteed price. One simply doesn't have that kind of money. Although, the 2 million in Tang Kerson's hand has not yet been transferred to Wang Haining. Own a house and sell it for $3 million. But this money, Tang Kerson naturally couldn't use it. The countdown for this mission is only 24 hours. Once the time is up and it cannot be completed, the system will no longer provide any information. Speaking of this, Tang Kuxian glanced at the time on her cell phone and muttered, "Hey, I was reborn a little late. If I'm reborn on the 8th, it's all perfectly in time. After all, this is an unforgettable day for soccer fans all over the world. Germany v Bassi, 7-1 score, 6,500x odds, established a record for the biggest odds in soccer history. Gee, it's a shame I haven't bought a lottery ticket and can't remember the numbers, but I've heard that even if you memorize it, you can't win the lottery. Simply because our Chinese lottery has an anti-traversal mechanism. How about speculating in virtual coins? But, at this stage, a virtual coin costs more than $2,500, and besides, I can't remember whether it will go up or down tomorrow. Virtual coins, although you want to buy, but for the time being, not so much capital. After all, in the latter part of the world, the highest price of 173,770 U.S. dollars. Muttering though. However, Tang Kuxian quickly took out the tablet. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. This young lady, but a hallowed traveler, can she still be difficult to make money? A thought. Tang Kerson can only go online and look for windfalls, through which she can help Lin Mo earn his first startup capital. And just then, Tang Kuxian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Think of something. She quickly dialed her mother, Yang Shui. "Mom, I remember Elder Zhang Jie. He's on good terms with you, right?" "Yes. What's wrong, Elder Zhang?" "But your grandpa's brother." "Mom, I'd like to meet with Elder Zhang. I've fallen in love with his collection." "What the hell are you thinking of again, you girl?" "Mom, my wonderful mom." "Okay, losing you kid. Fine, I'll call right now and set you up." "Hang up your cell phone." Tang Kerson was all smiles. "Dog, the way to make money. I've figured it out for you. Next, it's up to you." After saying that, Tang Kerson immediately took out her spare machine and registered a new prestige. After editing the information, as well as the avatar, Tang Kerson added her own big number, and then pushed this prestige to Lin Mo. Chapter 15 Advice from a Higher Power to Enter the Stock Market and Speculate Like Crazy? Chapter 15 Advice from a Higher Power to Enter the Stock Market and Speculate Like Crazy? The other side. Lin Mo has returned home, and that's when the call came from Huang Hakan. "Boss, I'm sorry, we've been recruiting all morning, but we haven't found any suitable cell phone technicians," Huang Hakan said with slight regret. Lin Mo smiled. "It's fine. This matter, there's no rush. We have more time anyway. We just have one rule. We'd rather have no one than no one." Huang Kachin was silent for a moment, and then said, "Boss, I have an idea. I'm going to take the department you were in and split it in two. Old Zhang will take a few old employees and form a cell phone department. The rest of the employees remain in their original positions. The people who are missing, we can get some college students in related fields as replacements." Lin Mo sniffed and immediately said, "Okay, just do as you say. However, when it comes to pay, it's important to be even-handed. After all, I don't want my employees, who are paid differently, to be passive." Naturally, Huang Hakan had no problem with this. Lin Mo gave a brief explanation and was going to hang up his cell phone, and at this point, Huang Kachin on the other end of the phone, stammered and opened his mouth. "Boss, I still have something. I don't know." Lin Mo smiled and said, "I'm guessing that what you want to ask would be about Wang Haining's happy dissipation, right?" Huang Kachin didn't answer. A sort of acquiescence. Lin Mo took a deep breath and said, "That blind date of mine, I've already talked to someone. $2 million to take it, and then an additional $3 million for promotion. More than that, she gave me 51% of the dry shares. We've already signed an agreement to that effect." Huang Kachin on the other end of the phone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "Boss, this isn't much different from giving you the company." "Ha?" Lin Mo smiled helplessly. "Who says otherwise?" Huang Kachin laughed. "Boss, you say that Ms. Tang, shouldn't she have liked you for a long time?" Lin Mo coughed. "Alright, don't gossip about things outside of work." Hanging up Huang Kachin's cell phone, Lin Mo had planned to take out a pen and paper and formulate the next investment plan. After all, the previous Tang Kerson had talked about a lot of new industries. For example, short videos, mobile live streaming, news clients, social platforms, online shopping and so on. Lin Mo's idea was simple, but whenever he came across it, he started investing in it himself. The $10 billion that he himself won because of the soccer lottery. He had to make the best use of it. And just then, a message suddenly popped up on Lin Mo's Prestige. It was a friend tweet from Don Kosen. Tangku Xan, Lin Mo student. This is what I call a high-level person. Later you add the person and explain the intention. There's a cute emoji attached to the back. Lin Mo immediately resumed in OK. Soon, Lin Mo finished adding his friends smoothly. Koexin Financial Assistant Number 1, hi, you are recommended by Don, right? Are you planning to manage your finances? Lin Ma, yes, I plan to manage my finances, but I don't know anything about it. Cohort Financial Assistant 1, do not understand, it does not matter. There will be an opportunity. I will explain the stock market with you in all aspects. You just follow my analysis to buy, when to sell can be. Lin Ma, thank you, sir. Lin Mo had thought that by greeting the other party, he would be able to go about his business, which is when. Koexin Financial Assistant No. 1, by the way, I have a project now. I wonder if you are interested in it. I already know the basics of your situation from Don Jr. The company you worked for before with the web game is coming to an end soon, and I think that you can dish it out. The employees of this company have a lot of potential, especially the ones in the same department as you. They are pretty good. If you can get them to switch to mobile gaming, it will do you a lot of good. Of course, I also know that you can't get that much money at one time, but Don knows a big collector, so if you can find a treasure from the other side, you may have the capital. At that time, you let that department, specializing in the development of a small synthetic game called 2048, believe me, this game, in the next 6 months, become a current hit. After reading the dense text on the cell phone, Lin Mo didn't know what to say for a while, simply because this senior's analysis was simply not even close to what that voice in the future had said. Lin Mo, for a moment, got a little strange. He knew the information from somewhere. Of course, what made Lin Mo feel the most strange was still the matter of the bigwigs in the collection industry that Tang Kersen knew. What's that guy? And just as Lin Mo was puzzled, his cell phone rang again. Cohort Financial Assistant 1, this is an opportunity to rise. You can take advantage of. I have contacted the small Tang to pick you up. See the collection of Big Brother. Small Guy Smash. I look forward to you. Lin Mo had just finished reading the other party's message. Though lol, Tang Kersen's phone call came through. Mr. Lin Mo, where are you now? At home. Why? Okay, just wait for me at home and I'll see you in 15 minutes. Lin Mo was helpless when he heard this. He glanced back at the floor, which hadn't been mopped in days, and the unwashed clothes on the washing machine, and was in the midst of embarrassment for a moment. Immediately, he could only pack up in a hurry. It's just a shame that 15 minutes, it's just not enough. He was just halfway through cleaning up when the doorbell rang. Lin Mo immediately went forward to open the door. He saw Tang Kersen, who was wearing a shirt and cowboy with a ponytail, standing outside. You got here so fast. Ha? Lin Mo asked. Tang Kersen looked at Lin Mo with a smile. I came all the way here. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Lin Mo looked embarrassed. Tang Kersen glanced behind Lin Mo, then said, oh, I see. You must be hiding beautiful women in your house for fear of me bumping into them? Lin Mo immediately said, no, don't misunderstand me. There is no one else in my family. Only Bar. Tang Xin snorted and laughed. Don't worry. I'm not your girlfriend yet. Why are you so nervous? Also, I was just kidding you. I bet your house is a mess right now. And besides, you have a lot of dirty laundry left to do. So you're too embarrassed to let me in? Lin Mo sniffed and was a bit surprised. How did you know? Tang Kersen guffawed. This young lady can count. Saying that, Tang Xin yelled at Lin Mo to get out of the way. Lin Mo couldn't argue with the other party and could only open the door. Seeing this, Tang Kersen couldn't help but sweep the entire living room before looking around. Hey, you, Tang Kersen had intended to accuse, but then added, never mind. It's kind of nice of you to clean up your home when you're a big old man alone, but it's up to us women to do things like clean up the house. Having said that, Tang Kersen put her bag aside and then began to pack it up. Lin Mo was a bit confused when he saw this. Didn't Tang Xin come to find herself, not to find that master collector? Why are you helping yourself to the house? As Lin Mo froze, Tang Kersen immediately said, don't you freeze, hurry downstairs to buy food. Wait for me to finish cleaning up for you, then I'll make you a family meal. Lin Mo was completely dumbfounded. Not only was Tang Xin going to clean up her house, she was also going to cook for herself? Is this happiness coming so suddenly? Chapter 16, Upside Down. Smeared by ex-girlfriend, demanding breakup fee? You deserve it too. Chapter 16, Upside Down. Smeared by ex-girlfriend, demanding breakup fee? You deserve it? 2 hours later, The whole room refreshed. Not only that, Tangku Xin also helped Lin Mo rewash his clothes. Lin Mo. It's not that I'm talking about you. You can't mix and wash clothes of different colors. And don't ever put bitter tea seeds in the washing machine. It's best to hand wash them. Never mind. I'll buy you a little washing machine later, just for washing bitter tea seeds. And that toilet of yours, every time you use it, remember to wipe it down or it will harbor bacteria. Tang Kerson spoke while drying Lin Mo's clothes. Lin Mo listened in awe. Seeing this, Tang Kishing twisted her head and said, "What? Do you dislike my nagging?" Lin Mo quickly shook his head. "No, I just think that the way you talk is very similar to my mom." Tang Kerson pretended to be angry. "You still think I'm nagging?" Not waiting for Lin Mo to argue, Tang Kerson waved her hand and said, "Forget it, this young lady won't bother with you. I'm going to go cook now." Seeing this, Lin Mo hurriedly followed the other party to the kitchen. "What are you doing here?" Don Coco asked. Lin Mo smiled. "I'll help you with your hands, or else just eat and not do it?" Tang Kerson hurriedly pushed Lin Mo away. "Go go go. The kitchen is a woman's turf. You men are hairy and playing your hand is completely unhelpful. Why don't you go sit on the couch and watch TV or something?" Lin Mo was a little embarrassed. In his heart, he said in amusement, "How does it feel that this girl has taken herself as the mistress of this home?" But it has to be said, with Tangku Xin around, it seemed that life was quite fun. Lin Mo immediately came to the sofa and sat down. And to kill the boredom, he found a movie online and watched it. At this point, Tangku Xin walked over. "What? Did I drive too loud and disturb you?" Lin Ma inquired. Tang Kerson smiled. "How can you catch up on the drama alone without some snacks?" "Nah, here's some fruit I just cut up. Take your time. It's only fun to watch while you eat. Wait for me for an hour. And then, I'll let you taste my lady's handiwork." After saying that, Tang Kerson quickly entered the kitchen and busied herself. 1 hour later, the dining table. A 4-course meal has been put out. There are meat and vegetables. And colorful. Lin Ma hasn't eaten at home in a long time. Therefore, when he saw Tangku Xin bring the rice, he was immediately nonchalant and began to feast on it. "This is simply delicious. The ribs are crispy and juicy. This tomato and egg soup is very thick. And these dishes, they are simply better than anything from the restaurant." Lin Mo praised it from the bottom of his heart. Tangku Xin was ecstatic. "You can have more if you like." While saying so on her lips, Tangku Xin muttered in her heart, "Dog, it's so nice to see you so happy. In your previous life, your favorite thing was Auntie's braised pork ribs, but I didn't get a chance to learn. So this time while she was at my house, I learned the craft. I can make you good food every day for a change as long as you like." Half an hour later, Lin Ma ate and drank, and Tang Kerson put the rest of the dishes into the refrigerator. Then he instructed, "Lin Mo, these dishes, you can eat them if you put them in the microwave and heat them up. I made this, so don't waste it." Lin Mo hurriedly said, "I promise, not even the soup will be left. All of it will be eliminated." Tang Kerson nodded with satisfaction. "That's more or less the same. You take a rest first. When I finish washing the dishes, I'm going to leave. This time, I'll take you to an elder to pick up the pieces." Seeing the other party's mysterious appearance, Lin Mo curiously said, "I wonder what kind of person is that elder?" In the end, Tang Kerson said seriously, "His name is Zhang Jie. He's my grandfather's brother. Let me tell you, that old man Zhang is a famous collector in our city. If you didn't have this relationship with us, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the qualifications to see him on a normal day. This is a rare opportunity. And also, when we get to Elder Zhang's place, you'll be looking at my face. Once we come across something good, we'll just clean it. You know what I mean?" Hear that? 2 words suddenly popped up in the middle of Lin Mo's mind, killing. "Are we doing this? Is it appropriate?" Lin Mo said awkwardly. Tang Kerson covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Don't worry, Elder Zhang and my grandfather are family friends. Moreover, Elder Zhang has no children at her knee, and my mom has been visiting her all these years. But don't get me wrong, my mom doesn't have any interest in those collections. It's purely because she sees that Elder Zhang is all alone. By the way, I've heard that Elder Zhang seems to have made a will, intending to let my mom inherit all the assets in his name. And my mother is my only daughter, and sooner or later her things will go to me. So, I'm kind of taking something early here. That, makes sense, doesn't it?" Lin Mo secretly laughed. This Tangku Xin really is the first person to pit her own mother. And just as Lin Mo was lamenting, in his ears, a voice from the future suddenly came to mind. "Speaking of this elder Zhang Jie, he is really a marvelous character. Thinking back then, if I had listened to Tang Kerson's advice and gone forward to meet with Elder Zhang, I wouldn't have been so down and out." Elder Zhang, who has a collection totaling over $100 million in his hands. And at that time, Tang Kurson, seeing that I was down and out, said she would introduce me to Elder Zhang and pick up some slack with him. He even offered to lend me funds and pay him back when I made money. In the future, when I have money, I can still repay Elder Zhang Jie's favor. But I missed such a good opportunity because of my damn dignity. And in the end, Tang Kurson left me. I am so damned. Listen to all of this. Lin Mo's heart fluttered. Apparently he didn't expect it. In the hands of this old man, so many collections exist? Go. You have to make the trip yourself. 10 minutes later, Tang Kurson had already finished washing the dishes and brushing the pots. Come on, let's get going. In this regard, Lin Mo naturally did not have any opinion. Soon, the two arrived at the underground parking lot, but when Lin Mo came to the front of his car, several figures, coming from all directions, they quickly surrounded the Lin Mo duo. At the head, a woman, Cynthia Fong, and beside Fong Qianqian, there was a punk with dyed yellow hair and a tattoo on his neck. It was Fong Qianqian's younger brother, Fong Chang, a lazy nibbler. Lin Mo and Tang Kurson frowned. What are you doing here? Lin Mo coldly inquired. Fong Qianqian stepped forward. Lin Mo, you, what a wolfish heart, with a new love. You forget about me, your old love? You, not waiting for Fong Qianqian to finish. Fong Chang immediately interrupted. Sister, don't talk nonsense with this kind of person. He then glared at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, I heard that you cheated 200,000 from my sister? You give us our money back, and then transfer your house into my name as a breakup fee for my sister. Otherwise, I don't mind being here and crippling you. After saying that, Fong Chang and many punks took out their iron bars and slowly went forward. Chapter 17, Present Storming the X? Why are you so shameless? Chapter 17, Current Storming X? Why are you so shameless? The image in front of him caused Lin Mo's heart to be shocked. This Fong Chang is not a good person. After being expelled from junior high school for fighting and repeated offenses, he's been a punk. He was also put in a juvenile detention center. It's just a pity that such people, however, will not be reformed at all. When he got out he continued to fight, brawl, gamble, and drink heavily. A total mess. Such people, anything for money. Think about it. Lin Mo subconsciously grabbed Tang Kurson's hand and said, Kurson, you leave here first. It's my business, and I don't want to drag you into it. Tang Kurson was grabbed by Lin Mo, and for a moment, her heart was in a frenzy. Then he laughed softly. Why? Are you so concerned about me? Lin Ma. He was speechless. What time is it? Still in the mood for jokes? Just as Lin Mo was bellyaching, Tang Kurson laughed. Lin Mo. This kind of thing, it's not suitable for you to get involved. It's better to watch me next. I'll help you with the trouble at hand. What? Lin Mo looked at the other party incredulously. He had planned to call Tang Kurson back, but Tang Kurson, however, came straight to Fong Chang. Who are you? Stay out of our business. Fong Chang glared at Tang Kuxian and said. Tang Kuxian didn't bother with the other party. Instead, he bypassed the other party and walked over to Fong Qianqian. You're Lin Mo's ex-girlfriend? Don Corinne inquired. So what if it is? Fong Qianqian said with a cold face. Tang Kuxian sked. There's an old saying that exes should die in the address book. But you, however, are so brazen that after failing to swindle Lin Mo, you even have the face to come over and ask for money. Why are you so shameless? No wonder Tang Kurson hated Fong Qianqian so much. After all, in his previous life, Lin Mo was precisely because he was tricked by Fong Qianqian into giving the other party the money from the sale of his house, which led to a series of tragedies later on. However, she didn't expect that after she was reborn, Lin Mo somehow didn't sell her house. Of course, how the reason was, Tang Kurson didn't care. She only cared that Lin Mo hadn't been cheated out of money by the other party, and she interpreted the matter as a possible rebirth of herself, leading to a butterfly effect. But no matter what, the result is always good. As Tang Kuxian pondered, that Fong Qianqian immediately came to be angry. But, Fong Qianqian was self-aware. She was clear that she wasn't as pretty as Tang Kurson, and her temperament wasn't as good as the other parties. And as for her clothing, naturally she didn't need to mention it, so she planned to start with something else. I only heard Fong Qianqian say with her hands around her chest, you're such an interesting person. This Lin Mo, it's trashy goods that I don't want, but you treat it like a treasure. Ridiculous. Tang Kuxian's smile remained unchanged, but the next second, snap, a crisp slapping sound came out of nowhere. 5 bright red slap marks instantly appeared on Fong Qianqian's face. You dare to hit me. I'll fight you. Fong Qianqian said angrily. Open teeth and claws pounced on Tang Kuxian. Seeing this, Lin Mo was a little worried about Tang Kerson's safety, but the man hadn't had time to come forward. However, Tang Kerson took advantage of the situation to grab Fong Chanshan's arm, and then an over-the-shoulder drop, directly knocking Fong Chanshan to the ground. Sister. Fong Chang froze. After Fong Chanshan slowed down, she immediately said, Fong Chang, your sister is being bullied. What are you still waiting for? Fong Chang reacted, then took his companions and copied his weapon to go forward. Lin Mo saw this, instantly freaked out. This Fong Chang and the group of gangsters he brought with him were a bunch of young men who didn't have a light hand. As for Tang Kerson, although she had some skills, she was afraid that she would suffer a great loss when facing these gangsters. Think about it. Lin Mo glanced at a short distance away, where there was a wooden stake, and without thinking, he was about to go help Tang Kerson. Who knows? Not far away, Tang Kerson couldn't help but laugh. Classmate Lin Mo, don't worry about it. I'm a black Dan in karate. These little caramels. Feel free to take them. The words are gone. Tang Kerson's eyes flinched. Taking the initiative, he rushed towards Fong Chang and the others. Lin Mo was worried at first, but as Fong Chang and the others lay down and wailed one by one, Lin Mo's expression gradually became dismayed. When the last man fell to the ground, Lin Mo sighed inwardly. I'll be damned. I didn't realize that this Tang Kerson seemed to be a good girl, but when you move, it's so powerful, mean and cute. Lin Mo's thoughts were a bit complicated for a while. If he really got together with Tang Kerson in the future, when you have a fight and the other party beats you up, won't you be powerless? And while Lin Mo was thinking about it, Tang Kerson had already picked up her cell phone, then dialed the police. 10 minutes later, the police brought in people to take them away, and after Lin Mo and his duo took statements, they left the police station. Oof. This time, let's give that pair of cheating siblings some lessons. Next time if you show up in front of me, you will not be spared. Saying that, Tang Ku Xin muttered. Oof. Bullying my man? Just looking for death. Lin Ma. He was speechless for a moment, and that's when Tang Ku Xin suddenly thought of something. That, Lin Mo. I'm not like this. On a normal day, I just can't stand that Fong Chanshan. Also, I'm not violent. So says the mouth. Tang Kerson, however, regretted it in her heart. Over and out. Wouldn't it be a problem if Lin Mo was worried about my violent tendencies and doesn't stay with me? But I can't let my man get hurt because I'm afraid of this or that, can I? It was good that Lin Mo didn't take this matter to heart. He grinned and said, Don't worry, I know you're trying to protect me, but it's embarrassing to say the least. I'm a big old man who needs a girl to protect me. Tang Ku Xin guffawed. No such thing. You're the one doing the big things. Don't take such trivial matters to heart. After finishing, Tang Ku Xin sighed. However, because of that pair of liar siblings, it delayed us. Now, why don't we just hurry up and get going? Lin Mo just wanted to speak. At this time, Tang Kerson's cell phone rang. When Tang Kerson saw the caller ID, she spat out her tongue. Oh no! Grandpa Zhang called to hurry. The last thing he likes, as a person, is to have no sense of time. It's 10 minutes past the meeting time. If Grandpa Zhang doesn't see us, won't we be in trouble? Lin Mo wondered. If we didn't meet this time, we'll have a chance next time? Nevertheless, Tang Kerson hurriedly said, No, we must meet today, or else it will be too late. Lin Mo wondered. What's too late? Tang Kerson naturally couldn't tell Lin Mo that the system had only given him 24 hours. If he couldn't help Lin Mo take down the company he was originally with and then form a small mobile gaming division, the mission would fail. At that time, there would be no way for him to continue helping Lin Mo. Think about it. Tang Ku Xin quickly picked up the phone. Hey, Grandpa Zhang. We were delayed on the road just now, and we're on our way to your side now. Okay, you girl? It says 3 p.m. I'm falling asleep waiting for you guys. Grandpa Zhang is the best. We'll see you later. Hanging up her cell phone, Tang Kerson didn't talk nonsense and directly pulled Lin Mo into the car. 15 minutes later, the two arrived at Elder Zhang's home. Chapter 18, What is this? It's for nothing. Chapter 18, What is this? It's for nothing. This is Master Sang's home? At this moment, Lin Mo was shocked by the building in front of him. It's a detached villa with quite a vintage look, and the footprint is huge. You know, even though it's 14 years now, Cloud City is only a second-tier city, but home prices still soared to over $10,000. You could say inches of land. Not to mention this villa in front of him, even the land can be said to be sky-high. It seems that this old man, this G, is definitely not just as simple as a literature collector. As Lin Mo pondered, Tang Kerson on the side seemed to be used to it. She whispered, This is Grandpa Zhang's house. However, he has at least 10 other properties besides this villa. In addition to that, Grandpa Zhang has many assets. Never mind. Let's not talk about this. In the future, you'll be able to see Grandpa Zhang's affluence. As for now, remember one thing for me. If Grandpa Zhang asks, you'll just say you're my boyfriend. Don't ever give me the slip, or else Grandpa Zhang won't treat you well. Saying that, Tang Kerson reached out and took Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo was a bit uncomfortable though, but one can only say yes with a stiff upper lip. And that's when a butler approached. Ms. Kerson, brought your boyfriend to see his lordship? The butler greeted with a smile. Tang Kerson smiled and said, Uncle Li, this is my date, Lin Mo. Li Bo immediately greeted Lin Mo and said, Hello, Auntie. Lin Mo said stiffly, Uncle Li, hello. After a brief exchange, Li Bo said, Miss Kerson, Master is waiting for you in the living room right now. I'll go ahead and prepare today's afternoon tea. Wait for Lieber to leave. Lin Mo curiously said, Ku Xin. This Uncle Li, how does he give off a feeling of extraordinary temperament? Tang Kerson smiled mysteriously. This, you'll know later. Now, come with me to see Grandpa Zhang. And did you just call me Kagome? Lin Mo nodded. Why, isn't it okay? Tang Kerson's head shook like a rattle. No, I just like it when you call me that. So says the mouth. Tang Kerson's heart, on the other hand, was as if she had eaten honey. In my past life, the dog kept his distance from me. Keep calling me Ms. Tang. It wasn't until he expressed his feelings for me that he called me cosine. In this life, change your address to me so soon. Ah, I couldn't be happier. Thinking so, Tang Kerson couldn't help but hug Lin Mo tighter. Enter into the villa. The door to the room pushed open. Lin Mo then saw a crane-haired old man with a teacup in his right hand and a pair of white lion cultural walnuts coiled in his left hand. Seeing Tang Kerson appear with Lin Mo, the old man immediately greeted the two of them and sat down. And that's when Tang Kerson stepped forward. Grandpa Zhang. It's been a while. You really missed me. Zhang Jie said indifferently. You girl? It's a bit hypocritical to say this to me. If you didn't have something to ask, you wouldn't have come over to me. Tang Kuxian flashed an awkwardly nonchalant smile. Grandpa, you can't say that about me. You're at least my god-grandfather. I can come over to see you even if I'm not doing anything. From now on, I'll visit you often, as long as you don't mind me. Subsequently, Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, hurry up and call someone. Lin Mo immediately got up and took the initiative to greet him. Zhang Jie didn't answer, but looked Lin Mo up and down. Then he said, Not bad, the later generation is fearful. I see your face. Quite good. A down-to-earth young man. After saying that, Zhang Jie got up and said, Alright, I'll cut the crap. I know your purpose. Wait here a moment and I will fetch what you want in a moment. Wait until Zhang Jie goes up to the second floor. Lin Mo couldn't help but look at Tang Kuxian. As for Tang Kerson at this moment, she said mysteriously, Lin Mo, later on, no matter what is brought out, you take it all. As for the price, I'll hold it down for you. Anyway, watch my eyes later. Lin Mo had wanted to inquire about it, but Zhang Jie had already walked over with an organizer. That box seems to have some age on it. It looks very dated. The carving on it, however, was exquisite. Only Zhang Jie carefully put the box down. Then open it. Inside, a silver dollar came into view. Tang Kerson picked one up, then looked at it carefully, her eyes glowing. Holy, these Qing dynasty silver dollars are worth a lot of money. I remember, in a previous life, I read a news story. There was a literary enthusiast who went to the countryside to pick up a leak, and ended up at a house, where he found silver dollars. It cost $40 and turned out to be $80,000. Besides, that silver dollar is not as good as these in front of me. These silver dollars, I'm afraid they're at least 100,000 apiece. As Tang Kuxian pondered, only Zhang Jie's flat voice came out. Lin Mo, these silver dollars, when I first collected them, they were $50 each. I'll sell it to you at that price. Here, there's a whole 200 of them. Why don't you just give me $10,000? Hear this. Lin Mo was a bit confused. He didn't know anything about literature, but he did know that silver dollars were valuable. The total value of these 200 silver dollars is significant. $10,000 for that many silver dollars? This is not a pickup? Totally almost as good as picking it up for nothing. Sure, Lin Mo didn't think these silver coins were fake. It was also by no means believed that Tang Kerson had teamed up with Elder Zhang in order to screw himself out of $10,000. After all, Tang Kerson was even willing to give herself a gold watch. What's the point? As Lin Mo pondered, Tang Kerson smiled and said, Lin Mo, why don't you hurry up and thank Grandpa Zhang? If it wasn't for the fact that Grandpa Zhang doesn't like collecting silver coins right now, the benefits wouldn't be your turn. You hurry up and pay. Lin Mo nodded. After waiting for Master Zhang to take out his cell phone, he scanned the other party's prestige collection code. The money had just arrived in the account, and Master Zhang immediately intended to take out the silver dollars. But that's when Tang Kurson, who was on the side, smiled and said, "Grandpa Zhang, why don't you be a good person and give this box to Lin Mo as well?" Zhang Jie immediately looked at Tang Kurson. "Girl, this box of mine is." Tang Kurson immediately pouted. "Grandpa Zhang, please." Zhang Jie smiled helplessly. Seeing this, Tang Kurson immediately helped Lin Mo clean up. "Lin Mo, why don't you take these silver dollars back first? It's not easy for me to come here. If I don't have a meal and chat with Grandpa Zhang over tea, I'm afraid Grandpa Zhang will say I'm heartless again." Lin Mo nodded, then excused himself and left. And at that moment, Zhang Jie looked at Tang Kurson without any good humor. "You girl, do you know that those 200 silver dollars are worth at least $90,000 apiece? And if it's someone who loves collecting these, 120,000 apiece is possible. This, I promised you to sell it to Lin Mo at a low price. But that small leaf rosewood box, I had to ask a lot of connections to buy such a quality in the first place. It's worth just $1 million or so, but it's hard to buy." Zhang Jie blew his beard and eyes. Tang Kurson, however, laughed playfully. "Grandpa Zhang, isn't it just a box?" Zhang Jie was helpless. "What do you mean it's not just a box? For a collector, the weight of an almost perfect quality Xiaoye Zitan box speaks for itself." And when Tang Kuxin saw this, she immediately got up and pulled out her cell phone. "What are you doing?" Zhang Jie inquired. "I've given everything, and if I take it back, where will I put my old face?" Tang Kurson said with a serious face. "Grandpa Tang, you've misunderstood. I was trying to tell Lin Mo that this small leaf rosewood box is very valuable, so don't bump it." Hear this. Zhang Jie was filled with black lines. Who knows at this point? After Tang Kurson sent a message to Lin Mo, she once again looked at Zhang Jie. "Grandpa Zhang, since you sold all the silver dollars, why don't you just be a good guy and find him a seller? What do you think?" Zhang Jie smiled helplessly, but eventually nodded. Good. What a defeat. Who left himself childless at the knee? And what about Tang Kurson, the granddaughter of her best buddy? Thinking of this, Zhang Jie could only call his old friend to help Lin Mo contact the buyer. Chapter 19. There is something inside the small leaf rosewood box, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Chapter 19. There is something inside the small leaf rosewood box, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The other side. After leaving Zhang Jie's villa, Lin Mo then planned to make a trip back home first, but that's when, instead, he received a message from Tang Kuxin. He had thought it was Master Zhang who regretted it. It's understandable, though. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. Cell phones can be turned on. Lin Mo then froze. What? This box containing silver coins is worth over $1 million? Really? Lin Mo originally thought that this box, at best, was worth a few thousand tens of thousands of dollars would be marvelous. Short thoughts. Lin Mo pulled the car aside, then carefully picked up the little leafy rosewood box. I'm afraid I'll break something. However, just then, in the middle of Lin Mo's mind, a long-lost future voice suddenly came. Speaking of Elder Zhang Jie, there's one thing that has to be mentioned. That is, he used to have a collection of small leaf rosewood boxes. Because of its excellent quality, the old man cherished it very much. But later, an old friend named Zhao Reni finally bought it for $1,100,000 after some soft words. In an accident, that old friend accidentally broke the small leaf rosewood box. As a result, it was discovered that there was a secret compartment in the middle of this small leafed rosewood box. In there are a dozen top-quality cashmere sapphires. The cashmere sapphire mines, now depleted, are limited in number. A cashmere sapphire at an auction on Hong Kong Island in 15, which ended up going for $6.7 million. Its unit price, even as high as $240,000 a carat. An unprecedented record was set. And this incident is the regret of Elder Zhang Jie. As I recall, he mentioned it once on a very niche interview, as if this matter is not even known to Kurson, simply because, by the time that interview appeared, she had long been out of the country for several years. Listen to all of this. Lin Mo at this moment, feeling brain buzzing. In the middle of this box, there's something else going on? If it's true, wouldn't that be a small profit for yourself? Expectations are expectations. However, Lin Mo still planned to conduct some tests first, based on the principle of being careful. After all, he has tens of billions of dollars in assets today though. But this small leaf rosewood box in front of me is worth millions. If there were no hidden compartments or cashmere sapphires inside, wouldn't he or she have wasted the small leaf rosewood box? But how to detect it is a problem. As Lin Mo pondered, at this point, his cell phone rang. It was Tang Kurson who called. Lin Mo. Where are you now? Just now. Someone called Grandpa Zhang and said he wanted to buy his silver dollars at a high price. By the way, that Xiaoya Zitan box of yours, bring it along too. That old man said that he is willing to buy it together for $2 million. Hear that? Lin Mo couldn't help but be shocked. Then he asked, Kurson, I wonder if the person who wants to buy silver dollars is called Zhaorani. Tang Kurson couldn't help but be surprised. How did you know? Lin Mo didn't explain. Instead, he immediately gave his general location and asked Tang Kurson to come over and find him. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo's heart was overjoyed. Just because. The future voice had said that the person who bought this small leaf rosewood box was none other than that Zhaorani. And now, the other party is using the purchase of the silver coin as a reason to buy the box in the meantime. Lin Mo had reason to suspect that the other party most likely knew what was inside the small leaf rosewood box a long time ago, and the other party was worried about flipping out with Zhang Jie. So, that's why he said that he was careless before he broke the Xiaoya Zitan box. After all, literature collectors treat their collections with great care, and the box is so big, how could it be broken? It's a total cop-out. Of course, this was just Lin Mo's speculation. True or false? Wait until you see that old man Zhaorani. A bit of a wait. I can wait for Tang Kurson. So the two drove separately and headed to a tea house. Hello Grandpa Joe. Tang Kurson arrived at the tea house box and immediately saw Zhaorani. Hello, Zhaorani said flatly. And when he saw Lin Mo, to be precise, when he saw the Xiaoya Zitan box in the other party's hands, he instantly glistened with both eyes. However, he soon regained his composure, but all of this was caught in Lin Mo's eyes. Thus, he became even more convinced of his suspicions. Don, I'm so glad you guys came. Tell you what, we all have things to do. I'll get right to the point then. After I check the price of those silver dollars, we'll just pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Well, at this moment, Tang Kurson was bent on Lin Mo getting rid of those silver dollars as soon as possible, so nodded back and forth. Immediately, he urged up Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly stepped forward, and he deliberately lifted the small leaf rosewood box high. When Zhaorani saw this, his heart hung in his throat. Young man, this small leaf rosewood box, but precious things, must be gently held and put away, Zhaorani reminded. Lin Mo laughed in his heart, but in the end, he put it down carefully. Zhaorani couldn't wait to receive the Xiaoya Zitan box and then opened it. Although he was pretending to check, his eyes, however, were deadlocked on the small leafed rosewood box. Couldn't even move away from it. Grandpa Cho, how's it going? Don Corinne inquired. Zhaorani forced down his inner excitement and nodded his head flatly. Well, these silver dollars are of good quality. $1,150,000. I'll take it all. What? Tang Kurson was overjoyed in her heart. 1,100,000 apiece. 200 pieces. That's 23 million. That's a lot more than she expected. Seeing this, Lin Mo on the side couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa Zhao is really atmospheric. In that case, these silver dollars, I'll put them down. Wow. Lin Mo poured out all the silver dollars. As for the small leaf rosewood box, he didn't let go. See this, Zhaorani said lightly. Young man, I know you're short of money, and as I said on the phone before, I'm going to buy it for $2 million. At a price of $2 million. Let's just sell old Chang a favor. After all, the small leaf rosewood box in front of me, although it is in good condition and well preserved, its value is not very high. I was only thinking of taking it as a hobby. Tang Kurson, who was on the side, couldn't help but smile with joy. He was going to open his mouth. Nevertheless, Lin Mo smiled and said, since Grandpa Zhao likes it, I will sell it to you. But $2 million, I think, is a bit low. I think it's better to have at least a zero after it. What? Tang Kuxian was dumbfounded. In his heart, he muttered, is this Lin Mo drilling into the eyes of money? Or was he joking? But when he saw Lin Mo's appearance, it didn't seem like he was joking. She felt that Lin Mo must have something he hadn't told himself. And just as Tang Kurson was thinking about it, however, he saw that Zhaorani's eyes sank, but then put his heart across and said, okay, $20 million is $20 million. You give me the stuff, and then give me the bank card number. I'll have the finance transfer the money immediately. What? Tang Kuxian was dumbfounded. Lin Mo and Zhaorani. One dares to Leoneize it. One that doesn't haggle and just pays? She couldn't help but bellyache. Were these two crazy? Or was she crazy? Chapter 20 Smashing open a box of small leaf rosewood brings cashmere sapphires back into the world. Chapter 20 Smashing open a box of baby rosewood brings back the cashmere sapphire to the world. At this very moment, Tang Kurson felt like her mind was already spinning. After all, Grandpa Zhang himself said that this Xiaoya Zitan box has a high collector's value, but not worth much by itself. Even collecting them for decades won't command much of a premium. He has been collecting purely out of love, to the extent that, when he learned that Zhao Reni was going to bid $2 million, Grandpa Zhang thought that the other party had too much money to spend. But just now, Lin Mo didn't know what kind of wind he was pumping, but he even raised it 10 times again on top of the 2 million. But Zhao Reni still wanted to buy it and didn't even press the price. That's a little weird. Just when Tang Xian was uncertain, Lin Mo spoke again. Grandpa Zhang, you're willing to buy it even if I offer $20 million? Why do I feel that this small leaf rosewood box has an extraordinary significance for you? Zhao Reni was shocked in his heart. What does this kid mean by that? Did he know that the cashmere sapphire was in the box of rosewood? But it shouldn't be. It was important to realize that the reason why Zhao Reni knew about this was purely by chance. To put it simply, Zhao Reni befriended a down-and-out son in his early years. The man was originally a wealthy family man, but unfortunately, he was addicted to gambling and eventually lost all of his family's real estate and ancestral property. In the middle of a chat, he learned that the other family once had a small leaf rosewood box. That box was secretly sold by him as gambling money. Later, when his father learned of this, he beat him up and said that many cashmere sapphires existed inside that little rosewood box. The reason why I hid it was because I was afraid that he would continue to lose money, but I didn't realize that it was sold by mistake. Later, he searched hard, only to find nothing, and the other's father, directly depressed and died. Zhao Reni originally thought that these were just after-dinner talks, until a few years ago, he met Zhang Jie, and the two became friends at first sight. Once went to the other side of the home as a guest. Zhang Jie took out the small leaf rosewood box, and Zhao Reni immediately recognized that this object is the original friend sold things, simply because there is a unique logo on top of this small leaf rosewood box. Later, Zhao Reni tried to buy it several times, but was rejected by the other party. And this time, after learning that the small-leafed rosewood box had fallen into Lin Mo's hands, he was moved to do so. Zhao Reni collected his thoughts. At this moment, he was already somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Mo, but in order to get the small-leaf rosewood box and then successfully get the cashmere sapphire inside, he forced down his fire. Come straight to the point. Young man, how much is it, before you will sell me this box? Also, I'll tell you the truth. This box is a relic of one of my deceased family members, so that's why I'm thinking of buying it. I wish you could fulfill me. Also, I have a 20-year friendship with old brother Zhang Jie, so it's not a good thing if you try to screw me over and bury that friendship. Hear that? Tang Kursen was instantly anxious. After all, in her opinion, it wasn't cost-effective at all to offend Zhao Reni for the sake of a box. Lin Ma, Tang Kursen had intended to discourage it, but when he saw Lin Mo's undeniable eyes, he finally chose to shut up. Master Zhao, this box, I can sell it to you, but the price, I think you should pay. Zhao Reni was furious at this moment, but he eventually forced himself to hold back his fire. After all, he remembered what that friend had said. 20 cashmere sapphires are present amongst this small rosewood box. At today's market price of $100,000 a carat, its total value, at least 400 million Chinese dollars. Think about it. Zhao Reni immediately said. One by price, $30 million. Lin Mo shook his head. $40 million? Lin Mo shook his head again. Tang Kursen on the side couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. At the moment, she was still puzzled, but she sensed something fishy. However, this was clearly not the time to inquire about that. Tang Kursen could only choose to be a bystander. And so, over time, Zhao Reni had already raised the price to 100 million. However, Lin Mo never let up. Asshole. Zhao Reni was furious. After a short thought, Zhao Reni spoke. Kid, you've gone too far. I don't want this box, and I don't want your silver dollars, either. Keep it to yourself. With that, Zhao Reni got up and pretended to leave. Tang Kursen was instantly anxious. The money. She's in desperate need. But Lin Mo had no intention of calling out to the other party. He even opened his mouth and said, Grandpa Zhao, take your time and don't see me off. Let's take our time not to be benevolent. Hearing this, Zhao Reni was instantly speechless. After a short period of entanglement, he could only choose to come to Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo, just how much do you want before you'll sell it to me? Lin Mo smiled. I'm sorry, I'm not for sale. After saying that, Lin Mo put away the silver dollars and then left with the box. See this. Zhao Reni was helpless though, but there was no going after it. Even sneered after some thought. After all, in his opinion, if you don't know what's inside this little rosewood box, the rest of them are not likely to bid high at all. At that time, if Lin Mo was unable to sell it, inevitably, they will find themselves again. When that time comes, the pricing power, it's in your hands. I'm waiting for you to beg for it. Little Zhao Rini muttered and then left the place as well. Come outside. Tang Kerson had wanted to ask Lin Mo why he was so abnormal, but Lin Mo was incredibly serious. Ku Xin. Let's go to Grandpa Zhang's house now. Tang Ku Xin looked puzzled, but Lin Mo didn't explain too much. Instead, he asked Tang Ku Xin to drive and leave the place first. Soon, the two came to a nearby deserted place. When the car stopped, Lin Mo took out that small leaf rosewood box. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Tang Ku Xin said in disbelief. Lin Mo didn't answer. Instead, they just tossed the little leafy rosewood box high into the air. The next instant, the box of small leaf rosewood is in pieces. Lin Mo, are you crazy? Xiaoya Zitan box, worth at least $1 million. How can you say smash it? Tang Kerson's flesh ached immensely. But the next instant, Tang Kerson's face changed slightly, only because she realized that among the pieces of the box, surprisingly, there was a tiny bag. Lin Mo was full of smiles. True enough. Saying that, Lin Mo quickly stepped forward to pick up the bag. When the bag is open, a sapphire. Heck, it appeared. Tang Kerson picked one up and carefully examined it. This is a cashmere sapphire? Chapter 21, your level of picking up a leak is unmatched. Chapter 21, your level of picking up a leak is unrivaled. At this very moment, Tang Ku Xin felt her brain buzzing. She was naturally aware of what existed in cashmere sapphire. It's a good thing that comes with a price, nothing else. The price tag of at least $100, 000 a carat alone is sobering. What Tang Kerson didn't understand was why there was such a good thing in the middle of this small leaf rosewood box. Moreover, it was discovered by Lin Mo. What the hell is going on here? Compared to Tang Kerson's shock, at this moment, Lin Mo's performance was not that exaggerated, just a heartfelt sigh. Once again, he himself was carried away by the voice of the future. $10,000. Not only did he himself get 200 silver dollars, but he also got cashmere sapphires totaling at least $400 million. This, simply, is picking up the slack. After a short period of emotion, Lin Mo was, for a moment, somewhat torn. After all, these cashmere sapphires belong to the gift of Zhang Jie. If you didn't pay the money yourself, do you return it, or not? If the other person wants it back? After all, in this day and age, all blood brothers must be accounted for. There are many people who, for the sake of profit, fight to the death all the time. And most troubling of all, if Zhang Jie balked at the fact that he had stolen the box, at that time, he would likely be in trouble. And at the moment, Tang Kerson apparently realized this as well. Immediately, he stepped forward and said, Lin Mo, these cashmere sapphires, what are you going to do with them? Lin Mo didn't answer, but instead looked at Tang Kerson, obviously waiting for an answer from the other side. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ku Xin spoke her thoughts. I think, this matter, we still need to talk to Grandpa Zhang. If Grandpa Zhang wants these cashmere sapphires back, we'll return them as they are. Also, I think, that Zhao Rini surely knows about this matter. Today, he didn't get this small leaf rosewood box. He will surely go to find Grandpa Zhang to fling it. Instead of that, why don't we just turn ourselves in? Lin Mo sniffed, finally nodded. He felt that the offer was the most secure. And just as the two were seeking to go forward to find Zhang Jie and take the initiative to confess everything, Tang Kerson's cell phone was the first to ring. It's Zhang Jie's phone. Over and out. Then Zhao Rini was so quick and found Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang must be looking for trouble with us. Tang Ku Xin muttered. But a blessing is not a curse. Eventually it was just a matter of getting through. Girl, what's wrong with you guys? As soon as the cell phone was connected, Zhang Jie's slightly unhappy voice came through. Didn't I tell you before to have your Grandpa Zhao buy all the silver dollars and then you'll have the startup capital for your business? The result is good. People buy the silver dollars quickly. But Lin Mo, but the lion's mouth. Will that small leaf rosewood box raise to the sky price? Isn't this embarrassing me in front of my old friends? Facing Zhang Jie's slightly accusatory words, Tang Kerson hurriedly said, Grandpa Zhang, don't be angry for now. Lin Mo and I will go over right away. I'll explain everything to you when we get there. Hang up your cell phone. Tang Kerson spread her hands. It seems that we can only return these cashmere sapphires to their rightful owners. So the two quickly drove and returned to Zhang Jie's home again. Pushed the door in. Lin Mo immediately saw that Zhang Rini was looking at himself with a cold face. In response, Lin Mo was unimpressed. And Tang Kerson saw that Zhang Jie was still angry. She immediately stepped forward. However, there was no waiting for Tang Ku Xin to speak. Zhao Rini immediately said, Old Zhang, let these two kids bring out that little leaf rosewood box. Those silver coins, I'll take them at the price I agreed to before. As for this small leaf rosewood box, I can only bid $1,100,000. If you still recognize me as a friend, then hurry up. Otherwise, our brotherly friendship will come to an end. Zhang Jie sniffed and immediately looked at Tang Kerson. Tang Kerson had planned to say something euphemistic to keep the atmosphere from being so awkward, but Lin Mo, however, directly stepped forward and said, Grandpa Zhang, this Xiaoye Zitan box, I refuse to sell it to Elder Zhang, unless he can bid 400 million, not a word less. What? Elder Zhang was dumbfounded. Instead, Zhao Renyi directly tapped the table. Old Zhang, I know that you treat Xiao Tang as your own granddaughter, but this kid, I don't think he's worthy of being your granddaughter-in-law. This kid is so greedy, it's almost insatiable. Lin Mo smiled. Master Zhao, you're right, there are indeed some of us who are insatiable. Zhao Renyi glared angrily, and at this point, Lin Mo dropped his attention to Zhang Jie. Grandpa Zhang, now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you. The reason I won't sell this little rosewood box, it's because, in the middle of this small leaf rosewood box, there's something inside. There are secret compartments in here, and among the secret compartments, there is a batch of rubies hidden. Zhang Jie was a bit surprised, which knows that Zhao Renyi blurted out. You nonsense. This small leaf rosewood box, the existence of the obvious cashmere sapphire. What ruby? Old Zhang. This kid in. The latter words, Zhao Renyi did not finish, because he realized he was talking too much. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, Master Zhao, you really are clear about what's going on in the middle of this little leaf Seton box. Ha! You've been thinking about this box for a long time over the years, haven't you? I said how you can spare the premium. As he spoke, Lin Mo took out the bag. The sapphire inside was then neatly placed on the coffee table in front of Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie froze. Lin Mo. These cashmere sapphires, are amongst that small leaf rosewood box? Zhang Jie inquired. Seeing Lin Mo nod his head, Zhang Jie quickly took out a magnifying glass and then scrutinized it. 20 of the finest cashmere sapphires? Zhang Jie couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. After a long time, only then did Zhang Jie put it away. Then he looked at Zhao Renyi. Zhao Renyi, I didn't realize that the one who is truly greedy, is you. Ha! I said you've been coming to me for something all these years. Had to buy this little rosewood box for all sorts of reasons. So, you already knew that there were cashmere sapphires in here? Zhao Renyi wanted to say something else, but Zhang Jie said with a cold face, Take care, Zhang, don't have you as a friend in the future. Zhao Renyi was going to say something, but because of his weakness, he eventually had to leave the place. Before he left, he looked reluctantly at the bag containing the cashmere sapphire. Eventually it had to go away. Wait until the door to the room closes. A hint of a smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Jie's originally angry face. He came in front of Lin Mo. Good boy. I had thought that in this Cloud City, my level of picking up leaks was unrivaled. Didn't realize it, but you're better than me. For $10,000, you got from me the finest cashmere sapphires worth at least $400 million. Of course, the most remarkable thing is that you got these gems and didn't even think of keeping them all to yourself. And you even took the initiative to send them back. I, for one, am very satisfied with you, and I am very relieved that our family, Kerson, has someone like you. Chapter 22, Encountering the Founder of Magnesium Core. Lin Mo. This life deserves you to be rich. Chapter 22, Encountering the Founder of the Magnesium Group. Lin Mo. This life deserves you to be rich. Half an hour later, Tang Kerson and Lin Mo left Zhang Jie's house, and in Lin Mo's hand, he was clearly holding the bag of cashmere sapphires. At this very moment, each of the two had something to think about. For Don Kosen, today's events have happened in a somewhat metaphysical way. After all, one is a traveler from the future, and it also has a system plus. As a result, but do not know that this small leaf rosewood box, there are other things. However, Tang Kerson just attributed it to Lin Mo's good luck. And what he found most unbelievable was the way Grandpa Zhang treated that batch of cashmere sapphires. The other party even directly gave it all to Lin Mo. That's a whole $400 million. Just give it away? Of course, Zhang Jie gave his own explanation for this. That is, if Lin Mo hid this matter from the public, once Zhang Jie knew about it, he would inevitably do everything he could to get it back. It even made Lin Mo dump his family, but it was what Lin Mo did that made him feel that the other party was of good character. Further, Zhang Jie is already very old, but no children at the knee. Therefore, he treated Tang Kerson's mother, Yang Shui, as his own daughter. When Zhang Jie is 100 years old, all the assets must be inherited by Yang Shui. And so, Zhang Jie took it as preparing a dowry for Tang Kerson, his granddaughter, in advance. Think about it. Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, you'll have to listen to me this time. This batch of cashmere sapphires, let's find a chance to sell them all someday. In that case, you'll have 400 million in startup capital. In that case, we can do a lot of things. However, as a matter of urgency, let's sell these silver dollars as soon as possible before it gets dark. Speaking here, Tang Kerson looked seriously at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I can tell you, in the future, you have to be nice to me. If today, Grandpa Zhang isn't looking at me, you won't be able to get so much. Ah, speaking of which, my lady has suffered a loss. Aren't all boys paying for girls? How come when it comes to us, it's the other way around? I first took down Happy Fun and gave you dry shares, and now, I've helped you get 400 million in startup capital. Speaking here, Tang Kerson clenched her pink fist and said, Lin Mo, if you treat me badly, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Mo smiled. Of course I'll be good to you. No, we're just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. We haven't even started yet. The latter words were not finished. Lin Mo suddenly grimaced. Hiss, why are you still biting? Geez, you're a dog, aren't you? You really do have a violent streak. Forget it, count me in. Don't bite me. Tang Kuxin then let go of her mouth. Looking at the masterpiece he left on Lin Mo's arm, he then asked, does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. I'm heartbroken. Tang Kerson had thought that Lin Mo would be touched for a moment, but Lin Mo said in an inopportune manner, you're still biting so hard even though you're heartbroken? Fine, Lin Mo. You're jumping around now that you're rich, aren't you? See if I don't beat you up. The two fought a bit. Afterwards, Tang Kerson said with a straight face, alright, let's hurry up and get rid of this batch of silver dollars. And then take that company of yours. We need to get this company straightened out as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's too late. Lin Mo was a bit strange. What's too late? Tang Kerson naturally couldn't say that it was the system's mission that was too late. Immediately, he said, let's not talk about that. Anyway, I'll find a way to get this batch of silver dollars out first. Tomorrow we'll go back to your last company and just buy it out. But after thinking for half a day, Tang Kerson could only call Zhang Jie in the end. Luckily, Zhang Jie has a wide range of contacts, so another friend was contacted. In the end, all the silver dollars were bought for 110,000 apiece. Lin Mo looked at the newly arrived $22 million. Can't help but sigh secretly. He actually wanted to tell Tang Kerson that the company Tang Kerson had her heart set on. He had taken it himself before. As for the Department of 2048 cell phone synthesized minigames mentioned by the other party, it has also been sent by Huang Haken to form. But, because of this matter, Lin Mo and Tang Kerson went around in circles and ended up with 400 million billions. It was worth it. And at that moment, Tang Kerson guffawed. Lin Mo, you now have $22 million. I wonder how you feel. Lin Mo smiled and said, of course I'm happy, but I think it would be a good use of that money to have it and make more money. Hear this. Tang Kuxin couldn't help but smile. Dog, in this life, I will make you the richest man in the world. So muttered the mind. Tang Kerson suddenly thought of something and immediately said, oops, I suddenly remembered something. Lin Mo, you have so much money now. After you sell those cashmere sapphires, you'll have an extra $400 million. Then wouldn't I not have to sell my house in order to run Happy Fun? I was thinking that after I sold my house, I'd come over to your house to rub it in. Now it seems that my plan won't work. Lin Mo smiled. Even if you don't sell your house, you can still go to my place. Tang Kerson was originally quite moved, but immediately afterward, Lin Mo laughed. If you go, I won't have to order takeout. Besides, you keep the house so clean and my laundry so good. I can't wait for you to live in my house. Tang Kerson immediately pouted her lips. Good you Lin Mo. Are you treating me like a cooking ant? A nanny in the house? Saying that, Tang Kerson made a gesture to hit Lin Mo, but just raised his hand. A gurgling sound came. Tang Kerson said seriously, forget it, I'll remember you this time. Now, I'm kind of hungry. So, why don't you buy me dinner? I remember over on the west side of the city, there's a new buffet hotpot that's been on sale lately. The original price is 188. It's only 58. Lin Mo laughed. You've said it all. I have some funds now. Don't I still have to treat you to a good meal? Tang Kerson smiled. There's no need for that. When you become a billionaire in the future, you can invite however you want. After saying that, the two of them drove their respective cars and went straight to the hot pot buffet. Just after getting off the bus, Lin Mo saw that the hot pot restaurant was bustling with activity. Quite a few people were sitting outside waiting in line. Lin Mo and Tang Kerson also joined the team. They were going to be patient. And that's when a young man with long hair, sunglasses, a plaid shirt and a backpack was suddenly pushed out by a middle-aged man person. Boss, I've got this takeout software that will help you reduce the pressure on your booth. Moreover, we have specialized delivery staff. And those customers who don't want to go out, order on the platform and have it delivered to their doorstep. This software, which is easy to install and costs you nothing. Not waiting for the other to finish, the middle-aged man immediately said impatiently, "Go away." I said no, don't keep me from my business. As he turned around, he muttered, "What Magnesium Group takeout? Trying to trick me into downloading? How can I possibly believe that? As soon as I download it, my phone will definitely get a virus." Hear this. Tang Kerson's heart fluttered. Magenta takeout? Could it be that this spectacled little brother in front of us is Wang Xing, the founder of Magenta Takeout? So muttered. Tang Kerson couldn't help but glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo. In this life, you deserve to be rich. This splash of riches is coming at you head on. Chapter 23, throwing $30 million at taking down the Magnesium Core. Chapter 23, throws $30 million at taking the Magnesium Group. At this very moment, Tang Kerson was inwardly surprised and delighted. Simply because, the person in front of him is the future founder of the Magnesium Group with a market capitalization of trillions of Chinese dollars. As I recall, Magnesium Group, when it was founded, was benchmarked against those online shopping sites. Its main focus was on movie tickets, hotel bookings and the like, and it wasn't until 2013 that it started to launch a takeaway service. In the beginning, because the investors felt that the site had a strong future, therefore, invested heavily, and in just 2 years, it's really done a lot. But nay, at that moment, the real estate industry belongs to the blowout industry. On the contrary, the Magnesium Group benefit is good, but it is far less profitable than real estate. So several investors gradually withdrew their capital. Of course, the trigger for this conflict is precisely because Wang Xing feels that he has invested a lot over the years but has gotten little in return. So he's opened up a whole new platform focused on takeout. And more than that, he's going to build the delivery team. However, Wang Xing was full of confidence. And when he went forward to raise funds with investors, he was rebuffed by them. In the end, they parted ways with each other, and the Magnesium Core nearly died. Well, later, Wang Xing pulled in a brand new investment, and since then, Magenta Tuan is riding high, far beyond the hungry takeaway. As I recall, his market capitalization after 10 years, after going public, the total market capitalization has been close to $1 trillion, belonging to a major giant in the internet industry. While Tang Kerson was pondering all this, at this moment, that Wang Xing was looking disoriented. He sighed. Then, it was time to get out of here. Seeing this, Tang Kerson immediately said, "Lin Mo. A woman's intuition tells me that little brother with glasses is not simple. Let's see. Why don't we get him over here and talk? Maybe, some windfall? I'd be quite interested in that American takeaway of his." Hearing this, Lin Mo had intended to say something. Nevertheless, at that moment, a voice from the future suddenly came from the middle of his mind. "It's one of the great regrets of my life when I mentioned Magnesium Group takeout. At first, when both my parents died and my family was falling apart, my college roommate was heartbroken and was going to pull me through. He was, at the time, an executive at Magneto Software. He called me and told me that Magnesium Group has a great future, and if I join now, maybe I'll get dry shares when the company goes public. In time, there will be an annual dividend. It's just a shame that I don't think much of the software. So it was rejected outright. Later, Magnesium Core successfully went public with $1 trillion market capitalization, and my old classmate rose through the ranks to become one of its top executives. Every year's dividend, there are $10 million. Simply envious of people. It's a pity that it's useless to regret now. At first, it was me who clearly rejected people, and how can I have the face to, once again, look for each other? Hear this. Lin Mo had a heart that trembled viciously. What? This magnesium cluster has such great potential? In the future, can it become $1 trillion market capitalization presence? If that's true, then you really can't miss such a good opportunity for yourself. Granted, he doesn't know what's going on with Magenta Takeout right now, but if you enter the game at this time, by then, won't this $1 trillion market capitalization enterprise be in your pocket? Think about it. Lin Mo took a deep breath and forced down the excitement within him. Then before that Wang Xing got on his own bike and left, he stopped the other party's way. "This gentleman, I wonder if you have time for a chat?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. Wang Xing was, at the moment, still immersed in the blow of being kicked out by his boss just now. Naturally, there was no idea of small talk. He smiled. "Sorry, I'll do it another time. I have things to do," said the man, intent on sparing the other. Lin Mo didn't stop him this time, but said indifferently, "Chances are sometimes so coincidental. I don't know. The Magnesium Group takeout, what's going on right now?" But perhaps, I can solve the immediate problem? Wang Xing stopped in his tracks. He looked deeply at Lin Mo in front of him. The other person was found to be very young. From what he was wearing, he didn't look like a rich man either. Think about it. Wang Xing had planned to politely refuse, but at that moment, Lin Mo smiled and said, Mr. Wang, think of it this way, if I'm lying to you, you'll only waste a few minutes at most. But if what I'm saying is true, put in the money so you can make this software bigger and better. No matter how you count it, you don't lose. Wang Xing briefly pondered, finally nodded. 10 minutes later, inside a nearby restaurant box, Wang Xing succinctly stated the current situation of withdrawal faced by the Magnesium Group. He then sighed. The situation, that's what it is. I intend to lead a full transformation of Magenta, focusing on the takeaway industry and, in the future, accommodating retail, community services and more. It's just a shame that a few of my investors, however, had their eyes on real estate and, therefore, made excuses to pull out. Lin Mo nodded slightly, then asked, I wonder, nowadays, how much money do you need to be able to fill this gap? Wang Xing looked deeply at Lin Mo, then said, at least $10 million. Wang Xing's words fell. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, was shocked. Holy crap, no wonder those investors are pulling out. Open your mouth for $10 million? You know, the exchange rate of the US dollar today is 6.22. $10 million, that's 62. 2 million Chinese dollars. That's an astronomical amount of money. Inwardly sighing, Tang Kerson glanced at Lin Mo without a trace. Then he said to himself, Lin Mo, don't let that number scare you. Put $10 million into it and you can take down the magnesium core. A sure thing. Anyway, you still have more than 20 cashmere sapphires in your hands. And once they're sold, it'll be $400 million. An investment that must be taken. As Tang Kuxin pondered, Lin Mo, however, smiled and said, $10 million? Wang Xing thought Lin Mo was hesitating. Nevertheless, in the next second, Lin Mo turned his words around and said, let's do it this way. Up front, I'll give you $30 million, so feel free to toss it around. Anyway, I'm very optimistic about the software and I believe in your abilities. What? Wang Xing thought he had heard wrong. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, was also looking at Lin Mo with bated breath at the moment. I'll go. This vigor of Lin Mo's is simply terrifying. $30 million, that's 6 million Chinese dollars. How did Lin Mo dare to invest like that? Tang Kerson was inwardly shocked. Chapter 24, Bull Market. Speculate. Must speculate. Make more money. Chapter 24, Bull Market. Speculate. Must speculate. Make more money. At this very moment, it's not just Don Kosin. Even Wang Xing, who was a party to the incident, found it a million times unbelievable. But then, he kindly laughed. Mr. Lin, don't you dare joke with me. $30 million? I'm afraid you can't come up with that. Can you? Lin Mo seemed to be guessing that the other party would suspect him. He took out the pen and paper he had with him and wrote down the company that Huang Kachin was working for. Then said calmly, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. You're ready for the contract. When the determination is complete, the money will arrive immediately. I still say you can't trust me, but maybe there's a 1 in a million chance? Plus, it doesn't seem to be doing me any good if I make fun of you. Wang Xing pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Good, Mr. Lin. I hope that tomorrow, we will not see each other. Wait until Wang Xing left. Only then did Tang Kerson speak. Lin Mo, are you playing for real, or are you joking? Lin Mo looked seriously at Tang Kuxin. What do you think? Seeing the other party's unwavering eyes, Tang Kuxin didn't say much. Instead, he muttered, looks like those cashmere sapphires of yours are going to have to come out soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid you can't get that much money. Also, Lin Mo, we have limited startup funds. So, in the future, it's better to refer to the market capitalization of their companies and make acquisitions. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough money for you to squander. Lin Mo laughed in his heart. I wonder if this girl would still say that if she knew that in her account, she had 10 billion Chinese dollars. Never mind. I'll be honest. If I can't, I'll just say I won the lottery before. After all, it's weirdly heartbreaking to see this girl running around trying to raise money for me. Think about it. Lin Mo said seriously. Kuxin. I have something that I need to tell you. Actually, well, I have some money on hand. A total of. Not waiting for Lin Mo to finish. However, she saw Tang Kerson pull out her cell phone and dialed Zhang Jia's number. Grandpa Zhang, I'm sorry to bother you so late. On my side, I'm in a bit of trouble. So, I wonder if your old man could help by selling these cashmere sapphires. What? You really have a doorway? It's just too good to be true. Tomorrow, I'll send you this shipment of sapphires. But, well, thank you so much indeed. Hang up your cell phone. Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, there's no need for you to be in a hurry about the funds. I've just told Grandpa Zhang. He has promised to transfer $200 million to you first, and then he will help you to sell this cashmere sapphire. Its price may be far beyond the market price. When the time comes, the $200 million deducted from this money. Lin Mo heard this. It would be impossible not to say that it was moving. After all, he and Tang Kerson had met for only 3 days when counting, but the other guy put himself in his place. No wonder, says the heart from the future, that the other is the treasure girl. Lin Mo had already decided in his heart that if he and Tang Kerson really had that fate, he would never live up to it in this life. After all, failing such a nice girl would surely get you struck down by heaven. A lot of emotion. Lin Mo looked deeply at Tang Kerson. Kerson, you're so good to me. I'm really. Tang Kerson hurriedly said, Lin Mo, don't be in a hurry to be melodramatic first. You hurry up and send me your bank card. I'll have Grandpa Chang transfer the money. Lin Mo didn't talk nonsense and directly gave himself another bank card. Less than 10 minutes. Lin Mo then received the message that $200 million had arrived. Lin Mo secretly lamented. This old man, he's really a god. But, Lin Mo was not the kind of person who knew that he would not repay his kindness. He had already decided in his heart that if he had the opportunity in the future, he would return this favor to Zhang Jie. As for Tang Kerson, he could only spend the rest of his life being good to the other person. Other than that, he couldn't really find a way to return the favor. And at the moment, Tang Kerson also received a call from Zhang Jie. After determining that the funds from Lin Mo's side had arrived, she didn't breathe a sigh of relief, but instead fell into a deep thought. The current funding issue, though, has been resolved, but we can't keep relying on Grandpa Chang. Although, Grandpa Zhang doesn't ask for anything in return, I can't be a person without a conscience. Looks like I'm going to have to do some planning. It's only fair to let Lin Ma make money off of money, and make some fast money at that. But nowadays, there are not many doors to make quick money. Bitcoin cannot hold now. Even if you buy it is a long-term gain, and the price of one is too high. This can only be considered later. And besides this, there is also soccer. But, in my previous life, I didn't buy this at all. I only know that the national soccer team loses every battle. The only thing I can count on is speculation. So muttered the mind. Though lol. Tang Kerson's eyes lit up. Yeah, I can speculate. As I recall, it was a bull market after July 14. The Shanghai Stock Exchange Index has soared all the way to 500 points. From the original 2,000 points. A wild ride. It lasted close to a year. During this period, even the grandfather at the village entrance, as well as the aunt who sells vegetables, have downloaded the speculation software, fearing that they will miss this rare opportunity to become rich. Unfortunately, after June 15, the stock market crash hit, and some people were happy and some people were sad. But now, it's a rare opportunity. Speculation. Must speculate. Tang Kerson had already made up her mind in her heart. And that's when a mechanical sound suddenly came from Tang Kerson's hopeful father system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the side quest. The host can obtain stock market intelligence by continuously completing tasks. This side mission, limited to 10 days. Does the host accept? Tang Kerson was instantly thrilled. Accepted. It must be accepted. Ding! Side quest activated. Hearing this, Tang Kerson's heart blossomed with joy. System, I have to say, you're pretty reliable sometimes. Kagome, what are you thinking? Lin Mo looked at Tang Kerson and said. Tang Kerson smiled. It's nothing, Lin Mo. When tomorrow, we take down that company you're with, and then sign with Wang Xing, and after we take down his magenta troop, we'll start to think about how to make quick money on our own. Lin Mo sniffed and said with interest. Making quick money? Tang Kerson had planned to say that she would take Lin Mo to speculate on stocks, but he quickly thought of something and immediately said. Lin Mo. Now, we have some funds. When the time comes, that high man will show you how to buy stocks. We're going to rely on what's left over. And money begets money. And then we'll have more capital to go into more industries. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Your words, they coincide with my thoughts. However, how to make money out of money? We need to plan properly. As for now, let's eat first. Chapter 25 2048 Synthesis Minigame Project launched. Rewarding a 100% good luck experience card. Chapter 25 2048 Synthesis Minigame Project launched. Reward 100% good luck experience card. Blink. It's already the second day. Early this morning, Lin Mo was still sleeping when he heard a knock on the door come. He immediately went to open the door and saw Tang Xin standing outside. Curson, it's only 6 o'clock, why are you here so early? Lin Mo yawned. Well, you can stop complaining, we've got a lot to do today. She shook the bag with breakfast in her hand and then said, why don't you hurry up and wash up? After breakfast, we're going to make a trip to Grandpa Zhang's house first. After handing over that batch of cashmere sapphires to Grandpa Zhang, so that he can help sell them, we'll have to go to that company you had before. Subsequently, we also had to sign an agreement with Wang Xing to take that Magenta Group software. Lin Mo smiled helplessly. Xin, you're really quick-tempered. Tang Xin didn't say anything, but in his mind he muttered, can I not be in a hurry? We're in desperate need of funds. Let Grandpa Zhang help sell the gems earlier, so we can get the capital for speculation earlier. As I recall, since 2 o'clock this afternoon, the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index, which had been flat, suddenly showed a small rise, and after that, it starts to pull up, so let's not miss this opportunity. If you get in early, you can make more money. Of course, Tang Curson naturally couldn't say. Instead, he pretended to be impatient. Are you listening to me? Lin Mo smiled. Your tone of voice is a bit like my mom's. Seeing that Tang Curson didn't reply, Lin Mo could only quickly wash up and then change his clothes. By the time Lin Mo came out, Tang Xin had already set up breakfast, even tea eggs, shelled. Lin Mo quickly stepped forward, picked up a donut and nibbled on it, and at this time, Tang Curson broke the tea egg open, then looked at Lin Mo and said, here, open your mouth. Lin Mo's mouth opened and Tang Curson directly stuffed the yolk into the other's mouth, and Lin Mo could only eat helplessly. Seeing this, Tang Curson laughed with satisfaction. That's really good. In the future, you eat the yolk, I'll eat the egg white. Let's split the work. 10 minutes later, the two ate and drank. Lin Mo drove Tang Xin and headed towards Zhang Jia's home. Lin Mo, I'll wait for you in the car, and after you give the cashmere sapphire to Grandpa Zhang, we'll set off for your last company. To this, Lin Mo naturally had no problem with it. Come to Zhang Jia's home. Just saw the old man practicing Tai Chi in the living room. Kobayashi, you're here? Zhang Jia said smilingly. Grandpa Zhang, I'm here to give you the cashmere sapphire. Lin Mo placed the sapphire on the table. Well, I'll find you a seller as soon as I can and negotiate a good price with you. You go about your business. But Lin Mo didn't go. Instead, he smiled and said, Grandpa Zhang, I have an ungrateful request. Can I please ask you? Zhang Jie looked at Lin Mo. What is it? Lin Mo immediately stepped forward and told the truth. Zhang Jie froze, then laughed. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. You boys have a conscience. This child, Curson, I'm completely relieved to have someone like you. In this case, I'll take care of it. Lin Mo hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Get back in the car. Tang Curson curiously said. Lin Mo, why did it take so long to send something? Lin Mo smiled. It's nothing. Let's go to that company I was at before now. So says the mouth. However, Lin Mo was somewhat amused in his heart. I wonder, how would Tang Xin behave when she saw the surprise she had prepared for him? Half an hour later, Huang Hakkan's company arrived. The moment. It's not even 8 o'clock. Many employees, however, came to the office early to clock in, and Huang Hakkan, at the moment, was standing outside the company. When he saw Lin Mo, Huang Kachin immediately greeted him. Of course, because Lin Mo had explained in advance. Huang Kachin did not say anything about Lin Mo being the owner of this company. You are the ones who are going to buy this company of mine? Huang Kachin asked in a pretense of politeness. Tang Curson smiled, then pointed at Lin Mo and said, Boss Huang, hello, the one who wants to acquire your company is this Mr. Lin Mo. With that, Tang Curson immediately said to Lin Mo, next, it's up to you, don't forget what I explained to you. Lin Mo naturally knew that what Tang Curson was talking about was the matter of forming a cell phone software department. He nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I've taken it all to heart, but what are you doing while I'm off talking about the acquisition? Tang Curson smiled. Of course I'm here waiting for Wang Xing to show up. Let's talk to each other and meet up later. In this regard, Lin Mo naturally had no problem with it, and then, glanced at Huang Kachin, and Huang Kachin immediately understood. Tang, let's do it this way. I'll arrange a lounge for you, and at that time, when the people arrive, just chat there. When Huang Kachin finished arranging, he immediately took Lin Mo and entered the company. Coming to the office, Huang Kachin kindly smiled and said, Boss, I did well just now, didn't I? Lin Mo snickered. Well, you'd probably win an Oscar if you went into acting. Huang Kachin laughed, and then said, Boss, What's going on in this drama today? Doesn't Ms. Tang know about your situation? Lin Mo shook his head and said, indeed I don't know. However, there are a lot of inside information here, so don't ask too much about it. You'll know when you have the chance in the future. As for now, let's get down to business. Let me ask you, how's the cell phone department coming along? Hearing this, Huang Kachin was instantly excited, and then he took out a business plan. Lin Mo opened it. The line 2048 synthesis trivia game jumped out at me, and below that, the idea of the development of this software, as well as some future planning issues. Seeing this, Lin Mo was somewhat stunned. He looked to Huang Hakan, and Huang Kachin hastily said, Boss, don't get me wrong. I'm not that capable. These were finalized by old Zhang as well as his colleagues in the small mobile game development department, who stayed up all night last night and went through several revisions. This program, as long as you sign it, can be implemented immediately? Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately took out a pen and quickly signed. Old Huang, in the future, something like this, you can just sign directly, and when you turn around, talk to me again. After all, I won't only come to the company occasionally. This company, it's still up to you to take charge. And remember, once this software is developed, a direct bonus will be paid. In this way, it can make colleagues more motivated. And on top of that, it can stimulate colleagues in other departments. In this regard, Huang Kachin naturally did not have any comments. Immediately with this plan, to the cell phone game department, began to produce 2048 synthesis game. Lin Mo, on the other hand, because he was thinking about Wang Xing's Magnesium Group software, immediately got up and left. When Lin Mo arrived at the lounge, at this moment, Wang Xing and Tang Kerson had finished talking. Lin Mo, you came just in time. I've read the contract drawn up by Mr. Wang Xing, and it's fine. Next, as long as the capital injection is made, and then the acquisition agreement is signed, this Magnesium Group software is yours. Lin Mo sniffed. It was a moment of amazement. Kagome, you're so efficient, aren't you? Lin Mo marveled. Don Corinne smiled, but the mind muttered, it has to be efficient. Anyway, this Magnesium Group software, as long as there is enough financial support, Wang Xing will definitely be able to revitalize this software. When the time comes, just wait for the right time to go public, and you'll be fine. Think about it. Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo and said, I've taken care of my side. On your side, how's the situation? Lin Mo smiled and made an okay gesture. Tang Kerson was overjoyed in her heart. And that's when the voice of the system came out in a heck of a way. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The novice quest is complete. The 2048 minigame program has been launched. Reward the host with a 100% good luck experience card. This experience card is for Lin Mo's use only. The gains made between 10,000 and $1 billion. Chapter 26, is the bull market really coming? Open an account and prepare for the big one. Chapter 26, is the bull market really coming? Open a stock account and prepare for a big day. Hearing the system's voice, Tang Kerson was overjoyed. Great! The dog system can be a human being. But what's this 100% good luck experience card? Anyway, how come there's an income range? Forget about it. This is something that can be looked into later. Anyway, if you come across the right opportunity to make money, just go straight for it. As Tang Kuxin pondered, Lin Mo had already taken the agreement from Wang Xing's hands, and after double-checking that it was correct, he immediately signed it. And then, Lin Mo glanced at the other party's folder. Wang Xing, can you show me what's in here? Wang Xing naturally had no problem with it. After Lin Mo took it, he began to read it. What he found in it was a plan for the future of the software. Magnesium Core. Within 2 years, grow the takeaway industry globally. Form a specialized platform to create more jobs for people. In the 3rd to 4th year, start building warehouses across the country and then do community service. Year 5 to year 6. Lin Mo read it line by line. A thumbs up. Wang Xing, I have to say, your ideas are very heavenly. These plans, if they can be accomplished, I'm afraid, Magnesium Core, this software, will soon be able to ride in the dust. Lin Mo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wang Xing smiled. Boss, these plans, they were written by Ms. Tang. I, on the other hand, was going to just focus on growing the takeaway business, and as far as anything else, I had no ideas for the time being. But now, after reading this, I have a blueprint sketched out in my mind, and next, I just need to implement it. Lin Mo sniffed and looked at Tang Kuxin incredulously. The heart secretly praised it. Kuxin, I didn't realize that you have such a good business mind. Ha! Tang Kerson lightly hummed. That's not true. Don't you see who I am? Lin Mo laughed. Okay, you're the best, okay? Tang Kerson's small mouth pouted. It's good to know. Seeing this, Wang Xing, who was on the side, was embarrassed. He really didn't want to be so forcefully stuffed with dog food. The mind boggles. However, Wang Xing's mouth said, Boss, if it's convenient, shall we sign now? In this regard, Lin Mo naturally did not have any opinion. 1 minute later, the two men finished signing, and Lin Mo didn't say anything, directly leading the other party to the bank. The funds, as stated in the contract, are then credited to the other company's account. Wang Xing was overjoyed in his heart, while in his mind, he was instantly grandiose. With this funding, he can naturally take the plunge and go for it. Wang Xing left, and Lin Mo had planned to take Tang Kerson to find a tea house to drink tea and talk about future plans in the meantime. But Tang Kerson, however, had a look of excitement on her face, just because, in her ears, came the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the side quest, helping Lin Mo acquire magnesium dough. System rewards, 2 stocks for future moves. Is it extracted? Tangku Xin immediately said in her mind. Extraction. Extract immediately. Ding! Congratulations host. Extraction successful. Next moment, an interface that only Tangku Xin could see appeared. Tangku Xin opened it. The mind was appalled. That's a table detailing the next few days of gains for both stocks. At this moment, Tang Kerson was thrilled in her heart. Great, Lin Mo. You're going to be rich, you know? But soon, Tang Kerson became depressed. Simply because, nowadays, Lin Mo has directly transferred $186 million because of the acquisition of the Magnesium Group. In the other side's bank card, there's only $10 million left. The money, obviously, is nowhere near enough. I also don't know about Grandpa Zhang's side. How is it? Tangku Xin secretly muttered. And that's when her cell phone rang. It's Zhang Jia's phone. What? Grandpa Zhang. That batch of cashmere sapphires sold out smoothly? The money has been transferred to Lin Mo's account? Good. Just great. What? After deducting the 200 million you made last night, there's 331 million left? Grandpa Zhang, you are truly my savior. Hang up your cell phone. Tang Kerson immediately looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo opened his cell phone and saw the news that $331 million had been credited. Tang Kerson was overjoyed in her heart. Immediately, he said, Lin Mo, right now, you don't care about anything. You go home at once. Then, open a stock market account online. Lin Mo couldn't help but froze when he heard this. He had intended to inquire, but instead of explaining, Tang Kerson said with incomparable anxiety, be sure to remember what I said. The bull market is coming. If you can take advantage of this opportunity, the $331 million you have in your hands could very well turn into 500 million or more. Of course, how to buy and sell such things is speculation. I don't know. Anyway, you go back first. The high person I recommended to you will surely tell you. As for me, I'm going to make a trip to Grandpa Chang's. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't understand, Tang Kerson explained, Grandpa Zhang has helped us so much, and now, with such a good opportunity to repay, we naturally can't miss it. Lin Mo looked at the other man strangely. What makes you so sure that the bull market is coming? Tangku Xin didn't explain. She couldn't say that she was from the future and had a system to add to it. Could she? But it was good that Lin Mo didn't ask too many questions. Seeing the other party's fervent look, in the end, nodded his head with certainty. Lin Mo had planned to send Tang Kerson to Elder Zhang's side, but it was rejected. Thus, Lin Mo could only quickly drive home. And that's when Wilson rang out. Cohort Financial Assistant 1, I give you 10 minutes time. Hurry to register a good speculation account. Next, I will give you a form. You follow what I said. In the specified time nodes, by those 2 stocks. Remember, how much money into how much. I must take you to make money. Read all about it. Lin Mo was a bit incredulous in his heart. It's still the same. Tang Kerson talked to this so-called high person in front of her. How is it concluded that a bull market will follow? Though, Lin Mo has no experience in stock trading. But yet, you also know what a bull market is from a bear market. In '07, there was a bull market. And since then, the stock market has been in a turbulent phase, with a majority of bears. But today, instead, Don Corbin concluded that a bull market was coming. Where is it still? Just as Lin Mo was muttering, Prestige rang again. Coxin Financial Assistant No. 1, I know what I just said. You will be skeptical, but believe me, nowadays, the central bank cut interest rates. This is a sign of the arrival of the bull market. In short, must believe me. Lin Mo still didn't know how to answer. And just then, In his ear came the voice of the future. It's sad to think back to the bull market that started in July 17. It was a crazy time. In that period, even the grocery shopping moms are using their cell phones to register software to speculate on stocks. Randomly buy. Can make money. All pots full of money. But I missed it perfectly. If I hadn't been deceived by Feng Chanxian, I would have sold the house and must have made a small profit. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Hear this. Lin Mo's heart was shaken to the core. A bull market that is actually coming? His eyes showed determination. Himself. He had to make a move. Think about it. Lin Mo immediately replied up. Good. I know. I am now. Immediately registered speculation account. Chapter 27 Use the 100% good luck experience card to help Lin Mo earn another billion? Chapter 27 Use the 100% good luck experience card to help Lin Mo earn another billion? 10 minutes later. Lammer, I have successfully opened an account. Coxin financial assistant no. 1, very good. Now, I will give you 2 A shares. Their curve charts, I will send you. Remember, must be at the lowest price of the bottom, and then the highest price of the time to sell. A message followed from the other side. Lin Mo opened it. The heart goes straight to the good guys. Here's a graph of the 2 stocks. It is clearly labeled when the lowest price is and when the highest price is. Even the prices are clearly labeled. Lin Mo was skeptical about the authenticity of this form though. But yet, he is convinced of what his future heart says. Further, just wait for the time on the stock and then compare them to make it clear if it's true or not. So, next time, Lin Ma kept his eyes on the computer. Wilson, on the other hand, beeps from time to time. Lin Mo could only keep responding to Coxin financial assistant no. 1, and promised that he would definitely buy these 2 stocks in strict accordance with the other party's form. Of course, while there was still time, Lin Mo quickly filled in the relevant specialized words on the internet. It's a good thing that Lin Mo has good comprehension skills. After understanding the general rules, he then turned his attention and landed on the 2 forms. 1 analysis complete. Lin Mo suddenly said, if I follow the instructions given to me by this high person, $331 million of capital, it's perfectly fine to increase it by 1.6 times. But this gain, it seems to fall short of my expectations. Lin Mo naturally had the backbone to say this. After all, 300 million can be astronomical, not to mention to ordinary people, even to those ordinary businesses. But nowadays, Lin Mo, after tasting the sweetness of Poki's soccer and making tens of billions of dollars wildly, he naturally can't look at these small profits. And after some research, Lin Mo suddenly had a flash of light. The first stock that has a small upside or downside, I'll buy it at the original price. And once I was sure that the increase on this form was real, the next thing I knew, I leveraged up my position tenfold. After this profit is made, I'll just use my tens of billions of dollars. It's going to be a big game. As he said this, Lin Mo secretly sighed. The idea, after all, was a little crazy. Of course, the reason why Lin Mo was so desperate wasn't that he had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Truly, he was ambitious enough now. And next, one needs to invest in many more projects. Tens of billions of dollars sounds like a lot at first glance, but if there are a few more projects like the Magnesium Group, with a future market value of over $1 trillion, this amount of money will be completely insufficient. Money begets money. Then use the money earned to invest it. So that's the way to go. Time, minute by minute, passed. Just arrived at 1 p.m. Lin Ma then dropped his attention to the first stock. As the K-line refreshed, Lin Mo's heart jumped hard, simply because he realized that the real-time price on it was exactly the same as the price of the table sent by Coxin financial assistant no. 1. This, Lin Mo was shocked, but at this moment, it was obviously not the time to think about that, so he quickly bought close to $100 million in stock. Next, just wait until the market opens tomorrow and sell them all. A bit of muttering. Lin Ma has started eyeing a second stock. 1 hour later, Lin Mo directly bought the other 200 million or so, all of it as well. Do all that. Lin Mo immediately snapped the photo and sent it to Tang Xin. After doing so, Lin Mo was relieved. Because of the long period of mental concentration, Lin Mo was very tired, and immediately after simply eating 2 pieces of bread, he fell asleep. And the other side, Tang Xin's spare cell phone. After receiving the photo sent by Lin Mo, her heart burst into dark joy, and that's when Zhang Jie, who was sitting in front of the computer, couldn't help but say, "Girl, $200 million of stocks. I've already finished buying them according to your request. Next, what am I going to do?" Tang Xin smiled and said, "Grandpa Zhang, next, you should eat and drink. Just wait for tomorrow and dump those stocks. I've taught you how to sell off. I've taught you several times, so you should know, right?" Zhang Jie smiled. This I certainly know. I have a question. Though, you girl, you've never seen you play with stocks before. How come now? You know so well? Also, I've often heard that the stock market is risky and you need to be careful when investing. So I'm really worried that I'm going to blow this $100 million down the drain. Tang Kerson said with certainty. Grandpa, just don't worry. You'll know when tomorrow comes. Zhang Jie waved his hand and said, Girl, I know. You're planning to return the favor I did for Lin Mo. But let me make it clear. I'm only speculating on the stock this one time. And when it's sold off, no matter how much I make, I'm not buying it. Tang Xin secretly laughed. Then he said, if you can endure it, I naturally have no problem with it. However, Grandpa Zhang, let's make a deal. If you're really interested in stocks, don't buy them indiscriminately. Everything, do as I say. Zhang Jie bristled. What? You don't believe in Grandpa Zhang's fixation. When I say I won't buy, I definitely won't buy. Tang Kerson didn't continue to argue with the other party, but smiled. Grandpa Zhang, this side is no longer my business. So, I'll go first. Zhang Jie sighed. Hey, the child grew up, and when he got a date, he forgot about me as his grandfather. Tang Kerson said evenly. Grandpa, I also want to eat dinner with you, but I really have something going on right now. After saying that, Tang Kerson immediately left. Her words, naturally, were not perfunctory to the old man. Rather, it's really important. Simply because, nowadays, all of Lin Mo's funds have been used to buy stocks. But he felt that a few $100 million was not enough. Lin Ma needs more money. And at the moment, that 100% good luck experience card given by the system is still unused. Tang Kerson intended to think about how she could put it to good use. Get back in the car. Tang Kerson took advantage of the occasion of starting the car and immediately inquired. Tuzi, let me ask you, this 100% good luck experience card, how should I maximize the benefits? Ding, the system cannot answer. Tang Xin was helpless. After a short thought, he immediately said, then I will change my method of inquiry. You're talking about proceeds in the range of $10,000 to $1 billion. This gain, before or after taxes. Ding, all earnings stated in this system are after-tax income. Hear this. Tang Xin secretly laughed. He then asked, so let me ask you again, what would happen if the returns exceeded the range you mentioned? Ding, this system is childish, and after using the good luck card, more refunds will be made, and still in a reasonable and legal way. Tang Kerson got the answer she wanted and instantly had an idea. And then, she quickly closed the system interface before muttering, Lin Mo. This time, this young lady will help you earn another billion. After saying that, Tang Kerson drove and went straight to Lin Mo's house. Chapter 28, Crazy, right? $500 and you want to pry up $1 billion jackpot? Chapter 28, Crazy, right? $500 and you want to pry $1 billion from the jackpot? Lin Mo was woken up by Tang Xian's knock on the door. He got up and quickly opened the door. Just saw Tang Kerson with a fiery look on her face. Kagome, what's wrong with you? Lin Mo wondered. Tang Kerson said evenly. Lin Mo, don't say anything. Go, hurry downstairs with me, said directly taking the other's hand. Lin Mo was a bit confused. I haven't washed my face yet. Tang Kerson immediately said. Then why don't you hurry up and go? 2 minutes later, Lin Mo finished washing his face. Then followed Tang Xin downstairs, but it turned out to be outside the lottery station downstairs. Kagome, you woke me up on fire and went out just to come to the lottery store? Lin Mo wondered. Tang Xin didn't explain, pulling each other into it. Little brother, you're here? The lottery station owner could see Lin Mo and immediately smiled. Apparently, the last time the other guy won $1 million in scratch-offs, it was still fresh in his mind. Lin Mo smiled and nodded with the other party. And at that moment, that boss looked at Tang Xin. This one, is she your girlfriend? Tang Kerson sniffed and couldn't help but look at Lin Mo expectantly. Lin Mo didn't let the other party down and directly nodded his head. That boss laughed and said, it's different when this man is rich, ha. He found such a beautiful object so quickly. Lin Mo was not happy in his heart. After all, Tang Xin didn't know about her own money. In Tang Kerson's impression, her previous self, apart from this house in the neighborhood, didn't have any other properties that she could take out. Boss, I'll admit it when you say my girlfriend is pretty, but I'll contradict you if you say she's with me because I'm rich. After all, this amount of money, in my girlfriend's opinion, is nothing. That boss sniffed. Nothing on the surface, but he scoffed in his heart. And at this moment, because of Lin Mo's domineering defense of himself, Tang Kerson was in a good mood. So she didn't say much and instead said, Lin Mo, let's hurry up and get down to business. After saying that, Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo. Now, you hurry up and think of a string of numbers, and then we buy the double color ball. If I remember correctly, it seems like the maximum price for one bet is 5 million, right? Remember, you just pick random numbers and follow your instincts. You just buy 250 bets. As she said this, Tang Kuxian glanced at the boss, obviously pointing the finger. Of course, Tang Kerson chose this number because, on the way here, she had counted it. If the highest single prize is $5 million for 250 bets, the revenue, after taxes, would be just shy of $1 billion. So much for maximizing the benefits of that 100% good luck experience card. And at this moment, Lin Mo was still a bit confused. Is Don Kosen fooling around? You're going to let yourself use $500 to pry $1 billion jackpot? How is that possible? Lin Mo. Trust me. Just pick whatever you want. Tang Kerson said. Lin Mo finally nodded at his words. Anyway, $500. It's not much, so consider it a contribution to a good cause. Thinking of this, Lin Mo immediately asked the boss for a pen and paper, then wrote down a line of numbers. Boss, buy 250 bets. Scan code. Print. Get the lottery ticket. One and done. What Lin Mo didn't know was that while he was getting the lottery ticket, Tang Kerson was quietly using that 100% good luck experience card. Ding! The good luck card has been used. Tomorrow, the system will refresh the new quest. Please wait and see. Host, hear this. Tang Kerson's heart secretly rose in anticipation. And that's when she suddenly had a sudden thought. Immediately, he glanced at the numbers on Lin Mo's lottery ticket. Then said, Boss, why don't you give me a few bets on the same? That boss sniffed and naturally didn't have any comments. But in his mind, he didn't give a damn. After all, the lottery is not soccer. There is no telling how many ways it can be combined. He didn't think that Lin Mo's randomly chosen numbers could hit the jackpot. However, these he naturally kept to himself. Opened the door to do business. And one is willing to fight and the other is willing to fight. However, just as the lottery store owner was printing the tickets for Tang Kerson, then the printer, which was working fine, suddenly jammed. What's going on? That boss was a little confused, and Tang Kuxian seemed to have thought of something. Couldn't help but sigh in secret. Holy crap! This system, it's weirdly remarkable. I can't believe there's this way to stop me from printing lottery tickets. But, if I'm right, if I print it out successfully, there will be all sorts of mishaps that will prevent me from winning. 2. Forget it, I'd better honestly be the woman behind Lin Mo. A mumble finished. Tang Kerson suddenly remembered her previous incident of providing stock information to Zhang Jie. System, will I help Grandpa Zhang speculate on stocks? Don Corinne inquired. Ding, please don't worry host, because you are a first-time offender. Therefore no punishment will be done this time. Furthermore, what the host did was to help Lin Mo return a favor. It was justifiable. Next time. Hearing this, Tang Kuxian couldn't help but cry and laugh. Originally, Tang Kerson was still thinking of helping her mother make more money with the help of the system. For now, it seems that the only way to get rich is for Lin Mo to get rich first. The first to get rich leads to the second to get rich. Ma'am, I'm sorry, I think this printer is broken. The owner of the lottery store checked it out and couldn't help but say, it's okay, since it's broken, it won't be printed, and for the money I just paid, I won't refund it. I'll buy a scratch-off for fun. Hear this. The lottery store owner laughed. Okay, which one do you need to buy? I recommend Point Break. You saw the banner outside, right? Last time, it was your boyfriend who won $1 million when he bought 2 Spot the Gold scratchers from me. What? Don Corinne was a little surprised. Lin Mo won $1 million on a scratch-off? What kind of coy luck is this? Suddenly, Tang Kerson remembered Lin Mo saying earlier that he actually had private money. Is that what this refers to? A bit of muttering. Tang Kerson didn't say much, but randomly chose a scratch card of equal value. Unfortunately, it didn't win. Come outside the lottery station. Tang Kerson sighed in her heart. After all, in his previous life, Lin Mo didn't have the matter of winning $1 million from scratching. Could it be that it was my appearance that changed Lin Mo's fortune? Is that why he was able to recognize his ex-girlfriend fishing for girls before I showed up, and hit the $1 million jackpot in the process? Never mind. Don't dwell on that. Saying that, Tang Kuxian looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, the lottery will be open tonight. These lottery tickets, you must keep them safe. This is your chance to get rich. With that billion, you can do more. Lin Mo smiled without saying anything. Kuxian, do you really think I'm bursting with luck? It's a lottery. It would be odd if you could win by choosing random numbers. While saying so, Lin Mo put the lottery ticket into his wallet. After all, what if it does hit? Thinking that, the two left the place, and at that moment, inside the lottery store, that owner was repairing the printer. But then the printer somehow got better. That's odd, that boss muttered. And then, in the midst of contemplation, why don't I play one for a lottery ticket too? I'll take 5 bets, maybe it's a hit? Think about it. Then the owner started printing it up. But bizarrely, the printer broke down once again. What the hell is going on here? That owner was puzzled, tried a few times, and eventually, gave up on the idea. Chapter 29, Surprise from Future Mother-in-Law. Introducing a new investment program. Chapter 29, Future Mother-in-Law's Surprise. Introducing new investment projects. 10 minutes later, in Lin Mo's house, Tang Kurson, at this moment, was tidying up inside the house. Lin Mo, tell me about you. I haven't cleaned up for just one day. And the house, it's in such a mess. How in the world have you gotten by all these years? Tang Xin muttered. Forget it, you're a man of great deeds. I won't be overly critical of you for such trivial matters of life. Lin Mo sat on the sofa, seeing Tang Xin nagging like a little old lady, but he didn't get angry. Instead he found the other party's behavior very cute. Of course, Lin Mo wanted to help too. However, she was directly pressed down on the sofa by Tang Kurson. It was even thoughtful to wash the fruit for him. Unable to help it, Lin Mo sighed. Thinking back to before, he faced the other Chanxian, always a licking dog posture. And what's even funnier is that the other guy always looks like he's looking down on himself. How in the world did you get larded up and talk to each other for so long in the first place? However, Lin Mo also knew that if it wasn't for that failed relationship, he wouldn't have warmed up his feelings with Tang Xin so quickly. Half an hour later, Tang Kurson has been busy. Seeing that Lin Mo is eating an apple, immediately, he took a handful and then took a bite. That's sweet, Tang Xin said vaguely. Lin Mo said helplessly, there are still apples in the fruit plate. Why are you eating mine? Tang Kurson looked at Lin Mo. Don't be stingy. I have a small mouth. I can't eat much. Lin Mo was speechless. Is this a small mouth thing? Seeing Lin Mo like this, Tang Kurson couldn't help but say, Lin Mo, let me ask you, before that lottery store owner thought I was looking at your money and you defended me. And, when people ask me if I'm your girlfriend, you just nod your head. Tell me, do you have a crush on me? Lin Mo's old face blushed. The mind belabored up. Is that a direct question? You're not answering? So it's considered a default? Humph. I knew it. My lady is naturally beautiful. How can you not like me when I'm good looking, and have a good temper, and keep the house so clean? Lin Mo secretly laughed. Let's see. You don't call Don Kosin. Why don't we just call the king's wife? Selling yourself short. Tang Kurson lightly grunted. Good you Lin Mo. How dare you mock me? You say, I'm wrong about that? Seeing Lin Mo's silence, Tang Kurson immediately stepped forward. But I slipped on my feet and almost fell. Fortunately, Lin Mo reacted in time and directly wrapped his arms around the other party's waist. The two just stared at each other. Tang Kurson's small face was already red, and her heart was even more deer in the headlights. And Lin Mo, too. Atmosphere. Momentarily ambiguous. Kagome. Lin Mo had wanted to speak, but Tang Kurson simply closed her eyes. See this. Lin Mo had wanted to kiss up, but just then, Tang Kurson's cell phone rang. She got up immediately. This time, I realized it was my own mother calling. Hey, Mom is really too. She didn't call earlier or later, but came at this time. Almost kissed. Get on the phone. Yang Shue's voice came immediately. Good daughter. Sorry for interrupting your date with Lin Mo. Tang Kurson didn't have the good sense to say, Mom, since you know you're interrupting, you're still calling me? Yang Shue said helplessly. I can't help it. Okay, down to business. I'm at the Canal Hotel now. You guys hurry up and get over here. On my side, I have a surprise for you two little ones. Tang Kurson's little face flushed. Mom, what little two? We haven't gotten there yet? Yang Shui lightly laughed. Good daughter. Your old mother came from your age. So, I get all that. Well, enough of that nonsense for now. You guys hurry up. This surprise is guaranteed to please you. Put away the cell phone. Tang Kurson glanced at Lin Mo. My mom asked us to come over. Said she had some kind of surprise. Lin Mo naturally didn't have any opinion on this. However, there was some worry in his heart that Aunt Yan was looking for trouble. Granted, Aunt Jan is on good terms with Mom, but Aunt Jan was unaware of her own situation. And these past few days, Zhang Jie had helped himself quite a bit, and Aunt Yang definitely knew that. If the other party found fault on the pretext that he was wool-gathering from Elder Zhang, he would be in an awkward position at that time. Forget it. If Tang Xin is bent on being with me, I'll just show my cards. Never be looked down upon by your future mother-in-law anyway. Thinking so, Lin Mo simply packed up, then got into Tang Kerson's car and went straight to Yuncheng Hotel. Just get off. A waiter came over immediately. Both of you, Ms. Lin is waiting for you in the box. Please follow me. The moment. Inside the box, Yang Shui is answering the phone. Okay, just go straight into the box when you get here. I'll wait for you. Hang up your cell phone. Yang Shui looked at Lin Mo with a big smile. Xiao Lin, you look a lot better after not seeing you for a few days. Come on, sit down. Wait until the two are seated. Tang Kerson suddenly reached out. Mom, you just said you prepared a surprise for us. Can you take it out now? Yang Shui smiled mysteriously. This, you guys will know later. Tang Kerson asked again. Didn't you say you were having dinner with the two of us? I heard you on the phone earlier, and it seemed like someone was coming. Mom, did you get a boyfriend? Yang Shui didn't have the good sense to say. Girl, what are you babbling about? Kobayashi's here, so don't be uncovered. The words are gone. Yang Shui looked at Lin Mo. Then with an air of gravity, he said, Lin Mo, your grandpa Zhang has already told me everything. You're quite capable. Tang Kerson's face changed drastically. She had thought that her old mom was accusing Lin Mo. Seeing this, Yang Shui hurriedly said, Daughter, Xiao Lin, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to taunt. I'd say it's amazing that you guys were able to find the hidden cashmere sapphire from amongst that little rosewood box. After all, if this thing really falls into the hands of that Zhaorani, your grandpa Zhang won't be heartbroken to death? Lin Mo sniffed and secretly sighed in relief. And at this moment, Yang Shui continued, Xiao Lin, don't worry, 500 million, although it's not a small amount, but your grandfather, Zhang, is sitting on billions of assets, so since it's given to you, just take it. However, there is an ugly word I can say up front. You don't want to sit on your asses just because you have this money. It's wise to take the money and invest it. Tang Kerson hurriedly said, Mom, Lin Mo and I know this, so don't nag. Yang Shui sighed. AI. It's true that children grow up so quickly. They dislike mom's nagging. Tang Kuxian had wanted to say something else, and at that moment, there was a knock on the door from outside. As the door to the room pushed open, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Daughter, come, let me introduce you. This is your distant cousin's uncle, named Cheng Wei. He's currently working on a cell phone software called TikTok. However, there is a shortage of funds at the moment, so I'm going to introduce you guys to each other and see if you can invest. Hear this. Tang Kerson was secretly amazed in her heart. What? The founder of Tic-Tac-Toe, which created a total market capitalization of nearly $20 billion in the latter part of his life, turned out to be his distant cousin. And at the same time, Lin Mo froze, simply because, in his ear, came the voice of the future. Chapter 30, $600 million. Take Tic-Tac? How can you have that much money? Chapter 30, $600 million. Take Tic-Tac? How can you have that much money? TikTok, which is a highly promising software. Speaking of its founder, Cheng Wei, that's a remarkable figure. I remember, in 14 years, Cheng Wei started a difficult business, but the good thing is, under its East and West, got the first investment. In August of the same year, it began public testing in Shanghai, striking the first step of online taxiing. In the beginning, its main focus was on high-end cars for travel, and then it gradually became civilianized. However, since Cheng Wei resigned as its president, there has been a lot of tawdry maneuvering behind the scenes, especially in times of tension. Going public in magnesium. How arrogant you were before and how ridiculous you were when you delisted. For this reason, they almost fell off the altar. If they keep their original intention, protect user data and work hard to maintain data security in China, I am afraid that the market value will at least triple on top of the 42 million Chinese dollars. I remember, at that time in 15, the other party even approached me and asked me to work for their company. However, I know that was arranged by Tang Kerson's connections, only because Cheng Wei is a distant cousin of Tang Kerson. Speaking of which, I regret it. For the sake of the future, what's the so-called dignity? Plus, that's the job Tang Kerson arranged for me. As long as I'm good to her when I'm developed in the future, isn't that even a return? Listen to the voices of the future complain. At this moment, Lin Mo felt his brain buzzing. This tic-tac-toe taxi software can have such a terrible market capitalization, and still doing a series of tawdry premises? If you can avoid these in advance, wouldn't the market capitalization in the future really be raised quite a bit, as the future voice said? For a while, Lin Mo's heart became excited. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, didn't know what Lin Mo was thinking, but after knowing Cheng Wei's identity, she already had the idea in her mind of letting Lin Mo into Tic-Tac. After all, Who's too rich for money? As for the argument that you can't chew more than you can chew, it's even more ridiculous. Lin Mo was just being a shirker anyway. All he needs to do is keep injecting money and get a handle on the big picture. Tang Kurson was thrilled in her heart, but on the surface it was an effort to act calm. Immediately, he stepped forward and said, "Hello, cousin uncle, this is your first time meeting. Please give me more guidance. Come on, let's sit down and talk about it while we do." At this moment, Chang Wei naturally looked very formal because he had a request. Seeing this, Yang Shui immediately said, "Chang Wei, Xin and Lin Mo are your juniors. Just say whatever you guys want. You're more than welcome to say what you have in mind." Hear this, Chang Wei kindly laughed. "Then I'm not polite." With that, he took a file out of his briefcase. Lin Mo and Tang Kurson immediately looked at it. As for Lin Mo, although he had heard quite a bit of future intelligence from among the future voices, but there was no rush to show it. On the contrary, Tang Kurson was frowning. "Don, what's wrong?" Chang Wei inquired. "What's wrong with this program I have?" Tang Kurson shook her head, then said, "Cousin uncle, according to the current market trend, this program of yours, naturally, doesn't have any problems, but your strategic vision, I think, is a little narrow. This program of yours, it's aimed at high-end car trips. I don't think that should be the case. After all, a piece of software comes out to serve the public. So, I think we can think out of the box and grow Netflix across the country, and then create a safe, reliable and convenient travel environment." Hearing this, Chang Wei was secretly surprised. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Tang Kurson would be able to conduct such a profound dissection just by looking at the program once. As for Lin Mo, who was on the side, he was obviously also shocked by what Tang Kurson had said. "Chang Wei, Xin shouldn't have said something wrong, right?" Seeing that several people were silent, Yang Shui tentatively rounded off the conversation. Nevertheless, in the next moment, Chang Wei suddenly laughed out loud. "Kurson, originally, my cousin said for me to approach you guys for investment. I think it's a bit hasty, but now it seems I was overthinking it. You young people really do think much more clearly." Speaking of this, Chang Wei got up and solemnly apologized. "I'm sorry, both of you. The program you just saw is just the initial version." Saying that, Chang Wei took out another program. Lin Mo and his duo looked at it again. At this look, Tang Xin's eyes were glowing. Chang Wei laughed. "Xin, that previous proposal, I also think it's too limited. And this second proposal, it took me a full month to come up with. I thought that I was already powerful enough. But in front of you, it's a bit small." Tang Kurson modestly said, "Cousin uncle is too kind. It's just a coincidence." After saying that, Tang Kurson looked at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, you're the investor. I wonder, what are your thoughts on this proposal?" Lin Mo smiled and said, "This program is great. It can be implemented." And then, Lin Mo looked at Chang Wei and said, "Uncle Chang, I don't know. What is your future outlook on the software? Tic-tac? Or the plan? For example, where will it be promoted? When will it be available? And how will it be monetized?" Facing a series of questions from Lin Mo, Chang Wei spoke eloquently, very detailed. However, when it comes to going public, Chang Wei doesn't say much. Instead, he looked at Lin Mo and said, "Little Lin, I wonder, when do you think the listing time should be set?" Lin Mo smiled. "The listing time, naturally, depends on the current situation. And what I'm trying to say really is that we, as Chinese, need to act in the interests of China. So, no matter when you go public, you can't do anything harmful to the Chinese people. After all, water can carry a boat and it can also overturn it." Chang Wei couldn't help but be silent at his words. Eventually a heavy nod was given. Tang Kurson, on the other hand, secretly sighed. "I'll go. Lin Mo's words have simply spoken to my heart. The current Huaxia is not the weak country it was back then, but a world power, with all its people united. Many enterprises in later generations still have the inherent thinking of the previous ones, either make moves to humiliate China or are directly arrogant, and, in the end, have no choice but to withdraw from the Chinese market. And this tic-tac from Uncle Chun almost fell off the map because of some safety issues." These words of Lin Mo's just now, I was going to find a chance to say them, but now that Lin Mo has said it, I think Uncle Chang will definitely keep it in his heart. After all, as a Chinese company, the patriotic heart, never less. If you lose, sooner or later dig your own grave. As Tang Xin pondered, Lin Mo smiled and said, "Uncle Chang, I wonder, how much capital do you need?" Chang Wei held out a finger and said, "At least $10 million. Lin Mo laughed. "In that case, I'll give you $600 million. I'll continue to inject money later if I need to. We are going to make this tic-tac-toe the pride of the nation. What? Chang Wei was confused. Yang Shui was dumbfounded. And Tang Kuxin was confused and stupid. She immediately said, Lin Mo, are you crazy? Where do we have $600 million? Right now? You take that as a figure of speech? Tang Kurson was completely speechless. Chapter 31. More money. 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 Chapter 31. Much money. The Great Pokey Scheme begins to start. Shaolin, now that we're talking about investment, you can't be joking. Yang Shui immediately rounded up, and Chang Wei kindly smiled. Shaolin, I appreciate your kindness, but, for now, I just need $10 million. When Tang Kurson heard this, she still muttered in her mind. After all, Lin Mo's current capital, apart from investing in a few companies, the rest, all of it, was in the stock market. Even if Lin Mo succeeds in selling them all on the next trading day, he will still get $500 million at most, plus the $1 billion from the lottery redemption. That's not enough at all. Lin Mo, what the hell are you thinking? Seeing a few people like that, Lin Mo smiled confidently. Uncle Chang, I'm really not joking. I said $600 million in capital, not a penny less. And I, for one, have a few months' request, and that is, that you run this company. Then, under the premise of serving the country and the people, this software will be promoted to the whole of China, and even the whole world. There is also the fact that since we are making software, in the future, there are bound to be many user registrations, so it is important to protect the security of the user's data. Part of that $600 million, of course, is for the acquisition of navigation software. I think that since it's travel, all the user behavior, it's on the web, planning routes and then predicting trips, not taking detours, good service, all of that, inextricably linked to navigation software. In addition to this, it is also necessary to open up the channels for cell phone payment, such as Weixin, a certain PayPal, or even cell phone net banking payment. All of these need money. Wait until Lin Mo finished. Chang Wei didn't say anything. Yang Shui, on the other hand, was in the clouds. As for Tang Kurson, she was no longer acting like she did just now, but was analyzing Lin Mo's words. Eventually, a dark nod. It seems that Lin Mo isn't talking nonsense. All of the ones he talked about really need to be fought through. And it's not cheap. The acquisition of navigation software, in particular, will require a significant outlay. Plus there's a lot of upfront advertising bashing that goes into it as well. Still, I think $600 million is too much. But, this time, Tang Kurson didn't question, but patiently waited for Lin Mo to finish his sentence. And at this moment, Chang Wei couldn't help but look at Lin Mo one more time. He had thought that Lin Mo was just a young man who was not deeply involved in the world, but after the deep dissection just now, he realized that the other party was deeply hidden. And that's when Lin Mo spoke again. Uncle Chang, the funding issue, it's settled. Tell you what, when you get back, draw up the contract first. We'll do the signing in 3 days. Of course, before we officially sign, we can draw up an alternative agreement, and I'll give you $10 million in advance to get the company up and running. Hear that? Chang Wei was delighted in his heart. Soon the waiter brought the menu. After a few people ordered their food, they began to make small talk, but Tang Kurson, however, always looked preoccupied. After all, that 100% good luck experience card has been used up, and the next thing you know, the system's mission hasn't been released yet. Tang Kurson really couldn't imagine how Lin Mo could increase this 5 billion Chinese dollars to $600 million in 3 days. $600 million. When converted, that's 7 billion Chinese dollars. Tun Chan, next, I can only expect you to give it your best. As Tang Kurson muttered. However, he did not know that Lin Mo was emboldened. 3,700 million Chinese dollars. That's quite a lot indeed. But Lin Mo now had tens of billions of dollars, so he naturally wasn't worried. Furthermore, using $7 billion to pry up a $400 billion market, 100-fold return, a sure thing. But Lin Mo naturally wouldn't sit on his hands. Utilizing this funding is a last resort. And Lin Mo's real purpose was to plan to pry the leverage on tomorrow. 1 hour later. That's a good way to finish the meal. After bidding farewell to Yang Shui as well as Chang Wei, Lin Mo, what exactly do you have in mind? Where are you going to get over $2 billion in 3 days? And even if you do, what are you going to do if you come across another suitable project in the future? When the time comes, it's going to be a stretch. Lin Mo smiled confidently. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Anyway, just wait and see. Tangku Xin didn't say anything. Instead, after a moment of silence, he smiled and said, Lin Mo. Then I'll send you back first. About the money. Think about it slowly. Half an hour later, Tang Kurson sent Lin Mo downstairs in the neighborhood. After seeing Lin Mo onto the elevator, Tang Kurson immediately dialed Zhang Jie's number. Grandpa Zhang, I'm really sorry for disturbing you so late, but I have an emergency on my side. After some narration, Zhang Jie on the other end of the phone was confused. Holy, this brat, he's playing really big. A software whose future situation is unknown has the audacity to invest $600 million directly. I have to admire this boldness. There was a pause. Zhang Jie said, Girl, this matter, I understand. However, the capital I can currently work with is only 1 billion Chinese dollars. But don't worry, your grandpa Zhan will help you guys get the money together even if he oohs and ahs out of this old face. After all, our granddaughter-in-law wants to start a business, so I must support it. Hear this. Tang Kurson was on the verge of being moved to tears. In his heart, he had already decided that after Lin Mo rose to power, he would definitely return this heavenly favor. Without any worries, Tang Kurson drove off at ease. The other side, Lin Mo returned home. It was 8:30 at the moment. He quickly washed up. Then I sat down in front of my computer, pulled out the 2-color lottery ticket I bought this afternoon, and waited patiently. In the blink of an eye, 9:15 arrived. The time for the 2-color lottery has arrived. When refreshing the page, Lin Mo quickly checked the numbers. The winning numbers, it turns out, are exactly the same as those on the lottery ticket. Lin Mo double-checked it, after confirming that it was correct. The whole thing was dumbfounded. To know, when Lin Ma bought a lottery ticket in the afternoon, he really picked the numbers as he went along. He had no hope at all of winning the lottery. After all, in his opinion, the probability of buying a lottery ticket and winning the jackpot was even lower than being struck by lightning. Results available. Lin Mo muttered secretly, Is this, like, my luck? However, I do wonder why Kurson only bought 250 bets when the winning amount, after tax deduction, was exactly $1 billion? Hey, if I had known, I would have bought more. A mumble finished. Lin Mo once again glanced at the winning numbers as well as his lottery ticket before carefully putting it away. And at this point, Tang Kurson's phone call came through. Lin Mo. Congratulations, $1 billion in hand, Don Corinne said with a smile. Also, I have good news for you. On Grandpa Zhang's side, $3.5 billion have been raised. I can tell you that for the $600 million you promised, Grandpa Zhang made a lot of phone calls. The money, early tomorrow morning, will be in your account. Hearing this, it was impossible for Lin Mo to say that he wasn't touched in his heart. Of course, with funds coming in, Lin Mo was naturally nonchalant. After all, one's big pokey project was about to kick off, and the more money one had, the better, naturally. Chapter 32:10 Bullish Stocks, 10 times leverage, all pokies. Chapter 32:10 Bull Stocks, 10 times leverage, all pokies. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lin Mo had just woken up when he received the message that his bank card had arrived with $3.5 billion. He made no waves about it. After all, the money has to be paid back. Of course, the reason why Lin Mo wanted to accept the money was to return Elder Zhang's favor as soon as possible. Granted, the other party had helped himself one after another for Tang Kurson's sake, but one must know one's way around. However, now is not the time to dwell on that. He quickly shuffled. Then he prepared the relevant things, such as ID card, bank card, etc., and set foot on the high-speed train to the provincial capital. Arriving at the Provincial Sports Lottery Center, it was just 9 o'clock, and Lin Mo was naturally familiar with the place because it was the third time he had been here. So, less than half an hour, Lin Mo was then done with his work. After simply eating something, Lin Mo once again boarded the high-speed train for the return trip. Time's up. Lin Mo glanced at the time. Immediately, I pulled out my computer and sold the first stock. Smooth sell-off completed. Lin Mo started to operate a second stock again. 10 minutes later, following the message of $1 billion arriving, on Lin Mo's cell phone, there was another message of $500 million of funds arriving. See this. Lin Mo had planned to take the funds in hand and continue to buy these two stocks. After all, in half an hour there will be a brief drop in the stock offered by whatever that high priest is. And then, it went up steadily. If Lin Mo had bottomed out at that time and then waited for tomorrow's opening to sell at the highest price, then you can get at least 50%. That means that for an investment of 10,000, you can get 5,000 in return. And that, or the premise of not using leverage yourself. And if one can leverage 10 times, then 10,000 will yield 50,000. However, For Lin Mo to put all his money into these two stocks at once with all 10 times leverage. He really doesn't have that kind of confidence. After all, if there was the slightest fluctuation because of one's entry, even if it fell by a fraction of a point, the loss, too, would be enormous. Forget it, you can't put your eggs in one basket. I have to play it safe. A bit of muttering. Lin Mo decided that he would first put $1 billion and use it to invest in these two stocks, then buy with 10 times leverage. So, half an hour later, the price of the first stock began to fall back, and Lin Mo, following the table that the high man had sent him, bought at the lowest price. At the moment, his heart was pounding wildly. However, when he saw that after the lowest price, it started to rebound, Lin Mo put his heart down. This was followed by a second stock, which also showed a downward trend. Lin Mo did as he was told. Do all that. Lin Mo began to calculate the distribution of the remaining funds. It made him guilty for a moment, but just as Lin Mo muttered, at this point, the future voice in the center of his mind suddenly sounded. Bull market. Bull market. If I chose to enter the game at that time, I'm afraid that now I would have already had a considerable value, right? As I recall, the day after the bull market appeared, 10 stocks, all of them, began to rise like crazy. Among them, to Sherlon Heavy Performance is the most prominent, the annual increase, but also to a staggering 610%, and a few of the remaining stocks, such as Wachovia Aurora, have also had amazing performances. The weird thing is that these stocks, during the first 3 days, have steadily risen. Many shareholders, thinking that it will go up and then plummet in 3 days, have been busy selling, but as it turns out, this is just the beginning. If I had $100, 000 and then spent $10, 000 on each stock, 10 times leverage, and sold at 10 a.m. on the next trading day, I could all easily make $800, 000. By the way, because of this incident, which I regretted a million times, the lowest price of those stocks, I remembered. The lowest price for Sherlon Reloading is, hear these. Lin Mo has long been eager to take out a pen and paper and began to write down the name of the stock as well as its lowest price. Soon, all 10 stocks were memorized by Lin Mo in a small notebook, and then he started staring at the speculation software. Next moment, Lin Mo was secretly horrified, simply because he realized that the share price of Sherlon Heavy Duty was declining, and its price, surprisingly, was exactly what the future voice had said, even down to the decimal point. Lin Mo saw this, immediately began to operate. Soon, $1.4 billion of funds, by Lin Mo with 10 times leverage, all bought, and the next time, Lin Mo couldn't take his eyes off of it and began to check it over and over again. However, whenever the stock price of a stock that he had written down came to the price in the book, Lin Mo quickly made a move. So, until Lin Mo bought them all, the high-speed train also happened to arrive at the station. Lin Mo at this moment, it was like a relief. He had a lot of anticipation in his mind. After all, he himself, at present, had already invested all of the remaining $15 billion in the stock market, in addition to the 62.2 million Chinese dollars he had promised to Chung Wei. Once successful, the 15 billion, then, grows to 1,170 billion. The stock market is horrible. It's no wonder so many people, in a bull market, get in at the expense of their families. This is really a big gamble. Crazy, just crazy. Lin Mo secretly sighed in his heart. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo arrived outside the high-speed train station. Because he had reported his trip to Tang Kurson in advance, he saw Tang Kurson's figure when he came outside. Lin Mo, how's it going? Everything going well? Don Corinne inquired. Lin Mo nodded. And the stock you bought yesterday, did you sell it? Tang Kuxin inquired. Then smiled. I can tell you that the $100 million that Grandpa Zhang invested yesterday has already reached $1.6 million. However, Grandpa Zhang, being the person he is, feels that stocks will increase his blood pressure, so he doesn't plan to continue buying them. Lin Mo sniffed and just casually responded. Seeing this, Tang Kishing looked at Lin Mo. She had a delicate mind, so she asked, Lin Mo, what's wrong with you? Lin Ma stammered. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. In the end, Lin Mo took a deep breath and said, Kurson, the $3.5 billion of funds that Grandpa Zhang lent me, plus the $1 billion from the lottery, and the $500 million that I just got, all of it I put back into stocks. What? Tang Kurson looked at Lin Mo with incomparable consternation. Which stocks did you buy? Lin Mo replied, I used $1 billion of those funds to buy the 2 stocks recommended by that high-profile person, and on top of that, I bought 10 other stocks. Saying that, Lin Mo took out the book, then handed it to Tang Kuxin. Tang Xin immediately took it. There was a moment of confusion. Inside, it's already a shock. I'll go. What kind of vision does Lin Mo have? These 10 stocks are the top 10 bull stocks of 14, especially this Sherlon Heavy Duty, whose share price was raised 6 times at the end of the year. The remaining 9 stocks, too, did not perform well. A thought. Tang Kurson looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, $5 billion. You invested all of it? Where did you get that from? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, a voice in the middle of my mind told me, these 10 stocks are not doing well and are bound to make a big profit if I buy them, so I'm just throwing my hat in the ring. Tang Kurson naturally didn't hear the deeper meaning in Lin Mo's words. She grinned and said, so, did the voice tell you to just leverage it tenfold since you're looking at it? Tang Kurson's words were meant to be snarky. Nevertheless, Lin Mo nodded seriously and said, Xin, you're right. I'm really a 10 times lever pokey. Chapter 33, the first mobile game goes online and breaks through 30 million downloads in half a day? Chapter 33, the first cell phone game is online, breaking through 30 million downloads in half a day? What? Lin Mo. You're not kidding, right? $5 billion and you're all 10 times leveraged? Tang Kurson stared blankly at Lin Mo. Inside, it was already turning over. Of course, for those 2 stocks she recommended, Tang Xin naturally wasn't worried. After all, those 2 stocks, after today's highs, will see a small dip though. But then, it was a steady rise until the opening of tomorrow's session, when it fluctuated again. Therefore, Lin Mo, with 10 times leverage, bought at a low price and only needed to sell at the opening of tomorrow's market. Naturally a steady profit. These 2 stocks, 10 times leverage, naturally, is not a problem. But for the other 10 stocks, Tang Kurson couldn't make up her mind. All she knows is that it's 10 bullish stocks to hold for the long haul. Originally, Tang Kurson was still thinking that she would start getting into these stocks later when Lin Mo had enough money, aim for a small profit later, but the exact rise in these bullish stocks is not at all known to her. And 10 times leverage, although the return can be considerable, but the risk is also multiplied. Once it continues to increase okay, but if the increase of the fall reaches 10%, it will force a blowout. It's a blood loss. Lin Mo. You're too impulsive. Do you realize that if you do this, you might? Tang Xin said with a helpless face, almost cried in a hurry. Once suffered a blowout. Lin Mo not only lost his money, but may even be burdened with heavy debts. This is killing me. Lin Mo, why are you so impulsive? Would you have at least told me about it before you bought it? Or, it's okay for you to seek counseling from that higher power. Bite the bullet and buy it yourself. The consequences are horrible. Seeing each other like this, Lin Mo was secretly happy in his heart. It's a good thing I didn't tell the other side. One does not put 4 billion into those 10 stocks, but 14 billion. I'm afraid that if Tang Kurson knew the truth, she would be so scared that she would have a heart attack. Kagome. I know I'm a little crazy with this move. I'm also aware that 10 times leverage magnifies risk while delivering high returns, but I feel that if I miss this opportunity, in the future, I won't be able to make so much money at once. At the moment, we are starting a business and are in desperate need of capital. Of course, the most important thing is that I trust my instincts. Tang Xin was speechless. But think about it. Mistakes have been made. It's useless to say anything more about yourself. Thus, Tang Kurson could only comfort herself. Forget it. Anyway, Lin Mo invested $1 billion into those 2 stocks recommended by the system. And it's still 10 times leveraged. So as long as we sell tomorrow, we'll be at $6 billion. That's a blessing amongst misfortunes. Thinking of this, Tang Kurson muttered in her mind, Tuanzi, is there any way you can help me? All I ask is that the 10 stocks chosen by Lin Mo rise smoothly next. Nothing else. Ding. Unfortunately, this system can only provide information, not change the situation. Dawn Corinne. She was filled with helplessness. In the end, I could only say, forget it. Instead of counting on this unreliable system of yours, it's better for me to pray in my own heart. Seeing that the other party was preoccupied, Lin Mo was much more open-minded. After all, after these few times, Lin Mo trusted future heartbeat 100%, and in order to keep Dawn Cosin from getting into a dead end, Lin Mo could only change the topic. Xin. Don't think about this for now. Anyway, I've poked and prodded. It's no use dwelling on it. Plus, maybe my intuition worked and I made a killing this time? For now, let's just ask Uncle Cheng out and get the agreement signed to take tic-tac. Tang Kurson bristled. That's all that can be done nowadays. Soon, Tang Kurson drove Lin Mo away. When he arrived at Huang Haken's company, he found Chang Wei waiting in the lounge. Kobayashi, Kagome, you guys are here? seeing Lin Mo appear, become, who was sitting in front of the computer, immediately put down the pen and paper in front of him, then got up to greet him. Uncle Chang, I'm sorry, you're in a hurry, aren't you? Lin Mo said smilingly. His eyes, however, fell on the book in front of the computer. Uncle Chang, what are you doing? Chang Wei smiled awkwardly and said, it's nothing, I'm speculating on stocks. Isn't this a bull market coming? I'm bullish on 10 stocks, so I'm putting my family money, all of it, into it, and, still, twice the leverage. The words fell. Tang Kerson and Lin Mo looked at each other, and then Tang Kerson said, cousin uncle, can you write it, and show it to me? Naturally, Chang Wei had no problem with this, and when Tang Xin took a look, there was a moment of confusion. The 10 stocks on this table are, surprisingly, identical to those 10 bull stocks. Exactly. Also, Chang Wei bought at the lowest price. Tang Xin found it unbelievable, then asked, Uncle Cousin, are you leveraged twice on every stock? Aren't you afraid of losing money? Chang Wei smiled and said, I'm very optimistic about the potential of these 10 stocks, and I have a friend who told me that these 10 stocks have the stock god, Buffett, secretly in the game, so it must be steadily improving. After a pause, Chang Wei laughed bitterly. If I didn't have insufficient funds and didn't dare to take a risk, I'd be thinking about a tenfold pokey. But think about it, stocks are fine to play around with, but if the funds are all hedged, it could be a problem. Tang Xin smiled on the surface, but inside, he had been too shocked to speak. What? The stock god Buffett actually got into these 10 stocks? With him around, the market value of these stocks, it's bound to keep going up. I'll go. Uncle Chang dared to do so because of the gossip, but Lin Mo, however, directly 10 times leverage pokies, and still accurately hit the stocks that Buffett is looking at. Could it be that Lin Mo has a talent in stock speculation? However, Don Kosin didn't care about the reason. In short, because of Chang Wei's words, a heart hanging in the air of hers was gradually put down. After all, that Buffett is known as the god of stocks because of the other side's investments, which are basically a sure thing. Have him get into these 10 bull stocks. Lin Mo makes money. Naturally, steadily. Half an hour later, Lin Mo briefly negotiated with Chang Wei. When the agreement was signed, Lin Mo immediately let Huang Kachin side, the 62.2 million Chinese dollars, money transferred to Chang Wei's public account. Seeing this, Chang Wei was so ambitious that he immediately said that he would immediately conduct a public beta test and then start promoting it. Who knows? Just as Chang Wei was planning to leave, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Wang Haining calling. Boss, Happy Fun was publicly tested in the early hours of last night. Its downloads, after being promoted online, have surpassed 30 million. What? Hearing this, Lin Mo was delighted in his heart. In half a day's time, the number of downloads of Happy Disappearance has exceeded 30 million? Happy Fun Fun Fun. Is it starting to take off so soon? Chapter 34, Great Investors, Sharp Market Insights. Chapter 34, Great Investors, Sharp Market Insights. At this moment, Lin Mo was cheering inwardly. He even thought of the picture of the little game Happy disappearing, dominating the charts for years to come. However, Lin Mo didn't let the joy go to his head, but thought calmly. Eventually, an idea came to mind. Little King. The initial results of the game are certainly something to be happy about, but you have to remember, if you want a small game that thrives, you need good content in addition to creativity and breakthroughs. Wang Haining on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, Boss, don't worry about it, I'll definitely not forget my original intention. Now, though, I've come across a nagging thing, that is, how to turn a profit, and I've thought of 2 ways to do that now. First, just recharge and then give away stamina. The second is that users watch ads, but, at the moment, they're not pulling well. Lin Mo sniffed. After a short thought, Lin Mo suddenly laughed. Wang, I think, for now, don't think about the revenue. Your 2 revenue options, both of which are fine, are not something that should be considered at this time. The first order of business is how to replicate it. There was a pause. Lin Mo smiled and said, let me ask you, what method did you use to promote this game, in such a short period of time, to 30 million downloads? Wang Haining smiled and said, Boss, it's like this. It's a little game that has a share feature. Each time you share, you get stamina and have stamina to play the game. I use 1 million, in the Prestige, to cast the flow. The beginning of the use of downloads, can less than 1 million, but it's the million users that keep sharing, and then the people who are referred to try it out continue to share it as well. So, it adds up. But I didn't think that it would be so effective. Hear this. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Use 1 million to cast streams and end up with 30 million downloads. It's a miracle. But for Lin Mo, it was far from enough. After all, as he invests in more projects, his eyes naturally get higher. And this happy, its highest market value is only $20 billion. It sounds high at first, but you have to know that tic-tac-toe, the future market value of hundreds of billions, and the Magnesium Group is $1 trillion market capitalization. Compare this with, Happy Fun is a little awkward. Lin Mo collected his thoughts. Then he said, Haining, turn around. I'll give you another 100 million as a promotion fee. For the first 3 months, just don't think about profitability. You just focus on one thing for me. That's promotion. Tell you what, the previous casting stream, you keep doing it. But there's something else I need you to do. And that's, write unique promotional codes for each and every subscriber. When a new user downloads it, registers, fills in that promotion code, and then tries it out for 10 minutes, the other person gets $1. If a new user plays 3 days in a row, they get an extra piece. In the future, after the recharge cap, the promoter will also be able to get a certain percentage commission on the recharge. What I'm talking about is just the general program. How to implement it is entirely up to you. I don't interfere. Of course, I'm guessing that the percentage of users who play this software and recharge is probably not very large. So, I would suggest that one way to get stamina, other than sharing the game, would be to, watch ads. Watch an ad that adds a few points of stamina or something like that. How much stamina do you get for downloading the advertised software? Or buying something through that page or something like that? Hear this. Wang Haining on the other end of the phone was instantly dumbfounded. Boss, you. Lin Mo thought that Wang Haining was thinking that his thoughts were wrong and was planning to retort. Nevertheless, in the next second, Wang Haining laughed out loud. Boss, you are simply a business genius. Why didn't I think of such a great marketing program? And at the moment, it's not just Heinrich Wang. Even Chang Wei felt that Lin Mo's thought process was eye-opening. As for Tang Kerson, instead, he was secretly shaken up in his heart. This program that Lin Mo is talking about is very common in the latter days. Even more outrageous marketing strategies, such as playing games to make money, are, of course, bull ********. And even when they do, the effort expended is disproportionate to the income. There's even a similar strategy of spelling out the Yuletide pulls. However, at this point in 14 years, these strategies of Lin Mo are quite novel, and the program works. It's not probable that, under this program, the future market capitalization of Happy Fun will at least increase by several times, or even 10 times. I have to say, the dog really is a marketing geek. As Tang Kuxin pondered, Lin Mo had hung up his cell phone, and that's when Chang Wei, who had originally planned to leave, suddenly had a flash of light and came to Lin Mo's body. He was going to open his mouth. Who knows? Lin Mo, however, took the lead and said, Uncle Chang, I have an idea. I don't know what you think of it. Chang Wei eyed Lin Mo, and Lin Mo didn't pretend to be mysterious, and directly said, this game, Happy Elimination, has inspired me. I've invested in several companies so far. It's all about the main cell phone software. There's Magnesium Troop, Happy Fun, Tic-Tac-Toe, and the 2048 mobile minigame. Earlier, I was thinking about how to make the software mutually beneficial. Nowadays, I can kind of think about it. That is, to act as each other's advertisers. For example, Tic-Tac-Toe, when it goes live, it can be promoted by having Happy Fun to advertise. And Tic-Tac-Toe can also promote Happy Fun after it successfully gains enough downloads later on. Chang Wei was stunned, simply because he had just thought of this idea. But I didn't expect it. But Lin Mo was the first to say it. Chang Wei could not help but give a thumbs up. Shaolin. No, boss, I am now convinced of you. I thought that you were just a bit of a businessman, but I didn't realize that you were far-sighted and discerning. He bowed deeply. I apologize for underestimating you before. Lin Mo quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle Chang, there are no outsiders here. Just call me Shaolin. Chang Wei laughed. 10 minutes later, Chang Wei left with a full heart. He felt that the software, Tic-Tac, under Lin Mo's leadership, would, in the future, inevitably become an industry giant. Lin Mo, it's hard to see. You have quite an active mind. You're an excellent investor. Outside the company, Tang Kerson praised Lin Mo profusely. The heart, on the other hand, was happy. At the same time, there is confidence in the future. She thought that with Lin Mo's business mindset, coupled with herself as a female Zuga, and the help of the hopeful husband system, it would only be a matter of time before the other party became the richest man in the world. Seeing each other like this, Lin Mo laughed. What? Now you're not obsessing about my 10 times leverage and buying those 10 stocks? Tang Kerson instantly bristled. I just forgot about this matter. and you brought it up again. You're hoping that I won't be able to sleep, right? Lin Mo laughed. Alright, let's not talk about this. To celebrate the half-day of Happy Eliminations launch and the downloads exceeding 30 million, I'll treat you to a nice meal? Say, where do you want to eat? I hear you. Tang Kerson thought for a moment, then said, well, I've thought it over. Let's go to the market to buy food, and then we'll go to your house in the evening, and I'll cook for you. Lin Mo laughed. How tiring is cooking? Tang Kerson hummed softly, but I'm just happy to cook for you. How's that? Chapter 35 Distressed Real Estate Genius. Invest, must invest. Chapter 35 The Distressed Real Estate Genius. Investing, must invest. 12 noon. Lin Mo and Tang Kerson came back from grocery shopping. Lin Mo. The usual rules. You sit down and either watch TV or play with your cell phone while I go make you dinner? Tang Kerson said smilingly. Lin Mo knew the other party's temper, so he had intended to sit down. Who knows? Just as Tang Kerson bent down to pick up the bought dishes and went to the kitchen to work, but then she suddenly covered her stomach, and the little face that was originally white and red was suddenly incredibly pale. Beads of sweat continued to drip. Lin Mo immediately stepped forward. Kagome, what's wrong with you? Helping the other party onto the sofa, Lin Mo was immediately concerned. Tang Kerson took a deep breath and said, it's nothing. Every time my period comes, I get menstrual cramps. I'm used to it. Lin Mo immediately brought paper towels and helped the other party wipe away the cold sweat from his face. Then he said, sit down here and wait for me for 10 minutes. After saying that, Lin Mo was busy in the kitchen. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo brought a steaming bowl of ginger and brown sugar water. It's a little hot right now. I'll let it cool before I drink it, Lin Mo said gently. Tang Kerson shook her head. I'm fine. I'll just rest for a bit. You wait I'll cook for you. Lin Mo didn't have the heart to say, you're not feeling well, and you still want to cook? Leave it to me. Just lie still. After saying that, Lin Mo carried Tang Kuxin to the sofa to lie down, while he, on the other hand, came to the kitchen. 1 hour later, Lin Mo put the meal on the dining table, and at this moment, Tang Kerson had recovered quite a bit from drinking ginger and brown sugar water. When she saw the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, and they were of good quality, Tang Kerson was a bit dismayed. Lin Mo, so you can cook? Don Coco asked. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly and said, when I was in high school, I could cook. That's what my mom told me. Girls these days, they're all treasures, and I don't think there are many who can cook. So let me cook, and when I meet a girl I like later, I'll cook for her. But I'm a lazy person. This is the first time I've cooked for a girl. Hearing this, Tang Kerson's small face reddened. This, sort of a confession in disguise? Seeing each other like this, Lin Mo said smilingly, quick, how about trying the dishes I made? Tang Kerson immediately went forward and picked up a piece of braised pork and ate it. That's delicious. Lin Mo, I didn't expect that your cooking would be even better than mine. Let's do it this way from now on. You're in charge of cooking and I'm in charge of eating. What do you think? Lin Mo smiled. Well, it depends on my mood. Tang Kerson pretended to be angry. Good you Lin Mo. You still have to depend on your mood to cook for me. Well, it's fated after all. Lin Mo immediately racked up a piece of meat, then placed it in the other party's bowl. Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Half an hour later, the two ate and drank. After Lin Mo cleaned up the dishes, Tang Kuxin just lay there on the sofa and fell asleep. Seeing this, Lin Mo carefully brought a blanket to help cover the other party a bit. He, on the other hand, sat down at his computer and watched the stocks move. Upon realizing that the 2 stocks recommended to him by that high-profile person kept going up, and the top 10 bull stocks, too, Lin Mo a heart, which put back, because Tang Kuxin is resting. Lin Mo was bored. Therefore, Lin Mo planned to watch the news to pass the time. But just then, a pop-up message caught Lin Mo's attention. Lin Mo looked at it carefully. There was a sigh of relief, simply because this news is about the auction of a rotten neighborhood over in the northern part of Cloud City. This is something that has to start back in '09, when housing prices, at that time, had not yet begun to skyrocket. But a lot of developers, they see the future. And on Cloud City's side, it's also thinking of attracting investment to stimulate housing prices. In the beginning, everything went well. A foreign company looked at the land over in the north part of the Cloud City, so a huge amount of money was spent on its demolition. It's just a shame that the flow was so bad that the other side went bankrupt before the neighborhood was finished. Because of the money owed, the rotten neighborhood was then taken over. And over the past few years, auctions have been taking place, but alas, no one is looking at them, and therefore, they are delayed. Lin Mo secretly sighed. It's really a case of watching his tower rise and his building collapse. After muttering, Lin Mo was going to close the webpage. But just then, in the middle of Lin Mo's mind, there was a voice from the future. Speaking of the Cloud City International Center neighborhood, it's simply a major miracle in the real estate industry. This place covers 180,000 square meters and had a promising future. But because the developer went bankrupt, it ended up being left unused for 5 years. I remember in 14, the court put it up for auction and it was supposed to be $500 million, but no one had any idea. But at the beginning of 15, national home prices took off again. The court auctioned it off again, and it was eventually bought by a tycoon for $1 billion. And then, that tycoon let his son fully responsible for this neighborhood. In the other side of some radical reforms, the total value of that neighborhood directly soared to $10 billion. And the North District, too, has leapt to become the new commercial center of Cloud City. Speaking of which, that tycoon's son, or my junior high school classmate, is named Song Changyang. Lin Mo sniffed and was secretly shocked. The reason why he was like this, on the one hand, was that he didn't expect that Cloud City International, a rotten neighborhood, would have such potential. On the other hand, it was surprised at Song Changyang's ability. For this junior high school classmate, Lin Mo was deeply impressed, simply because, although the other party was from a wealthy family, he was a thrifty man with a good character and a good personality. At that moment, Lin Mo all thought that Song Changyang's family was poor. It wasn't until he was in high school that he occasionally heard about Song Changyang from his mother, only to know that the other party's father turned out to be a billionaire, focusing on the real estate business. At this moment, Lin Mo's heart was trembling violently. While Lin Mo was pondering all this, the voice of the future, once again, by the way, I remember around July 14, Song Changyang, along with his father, were still in a debt situation. They went around begging, but unfortunately, no one paid any attention. Later on, they still met a visionary investor who saw the father and son's ability to inject capital, which changed the father and son's embarrassing situation. I remember that Song Changyang even added my wizards and asked me to borrow money when he was in a difficult time, and he said he would definitely return the favor. But unfortunately, I was in a difficult situation, so I couldn't help the other guy, but I transferred $1,000 to him anyway. Later, Song Changyang returned the money to me, and also invited me to work in their company in 15 years, but unfortunately, I refused. Hey, now that I think about it, I really regret it. Hear the future heart sigh. Lin Mo also felt a bit saddened. His future self had actually had such a friendship with Song Changyang. If one were to help the other party now, wouldn't one be able to lay out this Cloud City International half a year in advance? Just as Lin Mo was pondering. At this point, the cell phone rang. A prompt to add a friend appeared. Its remarks, it is none other than Song Changyang. Chapter 36. You are short of money. I am short of people. We two brothers are strong together. Chapter 36. You lack money. I lack people. Let's be strong brothers. Holy, Song Changyang really came to find me? Lin Mo secretly marveled in his heart. This was followed by a quick press of the button agreeing to add a friend. He glanced at the sleeping Tang person, then went to his bedroom. Then I couldn't wait to send a video message to the other side. Holy, it's really you, old Song, Lin Mo said smilingly. Song Changyang within the video looked a bit down, but he was also a bit surprised when faced with Lin Mo's initiative to send a video. Lin Mo, long time no see, how have you been? Lin Mo laughed. I'm pretty good, aren't you? Song Changyang smiled bitterly. Seeing this, Lin Mo inquired. Looking at you, you seem to have something to look for me? Say, what is it? Whatever it is, I'll help you? Lin Mo's behavior obviously caused Song Changyang to be a bit stunned. He was embarrassed and said, Lin Mo, I really have something to ask you. My father's company, in recent years, the efficiency is not good, has been in the state of loss, and our family, not waiting for the other to finish. Lin Mo immediately said, so that's it, Lao Song, let's do it this way. I'll transfer 10,000 to you first, to solve the pressing problem. Let's find a place to meet later, we'll talk about it when we meet. You decide the place, okay? Okay, that's it for now. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo didn't talk nonsense and directly transferred the money. Wait for the other person to say where to meet. Lin Mo simply cleaned up a bit, then left a note for Tang Kurson and quickly headed straight to his destination. Half an hour later, inside a coffee shop, seeing Lin Mo appear, Song Changyang immediately rose to greet him. Wait until both sides are seated. Song Changyang opened the box and said, Lin Mo, I'm really thankful to you. You're the first to know I'm in dire straits and give me a loan. and a loan of $10,000. This favor, I will definitely remember. And in the future, if you have the need, I will definitely go through fire. Saying that, Song Changyang took out an IOU. However, Pro brothers are clear about their accounts. This money of yours, I will pay it back in a year at the latest, and even if I can't pay it back, I will explain the situation to you. Lin Mo laughed. Then just tear the IOU to shreds. Old Song, I absolutely believe in your character, but I didn't come to you for an IOU. Tell me, what's going on with your father's company? Song Changyang sighed, then explained succinctly. After listening to the ins and outs, Lin Mo couldn't help but admire Song Changyang and his father even more in his heart. Original. Song Changyang's father's company, for some reason, caused the capital chain to break. Not only that, but previous partners, too, have cancelled their cooperation. So much so, that there was a huge gap. However, the Song family father and son, but still try their best to maintain the operation of the company. The wages of employees, not a penny less. It's just a shame that there's no way to salvage the situation. Today, a number of employees have left the company and the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Speaking here, Song Changyang bitterly looked at Lin Mo and said, the current me is ridiculous, isn't it? Lin Mo shook his head and said, Old Song, don't think like that. There are hard times for everyone, and once you get through them, you're going to come back from them. Lin Mo was not a person who liked nonsense. Therefore, he went straight to the point and said, Old Song, let me ask you, your father's company, how much capital is still lacking? Song Changyang secretly sighed. Naturally, he didn't think Lin Mo had the ability to help his father's company with its immediate needs, but it's not easy for an old friend to meet. Plus the other person did himself a big favor. As a result, Song Changyang instantly opened his mouth. Lin Mo, my father's company is currently lacking at least $1 billion of investment. And, let me tell you, I've been eyeing a windfall lately. You know Cloud City International, right? It's the famous rotten neighborhood in North City. The court is going to auction it off recently, and the price is estimated to be in the neighborhood of $500 million. If I can take it, my father's company will definitely be able to turn around, and even take the opportunity to rise. It's just a shame that $1 billion is not a small amount of money. Speaking of this, Song Changyang sighed once again. Today, the real estate industry is soaring. If you miss this one, I'm afraid, the next time you want to take Cloud City International, you'll need at least $1 billion. Lin Mo sniffed and secretly marveled in his heart. Song Changyang deserves to be a genius in real estate. One knows this because one hears the heart of the future. The other party, however, was able to analyze it easily and so accurately. How could one miss such an awesome talent? Anyway, Lin Mo, before, had the idea of getting into real estate. It was a pity that he didn't have any knowledge about it, so if he entered rashly, he might not be able to see both sides. But if he could get Song Changyang to help himself, it would be a different situation. Think about it. Lin Mo laughed. $1 billion? This money, I vote. What? Song Changyang looked at Lin Mo in dismay, then kindly laughed. Dude, don't you dare joke with me like that. Lin Mo, however, was incredibly serious. I'm not joking with you. The money, however, I cannot take out at present, only because, my money, it's all in the stock market. Saying that, Lin Mo also did not nonsense. Directly opened the cell phone speculation software. This look, Song Changyang was dumbfounded. The dismay within was overwhelming. He stared blankly at Lin Mo. It took a long time to come back. Seeing each other like this, Lin Mo had no intention of explaining. He smiled and said, Old Song, I see your talent in real estate. You, on the other hand, are short of funds, so if we two brothers have a double sword, what do you think will happen? Song Changyang took a deep breath. At this moment, he was so excited that he almost cried. After all, he had only looked for Lin Mo with the idea that he could temporarily solve the problem of eating. Available results. Not only is the problem of eating solved, Lin Mo was even thinking of putting money into it. He couldn't calm down for a long time. In response, Lin Mo laughed. You give me a business card, and early tomorrow morning, I will go to your father's company. You draw up the contract ahead of time, and once you sign it, the money arrives immediately. Hear that? Song Changyang didn't even know what to say to make it better. Eventually, he asked, Lin Mo, why do you trust me? Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then smiled. I'm also interested in that piece of land in the northern district, but alas, I don't know anyone in real estate, and you, too, have spoken of the future prospects of this rotten piece of property. Since the heroes see eye to eye, naturally they can't miss such a good opportunity. The words are gone. Lin Mo waved his hand and left. Only Song Changyang was left to froze in place. Half an hour later, Lin Ma drove back home. When he opened the door, he saw Tang Koxin sitting there playing happy fun. Lin Mo, you're back? Tang Koxin inquired. Lin Mo sat down next to the other party, then smiled. What? You're not curious about who I'm meeting with? Tang Kurson was unimpressed. Anyway, it's not a woman. If it was a woman, you would have brought me along. If you don't take me with you, it must be your best buddy or something. Lin Mo was shocked. How did you guess so accurately? Tang Kurson laughed softly. It's not that I guessed correctly, it's that I have absolute trust in you. He then turned the tables. So, who did you actually see? What was the conversation about? Lin Mo seriously said. I met my junior high school classmate. His name is Song Changyang. We were talking about taking down the North City's Cloud City Garden. Chapter 37. What? Are you buying a diamond ring to propose to me? Chapter 37. What? Are you buying a diamond ring to propose to me? What? Tang Koxin heard this. At once, he put down his cell phone. Then he looked dazedly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you're not kidding? You met with Song Changyang? And it's going to take that piece of Cloud City International in North City? Don Corinne inquired. Lin Mo nodded. This matter, it's a coincidence to say the least. I was idly watching the news online while you were resting. I just happened to see a news story about the auction of the rotten Cloud City International building in the North District. I feel like if I could take it for $500 million, but I'm a real estate whiz, and I don't have the guts to invest in it out of the blue. And just as I was fretting, my junior high school classmate Song Changyang approached me. I suddenly remembered that his father was the real estate developer, so I met and talked. As it turns out, he's got his eye on the property there, too. So the two of us combined our strengths. Saying that, Lin Mo opened his cell phone and showed Tang Kurson the chat records between himself and Song Changyang. Tang Kurson didn't say much about Lin Mo quietly lending money to Song Changyang, and at the moment, waves of shock had risen within her. Oh my god, Lin Mo's junior high school classmate is the famous real estate development genius Song Changyang of Yunchang? And, while I'm resting, they're planning to take that rotten Cloud City International building. It's important to realize that the court didn't report much hope for this auction, simply because people weren't looking there. But half a year later, as housing prices climbed, Cloud City International became the meat and potatoes. In the end, it was taken down by Song Changyang's father, and it was run by Song Changyang himself. In just 1 year, the total value of this neighborhood directly skyrocketed, creating a miracle of real estate development. Later, Song Changyang began to continuously develop properties and made a huge profit. And the investors behind it are making a fortune. And, the key thing, it only costs $500 million to take it now, but $1 billion if it's bid again in early 15. For 6 months, you can save $500 million in expenses. And this is not the most important. The most important point is that, if the layout in advance, the future housing prices, inevitably in the latter part of the basis of the next generation, a higher level. As Tang Koxin pondered, Lin Mo laughed. Koxin, what's wrong with you? Could it be that I've looked away this time? Tang Koxin's head shook like a rattle. Lin Mo, I have to admit, you're a genius in business. You did the right thing this time. That Song Changyang is a buildable talent. If you can make it your right-hand man, the future of the real estate industry, there will definitely be a place for you. Lin Mo smiled. With your words, then I'm relieved. Then, Lin Mo's words changed. Right, Koxin, how are you feeling now? Tang Kurson shook her head. It was still a bit painful, but when I heard that you started working on your real estate business, I don't feel any pain at all now. Well, let's go out for a stroll. It just so happens that I just saw that there's no more fruit in the fridge, and there aren't many vegetables, so I'll buy some to stock up on first. The two of them cleaned up briefly, then headed straight for the supermarket. 1 hour later, fruits and vegetables have been bought, but Tang Kurson had no intention of leaving, so the two of them went back to the nearby mall. Just after entering it, Tang Kurson started looking around like a wild horse out of control, and when she saw the gold store not far away, she immediately walked over to it. Lin Mo, why don't we buy a couple's ring? Tang Koxin smiled. Lin Mo glanced at the other party and then nodded. Seeing this, Tang Koxin immediately came to the counter. Hello ma'am, do you need to buy a diamond ring? Or something else? We have a lot of styles here. I can take them out and try them on if you like, the clerk said with a smile on her face. Tang Kurson laughed softly. I'll just take a look. With that, she made her way to the diamond ring counter, but when she saw the price, Tang Kurson scoffed. Diamond rings are not a good idea to buy. These things, although they look good on, they do not retain their value. And, once a certificate is lost, it's not recycled. Plus, even if it is recycled. At best it will be at the original price. Uncontested. But gold is different. The price of gold now, it's about 260 a gram. But over the next few years, gold keeps skyrocketing. So, buying gold, that's a real investment. Think about it. Tang Kurson had planned to make some small capital investments. Who knows? However, he suddenly remembered that all of his money had been used to help Lin Mo invest in Happy Fun. Think about it. Tang Ko Xin sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Lin Mo on the side immediately stepped forward. Who knows? He hadn't had time to ask. Immediately the voice of the future came to his ear. Investing in gold in 14 is also a good choice. The price of gold, after 14 years, kept soaring, up to more than 800 a gram in 24 years. If you buy gold, you definitely won't lose. As for the diamond ring, colored gold or whatever, forget it. What? Lin Mo was secretly surprised. After a short thought, Lin Mo stepped forward and said, Ku Xin, all this time, you've been the one who's been helping me with my investments, but I don't seem to have done anything for you. So, next, watch me perform. After saying that, Lin Mo directly said to the clerk, hello, I'll take all these 1,000-foot gold jewelry in the store. What? The clerk was dumbfounded. Immediately, he inquired, you're not kidding, sir? Lin Mo didn't talk nonsense and directly took out his bank card. You can start by counting in batches. I'll pay the bill immediately after verification. 1 hour later, after the efforts of the shopkeepers, all the gold jewelry in the entire store was taken by Lin Mo. Those clerks were beaming. After all, they've never taken on such a big order before this. But, they, however, had no intention of letting Lin Mo leave just like that. Instead, he laughed. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. It's not quite appropriate to have only gold jewelry. We have diamond rings in the store for you two to pick from. We recently had a special offer. And, for 5 years, you can get them back at the original price. Lin Mo didn't answer, but instead looked at Tang Kurson. Tang Kurson, however, shook her head. Thank you, no need. We only need gold jewelry. This stuff is considered an investment. Soon, the two left the mall, putting the many gold jewelry into the back seat of the car. Lin Mo asked with a smile, Ku Xin, you just said that buying gold is an investment? Where did that come from? Ha? Tang Kurson said seriously. Think about it, the price of gold, more than 10 years ago, was less than $100, but today, it's already as high as more than 200. I think gold still has room to rise. Speaking of this, Tang Kurson smiled. Lin Mo, in the future, if you're not doing anything, hoard some gold, turn around, you specialize in buying a safe deposit box, or just deposit it in the bank. This thing, it's bound to increase in value. Trust me, it's right. Lin Mo laughed. Okay, I'll do as you say in the future. The gold jewelry, however, is my gift to you, so save it for yourself and consider it an investment. Tang Kurson bristled. What? So clearly separated from me now? Later go back. This batch of gold jewelry, I will pick a pair of eyes. The other, you all save it. Just as for me to save the total, can it? Lin Mo smiled and nodded. After a pause, Lin Mo asked, Ku Xin, can I ask you a question? Why didn't you buy that diamond ring when there were so many nice ones just now? Tang Kurson smiled and said, what? You're buying a diamond ring to give me. Are you planning to propose to me? Chapter 38, Selling 2 Stocks, 1 billion into 6 billion, Making a Small Profit. Chapter 38, Selling 2 Stocks, 1 billion to 6 billion, A Small Profit. Faced with such blunt words from Tang Ku Xin, Lin Mo was slightly stunned. To be honest, after these few days of getting along, Lin Mo had actually long taken Tang Kurson as his object. After all, as far as he was concerned, there was no girl under the sun who was so stupid, shelling out her old money for a man's career. Even, they pit their own relatives in order to save enough capital for Lin Mo to invest. She doesn't ask for anything in return. Just wish I was good to her. Such a treasure girl, who could not be impressed? But, they had always been in contact with each other for only a few days. Wouldn't it be too hasty to answer the other side's question hastily? But if one does not answer, Tang Kurson will definitely be very disappointed. Think about it. Lin Mo laughed. Marrying you is naturally fine with me. Why don't we wait for a day when both of our parents meet and talk about the engagement? And then, I come to the door and ask for my hand in marriage? Hearing this, Tang Kurson's heart was suddenly happy. However, there were more important things for himself at the moment. That's Lin Ma's business. Think about it. Tang Kurson bristled, then pretended to be haughty. Humph, you want to marry this young lady? But this young lady is not willing to marry. Slightly. Saying that, Tang Ku Xin jumped up and sat on the passenger seat. This girl. Lin Mo secretly laughed. Half an hour later, Lin Mo sent Tang Kurson into his home, and then he went back, washed up, and lay down. However, Lin Mo didn't fall asleep on this. Instead he chatted with Tang Kurson for a while, then he downloaded Happy Fun. When he saw the software, which already had an opening screen advertisement, and, moreover, a referral code had been added, as well as some new pages, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Immediately, he turned off his cell phone and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Mo woke up early from his alarm clock. He quickly washed up, and then, it was time to turn on the computer and wait patiently. At this time, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's Tang Kurson calling. Lazy bastard. Hurry up and get up. Ready to dump the stock law, Tang Kurson said with a hint of petulance. Lin Mo smiled. I got up a long time ago and am ready. I can't tell. You got up so early, but today, I might not be able to bring you breakfast. I have some personal matters to take care of over here. What is it? Well, I'll tell you about that when you're done with your work and find me. And as for now, you'll have breakfast. It's still early before the opening anyway. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo had intended to go downstairs, but in the end, I chose to scramble an egg fried rice and destroy the dishes I didn't finish yesterday in the meantime. Under the boring and long wait, opening time can be considered. Lin Ma opened the stock page early, then sell all of the 2 stocks you bought earlier. When it was successfully sold, Lin Mo's account quickly had nearly $6 billion more. Granted, Lin Mo had already been informed of the outcome, but it still feels like a dream when you see the funds being credited. $1 billion, 10 times leverage, results in nearly $6 billion in hand. I'm afraid this kind of thing, if it gets out, will become a topic of conversation among stockholders after tea, right? However, soon after, Lin Mo faded away. After all, I have another 10 stocks I haven't dumped myself yet. So, Lin Mo waited patiently once again. However, because of the other 10 stocks, one needs to wait until 11 a.m. to successfully sell them. Therefore, Lin Mo could only wait patiently. He must be patient. After all, once those 10 stocks were successfully dumped, one's own 14 billion, then, would skyrocket a full 8 times. So much for that. Own money, it skyrocketed to $100 billion. So much for that. There's a lot of room for investment on your own. Also, there is no worry about a shortage of funds. However, just then, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Tang Kurson who called. Lin Mo, where are you now? You come here quickly. My mom, her company, something is wrong. Tang Kurson's voice, with a hint of crying. Lin Mo frowned. Kagome, take your time, Lin Mo said reassuringly. You might as well come over here first, Tang Kurson said in an anxious tone. Lin Mo naturally didn't dare to delay. After all, if it was a matter of funds, Tang Kurson could just let herself transfer money to the other party directly. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't be stingy, but the other side didn't mention the funding. Does it mean that? Lin Mo didn't dare to waste time, and after immediately asking about the other party's location, he put the computer away and left in a hurry, straight to the location of Tang Kuxin. The moment, Tang Kurson's mother, inside Yang Shue's food company, a large group of people, were screaming outside the electronic fence. They looked beyond hideous. Some, even picked up iron bars. Granted, the doorman is doing his best to stop it, but there were too many people on the other side. And inside the company, Tang Kurson and Yang Shui had a worried look on their faces. What to do? What should I do? Tang Kurson had a blank look on her face. The 6 gods are not in control. It's no wonder that Don Kosin is like that. Simply because, what was in front of her, stuck in her mind. Formerly today, a group of people, also like today, broke into their mother's company. Without saying a word, they started vandalizing. It would be fine if that was all it was. But on the contrary, her mother was hit on the head. It was nothing at the time though, but then it was discovered that there was a bruise inside the mother's head. The bruises are pressing on the nerves. Although after several rounds, Tang Kurson accompanied her mother to seek medical treatment, but no doctor in China dared to do surgery, because the probability of success is extremely low. Later, Tang Kurson contacted an overseas surgeon. It was only then that she chose to take her mother out of the country. Of course, this matter was not known to Lin Mo in the latter days. The other party had always thought that Tang Kurson had chosen to leave the country because she was completely disappointed in him. Because of this, Tang Kurson came running to her mother's company early this morning. Originally, she had wanted to settle the matter herself, but her mother had learned the news beforehand and refused to let Tang Kurson face it alone anyhow, hence the situation at hand. Of course, Tang Kurson also reported to the police early, but these guys in front of us, they had the audacity to stop the police car directly. Don't let them in. In desperation, Tang Kerson could only seek Lin Mo's help. Lin Mo, why haven't you come yet? Tang Kerson was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. And just as Tang Kerson was at a loss for words, suddenly, a large hand rested on top of Lin Mo's shoulder. Tang Kerson twisted her head to look and almost cried with excitement. Lin Mo, you finally come. Tang Kuxin immediately said. Kuxin, don't worry, with me here, I definitely won't let anything happen to you guys. He said so on his lips, but Lin Mo's heart was somewhat at a loss for words. After all, he had just come from the path. Simply because, the rest of the way to get here is blocked. Even the police were blocked out. These guys, at first glance, came prepared. And just as Lin Mo's thoughts were racing, in the middle of his mind, a voice from the future suddenly came. Chapter 39, If you dare to harm my future mother-in-law, let you go bankrupt. Chapter 39, If you dare to harm my future mother-in-law, let you go bankrupt. Hey, speaking of Aunt Young, she's also a woman with a miserable fate. I lost my husband early in life and brought up Kerson alone. Because of Zhang Jia's help and the legacy left by his own father, he opened a food company. The benefits of this company are, in fact, quite good, but the rival company is very red-eyed. I remember a few days after I was cheated by Fong Qianqian, Auntie Yang's food company sold food products that were exposed as problematic. A number of people have gotten direct food poisoning from eating it, but in fact, it was deliberately planted by a rival company. More than that, in order to completely break Auntie Yang, the rival company directly spent $1 million or so to buy out a group of social youths, so that they could cause trouble as family members of food poisoning, and got orders to brutalize Aunt Jan. Auntie Yang was hit on the head. Later, whenever it was windy or rainy, Aunt Yang had a splitting headache, which was diagnosed as a nerve being bruised and pressing on the brain. For that matter, the food factory had to go out of business and was later bought by a rival company, and Aunt Jan embarked on a years-long journey of treatment. Lin Mo certainly had no doubt about what the future voice said. He couldn't help his eyes deepening. After all, Auntie Yang was such a good person, but she had been counted on so much. This thing, he, Lin Mo, is in charge. Although his heart was clear, Lin Mo did not intend to say it. Instead, he turned to Yang Shue's body. Auntie Yang, this matter, what exactly is the situation? Yang Shui said with a bitter face. I'm not sure. Earlier, someone said they ate food produced by our company and got food poisoning as a result, so I conducted an investigation and found nothing, but it still compensated those who were hospitalized. I didn't realize that the families of these patients still came to cause trouble. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Then he said, Aunt Young, have you offended someone? Or is there some rival company that is out to get you? Is that why you deliberately made a big deal out of it? Saying that, Lin Mo glanced at those people making a scene in front of him before saying, I suspect that these so-called family members of the patients in front of me are not real. They're being paid off. Yang Shui was dumbfounded when he heard this, and Tang Kerson eyed Lin Mo. Obviously, it was felt that the other party's analysis made sense. All this analysis, however, doesn't do anything to solve the crisis at hand. Tang Kuxian was going to open her mouth. Lin Mo, however, took the lead and said, Kuxian, don't worry, leave the rest to me. After a pause, Lin Mo glanced over to Tang Kerson's ear and whispered something. Good, but is that all it takes? Lin Mo smiled. You only need to do these things. As for the rest, leave it to me. The words are gone. Lin Mo came to the electronic roll fence with big strides, then to the security guards who were blocking the way. He said, stand back and let me talk to these families of food poisoning patients. Those security guards didn't respond immediately, but looked at Yang Shui. After receiving Yang Shui's consent, the group of security guards retreated. And at this point, the punks saw the situation and charged in. However, Lin Mo raised his hand to stop it. Those guys, they really did stop. At this point, Lin Mo unhurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Huang Kachin's number. Old Huang, you drop what you're doing now. I'll give you half an hour to raise $10 million in cash, no matter what, and then I'll give you an address. You deliver it yourself. Well, future mother-in-law's food company had some problems and needed to make a claim against the patient's family. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo laughed. Everyone here, I know that the reason why you came here to cause trouble, it's the feeling that Aunt Jan's company has undercompensated your families. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush it yet. When the money arrives, I will compensate the patient's family, $20,000 a person. However, you also need to prepare the appropriate materials. That is, your family's hospitalization report, and the cost of treatment. Otherwise, who knows if you're the patient's family. These words fell. Those punks were naturally confused. 20,000 for one. That's a lot of money. But what Lin Mo said made it difficult for them. What kind of patient's family are they? Totally took a favor from someone and came over to cause trouble. And just when they were at a loss for words, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said, "Everyone, you're not fish-eyed, are you? Posing as a family member to cause trouble? Oh, I see. You must have been used. Tell me, how much did the other side pay to call you here? And what is your purpose?" See this. The punks were confused. Obviously, they didn't expect that Lin Mo would, in one go, see through their purpose. However, these youngsters, who are not very old, are quite righteous. Therefore, it was not shaken by Lin Mo's words. Since there are more words than words, then just shut up and answer. See this. Lin Mo was in no hurry. That's when Huang Hakkan's call came in. Lin Mo deliberately pressed the speakerphone. Only Huang Kachin's voice was heard. "Boss, bank withdrawals of large amounts of cash require an appointment. However, I've enlisted the help of my friends, but only managed to scrape together 3 million in cash. Hear this." Lin Mo laughed. "It doesn't matter. You bring the 3 million first." After hanging up the cell phone, less than 10 minutes, Huang Hakkan then sent the money, only to hear Lin Mo smile faintly. "Everyone, there are two choices before you now. Either that, or we'll just sit here and you won't get a dime. Either that, or tell me exactly who ordered you to do it, and I'll reward you with $10,000 once you tell me the truth." Hearing this, none of those guys opened their mouths. After all, Lin Mo took out 3 million in cash. But, as a result, he only gave 10,000? What's the point of sending a beggar? In response, Lin Mo continued, "Then I'll increase the bonus, $50,000. Unfortunately, still no one spoke up. Lin Mo saw this, but he wasn't in a hurry and continued to slowly increase. Not much longer. The prize money has been raised to $100,000. At this point, among the leading punks, someone had already begun to waver. But at that moment, the companion on the side said, "Don't be hasty yet, this kid looks like a thug. 100,000 is too little. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe we can make a fortune." Hearing this, the man immediately waited patiently. Sure enough, next time, Lin Mo continued to raise the price. Within a short time, the prize money was raised directly to $200,000. But people are greedy. Upon hearing this figure, they felt that Lin Mo would still continue to raise it. And it was, as they thought, less than 5 minutes. The price for exposing it goes right up to $1 million. The moment, those few punks in the lead were dying of joy, but they remained stoic, thinking that Lin Mo would continue to raise the price. Who knows? Lin Mo, however, sighed. $1 million and you don't even want it? I'll tell you what then. I'll start reducing the price now. I'll give $100,000 if anyone can tell me who directed you. What? Lin Mo's sudden waist cut caused those punks, for a moment, to be dumbfounded. Kid, are you playing us? The lead punk said with deep eyes. Lin Mo didn't bother with the other party as he calmly said, "In 10 seconds, I'll continue to press the price to 10,000. Seeing that Lin Mo had no intention of joking, the guys were furious. But today, there is only the option of compromise. Okay, I can tell you, but you have to pay first. Lin Mo didn't talk nonsense, directly took out $10,000 and threw it in front of the other party. Here's the deposit. Seeing this, the punk's eyes immediately glistened and he quickly checked for authenticity. And then he spoke. This time, it's Li Dafu from the Shangjiang food factory who asked us to make trouble. More than that, those people with food poisoning were also arranged by Li Dafu, for the sake of, well, totally screwing your food company. Hear this. Without saying a word, Lin Mo directly threw the remaining 90,000 in front of the other party. The leader of the punks was simply happy. Immediately, he intended to leave. But at that moment, Lin Mo called out to the other party. "Wait, man, I'll give you guys another $100,000 for doing something for me. How about that?" Lin Mo said smilingly. The heart, on the other hand, was a little cold. "That Li Dafu dare to harm my future mother-in-law, then let you go bankrupt." Chapter 40, all sold successfully. $100 billion in accounts. Chapter 40, all sold successfully. $100 billion in accounts. Half an hour later, the punks left satisfied with their money. Lin Mo, on the other hand, followed Yang Shui and Tang Kursen after they entered the company. Tang Kuxian was then relieved. "Lin Mo, you're really something. I didn't expect that this trouble would be solved by you. You, truly, are my benefactor." When she said this, Tang Kuxian almost cried. It's no wonder that Don Kosen is like that. After all, in the latter part of his life, the reason why his mother Yang Shui died early was precisely because of this incident today. Now that the mother is safe and sound, then the other can grow old in good health. Thinking of this, Tang Kerson's eyes were filled with gratitude as she regarded Lin Mo. In response, Lin Mo didn't take it seriously. He said smilingly, Aunt Young, Ku Xin. You guys are fine. Yang Shui was already very fond of Lin Mo. And today, the other party had helped himself out of such trouble. Yang Shui naturally looked at Lin Mo more and more smoothly. Hey, a family, always need a man. Ah, a man is the backbone. Yang Shui smiled. On the side, Tang Kerson was in a good mood. Therefore, she hastily joked, Mom, from what you're saying, it seems like you're planning to look for a second life? Yang Shui laughed and scolded. You dead girl. What nonsense. I mean, you and Kobayashi, it's been going well lately. Didn't you just hear him tell his men that something came up at his future mother-in-law's company? How could you not understand such an obvious hint? Tang Kerson sniffed, her heart filled with happiness. Mom, I think so. Tang Kerson had planned to say that her career was the priority at the moment. Anyway, she knew in her heart that Lin Mo had himself in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so nervous upon learning that something had happened to his mother. As long as that's the case, it's enough. Who knows? Yang Shui is a master of thinking out of the box, only to see that she couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and was about to dial Lin Mo's mother's number. Seeing this, Tang Xin was speechless. Mom, are you in such a hurry to marry me off? Aren't I worried that in the future, as Xiao Lin gets richer and richer, there will be demonic ES around him? Humph, even if there was, Lin Mo wouldn't take a ride. I have confidence in him. Afterwards, Tang Kerson sighed. Mom, you shouldn't get involved in the affairs of the two of us. Anyway, just go with the flow, okay? Yang Shui bristled. Aren't I hoping to hold a grandson or granddaughter earlier? Tang Kerson was filled with helplessness, so he could only turn his words around and said, Mom, at the moment, the most important thing is still how to deal with that Li Dafu's matter. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If there's one, there's two. That guy didn't succeed in stealing a chicken this time. He'll definitely find another opportunity to deal with us. So, instead of sitting on the sidelines, we should take the initiative. Speaking here, Tang Kerson pulled out her cell phone and said, Lin Mo, I've already sent you the video you just asked me to take. We can, now, call the police. Then Li Dafu must be eating his words. Lin Mo smiled. There's no hurry in this matter. Let Elasmo branch fly a little longer. When I've settled the matter at hand, I'll make a trip to Li Dafu's food factory myself. Hear this. Tang Xin was a bit confused. The matter at hand? But the next instant, Tang Kerson immediately remembered Lin Mo's 10 times leverage to buy 10 bull stocks yesterday. Right now. What you should be doing is dumping the stock. The words are gone. Tang Kerson immediately asked her mother to arrange a lounge for Lin Mo and told the other party to wait up patiently. The time, it was already 20 past 11. At this moment, Lin Mo quickly opened the stock page, a heart that trembled violently. When the time comes, Lin Ma immediately dumped it. He was relieved until he saw that the sell-off was successful and his bank card arrived at $1,120 billion. How exciting! Lin Mo secretly sighed. One uses $14 billion, leverages 10 times, and, ultimately, makes that amount of money go straight up 8 times. It's better not to buy leverage in the future when you're not short of money. Always fearful. My little heart can't take it. While Lin Mo was secretly muttering, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Mo quickly opened the door. Then he saw Tang Xin looking at himself with bated breath. Lin Mo, how's it going? Did the sell-off work? Lin Mo smiled and made an okay gesture. Hear this. Tang Kerson immediately took out her cell phone and calculated. You put in $1 billion before. 10 times leverage to buy the 2 stocks recommended by that high-profile person, to $6 billion. The remaining $4 billion, leveraged tenfold, bought 10 bull stocks. I'll go. Lin Mo, you have 37 billion now? Tang Kerson was boiling inside. Kagome, you miscalculated. My total assets right now are actually almost $12 billion. What? Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo incredulously. Lin Mo saw this, couldn't help but smile. Kagome, you do remember that I told you before that I actually have some assets, right? Actually, it's this. So, the next time, Lin Mo was brief and concise, and told the story of how he won $1 million in scratch-offs, and then took out an online loan, and finally put together $2 million to buy a soccer ball. Of course, he kept the fact that he could hear voices from the future deliberately hidden. Even if you say it, the other person doesn't necessarily believe it anyway. Tang Kerson was dumbfounded at the moment. She was full of incredulity. It wasn't until she saw Lin Mo, opened the banking software, and saw the balance that Tang Kerson was convinced. I'll go. Lin Mo is so powerful? But, I have to say, he's pretty big-hearted. Germany versus Bassi, 7:1, and he had the guts to buy it, and for 2 million. This boldness, simply, inside, it was beyond shocking, but soon, Tang Kurson regained her composure. She grunted softly, "Good you Lin Mo, you're hiding me so hard. Thanks to me, during this time, I've been raising money for you all over the place, and I even asked Grandpa Zhang to borrow money for you. As it turns out, your total assets have long been several times that of Grandpa Zhang. Never mind, let's leave it at that for now. Why don't you pay back Grandpa Zhang first? Then, give some interest, so that we can have peace of mind." To this, Lin Mo naturally didn't mind, so he directly transferred $4 billion to the other party, and the extra $500 million was considered to be returning the other party's favor. It's just a pity that Elder Zhang was incredibly stubborn and, in the end, transferred the extra money back. Lin Mo was somewhat helpless, eventually gladly accepted. Lin Mo. Now, the funding problem has been solved. Next, we'll go and settle the score with that Li Dafu. So says the mouth. But Tang Kurson had something else in mind. That Li Dafu was no good though. However, his two right-hand men are extremely capable. After Li Dafu's company went bankrupt, he founded Extreme Shop as well as 100 Herb Delicious, respectively, both of which could be the future leaders of the food industry. If Lin Mo is able to take it down, he'll definitely be able to make a big splash. Chapter 41, Acquisition of Li Dafu's Company. Chapter 41, Acquiring Li Dafu's Company by a Scheme. This side, Lin Mo, who was unaware of the situation, had already taken Tang Kurson and went straight to the food factory where Li Dafu was. Inside the office inside Li Dafu's food factory, he sat with a cozy face smoking a cigar. His face was full of smugness. Those yellow hair guys, at this moment, should have pretty much destroyed Yang Shue's food company, right? I'm really looking forward to seeing that company in devastation. Speaking of which, Li Dafu sneered, "Yang Shui, don't blame me for playing tricks. I can't sleep or eat until this company of yours goes bankrupt. After all, I'm not as good as you when it comes to equipment, and you're far better than me when it comes to sales. I have to get rid of you in order for this company of mine to have a chance to pull out." Just when Li Dafu was complacent, thinking that his plan was foolproof, there was a sudden knock at the door. "Come in." As the office door opened, two figures walked in. One of them, quite a bit more English, was wearing a suit. The other, on the other hand, was wearing short sleeves and shorts, a dry cut and glasses. It was the two vice presidents under Li Dafu, Yang Chunhong as well as Kai Lianghong. Li Dafu doesn't really have much business sense, but it was good to have some vision and recruit the duo of Yang Chunhong. Therefore, under the control of the two, his food factory earnings, although compared to Yang Shue's company, but is also considered to be the existence of the top few rankings of the food industry in the province. "What brings you here? Anything?" Li Dafu asked with a smile. Yang Chunhong and Kai Lianghong looked at each other, and in the end, put their resignation letters in front of Li Dafu. "What do you guys mean by that?" Li Dafu's face instantly collapsed. Fire was coming out of his eyes. In response, Yang Chunhong faintly said, "Mr. Li, over the years, thank you for taking care of me. However, I feel that the company's philosophy has gone against the two of us. Staying here doesn't make us happy." So, Li Dafu's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he knew that these were just words. It was only because, a few days ago, when Li Dafu decided to deal with Yang Shui, the two of them held opposing views, but Li Dafu was insistent. The two took several days of long vacation straight away for this. Now, once again, it is surprising to see that the reason for the reappearance is to resign. "Hoof," Li Dafu snorted coldly. "Don't think I don't know what you guys are thinking? You guys think that I framed Yang Shui for this despicable tactic, and you think highly of yourselves. So, not going to be with me. Also, you guys think that, over the years, I've relied on you guys to get the assets I have today. So I'll beg you guys not to leave?" Speaking of which, Li Dafu sneered, then picked up the duo's resignation applications and quickly signed them. The reason why Li Dafu has such a bottom line, naturally, it was because he felt that Yang Shue's company was already considered to be in his pocket, and, for a few days, the company ran without the duo. So, he would never stop the two from leaving if they wanted to. Further, both have been going against their own decisions because they think they are a credit to the company. He had long looked at the duo with displeasure. "Now, get your paychecks from the finance side, then pack up and get the hell out of here," Li Dafu said in a deep tone. The two didn't say much and simply turned around and left. "Come to the door." Kai Lianghong opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Li, on account of getting along with each other for so many years, I've decided to leave you a few words of advice. Firstly, since we are doing food, it's food safety, we have to keep a check on it. And if something goes wrong, there will be a chain reaction. Secondly, how a company develops in the future all depends on the boss. The top beam is not straight and the bottom beam is crooked. Lee Da-fu sneered. Then I really appreciate your advice, but I believe in my abilities. After my company gets bigger and stronger and then goes public, you guys will wait to regret it. Take your time. The two men had just left in the front foot. At this point, the secretary hurried in. Mr. Lee, yellow hair and the others are back. What? Lee Da-fu's heart was delighted. He assumed the other man was bringing him good news. At once he rose and went out to meet them, whereas the secretary's next words were, Yellow hair has brought all his minions here. Lee Da-fu's eyes showed coldness. What does that kid mean? After muttering, Lee Da-fu immediately walked out. Come to the square outside the food factory. It was seen that not far away, there were densely packed figures. At the head of the group was none other than Yellow Hair. Feeling the eyes of the crowd coming in, Lee Da-fu immediately stepped forward. Yellow Hair, what the hell do you want? Lee Da-fu gritted his teeth. The mind cursed the other party's stupidity. After all, the other party ran off to vandalize Yang Shue's company on the front foot and came here on the back foot. Wasn't this telling the outside world that Yellow Hair was his own man, and that he, himself, was behind this incident? Mr. Lee, I've brought my brothers here to ask you for money. What money? Mr. Lee, you really are a nobleman. You told us to smash Yang Shue's company before, gave me 20,000 in advance, and you promised to give me another 30,000 when it's done. Now it's time for us to settle. Hear this. Lee Da-fu frowned. Yellow Hair, I think your kid is crazy, right? Is this the kind of thing that can be said here? And when did I promise to pay you afterward? I only said I'd give you 20,000. After a pause, Lee Da-fu angrily said, if you kid still wants to make money with me in the future, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, Yellow Hair sneered. Lee Da-fu, are you threatening me? Saying that, Yellow Hair shook his cell phone, then said, Mr. Lee, in this cell phone of mine, I have the chat records of the two of us. What do you think will await this food factory of yours when the time comes if I get someone to expose it? Lee Da-fu was confused, but in the next instant, he directly grabbed the other party's cell phone, and then slammed it down hard. You, Yellow Hair froze, and that Lee Da-fu said smugly, Yellow Hair, you're still too young, caught me in the act, you think? But alas, the phones are in pieces now. Let's see you, blackmail me with something. Oh, Yang Shue's company, I asked you to smash it, but where's the evidence? All people see is you leading people into trouble. When the time comes, look who's caught. Lee Da-fu said with incomparable complacency. Hear this. Yellow Hair didn't say much. Instead, he said to a short distance away, Mr. Lin, on your side, you're all for recording, right? So here, is there nothing for me to do? A voice of faint laughter came. Sure, hard work guys, just leave it to us next. As these words fell, Lin Mo and Tang Kerson walked side by side. Chapter 42 Lee Da-fu, this time, it's a kick in the steel. Chapter 42 Lee Da-fu, this time, it's a kick in the steel. You, who are you? Lee Da-fu instantly panicked. Lin Mo didn't bother with the other party, but dialed the police in front of Lee Da-fu. Seeing this, Lee Da-fu immediately stepped forward. Brother, don't be impulsive. What is there to say? Let's talk it over? So says the mouth. But Lee Da-fu intends to repeat the same trick. While smiling and stepping forward, he is about to snatch the other party's cell phone. Seeing this, Lin Mo calmly said, Mr. Lee, you wouldn't be unaware that all cell phones are networked nowadays, right? That recording just now, along with the video of you letting Yellow Hair and the others go forward to cause trouble at Yang's food company earlier. I sent them all to my mailbox above. You smashing my cell phone won't help, and you'll even have to pay me for a new one. Hearing this, Lee Da-fu's face was a bit gloomy. The smile on his face tightened. Then he asked, Kid, what do you want? Lin Mo indifferently said, that's a funny thing to say. You framed my future mother-in-law and even paid people to cause trouble. And now, yet ask me what I want? Oh, my idea is simple. To put you out of business. Lee Da-fu's eyes were grim. However, in his heart, he disdained Lin Mo. After all, what great storms had he not seen in all these years? Wouldn't you still be bluffed by a little kid? Kid, you think I'm scared? Without some backstage, would I dare to do anything? I advise you to leave quickly, or else I'll even clean you up. Lin Mo said flatly, you're backstage? Oh, I see. You're talking about Master Ghost, I think? Well, that old man, he really is something. He's worth more than $2 billion and is involved in quite a few industries and has an extremely wide range of connections. This company of yours, It is because of his old man's capitalization that, in the last few years, it has taken off. There was a pause. Lin Mo tasted playfully. I wonder, if Master Ghost withdraws his capital, this company of yours, what situation will it face? When Li Dafu heard this, not only was he not afraid, he instead laughed out loud. That's funny. These days, all cats and dogs like to pretend. What do you think you are? Who can you bluff with those words? Lin Mo didn't answer the other party's question directly, but said flatly, Mr. Li, let's put it this way. I don't want to make things too ugly. $10 million? This company of yours? I'm buying it. This, already, is the biggest concession I've made? At this moment, Li Dafu had accumulated anger in his chest. Seeing Lin Mo in that state, he immediately planned to have the company's security guards take down the other party for causing trouble. But just then, Li Dafu's cell phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. It was a shock. The contact person is, of course, Master Ghost. You should know that Master Ghost, this person, is usually a god. Every time you need funds for yourself and visit the person, you need to call the person's assistant in advance to make an appointment to see them. The other party never calls themselves. Can't help it. Li Dafu looked deeply at Lin Mo. This kid, does he really know Master Ghost? Li Dafu's heart raced and he quickly pressed the answer button. Li Dafu, you're at the company now, right? There should be a young man, at this moment, in your company. If nothing else, you must give me hospitality. And if that young man loses a hair, don't blame me for taking you to task. When the phone hangs up, Li Dafu's entire body was dumbfounded. At this moment, he no longer had any arrogance. He came to Lin Mo's body and made a 180-degree turn in his attitude. This little brother, I'm sorry for what happened just now. Lin Mo ignored the other party. Li Dafu was so anxious that he almost cried. After all, it was all because of Master Ghost that he was in his current position. As long as the other party's sentence fell, in this life, Li Dafu would never be able to get ahead again. Seeing the other party like this, Lin Mo indifferently said, Mr. Li, if you knew it would be today, why did you bother? After saying that, Lin Mo pulled Tang Kurson and went outside the company, waiting patiently. And as much as Li Dafu wanted to escape, but there was nothing for it but to stiffen up and wait it out on the sidelines. 10 minutes later, a dozen luxury cars drove neatly into this company. As the car door opened, a group of figures, one after another, got out of the car. My God, Li Dafu secretly marveled up. Those people, Li Dafu has seen them all, including the Ghost Master. They were all famous big shots in Cloud City. Antique collector, real estate mogul, the owner of the clothing company. These people, with the least amount of assets, are worth $1 billion. This, Li Dafu was a bit confused. He really couldn't figure it out. All these bigwigs, why are they suddenly all together? Master Ghost, this, Li Dafu, stand aside, I'll clean you up later. Li Dafu honestly stepped aside, and that's when Tang Kurson and Lin Mo immediately went forward. Grandpa Zhang, it was hard for you to make the trip and bring so many big shots with you. Thank you so much. Tang Kuxin said with a smile. Zhang Jie laughed out loud and said, how can I sit back and do nothing when something happens to your mother? However, I really didn't expect that in this Cloud City, there is still someone who dares to bully my goddaughter. With that, Zhang Jie looked at Master Ghost. You'll need to keep your eyes peeled when you use someone in the future. When Master Ghost heard this, he immediately coyly said, Elder brother Zhang, it's my fault. I promise I won't make this kind of mistake in the future. Seeing this, Li Dafu almost dropped his jaw in shock, and the next instant, he was struck by lightning. Could it be that the goddaughter that Elder Zhang had mentioned was Tang Kurson's mother, Yang Shui? If that's true, then you've kicked a steel plate yourself. As Li Dafu pondered, at that moment, Zhang Jie arrived in front of Lin Mo. Shaolin, come, I'll introduce you. These are the old friends who, before, I put out my old face and lent you money. Under Zhang Jie's introduction one by one, Lin Mo greeted everyone, and that's when Master Ghost looked at Li Dafu and chided. Li Dafu, where are you holding up the corpse? Hurry up and arrange a restroom. We have something to talk about. Li Dafu hurriedly went to do it. 10 minutes later, inside the lounge, Kobayashi, to be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Earlier, we all heard about old Zhang's stock speculation. In one day, 100 million changed hands to 1.500 million. And you, moreover, have made a fortune with the money we lent him. Hey, to be honest, a couple of us old guys, we've been speculating over the years. Unfortunately, we lose blood every time. Now, didn't we hear that the bulls are coming? But we're worried that it's only a short-term boom. So we'd like to ask your opinion and then follow your speculation. Hear that? Lin Mo secretly laughed. Obviously, he didn't expect the situation at hand. It was important to know that the previous Lin Mo, only when investigating Li Dafu, knew that the other party's investor was Master Ghost. Only then did he call Elder Zhang to ask for some information. But I did not realize that at that moment, Zhang Lao, because of speculation in the stock market to make money, was surrounded by a group of old brothers to ask questions, and Zhang Lao went along with it, planning to let them meet. In this regard, Lin Mo naturally had no problem with it. After all, the fact that Zhang Jie had helped him borrow money was something that Lin Mo could always keep in his mind. If you can bring these bigwigs to make money, on the one hand, you can return the favor, and on the other hand, you also build up your own network. When the time comes, if they have any good investment projects, they will naturally think of themselves. It's a win-win situation. Chapter 43, Entering the Food Industry and Taking Down a Future Food Retail Giant. Chapter 43, Entering the Food Industry and Taking Down a Future Food Retail Giant. 1 hour later, after a detailed conversation, Lin Mo told the future direction of the 10 stocks he had previously bought. Although, Lin Mo said that this was his own prediction. In fact, it was the intelligence provided by the future heartbeat. So, naturally, you can make a solid profit. And the geezers, after getting what they wanted, left with smiles on their faces. And before he left, he gave Lin Mo his business card. Seeing this, Tangku Xin on the side. Holy, Lin Mo, you're really something. It's amazing that you can analyze the future direction of these 10 bull stocks so thoroughly. And it's not even close to the trends, and the returns, that I'm aware of. Are you a traveler or am I a traveler? Mentally muttered something. Afterward, Tangku Xin secretly laughed. I have to say, Lin Mo's move was a brilliant one. Through Grandpa Zhang's relationship, coupled with his own talent for speculation, he directly returned Grandpa Zhang's favor. It's more than that, it's befriending so many great people. In the future, Lin Mo's horizons are bound to be incomparably wider, and there are many more ways to make money. It's a win-win, as Tang Kurson lamented. At this point, in her ear, a mechanical voice came. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the side quest, helping Lin Mo expand his network. The host has access to 2 other stocks, the direction of the next 72 hours. Hearing this, Tang Kurson was surprised and delighted. You know, this time, Lin Mo met with Master Ghost and the others, and he himself wasn't involved in it. How is it that the system decides that it's his own doing? Does it mean that as long as the end is caused because of me, it is considered to be related to me? Tangku Xin secretly muttered. However, it's really easy to verify this. After all, this time they came to Li Dafu's company. They also came with a purpose. As long as Lin Mo recruited Yang Chunhong and Kai Lianghong, the 2 future leaders of the food industry, he himself would be able to determine whether or not his guess was correct. As Tangku Xin pondered, outside the door, there was a knock. The door to the room opened. Li Dafu was coming forward with a document in both hands. Mr. Lin, this is the purchase agreement I got my lawyer to draw up. A total of 5 million. If there's no problem, this company, from now on, will be yours. Lin Mo picked it up and looked at it carefully. After making sure it is correct, sign it immediately. Li Dafu was relieved to see this. Granted, Master Ghost had asked himself to sell the company, which had a market value of $13 million, at a low price, and he was 10,000% reluctant to do so. But if Lin Mo pursued the matter, his own imprisonment would be inevitable. Not only that, but you could be facing a huge amount of compensation. And most importantly, even if he came out later, he would not be able to make a comeback. Thinking about it, he could only let it go. Half an hour later, Li Dafu took the money and left. And Lin Mo didn't continue to pursue the matter for the sake of Master Ghost. Sort of sell the other guy a favor. Hey, this food factory has arrived. And that Li Dafu, his character is not good. It is difficult to be a big job. I'll have to look for new management. And just as Lin Mo was planning to head to the job market in person, at that moment, 2 figures attracted Lin Mo's attention. They had many office supplies in their hands and a lost look on their faces. What's with those 2? Could it be that he chose to leave because he couldn't stand Li Dafu's style? Lin Mo muttered. And Tang Kurson, who was on the side, also looked over. When she saw the 2 clearly, inwardly cheering up. It's them. They are exactly the Yang Chunhong as well as Kai Lianghong I'm looking for. That's quite a coincidence. Lin Mo, this is your chance to get into the food industry. You should know that both the Extreme Shop and the 100 Herb Delicacy have a considerable market value in the future. Though, not as good as the other properties under your umbrella. But after all, there are only a few dozen companies with a market capitalization of $10 billion or more. There are even fewer with $1 trillion market capitalization. Furthermore, I believe in your ability, Lin Mo. And with your strong investment, the market capitalization of these enterprises will inevitably be higher than in the previous life. By the way, this Yang Chunhong is still my mom's clan relative. And in the latter part of his life, he even looked for my mom. And it was only at that time that he realized that the person that Li Dafu was going to deal with was none other than my mom. This is really a big watery mess. However, my mom didn't take it seriously. After all, what that Li Dafu did, Yang Chunhong had tried her best to discourage it, but it was useless. Why don't I start with that? Tang Ku Xin secretly muttered. And just as she was thinking of having Lin Mo go over and pull the duo together, in Lin Mo's ears, the future voice suddenly rang out. Speaking of Li Dafu, he really isn't a good person. But you can't help it if the other side has a good eye. He has two great generals under his hand, Yang Chunhong and Kai Lianghong. Since Li Dafu collapsed, the two men set up their own businesses, one of them founding the Extreme Shop and the other the 100 Herb Delicious. Both have created remarkable results, and these two businesses, both online sales and brick-and-mortar stores, are second to none, with market capitalizations of tens of billions. Speaking of which, Yang Chunhong is related to Aunt Yang. After the other party left Li Dafu's company, he also went to Aunt Yang, and it was Aunt Yang who helped to make the connection, and Yang Chunhong had the first capital. Listen to all of this. Lin Mo was amazed in his heart, and that's when Yang Chunhong and Kai Lianghong happened to arrive in front of the parking lot. Old Yang, what are your future plans? I'm going to go to a distant cousin of mine and see if I can pursue an opportunity. After all, she does food, don't you? I'm going to make my way to the capital. After all, there are plenty of opportunities there. Well then, let's go our separate ways, brother and sister, and see who can gain a foothold in the food industry a few years from now? And just as the two were about to go their separate ways, Lin Mo's voice came through. Gentlemen, may I have a word? Yang Chunhong and Kai Lianghong looked at Lin Mo. You are? Yang Chunhong inquired. Lin Mo smiled. My name is Lin Mo. I'm the new owner of this company. Saying that, Lin Mo took out the acquisition agreement and showed it to the two of them. Seeing this, Yang Chunhong and Kai Lianghong were secretly shocked, obviously a little confused. How come the company has changed so much since I left? The mind is amazed. However, the two had no intention of chatting with Lin Mo. Anyway, one has left the job. What happens to the future of this company is none of their business. Think about it. Yang Chunhong immediately said, I'm sorry, we still have things to do, so we'll take our leave. Seeing this, Tang Ku Xin suddenly stepped forward. Are you, Uncle Yang-san? Tang Ku Xin inquired. Which one are you? Yang Chunhong said in disbelief. Tang Kurson said evenly. Third Uncle Yang, you don't remember me? We even met 6 years ago when my mom and I went back home to visit our ancestors. At that time, it was on your advice that my mom opened the food factory, and now it's doing well. By the way, my mom's name is Yang Shui. Yang Chunhong was stunned. He had been thinking of going to Yang Shui. As a result, it was here that he ran into his daughter. Isn't that a coincidence? See this, Lin Mo, who was on the side, laughed. So they're relatives. I'll just get right to the point then. I just heard that you two are planning to start a business? Starting a business is too much trouble. I'm going to give each of you $100 million and keep doing it at this company. What do you think about each of you competing against each other? What? Lin Mo's words confused the duo. Chapter 44, Going to Liancheng. Picking up a big leak. Target, Changhua Dotsai Cylinder Cup. Chapter 44, Going to Lotus City. Picking up a big leak. Goal, Changhua Dotsai Cylinder Cup. 10 minutes later. Inside the lounge, Lin Mo asks Yang Chunhong to tell Kai Lianghong about his plans for the future. The two men didn't hide their thoughts. Mr. Lin, we believe that the next 5 or even 10 years could be the world of e-commerce. E-commerce, much like TV sales before, relies on delivery and logistics. And the presence of e-commerce has a huge impact on the brick-and-mortar industry. But that doesn't mean the physical industry can't work either. So, the plan for both of us is to catch both sides. But the most important thing at the moment is to make an e-commerce layout. Of course, just the layout is not enough. We also have to increase the production line and then produce different categories of snacks. It's tasty. It's affordable. It's geared toward the public. And on top of that, food safety issues, they're very important. Speaking of which, Yang Chunhong and Kai Hongliang each took out a business plan. These two business plans are yellowed. It seems to be some years old. Tang Kurson and Lin Mo each took one. This look, Tang Kurson was amazed in her heart. Holy, these two, there's something. It's amazing that you can write such a plan at 12 years old. And it's so well analyzed here in the face of the winds of the future. It seems that it is no accident that they, in the latter days, were successful. They do have the gift and talent for it. The mind thinks so. Tang Kersen turned her attention to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what do you think of the business plan? Don Corinne inquired. Lin Mo shook his head. Tang Kersen's eyebrows frowned slightly. Lin Mo, I think it's quite good. It's perfectly fine to invest. And Yang Chunhong and Kai Lianhong were a bit anxious. Mr. Lin, if there are any problems, we can revise it. You could have just said it. After all, seeing the three of them like this, Lin Mo laughed. Two of you, you've misunderstood. What I'm trying to say is that originally, my input money was, for both of you, $100 million each. But now, I think, it's a little less. I'm going to invest $500 million each. So don't worry about it. There's not much else I'd like to say. I'd just like to mention 3 points. First, pre-sale and after-sale services must be in place. Second, it has to be tested by multiple parties to ensure food safety. Third, keep the beginning. After saying that, Lin Mo directly took over this newly taken over food factory and put in $1 billion. This series of operations by Lin Mo instantly stunned Yang Chunhong as well as Kai Lianhong. The two men were, at the moment, feeling energized. Boss, don't worry, the two of us, we will build our respective brands very quickly. Then, each competes against the other. Within 10 years. No, within 5 years. Let it go on the market and absolutely live up to your trust. Lin Mo laughed. Your abilities, insights, and sensitivity to the market. I've already seen it all in the middle of this proposal. Upon hearing this, the two were moved. They sighed. We wrote these 2 business plans 2 years ago. Only, Mr. Li Dafuli is not thinking ahead. It was given a direct refutation. Speaking of which, they secretly shook their heads. After all, the e-commerce has taken shape a few years ago, and if they follow their plan, I'm afraid that this food factory, now, has long been the leader of the food industry in the province. But, thinking about it, they felt very grateful. After all, that Li Dafu would do anything for profit. Even if the company does take off, I'm afraid it will sunset under the other side's tawdry maneuvers. The two were relieved at the thought. The next half hour, Lin Mo left the company after a few people talked in detail. Lin Mo, you can Tanko Xin gave a thumbs up. I'm sure it's a big, clean job. This company, under your leadership, has a promising future. Lin Mo smiled. Now that we have a new investment, don't you think we should celebrate? Tanko Xin had wanted to nod. And at this point, the system's voice came out heatedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Lin Mo cross over into the food industry. The host has access to the stock direction of 2 stocks for the next 72 hours. Tang Kersen's heart was delighted when she heard this. It seems that one's suspicions were correct. No matter what the project is, as long as one is involved in it, it is considered a side mission. Knowing this rule, Tang Kersen was naturally happy. But then he fell into a deep meditation. Today I have 4 stocks trending toward the future. However, these 4 stocks, if they overlap with the ones Lin Mo knows, won't they be wasted? Furthermore, although 14 years is a bull market, but the top 10 bull stocks are second to none, and although the other stocks are performing okay, there is no need to invest too much energy. Hey, it would be nice if the system could give some other benefits. While Tanku Xin was secretly thinking. At this point, the system's beep came out in a loud voice. Ding! The system has detected the host's needs. Therefore, a program was introduced. The host may continue to complete the side quest. After gathering information on 10 stocks, you can get a chance to help Lin Mo earn $100 billion, to acquire or not to acquire. Without thinking, Tang Kersen said, acquire, must acquire. Ding! System received. Tang Kersen was beyond satisfied. I didn't expect this system to be quite user-friendly. Kagome, what are you laughing at? Lin Mo wondered. Tang Kersen hurriedly said sheepishly, it's nothing. Let's make a trip to my mom's and then, why don't we all go to dinner? Don Corbin was going to nod, but at that moment, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's Zhang Jie's phone. Kobayashi, are you free? Grandpa Zhang. I wonder what my orders are. Zhang Jie on the other end of the phone smiled mysteriously. It's like this, the next city over. There's going to be an auction this afternoon, and near the auction, there's an antique market. I'm going to take a stroll there and, incidentally, take you to meet an old friend. Are you interested? Lin Mo didn't answer immediately, but glanced at Tang Kersen. Tang Kersen immediately picked up the phone and said, Grandpa Zhang, you're interrupting my date with Lin Mo. Zhang Jie laughed. So, you won't let Xiao Lin go? Ha? Tang Kersen smiled wryly. No, I have to let him go. After all, our family Lin Mo is a man who does great things. He must have enough connections to do so. Furthermore, For something like an auction, Grandpa Zhang, you are an expert. So when the time comes, I hope that your old man will help to take a look and offer some advice. Zhang Jie laughed. You girl, aren't you going to go? Tang Kerson laughed. I won't go. After all, my mom got a shock in the morning. I'll accompany her to the hospital for a full body checkup. Zhang Jie smiled. Not bad. You're a good boy. When the time comes to bring the results of the physical examination, tell me about it. Let's get together when we get back from the next city. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo looked at Tang Kerson. Isn't it inappropriate for me to just leave you behind? Why don't I just skip it this time? Tang Kerson hurriedly said. That won't do. This time, you have to go. And, if Grandpa Zhang thinks any of the lots are good, you can be sure to get them for me. After all, Grandpa Zhang's vision is very impressive. Tang Kuxian said so with her mouth. The truth is that he was so excited inside. Simply because, she suddenly remembered that on this trip to the next door Liancheng, Grandpa Zhang had his eye on a Chenghua Dotsai cylinder cup, and ended up being a bit hesitant because of the constant bidding. In the end, it was bought for a high price of 215 million Chinese dollars. A few years later, this Chenghua Dotsai cylinder cup is valued at least $1 billion. Lin Mo. This Chenghua Dotsai cylinder cup is a big leak. You must take advantage of it. Tang Kuxian thought secretly. Chapter 45, Ex-girlfriend smashes car? She must be made to pay for it. Just in time for a new car. Chapter 45, Ex-girlfriend smashes car? She must be made to pay for it. Just in time for a new car. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo sent Tang Kerson to Yang Shui's company. Seeing that Yang Shui had slowed down at the moment, he was therefore relieved to leave. He then drove forward to Zhang Jie's home, drove the other party, and went straight to Liancheng. And after getting off the highway, Lin Mo went straight to the auction house in Lotus City. I say Lin, you're at least a billionaire worth $100 billion. Why are you still driving this used car? If you ask me, you'd better hurry up and buy a luxury car. After all, a car is a man's status symbol. Zhang Jie smiled. Lin Mo was unimpressed by this. Grandpa Zhang, the car is just a means of transportation. It's a car I drive just fine. When it breaks down, Zhang Jie couldn't help but nod slightly at his words. Nice. You are young and have such insights without arrogance. It's really rare. Saying that, Zhang Jie took out a ticket and then handed it to Lin Mo. Kobayashi, you can enter with your ticket later. As for me, I spoke to another old friend on the phone earlier, and he's here for today's auction. So, we'll both have a cup of tea and wait until we rendezvous inside. Wait until Zhang Jie leaves. Lin Mo had planned to wander around a bit, but just then, not far away, a figure that attracted Lin Mo's attention. What bad luck! This woman, released so soon? However, I had forgotten that this woman's hometown is in Lotus City, as Lin Mo muttered. Not far away, the scantily clad Feng Chanchan apparently also saw Lin Mo. Resentment flashed in her eyes. Obviously, the previous incident of being brutally beaten by Tang Kerson and then squatting in a detention center for a few days had made her hold even more of a grudge against Lin Mo. Therefore, upon seeing Lin Mo, Feng Chanchan felt that the opportunity had come. Yo, if it isn't my loser ex-boyfriend, I didn't expect to meet you here. Feng Chanchan stepped forward. The smell of that cheap perfume almost made Lin Mo sneeze. Feng Chanchan, it's really a narrow road. I'm not really your ex-boyfriend. Though, am I? It should be ex-boyfriend. After all, after I dumped you, you hooked up with that Li Fu. But by the way you're dressed, it looks like you've picked up another dirtbag rich kid? Lin Mo hadn't intended to get serious with Feng Chanchan. Influence your own pattern. But the other side, however, found fault several times. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't spare the other party. As for that Feng Chanchan, after being poked by Lin Mo's soft underbelly, she was instantly furious. But after thinking about it, he immediately said, oh, people go to high places. I'm so pretty, naturally I have people chasing after me. I can tell you that my boyfriend, but Zhao Dongfei, the son of the Zhao family in Liancheng. You know the Zhou family, don't you? A famous real estate tycoon in Liancheng, with a company market capitalization of $2 billion. Even though you have some money, what can you compare it to the other Mr. Zhao? There was a pause. Feng Chanchan suddenly turned her attention, falling onto Lin Mo's car. A poof of laughter followed. Lin Mo, don't you have money? Why are you still driving this piece of used car? Let's see. You're pretending to be rich, aren't you? You have the nerve to come here when you drive a piece of junk like this. The garage at my boyfriend's house, the cheapest car, the wheels alone, cost more than your piece of car. Speaking here, Feng Chanchan suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he looked at the bodyguards following behind himself and said, you guys, come here for me. Wait for a few people to come forward. The bodyguard in the lead immediately said, "Miss Fong, what are your orders?" Fong Chanxian stared at the bodyguard like a dog, and then backhanded him. Then cracked, "You should call me a young grandmother. What a pig's brain. How many times have I told you not to listen?" Coldness appeared in that bodyguard's eyes, but not much was said. Seeing this, Fong Chanxian arrogantly pointed at Lin Mo's car and said, "I order you all, smash this broken car for me." The bouncer, however, did not move. "I'm sorry, but the young master's orders are for us to keep you safe. Anything else is out of our purview." Hear this. Fong Chanxian was furious, but seeing the other party staring coldly at him, he could only finally say, "Useless thing. When I turn around, I'm going to have my dear at home. Fire all of you." After saying that, Fong Chanxian looked around and saw a slate, then started to smash at Lin Mo's car. Soon the windows were all shattered, and on the car, there were many potholes. The car, it's basically considered scrapped and there's no need for repairs. When Lin Mo saw this, he took out his cell phone without haste and photographed the process of the other party smashing the car. "See this," Fong Chanxian said smugly. "Lin Mo, this broken car of yours? I smashed it. I'm going to give you a business card now, and if you can come after me at my dear company." Fong Chanxian dropped her business card and immediately turned around to leave. Seeing this, Lin Mo didn't stop it. Just in his eyes, there was a glint of coldness. The car, he naturally wants Fong Chanxian to compensate, but not now. It was only because at this moment, he still needed to talk to Zhang Jie and participate in the auction. Think about it. Lin Mo could only call for a tow truck to scrap the car, and then, straight to the auction, waiting patiently. And in the meantime, inside a tea house box not far from the auction, Zhang Jie was drinking tea there with an old man who was similar to his age. Off to the side, a young man in a suit was sitting honestly. "I say, old Zhao, we've been buddies for years. What's up? Just get right to the point. After all, I have to rush to the auction." Zhao Changhe couldn't help but smile awkwardly at his words. Then he said, "Elder brother Zhang, I'll be straightforward then. My company, it's having some financial difficulties. The reason for this is that my money, all of it, is trapped in the stock market. That's why I wanted to ask for your help." Zhang Jie laughed. "Tell me, how much capital do you need?" Zhao Changhe took a deep breath before stretching out 4 fingers. 4 billion? Zhang Jie was stunned. See the other man nod. Zhang Jie sighed. "I don't have that much money either." Short thoughts. Zhang Jie smiled and said, "However, I have brought a junior with me this time. That kid is something. Great at speculation and good at investing. If you can negotiate, funding is definitely not an issue." Hear this. Zhao Changhe immediately burst out laughing, and then looked to the youth on the sidelines. He then introduced, "Elder brother Zhang. Then how about this? I'll let my son, Zhao Dongfei, attend the auction with you. It just so happens that he has an entry ticket. I'll meet you at the office when the auction is over." "How?" Seeing Zhang Jie nod his head, Zhao Dongfei, who was on the side, immediately got up. "Grandpa Zhang, please." Zhang Jie laughed. "No harm done. I'm just doing a favor. Anyway, you and Lin Mo are of a similar age. Your minds, you should be able to collide with some sparks." Zhao Dongfei froze. "Rimmer? That name? Why do you feel like you've heard it somewhere before?" Chapter 46, The Auction Begins. Objective. Take the mysterious finale lot. Chapter 46, The Auction Begins. Objective. Take the mysterious finale lot. 10 minutes later, Zhao Dongfei followed Zhang Jie inside the auction. It wasn't long before they found Lin Mo. "Grandpa Zhang, you're finally here. If you don't come, I'm going to fall asleep," Lin Mo said with a snicker. And then, looking towards Zhao Dongfei, "And this is?" Zhang Jie smiled, and then he pointed at Zhao Dongfei beside him. "Shaolin, let me introduce to you. This one beside me is a young talent. His father is Lianqing's famous real estate tycoon, Zhao Changhe. Master Zhao, an old friend of mine. I brought Xiao Zhao here this time because I intend to introduce you guys to each other. By the way, the Zhao family has recently had financial problems, so you should understand what I mean, right?" Lin Mo sniffed and, for a moment, became a bit embarrassed. After all, half an hour ago, his own car was smashed by that Fong Chanxian. And the reason why Fong Chanxian is like this is entirely because of the dog and the fox. The other party also didn't know how many times he had said the Zhao family, with Zhao Dongfei's name. Even, after smashing his car, he provocatively asked himself to go to the Zhao family to ask for money to pay for the car. But who would have thought that this Zhao family's son, Zhao Dongfei, would appear in front of him, and thinking of helping themselves to their financial problems? Isn't that a coincidence? Lin Mo fell somewhat in anticipation for a moment. I wonder, In the event that Fang Qianqian knew that she was being flattered by Zhao Dongfei, what would be her behavior? And just as Lin Mo muttered, then Zhao Dongfei took the initiative to step forward. On the way here, he knew about Lin Mo's identity from Zhang Jie, and he also knew that the other party had quite a lot of funds. However, seeing the other party with his own eyes, he still found it unbelievable. Young, the man in front of him was 2 years younger than his age, but the other party did not have the slightest air of thuggishness. Instead, it was incredibly composed. This is very rare and valuable. Even if it wasn't for Grandpa Zhang's words, who would have thought that the youth in front of him was a mysterious tycoon worth hundreds of billions of dollars, owning several companies? While lamenting in his heart, Zhao Dongfei said evenly, "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhao Dongfei, please teach me more." Lin Mo politely responded up. He didn't have any hard feelings because Zhao Dongfei was Fang Qianqian's current boyfriend, simply because he completely let go. However, he had searched for Zhao Dongfei's information just now while he had nothing else to do and found that the other party was actually one of the 10 outstanding youths of Liancheng. Lin Mo secretly sighed in his heart. He really didn't understand. How did such an outstanding young man look at Qianqian Shang? These, of course, were not Lin Mo's business. At this moment, he only wanted to know the potential of the Zhao family. He would naturally fund it if he could. After all, you can't mess with anyone but money. And that's when, in Lin Mo's ear, came the voice of the future. Speaking of this 10 outstanding youths of Liancheng, Zhao Dongfei, that's a marvelous character. Unfortunately, as stupid as I am, I was blinded by lard and liked that Fang Qianqian. And that Fang Qianqian, ever since she's been with Zhao Dongfei, she's been reckless. On weekdays, the bodyguards are easily beaten and scolded, and they don't take anyone seriously at all. Later on, because it had messed with a big shot from Go Town, that big man has tens of billions of dollars in assets, but Fang Qianqian directly slapped the other party. And that was at a banquet. The Zhao family has been targeted since then and, later, ended up directly in bankruptcy. Zhao Chunhe couldn't take the blow and simply died, while Zhao Dongfei has been devastated ever since. Well, later on, he found an opportunity to go to Hiroshima and start as a small clerk, but the light of genius cannot be covered up. Just 2 years, the other party became a corporate executive, and later, their own business became the largest real estate tycoon in the city of Canton, worth $10 billion. If it is not because of that Fang Qianqian nonsense, I'm afraid his entrepreneurial road will not be so difficult, and even the future value of the body may reach 100 billion. By the way, he and my classmate, Song Changyang, are known as the future twin stars of the real estate industry. After listening to the information provided by the future voice, Lin Mo was dumbstruck. This Zhao Dongfei was surprisingly capable of such a thing. From scratch, a few years on the rise, worth $10 billion, Lin Mo was appalled inwardly. And then, the eyes that regarded Zhao Dongfei were completely different. Good. This time, I've seen a treasure. There's old Song teaming up with Zhao Dongfei. I'm bound to have a solid future in real estate. Think about it. Lin Mo already had an idea in his mind. And at this point, Zhao Dongfei thought that Lin Mo was disgusted by his presumption to ask for help, and thus ignored him. Immediately, he said, "Mr. Lin, why don't we wait for the auction to end and then go to my company to take a look? As it happens, I have quite a few planning proposals for future real estate. You look at it and then decide if you want to go in for funding." Zhang Ji also hastened to round off the conversation. "Xiao Lin, I think this proposal is good." Lin Mo smiled. "Grandpa Zhang, no need to be so troublesome. Mr. Zhao was recommended by your old man. You look at the face of the monk to see the face of Buddha. This capital, I've invested in it. However, exactly how much I've invested in it, I need to go to the Zhao family's real estate company to take a look before I say anything. But conservatively at least $1 billion. What?" Zhang Jie froze, and Zhao Dongfei was shocked. Lin Mo, this was really not a big deal. Zhang Jie had wanted Lin Mo to think carefully. But when I think of what the other party has been doing all this time, eventually shut up. After all, the other party must be emboldened since they dared to open this mouth. Think about it. Zhang Jie laughed. "Alright, the auction is okay to start in 10 minutes. So when it's over, we'll go to old Zhao's company to take a look. When the time comes, it's up to you, Kobayashi, to decide how much to invest." Soon, the three found their seats and waited patiently. 10 minutes later, the auction has begun. Zhao Dongfei sat in the corner. However, his gaze was not fixed on the auction table, but instead looked at Lin Mo from time to time. After all, this time, Zhang Jie had come to Lotus City to bid on a lot. Lin Mo was accompanying the other party to see the world though, but he felt that perhaps through this auction, he could see the other party's financial strength. For a moment, he fell a little in anticipation. And the other side. Lin Mo was, at the moment, holding a pamphlet in his hand. He said curiously, Grandpa Zhang, now, can you tell me what you are bidding on this time? What is it? Zhang Jie smiled and said, this is a secret. You'll know later. Lin Mo smiled helplessly. His eyes fell on top of the auction booklet in his hand. On it, there was a detailed list of today's lots as well as the bidding reserve price. Only, Lin Mo briefly flipped through it, but didn't gain anything. After all, if the future voice didn't give the word, Lin Mo naturally couldn't make a rash move. And just as Lin Mo muttered, at this moment, Zhang Jie, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. Shaolin, this bidding, you have to pay attention to the grand finale collectible. This thing, if you can buy it, this time in Lotus City, even if you didn't come in vain. Lin Mo was a bit curious. Grandpa Zhang, what exactly is this grand finale collection? Zhang Jie said mysteriously. This, you'll know when the time comes. Lin Mo had planned to ask, and at that moment, the host announced that the auction was starting. Chapter 47, 200 million for the Changhua Dotsai Cylinder Cup, and a few years later, the price skyrocketed by 30 times? Chapter 47, $200 million to buy the Changhua Dotsai Cylinder Cup. A few years later, the price soared 30 times? Everyone, below, we will begin the auction of the first item in the collection. This is a Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain, which was sold 5 years ago by a collector in my Lotus City 4. As the host finished his introduction, there was a staff member, who placed a blue and white porcelain vase in front of the auction table, and that auctioneer immediately announced the start of bidding. In response, a number of bidders took the cards in their hands and started bidding, and for that, Zhang Jie was a bland color. He whispered, Elder Zhang, this Song blue and white porcelain, good quality, are you not going to get your hands on it? Zhang Jie said indifferently, the quality is indeed fine, however, I have little interest in this thing. For one thing, it's something that I have at home, and for another, it's not going to appreciate much. After saying that, Zhang Jie simply closed his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Mo didn't say much, just a secret sigh of relief. After all, it was only a few minutes. The bidding price of the blue and white porcelain has already exceeded the starting price 3 times, and there is a trend to continue to rise. In the end, it was taken for more than 4 times the starting bid. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. For the rich, money really is just a line of numbers. Is this what they call $1,000 can't buy me happiness? With the first auction item successfully sold, in the next few moments, the auctioneer went on to sell a second and a third piece. In response, Zhang Jie remained indifferent. Choose to close your eyes. As for Lin Mo, since it was his first time to participate in this kind of auction, it was naturally very fresh. Therefore, he watched everyone come and go with great interest. So, half an hour passed quickly, and that's when that host opened his mouth and said, ladies and gentlemen, next, the collection we need to auction off is the running script 2 Songs of Wistful Ancient Times in Guangling, written by Wang Duo of the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Hear that? Zhang Jie, who had originally closed his eyes to rest his mind, snapped his eyes open. His original amiable demeanor immediately disappeared. In its place, there was a look of determination. See this? Lin Mo curiously said. Grandpa Zhang, you seem to be very interested in this piece of running script? Zhang Jie took a deep breath and said, this, I'll tell you later. Next, I'm going to prepare for the bidding. And at this point, that presenter has already given the history of this lineage. As the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding, Zhang Jie immediately raised his hand. Then, someone immediately followed. In response, Zhang Jie simply ignored it and raised the price with little to no consideration. The two parties go back and forth. In just a few short moments, its price went to over $3 million. Eventually, the other side had no choice but to give up. As the auctioneer struck the hammer, Zhang Jie immediately revealed a look of relief. He lamented, after more than 20 years, this line of calligraphy can be considered to have fallen into my hands again. Lin Mo on the side was incomparably curious. Seeing this, Zhang Jie laughed. Shaolin, you don't know, this line of calligraphy is a family heirloom from Kerson's her grandfather. Back then, Kerson's grandfather was a famous ship in Cloud City. I, on the other hand, am just a poor boy who came to Cloud City to make my way. At the hardest time, I didn't even eat for days and nights and almost starved to death. If it wasn't for elder brother Yang's gift of a meal, I would probably have died long ago. Later, I worked under the hand of old brother Yang, and old brother Yang saw that I was down to earth, so he gave me this line of calligraphy to use as startup capital. If it wasn't for that, there wouldn't be a Zhang Jie today. Afterward, I kept searching for this painting and calligraphy, But nay, I couldn't find it until old brother Yang fell ill and died. Now, it can be considered a fulfillment of my wish. Hear that? Lin Mo then realized. He had been curious before why Zhang Jie would treat Aunt Yang as if she were his own. So in love with Tang Xin. Sell it directly to yourself at a low price when the other person takes you to pick up the pieces. Even when Tang Xin offered to help herself borrow money, she directly gave up her old face. Original. He has such a connection with Auntie Yang's father. And that's when Zhang Jie spoke again. Well, Kobayashi, next, you just keep waiting. Remember, you must take today's finale lot. Originally, I was going to take it myself, and had $200 million set aside for that purpose. But since you're here, and you're also funding old Zhao's family's company, it's considered a favor to me, so I'll give you this favor. But remember, this collection, the maximum price can't be more than $200 million, otherwise even if you get it, you won't earn much. Hearing this, Lin Mo became even more curious. What is that finale lot? Unfortunately, Zhang Jie had no intention of answering at all. Lin Mo slandered in his heart, this old man. He really likes to play secretive. So, the next collection still keeps coming. 1 hour later, the host opened his mouth. Everyone, next, is today's finale lot. This is a Dotsai jar cup from the Ming dynasty during the Changhua period. This object, only one pair exists in the world. Very precious. One of them, bought by a mysterious rich businessman on Hong Kong Island. And the other one, just around the corner. As the presenter finished his introduction, everyone's eyes fell in front of the auction table. Since it was the grand finale, the staff turned on the projector directly, so its details could be seen clearly. Kobayashi, are you ready? Zhang Jie asked. Lin Mo had intended to nod, and at that moment, in his ear, the future voice came again. Ming Changhua bucket-colored steel cup, which is a permanent pain in the heart of Master Zhang. I remember this collection, which appeared at an auction in Lotus City. Its appearance has attracted the attention of many collectors. Many people traveled thousands of miles to attend that auction just to see this rare collection in person. Unfortunately, its bidding reserve price is $100 million, and each time you bid, you must increase by $5 million. And because of this auction, it has long been put out in the wind. So many experts analyze that this single Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup price is not more than 200 million. Even Elder Zhang felt that way, so although he also participated in the bidding, he gave up halfway through, and in the end, it was bought by someone else for $215 million. However, 2 years later, I learned from the news that the price of this Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup was valued at $1 billion. Listen to what the future voice has to say. Lin Mo was dumbstruck. Such a tiny cup. It's worth $1 billion? Converted into Chinese currency it's 220 million Chinese dollars. You have to take it down yourself. As Lin Mo pondered. At this point, that auctioneer announced that this Ming Changhua bucket color steel cup bidding began. At this point, Lin Mo raised his hand directly. $220 million. What? As these words fell, the entire auction, everyone was dumbstruck. Chapter 48, Fang Qianqian, Lin Mo really dared to come to Zhao's company to ask for money? Bold. Chapter 48, Fang Qianqian, Lin Mo really dared to come to Zhao's company to ask for money? Bold. At this very moment, not to mention that auctioneer, many people who came to bid, even Elder Zhang, all of them showed a look of shock. They were all considered regulars at the auction house. Though on weekdays, there is a constant scramble for a piece of the collection, but it will never raise the price directly. But the Lin Mo in front of him had directly raised the base price of 100 million to 220 million. What a masterstroke this is. The moment. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing glasses had a somewhat gloomy face. After all, he came this time to take this Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup. To do so, he bounced around continuously and even rode the green for a few hours. He's prepared $220 million this time. I thought it was more than enough to take this Changhua Dotsai jar cup, but as a result, Lin Mo's bidding completely broke his plans. He'll have to add at least 5 million if he bids again, but he felt sure the other side would follow. But you have to know, the value of this Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup has long been analyzed by many experts. At most 200 million, even if it appreciates in the future, there's not much room for it. A premium of $30 million has been remarkable. Damn. After the man hesitated for a while, he eventually gave up bidding. After all, he had to keep his hand in case this kid bids with himself and then suddenly doesn't, then wouldn't he be losing money? In the meantime, Zhao Dongfei, who was in the middle of the crowd, couldn't help but sigh. He's also been to a few auctions, also seen those really rich people bidding. However, it was really the first time to see someone like Lin Mo. who didn't blink his eyes and directly added $100 million on top of the reserve price of $100 million. At this moment, Zhao Dongfei had a lot of emotions in his heart. Is this the bottom line of being a $100 billionaire? He was inwardly dismayed. Lin, are you out of your mind? You're raising the price so high. Aren't you afraid that people will bid against you? When the time comes, you'll definitely lose money. Zhang Jie shouted in a small voice. After all, his original idea was for Lin Mo to close at $180 million. In this way, if he poured it out, he could still make a small profit, but Lin Mo did so directly. Elder Zhang, I have my plans, Lin Mo said with a confident smile. He was naturally emboldened by this. And he, for one, doesn't like trouble. After all, the voices of the future have said that within this auction, there are many people who want to take this Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup, since the final price will be above 200 million. Simply go straight to one step yourself. And the truth was really as Lin Mo had guessed. After that auctioneer heard Lin Mo's offer, he asked again and again if anyone was bidding. In the end, the hammer fell. When Lin Mo saw this, he was in a bit of a trance. This future value of $1 billion of the Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup, just like this, was taken by himself. However, I remember this Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup. Only one pair exists in this world. If I get the chance to get my hands on the other one as well, I'm afraid its value, will skyrocket? Lin Mo got a little expectant for a moment. Half an hour later, as the last lot was bought, this Lotus City's auction, it's coming to an end. However, Lin Mo knew that he still had things he needed to do. After all, Elder Zhang had called himself to come, and apart from the auction, there was also an old friend he wanted to introduce to him. Elder Zhang's friend is certainly not simple. It's not unlikely that you'll come across some new investment opportunities yourself. On top of that, Lin Mo also planned to take down Zhao Dongfei's Zhao's real estate development company. As long as there was Zhao Dongfei joining forces with Song Changyang, I'm afraid that within a few years, in the real estate industry, he himself would be able to stand firm. Half an hour later, all formalities taken care of, and Lin Mo also successfully got that Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup. Elder Zhao, who was on the side, saw this and fell in love with it. However, when he thought that Lin Mo had spent $220 million to take it, he felt an immense pain in his flesh. Kobayashi, you're being too impulsive. You're not me, focusing on the collection. You buy antiques to make money. But now, you're losing money. Lin Mo smiled. Grandpa Zhang, don't worry, I have an intuition. The future market value of this Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup will definitely soar at least tenfold. Zhang Jie saw Lin Mo's confident appearance. Although his heart was not optimistic, but not much was said. And that's when Zhao Dongfei had walked over. Elder Zhang, Mr. Lin, I'll take you to our Zhao family's company right now, and when the time comes, I'll ask you two to enlighten me. Zhao Dongfei laughed. Then he asked, Mr. Lin, I wonder if you drove here this time. Lin Mo laughed. It would have been a drive, but it was trashed. I've scrapped that car. What? Zhao Dongfei was startled, and Zhang Jie frowned. Xiao Lin, who is so bold, and why don't you call the police on the other guy? This is malicious damage to the other's property. Lin Mo smiled. Elder Zhang, don't worry, that person will have retribution sooner or later. However, now is not the time to deal with this. As a matter of urgency, it's better to go to Zhao's real estate company first, right? In this regard, Zhang Jie and Zhao Dongfei naturally had no problem with it. Half an hour later, the destination is here, and at the moment, outside Chou's, Zhao Changha had gotten the news in advance, so he led a group of employees early and waited up outside the company under the hot sun. Those employees see this, full of disbelief. After all, in their minds, Zhao's real estate company, in Lianqing belonged to the top few existences, and its owner, Zhao Changha, is worth billions. On weekdays, people from other companies, let alone seeing Zhao Changha, even the most ordinary employees of the company are looked up to as well as envied by people from other businesses. And like this, when the whole company was braving the scorching sun in order to welcome one person, it had never happened at all. At this point, among the crowd, a young man was complaining up to the woman beside him. Sis, it's killing me in the sun. That man, what is his identity? Anyway, to make so many of us wait for the other side to show up? Fong Chang said with dissatisfaction. Fong Chanqian shook her head and said, I'm really not sure. However, I've heard that the person we're waiting for is worth $100 billion. Might want to get into Zhou's real estate. Fong Chang's eyes lit up when he heard this. But, he also knew exactly how much he weighed. And if he wanted to flatter and curry favor with that rich man, he had no chance at all. And the reason why he is now the head of the security department of this company is still thanks to his sister's favor. A short meditation. Fong Chang suddenly looked at Fong Chanqian. Fong Chanqian didn't answer though, but there was already some commotion in the mind. After all, the Zhao Dongfei she was now climbing up to was certainly young and talented, comparable to the billionaire who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It's not even worth mentioning. If one can marry the other, then I call myself a real chicken into a phoenix. This life's wealth. Enjoy endless now. While Fong Chanqian was complacent, suddenly, Fong Chanqian's afterglow fell outside the company. There, two figures, an old and a young, were walking slowly. It was Lin Mo as well as Zhang Jie. That asshole. How dare you really come to Zhao's real estate company to ask for money? Is he looking for death? Fong Chanqian was furious. Chapter 49, begging me? When you smashed my car, weren't you quite arrogant? Chapter 49, begging me? Weren't you arrogant when you smashed my car? Sis, this kid. Fong Chang's eyes were deep. Apparently, it was still haunted by the fact that he had squatted in a detention center for a few days earlier because of Lin Mo. Therefore, he was eager to take revenge on Lin Mo. Well, this guy, now that he's here, we can't spare him. You know what to do, right? Fong Chanqian inquired in a small voice. Fong Chang nodded, coldness in his eyes. And the other side. Zhao Chanha obviously didn't know what the Fong family siblings were calculating. At this moment, when he saw Zhang Jie, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. He guessed that the person beside the other party was bound to be that Lin Mo who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And because Zhao Dongfei had sent a message of authority in advance, explaining what he had seen and heard, he categorically did not dare to doubt the other party's identity. Think about it. Zhao Chanha took the initiative to welcome him. And that's when that Fong Chanqian suddenly stepped forward and said, Uncle Zhao, the two of them, they are here to find me. Zhao Chanha looked at Fong Chanqian strangely. Fong Chanqian said with a straight face, Uncle Zhao, that young man, his name is Lin Mo. Before that, it was my suitor who was stalking me. And it cost me a lot of money. He saw that it was hopeless to woo me, so he asked me to pay him back. He's also shameless enough to get someone to beat up my brother and even get us in jail. He got word from somewhere that I was getting along with East Africa, so he came over to continue his stalking. Fong Chanqian aggravated, in a fit of rage. I found someone to smash his car, and he is now coming to find me to pay for the money. Speaking of this, Fong Chanqian was in tears, and Fong Chang immediately concurred. Just when the Fong family siblings thought that Zhao Chanha would take the heat for them, Zhao Chanha, however, didn't respond. After all, Zhao Chanha had lived such a lone life. What kind of people had he not seen before? This Fong Chanqian sibling duo, he couldn't see eye to eye from the beginning, thinking that these two are not pure of heart, approaching Zhao Dongfei with ulterior motives. But who let their sons like each other? So he had to turn a blind eye. And while Zhao Chanha was thinking about it, Fong Chanqian continued, Uncle Zhao, Dongfei and I truly love each other, but this one, he keeps pestering me. You must do it for me. Zhao Chanha had intended to speak. Who knows? Zhang Jie, who was on the other side, was the first to laugh. I say Kobayashi na. You're good at everything. The only black mark is how the college got such a date. Eyes wide open. And hooked up. You boys were really hungry in the first place. Hear that? Lin Mo smiled awkwardly. However, everyone is young and uninformed at times. Hear that? Then Fong Chang was not happy at once. What are you babbling about? Old man? You dare to slander my sister. Believe it or not Fong Chang had planned to bring people forward. But the next moment, however, he saw Zhao Chanha immediately step forward. Fong Chang, who gave you the guts to bully others? Do you know who this old man is? He's been a close friend of mine for decades. And now, helping me pull in funds. You dare to take offense? What? Fong Chang was struck by lightning. In response, Zhao Chanha ignored it and instead stepped forward with a smiling face and said, Elder brother Zhang. I'm sorry, Zhang Jie said flatly. Old Zhao, you know what kind of person I am. If a dog bites me, do I bite back? However, Kobayashi came to invest in your company to help with the trouble. But these two, they are thinking of discrediting him. If Shaolin withdraws his capital, I guess I won't be able to pull it back even if I live out this old face. What kind of person is Zhao Chanha? Naturally, he understood what the other side meant. Immediately, he turned around and glared at Fong Chang. You, fired. Then, he looked at Fong Chanqian again. As for you, leave my son immediately. Hearing this, the Fong family siblings looked at each other, but Zhao Chanha didn't care about this at all. Instead, he turned to look at Lin Mo and said with a compensatory smile, Little Lin, I wonder, do you have a problem with my decision? Lin Mo laughed. Elder Zhao, you were introduced by Grandpa Zhang, Don't look at the face of the monk. But well, this Fang Chanxian slandered me before. This time I came to Liancheng. The car was smashed by him. Granted, that used car isn't worth much, but it's good for tens of thousands of dollars. Now scrapped for disposal. Hear this. Zhao Changhe immediately understood. Immediately, he was about to dial the police. And that's when a figure walked in. Dad, what's going on? Zhao Dongfei inquired. When Fang Chanxian saw the other party appear, she immediately changed her face. He was going to be wicked. But Lin Mo was the first to say, Mr. Xiao Zhao, before, didn't you ask me who smashed my car? It's this girlfriend of yours. What? Zhao Dongfei was startled. The whole person was struck by lightning. The panic in his heart overflowed. After all, he knew exactly what Lin Mo's status was. Moreover, Lin Mo played a key role in whether or not the Zhao family's financial problems could be solved this time. If it offends the other side, that's a huge blow. Think about it. Zhao Dongfei took a deep breath, then said, Fang Chanxian, I am now officially breaking up with you. You take your brother and go. On weekdays, I can turn a blind eye when you use my name to go around and make a fool of yourself. But if you've offended Mr. Lin, you're on your own. Hear that? Fang Chanxian was dumbfounded. But then, she was planning to break. Zhao Dongfei, it's fine to let me go. You have to pay me for the mental damage. I don't want much more than 5 million. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking pictures of the two of us and posting them online. When the time comes, you will surely lose your reputation. You say you didn't touch me, but with the pictures, do you think people will believe you? I'll throw it away if you play with it. You think? Zhao Dongfei's eyes were deep. The mind, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless. This woman, she's really shameless. He clearly hadn't done anything with Fang Chanxian. The reason given by the other party was that the most important thing, which needed to be given out only in the cave. The other party, however, repeatedly took advantage of their drunkenness and took pictures. Turns out, the reason for this was to approach himself for a breakup fee. And at this point, seeing Zhao Dongfei like this, Fang Chanxian couldn't help but feel smug. She reached out. Give me $5 million and I won't show my face again. It's a good deal, isn't it? Zhao Dongfei didn't know what to do for a moment. Zhao Changhe, on the other hand, couldn't wait to strangle this pair of shameless siblings. Who knows? Just then, Lin Mo's flat voice came out. Mr. Xiao Zhao, I've filmed your chat just now. This MS. Feng is most likely suspected of extortion. Report it to the police or not, as you see fit. What? Fang Chanxian was dumbfounded. She immediately pulled Zhao Dongfei and said pitifully, Honey, I was, just now, joking with you. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Mo again with teary eyes. Lin Mo, we've been together for 6 years at least. Could it be? Do you have to treat me like this? Lin Mo said flatly. Fang Chanxian, now you know to beg me. Weren't you quite arrogant when you smashed my car before? If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it in the first place? Chapter 50, A Decision. 15 billion. Investment in Zhao's real estate company. Chapter 50, A Decision. 15 billion. Investment in Zhao's real estate company. Half an hour later, Fang Chanxian and Fang Chang were arrested again. Fang Chanxian naturally because of extortion and there is video evidence. As for that Fang Keng, he is making use of his position to enrich himself. Before, Zhao Changhe was looking at Zhao Dongfei's face and naturally turned a blind eye. But now that the other party had offended Lin Mo, the god of wealth, how could they possibly forgive the other party? Inside Zhao Changhe's office, there was a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere. In front of the coffee table, Lin Mo sipped his tea to himself, not saying a word. On the contrary, Zhao Changhe and Zhao Dongfei, the father and son duo, had a smiling expression on their faces. Seeing this, Zhang Jie, who was on the side, hurriedly said, Xiao Lin, you've drank several cups of tea, it's time to talk about your thoughts. Lin Mo laughed. Grandpa Zhang, what's the idea? Zhang Jie said without any good humor. Of course it's your decision nah. Do you want to invest in this company or not? The smile on Lin Mo's face increased. Grandpa Zhang, what are you talking about? So far, I know nothing about this company. Earlier, I didn't see any of the business blueprints for the future. The business plan that Mr. Xiao Zhao promised to show me. How can I easily decide whether to invest or not? Hearing this, Zhang Jie froze. Laughter ensued. You kid, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought that you were holding a grudge because of that Fang Chang as well as Fang Chanxian. Zhang Jie rounded off the conversation. Lin Mo said nonchalantly, those two, in my eyes, are just passing through. I am naturally pleased to see that he is now being duly punished, so it's all over. Speaking of which, I was worried that little Zhao would always hold a grudge against me and break up his marriage. Zhao Dongfei quickly said. Mr. Lin, please don't make fun of me. Before, I was forced to stay with Fang Qianqian because I was worried about the company's image. In the beginning, the woman acted okay, but then, she showed her ugly face. Hey, that said, it's no one's fault she had this ending. Moreover, I have to thank Mr. Lin. After all, this woman is a fox and a tiger, and she will definitely cause more trouble in the future. Thanks to Mr. Lin's generosity. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid this company of mine would be targeted. Speaking of which, Zhao Dongfei immediately came to the front of the safe. Within a short time, some papers were taken out. The papers, piled up, were at least 10 centimeters high. Lin Mo immediately looked up. He took out the top batch of documents, and inside, it was clearly a plan for the future of Lotus City. Dozens of pages are filled with questions predicting the future direction of real estate in Liancheng. Lin Mo continued to scroll down. In the end, it was surprising to find the future plans of Cloud City. He read it carefully at once. After all, as a native of Cloud City, he was naturally more familiar with the place than he was with Lotus City. Lin Mo suddenly turned his gaze and landed on top of one of the lines of titles. Simply because, Zhao Dongfei clearly described the situation with regards to Cloud City International. Mr. Zhao, you're so optimistic about that piece of rotten buildings in Cloud City International? Lin Mo marveled. Zhao Dongfei laughed. Mr. Lin, that piece of rotten buildings in Cloud City International has been judicially auctioned off all these years. Though, its future commercial value, however, is bound to be high. I've heard that it will be auctioned off recently for an estimated $500 million. However, if it can be taken, its future value can be doubled at least 20 times. And, I think now is the best time to take it, because everyone else, they don't see the potential of Cloud City International. And when the end of the year comes, and prices start to soar, I'm afraid $500 million won't be enough to get it. Other than that, I think there's 100% to be gained if we get it developed early. There's also the fact that I think that the land around Cloud City International can also be found a way to buy it and build a commercial building. In this way, with each other's mutual achievements, the future value of Cloud City International will probably break through to $20 billion or even more. There was a pause. Zhao Dongfei laughed. Of course, these are just my personal guesses. I don't dare to guarantee that 100% of the predictions are accurate. Lin Mo didn't reply, but laughed out loud. Seeing this, Zhao Dongfei was confused. And that's when Zhang Jie, who was on the side, spoke up. Zhao, I have to say that the ideas among the masters are coincidental. Seeing Zhao Dongfei's puzzled face, Zhang Jie smiled and said, Zhao, you have no idea. Even before he came here, Kobayashi had an idea for that rotten Cloud City International building. What? Zhao Dongfei was filled with dismay. And at this time, Lin Mo continued to speak. Little General Manager Zhao, your words just now have kind of opened my eyes. Originally, I was only interested in Cloud City International. But now, I have to look beyond that. As you say, mutual fulfillment. Speaking of which, Lin Mo once again looked at the rest of the information. Soon, he flipped through the plans that had the future of Goat Town. Lin Mo was secretly surprised. It seemed that in that parallel world where the future voice was located, it wasn't by chance that Zhao Dongfei was able to start from scratch in Yangcheng and make a name for himself. The opponent was well prepared before that. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and then he returned the planning book in his hand to Zhao Dongfei. Mr. Cho, at this moment, I have one last question. I don't know. If you have enough money, where do you plan to develop? Zhao Dongfei froze. Then he said seriously, to be honest, I've always wanted to go to Goat Town to make a break for it. After all, this Liancheng belongs to a second-tier city, and even the real estate industry, no matter how booming it is, has its limits. Zhao Dongfei was originally worried that Lin Mo would think he was too ambitious. Who knows? Lin Mo, however, laughed. Little Mr. Zhao, if you say you want to continue developing in Liancheng, I might take a stake of 5 billion Chinese dollars. But your answer, however, is Lotus City. So, Lin Mo deliberately paused. As for Zhao Dongfei and Zhao Changhe, the father and son duo, they were suddenly apprehensive. Even Zhang Jie followed suit and got nervous. But the next instant, however, Lin Mo smiled and said, I've decided, $15 billion, to invest in your company. However, for the time being, Zhao's company's center of gravity will have to be in Liancheng. And after this site is stabilized, then it will start to make a big splash. Hear this, Zhang Jie, Zhao Dongfei, as well as Zhao Changhe immediately revealed a stunned expression. Half an hour later, Lin Mo had gotten the contract and had transferred the funds into the other company's account. Originally, Zhao Changha had planned to invite the Lin Mo duo for dinner, but Lin Mo politely declined. After all, he still had to go with Elder Zhao to meet another old friend of the other party. Come downstairs. At that moment, Zhao Dongfei hurriedly arrived. Then he took out a key and said, "Boss, before, Fang Qianqian smashed your car. I can't absolve myself of the blame. So, this car, it's for you." Saying this, Zhao Dongfei pointed to a brand new Audi A6 not far away. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This Zhao Dongfei, on the road, knows that he is a low-key person, so he sends such a new car. Soon, Lin Mo got into the car with Zhang Jie. "Grandpa Zhang, can we go find your old friend now?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. Seeing Zhang Jie nod his head, Lin Mo said smilingly, "Now, can you tell me what that old friend is?" Zhang Jie smiled mysteriously. Then he said he was meeting an old friend of mine. "Actually, I guess, it's to see my old friend's son. His name is Lei Xiaojun." Lin Mo had been a bit strange, but just then, in Lin Mo's ears, the voice of the future rang out. Chapter 51, $5 billion to pry the 600 billion market capitalization of the rice phone. Chapter 51, $5 billion. Prying 600 billion market capitalization of rice mobile phones. Speaking of Elder Zhang Jie, that's really an extremely wide range of connections. He has old friends, not only all over Cloud City, but all over the country, in all walks of life. Among them, there is an old man surnamed Lei. That is a popular figure in Liancheng. He was a tycoon in the supermarket industry in Liancheng in the year zero, worth $5 billion. And his son, Lei Xiaojun, is even more remarkable. Being the founder of the rice cell phone, he was extremely gifted in business, and in his early years was the CEO of the Gold Swato Group, and later became an angel investor. In 10, he teamed up with a couple of buddies to start a business and founded the brand, Rice Mobile. In the first few years, no waves were made, and there was even a startup slump in 14. Investors have withdrawn their capital, but it is good that Lei Jun is not in danger. While his father went around to help him pull together funds, after having enough backbone, Lei Xiaojun began to carry out reforms in a big way, and by virtue of the super high cost-effective, as well as the unique hunger sales model, and gradually in the many brands to emerge. In 10 years, the total market capitalization will be nearly 600 billion Chinese dollars. In one fell swoop, he became a leader in the cell phone industry. I remember when Lei Xiaojun was having financial difficulties, it was Elder Zhang who helped to set up the connection. Later, when he saw that I was down and out, he planned to let me go to Lei Xiaojun's company to work as a programmer. But unfortunately, it was still the damned pride that made me lose such a good opportunity. Listen to all of this. Lin Mo had been dumbfounded. I'll go. This Lei Xiaojun, is he that good? Such an opportunity. Naturally, you can't miss it yourself. And just as Lin Mo was pondering within himself, Zhang Jie's cell phone rang. Elder brother Lei, wait for 10 minutes. We're on our way there. Okay, we'll meet up then and talk. Hang up your cell phone. Zhang Jie immediately gave Lin Mo an address. Lin Mo immediately opened his cell phone navigation and went straight to his destination. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a tea house. When Elder Lei saw the duo appear, he immediately greeted them with a smile. Elder brother Zhang, long time no see. He then glanced at Lin Mo. This is Xiao Lin, right? You've already solved the trouble with that Zhao Chanha kid? Zhang Jie laughed. Yes, elder brother Lei. On Lao Zhao's side, he's already gotten the $15 billion that Kobayashi invested. Now that the immediate problem has been solved, all they need to do next is to take things step by step, one step at a time. Hear this. Elder Lei couldn't help but reveal a look of dismay. A somewhat awkward smile followed. After all, he didn't know how wealthy Lin Mo was. It only felt that the other party was putting all the money, all of it, into Zhao Changha's company. Zhang Jie, as a good friend of Lei Lao for many years, could naturally see what the other party was thinking. Immediately, he went up smilingly and whispered in the other's ear. Really? Elder Lei's face was filled with a look of dismay. The eyes that regarded Lin Mo immediately were filled with shock. After all, he's been fighting for so many years, and he's only worth a few $1 billion, and it's not even cash. But Lin Mo, it's amazing how many assets there are. How the hell did he do that? Seeing Lei Lao like this, Lin Mo said smilingly, Elder Lei, can I meet Mr. Lei Xiaojun? If it's the right fit, I'll invest. Elder Lei said smilingly. Xiaojun is now in his study. Mr. Kobayashi, you guys can just talk there. Us two old guys, we won't get involved. In this regard, Lin Mo naturally had no problem with it. Come to Lei Xiaojun's study. The door to the room was ajar. Lin Mo. Through the doorway, saw Lei Xiaojun sitting in front of the computer, wearing headphones, in a video conference. You guys remember. Although at the moment, our rice phone sales are not working, but as long as we can make our own cell phone system, and then the quality is over the top, sooner or later we will have sales. Remember, you guys don't think about anything at the moment, focus on the quality of the phone. Then, develop our own mobile operating system. We have to aim for the long term, and within 5 years, our rice phone will definitely become a national enterprise and go out of the country. More than that, we're going public. Of course, it's difficult at the moment, but I believe that once we get through it, the future is bright. As for your salaries and R&D funding, I'll find a way. Anyway, you guys do your own thing at ease. Lei Xiaojun, even if I smash the pot, I won't treat my own brothers badly. Okay, that's it for today's meeting. Lei Xiaojun turned off his computer, and then sat down and sighed darkly. Hey, I don't know if the mysterious rich man introduced by my father will look at this small workshop of mine, but I'm going to try hard anyway. Saying that, Lei Xiaojun opened a document and then printed out the information he had prepared. Lei Xiaojun scrutinized it, then murmured, I have this sales model, mostly online. Although, hunger marketing has existed for a long time, but cell phone sales is the first time. I wonder if that mysterious rich man will not see me as a model. Also, my rice phone, which focuses on value for money, can't make much money from one phone. I don't know if he'll turn down the investment if he feels it's less profitable. Never mind that, let's ignore that for now. That's my marketing model. Thin margins and a focus on value for money. After all, cell phones, these days, need to circle the wagons just as much as the dining room. And the fans of our rice phones, called rice fans, as long as the quality is there, when the time comes, they will keep buying rice products. So much for longevity. After saying that, Lei Xiaojun took a deep breath. Then it was going to go out with that information and wait for the mysterious rich man. But when turned around, he was dumbfounded. You are? He looked at Lin Mo in dismay. Lin Mo smiled and said, Hello Mr. Lei, my name is Lin Mo. It was Elder Zhang Jie Zhang who introduced me. What? Lei Xiaojun was dumbfounded. He naturally knew Zhang Jie. It was also known that the other party had brought a mysterious rich man, but the other guy was too young. Wasn't he? A lot of emotion. Lei Xiaojun immediately stepped forward. Hello Mr. Lin, I didn't know you were here. Please excuse me, Lei Jun said with a naive, apologetic face. Lin Mo smiled. It's fine. I just like people who are serious about their work. Also, I'm very interested in what you just said about starvation marketing and thin margins. Tell you what, let's cut the crap. How much money do you need to fix the situation at hand? What? Lei Jun is once again confused. You know, as the former CEO of the Jinshan Group, he has seen a lot of things over the years. However, even the richest bigwigs will seem to be very cautious when faced with investments. Some even take days, if not months, to talk about. But it was the first time he had seen one like Lin Mo, who had invested just by listening to the content of his meeting. Think about it. Lei Xiaojun spoke. Mr. Lin, I currently need $500 million. Lin Mo frowned. Lei Xiaojun thought Lin Mo was thinking it was too much, but the next second. But he heard Lin Mo say, 500 million, too little. I'll give you 5 billion, or dollars. Chapter 52, Shameless Rice Cake Pass. Sitting on the ground, raising chip prices. Chapter 52, Shameless Rice Cake Pass. Sitting on the ground, raising chip prices. What? At this moment, Lei Xiaojun, the whole thing was dumbfounded. He just couldn't believe it. Lin Mo just chatted with himself for less than 5 minutes, and with a wave of his hand, he directly gave an investment of $5 billion? You know, that's 311 billion Chinese dollars. And mind you, with this amount of money, if you buy a billion-dollar business with a market capitalization in China, you can buy 31 of them. And the most terrifying thing is that nowadays, the hottest real estate company, Beyonce, whose owner, Ms. Yang, is worth a total of $6.9 billion. The investment he got this time was only $1.9 billion less than the other side. The more he thought about it, the more Lei Xiaojun couldn't help but suck in cool air. The shock within had reached an unparalleled level, compared to Lei Xiaojun's shock. At this moment, Lin Mo was calm. However, he had to admit that it was very painful to give so much money at once. After all, if he kept doing and awing like this, his own 100 billion Chinese dollars would soon reach the bottom. However, the thought of $30 billion can price $600 billion of the market value of the rice phone. Lin Mo felt no loss. Moreover, this $600 billion market capitalization is still the market capitalization of the parallel world where your future self is located. And at that moment, Lei Xiaojun was only given a few $100 million initially. Lin Ma thought. Have yourself into the aftermath. Lei Xiaojun is bound to make a big splash. Early listing. Take over the market early. After all, timing is critical. AI. Forget it. I'll think about how to make money after I return to Cloud City. 100 billion isn't enough at all. I've spent 40 billion on this visit to Lotus City. There's not enough money to spend. Lin Mo collected his thoughts, and then he looked at Lei Xiaojun and said, Mr. Lei, now, shouldn't we make a trip to your company? And by the way, sign the contract so I can get a piece of my mind off of it? Naturally, Lei Xiaojun had no problem with this. The two came into the living room. At this moment, Zhang Jie and Elder Lei were drinking tea. Uncle Zhang. Lei Xiaojun immediately greeted. Thunder, how'd it go with Lin? Zhang Jie asked with a smile. Lei Xiaojun said with a grateful face, Uncle Zhang, thank you for introducing Mr. Lin to me. The trouble with our company, it's been solved. Zhang Jie nodded slightly. That's good. I'm telling you, Xiao Lin doesn't have experience in entrepreneurship though, but the means of investment are extremely powerful. So just do your best and try to get bigger and stronger and go public soon. Afterward, Zhang Jie looked at Lin Mo. Xiao Lin Na, tell me, how much did you invest this time? Lin Mo stretched out 5 fingers. See this. Elder Lei was surprised. $500 million? Xiaolin Na, you've really helped my son. Lin Mo shook his head. Not 500 million? Is it 5 billion? Elder Lei revealed a stunned expression. Lin Mo nodded slightly, and at that moment, Lei Xiaojun, who was on the side, said, Dad, Mr. Lin gave me $5 billion. Elder Lei was instantly dumbfounded. Immediately, he pulled out his anti-hypertensive medication. He patted his chest, then lamented, Elder brother Zhang, this Xiao Lin, it's too big of a deal, isn't it? $5 billion? And Zhang Jie was startled. He had known Lin Mo's handiwork for a long time though, but yet, he also felt that this investment in Lei Xiaojun would be $10 billion to hit the top. As a result, the other party directly offered $5 billion. Kobayashi, you, Zhang Jie smiled bitterly, obviously not sure what to say for the best. See the two old men like this. Lin Mo glanced at Lei Xiaojun before saying confidently, I can see Mr. Lei's ability, and it's trippy and dedicated to creating a great product. That alone is enough to make me invest. And I get to meet the future of this company. Successful listing. Market capitalization breaks 600 billion. Not. Market value is at least trillion. I have that confidence. Lei Xiaojun on the side was almost moved to tears. And at this point, Elder Lei has slowed down. He laughed out loud and said, Xiao Lin, I'll be the host tonight. I'll treat you guys to dinner and give you a good reception. Lin Mo smiled and said, Elder Lei, you are too polite. However, you can just eat with Grandpa Zhang for dinner. As for me, I'll just eat at Mr. Lei's company. The first order of business is to get a contract in place and then get the funds in. Seeing Lin Mo like this, Elder Lei was a bit stunned. How come it seems that Lin Mo, the investor, is more anxious to finalize this matter than Lei Xiaojun? Half an hour later, Lin Mo and Lei Xiaojun arrived at the headquarters of the rice company. Just entered it. At that moment, a female supervisor arrived in a hurry. Mr. Lei, something big has happened. The female supervisor said with an anxious face. There was anxiety in his eyes. What's wrong? Lei Xiaojun inquired. The female supervisor immediately said, it's like this. A person in charge of the Gaotong chip company in the United States of America wants to sign a new agreement with us. The agreement requires that we have to raise our prices by 40% in order to buy their processor chips. If you refuse, the cooperation is cancelled. What? Hear that? Lei Xiaojun's face sank. Lin Mo, on the other hand, couldn't help but frown. He doesn't understand cell phones though, but it's also clear how important a cell phone processor is to a phone. And the current market, the vast majority of the processor, are derived from the rice cake pass. Previously, Lin Mo had also read the relevant news. The person in charge of rice pastry pass directly increased the price for various reasons. All have increased in price several times in the last 3 years. However, each increase did not exceed 10%. Originally, it was thought that Gaotong would be on point. Available results. Everything before that was just a test run. Some experts have even predicted for a long time that Gaotong might zoom ahead in the next few years. But I didn't expect it. So soon. How come? That crowd. It's too much, isn't it? Really think we're lambs for the slaughter? Lei Xiaojun was furious, but soon forced himself to calm down. He said, come on, I'll go meet that guy. When he said this, Lei Xiaojun subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. The mind was apprehensive. After all, It looked like he was about to sign an agreement with Lin Mo and solve the problem of funding. But at this time, Gao Tong played such a trick. If Lin Mo pulls out as a result, then the rice company, it's all over. After all, rice phones are known for their value for money. If you raise the cost of the chip, they would have no price advantage. Think about it. Lei Xiaojun couldn't help but feel bitter inside. He naturally knew that since the executives of that Gao Qiaotong dared to come here, they were naturally emboldened. Eventually, inevitably, the talks fall apart. And as a result, there are only two. Either cancel the collaboration, either that, or compromise yourself. There is no third option. Think about it. His eyes showed helplessness, and he was about to go and negotiate with the person in charge of Rice Cake Pass right away. Chapter 53 This is China. Get out of our country. Chapter 53 This is China. Get out of our country. And at the moment, a reception room. Michelle, the head of Rice Pastry Pass, was looking arrogant. He took a sip of the black tea in front of him, then made an exaggerated expression and said, "Even sell the cake? Why is this tea so bad? Not at all as good as our rice coffee. Also, these fruits, they're not great, tough to eat. You guys, is this how you treat your honored MIG guests?" The staff on the side saw this, and a cold color appeared in their eyes, but ignored the other. And at that point, Michelle had ranted enough. He said flatly, "Your general manager Lei, why hasn't he come yet? Mind you, I have to go to other cell phone companies and sign supplemental agreements. If you don't come in 10 minutes, I'm leaving." The employee was in a hurry. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Michelle, I'll call and ask." And just the moment she opened the door, he saw Lei Xiaojun as well as Lin Mo standing at the door. Seeing this, Michelle said with incomparable arrogance, "Mr. Lei, it's really not easy to see you once. I suppose you've heard what I'm here for? Then I'll cut the crap." With that, Michelle pulled out an agreement. "Sign it, and you and us, Pastry.com, can continue to work together. But if we refuse, then our cooperation will end. Of course, I have something else to tell you. We at Gaotong have signed an agreement with MediaTek, 5-star cellular. The price of our semiconductor chips, they all go up. More than that, there will be an increase in foundry fees. That said, we are still considered the most conscientious. After all, MediaTek's increase this time is a whopping 45%. Michelle didn't go on, but his face was full of smugness. And the implication, too, has been clear. That is, if you don't sign, this cell phone company is considered scrapped. At this moment, Lei Xiaojun was suppressing himself though, but the anger inside was overflowing. These assholes. Are you trying to buy and sell? What's the difference between that and bullying? Lei Xiaojun took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt humiliated. But yet, for the sake of the company's future, he finally held back. Just because, at present, the world's cell phone chips are all more or less connected with the rice country's cake pass. Until they find another foundry, they'll have to rely on Gaotong. And aside, Lin Mo. At this moment, he also had a deep look in his eyes. What a shameless pastry pass company. The arrogance. I wanted to take my shoes off and slap him in the face. Lin Mo muttered. That's a tough move on their part. Though, uniting several leading semiconductor companies to force the issue. Once you refuse, it's considered a complete break in development. But if they are taken, these guys, too, will surely continue to make other excessive demands. And while Lin Mo was thinking about it, Lei Xiaojun, who was on the side, had already picked up that agreement. Seeing this, Michelle spread a smile. He thought the other guy was about to sign. Immediately, he said, "Oh, right, Mr. Lei, the last additional clause. You have to read it clearly. That clause probably means that after signing, if you have any breakthroughs, or patents in cell phone research and development in the future, you have to share them unconditionally with our rice-based Gaotong company." What? Lei Xiaojun was dumbfounded. He's got a good temper. Yet that's no reason for Michelle to write her head in on it. And aside, Lin Mo, eyes deep, he was going to send word, which is when, in his ear, came the voice of the future. Rice Pastry Pass is simply an asshole. Technological embargoes and constant sanctions against Wasia's cell phone companies, because he felt his patent could not be reproduced. He kept Leoneizing it. Starting in 15, they kept raising the price of semiconductor chips, and the disgusting thing is that this strategy is only for Huaxia, because they fear that the rise of the Chinese chip industry will threaten their position. And what's even more shameless is that on top of jacking up the value of the chip, they're also attempting to gain access to the patents of major Chinese cell phone manufacturers in an attempt to use them for free. And it is important to realize that the development of patents requires a lot of funding, and for some patents, it even takes several years or even a dozen years of development before they are ready. Why should I give my core to the other side? But it has to be said that this move has worked so well that some cell phone manufacturers have actually signed on for the sake of profit. However, future cell phone leaders such as Rice and Warwick have not compromised on this. But there is a huge pressure on this, and that is the Rice sanctions. But the good thing is, they made a huge breakthrough by working tirelessly to develop a cell phone chip that belongs to China. In the end, it succeeded in getting out of the country. And that fruit phone, which was originally sought after by the people of the country, was gradually taken over by cell phones such as Rice and Huawei. Even, Huawei has successfully developed a 5G cell phone chip. This is a major breakthrough. Even that Rice country is salivating. After hearing what the system said, Lin Mo was secretly surprised in his heart. On the one hand, shocked at the impudence of Rice. On the other hand, it secretly marvels at the power of national brands. One sentiment out of the way, Lin Mo suddenly turned his gaze and landed on Lei Xiaojun, who was on the side. Mr. Lei, this matter, what do you think? Being questioned like this by Lin Mo, Lei Xiaojun didn't know how to answer for a moment, but after a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, Mr. Lin, I can't sign. Let's not talk about the impact of a 40% price hike on baseband chips alone. Asking us to surrender the company's patents is something I can't agree to. Otherwise, our Rice phone can't even be considered a brand in China, but rather a graft for others. I, for one, have my own principles. That is, to put the country first. I don't want, one day, the Rice country to use our patents and do something to hurt Chinese companies. And of course, I know what it would be like to do that, but that's all I can do. Speaking here, Lei Xiaojun bowed deeply towards Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for making you come all the way here for nothing. Lin Mo saw that the other party was like this, couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Lei, I really didn't see the wrong person. I'm comfortable investing in you, but please remember today's words. A company can only benefit its people if it loves its country. Speaking of this, Lin Mo said, I'll pay back the previous investment as much as I can. Under Lei Xiaojun's surprised gaze, Lin Mo looked at that Michelle and said, Mr. Michelle, go back and tell your boss that we, the Rice Company, refuse to sign this unequal payment. We are in a partnership, not a relationship of servitude to you. Also, please remember that China's cell phone industry will never be compromised. Michelle froze. He glared angrily at Lin Mo before looking at Lei Xiaojun. Seeing this, Lei Xiaojun said with a determined face, Mr. Michelle, Mr. Lin's words, on behalf of the Rice Company, take your contract and get out of China. Michelle saw this with a cold look on her face. Well, you guys, we'll see. This company is waiting to go out of business. With those words, Michelle left in a hurry. Lei Xiaojun, on the other hand, stood there for a long time, unable to return to his senses. Granted, it is very liberating to angrily dislike the Yankee Michelle, but then, one has to deal with a huge amount of pressure. That's the cell phone chip. Once the problem cannot be solved, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get a Rice phone on the market in the next few years. He was beyond sad. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was incomparably calm. At the moment, he was thinking about one thing, that is, how he could get in touch with the president of Warwick. As Lin Mo pondered, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's Don Cosen's phone. Lin Mo, I heard from Grandpa Zhang that you're at the Rice Company now? Wasn't there an executive from Rice's pastry past that was going to sign an agreement with Rice? You mustn't sign it. It's no different from a contract of sale. Lin Mo was startled. Cozy, how do you know all this? Chapter 54 Chip Sanctions? Breaking the technology blockade and making domestic chips. Chapter 54 Chip Sanctions? Breaking the technology blockade and making domestic chips. Tang Coxin on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned. Then he said, Lin Mo, how do I know? It's not important. What's important is that you tell me if there's a signature? Lin Mo replied, no, how could we sign that kind of unequal payment? Tang Kurson sighed in relief. That's good. I just got off the high-speed train. I'll go find you now. Lin Mo froze. Tang Kurson came to Liancheng? Why don't you wait for me for a minute and I'll come get you? No, I already took a cab. I'll see you later. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo immediately glanced at Lei Xiaojun. Lei Xiaojun understood and immediately asked his assistant to wait outside. He, on the other hand, led Lin Mo into his office. 10 minutes later, both parties have signed. Lin Mo, on the other hand, transferred $5 billion, as promised, into the other party's account. But at this moment, Lei Xiaojun did not have any joy. Instead, they are worried. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Lei, the funding problem is solved. Why don't you look happy? Of course, Lin Mo knew exactly what the other party was thinking. immediately consoled. I know. The chip problem, for any enterprise in China, is the oldest problem, and because of the technology embargo, this is a piece that China has always had by the throat. However, you should know that the current Huaxia is not like it was back then. Didn't Rice mock us Dragon Kingdom for not being able to build an atomic elastomer? But as a result, with the efforts of countless forefathers, didn't it succeed as usual? And now that conditions are better, I believe that things are better. We have a lot of top talent in China. Speaking here, Lin Mo changed his words and said, what I'm worried about now is whether the rest of the cell phone industry can carry the pressure and refuse to sign. So, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Lei, to contact a few other cell phone manufacturers. Be sure not to be taken by that rice cake pass company. Otherwise, the next 10 years, the days of domestic cell phones cannot be easy. Lei Xiaojun sniffed and looked worried, but seeing Lin Mo's self-confident appearance, he finally nodded and agreed. And for the next few moments, Lin Mo had planned to continue saying something. At this point, there was a knock at the door. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lei, Miss Tang is here. Don Kosen entered the office. Wait until you've finished greeting Lei Xiaojun, Tang Kosen immediately said. Mr. Lei, what is the company's current situation? Lei Xiaojun explained everything succinctly. Hear this. Tang Kuxin secretly frowned. The mind couldn't help but mutter. Rice's situation today seems to be even more dire than I thought. But that's okay, the employees under Lei Xiaojun's hand are all cutting-edge type technical talents. Of course, I'm afraid that if we only rely on the Rice cell phone, we can't make a state-owned chip in a short period of time. So, it's necessary to unite with future cell phone giants like Warwick to make it work. After all, the chip issue is not just a trouble for the Rice family, but a difficult problem for the whole of China. Only if the entire Chinese cell phone business joins forces can it get through. After all, the Huaxia market is so big that the Rice country will never give it up. They have tried repeatedly before to see where the bottom line is for Chinese cell phone companies, and this time a series of moves. It is they decided that they took the lifeblood of the Chinese cell phone companies. That is the lack of ability to produce chips independently. More than that, this chip jacking up the price is just the beginning. Behind it, Rice Gourmet will use other means to make China's cell phone companies compromise. That is, the first to sign a supplemental agreement with them will get a reduction. The further back you go, the fewer reductions there are, and even the price will continue to go up. A story suddenly came to Don Corinne's mind. There was a bus full of passengers that was blocked by robbers. At first, those passengers refused to pay, but when he heard the robbers say that the first 10 to pay only needed to give 60%, and the ones after that, needed to give 70%. As a result, the group of robbed passengers scrambled to get in line. They even forgot that they were the ones being robbed. And nowadays, Rice Gaotong, as well as several other semiconductor companies, is this robber. A lot of emotion. Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, now that the Rice company has refused to sign, what are you going to do next? Lin Mo laughed. Of course, it's contacting Huawei and other cell phone industries to boycott together. I just don't believe it. China is such a big piece of cake. Is Rice really willing to give it up? Tang Kuxin nodded. You're thinking the same thing I am. But the likelihood of that, it's very small. Some businesses, after all, will give up their dignity for profit. These kinds of businesses, though, ultimately don't live long. Of course, Tang Kerson's words, naturally, were justified. After all, in the past life, many enterprises in China have fallen to the cake pass in order to get the cell phone chip. The result was that it was eventually eliminated by the times. On the contrary, companies such as Rice and Huawei, because of independent research and development, and, ultimately, stand and become the leading industry of domestic cell phones. While Tang Kerson was thinking so, Lin Mo spoke again. Hey, what I'm struggling with right now is that even if the immediate predicament is resolved, what's the best way to follow up? After all, Rice Pastry Pass is definitely not the kind of person who would stop at nothing. If one trick fails, a second trick will surely be played. So to solve this hidden problem, you have to go to the root of the problem. That is, to independently develop chips that belong to China. Break the technological embargo in order to get it over with. However, given the current situation, I'm afraid it's very difficult to break through in a short period of time. Lin Mo was worried for a while, but he has absolute confidence in Rice, Inc. And the Tang Kerson in front of her saw this. He was in the middle of a meditation. After all, this time she suddenly came to Lin Mo. It's a system alert. The system tells her that Lin Mo has already taken down Rice, but Rice is signing an unequal supplemental agreement with Gaotong. Her intuition told her that Lin Mo needed her before she rushed here. She had planned to call Lin Mo on her way here. Unfortunately, the cell phone was dead. So after getting out of the car, she hurriedly looked for a place where she could recharge her batteries and called Lin Mo. But it didn't seem like he had helped Lin Mo by coming here. And just as Tang Kurson muttered, the voice of the system came out in a heck of a way. Ding! The system is settling. Lin Mo has taken the Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup. Lin Mo successfully invested in Lianqing Zhao's real estate company and recruited Zhao Dongfei under his command. Lin Mo has successfully invested in the Rice cell phone company. This time, the host has access to a total of 6 pieces of detailed intelligence on the stock for the next 72 hours. The cumulative total is 10. Hear this. Tang Kurson was secretly happy in her heart. You know, the system said it before. After accumulating 10 pieces of stock intelligence on his own, he could be given a chance to help Lin Mo and earn $100 billion. System, quick, tell me, what is this chance to get $100 billion? Tang Xin secretly said in her heart. Ding, system rewards, being distributed. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining a production line for a 10nm baseband chip. What? Tang Kurson's heart was instantly ecstatic. Chapter 55, Countermeasures begin. Chip production line. Target, 10nm baseband chip. Chapter 55, Countermeasures begin. Chip production line. Target, 10nm baseband chip. It's no wonder that Don Kosin is like that. Truly, the system's rewards this time were simply perfect. You know, it's a lot more reliable than making substantial money. 10 nanometers tethered chips, in 14, were unattainable. Currently, the world's top chips are the same 17nm class chips developed by Intel. Although, Tang Kishing is not a professional, she knows that the smaller the chip, the faster the processing speed and the lower the energy consumption. If at this moment, the rice company that Lin Mo has invested in can produce and develop a 10nm baseband chip, it will certainly be a huge breakthrough. Maybe by that time, it's not rice companies begging rice pastry pass, but the other way around. Even other semiconductor companies, too, will throw in the towel, simply because there is no business that will ever be in trouble with money. However, soon after, Tang Kurson revealed a deep color. After all, out of thin air comes a production line for, well, 10nm scale chips. Anyone would be skeptical. At this point, the system sounded again. Host, please don't worry. This system is childish. That chip line, it will come out in a reasonable way. Legal compliance. Is it extracted? Hear this. Only then did Tang Xian put her heart down. Extraction. Ding. The system is being dispatched. Please inform the host that Lin Mo has vacated enough space. Tang Xian took a deep breath. And then, looking at Lin Mo, he said, Lin Mo, you just said that you want to develop a chip that belongs to our China? The high man, as I recall, seemed to have a doorway. Why don't I call him and ask him to think of something for you? Lin Mo was shocked at his words. Tang Kurson didn't say much, but came to the side and pretended to call that high person. 5 minutes later, Tang Kurson came to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, that high person just gave me that he can find a way to help you get a chip production line. I wonder if you're interested. What? Lin Mo was dumbstruck. Kagome. Really? And Lei Xiaojun, who was on the side, also revealed a questioning look at this moment. He said tentatively, Ms. Tang, I wonder, that chip production line you mentioned, how many nanometer baseband chips can it make? Tang Kurson smiled and asked rhetorically. I wonder how many nanometers Mr. Lei would like it to be? Lei Xiaojun smiled. I really don't dare to say this. After all, the chip we worked on with Gao Tong before was 28 nanometers. I don't know. Tang Kurson shook her head. 28 nanometers. Wouldn't that be very energy intensive to operate? Because of the fast energy consumption, the cell phone will have a defect. That is, it will heat up fast, right? Lei Xiaojun didn't say anything. It's even a little embarrassing. Simply because, Tang Kurson had spoken to his sore spot. But it can't be helped. Who made rice cake pass and only sold them obsolete products? After all, the highest end chip the world can produce today is Intel's 17 nanometer. But this is someone else's core technology. You couldn't buy it if you wanted to. At this time, Lin Mo also said, Xin, you'd better not sell yourself short. Is the production line provided by that master reliable? And its craftsmanship? Exactly? Tang Xin didn't answer. But secretly, he thought, of course it's reliable. After all, that's the system. Thinking so in her heart, Tang Kurson's mouth said, I don't dare to guarantee this, but the high one told me, let's get you ready with enough space. And then he'll get someone inside the rice company to get that production line ready. However, he will only provide the equipment but not the talent. So, Lei Xiaojun was half convinced, but in a spirit of will-o'-the-wisp. Finally, he said seriously, Ms. Tang, you can rest assured of that. We, at Rice, have our own chip research group, but because of the lack of equipment capacity, that's why there's nothing to be gained. But if we have a production line, we will definitely be able to research higher-end chips. Hear this. Tang Xin smiled with satisfaction. She quickly opened the system interface that only she could see. Found out there's 2 hours left before that line is transported here. Immediately, he said, Mr. Lei, now, hurry up and vacate the production workshop. In 2 hours, that equipment, it will be transported here. Lei Xiaojun still felt incredible at this moment, but in the end, it was a serious nod. Arrangements were made at once. After Lei Xiaojun left, Lin Mo arrived in front of Tang Kurson. Kurson, Tang Kurson seemed to know what Lin Mo was going to ask. Immediately, he said, Lin Mo, don't ask so many questions first. There are some things that will be known later. As for now, let's just settle the trouble at hand. Lin Mo nodded. 2 hours passed quickly. Inside one of the workshops of the Rice cell phone company, a group of men dressed in black and wearing masks were busy there. They quickly put the production line in place. Then, immediately left. Not a word was said the whole time. See this. Lin Mo and Lei Xiaojun were strange though, but at this moment, their focus was all on the production line. Mr. Lei, you can call the company's chip experts. Lei Xiaojun naturally had no problem with it. 5 minutes later, a chip expert came with a large group of technicians, and upon seeing the many devices in front of him, the expert was dumbfounded. Old Wu, how's it going? Lei Xiaojun inquired. Old Wu didn't say anything, but immediately stepped forward and scrutinized the equipment. A few moments later, he ecstatically said, Mr. Lei, our company is saved. Before, haven't you been having trouble with your cell phone getting hot? If we use this line, this problem, it will be solved. I just looked at this production line, and it can produce at least 17 nanometer chips. No, maybe even 10 nanometer chips, can be manufactured. What? These words fell. Lei Xiaojun was dumbfounded. As for Lin Mo at this moment, he was also filled with shock. Apparently, he didn't expect it anyway. This production line, surprisingly, can produce 10 nanometer baseband chips. Unbelievable. It's really incredible. At this point, Old Wu, the chip expert, said, Mr. Lei, can we start the operation? Seeing Lei Jun nod, Old Wu immediately took out the chip design he had prepared long ago and began to get busy. Lei Jun, on the other hand, brought Lin Mo as well as Tang Kurson outside. Lei Jun at the moment. It's quite a dreamlike feeling. He naturally believed Old Wu's words. If the other side says they can make a 10 nanometer chip, they must be able to do it. A lot of emotion. Lei Jun suddenly looked at Lin Mo and said, Mr. Lin, nowadays, the problem of the chip is considered to be completely solved. The design drawings for the 10 nanometer scale chip have long been designed by Old Wu's team, but they are just suffering from a lack of equipment. But now, everything is ready. I believe that within a few months, chips belonging to our China, the top in the world, will be developed. Shouldn't we announce this news? With such a bottom line, I'm afraid that rice cake pass. In a few years it will be very difficult to jump up. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, this news, for the time being, will not be spread. I'm going to see which of our Chinese cell phone companies will persist in rebelling against the unequal agreement of Gaotong of the United States of America. When the time comes, we'll work closely with them. As for those who fall back, just wait for the collapse. Lin Mo's eyes went cold. After all, none of them are united in the face of the great right and wrong. There is no undercurrent as well as principle of being a Chinese. This kind of business should not exist in China. Nor was he worthy of working with him. Lin Mo. Chapter 56, Rice's chip technology blockade? Then I'll conduct a counter-blockade. Chapter 56, Rice's chip technology blockade? Then I will carry out a counter-blockade. Half an hour later, Lin Mo and Tang Kurson arrived outside of the Big Rice cell phone company. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Lei Xiaojun to have the other party remember to keep it a secret and not to announce this chip production line to the public. The purpose of this is to give the Mi Gaotong company, which is attempting to victimize the enterprises of the Dragon Kingdom, and other enterprises in collusion, a head-on blow at a critical time. However, Lin Mo instructed the other party to make a trip to the Huawei headquarters to talk to Mr. Ren before that. After all, according to Future Heartbeat, Warwick has always been on the front lines of the anti-sanctions fight. But for that, there was a lot of aggravation. Therefore, in Lin Mo's opinion, it is natural to help the same patriotic enterprise if you can. Again, strong cooperation is the only way to be invincible. Standing on a united front with Warwick definitely has a lot of benefits. As Lin Mo pondered, Tang Kurson on the side laughed. Lin Mo, Why do I feel that you are very optimistic about this cell phone company? Huawei? Lin Mo said seriously. Of course, Huawei cell phones have continued to rise over the years. In 12, its revenue was over $200 billion. This company, with its deep roots and focus on R&D, has a promising future. Tang Kerson couldn't help but snicker. If that's the case, why don't you consider acquiring it? Lin Mo smiled bitterly. I want to acquire it, but how can I possibly swallow such a big piece of cake? Furthermore, even if I want to acquire it, then people have to be willing to do so. After a pause, Lin Mo snickered. Why don't you let me acquire Old Ma and Little Ma's businesses? Don Corinne snorted, but the heart secretly sighed. Granted, in a previous life, Warwick Cellular is not listed, but yet experts have long analyzed the company once it went public. I'm afraid the market value is at least 10 trillion Chinese dollars. At this time, Lin Mo smiled and said, although I don't have the means to make an acquisition, but I can invest and have Rice enter into a deep partnership with it. In this way, it also promotes the growth of rice companies. And then there's the fact that, I think, right, 09 is the age of 3G networks. 14 is the year of 4G. No chance. In a couple of years, it'll be the 5G era. In my hands, I have the technology for chip development, and Warwick is willing to invest in research and development. If the two join forces, there's no chance that the 5G era will come earlier. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Tang Xian was dumbfounded. I'll go. Lin Mo, this is too far-sighted, isn't it? How can you predict that the 5G era will be here in a few years? And it was predicted right. I remember in my previous life, the three major carriers issued 5G licenses, and it happened in 19. There's no chance that it will happen earlier this time with Lin Mo's entry. For a while, Tang Kerson got a little expectant. Unawareness, the two came to the front of the parking lot. Ha, Lin Mo. When did you change your car? Seeing the brand new car, Tang Xian got curious. Lin Mo smiled and immediately told the whole story. Tang Kerson learned that Fong Chanxian siblings are in the bureau, but there are no waves inside. After all, the reason why Lin Mo, in his previous life, was miserable was caused by Fong Chanxian. Now it has this end, and it is well deserved. Think about it. Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, today, you can consider it a complete farewell to your past self. Randomly the conversation turned. By the way, when I came here, I also called Grandpa Zhang. He said you've taken Joe's real estate. In addition to that, you were at the auction and bought that Chenghua Dotsai cylinder cup? Originally, I wanted to ask him how much you spent in total this time, but Grandpa Zhang gave me the slip. When Lin Mo heard this, he was a bit weak. After all, he himself, this time, had spent more than $50 billion. I'm afraid Tang Xian will be shocked if this is said. However, he was also aware that paper can't hold fire. So seriously, this time, I spent more than $50 billion. 220 million of that was for that Chenghua Dotsai cylinder cup. $10 billion. I'm investing in Zhao Dongfei's real estate company. The remaining $40 billion or so is going into the rice phone company. Lin Mo had thought that Tang Kerson would be shocked when he finished saying this. After all, his own total assets are only about $100 billion. And coming to Lotus City for one day, he used more than $40 billion. Who knows? Tang Xian's reaction was just a little bit of dismay. It soon returned to calm. Lin Mo, I can understand you. I'd put that much into it too if I were you. While her mouth said so, Tang Kerson's heart was secretly sighing. It has to be said. This guy Lin Mo, he's really material for great things. That Chenghua Dotsai cylinder cup, which cost more than 200 million, will appreciate to more than 6 billion in a few years. A steady profit. As for Zhao's real estate company, that Zhao Dongfei and Song Changyang are the future twin stars of the real estate industry. Now that Lin Mo has taken the two under his wing, in the future of the real estate industry, he'll be able to completely wrestle with those top bigwigs. However, I have to remind Lin Mo, the real estate piece has to be wrapped up by 21 years at the latest. After all, after 21 years, a number of real estate moguls are facing horrendous debt. Some of the big guys, even overnight, went from rich to negative. Even Lao Su owes the banks too. 39 trillion Chinese dollars. This is no joke. Of course, it's still a real estate upswing, so naturally you don't have to worry about that. As for the $40 billion invested in the rice company, naturally, it is also a sure thing. I believe that with Lin Mo's financial support, plus the chain reaction from this chip incident, this company, after it goes public in the future, its market capitalization will definitely be able to reach trillions. However, I'm now somewhat looking forward to whether Lin Mo intends to operate that chip industry independently, Or merge it directly into the rice company? I think it's best to operate independently. After all, this is $100 billion industry. And, once you reach a cooperation with the major domestic cell phone carriers and obtain the qualification for independent production of the chip, you will be able to see the money very quickly. Once and for all. Think about it. Tang Kerson looked deeply at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, how do you plan to utilize the production line for that chip? Lin Mo smiled. My idea is simple. Expand. And then play a big game. Seeing that Tang Xin didn't understand, Lin Mo smiled and said, doesn't rice like technology blockades? So, I'm going to do a counter-blockade. The fundamental reason why our country has not been able to build high-end chips over the years, in addition to chip design, is the incompleteness of the equipment. Buying a high-end EUV lithography machine is the boss problem. Our country several times thought of importing an EUV lithography machine, but unfortunately, it was repeatedly rejected, only because AMSL, the company, is subject to the constraints of the United States. Speaking here, Lin Mo looked at Tang Kerson and said, Kerson, what do you think will happen if we can license the process technology patents of the 17 nanometers chips to TEMC, MediaTek, and AMSL? Hear this. Tang Xin's eyes lit up. Lin Mo, are you planning to use high-end chip patents in exchange for the chance to buy EUV lithography from AMSL? Seeing Lin Mo nod his head, Tang Xin secretly sighed in her heart. He had to admit that Lin Mo's move was a bit crazy, but perhaps it is the current opportunity to expand the second chip production line. And, the patent given by Lin Mo, although for the world, belongs to the current highest-end chip support technology. But know this, rice, however, has long been committed to developing 10 nanometer chips. It just stops at the layout though. But with the production line gifted by the system, the 10 nanometer chip will surely come out. Think of it this way, they're making a steady profit. Chapter 57, Encountering Great Talent Again. A set of plans worth at least $300 billion. Chapter 57, Encountering Great Talent Again. A set of plans worth at least $300 billion. For Lin Mo's decision, Tang Kerson naturally raised her hands in favor of it. Lin Mo. Now, the trip to Lotus City. It's almost time to come to an end. Shouldn't we go back? Lin Mo is doing just that. After all, this visit to Lotus City was very rewarding. And the biggest gain, naturally, is that chip production line. As for the negotiation with AMSL, MediaTek and other companies to patent licensing, so that the former to sell their EUV lithography, Lei Xiaojun went to the negotiation. Lin Mo completely at ease. So Lin Mo called Zhang Jie in advance. He was going to inform the other man that he was going back. Who knows at this point? Zhang Jie's smiling voice came out. Kobayashi, I was just about to look for you. On my side, there's a new investment project. I wonder if you're interested in it. Lin Mo froze. Grandpa Zhang, I've invested over $40 billion today. Not waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Zhang Jie said mysteriously. This investment, you're definitely interested. Wait for the cell phone to hang up. Lin Mo glanced at Tang Xin. Tang Kerson, on the other hand, muttered. Lin Mo, let's go over and take a look first. Since Grandpa Zhang dares to say so, he must have his own reasons. Come on, why don't we go over there first? Helplessly, Lin Mo could only nod his head. Half an hour later, the two men arrived at Elder Ray's home. After a few people greeted each other, Tang Kerson's gaze landed on a young man, and Lin Mo, too. Seeing a few people wide-eyed, Zhang Jie smiled and said, Shaolin, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Yuan, the owner of Beeping Mile Company, and also the investment I'm presenting to you today. Lin Mo was shocked at his words. He had naturally heard of the Bleeping Company. This is a popular site for geeks, sold on cultural exchange and video sharing. It encompasses multicultural communities. Lin Mo still remembers that in the Spring Festival of 12 years, he had also watched the Spring Festival New Year's greeting video on this website. However, later on, because I was busy with my studies and then after working, I rarely logged onto the site myself. Could it be that this company? Something is wrong? As Lin Mo pondered, Zhou Yuan immediately stepped forward. Granted, he looked a few years older than Lin Mo, but see that the other party remains humble. Hello Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. Zhou Yuan then nodded to Tang Kerson again. Zhang Jie on the side saw the other party's formal appearance and couldn't help but snicker. Xiao Zhou, don't be nervous. Kobayashi, as a person, is very down to earth. Moreover, he's a man with a good eye. Grandpa Zhang believes in you. It's gold. It will always shine. And Kobayashi, the bull, is sure to recognize you as a horse of 1,000 miles. Speaking of which, Zhang Jie looked at Lei Lao. Old brother Lei, didn't we agree that we would play chess? Here, leave it to the young. We'll go to your study. In this regard, Elder Lei naturally didn't have any opinion. Wait until the second old man leaves. Lin Mo looked at Zhou Yuan, but the latter only laughed dryly, without expressing any willingness to do so. Lin Mo was somewhat helpless. Seems like this dude seems to be a bit of an introvert. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, saw this and pondered in her mind. I remember this Zhou Yuan. I have met with him once, but yet I didn't realize that he was the owner of the beep station. That I remember that time, like it was Grandpa Zhang's birthday party. At that moment, quite a few of Grandpa Zhang's friends went ahead to celebrate. Zhou Yuan is listed. This Zhou Yuan seems to be the child of a relative from Grandpa Zhang's old family. Growing up with excellent grades, after graduation, he repeatedly hit the wall simply because he was too much of an introvert. Later, he carried out several business ventures, only, unfortunately, but because of poor communication. Every time he pulled an investment, it ended in failure. Back in 2009, he started Beep Station, and it was well received, accumulated a large number of users, but then there was trouble because of funding. Ultimately, there was no choice but to transfer it. At that time, Grandpa Zhang was having a hard time making ends meet, and he had thought to take advantage of his birthday to help each other out in passing, so he introduced him to a few old friends. But Zhou Yuan stammered for half a day and didn't even say what he was planning. Grandpa Zhang hates iron. In the end, Zhou Yuan could only sell the company, and with the sale of the Beep Station, for the first few years, the benefits were pretty good. The new boss, because of many tawdry maneuvers, ended up with a successful IPO, but its market capitalization, however, was only $30 billion. Several years later, Zhou Yuan had made a blatant comment on social media that if it wasn't for his personality issues, the market value of this company, at least, could have doubled tenfold or more. Gee, that's a shame to say. Think about it. Tang Kerson glanced at Lin Mo. He decided not to hint at Lin Mo for now. Let the other side judge for themselves. I don't know. Lin Mo at this moment are silently listening to voices from the future. Upon learning about this Zhou Yuan's character, he was also a bit of a dilemma. In fact, he would love to invest in this company. However, if Zhou Yuan's inarticulate character flaw cannot be solved, Lin Mo will definitely not dare to hand over the power to the other party even if he has a stake in the Beep Station. But it's unlikely that Lin Mo will give up his investment. This is a great opportunity. After all, over the past few years, Beep Station has accumulated a lot of young users. The projects that Lin Mo invested in, such as 2048 Minigame, Happy Elimination, Magnesium Group, Food Company, and even the Rice cell phone, are facing, all of them are young users. And with the help of a Beep Station to help promote it, it's bound to gain a lot of loyal fans. It must be taken. I don't believe it anymore. There's no way to pry this two-stabbed ape geek's mouth open. After a short hesitation, Lin Mo suddenly thought of something. Immediately opened a popular comic of the moment. However, he purposely opened the pirated version. See this. Zhou Yuan could be considered to have spoken. With this comic, you can see the original comic on the client I developed, and the serialization is faster than this pirated version. The first 3 days are free to watch, and subsequent, with $1 recharge, you can watch the whole book. See that your methods work. Lin Mo immediately said, Mr. Zhou, your software can also read comics? Zhou Yuan nodded. What had been mute eyes had a light in them at the moment. 6 months ago, I bought the rights to quite a few manga and anime fanfics. All of these, you can watch them in the mobile client. And, if you successfully share it with a new user, you can continue to watch it for free for 3 more days. However, I just had a problem with funding because of the royalties being jacked up. Speaking here, Zhou Yuan took out a document. Mr. Lin, this is the business plan I prepared. Please take a look. Lin Mo took a look, then a light went on before his eyes, and Tang Kerson, who was on the side, also went over to look at it. I'll go. Although this Zhou Yuan is not good with words, his proposal is very rigorous. This is the time to start laying out short videos as well as the live streaming industry. There's even a live selling area. Tang Ku Xin secretly marveled. If we follow this program, I'm afraid, in less than 5 years, the users of this software will be able to surpass Tiger Yet as well as Fighting Dragon. Even to put it bluntly, with this set of programs, coupled with sufficient capital, even if a pig manages this company, it can go public within 5 years, making the market value of this company at least over $300 billion. This Zhou Yuan is definitely a great talent. Lin Mo, you must seize this opportunity. Chapter 58, Unexpected Harvest. Beep Station, Tadpole Sound, Chopsticks Hands, 3 major companies merge. Chapter 58, Unexpected Harvest. Beep Station, Tadpole sound. Chopsticks hands. Three major companies merge. What Tang Kurson was thinking, Lin Mo naturally had no way of knowing. At this moment, he was looking at this plan in his hand with unblinking eyes. Then the ear, while the voice of the future came. Speaking of beep stations, that's definitely a windfall that's been missed several times in 14. This website, which was the first to develop a mobile client and has a large number of users, sold the company because of Zhou Yuan's own character flaws. Of course, this is something that Zhou Yuan himself knows, so he's been thinking about making his college roommate his assistant once he pulls in the money. As I recall, those two college roommates of his, one was named Su Hua and the other was Zhang Ming. Those two are the future giants of the short-form video industry. The former, who was planning to fret over the acquisition of Chopsticks hands. The latter is pulling money around 4 headline of the day. A news client. If Zhou Yuan can seize this opportunity in 14 and successfully pull in the money, then pull Su Hua and Zhang Ming into his camp. I'm afraid, after the future listing, its market value, at least, is around $3 trillion. After all, in the latter days, Chopsticks hands, and Todayan, the two short video software incubated by headlines of the day, have hundreds of millions of users. Hear this. Lin Mo was instantly overjoyed in his heart. The headline of the day he didn't know though, not sure about the tadpoles either, but on his cell phone, he had downloaded Chopsticks hands. This software, it is indeed quite interesting. Lin Mo took a deep breath. After listening to the information provided by Future himself, he already had an idea of how to solve his current dilemma. But, Lin Mo, however, didn't show it directly. Instead, he looked seriously at Zhou Yuan and said, Mr. Zhou, the funds, I have them on my side. However, I would like to ask you, this character, if you are in charge of this company, when the time comes, there are some changes or decision-making meetings, you should be how good? After all, a company, whether it succeeds or not, has nothing to do with its leaders. Knowing people is one aspect, while the other is the ability to make decisions as a leader. You can't, do everything according to this business plan and then you don't care about anything, can you? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for me to just acquire this company of yours and change the person in charge to take control of the whole situation? However, I'm also aware that you have a personality that you may not be able to change for a while, but I think that you can find someone to be your right-hand man. Hear that? Zhou Yuan was silent. Then he said seriously, Mr. Lin, I'm clear about my character issues. So, I've been thinking about what I should do. Actually, well, I contacted my college roommate before this visit. They said that they were willing to help me, except that I needed to give them enough financial support before that, because they're starting a business. Of course, they're more talkative than I am. And when the three of us were working and studying at school before, it was basically them on the outside and me on the inside. I'm sure that with them on board, we're bound to be a strong team. Zhou Yuan finished what he was thinking in one breath. One face was a little red. The other party's behavior was not on Lin Mo's mind, but the heart was glad. Immediately, he said, I wonder what kind of business venture those two friends of yours are currently planning to undertake. Zhou Yuan immediately opened his cell phone and successively opened Chopsticks hands as well as the headlines of the day. True enough, Lin Mo was secretly happy in his heart. Tang Kurson, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. I'll go. Zhou Yuan's best friend is actually the founder of Chopsticks hands as well as headlines of the day? It's true. Big men exist in piles. Tang Xin secretly marveled. And at this point, Zhou Yuan explained, Mr. Lin, my roommate Su Hua, intends to acquire Chopsticks hands, which he feels is a software with great potential. Once we can get it to transition to short video sharing, it's bound to pull in a lot of users. As for another friend, Zhang Ming, who has developed a news client, but it's still in the internal testing stage, he sent me the link to give me some advice. Of course, when there's enough money, today's headline will incubate a software that combines live streaming, short video sharing and even a shopping mall into one. It's because of their reminder that I'm planning to make the transition. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Tang Kurson, who was on the side, had long since jumped up and down. Lin Mo, hurry up and invest. It's best to integrate these three software into one company, and then to each his own. Chopsticks hands have a market capitalization of nearly $200 billion. The tadpole was valued at $500 billion in 19 years. How to integrate it with Beep Station? A $3 trillion valuation is really not a dream. Sure, what Tang Kurson was thinking. Naturally she couldn't tell Lin Mo directly, so she spoke. Lin Mo, I think that we can have Mr. Zhou's two roommates come over. We'll probe carefully when the time comes. Nevertheless, Lin Mo shook his head and said, there's no need to be so troublesome. Afterwards, he looked at Zhou Yuan and said, Mr. Zhou, this company of yours, I have taken a stake in it. $10 billion. Of course, and that's just the startup capital for now. If there is any need for follow-up, you will call me again. However, I have 2 conditions. For one thing, Beep Station, headline of the day, and Chopsticks Hands, all 3 companies, must be integrated together. Secondly, the 3 companies, each on its own. If you encounter a decision-making problem, the 3 of you can just discuss it, and then tell me about it when it happens. Thirdly, I need you, Beep Station, to bring the live streaming function online as soon as possible, and then, when the time comes, with the other industries that I have invested in, they will promote each other. As for the cost of the promotion, it's up to you few. Fourth, since we are a Chinese enterprise, we naturally have to be patriotic, disciplined and law-abiding. The fifth is to remain true to the original intention and to stick to the principles as well as the bottom line. Hear this. Zhou Yuan nodded seriously, and then, in front of Lin Mo, he successively called Su Hua as well as Zhang Ming to express his wishes. Only after the 2 agreed did they take out the agreement and hand it over to Lin Mo. 2 hours later, all done, and Lin Mo also smoothly transferred tens of billions of dollars into the company account of Beep Station. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, saw this. The heart is secretly happy. Holy, in my former life, these 3 companies, they were in competition, but this time, with the integration of the 3, I'm afraid that in the field of short videos, the little horse and the old horse together can't beat it. Lin Mo, you've gotten rich, Tang Ku Xin secretly lamented. Kagome, we can go now. Lin Mo smiled. Tang Kerson immediately went to call for Zhang Jie. So, after the 3 of them had a simple light meal, they drove towards Cloud City. Kobayashi, what are you in such a hurry for? What can I do with one more night here? Inside the car, Zhang Jie said without a trace of anger. These old bones of mine can't stand up to being tossed around. Lin Mo smiled helplessly. He would have loved to take it easy and go shopping with Tang Ku Xin, but you should know that you are out over $60 billion today. There's not much left of the original $100 billion on hand, and with his own big spending habits, a few tens of billions, simply not enough. Screw the money. Gotta get the money. Lin Mo secretly decided in his heart. Chapter 59, really? This little fantasy manor is worth $100 billion? Chapter 59, really? This little fantasy manor is worth $100 billion? 1 hour later, Lin Mo returned to Cloud City. After sending Zhang Jie as well as Tang Kerson back separately, Lin Mo made his way to the mall and bought a safe before heading straight to his home. Put the gold you bought earlier, and the Changhua Dotsai cylinder cup you bought for over 200 million into it. He sat on the couch, obviously paralyzed with exhaustion, but unusually happy. And at this point, Lin Mo seemed to have thought of something. Immediately took out his cell phone and created a prestige chat group. He pulled in the heads of the various companies he had invested in or acquired. Lammer, guys, how are the companies doing so far? Huang Hakan, boss, the 2048 cell phone game, is about to be completed. When the internal testing is over, it will be online. Chang Wei, boss, Tic Tac has entered the final stage of testing, and after fixing some minor bugs, it will be ready for internal testing. And in the time that followed, Song Changyang, Yang Xinhong, Kai Lianghong, and others, also explained the situation of the companies they were in charge of. See this. Lin Mo was very satisfied. Of course, what made Lin Mo feel happiest was that the development of the Rice cell phone had entered the final testing stage. As long as we can make the chip developed by Rice, after compatible with the cell phone, next, we can prepare for the market. Lin Mo's heart was filled with anticipation. After all, several of his own companies are focused on mobile software. Once the Rice phone is successfully developed, when the time comes, the software can be built into the phone. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo put away his cell phone. At this moment, he was confident. Think the future is promising. However, the thought that you still need a lot of money, just a bit of a guilty pleasure. After all, in accordance with his own habit of being a big spender, if he or she comes across any more potential investments, he or she will definitely still be the one to pay for them and will never be ambivalent about it. Hey, what am I supposed to do to make a quick buck now? Lin Mo muttered up in his heart, and for a while he was a bit headstrong. A short silence. Lin Mo still turned on his computer and decided to take a look at the stock market, but in the end, the idea was abandoned. After all, although it is currently a bull market, the stock market stocks fluctuate wildly, and those 10 bull stocks, while currently up incredibly, are notoriously volatile. Naturally there is no problem if you hold it for a long period of time, but it is very difficult to hold it for a short period of time and then leverage it. The current Lin Mo was very regretful. If I had known, I would have gotten more money and seized that previous opportunity. Of course, what Lin Mo didn't anticipate was, one has so much invested in the past few days, and it's still a potential that can't be denied. Never mind, the past is not to be dwelled upon. Next, I'd better wait patiently for my chance. However, until enough funds are raised, these tens of billions in my hand need to be saved well for a rainy day. And just as Lin Mo was muttering, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo opened it and saw that it was a call from Master Ghost. Lin Mo was a bit strange. What was the purpose of the other party's sudden search for him at this late hour? However, for Master Ghost, Lin Mo had a good impression. In the previous incident of Li Dafu, if it wasn't for the other party's help, it would have been impossible for him to take the former's food factory at a low price. Nor would they have recruited Yang Chunhong as well as Kai Lianhong, the two future bearers of the food retail world. Besides, Master Ghost is an old investor. There's no chance that the other person can bring any opportunities to the table. Think about it. Lin Mo quickly picked up the phone. Kobayashi Na, I have good news for you. A couple of stocks you recommended to me earlier have been skyrocketing for days, and I've been in the red for days. So true. I've been speculating for so long and lost a lot of money, and these days it's all been paid back to me. And more than that, I've even made a lot of money. Hearing what Master Ghost said, Lin Mo laughed. Master Ghost, you didn't call me just to bring me this news, did you? Master Ghost laughed. Good boy. I like your straightforward character. Afterwards, Master Ghost said in a serious tone, Shaolin, it's like this. I have a descendant who previously bought an estate that was intended to be a summer resort, but it was poorly run, so, it didn't last 6 months before it went out of business. It's been deserted there for years, and he's heard that I've been doing okay with speculation lately. So, he's planning to get into the stock market. That estate would cost $1 billion to resell. I wonder if you're interested. Not waiting for Lin Mo to speak, Master Ghost immediately said, Shaolin, don't think I'm punking you. How could I do this to you when you've brought me money? What I'm thinking is, aren't you already in the real estate business in Cloud City? I've heard that you're planning to auction off that rotten Cloud City International building. And that estate. It's near Cloud City International. I have a hunch that the future Cloud City International will probably become the new business center. Once that site is developed, it's bound to face the problem of demolition and relocation. And by then, you'll definitely be able to make a small profit. Lin Mo sniffed. Mentally, he laughed. Because of the information provided by my future self, Lin Mo naturally knew that the future business center was headed by Cloud City International, and its house prices, inevitably, will rise. Of course, Lin Mo's ambition for real estate goes beyond that. What he wanted was to take Cloud City International first. When it's a hit, let the top know exactly what they can do, and then, they can continue to throw money at the development of the surrounding area. As Lin Mo pondered, Master Ghost's voice came again. Kobayashi, are you interested in what I just said? Master Ghost inquired. Lin Mo smiled. Since Master Ghost has asked, I naturally can't refuse. Still, I'm going to take a look on the ground. After all, I want to make sure that the money is well spent. After all, we are investors. Master Ghost laughed. If you don't say so, I'll take you over there to take a look. After all, the decision is up to you. And me, I'm just a middleman, and I don't charge anything for it. Well, I'll give you an address, and tomorrow, we'll meet over at the manor. Hang up on Master Ghost. Lin Mo smiled helplessly. Gotta go out another $1 billion. However, Master Ghost has a good saying, $1 billion to take it down. A few years later, more than $1 billion of demolition money. I am also a small profit. Plus, I have to sell Master Ghost to face. He then shook his head darkly. Only, it's another penny out of my already dried up wallet. Hey, meat hurts. I originally, but also intend to Ghostmaster to give me the doorway to earn fast money. The results. Rimmer sighed in relief, but spiteful as he was, Lin Mo still decided to open his computer and investigate the situation of this manor first. This look was very satisfying to him. Although, the manor stopped operating, it is regularly cleaned by specialized staff and the villas inside are maintained. With a little bit of renovation, you can move in there yourself. Just as Lin Mo made up his mind to take down this dream manor tomorrow, in his ear, suddenly came the voice of the future heart. Dream manor? This manor? It's worth $100 billion. What? Lin Mo was a bit confused, full of incredulity. Chapter 60, taken for a fool by a crooked businessman? Then it's not my fault. Chapter 60, taken for a fool by a crooked businessman? Then it's not my fault. At this moment, Lin Mo's heart was full of skepticism. To know, this dream manor, since the Ghost Master's descendants can be sold at a price of $1 billion. Naturally, they are looking for someone to account for it. It's impossible to mess up the bidding. And take a step back. Dream Manor, even if it is in the commercial center of the future Cloud City, the land skyrocketed. How to calculate? Cannot be worth 100 billion. This, for the first time, was the first time that Lin Mo had serious doubts about the future of the heartbeat. Even, he wondered if this was drunken nonsense from the other side. Just as Lin Mo was pondering, the voice of the future. Again. Of course, when I say this fantasy manor is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, it is not because of the value of its land or houses. Rather, within this dream manor, there exists a treasure trove of hidden items that can be of great value. Speaking of which, this matter, there is some drama. I remember that Master Zhang Jie had a friend in the investment world, nicknamed Master Ghost. Fantasy Manor, it was one of Master Ghost's descendants who bought it back then. His original idea was to make it a vacation resort. Unfortunately, Cloud City doesn't have any famous tourist places. Plus it's a third-tier city, so naturally it can't solicit customers. As a result, after 6 months of operation, it went out of business. But that descendant, who is a calculating person, has been letting people make points and waiting for the wrongdoer to take over. And Master Ghost, not knowing this, introduced a friend to buy it. After that friend bought it, he saw that the villa in the lodge, the style was not to his liking, so he planned to tear it down and rebuild it. So, have the forklift bulldoze the villa. As a result, it was found that a huge iron barrel made of 10-centimeter thick steel plates was concealed inside this mountain villa. After cutting it open, there are many rare antiques present inside. $1 billion worth of famous paintings, antiques, vases, etc. That person immediately sold it and ended up making over $100 billion. What's ridiculous is that Master Ghost's descendant knew about this and was brazen enough to let the other party share half of him, and even said that Master Ghost was colluding with that friend in order to screw him over. He even filed a lawsuit against Master Ghost as well as that friend, and ultimately lost. So angry that Master Ghost directly disconnected from the other party. This thing, though, is a little dreamy, but this is the kind of thing that one wants to do. To put it bluntly, if that manor is later worthless, and you look for the Ghost Master's descendant, the other party won't be able to pay, right? Lin Mo listened to all this in silence, inwardly horrified. At this moment, he realized why his future self would say that this dream manor was worth $100 billion. Good. Originally I was worried about funds. If I can successfully obtain those goodies within the dream manor and sell them, it will solve my immediate pressing needs. Lin Mo rose in incomparable anticipation for a moment. The night passed quickly. Lin Mo woke up at 7:30, simply washing up. Lin Mo had planned to go out, but just as he arrived at the garage, he saw Tang Kirsten park her car and walk over with breakfast in her hand. Lin Mo, is this a spiritual connection between the two of us? Don Corbin snickered. Lin Mo laughed. No, I was planning to go out. Tang Kirsten was completely speechless by Lin Mo's straight answer. You can just coax me into answering yes. This moment, of course, was not the time to dwell on that. After Tang Kirsten went back last night, she had been thinking about how to continue helping Lin Mo save money. But didn't think of anything good to do. In the end, it could only be decided to rely on completing side quests and gaining stock information. Make as much as you can anyway. Hey, although the system is powerful, the quests issued are still too few. Collect your thoughts. Tang Kirsten looked at Lin Mo and said, you just said that you want to go out. Why? Do you see any good projects again? Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Not bad. Master Ghost called me last night. One of his descendants, who has a dream manor just near Cloud City International, intends to offer $1 billion to sell it to me. I think, sooner or later, Cloud City International will have to be developed, and the surrounding area, too, will be developed into a future commercial center. So, taking that estate will save me a lot of development costs when I do development on that side in the future. So I was going to check it out and take it if it was a good fit. Of course, Lin Mo had planned to tell Tang Xin the truth. Moreover, there was no worry that the other party would leak this matter out. He had absolute trust in the other party. With absolute trust. However, the thought of knowing this was provided by my future self. I'm afraid that Tang Xin will suspect that she's mentally deranged. That's why it's best not to talk about it. As Lin Mo pondered, Tang Kirsten looked deeply at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you're currently running out of funds. Wouldn't you be short another $1 billion if you bought that manor again? Currently, your priority is to make money as soon as possible. Obviously, Tang Kirsten wasn't aware of the things related to the dream manor, simply because, when the Ghost Master's offspring sold the manor in his previous life, Tang Kirsten's mother, was hospitalized because Lee Dafu found someone to beat her up. Tang Kurson had to manage the downtrodden Lin Mo, and she also had to take care of her own mother, so she naturally had no time to care about anything else. Xin. Don't worry, I have a premonition that this dream manor might be able to bring me opportunities to make money, Lin Mo explained vaguely. Seeing Lin Mo so convinced, Tang Kurson was helpless. Okay, I'll trust you for once, but I have to go with you. By the way, let's see how you revitalize that dream estate. After saying that, Tang Xin immediately handed her breakfast forward. You eat your breakfast first, then we'll set off. By the time the two arrived outside the dream manor, it was already 40 minutes later. Just after getting out of the car, Lin Mo saw two figures, one old and one young. The former, naturally, is Master Ghost. The latter, on the other hand, was clearly the owner of this fantastic manor. Tang Xin frowned slightly. Although he didn't know Wang Peng, he could look at the other party's face. Two big words came up in the middle of his mind for no reason: adulterer. Lin Mo, I think this matter, you have to consider it carefully. Don't get screwed over, Tang Xin reminded in a small voice. Lin Mo smiled. Don't worry, I have my measure. After saying that, Lin Mo pulled Tang Kurson forward. After greeting each other, Master Ghost smiled and said, Shaolin, and girl Xin, it's been hard for you to make the trip. He then pointed to the manor in front of him. Come on, let's go in first. Lin Mo shook his head and said, I'm naturally relieved to be introduced by Master Ghost. However, I hope to transfer the house as soon as possible after paying. So, hearing this, Su Peng immediately took out the prepared materials. Mr. Lin, this is my proof of ownership. And, on the housing authority side, I've already made an appointment. As long as there are no problems, the closing can take place today. But before we can do that, we need to sign. After saying that, Su Peng handed a contract forward. Lin Mo opened it. There was a dark sigh of relief. There are a lot of additional terms in there. There was one point in it that made Lin Mo very speechless. That is, once Lin Mo signed, he must pay 1 billion into the designated account within 1 day's time. And once he defaults, he will incur a default fee, which is 0.5% a day. That's $50 million if you convert it. On top of that, Lin Ma may not back out, or else he will pay a 30% penalty for breach of contract. Lin Mo had to admit it. This Wang Peng is really dark, he sneered in his mind. Since this Wang Peng was so greedy, he had no one to blame but himself. Think about it. Lin Mo didn't bother with nonsense and quickly signed on it. Seeing this, Wang Peng's mouth was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Chapter 61, Taking Down the Dream Manor, Tearing Down the Villa, Digging Out the Hidden Treasure Box. Chapter 61, Taking Down the Dream Manor, Tearing Down the Villa, Digging Out the Hidden Treasure Box. 2 hours later, Lin Mo smoothly left the real estate office with the purchase agreement. Next, just wait for the relevant certificates to arrive. Kobayashi, thank you for today. Turn around. I'll buy you dinner, Master Ghost said gratefully. As for that Wang Peng, he didn't even bother to say hello and was about to get into his car and leave. Seeing this, Lin Mo said flatly, Mr. Wang, I think we still need to sign a supplementary agreement and then find a relevant notary to prove it. Wang Peng looked at Lin Mo somewhat strangely. Lin Mo smiled and explained, although, last night, Master Ghost told me that in the future, this dream manor might face demolition, but the future is anyone's guess. What I'm worried about is that you'll come after me once I get my hands on more than 1 billion, or even 2 billion, in demolition. Plus, I may come after you in the event of future losses. In order to avoid all this unnecessary stuff, I think, let's sign a supplementary agreement. There shall be no disagreement between the parties, regardless of losses. It's better for you and me. Hear that? Wang Peng superficially nodded in agreement, but in his heart, he sneered. The reason he was so eager to get out of the estate was that he had heard through the grapevine that there would be a significant drop in home prices in the future. So, he decided to get back on his feet before he lost money. Of course, what Master Ghost had told Lin Mo had also been told to Wang Peng, but Wang Peng didn't believe it at all. And now, Lin Mo has gone so far as to say that this place will be demolished. Idiot. However, Lin Mo's proposal was quite good. He was really worried that if the value of the dream manor plummeted in the future, Lin Mo would look for himself to lose money. Think about it. He nodded his head in a rush. And so, the two spent another half hour going to a lawyer's office, writing a supplemental agreement, and then going to the appropriate notary public to have it notarized. All done. Lin Mo brought Tang Kurson and once again arrived at the dream manor. At this very moment, Tang Xin looked preoccupied. Lin Mo, why do I feel that you've been punked by that Wang Peng? Tangku Xin opened her mouth. Lin Mo shook the agreement in his hand and said, I can't help it if I get screwed. Today, the agreement is in effect and the money has been transferred. Although I didn't get the title deed, this dream manor, however, is already mine. Saying that, Lin Mo dialed Wang Peng's phone in front of Tang Kurson. Mr. Wang, I'd like to call and confirm that I'm not able to get a refund now? Lin Ma inquired. Mr. Lin, are you kidding? Wang Peng coldly said. This dream manor, it's already yours. How is that possible when you want a refund? Over at the real estate office. It's all ready for the real estate license. And the supplemental agreement. But you got it written yourself. Well, I've got something on my side, so we'll talk about it another time. Waiting for Wang Peng to impatiently hang up his cell phone, Lin Mo spread his hands in a pretense of helplessness. He then laughed. Well, Kurson, the money has been paid and the words have been signed. So don't think about that. Let's, just go in and check out this manor first. Think about how we should remodel it. Tangku Xin was silent, obviously not in a good mood. And more than that, there are concerns. Though, in his memory, taking this dream manor was a sure thing. But know this, after his own rebirth, certain changes had begun to occur in this world. No one can guarantee what will happen in the future in this fantasy manor. If the future of the commercial center does change, then won't this investment be a loss? Of course, on top of that, Tang Kurson couldn't stand the sight of that Wang Peng's treacherous face. Forget it. Let's not dwell on that for now. Since it's signed and paid for, it's legally valid. Just as Lin Mo said, instead of dwelling on what has already happened, it's better to think about how to remodel this manor. Furthermore, for such a trivial matter, delaying Lin Mo's big plan to get rich is completely unprofitable. After thinking that, Tang Kurson came inside the dream manor with Lin Mo. Lin Mo came to the front of the villa, not by the glowing eyes. At the moment he is, heart pounding wildly. After all, there were antiques worth hundreds of billions of dollars hidden in the middle of this villa. And all of them are legally compliant. But Lin Mo, however, had to find a reason. So, he smiled and said, Ku Xin, I think that it would be more appropriate to have to tear down this villa and rebuild it. After all, the villa is over 40 years old. The design of its construction has long since fallen out of step with today's trends. After saying that, Lin Mo didn't wait for Tang Kurson to reply. So he called Song Changyang and asked the other party to bring workers to carry out the demolition work. Half an hour later, boss, Song Changyang snorted. Lin Mo didn't have the heart to say, Old Song, there are no outsiders here. Just call me by my name. Song Changyang nodded with a smile. Afterward, looking toward Tang Kurson, he said, This is sister-in-law, right? Lin Mo, I have to say, you kid is good. You found such a chivalrous girlfriend. Tell me, when are you planning to get married? When the time comes, I'll be sure to give you a big red envelope. These words caused Tang Kurson's pretty face to redden. Lin Mo, on the other hand, did not have the good sense to say, You kid, letting you not be outgoing. You really say everything outwardly Okay, let's not get into that. Let's get down to business. How's it going with what I asked you to arrange? Song Changyang immediately said seriously. The workers are already in place. And in addition to that, I've also arranged for a forklift to follow the excavator. Where do we need to tear down? After seeing Lin Mo pointing at the villa, Song Changyang froze. Lin Mo, you're not kidding me? The villa, though, is older in style, yet there's no need to tear it down. After all, by the time the Cloud City International bidding rolls around, we've already got our spot. Just need to get Cloud City International finished so we can prepare for the development around it. Wouldn't it be a waste of money to tear down and rebuild now? Lin Mo laughed. Just listen to me. Song Changyang sighed. Fine. Who made you the boss? Afterwards, Song Changyang immediately took out his walkie-talkie and let the workers, as well as excavators and forklifts, enter. Well, this side of things, leave it to me. There's going to be a lot of dust later, so you'd better leave. Song Changyang laughed. In this regard, Tang Xin didn't have any opinion. After all, at this moment, she was thinking about how to help Lin Mo invest in new money-making projects. You will be rewarded with side quests yourself and get the latest intel on the stock. Who knows? Just then, a long-lost system sound came out. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the side mission to help Lin Mo take down the Dream Manor. The reward is doubled because the return on Dream Manor is more than 100-fold. The host has access to detailed information on 4 checks for the next 72 hours. What? Tang Xin was a bit confused. 100-fold return? Wouldn't that be 1 billion to 100 billion? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 62, Identification is complete. This batch of antiques is worth 100 billion Chinese coins. Chapter 62, Identification is complete. This batch of antiques is worth 100 billion Chinese coins. It's no wonder that Don Kosin is like that. Truly, what the system said was a bit mind-boggling to her. You know, even if this dream manor, located in the future business center, was demolished, at most, it would come to $2 billion. But the system, however, says that the dream manor is worth $100 billion. That's a bit of a stretch. Unico, are you telling the truth? Tang Kurson said incredulously. The system analyzes, and the child is a good man. Well, I'll see how this manor, how it can gain 100-fold. Could it be that there is gold hidden under the ground of this manor? Or own the baby? But everything under the ground belongs to the state. The mind muttered though. But after this period of contact, Tang Kurson also knew that the system would never be aimless. Could it be that there's an inside story I don't know about this fantasy manor? A bit of muttering. Tang Kurson could only wait up with anticipation. And that's when Lin Mo's voice came out. Kagome, I think we'd better stay here? Lin Mo said with a smile. In this regard, Tang Kurson naturally didn't have any opinion. And so, the two men moved away from the villa and watched from a distance. As for Song Qianyang, he told everyone to put on their helmets, and then got busy. Half an hour later, the villa was already half empty, and Song Qianyang directed the workers to get busy. Lin Mo, can you tell us why you want to demolish this villa? Tang Kuxian suddenly inquired. A woman's intuition told him that Lin Mo might know something inside. Seeing the other party looking at him, Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then flatly said, I can't say anything about this specific. In my ears, there was a voice that said there would be an unexpected surprise if I demolished this villa. Hear this. Tang Kuxian snorted with laughter. After a pause, she said with a hint of snark, if you put it that way, then I'd also say that I'm a traveler written inside a novel. I came to you to renew my relationship with you. The two men smiled at each other. And just then, Song Qianyang, who was originally working on his homework, suddenly rushed in. Old Song, go over there for a moment. There's something. Hear this. Lin Mo was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be strange. As for Tang Kurson, the same is true. Could it be that my words have come true? Is there really a treasure in this dream manor? Go over and take a look. Tang Kurson was instantly a bit stunned. Just in front of him was a box made of huge steel plates. The bulk of the box, still set among the walls. Lin Mo, what about this one? Song Qianyang inquired. Although Lin Mo had a clear door in his heart, he said on the surface, let's all take the trouble to get this box out. Remember, be careful. Maybe there's some kind of treasure in there. Hearing this, Song Qianyang immediately ordered. Because of the need to protect this box from damage, everyone moved carefully for fear of a big commotion. And so, a full 2 hours later, the box, only then, appeared intact. Carry it aside. Lin Mo glanced at Song Qianyang. When the latter saw this, he immediately told the workers to go back and collect their wages. Wait until the forklift and the bulldozer have left as well. It was only then that Song Qianyang stepped forward and said, Brother, I have a feeling that, in here, there are treasures. He looked at the box, which had been completely welded shut, and immediately said, why don't I get someone to pry it open? In this regard, Lin Mo naturally had no problem with it. While Song Qianyang called out, Lin Mo hesitated and dialed Zhang Jie's number. Kobayashi na, what good is it that you boys are looking for me? Zhang Jie inquired smilingly. Lin Mo immediately told the whole story. What? Zhang Jie on the other end of the phone was alarmed. Shaolin, you weren't joking with Grandpa Zhang? Did you really find a big box in the middle of that villa? By the way, this chest, was it found under the ground, or in the middle of the villa? Okay, I got it. Just wait there. I'll be there. Wait for the phone to scrape down. Tang Kurson and Song Qianyang were both confused, especially Tang Kurson. Lin Mo, how come from what Grandpa Zhang said? He seems to know some inside information? Is there really a treasure in the middle of this box? Tang Kurson said with a hint of dismay. Lin Mo also didn't expect Zhang Jie to have such a big reaction. This, I'm not sure. Everything, we'll know when Grandpa Zhang arrives. Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but look forward to it somewhat. After all, he was also curious to know how such a treasure could be hidden amongst this villa. Half an hour later, Zhang Jie arrived in a flurry of wind. Beside him, there was also a well-dressed middle-aged man. Oh my god. This is even real. Zhang Jie came to the huge box, his face full of surprise and dismay. Grandpa Zhang, don't say such a sentence without a clue. What the hell is going on? This chest, what's the history of it, anyway? Tang Kurson inquired anxiously. Zhang Jie didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled Lin Mo and said, Xiao Lin, I'll introduce you to him. The one beside me here is Director Hong from the Cultural Relics Management. Next, answer his questions truthfully. Lin Mo nodded, and after briefly greeting Director Hong, he patiently waited for the other party's inquiry. Mr. Lin, next, I have 3 questions to ask. First question, this chest, was it dug in the ground, or was it found in the middle of the villa? The second question is whether it is clear to you that such a chest exists within this house. Third question, have you obtained an agreement relating to the purchase of this estate? Lin Mo immediately answered truthfully. Very well, next, we'll have a professional appraise what's in here. Once identified as a collection, these will be privately owned by you. But if it is a national artifact, please turn it in. Lin Mo laughed. I must cooperate fully. 10 minutes later, Director Hong called for a group of professionals. They pried this metal box open without incident. This look, Lin Mo, Tang Kerson, Song Changyang, and even that Director Hong as well as Zhang Jie, all revealed a look of dismay. In this, antiques, vases, paintings, jade, an array of antiques. Director Hong carefully removed it and then let those professionals appraise it. They appraised it while tisking. These things, they are all valuable existences. Yeah, let's be careful. We can't afford to pay for it if we break it. So, a full hour later, Director Hong smiled and said, Mr. Lin, after identification, these artifacts in front of us, all belong to the collection. You can collect it or auction it. Well, our work is done, and we will leave you at that. After saying that, Director Hong handed Lin Mo a certificate with an official seal. And then he lamented, Mr. Lin, you spent $1 billion and bought this manor. You simply made a fortune. According to my speculation, this batch of antiques, total value, at least $100 billion. Chapter 63, What to do when you're short of money. Of course it's to speculate in stocks again. Chapter 63, What to do when you're short of money. Of course, I'll speculate in stocks again. 10 minutes later, inside the Dream Manor. At this moment, Lin Mo had quite a dreamlike feeling. Granted, he was well aware of the value of the paperweights long before he took the villa. It can be known in advance. And the feeling is fundamentally different from an estimate after an appraisal by a relevant expert. And at this moment, Tang Kerson was similarly sighing. Holy, is Lin Mo possessed by a koi carp? What kind of reverse weather luck is this? $1 billion, and now it's gone straight to $100 billion. Moreover, this $100 billion is still only a conservative estimate. If it is put into the auction, it is estimated that its value can still be doubled a few times. Tang Xin secretly sighed. Of course, none of this matters. Importantly, Lin Mo's immediate pressing problem of insufficient funds was sort of solved. Though lol, Tang Kerson and Lin Mo, coincidentally, dropped their attention onto Zhang Jie's body. Grandpa Zhang, now, can you tell us what's going on? How is it that so many cultural artifacts exist in the middle of this manor? Tang Xin was the first to inquire. Lin Mo also stared curiously at the other party. Zhang Jie laughed and said, This matter is a long story. It goes back more than 70 years. Back in the day, my grandfather told me stories about this dream manor. He said that in Cloud City, there was once a powerful merchant who relied on the dock business and became a giant in just a few decades. He amassed a lot of wealth, but turned half of it, because of his love of antiques. He put the antiques in a chest, and this dream manor was built to hide the chest. Then he went abroad on business, and before he left the estate in the hands of his own brother. He died abroad, due to illness, and the manor was inherited by his younger brother, who, unfortunately, ended up selling the manor because of his addiction to gambling. Then later, after a few twists and turns, the manor fell into Wang Peng's hands, and my grandfather knew all this because he was the longtime laborer under the hands of that rich man. Unfortunately, I thought that all of this was just a story that Grandpa was bragging to me about, but I never thought that it was, in fact, true. Speaking of this, Zhang Jie sighed. If I had known, when Master Ghost approached me earlier, I would have bought it as soon as I gritted my teeth. Forget it, when it comes down to it, these treasures, they still have nothing to do with me. Tang Xin sniffed and was going to say something. Nevertheless, Zhang Jie suddenly laughed out loud. You guys don't think I'm telling the truth, do you? Seeing Lin Mo and Tang Kerson a bit confused, Zhang Jie laughed. Actually, this matter, it's not that complicated. What I just said, the first half is true. The second half, however, is something I made up. What really happened was that the mysterious tycoon, after building the manor, came down with a malady and a huge debt. Since he has no children at his knee, He declares to the public that there are treasures of great value in this villa, and they will go to whoever finds them. After he died, the debtor took over and auctioned it off to the public. Later, people speculated that it might have been an idea that the debtor had come up with in order to sell the estate at a high price, and no one believed it. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Tang Kerson smiled at each other, and at that moment, Zhang Jie spoke. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. Xiao Lin, let me ask you, what are you going to do with these antiques? If you're in desperate need of money, I can contact those friends of mine and have a mini auction, and the highest bidder gets it. If you're not in a hurry, then I'll make a trip to the capital, where a charity auction has recently been organized. These things, it is estimated that at the auction, their value, at least, can triple. Lin Mo smiled and said, Grandpa Zhang, if you have said this, I will naturally choose the latter. Well then, I'll call right now and set you up. 2 hours later, a private jet appeared. A middle-aged man came down quickly. After Zhang Jie's introduction, Lin Mo realized that the other party was the head of the largest auction house in the capital. And just in case, Lin Mo specially checked the internet to make sure that the identity of the other party is undoubtedly. Then let the other party will be these artifacts, all carefully packed, sent into the cabin, and before leaving, signed a power of attorney to each other, as well as numerous materials. Arrangements are in place. Lin Mo was full of anticipation. He's looking forward to those hundreds of billions of dollars arriving. However, the auction over in the capital would take a week to open. Therefore, Lin Mo had to make some quick money right now, and Tang Kerson, who was on the side, was thinking the same thing. Lin Mo, the matter of the treasure vault within this villa is considered to have come to an end for now. And for now what you should be doing is figuring out how to get some quick cash. Lin Mo laughed bitterly. I also want to. But, at the moment, I don't have a good head start. Tang Kerson smiled and said, there are no good thoughts, so just keep speculating. In the past few days, you've been running around. Have you not been looking for that high man? When you get home, you ask people, these days, if they have a door. Lin Mo could only nod his head. Let's put it this way then. I'll send Grandpa Zhang back, and as for you, when you get home, you'll be the first to contact someone. Tang Kuxin said seriously. Maybe, it will solve the immediate financial troubles. Saying goodbye to Don Kosen, Lin Mo went straight to his home. Just as he opened the door and sat down, Lin Mo received a message from that senior. Lin Mo opened it to 2 detailed stock K-line charts. Cohort Financial Assistant 1, these 2 charts. You can be sure to look carefully, whether you are leveraged, or single-fold investment. Can be, but the rules of leverage you have been clear. Remember, must be fast and accurate to take. Lammer, roger that. He was going to close the chat page and study the 2K charts, which is when the other party sent another go dogs emoji. However, it was quickly withdrawn. Lin Mo was a bit strange in his heart, but at the moment, not much thought was given to it. Coming to the computer, he quickly opened the speculation interface, found those 2 stocks quickly, then look at it while comparing it to the K chart you received. After determining that the 2 matched almost exactly, Lin Mo put his heart down. So, Lin Mo ate a bowl of instant noodles, set his alarm clock, and went to sleep without worry. As soon as the alarm clock went off, Lin Mo quickly washed his face and then came to the computer. At the moment, there were 10 minutes to go before the appointed time. Lin Mo waited silently. When the time came, the valuation of one of the stocks fell, and he made a direct plunge for $10 billion. And then, as it were, the remaining $10 billion was invested in another stock. Good. Next, I just need to be patient and sell it off at the peak of the next trading day. In that case, $20 billion comes to $43 billion, which is a small profit. The words are gone. Lin Mo had intended to get up and move his muscles, and at that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's Song Changyang calling. Brother, I have an investment opportunity here. I wonder, are you interested? Lin Mo laughed. What chance? Song Changyang laughed. A classmate of mine who went to study in the meter approached me and said that he wanted to join hands with me to start a business. He's planning to create an online shopping platform called Pieces of Yuzu. Lin Mo sniffed, clouded over. But at that moment, a voice from the future came from the middle of his mind. Chapter 64, Throwing $5 billion and Taking Down the Future E-Commerce Giant. Chapter 64, Throwing $5 billion to Take Down the Future E-Commerce Giant. Speaking of spelling Eve, this is a phenomenal online shopping company in 15. This company, known for its collabs. In the beginning, it was just online at Wizards, and in just 2 weeks, it had 1 million followers. Later on, once the platform went live, it came to life, in various ways, in people's lives, advertisements, friend sharing, and help posting collabs etc. Hundreds of millions of active users in just 2 years. 6 years online. It's up to $2.4 trillion. After a successful IPO, the 24-year market capitalization, up to $170 billion. And at that time, the exchange rate of the U.S. dollar was 7:1, which means that its market value, up to 1.2 billion Chinese dollars. Old Song and Huang Zhang, the founder of Piecing CC, were also college classmates. Originally, Huang had invited Lao Song to start a business with him, but Lao Song refused, simply because he only liked real estate work. Later, Lao Song once said in public that he regretted very much that if he had done it together, I'm afraid, there would have been a place for him among the hundreds of billions of billionaires in China. Hear these. Lin Mo was secretly surprised in his heart. Obviously, he didn't expect that this spellbound CC would be so terrifying. That's a scary dark horse. Think about it. Lin Mo immediately said, Old Song, what's the name of that friend of yours? Huang Zhang. Sure enough, Lin Mo forcibly pressed down his inner excitement, and then, it inquired about the location of the other party, and immediately turned off the computer. Half an hour later, Lin Mo arrived inside a cafe. He saw Song Changyang as well as Huang Zhang in front of the card table from a distance. The two men immediately rose to greet them. After a brief introduction, the three men each sat down. Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Huang Zhang. He wore glasses and had a freshly cut slate, giving him a very sharp look. Mr. Huang, can you tell me about your outlook on this pieces of CC software? Lin Mo opened the door. Hear this. Huang Zhang was immediately eloquent. Mr. Lin, I think that there is still a big gap in the domestic online shopping market. For example, Tianmiao and Jingdong, although they are one of the top e-commerce platforms in the country, they can't continue to expand their other businesses. Of course, that doesn't affect their future market capitalization once they go public, but if we can successfully expand into other businesses, the market capitalization is bound to increase day by day. And I've got this spelling Eve, which is mainly e-commerce, but in addition to that, it also incorporates socialization into it. Speaking of which, Huang Zhang took out a document. Lin Mo opened it up and was instantly enlightened, simply because, the first few pages of this document, on the other hand, analyze the current situation of several e-commerce companies very thoroughly, the advantages, disadvantages and how to change, and behind that, a plan for the software that is Patchwork CC. It's summed up in 4 words. Lend a hand. First of all, it utilizes the huge social user base of Weixin to promote the software. Secondly, it is a gimmick of low prices, spelling out to buy cheaper, to dominate the market with price advantage. What Lin Mo found most surprising was its maverick marketing approach. That's for users to get a friend to help cut a deal. That is, to cut the price. And what made Lin Mo feel dismayed was still that money-giving activity. Mr. Huang, this event, how did you arrange it? Lin Mo inquired curiously. Huang Zhang smiled and said, this is very simple. For example, users who download the software will activate the Hair Money campaign. Less than 100, more than 500. Then the system will give out the appropriate number of draws, and you can withdraw as many as you fill. Of course, the draw naturally cannot be withdrawn smoothly. The user also needs to share it with new users and pull as many people as possible to increase the number of draws within a limited period of time. Speaking here, Huang Zhang laughed, and in order to increase the difficulty, so at the end of the lucky draw, a penny, which is equivalent to 10 diamond fragments, after collecting up to 9 diamond fragments, there will be gold fragments, and then points fragments. Hear this. Lin Mo was speechless. It then asked, I wonder what percentage of users, in the end, withdrew their money successfully? Huang Zhang said laughingly, according to the threshold I set, 10,000 users, there is a person can successfully withdraw $500, but realize that those 10,000 subscribers will pull in at least 100,000 new subscribers. Spend $500 and pull in 100,000 new subscribers for a solid profit. Of course, those users whose withdrawals fail, we will also subsidize coupons, with the aim to stimulate their spending. Hear that. Lin Mo became somewhat speechless in his heart. This activity, while it sounds good for the promotion of the software, however, for the sake of the long term, it is clear that this move will not work. After all, users who feel that they have received deception will definitely just uninstall it. To a lesser extent, Lin Ma is this character. Think about it. Lin Mo, after much deliberation, immediately, he said, Mr. Huang, your promotional thinking is very good, and your unique operating model is noteworthy. Only, your tactic of pulling in new cash, I beg to differ. At the very least, as a user, who has helped you promote it, time-consuming and labor-intensive, and, as a result, doesn't get what he or she wants, so that user churn will be high. So, my advice is, either don't do it or do it with real money. For example, for a limited time, users who successfully promote a new user can get $2 and withdraw the full 100. When this event is over, then it's full 200, full 500, full 1,000 withdrawals. Of course, in order to avoid new users uninstalling after downloading, so it is necessary for new users to use it continuously for a week after real name authentication, or to buy something in the mall within a specified period of time before the promotion is considered successful. In addition to this, to ensure that users are active, there can be a pull old campaign for those who haven't been using it. For example, if an old user shares with a new user and the new user reuses the software to buy something, it's considered a successful pull of the old. Huang Zhang heard this, sighing at once. Mr. Lin, if it is promoted in this way, its cost may. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, don't worry about the cost issue, let me just ask you, this program of mine, will it work? Huang Zhang nodded repeatedly. His own set of plans, which belonged to the sword, could fool one and all, but Lin Mo's program, although costly, is a practical means to naturally cultivate loyal fans. In this way, users are more sticky. And at this point, Lin Mo spoke again. Mr. Huang, the promotion of the software and the accumulation of users is naturally very important. But since it's predominantly e-commerce, its quality, naturally, has to be over the top. In addition to that, there are pre-sale and after-sale services, regulation of merchants, margins to make sure they don't sell fake goods. Speaking here, Lin Mo looked seriously at Huang Zhang. Can you do what I said? Huang Zhang took a deep breath before saying, I can definitely do it. Lin Mo would smile. Okay, since you said so, then, I'm willing to take out $5 billion and invest in this software. $1 billion of that, for promotional costs. What? Huang Zhang was filled with dismay, and Song Qianyang, who was on the side, was also a bit dumbfounded. Although he knew that Lin Mo had always been a big spender when it came to investments, Kagong didn't expect it. The other party only chatted with Huang Zhang for less than 20 minutes, and directly waved his hand and threw away $5 billion. What kind of vigor is that? Chapter 65, Stunned. Rice 4 cell phone launch. Deep Station's online attendance breaks 1 million. Chapter 65, Stunned. Rice 4 cell phone launch. Deep Station online attendance breaks 1 million. Half an hour later, Huang Zhang hurried back to his office and had the relevant agreements prepared, and it is guaranteed that the plan will be revised in the shortest possible time. In this regard, Lin Mo was naturally in no hurry. After all, apart from him, I'm afraid that in this world, no one dares to directly invest $5 billion to take a stake in this pieces of CC, which hasn't even developed its software. Lin Mo. You kid, you're too fierce, aren't you? From the side came Song Qianyang's slightly agitated voice. Originally, Song Qianyang thought that Lin Mo's investment this time would only be 300 to 500 million at most. After all, Huang Zhang has developed the spell Yu. It is still only the general idea. The software did not go online, but Lin Mo, however, directly invested $5 billion. A normal person is bound to think the other person is crazy. However, Song Qianyang felt that Lin Mo must have his own considerations, and while Song Qianyang was thinking, Lin Mo said smilingly, I've always trusted my vision. Old Song, don't look at this spelling. CC is still only in the incubation stage at the moment, but the future is certainly promising. Even after going public, its market capitalization may exceed $1 trillion, or even $2 trillion. Speaking here, Lin Mo sighed. Originally, I was still thinking about how to get into online shopping malls, but now, it can be considered an opportunity. If you grasp it well, you might be able to separate yourself from the old horse and the young horse. After a pause, Lin Mo looked at Song Qianyang and said, Old Song, you have to be more forceful. Song Qianyang laughed. Don't worry, I've already taken care of the planning for this side of Cloud City. Next, we just need to wait for the auction to be held above for Cloud City International and we'll take it. Oh yeah, I just added Zhao Dongfei from Zhao's real estate company in Liancheng, and he asked me to meet him sometime, saying that I intend to be strong. I have the will to do so. Lin Mo smiled. This is totally fine with me. You're both in the real estate industry anyway. Maybe if two people talk, they'll rub off on each other. After bidding farewell to Song Qianyang, Lin Mo had planned to go back and rest for a while, but at that moment, Lei Xiaojun's phone called. Boss, on my end, I have some good news, Lei Xiaojun said with a hint of a smile. Lin Mo smiled. Let me guess. It must be the rice phone, which has been successfully produced. Lei Xiaojun laughed even more. It's true that nothing can be hidden from you after all. Not bad. The fourth generation of smartphones from Rice has been successfully developed. We are, this time, carrying a 17nm class chip, and it's also compatible with our self-developed operating system. All that's needed is to do the final testing and it's ready to be mass-produced and marketed. Hear this. Lin Mo smiled in satisfaction. Remember to send me one when you have time. He then changed his tone. There should be other good news besides this one, right? Lei Xiaojun instantly acknowledged it. And then, succinctly, he spoke the second piece of good news. It turned out that after Lin Mo left the Rice company yesterday, Lei Xiaojun went to the headquarters of Huawei cell phone and met Mr. Run. Although, the current Rice cell phone company is still just a small workshop, but Run talked to him, so the two men exchanged thoughts with each other about the predicament at hand. Eventually, it was decided that companies within the United Nations would form a coalition against chip sanctions. So far, several companies have joined the fold, but there are several cell phone companies that have chosen to compromise with Rice's Pastrycom, simply because they don't want to lose the market. Even the heads of a few cell phones openly mocked the insouciance of Huawei as well as the Rice phones. Lin Mo sniffed. Can't help but sigh secretly. But these he had obviously foreseen. Mr. Lei, since the camps today are clearly divided, I think it's better for us to announce the fact that we can produce 17nm chips on our own, sooner rather than later? Lei Jun on the other end of the phone laughed. Boss, that's what I was waiting for when I called you. I've already contacted the bosses of several cell phone companies, and I've also contacted journalists to prepare for the announcement of the Rice 4's cell phone. Lin Mo was slightly stunned. Then he laughed. You're making a pronouncement about Rice 4. Is it possible that the other bosses will agree to it? Lei Xiaojun laughed. They can't help it. After all, several of them have refused to sign the agreement on the side of Pastrycom, so the mutual cooperation has been terminated. They're counting on us to produce their cell phone chips. Lin Mo secretly sighed. That's quite a difference in the thinking of this bigot. Lin Mo had thought that Lei Xiaojun would only make unilateral publicity about the chip. By doing so, it breaks the sanctions imposed by the U.S. on chips, but he didn't expect it. Lei Xiaojun, however, lends a hand. Get the bosses of several other companies together for the launch, and they can't refuse. Lin Mo has been able to think of the next time the Rice for this phone become the future cell phone hot list of the top few images. Very good. Lin Mo was very satisfied inwardly. That's a hell of a lot of good news. The next 10 minutes, Lin Mo briefly explained to Lei Xiaojun and then returned home satisfied. Just sat down for a short while. A knock was heard on the door. Lin Mo immediately opened the door. Only Tang Kerson was filled with excitement. Lin Mo, did you watch the news? Seeing Lin Mo's blank face, Tang Kerson immediately took out her cell phone and opened the beep station. After some searching, a live streaming page appeared. Lin Mo took this look and was instantly happy. Just because, on the screen, Run, Lei Xiaojun, as well as several other well-known cell phone brands in China, are being interviewed live. Lei Jun is making an official announcement about the Rice 4. And Mr. Run. A few people are fighting to help spread the word. What made Lin Mo the happiest, naturally, was that the number of online users watching this live broadcast had unexpectedly soared by a very exaggerated degree. When Tang Kerson had just opened the software, there were only more than 100,000 online users, but now, it had directly reached 500,000, and it was still skyrocketing. If we follow this trend, millions of users, definitely not a problem. Just as Lin Mo was pondering, his cell phone rang. It was the head of the beep station, Zhou Yuan, who called. Boss, have you watched the live broadcast from our beeping station? Zhou Yuan said excitedly. I'm watching, Lin Mo said with a smile. Zhou Yuan sighed incomparably. I didn't expect, that the beep station would appear in the public's view in this way. Mr. Lei Xiaojun Lei really is a genius in business. Originally, I was worried that this live broadcast wouldn't cause too much of a reaction after I received a call from Mr. Lei. I didn't realize that the opening was a king bomb. Lin Mo secretly smiled. Lei Xiaojun is naturally a genius in business. However, this time, the matter of arranging the Rice 4 launch at Beep Station was arranged by Lin Missouri. Zhou Yuan, now, do you know what to do? Lin Mo smiled and inquired. Zhou Yuan on the other end of the phone froze. Then he said, Boss, I'll immediately contact Mr. Huang as well as Mr. Wang Haining Wang, so that they can arrange for manpower to start live broadcasting and play the 2048 synthesis minigame as well as happy elimination. Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction, hanging up on the other person's cell phone. Lin Mo's gaze, once again, landed on top of the live broadcast screen. The moment. The number of people online for the cell phone launch of the Big Mi 4 has already surpassed 1 million. Lin Mo and Tang Kersen could not help but be dismayed. Obviously, no one can stop this splashy traffic when it comes. Chapter 66 Good news after good news. The chopstick's hand began to take hold. Chapter 66 Good news came in quick succession, and the chopstick hand began to shine. This broadcast, it lasted until 5:30 p.m. When it ended, and in the last half hour, the number of people online for this live broadcast was as high as 1.5 million. Simply because, Lei Xiaojun announced that from today onwards, Huaxiao will no longer be subject to any Western sanctions in the field of chips. Rice Mobile, which has successfully produced a 17-nanometer chip, will, moreover, work with Warwick and several other companies that have joined the anti-chip sanctions coalition. Of course, the production line of the Rice cell phone company is not limited to the manufacture of cell phone chips. Other fields, but anything related to the chip, can cooperate with the chip production line of the Rice cell phone company. And the most important point is that Lei Xiaojun also said that next, they will attack the 10-nanometer scale chip support technology. Once it's done, China's chip industry will lead the world for at least 10 years. One time, the entire broadcast popped up. Of course, there is no shortage of people who throw cold water on the situation. Even some foreign admirers popped up and kept sneering. These voices, however, were soon drowned out by the scorn and abuse of those who were patriotic. The broadcast is over. Most of the users, however, didn't leave it at that and watched the rest of the board. After all, after obtaining the funds, Zhou Yuan began to go on a buying spree of domestic and international rights for new as well as old movies. As a result, those users have said that they have recovered their lost innocence here. Not only that, but the original 2048 synthesis game, which didn't have many people, and Happy Fun, were also watched by many users. It's not as hyped as the launch of the Rice 4, but it's still a record-breaking livestream of the mini-game. Don Kosen exited the beep station, and then he looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, there really is something about you. You're simply using the smooth water, to the extreme. The bosses of several major cell phone companies to help promote cell phones for Rice Mobile. This operation is simply unprecedented. After all, peers are peers. More than that, you took the opportunity to drive a wave of traffic to the beep station. Even if we can't take down those 1.5 million online users in one go today, in the future, once there is a breeze, we will definitely think of beep station. More than that, I'm afraid that in the future, the launch of cell phones such as Warwick and Eurobreak will also choose to take place on this, once and for all. And on top of that, you've taken advantage of the momentum here to promote 2048 as well as Happy Fun. TSK, 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 TSK. Seeing Tang Kersen gushing, Lin Mo said smilingly, Kersen, you've said a little less. Tang Kersen looked at Lin Mo strangely. Lin Mo said smilingly, the cooperation on Mr. Lei's side is not just in terms of chips. I've had Mr. Ray draw up some contracts for the next 10 years, but any software developed under my banner will be built into their phones. The built-in software, of course, can be uninstalled at any time, but I believe that if you build good software, those users, they will absolutely use it, and I have full confidence in that. Hear that? Tangku Xin was simply stunned. Holy, I really want to study what's in Lin Mo's brain. He's completely using all the resources he can mobilize. All of them. Tang Kersen secretly sighed in her heart. She quickly collected her thoughts, then looked at Lin Mo and said, by the way, did you buy the stocks that high person recommended to you? Lin Mo smiled and turned on his computer. When he saw that Lin Mo had spent 20 billion, he immediately said, 20 billion for 40 billion. That's fine, but Lin Mo, I remember you should still have more than 30 billion left. How? Lin Mo laughed. In my hands now, I only have 5 billion. Seeing the other man's strange face, Lin Mo explained, it's like this, Old Song introduced me to a friend. Then, I angrily smashed the $5 billion investment. What? Tang Kersen is drinking water. Almost choked when I heard that. How much? 5 billion. Lin Mo, what kind of project have you invested in anyway? $5 billion? Why don't you call and ask for my advice? The software, it's not online yet. Tangku Xin was speechless. She was going to spit, which knew that in the next instant. Lin Mo slowly said, this software is called Spell Yuzu. It's a social as well as an e-commerce platform, and I see the potential in it. Lin Mo had thought that Tang Kersen would accuse himself. Nevertheless, when she heard the words Spell Shi, Tang Kersen's original excitement turned into shock. I'll go. What kind of luck is this, Lin Mo? Before, I've been thinking about how I can help Lin Mo take down that spellbound Cece. It's just a shame that I don't even know where Huang Zhang, the founder of this spelling Yuletide, is. As a result, people actually came to the door on their own? Isn't that what it's called? A good wine. Tang Kerson lamented in her heart. Kagome, why aren't you talking about me? Lin Ma inquired. Tang Kerson said evenly, there's no use talking about you. I don't know what kind of temper you have. Now, what you should do is how you can make it grow and take over the market as quickly as possible. Lin Mo smiled, then opened his cell phone, and saw the planning book sent by Huang Zhang, as well as operational ideas. Holy, Tang Kerson secretly shook up in her heart. I have to say, Lin Mo's thinking, it's really good. In my previous life, Pising Yuzu was often criticized for after-sales service. Unscrupulous merchants make and sell fakes, and as a result, Pieces of Yum Yum has received a lot of criticism, and that send money activities, also often exposed, busy half a day, pulled a lot of people. The result is that each time from the withdrawal of cash is so close. Because of this, Patchwork CC had a crisis of confidence at some point. While the number of downloads is high, the number of uninstalls is even scarier. If these 2 points can be changed, I'm afraid that, in the future, the market capitalization of Spellbound is estimated to be several times higher on top of the trillions. Of course, Tang Kerson also knew that if it wasn't for Lin Mo's intervention, it was impossible for Huang Zhang to make such a change. In other words, these constructive comments were made by Lin Ma. Good. Tang Xin gave a thumbs up. Lin Mo. Really, though, the software, Patchwork CC, is not currently online, but I think, inevitably, in the future, in the e-commerce industry, it can become a giant, as long as the quality of the goods is in place, the service is in place, and the activities are appealing. Its daily activity may have a huge breakthrough. I'm waiting for that day to come. Lin Mo laughed. Why are you so confident in this software? So confident? Tang Kerson smiled. It's not that I have confidence in piecing CC, but I have absolute confidence in you, the investor. Speaking of which, Tang Kerson stretched her back and said, Lin Mo, in order to celebrate you taking down another future giant enterprise, why don't you let's have a good meal tonight? I heard that on the east side of the city, a couple's restaurant has opened up, and it's currently on sale, so let's go take a look. In this regard, Lin Mo naturally didn't have any problems, but just then, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Zhou Yuan who called. Boss, you have chopsticks on your cell phone, right? Quick, open the chopstick hand. There's a surprise. Hearing this, Lin Mo quickly opened the chopsticks hand software. Lin Mo took this look and instantly his eyes went wide. Chapter 67, Virtual Coins Suddenly Plummet? Isn't this an opportunity to plunge to the bottom? Chapter 67, Virtual Coins Suddenly Plummet? Isn't this a chance to plunge to the bottom? It's not just Lin Ma. At this moment, even Tang Kerson, who was on the side, was like this. Boss, you watch and wait until later. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the moment, on the chopstick hand, a video was appearing. The video is a press release from Rice Cake Pass, and in addition to Gaotong, MediaTek, TSMC and several other chip companies were also present. Not only that, even the head of Intel also participated in this press conference. Its main target is precisely the problem of the 17-nanometer chip developed by the Rice Phone Company. Independently, on the video, the person in charge of that cake pass is reading a statement in a righteous manner. The implication of all the words is that the Rice Phone Company simply cannot develop a 17-nanometer chip, and, even if it was developed, it was stolen from Intel. This has resulted in serious violations. Lin Mo only felt funny after watching this video, and then, quickly opened the comments section. When he saw on it, the cynical comments on Gaotong accounted for most of the comments. Lin Mo then put his heart down. However, there are a few gags now and then. Let's get Rice Cellular, for example, to come up with a design for a 17 nanometers chip, even, open lines and such. These comments, however, were soon drowned out by countless sneers. It seems that we, in China, still have the majority of people who know right from wrong, but I have to admit, Gaetone, that's pretty brazen. It's amazing that they would find someone to bring that kind of rhythm. Do you really think we Chinese are all stupid? Tang Kerson, who was on the side, laughed. Lin Mo, where is this? You'll see the shamelessness of Gaetone later. After a pause, she smiled wryly and said, do you believe that if we announce a 10-nanometer grade chip, by then, those semiconductor companies in the United States will go crazy, and they'll do something even more brazen, which is, let us share the process technology for 10-nanometer scale chips with Rice, You should never overestimate their bottom line. Hearing this, Lin Mo said smilingly, hearing you say that, I'm looking forward to it. Why don't I have Lei Xiaojun develop it directly? There was a pause. Lin Mo shook his head and said, from 17 nanometers level, directly crossing to 10 nanometers level, this amplitude is too big, so I'd better let Lei Xiaojun start developing the 14 nanometer scale, step by step. Saying that, Lin Mo really did call Lei Xiaojun. For Lin Mo's request, Lei Xiaojun naturally did not have any opinion, and immediately guaranteed that within 3 days, the 14 nanometer chip would be successfully developed. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo took a look at the number of likes on the video. It had gone from tens of thousands just a moment ago, directly to 100,000, and it kept growing. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This press conference by Gao Tong has brought a wave of traffic to our chopstick hands. With that, he continued to brush up on the video. He realized that since Sua took down the chopstick hand, and then went live with short video sharing, as well as the live streaming feature, a number of users have already started sharing the routine. Even, there are some masters, directly forwarded the press conference of Gao Tong, and also explained the general content of the rice chip sanctions, because it is correctly oriented. It has received a lot of traffic support and has millions of views. Very good. Lin Mo smiled in satisfaction, and then he opened the Beep station, discovered that the Beep site has also been pushing videos related to the Gao Tong company. Ha ha. Lin Mo was overjoyed, and Tang Kerson, who was on the side, did the same. Kerson, come on, let's go eat. 2 hours later, Tang Kerson left the restaurant with Lin Mo. Farewell to each other. Lin Mo quickly rushed back home and made sure that Tang Kerson was safely at home. And then, he opened the Prestige group chat and began a new round of layouts. Simply wash up. Lin Mo then went to sleep. There were no words all night. Early the next morning, Lin Mo woke up early. Just after opening his cell phone, he received a call from Lei Xiaojun. Good news, boss. The Big Mi 4 phone, started online pre-sales right after the phone launch. Today, pre-sale orders, there are already 2 million units. More than that, Rice Mobile, have received orders from Warwick, Eurobreak, as well as orders for chips from several other cell phone manufacturers. Hear this. Lin Mo was a bit stunned in his heart, but then it calmed down. Mr. Lei, where is this going? Such a small achievement is not something to be proud of. By the way, how's what I asked you to do yesterday? Lei Jun replied, the 14 nanometer chip making process, we are already perfecting it. With those 2 production lines, this is not a problem at all. However, I received a phone call this morning, and the other party said that he was the head of 5-star cellular in China, and that he intended to have an in-depth cooperation with us. Lin Mo smiled. This, for the time being, don't bother. I remember the previous 5-star cell phone, which also teamed up with Gao Tong to sanction us, right? They want a 17 nanometer scale chip. Go to Intel for authorization. What are they looking for us for? Lei Xiaojun on the other end of the phone smiled. Okay, boss, I know what to do. Next, I will devote myself to the production and marketing of cell phones without fear. The rest, for now. Lin Mo smiled. Other things, you also have to manage while the heat of Rice 4 is still there. What you should do, naturally, is to continue to grasp this traffic. You contact Zhou Yuan, Su Hua, and Huang Kerson as well as Wang Haining as soon as possible, and ask them to arrange an opening screen advertisement for you. Of course, how the advertising money will be arranged, you few discuss it. On top of that, you'll have to do a good job of promoting the video and sending it out to the Beep station as well as Sao. Lei Xiaojun wrote them down one by one. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo simply ate some breakfast, then waited up silently in front of the computer. In the blink of an eye, it was already time for the stock market to open. After Lin Mo double-checked the K-chart that the high-ranking person had sent to him, he waited to sell on time and on point. Half an hour later, Lin Mo successfully dumped all the stocks. When he saw the funds arriving, he couldn't help but smile a little. Nowadays, apart from the $5 billion I promised to Huang Zhang, I still have $480 billion left, and the auction over in the capital will take a week before it can start. I guess it's 10 days from now when the funds arrive, and I don't know if, with all the money I have, it will be enough. Lin Mo muttered secretly, but, whatever the reason, it will have to wait for now. Knock knock. A knock on the door came suddenly. Rimmer ran to open the door and took a look. That's when I realized that it was Huang Zhang. Mr. Lin, it's quite presumptuous to come and disturb, Huang Zhang said with an apologetic face. Lin Mo smiled. You're here for me to sign the contract, right? Huang Zhang nodded. Half an hour later, Lin Ma finished signing successfully, and then, The promised $5 billion was transferred to pieces of Yuzu's public account, after Huang Zhang got what he wanted. However, he did not leave, but looked at Lin Mo with a desire to speak. Anything else? Lin Ma inquired. Huang Zhang nodded. Boss, you have been so helpful. I don't know how to repay you. As it happens, I have a doorway here. I wonder, are you interested? Lin Mo was curious. What doorway? Huang Zhang sniffed and immediately opened the computer he was carrying. Once connected, it opened up a website for Tupperware. Lin Mo immediately looked over. It was then discovered that the price of Tepcoin, which had been steady, had suddenly plummeted. From the original $500 or so, it dropped straight down to $100 or so. And, by the looks of it, there seems to be room for it to fall. This, Lin Mo's heart was instantly ecstatic. The TBT has suddenly fallen. Then isn't it a chance to take the plunge yourself? Chapter 68, Virtual Coin Price Drops to $30. Buy as much as you can. Chapter 68, Virtual Coin Price Drops to $30. Buy as much as you can. No wonder Lin Mo was so excited. Truly, there was something about TBT coins, and Lin Mo had searched for its related information on the internet before. Moreover, while searching, Lin Mo heard future voices in passing. It's just a shame that it's not the best time to get into Tupperware, simply because, at the moment, the market has stabilized. And yourself, you're missing out on the best time to invest. So, Lin Mo's plan is to wait until the end of the year, and then start getting into it himself, and hold it for a long time. And its entry price, much lower than it is now. Available results. He himself suddenly received such a message today. What's going on with the Tropicana? Why is it different from the intel provided by future voices? Suddenly, Lin Mo thought of something. Perhaps, it's because this time around, Rice successfully developed a 17-nanometer scale chip, so that's why there was some butterfly effect? Lin Mo secretly sighed, but that obviously doesn't matter. What one should be thinking about at the moment is whether or not to get in on the action at this point in time. Think about it. Lin Mo was a bit hesitant, and at that moment, Huang Zhang spoke up. Boss, I have a friend who was a coin speculator before. A year ago, he was just a regular company employee who made a lot of money because Bitcoin was cheap. Today he also holds it for the long term. He called me out of the blue this morning and said he was going to tell me to hurry up and buy in, perhaps, as an opportunity to get rich. He also told me that this sudden drop in price was actually an attempt to cut the leaks and then charge low and sell high. Hear this. Lin Mo was a little heartbroken, but he still hadn't made up his mind. After all, this thing, it's a change. None of the future selves can provide the change. A thought. Lin Mo looked at Huang Zhang and said, okay, I understand what you mean. It's something I'll think about. Wait until Huang Zhang leaves. Lin Mo quickly opened the Tropicana's website, and at the moment, the price of TBT, still plummeting. It has fallen to $80 from $100 before. Want to get into it? Rimmer tangled himself up, but after a short silence, Lin Mo decided to let go. But just then, outside the door, a knock came again. Lin Mo immediately opened the door. He saw Tangku Xin standing outside the door panting. Kagome, what's wrong with you? Tangku Xin didn't answer. Instead, he pulled Lin Mo and went to the computer. When she saw that on Lin Mo's computer, there was a website for Tropicana coins. She couldn't help but be dismayed. Lin Mo, you also know about the news of the plummeting tropical coin? Don Corinne inquired. Lin Mo nodded. Immediately, he told the story of what Huang Zhang had just approached him about. Great, I'm just in time. Tangku Xin secretly sighed in relief. It's no wonder that Don Kosin is like that. It's a story that started about an hour ago. Tang Kurson, at that time, suddenly received a task reminder from the system, asking her to help Lin Mo take advantage of the sudden price drop of this TBD to make a big profit. For this reason, Tang Kurson took a special look at the official website of TBY Coin. When she saw that the price of Tepcoin was literally plummeting, that's when she rushed in. Tangko Xin had planned to call, but every time, the line was occupied. She quickly collected her thoughts, and then, without looking away, she eyed the Tropicana growing in front of her. Kagome, what are you? Lin Mo inquired once again. Tang Kurson mysteriously looked at Lin Mo and immediately said, Lin Mo, are you trying to get into TBT? But yet, because you don't know when the lowest price is, you're a little hesitant? Lin Mo nodded. Tang Kurson smiled and said, this is simple. Next, you get the funds ready. Then, when the time comes, I'll talk to you and you can just buy it. Lin Mo looked at Tangku Xin in surprise. Tang Kurson screamed in her heart that it was not good, almost revealed himself. So in order to find a remedy, Tangku Xin explained, it's like this, on the way here, I called and asked about that high person. That high person told me that she didn't anticipate such a bizarre turn of events for this Tropic of Cancer either. For this reason, she spent half an hour on a special study, and he felt that the tepid plunge would last perhaps 1 to 2 hours, and the minimum price, it will be at $30. You're going to take it at that price. Lin Mo sniffed and said, is it reliable? Tang Kerson said in a determined tone. Of course it's reliable. After that minimum, it will continue to surge for the rest of the day. So just wait until the start of the next trading day, and then you'll sell it all off. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately nodded. Although, Lin Mo had always been very curious about the identity of that mysterious senior. But I have to admit, every stock recommendation from the other party since I added them has been very powerful. Take this time, if it wasn't for the other party's recommendation, I'm afraid I won't be able to double my own $20 billion. Think about it. Lin Mo said seriously. Xin. I know. I will definitely be at the lowest price and take it down. Tang Xin was relieved. Well, this time, invest as much as you like. Now, I'm going to Grandpa Chang's, Grandpa Zhang, Master Ghost, and a few of them, who also got the news from somewhere, are also planning to speculate on coins, but they won't operate. And I'm going to help them this time and kind of solidify the favor for you. By the way, inside the bag I just took, there's something I made this morning, so you can heat it up in the microwave and steam your own rice, and it's ready to eat. Wait until Tang Xin left. Lin Mo immediately opened the bag that the other party brought over. There were braised pork ribs, bok choy, and fried prawns. Lin Mo's heart was full of happiness, and he immediately packed it up and sat down in front of the computer to wait. Time, minute by minute, passes. And the price of that TEP coin, still plummeting, when it fell to $35, Lin Mo straightened up instantly, a heart that trembled hard with it. 10 minutes later, the price of TBT has been constantly converging on $30. When the price reached $30, Lin Mo was ready to bottom out. When it fell to $30, Lin Mo's eyes were quick, and he quickly used 866 billion Chinese coins to buy millions of terabytes. Next, all I have to do is wait for tomorrow to arrive and then sell in peace. Lin Mo stretched, a look of relief on his face. Close the site. Lin Mo then began to calculate his income for tomorrow. At $30 a terabyte, if we get a $600 price tomorrow, that's $866 billion. That's a 20-fold increase. It's a pity that the current number of tropical coins is limited. Otherwise, if I had smashed all of my 40 billion or so into it, I would have had over 800 billion. Lin Mo kept muttering, and just then, a message suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the computer in front of him. Lin Mo opened it and immediately revealed a strange look. The founder of Tepcoin, Akira Nakamoto, announced that the sudden plunge of Tepcoin is just a technical adjustment and it will surge back soon, so please don't be alarmed by all virtual coin holders. And immediately below that message were several other messages about the Tepcoin crash. There is a wide range of opinions. One of the reviews made Lin Mo's heart thump, simply because that evaluation says that this move by Akira Nakamoto is undoubtedly a move here and there. Perhaps the other side is making enough money and, therefore, is planning to cash out, just because the other party suddenly sold all the 2 million terabytes he had in his hand before the terabytes plummeted. See this? Lin Mo's heart stuttered. If that's the case, then this money of his, won't it sink into the sea? And just as Lin Mo was worried, in his ear, suddenly came the voice of the future. Chapter 69, Secondary Sanctions. Intel shares 17 nanometers chip technology? Ridiculous. Chapter 69, Secondary Sanctions. Intel shares 17 nanometers chip technology? Ridiculous. Speaking of Akira Nakamoto, the founder of this TBT coin, that's really a financial genius from the meter. Back then, he teamed up with a couple of partners to start a business, and originally, the price of a teepee, which was only a few cents, later, skyrocketed to $0. 10. I guess he didn't expect, in any case, that a few years later, its price would rise to several $100s, or even at its peak, one teepee coin, worth $73,000. If, in the beginning, someone had bought this terabyte coin when it appeared in the public eye, even at $1 apiece, and sold it at its peak value, they would have made 70,000 times the amount of money. However, I remember something that Akira Nakamoto said when I was in an interview once. He was going to play a tawdry maneuver in July 14. With this, stimulate the growth of Bitcoin. It operates simply by claiming to the public that it has 2 million TBD left and then selling it first. And after that, find a way to make the price of TBT plummet, and wait for the price to fall to the lowest price of the day and buy them all at the bottom. If the outside world panics, say it's a technical adjustment. By the time the next day rolled around, Akira Nakamoto still had 4 million terabytes. 2 million of these, however, start at $30, so that his number of Tupperware coins, though unchanged, is profited from. But Akira Nakamoto didn't put it into action, and was very regretful about it, only because Akira Nakamoto felt that if he had operated that way at that time, it would have certainly stimulated a new round of the TBT market. Perhaps the $73,000 price tag at its peak won't have to wait until 24. I'm afraid, in 17 or so. Hear that? Lin Mo was immediately dismayed in his heart. He mulled over the passage. Eventually, one thing was determined. That is, in the future, in the world where he was, Akira Nakamoto did not sell that 2 million stock. So the TBT market in 14, although there was an increase, it was not big, and the world he was in, Akira Nakamoto sold it. It is because of this slight change that a series of future changes have resulted. Lin Mo sighed in his heart. There really is a human element in something like Tupperware, but it's normal to think about it. After all, in the world of stock speculation, there is the term banker. Although there have been repeated outbreaks of plummeting stock prices and stockholders jumping off buildings and things like that, but that's only for those retail investors. Those bookmakers, no matter what, make a fortune. Never mind. Let's not dwell on that for now. Since the market for tropic coins, because of that Nakamoto Akira's change, is being derailed from that world where the future voice is located, I can be prepared for something else. Lin Mo collected his thoughts, and then dropped his attention to the computer. And when he saw that the price of tropical coins at this moment was steadily recovering, he turned off the computer and got up to move around. And at this point, Tang Kerson's phone call came through. Lin Mo, how is the situation on your side? Don't worry, it's all taken care of. I've stocked up on 1 million terabytes. That's good. You must be tired after waiting in front of the computer for so long, right? But even if you're tired, you have to remember to eat. You hear me? Okay, yes, I'll be good for dinner. 1 hour later, Lin Mo ate and drank. He was going to take a break. After all, prolonged mental strain is really tiring. However, before he could lie down, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. When I opened it, it was a message from a cell phone group chat. Lin Mo almost burst into laughter. Tic-Tac-Way, boss. Tic-Tac-Way has been successfully tested internally. May I ask, can we promote it now? Magnesium Group Wang Xing, boss. Magnesium Group software, also in the test. Such a smooth public test. I intend to our Cloud City as the first pilot. Bai Chao Delicious Yang Chunhong, boss. Bai Chao Delicious brand has been registered successfully, and I intend to build a new factory next to the old one. Lei Xiaojun, the rice phone, boss. 14 nanometer class chip has been completed. We have registered a good patent. Next, can be declared to the public. Ha ha, not bad. Today, it's really good news all the time. However, I have to say that Uncle Chang, Wang Xing and the others are really fast. In just a few days, the internal testing was done. But come to think of it, they're well funded nowadays, so they can naturally tap into the relevant technical talent with high salaries. And with both of these, the software would have been pretty much hatched. So it's not surprising that it's being internalized early. Lin Mo, very good. Everyone, keep up the good work. No public beta test. Hurry up, public beta test. Once there is no problem, immediately put into the promotion. But remember one thing, although the promotion is important, but the quality of itself, but also extremely important, remember not to be hasty and quick success. The crowd responded. After a short pause, Lin Mo specially ate Lei Xiaojun in the Prestige Group. Lin Mo, Mr. Lei, at present, how is the production and sales of Rice 4 going? Lei Xiaojun of the Rice Phone, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, the progress is slow at the moment. A production line can produce more than 2,000 phones, and we only have 2 production lines. So, I'm sorry, Lin Mo, it's not your fault. Sharpening the knife, quality is greater than quantity. But, I do have a way to speed up the production schedule. No wonder Lin Mo was in such a hurry. Granted, the Rice Phone is using starvation marketing this time around, but it was announced during yesterday's live broadcast that it would go on sale for the first time in half a month. Their number is 50,000 units, but according to the immediate progress, obviously it could not be done in the time allotted. Lin Mo naturally didn't have any worries about the quality aspect. After all, the phone, the Rice 4, was already known for its price-performance ratio, and now with the addition of a 17 nanometer chip processor, it can naturally become the leading mid-range phone in one fell swoop. Add to that the right price, and there's no worry about selling. But you should know that the success of this marketing, but it is related to the future brand effect of the Rice Phone. Lin Mo had to pay attention. Lei Xiaojun, The rice cell phone, boss, but also please instruct? Lin Mo, you go to contact several other cell phone manufacturers with whom we have cooperation. Temporarily borrow their production line for a while. The staff's wages are paid as usual, and we provide our own materials. Dami Mobile Lai Xiaojun, boss. I have a feeling they're not going to say yes. Lin Mo, don't worry, just say, if you help us solve this trouble, we will charge less royalty. More than that, we will help them OEM 14 nanometers level chips. Lei Xiaojun, the big rice phone, boss. I know. Lin Mo put away his cell phone. The heart couldn't help but laugh. Granted, under normal circumstances, borrowing another cell phone company's production line to make a cell phone is simply not possible. But who made the conditions Lin Mo offered enticing? Once several companies have 14 nanometer scale chips, then higher-end phones can be produced. And why not have a higher profit margin by charging less royalties? As Lin Mo muttered. At this point, a push suddenly appeared on Lin Mo's Racer short video software. Lin Mo opened it. A headline that immediately caught Lin Mo's attention. Micron's Intel announced a deep cooperation with several semiconductor companies, such as Gaotong, Taiwan Machine Electric, and MediaTek, to share the process technology of 17 nanometer chips, and intends to jointly develop 14 nanometer chips, whose real purpose is to impose a second sanction on the semiconductor industry of Huaxia. After reading this, Lin Mo burst out laughing. Chapter 70 Consolidating Game Companies and Getting into Angry Old Birds. Chapter 70 Integration of Game Companies and Entry into Angry Old Birds. It's no wonder Lin Mo is like this. He waited for the other side to impose secondary sanctions, and the more wind and waves the better. Simply because, only then, did he have a chance to fight back? After all, Lin Mo was really worried that after the official announcement of the 14 nanometer chip making technology by the rice cell phone company, Gaotong would bite back and say that China had the technology but didn't share it, and that this was a technology blockade. Though, with that kind of talk, it's good to hear it, but having flies buzzing in your ears all the time doesn't make anyone comfortable. Now that Gaotong had suddenly come to such an end, then Lin Mo was in control. When the time comes, the public pressure is bound to be on those semiconductor companies. Think about it. Lin Mo immediately called Lei Xiaojun. Just after connecting, Lei Xiaojun laughed. Boss, you should have seen that international news, right? It's a coincidence that on our side, just as we were about to develop a 14 nanometer class chip, Gaotong started to impose a second sanction. It's interesting to even bring Intel into their fold, but that's good. They're not even bothering to pretend now anyway, and when the time comes, we'll have the 14 nanometer chip officially announced, and then, don't blame us. Speaking here, Lei Xiaojun assured. Boss, on my side, I've already discussed this with Mr. Ran and the others. For the next week, half of the production line of our own company will be made available to us. More than that, their own new phone will wait for our Rice Force phone sales, which are slowly stabilizing, before they make their announcement. However, when the 14 nanometer chip is taken, several of our companies, we will have a healthy competition, and then, the sales volume is high or low. It all depends on the quality of our own products. Lin Mo would smile. Mr. Ren and the few of them are really doing great things. Well, since you have it in your mind, that's fine. The current company, Rice Mobile, produces cell phones and makes 14 nanometer scale chips in two ways. By the way, the matter of the 14 nanometer scale chip must not be leaked out, and that is, it's best to let this matter of sanctions intensify. Anyway, as high as pastry pass bounces now, later, they'll fall hard. Lei Xiaojun guaranteed it up in a row. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo was instantly refreshed. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet brought Huang Zhang, the person in charge of pieces of yuzu, into the picture. Immediately invite the person to join the group. After a brief introduction, Lin Mo let everyone talk to each other. Instead, he was going to empty his brain. After all, during this period of time, one was almost always thinking about how to run the several companies under one's hand besides eating and sleeping. Think about how you can use the resources at your disposal to maximize their benefits. Hey, sometimes, investing in too many companies does give one a headache. Lin Mo muttered secretly. Come to the bottom of the cell. Lin Mo had planned to find a clean place to sit. Leave yourself in peace. However, the idea just came up. Zhang Jie's phone call. Once again, Lin Mo quickly connected. Kobayashi, where are you now? I have, here, a good investment that needs you. I don't know. Are you interested? Lin Mo sniffed and was bitter in his heart. It seems that you can't escape the life of a laborer after all. Although he was bellyaching, his mouth agreed. Grandpa Zhang, I wonder, what kind of project is it? Zhang Jie laughed and asked. I can't say much about this project. I think it's called something like R. One of the founders of this company is a nephew of mine. the boys' company has been in a bit of trouble lately, so the intention is to sell it. This company, mainly to do the game, seems to be what the bird. I do not understand. In any case, you come over first. My nephew just got off the plane, is going to be in the ride from the provincial city to the cloud city of high-speed rail. Lin Mo was listening to the clouds, but, since Elder Zhang had opened his mouth, he naturally couldn't refute the other party's face. Furthermore, Lin Mo's banner, although currently has a game company, can basically develop small games mainly. If that so-called our company, really promising, take it down themselves, will certainly be able to in the future of the cell phone game industry, pull out the top. Lin Mo hung up his cell phone, and then he went straight to Elder Zhang's villa. Lin Mo, you're here? Tang Kerson stepped forward. Did you eat lunch? And, any naps? Lin Mo had intended to speak, and at this time, Zhang Jie, who was on the side, smiled and said, Xiao Lin Na, do you see how much our family Xin cares about you? I called you earlier and the boy said you needed to rest. Says you're too tired these days. TSK, such a good girl. If you guys get married in the future, if you don't treat her well, heaven forbid. Tang Kerson's pretty face reddened. Grandpa Zhang, what are you talking about? Zhang Jie laughed again. A few people sat back on the couch. Lin Mo laughed and asked, Grandpa Zhang, that Tevi coin, have you already bought it? Zhang Jie nodded with a smile. Don't worry, girl Xin has already taken it for us. Besides, I'll be dumping it early tomorrow morning, and by then, 1 billion for 2 billion. I'll have made a small profit. Speaking of this, Zhang Jie lamented. I knew that you two children know how to repay kindness. It's not in vain that Grandpa Zhang treated you guys well before. Lin Mo smiled. After a short period of thought, Lin Mo said seriously, Grandpa Zhang, I think, right, this TBT coin, it's better not to wait for the opening of the next trading day to sell it. As these words fell, Tang Kerson and Zhang Jie stared at Lin Mo strangely, especially Tang Kerson, although, this time, the system gave her a hint that the lowest price of the day would be $30 for this sudden tepid coin plunge event, but it doesn't say anything specific about the next trading day. That's why Tang Kerson determined that the most prudent method was to sell at the opening of the next trading day. After all, there's no guarantee that a similar situation will occur tomorrow. But now, Lin Mo suddenly offered a different opinion, which naturally caused Tang Kerson to be puzzled. Lin Mo, can you tell us what you think? Tang Xin inquired. Lin Mo laughed. This, I can't say exactly. Although, there is a lot of speculation about the sudden sell-off by Tepcoin founder Akira Nakamoto before the crash. I feel that this may be a way for Akira Nakamoto to intend to continue to inflate the Tepcoin market. It's exact maneuvering. I don't know, but I think that tomorrow's teepees, perhaps, are going to see a mad rush. Of course, this is just my personal analysis. After hearing that, Zhang Jie, who was on the side, smiled and said, this thing called TBT coins, if girl Xin doesn't say anything about it, I don't even know about it. But, I'm old enough to make a small profit, so I'm going to sell tomorrow when the market opens. As for you, Shaolin, you two discuss it. Tang Xin was going to say something, but just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. When the door to the room opens, a tall, middle-aged man of mixed race was standing outside with another tall, thin youth. A few people briefly greeted each other. Zhang Jie immediately pointed at the middle-aged man of mixed blood and introduced himself. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Paul Zhang, the founder of a game company in Strifeland. Rovio, my company's current hottest game is called Angry Old Birds, and this one beside me is my vice president named Yao Guang. Tang Kerson was quite shocked inwardly when she heard this. Holy crap, Grandpa Zhang's nephew is the founder of Angry Old Birds? After a pause, Tang Kerson suddenly looked at Yao Guang, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. I'll go. This Yao Guang, wouldn't he be the founder of the future smash hit handheld game, Strongest Glory? If that's true, then Lin Mo is simply going to be rich. Chapter 71 The Strongest Glory, $10 billion in annual profits? Must be taken. Chapter 71 The Strongest Glory, $10 billion in annual profits? Must be taken. What Tang Xin thought in her mind, Lin Mo naturally had no way of knowing. At this moment, he was sizing up Paul Zhang in front of him. Inwardly, he was quite dismayed. After all, as a young man of the new era, Lin Mo was naturally attracted to mobile games, and this Angry Old Birds, he'd played it years before, but to the point that I never thought that one day, the founder of this game, would come to me. However, he was not surprised by this. After all, Paul Chang's Rovio, although it has been committed to the development of handheld games, but after so many years, only one Angry Old Birds is considered a success. Other handheld games simply cannot accumulate users, so much so that they keep eating their old money. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Paul Zhang and said, Mr. Zhang, I don't know. If you're looking for me this time, do you intend to collaborate, or let me acquire it? What would be the approximate price to acquire it? Hearing this, Paul Zhang said seriously, I want Mr. Lin to acquire this company. However, Rovio's current situation is something I must make clear to Mr. Lin. At the moment, my company, and only the game Angry Old Birds, is selling okay worldwide, and all the other games, they're not good. So the price of the acquisition, I wouldn't dare ask for too much. It's only because, before I approached Mr. Lin, Rovio had already had 2 bankruptcy crises, so I'm going to sell $100 million and package the entire company for Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Lin Mo was silent. Tang Kerson, on the other hand, was filled with shock at the moment. Holy, $100 million? It's like a half sale. Keep in mind that Angry Old Birds, developed by Rovio, has several hundred million users worldwide. This is a game that still has a lot of potential to be developed. I remember in my previous life, this company, it seems, was bought by the island for $900 million. Lin Mo. This game, you must take it. Tang Xin prayed up in her heart. And that's when Lin Mo's voice came out. Mr. Zhang, this company of yours, I can take it. I am curious. However, I wonder what you plan to do when this company is acquired. Paul Chang said smilingly, I'm going to start from the beginning. Saying that, Paul Zhan looked at Yao Guang beside him. Yao Guang and I, we plan to develop mobile games and then take root in our China. What we have designed is a mobile game that supports competitive multiplayer. I've got the name all figured out. It's called The Greatest Glory. However, this idea Yao Guang came up with. By the time, Paul Chang rambled on, and at that moment, Lin Mo's ears suddenly heard the voice of the future. The game, The Strongest Glory, is, by far, the most successful game of Pony's handicraft company. The average game, even if it's great, only has a lifespan of 1 or 2 years, and 3 or 4 years is considered remarkable. But the game, Strongest Glory, has dominated the handheld game charts for 9 consecutive years and has made a very substantial profit each year. Especially in 22, the profit was $16 billion. He is arguably the most successful game in China to date. Of course, the game has quite a few drawbacks, but it can't help that it's simple, easy to pick up, and has a huge user base. As Lin Mo listened to all of this, the shock in his heart had reached an unparalleled level. Lin Mo glanced at Yao Guang. Think the other person is moldable. Of course, these Lin Mo naturally wouldn't show it. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock within him. Then he said, Mr. Zhang, I don't know. Do you intend to back the company? Or do you intend to start your own business? Paul Chang sighed. I would have preferred to have a big company on my back. It's just a pity that over the years, I've been developing in Finland, and we don't have any contacts in the country. This time, I've managed to get to know Mr. Lin through my eldest uncle's connections. You could say that Mr. Lin is my biggest connection. Lin Mo smiled without saying anything, and at that moment, Tang Kerson, who was on the side, laughed. Mr. Zhang, I can introduce you to an existence that has powerful connections and whose company is extremely powerful. In this one's hands, he owns a gaming company, an online shopping company, a cell phone company, as well as food and short video companies. You know about the Rice cell phone, right? Right under this one's banner. Hear this. Paul Chang was dumbfounded. Ms. Tang, are you telling the truth? You actually know the boss behind the Rice phone? You know, the recent reputation of Mr. Lei of the Big Rice cell phone is known all over the world. Previously, the rice company Gaotong attempted to sell low-end chips to Huaxia at a high price. And if you don't sign it, you'll simply cancel the cooperation unilaterally. At that moment, almost the whole world felt that China's cell phone companies would eat this dumb loss. Of course, this is only the first step of Mi's plan. Next, they will gradually nibble away at other industries that require chips, in an attempt to use a technological blockade to make it impossible for China to progress. But the introduction of the Rice 4, as well as the 17nm class chip, has given a direct slap in the face to Rice. By the way, I've heard that the Rice cell phone company, next, will also announce the release of a 14nm class chip. I wonder if it's true or not. And that's when Yao Guang chimed in. I watched the live stream of yesterday's cell phone launch. I have to say, this one has generated quite a bit of attention. In our country, there is a website called Beep Station, right? There are millions of people online. And another software called Chopsticks Hands has also accumulated a lot of users because of this incident. I'm sure the owners of those two websites are overjoyed, right? Rice brings them such traffic. Rice, Warwick and Eurobreak. Truly the light of our national products in China. Speaking here, Yao Guang said expectantly, Miss Tang, I wonder, can you introduce that mysterious boss, for us to get to know? Tang Xin snorted and laughed, and at that moment, Zhang Jia joked, Paul, Xiao Yao, do you really not know? Or are you pretending on purpose? Xiao Lin is the boss behind Dini's cell phone, and I'm still the one who pulled the strings for him to work with Xiao Lei. And on top of that, Chopsticks Hands and Beep Station are both owned by Kobayashi. More than that, Kobayashi also owns 2 food retailers, a synthetic minigame called 2048, and Happy Fun. There's also the fact that he's also into the real estate industry as well as the e-commerce industry. Hear that? Paul Zhang and Yao Guang were dumbfounded. The mind was filled with incredulity. Chapter 72, Recruiting the Father of the Strongest Glory and Integrating the Game Company. Chapter 72, Recruiting the Father of the Strongest Glory. Integrating the Game Company. No wonder Paul Chang as well as Yao Guang are so. Granted, they had only returned to Cloud City today. However, it had arrived in the capital several days earlier. In order to do so, naturally, he was looking for some powerful companies, buying their companies, and incidentally developing the game's strongest glory. They have searched for old horses and ponies, but alas, the old horse has no interest in this game at all. As for Pony, although he was interested in the game, he felt that $100 million, taking R, was a bit of a loss, so he hesitated. The final solution given was for Paul Zhang to sell R and then join their company, which was funded by Pony, for the development of Strongest Glory. Originally, the two were a bit distracted, but just then, they learned that on this side of Cloud City, a marvelous young tycoon had recently appeared, and it was with his help that the Rice cell phone company turned around, even have the ability to wrestle with the Rice Cake Pass phone. So, the two of them put their heads together and decided to come over and take their chances first. As for Paul Zhang, he remembered that he hadn't seen his eldest uncle for a long time, so he called and talked about his recent situation. What I didn't expect. The mysterious tycoon they had been longing for was actually Lin Mo. Ha ha, that's quite a coincidence. The two men rejoiced in their hearts, and after a brief silence, Paul Zhang suddenly said, Mr. Lin, I have to apologize to you. In fact, right before meeting you, after listening to Paul Zhang tell him about his trip to find the big and small horses, Lin Mo didn't fluctuate too much. Don't worry, these are minor. After all, in business, naturally, profit is the most important thing. Where there are more opportunities and more potential, that's the natural place to go. And although Tang Kurson on the side didn't say anything, her heart instantly dawned on her. So it is. I said it. In my previous life, Yao Guang went to Xiaoma and then became the father of Strongest Glory. But this time, he went to Lin Mo. But think about it, that old horse guy, doing e-commerce is okay, but doing anything else, it's all acquisitions a cool one. On the contrary, the ponies are the top of the wahini when it comes to socializing. And there's not a single one that can fight, and relying on a strong user base, in terms of gaming, is very powerful. In its previous life, the Strongest Glory was gradually unfolding precisely by virtue of its fine production. However, it's different now, with so many companies under Lin Mo's umbrella, especially Chopsticks Hands, and the yet-to-be-incubated Tadpole Tone, whose user base encompasses teenagers as well as the middle-aged and elderly. I remember that the old horse once wanted to acquire Tacom, and ultimately failed to end. For this reason, and even produced a number of counterpart short video sharing software, but unfortunately there is not much of a wave. With this user base, this Strongest Glory is only strong compared to its previous life. While Tangku Xin was secretly thinking, Lin Mo spoke again. Gentlemen, I wonder what your current plans are. Should I pack up the whole or corporation, together, or go to the ponies? Paul Zhang and Yao Guan looked at each other. In the end, they said seriously, we are willing to follow Mr. Lin. Lin Mo laughed out loud. Good. We have a saying in China that we'd rather be the chicken head rather than be the tail of a phoenix. Nowadays, Pony's company, which has been stable for a long time, has a large user base and makes okay games. I'll admit, but the chances are high that you will be buried if you go there. But if you follow me, I will give you the maximum input, and you don't have to worry about money. You just need to focus on making excellent games. As for the promotion, you don't have to worry about that at all. Also, at the moment, my cell phone company may be called a mountain chicken, but no one can guarantee that one day, we can't turn a mountain chicken into a phoenix. These words, said Paul Zhang and Yao Guang's blood boiling, they assured up in quick succession. And the next time, Lin Mo signed the relevant acquisition agreements with the two men. On top of that, extra funds were added for the development of the game's Strongest Glory. 10 billion in all. As for Paul Zhang and Yao Guang, they immediately called their colleagues who were far away in Finland, asking them to take a plane to China as soon as possible and come here to join them. Good. Since we're done with business, tonight, I'll be the host and we'll have a nice meal? In this regard, Lin Mo's few people naturally had no problem with it, so they headed to a nearby old-fashioned restaurant for dinner. They pushed, and the main part of the conversation continued to be about work. Unawareness. It's already dark. After the wine and dinner, Lin Mo pulled the duo into the prestige group and then introduced Lin Mo to Wang Haining as well as Huang Kachin. Moreover, Lin Mo also expressed the matter of merging the three companies and then dividing them into three divisions. Naturally, the four had no problem with this. Well, both of you. Next, the matter of the merger of the companies, and the matter of where the new office building will be located, will be discussed in detail by you few, and all you need to do is to let me know the results. Paul Zhang said in a loud voice. Boss, don't worry about it, we'll talk to Mr. Wang as well as Mr. Huang later, and try to finalize things tonight. Wait for the two to leave. Zhang Jie smiled and said. Shaolin, with Paul and the others gone, it seems like I'm in the way here. It just so happens that it's not far from my house, so I'll just walk back. As for you two, just wander around and take a break. Wait until Zhang Jie leaves. Lin Mo smiled and looked at Tang Kuxin. The two of us. Without waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Tang Kurson laughed. It's better to loiter. Haven't you had a long day today? Go home early and rest. There was a pause. Tang Kurson said, by the way, I haven't helped you clean up in the past few days. The house won't be a mess again, right? Lin Mo laughed dryly. You, Don Corinne sighed. Never mind. I'll go over to your side and help you pack. Tonight, I'll stay at your place before you have to send me back again and delay your rest. In this regard, Lin Mo naturally did not have any opinion. Back home, Tang Kurson quickly got busy. Seeing this, Lin Mo took the initiative to help. Aya, how many times have I told you? Women clean up the house. You men just rest on the sidelines. We both do our jobs. Lin Mo shook his head. Usually there's no problem. But you are now. Aren't you a relative coming? It's got to be you at this moment, when you were supposed to be resting. Tang Kurson laughed. Alright, seeing as you're so intentional, this time, I'll begrudgingly let you help. So, for the rest of the day, the two of them chattered as they cleaned up, and the atmosphere was harmonious for a while. And while Tang Kurson was in the shower, Lin Mo went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water for the other party. With the brown sugar water finished, Tang Kurson planned to go rest. Wait, Lin Mo called out to the other party. Then came the other man. Your hair is still dry. Never mind. I'll get the hairdryer and I'll dry you off. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo helped the other party blow dry her hair while Tang Kuxian was filled with happiness. What's wrong? Isn't it just blow drying your hair? Why are you so happy? Tang Kurson tenderly said. Growing up, you're still the first one to blow dry my hair. Well, I'm a little sleepy, so you should get an early night too. After saying that, Tang Kurson stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Mo on the cheek before heading towards the side bedroom. That silly girl. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. He then quickly washed up and then rested up early. After all, he still needed to deal with the 1,000,000 terabytes tomorrow. Gee, I hope my instincts are right. Bitcoin tomorrow. It's got to skyrocket. After saying that, Lin Mo quickly fell asleep. Chapter 73, Sell them all. Spend more than $10 billion. Get $18 billion in hand. Chapter 73, Sell them all. Spend more than $10 billion. Get $18 billion in hand. Early the next morning, when Lin Mo woke up, it was already 7:30, and at this time, Tang Kurson had long since left. However, the other party left a note on the table saying that he was going to Zhang Jie's side to help the other party sell TBD. And on top of that, there was the freshly bought breakfast. After Lin Mo heated it up in the microwave, he washed up and ate it. Trivia taken care of. He then went to his computer and waited patiently for the Tropicana to open. Just arrived at 9:30 a.m. Lin Mo was instantly energized. When he saw its price, which had climbed to over 600, Lin Mo was actually a bit excited. After all, if the flour that one sells now, the 1.8 billion that one invested yesterday can directly soar 20 times. No, I have to be sensible. I have to bide my time. And today, it's going to be a blowout. Though, Lin Mo's words were baseless. Moreover, Lin Mo had not gotten any information about his future self regarding today's Tupperware. However, Lin Mo firmly believed that his intuition was absolutely not wrong. Yesterday's Tepcoin price was a precursor to the coming storm. Of course, Lin Mo also gave himself a handout. Even today it is still plummeting. Just don't lose out on yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Mo waited patiently. Time. Minutes and seconds pass, and at this moment, the TBP, which had been rising in a small increment, suddenly took a turn for the worse. Less than 2 minutes, it plummeted directly from $650 to $400, and it's trending downward. See this. Lin Mo's heartbeat accelerated. Yet he still has no intention of selling. Wait, I must continue to wait. Big deal. I have nothing to lose by not making a profit. But Lin Mo's words just fell. The price of TBT continues to fall. 10 short minutes. It went straight down to $200. However, Lin Mo, because he had given enough hints in his mind, was completely open-minded after seeing the continued plunge. No, it's no good for me to wait around like this. It just so happens that someone has just dumped another 500,000 terabytes. Why don't I see to it that I take it? With such thoughts in mind, Lin Mo made an immediate decision and began to prepare. Half an hour later, outside dumping of bitcoins, it's been as high as $1.5 million. Its price, on the other hand, fell to $100. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately spent 9.33 billion Huaxia coins to buy all 1.5 million. Do all that. Lin Mo looked at the Tropic of Cancer that continued to fall, and simply didn't look at it, getting up and moving around. Anyway, in his opinion, the price of this terabyte, at least for an hour, could not recover at all. And just as Lin Mo was treating it with his normal mind, outside the door, there was a sudden burst of knocking. Lin Mo immediately opened the door. He saw the sweaty Tang Xin standing outside. Kagome, what are you doing here? Lin Mo said with a smile. Lin Mo, let me ask you, that Tupperware, have you sold it yet? Tang Xin inquired. Lin Mo shook his head, then led the other man to the computer. Lin Mo, don't you hold 1 million TBD? How is it that on the account, there is an additional 1.5 million terabytes? Lin Mo immediately explained. Tang Xin was speechless. Lin Mo, not only did you not sell that million TBD, but you also bought another 1.5 million at $100? You've got money with no place to spend it. Tang Xin was completely speechless. Short thoughts. Tang Xin made an instant decision. Lin Mo, listen to me, keep all of these Tupperware coins, and then hold it for the long haul. You just forget about it for now. Tang Xin naturally had his reasons for saying this. After all, this year's Tropicana, because of Akira Nakamoto's change in strategy, the price, which was supposed to develop smoothly, suddenly became bizarre and unpredictable. But Tang Xin was convinced that its price, eventually, would soar to $70,000. By then, the 10 billion or so that Lin Mo had invested earlier would have soared by more than 2,300 times. And as for the Tropicana coins that he had bought today, they would have soared by 700 times as well. Seeing each other like this, Lin Mo smiled and said, Xin, it's natural to hold the tropical coins for a long time, but not now. I think, after all, what I need now is to make a quick buck. Also, I firmly believe that the price of TBT, today, will definitely bounce back and even soar to an incredible level. Tang Xin was speechless. However, she didn't refute Lin Mo, but secretly said in her heart, System, quickly tell me, what's the price of the tropical coins next? Only, unfortunately, there was no response from the system. Damn it, at the critical moment, this system is dumb. After some bellyaching, Tang Xin once again looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, stop fooling around and hurry up to give me a long-term hold off. Lin Mo smiled. Xin, just trust me for once. Tang Xin sighed, then pointed at the computer screen. Nowadays, the price of TBT has fallen to $50, and even if it skyrockets, I'm afraid it will only be a few $100s. That doesn't make any sense at all. Look, it's continuing to fall again. Lin Mo smiled and looked at Tang Xin while going to get the other party a cup of hot water. Kagome, take a moment, is that okay? If it doesn't skyrocket today, then I'll hold it for the long haul. I'm at your disposal when it comes time to dump. Tang Xin nodded at this. So, half an hour passed again, and that's when the Tepcoin dropped right down to $25. Seeing this, Lin Mo had planned to continue buying. It's just a shame. This time, he was slow to get started, simply because, the million or so terabytes, just as they were being sold off, were being bought up quickly. Lin Mo instantly had a feeling of misplaced billions. Kagome, I have a feeling that the lowest point of the day has passed, and next, it will start to skyrocket. Lin Mo spoke his thoughts. Tang Xin sighed. How can it possibly skyrocket? The price, I'm afraid, will be the same as yesterday. However, not waiting for Tang Xin to finish, the next instant, he was dumbfounded, simply because, right in front of us, the TEPCO, which had been falling, suddenly took a sharp turn. In a flash, it was raised to $40, $50, $80, $100, $500. By the end of the day, it had stabilized right at $1, $200. What's the situation? This Bitcoin, how did it suddenly skyrocket? Even double its opening price? Tang Kerson looked at the roller coaster-like price of TBT. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. Lin Mo, on the other hand, saw this and sold all of the Tropicana coins without haste. 2 minutes later, the system shows that the transaction was successful. And 10 minutes later, Lin Mo's cell phone received a message about a bank card transaction. When she saw that Lin Mo had scored more than $180 billion, Tang Kerson was instantly dumbstruck. The whole man was too surprised to speak. I'll go. Lin Mo actually did bet correctly, spending more than $10 billion and arriving at $18 billion. This is too scary, isn't it? Chapter 74, Entering the New Energy Vehicle Industry and Wrestling with the Future World's Richest Man. Chapter 74, Entering the New Energy Vehicle Industry. Wrestling with the Future World's Richest Man. It's no wonder that Don Kosin is like that. After all, being a traveler, plus being the owner of the system, she was faced with the unexpected situation in front of her. And without a system, there was no way to predict what would happen next with the rise and fall of the Tropicana. But Lin Mo, however, because of his firm beliefs, turned what was a loss into a profit. 166 billion, which became $186. 6 billion. There's nearly 17 times the return. Terrible. Lin Mo. This money-making mindset is just too scary. Tang Kerson marveled inwardly. Lin Mo smiled and looked at Tang Kerson. Kerson, sometimes, you have to trust a man's intuition too. Tang Xin smiled without saying anything, and thinking back to how flustered he had just been, it was rather embarrassing for a moment. At this point, Tang Kerson's cell phone rang. It's Zhang Jiya calling. Hey, Grandpa Zhang. Okay, I know. I'll bring Lin Mo over right away. Hang up your cell phone. Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo and said, Grandpa Zhang asked us to go over for dinner, saying that he would prepare a celebration banquet for us. Lin Mo was a bit strange. Tang Kerson explained, You've forgotten that yesterday, Grandpa Zhang asked me to help him with those old friends of his, to buy Tupperware. I helped them all sell when they opened in the morning. Grandpa Zhang and the others each put in $100 million, and that $100 million, overnight, turned into more than $2 billion. Speaking of this, Tang Kerson glared at Lin Mo and said, I know, you have money, but, Grandpa Zhang and a few of them, together with the real estate, and the companies under their names, the total is just a few $billion. So, it's kind of a disguised increase in their funding. That's why Grandpa Zhang thought of organizing a celebration banquet for us. Lin Mo grinned. So that's how it is. I can't go over there at the moment though. I need to wait a good 10 minutes. Tang Xin was a bit strange. Lin Mo, however, didn't explain too much. Instead, he stared intently at the computer screen, staring at the K-chart of Tropicana. To be precise, Tang Kerson had wanted to speak, but then, it was seen that the price of its TBT, which had been tending to plateau, suddenly took a small dip. When it reaches $1.000, it comes to a screeching halt. Almost, Lin Mo said with a mysterious smile. And then, directly after that, he spent more than $11 billion and bought 1,800,000 Tropic coins. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Mo didn't want to buy more. Truly, that's all that's currently in circulation. Done. Next, this 1,800,000 terabytes. I can hold it for a long time. When I have extra money later, I can continue to hoard coins, take the long term, and make money slowly. Hear that? Tang Xin was dumbfounded, but this time, she didn't question it. After all, the end of 13 was a time of explosive growth for Tepcoin, while it leveled off in 14, but in 17, after a significant wave of declines, it was time for the TBT to go wild. If it wasn't for this time, when Bitcoin took a nosedive because of Akira Nakamoto's sudden sell-off, Tang Kerson wouldn't have let the other party in no matter what. Lin Mo's 1,800,000 terabytes was bought at a price of $1,000. If we go by the latter trend, it would have peaked at $73,000. That's a full 73-fold jump. And Lin Mo's 10 billion plus Chinese dollars will come to more than 730 billion under the premise that the exchange rate remains unchanged. Hiss. Tang Kerson couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. What kind of profiteering is this? As Tang Kerson continued to analyze, Lin Mo on the other side had already turned off his computer. Xin. Let's go. Grandpa Zhang has given us a celebration banquet. If we don't go, won't it be disrespectful? so the two of them simply cleaned up. And then he went straight to the Dragon House Hotel where Zhang Jie was. Shaolin, Curson girl, you guys are finally here, ha? Zhang Jie said with a smile on his face. As for the Ghost Master and the others, they were also laughing their faces off at this moment. Guys, you're all so enthusiastic. It's a bit overwhelming for me, Lin Mo said smilingly. Zhang Jie waved his hand and said, Shaolin, you deserve to be treated like this. After all, a few of us old guys, we've been making a lot of money this time around. Not only in the stock market sweep, nowadays, it's playing with TBT again, where 100 million is invested and you end up getting 20 times as much. This is the kind of thing we couldn't even think of before. Master Ghost and the others quickly chimed in. And that's when Zhang Jie inquired. Right, Shaolin, what's the situation on your side? Kagome went to you in a hurry earlier. She's worried that you didn't get to sell off the TEPCO before it plummeted. But I feel sure that, with your acumen, you must have succeeded in selling early. Lin Mo and Tang Curson looked at each other. And then, Tang Curson smiled and said, Grandpa Zhang, are you just going to continue to watch the rise and fall of the Tropic of Cancer coins after the sell-off? See the other guy shaking his head. Tang Curson hurriedly told what she had seen in Lin Mo's house. And after learning about Lin Mo's series of operations, the crowd was dumbstruck. My goodness, Lin, this thinking of yours, it's too powerful, isn't it? The 1 million terabytes you bought yesterday skyrocketed 40 times straight up? And you put in a total of over $10 billion and just exploded into $100 billion? Zhang Jie's face was filled with dismay. Lin Mo nodded. Grandpa Zhang, yesterday, I already said that today's TBT, after the plunge, might surge. If you guys can hold steady, I'm afraid that 100 million will turn into 4 billion. These words fell. The crowd was silent for a moment. Afterward, Master Ghost got up and said, Shaolin, we few old guys are no match for a young man like you. We don't have hearts that strong. I'm afraid, if it were me who was in a hurry when I saw the TP plummet, I would have just dumped it. After all, it's better to make less than to lose. Master Ghost's words resonated with the crowd of old men. At this time, Zhang Jie smiled and said, Alright, the matter of the tropical coins will come to an end for now. Us old guys, we make a profit and just call it quits. As for the stocks recommended by Kobayashi earlier, we'll wait until the end of the year to sell them. A small profit will do. Speaking here, Zhang Jie turned his words around and said, By the way, Shaolin, and girl Curson, we this time, in addition to organizing a celebration banquet for you guys, we still have one more thing to ask for. I don't know, can you help? Lin Mo and Tang Curson looked at each other. Then Lin Mo said, Grandpa Zhang, we have this relationship. Isn't it polite to talk about that? After all, you all helped me a lot before, and now, it's only natural for us to return the favor to all of you. Say, what is it? And if I can do it, I'll make absolutely no bones about it. Hearing this, a group of old men immediately looked outside. Xia, you can come in now. These words fell. A young man slowly walked in. Zhang Jie immediately introduced each other. The youth, on the other hand, immediately came in front of Lin Mo as he said with a polite face, Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Xia Qianfan. I originally worked as an executive at Traz Motors, and now, I'm planning to return to China to start my own business, with the intention of building a self-driving new energy vehicle brand that belongs to us in China. Lin Mo smiled and shook the other's hand. On the contrary, Tang Curson, who was on the side, was filled with dismay. Trust Motors? She muttered darkly. Could it be the future richest man in the world? Truss, run by Mark? If that's true, this one in front of me is an absolute talent. Lin Mo, you have a chance to enter the automobile field. If you capitalize on this windfall, maybe, you can wrestle with the future richest man in the world. Chapter 75, Bringing Together the Wizards of the New Energy Field. Lin Mo, you are the future world's richest man. Chapter 75, Bringing Together the Wizards of the New Energy Field. Lin Mo, you are the future world's richest man. What Don Corinne was thinking. At this moment, Lin Mo naturally had no way of knowing. His gaze landed on Xia Qianfan in front of him, and in his ear came the voice of the future. Tell us, that's a rising star in the future of automobiles. This company, which has been in development for more than 20 years, and the previous 10 years, was basically a groping stage, and as a result, every year was dominated by losses. But by 14, he was in the automotive field, coming into his own, and unlike other companies in the U.S., which are bent on technological embargoes, Truss is a maverick and shares all of its technology with the outside world. Of course, the reason why its owner, Mark, is doing this is that he actually has his own personal agenda, which is that he intends to become a benchmark in the new energy vehicle industry. This Mark is a very shrewd businessman, and he's different from the rest of the semiconductor industry, which doesn't use Chinese people. He likes to recruit talents from various countries for his own use, and even let the Chinese people as his company executives, the only reuse. When he does this, his real intention is to open branches all over the world, and when that happens, those executives, they will be the ones in charge of the countries where they are located. This move cannot be said to be not strong. Just a few years, tell us new energy vehicles all over the world, and sales are excellent. As for that Mark, he became the new richest man in the world, and the market capitalization of Truss, too, crossed into the ranks of 800 billion US dollars, riding high. After hearing what his future self said, Lin Mo secretly sighed in his heart. Obviously, he didn't expect that this company was so powerful. He quickly collected his thoughts, and then dropped his gaze on Xia Qianfan's body in front of him. Mr. Xia, there's one thing I'm more curious about. If you were doing so well over at Terrace, why did you leave so suddenly? Xia Qianfan smiled bitterly at his words. Mr. Lin, truth be told, the major corporations in Rice today are very unstable. This is so because they feel a sense of crisis like never before. Rice Gaotong this time ran into us hard. They were going to be in the semiconductor materials, raise the price, thereby suppressing the Chinese enterprises. But as a result, Rice Mobile, the company, introduced the Rice Mobile 4 as well as a 17-nanometer chip. Rice's chip technology blockade has been completely broken. So, in order to continue the suppression of China, a lot of foreign companies have been laying off their employees in China. The wrath of God. Originally, as an executive at Truss, Plus, I was about to come to China to open a branch, so I wasn't laid off and didn't take a pay cut. But the group of brothers under my hand either had their income cut to the bone or were outright laid off. So, in a fit of rage, I just left my job. By the way, when I was at TELUS, I was in charge of battery components, cell technology, and assembly of new energy vehicles. My team has developed a supercharging system that greatly shortens the problem of slow charging of new energy vehicles, and my handful of brothers still have the technology for autopilot. It's just a shame we haven't gotten around to rolling it out yet. Speaking of this, Xiao Qianfan sighed darkly, and at that moment, Zhang Jie, who was on the side, said, Shaolin, what do you think of Xia? To tell you the truth, this child is after the deceased. When Xia was very young, his parents passed away and he was dependent on his grandfather. And his grandfather, who was an old buddy of a few of us, asked us to help take care of Xia before he died. And this child, Xia, is very understanding, and when she took the college entrance exam, she went straight to a prestigious school abroad. Then, it took root abroad, but every year he takes the time to come back and visit us. Also, he's very talented, if you feel up to it. Tang Ku Xin, who was on the side, was secretly dismayed. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Jie in such a low voice. And the Ghost Master and a few of them were doing the same at the moment. Though lol, Tang Kurson remembered how Grandpa Zhang had helped them borrow money earlier. I'm afraid the other party will do the same for the sake of this granddaughter of his. Think about it. Tang Kurson looked at Lin Mo. She had intended to warn the other woman. Who knows? Lin Mo, however, smiled and said, Grandpa Zhang, you know, I'm a person who invests and never mixes any personal feelings. I only look at a person's talent. And what Mr. Xia said just now made me very interested. Speaking here, Lin Mo looked at Xia Qianfan with a smile and said, Mr. Xia, you just said that if those messy things hadn't happened, you'd most likely be the head of Tesla's branch in China? Xia Qianfan's heart was strange, but he still nodded. Lin Mo asked again, I wonder, when the time comes, how much financial support will you have? Xia Qianfan answered truthfully, almost $1 billion. If the sales in China are good in the future, more money may be invested. Hear this. Lin Mo smiled. I still have a question. I wonder if there is a problem with patents for the new energy battery you just mentioned, as well as the automatic driving technology? Xia Qianfan shook his head and said, Mr. Lin, you can rest assured on this point. All of Truss patents are open to the public, and the production as well as the design of that new energy battery can be found on the official website. The technology one worked on, however, was a complete upgrade from the original. Simply put, the upgraded battery assembly allows for significant power savings and extended range. For example, the current newest model of the new energy car from Truss has a maximum range of 400 kilometers. But with the module we designed, the maximum range can be upgraded to 600 kilometers. Of course, I will follow up with the intention of designing ultra-high capacity battery components. And, without incident, The maximum range, perhaps, can be upgraded to 1,000 kilometers. As for the autopilot technology, I developed it in order to come to China to open a branch. Every single string of code in here is something my brothers and I, in our spare time, knocked out one by one, and there's absolutely no such thing as any technical patent infringement. Hearing this, Lin Mo was inwardly dismayed, and Tang Kurson, who was on the side, suddenly thought of something at this moment. Holy, I remember who this Xia Qianfan is. He's the CEO of China's most powerful new energy battery producer, Ningde Times. I said, why is that name so familiar? Ningde Times, this is a very powerful enterprise in China, with a total market capitalization of more than $1 trillion, specializing in the research and development of new energy batteries for automobiles as well as production. There is close cooperation with various new energy vehicle manufacturers, both domestic and foreign. And this Xia Qianfan joined Ningde Era at the end of the 14th year, and with his outstanding ability, he has overcome many technical problems in the country. He and the Ningde Era can be said to have accomplished each other. Perhaps Ningde Times can still become the giant of China's new energy battery companies without Xia Qianfan. But if Lin Mo is assisted by Xia Qianfan, his future achievements will definitely be able to approach the Ningde Era. This is another investment with trillions of Chinese dollars. With Xia Qianfan's help, Lin Mo, the future richest man, is already beckoning you. Think about it. Tang Kurson looked directly at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, I think we can invest. With this Mr. Xia here, perhaps, you have the ability to compete with Traz in the field of new energy vehicles, as well as new energy batteries. When she said this, Tang Kurson's eyes were filled with certainty. Chapter 76, Money-Making Raiders. Goal: make 200 billion Chinese dollars in 2 days. Chapter 76, Money-Making Raiders. Goal: make 200 billion Chinese dollars in 2 days. Hearing what Tang Kurson said, Lin Mo laughed out loud and said, Kurson, you even said that. I'll take it naturally. Saying that, Lin Mo looked at that Xia Qianfan and said, Mr. Xia, you said before that if Traz opens a branch in China, you'll get $1 billion. Tell you what, I'll give you 10 times that. Then, I'll give you 6 months to create a company and then put together a team of independent researchers and developers. In addition to that, a supercar production plant is being built in our China. What? Xia Qianfan was dumbfounded. The several old men present were also looking at each other at this moment. Obviously, none of them had expected Lin Mo to have such devotion to this industry of Xia Qianfan's. 10 billion? And in U.S. dollars? If you convert it to Chinese currency, Nana, that's 2 billion. That's astronomical. And to know, Zhang Jie and the others doubled their assets because of stock speculation plus selling TBT in the morning. But so many people add up to only 30 or 40 billion dollars. Terrible. Is this how Lin Ma invests? It's really scary. As the crowd marveled inwardly, Tang Kurson had already come over from the shock. Although, he felt that Lin Mo had invested more than 60 billion Huaxia coins at once, which was too much. But when he thought about it, this investment, but Lin Mo founded it from scratch, and she got a little excited about it. After all, in the previous generation, many new energy automobile industries appeared in China. Although, they already have the ability to independently develop new energy batteries, but because they pay less than the return, and it requires a large amount of investment every year, so they gradually gave up this aspect of research and development. After all, the new energy batteries of Ningde Times are second to none in the country and even in the world. But if Lin Mo can work on new energy sources, he is bound to get a piece of the pie. Even, it's a tie with the Nintendo era. Sure, Tang Kurson didn't think it was any fun to compete with her own country's businesses. Therefore, Tang Kurson intended to have the opportunity to remind Lin Mo to put the market for new energy batteries far away. One should set one's sights on the world. As for the automobile industry, it is naturally the same. While Tang Kurson was pondering all this, at this point, Xia Qianfan's voice came. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I definitely won't fail you. I'll contact the brothers who are back with me and we'll quickly draw up a business plan. By the way, the company we have registered, once we get the paperwork done, we'll start developing it in a big way. Lin Mo smiled. I'm assured of your ability. However, I have a few things to warn you about. That is, the country comes first before any decision is made. As for our domestic counterparts, we can have healthy competition. There's also the fact that this car company, even though it's just getting off the ground, we have to aim for the long term. The domestic market, we're going to take, and the foreign market, we're going to take even more. Oh yeah, the self-driving technology you were talking about. I think that could be on the agenda as well. However, I suppose that while it's technology you have developed, there is no clue as to the chip, is there? In this case, When you turn around and contact General Manager Lei of the Rice Mobile Phone Company, and state your needs, I think that General Manager Lei and the others will help solve the problems with the chip. Wait until Lin Mo finished his instructions. Tangku Xin couldn't help but smile. It seems that my worries were unwarranted. Lin Mo would have had his own big picture. 10 minutes later, the two men finished signing the agreement. And without any nonsense, Lin Mo directly transferred the funds to the public account. Seeing this, Zhang Jie smiled and said, "Alright, now that we're done with the business, let's eat and drink well." 2 hours later, Lin Mo took Tang Kersen and said goodbye to the crowd. Lin Mo, it's hard to see. You have such great vigor. $60 billion. Straight up? This money, it's just arrived and it's not even warm yet. Lin Mo smiled. I can't help it. This company, everything started from scratch. The amount of money required is, of necessity, enormous. And, since we're investing, it's only natural to do it in one step. I'm, now, looking forward to what's to follow with this company. Forget it, it's not something I should be thinking about. I don't need to use up my brain cells with Xia Qianfan around. Tang Kersen sighed. This shirker, is becoming more and more smooth. Lin Mo laughed out loud and immediately opened the passenger side door, heading straight for home. Tang Kersen, on the other hand, looked preoccupied. Granted, Lin Mo made a big profit this time by speculating on coins, but after seeing Lin Mo's generous investment efforts, he felt that Lin Mo's remaining $100 billion or so would not be enough to spend. Thinking of this, Tang Kersen shouted in her heart, "Tuzi, isn't it time to settle?" The next instant, the system's voice came out heatedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the side mission quest. Because of the host, Lin Mo invested in a new energy vehicle, rewarding 2 stocks for the next 72 hours of movement. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for completing the task issued by the system. Therefore, the system introduces the following 2 rewards for the host to choose from. Reward 1, Lin Mo can obtain a super production workshop that specializes in new energy vehicles. Reward 2, Lin Mo can get a chance to earn $200 billion. I'm going to. Tang Kersen's heart boiled. The system is getting more and more powerful. However, when she saw the 2 choices, Tang Kersen was a bit hesitant. After all, earning $200 billion was definitely making fast money, according to the system's habits. In this way, Lin Mo had more money. But that new energy vehicle super production plant is also very attractive. A thought, Tang Kersen said in her heart. Children only make choices. System, both choices. I want both. Sure, Tang Kersen was originally just thinking casually, which is the next instant, and the system actually responded. Ding! The system has detected the host's needs. Therefore, both rewards will be given at the same time. As compensation, the system will complete the side quest ahead of schedule. Is it certain? Tang Kersen looked at the 2 virtual buttons in front of her, hesitated briefly, and finally pressed the OK button. After all, Lin Mo from before, relying on stock speculation has made some money though. It doesn't add up to much, but that consumed several side quests to get that money. And now, with the time left for the side quests, there is very little time left. Therefore, Tang Kersen felt that using the rewards of the remaining few side quests in exchange for a means to make quick money of $200 billion, why wouldn't she be happy about it? As Tang Xin pondered, the system's beep came out in a loud voice. Ding! The new energy vehicle automated super production workshop has been issued. The host can withdraw it at any time. Ding! The information on the $200 billion of income has been released. Please check with the host. In the next moment, a detailed money-making strategy appeared in front of Tang Kersen's eyes. At this look, Tang Kersen was almost happy. Chapter 77, Maotai's share price plummeting? A chance to get in on the action, isn't it? Chapter 77, Maotai's share price plummeting? A chance to get in on the action, isn't this it? 1 hour later, Lin Mo brought Tang Kersen to the outskirts of Yun City before a deserted field. Kagome, what are you doing bringing me here? Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. Also, you just said that you're going to take me for a quick buck. What the hell is going on here? No wonder Lin Mo was so strange. Since getting in the car, Tang Kersen was just a little godly. 1 minute he says he's going to help Lin Mo make a quick buck. A moment later, it was said that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, it may be hard to find this opportunity again. Tang Kersen then gave Lin Mo an address and told him to come quickly. But after arriving here, what we saw was just a wasteland. Nothing. Seeing Lin Mo like this, Tang Kersen smiled mysteriously. Lin Mo. In short, let's just wait here patiently. After saying that, Tang Kersen took out some tools for barbecuing from the trunk and then prepared them. These, they had bought before they came here, passing by the supermarket. Kersen, Lin Mo had wanted to say something else, but it was interrupted by Tang Kurson. Lin Mo, listen to me and be patient. Let's just focus on getting barbecue to eat until that big guy gets here. Just think of it as, come with me to the wilderness for a break and a barbecue. That's all right, isn't it? Although Lin Mo didn't know what kind of medicine the other party was selling in his gourd, but since the other side has said so, naturally, it is not good to refuse yourself. Thinking about it, Lin Mo felt quite indebted to Tang Xin. Since we've known each other, the other party has been helping themselves to all sorts of money and all sorts of referrals to investments. The two had quite little contact. Even when they get along privately, investment is the main topic of conversation. Sure, although Lin Mo and Tang Kurson are still short of the last layer of window paper that has not been broken, but Lin Mo already had the other party's position in his mind. He believed that the same was true for Tang Kurson. Good. Our Xin has said so. Then I will accompany you. Today, let's eat a barbecue in peace. Lin Mo said with a smile. Who is your family? I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. Tang Xin said with a pretty red face. Lin Mo coughed dryly, then smiled and said, really? Then I can find someone else? Tang Kurson's eyes widened. How dare you? The two men jostled at once, and for the next few moments, Lin Mo was in charge of starting the fire to burn the charcoal and started to get busy, while Tang Kurson held her cheeks on the side and silently watched Lin Mo. Okay, we can turn on the dazzle. Lin Mo smiled. The baked food was placed in front of Tang Xin. So, 2 hours later, the two ate and drank, then sat and chatted in a cozy manner. And just then, a car suddenly stopped. Immediately after that, several figures slowly fell. Tang Kurson was originally sitting there, very cozy, but when he saw the car appear, he was instantly energized. Kagome, what are you? Lin Mo inquired. Tang Xin hurriedly made a silent gesture, then pulled Lin Mo and continued to sit there in a pretentious manner. And the other side, the group of people who had gotten down from the car had also discovered Lin Mo and Tang Kurson at this moment, but they didn't come forward to disturb them. Instead, they set their eyes on the barren land in front of them. Chairman, here is the location of our branch. What do you think? A youth spoke up. This is a nice place and a nice setting. And well, I trust your branch's vision. The middle-aged man known as the chairman said flatly. With these words from the chairman, we are relieved. This side of the matter, our branch will be fully responsible, and any progress will be reported to the headquarters as well as you at the first time, the youth said with relief. And then, the words changed. Chairman, it's getting late. Why don't we go back first? After all, you haven't eaten since morning. The middle-aged man had intended to nod. And that's when Tang Kurson's voice came at once. Guys, you haven't eaten yet? As it happens, I have quite a few ingredients left here that I haven't grilled. If you don't mind, you guys can come over and eat it. Otherwise it would be a shame to waste it, wouldn't it? Hear that? The youth was going to refuse, whereas the middle-aged man, who originally had a sad face, smiled and said, good, since the two of you don't mind, then we'll come to dabble in the food and drink. The young man was anxious. Chairman, this, but when he saw the other party's undeniable eyes, the young man immediately shut up. Come to the front of the barbecue stand. Tang Kurson immediately said. Lin Mo, you accompany these gentlemen for a chat. I'll go and barbecue for you, just in time, so you can taste my handiwork. Lin Mo's heart was strange. Could it be that Tang Xin had brought herself here precisely to meet with this group of people? After all, looking at the way these people were dressed, coupled with the fact that the youth called that middle-aged man chairman, based on these alone, one could guess that these people were not simple. Little brother, I wonder what to call you, the middle-aged man asked with a smile. My name is Lin Mo. I don't know what this big brother's name is? Lin Mo asked rhetorically. The middle-aged man laughed. My surname is Zhang. Just call me Brother Zhang. The two just had a conversation. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. And just then, the youth on the side suddenly showed an ugly face. Chairman, it's not good. With that, he held out his cell phone to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was instantly struck by lightning, but he had seen the world, and immediately said, Shaolin, I'm sorry about that. I have important matters that I need to take care of right now, so farewell for now. The middle-aged man then whispered a few words to the youth. The latter immediately ran over to the car, when returned with 2 bottles of Mao Tai in hand. Shaolin, thank you for your hospitality. These 2 bottles of wine, consider them as our food expenses. Lin Mo looked at the other party strangely, and at that moment, the middle-aged man laughed. Little brother, my real name is Zhang Dechin, and I'm the chairman of the board of directors of Mao Tai Liquor. Hearing this, Lin Mo was secretly surprised, and at this moment, He could be considered to have understood Tang Kuxin's intentions. He was going to open his mouth. In his ear, suddenly came the voice of the future. Speaking of Maotai Wine, it's a slightly legendary company in China. In 14, there was a crisis because of plasticizers. Its stock price has fallen again and again. Although it was a bull market that year, it was a huge blow to Maotai, almost delisted. The good thing is that, later on, in order to salvage the image, the chairman of Maotai, Zhang Diqin, kept making changes. This is what caused its stock price to skyrocket. And eventually, its stock price even surpassed $1,500. Later, the word kept circulating that if you had bought shares of Maotai in 14 and then held them for a long time, you would have already made a fortune. Hear that? Lin Mo was a bit stunned. It's no wonder Lin Mo is like this. After all, the man before him had thought about getting his hands on the Maotai, but the impact of plasticizers has caused Maotai's share price to keep falling. It's even dropped below 100 a couple times, and at that time, Lin Mo was so focused on making a quick buck that he didn't think about it. But today, Lin Ma's hands are full. Not accurate. Tang Kurson had brought herself here to wait for this opportunity. However, how did Tang Kurson know that Chairman Maotai would appear here? Of course, none of this matters. It is imperative that you take advantage of the opportunity to plunge yourself. Maybe, it can cause some changes? The stock of the Maotai must be taken for itself. Chapter 78, Plunging into Maotai. $40 billion becomes $240 billion. Chapter 78, Plunge into Maotai. $40 billion becomes $240 billion. Think about it. Lin Mo quickly opened the stock speculation software on his phone. When finding stock in Maotai, Lin Mo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. At the moment, Maotai's share price has dropped from its morning opening price of $120, straight down to $80. Green to the point of panic. No wonder Zhang Diqin was so nervous. Think about it. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Diqin with a smile and said, "So it's Chairman Zhang. I've read a bit about your company online before. For that, I am deeply sorry. However, I'm sure that Maodai Enterprises, for sure, will get through this crisis." Hear that? Zhang Diqin didn't say much. Instead, the youth on the side didn't have the good sense to say, "This gentleman, please don't say the sarcasm." Zhang Diqin immediately glared at the other party. Immediately, he said, "Xiaolin, thank you for your encouragement." He then sighed. "This time, it's our Maodai who has made a major mistake. The presence of plasticizers has affected our corporate image. Although, I guess, we've been remedying the situation accordingly." But, Zhang Diqin sighed deeply. Lin Mo smiled and said, "If I say that I can help, I wonder if Mr. Zhang has the will to do so?" Zhang Diqin looked at Lin Mo strangely. Lin Mo, however, did not say much, but immediately opened his cell phone and operated it. Zhang Diqin was a bit confused, but that's when his cell phone rang. It was his own assistant who called. "Chairman, just now someone paid $1.6 billion for 20 million shares of Maotai." What? Zhang Diqin was confused. He stared blankly at Lin Mo, inwardly dismayed. Keep in mind that both retail investors and those with large holdings of Maotai shares have been selling off heavily during this time. But Lin Mo, at this time, subscribed for 20 million shares. What kind of vigor is that? Is it possible that the other side is not afraid of losing all their money? Seeing the other party do so, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile and said, "Dong Zhang, my subscription to Maotai stock can solve the momentary crisis, but it doesn't get to the root of the problem. Tell you what, I have a little suggestion that, if adopted, might solve the crisis at hand." Seeing Zhang Diqin looking at himself strangely, Lin Mo spoke his thoughts without haste. "The problem with the Maotai wine appears in the plasticizers. So let's get to the root cause. Tell you what, since there was a previous test that said the plasticizer exceeded the standard, you will send out an announcement on the official website. Let's just say that from now on, but anyone who buys your company's Maotai wine will be sent to a specialized testing facility for testing whenever there's a problem with excessive plasticizers. Once you've determined that you've exceeded the limit, you can take the invoice, and the corresponding wine, and go after you for compensation. It's compensation, 10 times the amount of the Maotai wine purchased, and the wine purchased prior to that, you may recoup at a slight premium. Since we're being pushed into the wind, let's make the wind in waves bigger." Hear that? Zhang Diqin was instantly dumbfounded. The few staff members he had brought with him were also looking at each other at the moment. "Kobayashi, you are truly my savior. That's a way to get it done. Just once and for all. Not only does it address the negative impacts, but it also drives sales of Maotai. As long as the negative impact is eliminated, our stock price, naturally, can soar." While speaking, Zhang Diqin chuckled. "I have to admit that I'm getting older. This method, Even if I think about it, I can't think of it. At this very moment, the way Zhang Deqin regarded Lin Mo's eyes was full of gratitude. Lin Mo smiled. Dong Zhang is polite. I'm an investor and naturally I want the stocks I buy to skyrocket. However, it seems to me that subscribing to 20 million shares is not nearly enough. After a pause, Lin Mo continued, tell you what, I'll continue to buy your company stock. After saying that, Lin Mo took out his cell phone again and silently operated it. Zhang Deqin had intended to make some inquiries. Who knows? Zhang Deqin's cell phone once again rang. Chairman, the person who bought our company's stock just now has bought another large amount of our stock. The value of its stock in his hands has been well over $50 billion. What? Zhang Deqin's eyes were glazed over. The employees around him were also dumbfounded at the moment. Apparently, no one expected it. It was surprising that Lin Mo had such financial power, especially the youth who had just mocked Lin Mo. At the moment, I can't wait to find a crack in the ground. For all this, Lin Mo was unimpressed. He looked at Zhang Deqin, who was still in a daze, and at Tang Kerson, who had already grilled the barbecue, and couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Dong, next, can you eat the barbecue in peace? Zhang Deqin laughed and said, don't say barbecue, now even if there is a cow, I can eat it ah. He immediately greeted his staff and told everyone to start eating. 1 hour later, everyone ate and drank, and Zhang Deqin was still thinking about what Lin Mo had just instructed. Therefore, after leaving Lin Mo's contact information, he left the place early. Before he left the several boxes of mutai in the car, directly to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, it's hard to see, you're really ruthless. That's $50 billion, and you're just going to put it directly into the stock market in mutai? Lin Mo smiled. Kagome, I don't want this either. But who let the riches of this Brahma's heaven come directly to me? I have to answer it even if I don't want to. Speaking here, Lin Mo's words changed. Rather, it's you. I just spent $50 billion on stocks. Why didn't you stop me? You even smiled when I entered the game. There's one more thing that I don't understand. How come I feel that you've already expected Zhang Deqin to show up here? Hear this. Tang Koxian was a little flustered. It was naturally impossible for her to say that everything she had just seen in front of her eyes was actually the system's plan for herself. She had already known when Zhang Deqin would appear here. The other side's stock, too, will take a tumble at this time. The only thing she didn't anticipate was that without even opening her own mouth, Lin Mo simply struck out on his own. Of course, that's fine. Save yourself the trouble anyway. There was some mental muttering. Tang Kerson then explained. I'm also just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Saying that, Tang Kerson opened her cell phone, and a piece of news jumped out in front of Lin Mo's eyes. So it is. Zhang Deqin bought this plot of land to build a new factory. Moreover, the news that Zhang Deqin came to Cloud City on a business trip has long been publicized. Lin Mo said to himself. He glanced at Tang Kuxin. Kerson, tell me, you've done me such a big favor this time. How can I thank you? Tang Kerson thought for a moment, then laughed. If you want to thank me, then why don't you clean up all this place? Then, let's go to a place, and when we get there, this 50 billion of yours can only become 250 billion. What? Lin Mo thought he had heard wrong. Chapter 79 A bowl of ravioli, and the stock god Baffert. A bond? Chapter 79, a bowl of wontons, and the stock god Baffert. A bond? No wonder Lin Mo was so dismayed. After all, the $50 billion that he had spent, turned into $250 billion. This kind of thing, Lin Mo did not even dare to think about it. At least, at the moment, he didn't think it was realistic. Lin Mo's idea was simple. That's $50 billion in stock, and you may not be able to make a huge short-term gain on it yourself. But if you hold on to it for a long time, when you wait 10 years, that money can skyrocket 16 times. It's an investment worth making for the long haul. As for now, even if Zhang Deqin does what he says, I'm afraid he won't be able to make the stock price bleed back, and at best, double or triple it by the end of the year. As for a fivefold surge in assets, Lin Mo didn't even dare to think about it. Kagome, are you serious? Lin Ma inquired. Tang Kerson smiled mysteriously. With regards to investment, when have I ever cheated you? Lin Mo was silent, and Tang Kuxin continued. Anyway, you'll know if you go with me. However, whether it will work this time depends on how you chat with that legendary big shot. Lin Mo, the opportunity is only this once, so you have to grasp it well. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately became energized. Legendary bigot? Who's that? Wait until you do. After saying that, Tang Kuxin got into the car. Helplessly, Lin Mo could only quickly pack up. And then, Tang Kerson gave Lin Mo an address, and Lin Mo went straight to his destination. Half an hour later. Outside of a store called Snowsource Chaos and Dumpling House. Here, it's overcrowded. Lin Mo had just gotten out of the car when he smelled the fragrance. Appetite increased for a while. This store, a 100-year-old store in Cloud City. Although the store is small and only sells dumplings and wontons, the unique flavor makes it a popular spot for customers. Kurson, did we come here to meet that legendary big man? Lin Mo wondered. Tang Kurson smiled mysteriously. Well, don't ask so many questions first. You hurry up and get in line. In short, when the time comes, everything will be clear to you. Lin Mo sighed. But we just came over full. I can't eat now. Tang Kurson glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo said helplessly. Okay, I'll just listen to you. Tang Kurson spread a smile. That's more or less the same. You go ahead and line up for the tickets. Remember, you have to buy 3 bowls. No more and no less. As for me, first find a good spot. So, 20 minutes later. In front of Tang Kurson, 3 bowls of steaming hot wontons had already been placed. Lin Mo had to admit it. The ravioli at this restaurant is really tempting. Lin Mo's stomach had long been full because of the barbecue, but when I smelled the ravioli in front of me, I wanted more. However, before Lin Mo could move his chopsticks, Tang Kurson immediately whispered, Lin Mo, don't rush to eat first. Wait until that big guy gets here. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly. Look at me. I almost forgot about business. But that big guy, will he really come here? Tang Kuxian was going to open her mouth, and at that moment, his gaze suddenly landed on the 2 figures not far away. One of them, an old man with blonde hair and blue eyes, looked kind. The other one, on the other hand, was a middle-aged man, and the 2 of them were exchanging whispers there at the moment. Tang Kurson was secretly happy in her heart. The system is sincere. I was just chanting, and here comes this old man, as Tang Kurson muttered. The other side. Mr. Baffert, wait here. I'll be right in line to take your order, the middle-aged man said smilingly. Baffert nodded slightly and said instantly, that's great. It's been 10 years and I've been thinking about the food at this ravioli place. This time when I came to China, I was able to eat again. Oh, if it weren't for the fact that there are still investments abroad, I'd really like to stay here longer. With that, Baffert looked around and realized that the tables in front of him, all of them, were full. Only the table where Lin Mo was at had an empty seat in front of it. Baffert immediately stepped forward and said in broken Chinese, excuse me, gentlemen, can I sit down here? In this regard, Lin Mo naturally had no problem with it. The other guy just sat down. At this point, that middle-aged man who had gone ahead and lined up had already come over. With an apologetic look on his face, he said, Mr. Baffert, very sorry, we're late. Today's ravioli, it's sold out. Hearing this, Baffert had a look of regret on his face. Who knows? Just then, Tang Kurson smiled. Master, if you don't mind, we just happened to order 3 bowls, so we can treat you to one. Hearing this, Baffert did a double take. But that's when that middle-aged man, however, had a skeptical look on his face. He whispered, Mr. Baffert, these 2, we don't know each other, so let's be careful. Tang Kurson was instantly displeased. What? You guys can't buy ravioli. We kindly treat this old man to it, and, as a result, you still think we're the bad guys? Tang Kurson didn't have the good sense to say. Butterfield saw this and immediately apologized. Tang Kurson showed an unhappy look on the surface, but she was smiling in her heart. After all, they came here, waiting for the old man in front of them. Lin Mo, who was on the side, was unaware of this. Immediately, he glanced at Tang Kurson, then said, Kurson, don't be angry for now. And then, he looked at the interpreter and said, this gentleman, don't worry about it. Our China is a society of the rule of law. If this old man, who ate the wontons here, and there are abnormalities, we will take the responsibility. With those words, Lin Mo pushed a bowl of ravioli in front of Baphomet. Baffert had been craving it for a long time. Immediately, after even thanking him, he began to feast on the food. Soon, it was already at the bottom. Eat and drink. And because of this bowl of ravioli, Baffert was favorably disposed towards Lin Mo. However, because he still had things to do, he immediately took out his business card as well as a few dollars, and planned to leave. Lin Mo immediately returned the money to the other party. Master, it's just a bowl of wontons. It doesn't cost much. I'll treat you. Afterwards, it then picked up the other person's business card and read it. At this look, Lin Mo couldn't help but stare. He stared blankly at Baffert in front of him. Master, you, surprisingly, are the famous stock god in the country of rice? Mr. Baffert? Lin Mo was inwardly dismayed. The remaining light, on the other hand, looked at Tang Kurson beside him. Could it be that Tang Kuxin brought herself here to wait for the stock god Baffert, intending to drive up Mao Tai's stock price by means of the other side? If that's true, let's not talk about $50 billion turning into $250 billion. Even if it turns into $500 billion, it's possible. Lin Mo's heart set off a wave of shock. Chapter 80, pulling the stock god into the game. Entering the Mao Tai. 5 times the rise is close at hand. Chapter 80, pulling the stock god into the game. Into the Mao Tai. 5 times the rise is close at hand. It's no wonder Lin Mo is like this. After all, the old man in front of him was a myth in the investment world. Even without going through the information provided by his future self, Lin Mo was aware of Baphomet's situation. Simply because there are reports about the other side. In the financial world, so to speak, all over the place. Over the years, the other side has been committed to various investments. But any stock, or business, that is looked at by the other side will see a huge boost. The reason Lin Mo knew about the other party was a report from a few years ago. There were rich people in China who spent more than $10 million directly to treat each other to a meal. Moreover, this kind of opportunity is still unattainable. Even on some foreign websites, those rich and powerful, directly bidding for each other to have dinner. But Lin Mo didn't think about it. I can't believe that I would have met the other person in this tiny store over a bowl of ravioli. Of course, Lin Mo also knew that all of this was arranged by Tang Kurson. And at that moment, Baphomet laughed. These are just false names given to me by the outside world? It's not really that exaggerated. After a pause, Baffert smiled. I'm sorry, sir, but I have things I need to take care of right now. So next time we have a chance, we'll talk again? How could Lin Mo let go of such a good opportunity? He was going to open his mouth and ask, which is when the cell phone of the interpreter on the side rang. He quickly answered it, and then said, yes, I know. I'll let Mr. Baffert know. Hanging up the phone, the interpreter immediately said, Mr. Baffert, General Manager Lei of the Rice Phone, has already arrived in Cloud City. Let's go over there and wait for him. Baffert nodded. However, without waiting for him to get up, Lin Mo's cell phone also rang. It's Lei Xiaojun calling. Boss, I have some good news for you from my side. You know Baffert, the god of stocks, right? He's come to Cloud City, and he's going to let me arrange for you to meet. I'm telling you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and once you take it, maybe. Not waiting for Lei Xiaojun to finish, Lin Mo said smilingly, I've already met with Mr. Butterfield. Lei Xiaojun on the other end of the phone was instantly surprised. Lin Mo, on the other hand, succinctly told the whole story. Ha ha, that's quite a coincidence. Boss, I'm on my way to your place. Hang up your cell phone. Baffert and the interpreter looked at each other, and then, in unison, they looked at Lin Mo. This gentleman, are you the owner of the Rice Mobile Phone Company? Mr. Lin Mo? Lin Mo smiled and took out his business card. At this look, the translator was immediately embarrassed. He had thought that Lin Mo was just a nobody. Available results. The other party was actually the newly promoted mysterious tycoon of China. The boss behind the Rice Cell Phone Company? You know, his boss, Baffert, is a godlike being in the investment world. Before that, a lot of bigwigs wanted to meet with him. It's just a shame that it's hard to get a date for a meal. But this time, Baffert took the initiative to come to China, while outwardly claiming to have come to look for investment opportunities. But as Baffert's interpreter, he naturally knew clearly what the other party's purpose was. Baffert volunteered to meet Lin Mo. This alone was enough to show the weight of Lin Mo in the other party's heart. And during this period of time, what Lin Mo, the mysterious tycoon, had done was truly worthy of Baffert. For this reason, Baffert, through many inquiries, finally, only from the mouth of the rice phone Lei Xiaojun, learned about the situation of Lin Mo. It was for this reason that he came to Cloud City again. Results available. At this moment, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. In response, Lin Mo did not blame. You don't look at the face of the Buddha, do you, Mr. Baffert? I wonder what you've come all this way to see me about. Lin Mo smiled and inquired. Baffert sniffed and immediately soared with gleeful hawkishness. The interpreter, on the other hand, was at pains to speak. Mr. Lin Mo, you are an amazing investor. I, for one, love talking to a being like you. I came to Huaxia this time, actually thinking to learn from you about investing. After all, the rice phone you invested in has been all the rage lately. I see. In a few years, this enterprise will become the leader of the cell phone industry in China and even the world. Right? Lin Mo sighed. You know, the stories about Baffert are basically about other rich people, flattering each other, and using that to get some opportunities. But this time, Butterfield had traveled thousands of miles in order to learn from Lin Mo's experience. This would probably drop a lot of jaws if word got out, wouldn't it? And that's when Don Corinne spoke up. Lin Mo, do you want to, share your experience with the old man? After all, Mr. Baffert rarely invests in Chinese businesses, but whenever he looks at it, it's bound to skyrocket. You guys could probably change a lot of things by joining forces if you could. Lin Mo naturally understood what the other party meant. Immediately, he smiled and said, Mr. Baffert, you flatter me. I'm just lucky too. Baffert said evenly. Luck, too, is part of strength. Lin Mo smiled, then straight to the point. Start talking about your experience. These, of course, are generalizations, and when the chat is almost over, Lin Mo immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote down 10 stock codes. Mr. Baffert, these 10 bull stocks, I think there's room for improvement. As I recall, you've been in the game before, haven't you? These stocks, I suggest waiting until the end of the year to dump them, when you'll make at least several times more than you do now. Baffert nodded his head repeatedly, then laughed loudly. Mr. Lin is pretty much thinking the same thing I am. However, before, I was hesitant to dump it, but when I heard Mr. Lin's words, I was relieved. Lin Mo saw that the time was almost right. Instantly, he laughed. By the way, Mr. Baffert, I have another stock here. Though, at the moment it's not looking good, but I can be sure that within 3 days at the most, his stock price will soar. I've already bought 50 billion, and I think, Mr. Baffert, could get in on it, too. Baffert was instantly interested. I wonder which stock. Matai. Hearing this, Baphomet immediately revealed a hesitant expression, but when he saw Lin Mo's undeniable eyes, he crossed his heart. No nonsense. Just turn on the computer. Bought $300 million in stock. Lin Mo saw this. The heart was bursting with joy. He knew that with the other subscription complete, his own goal of turning 50 billion into 250 billion is close at hand. And just then, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's the chairman of Maotai, Zhang Dichin, calling. Mr. Lin, just now someone paid $300 million and bought our stock. Lin Mo smiled before looking at Baphomet in front of him and said, I know about this matter, and moreover, I know who bought it. He's Baffert, the stock god, and he's in front of me right now. Hearing this, Zhang Dichin immediately said excitedly, Mr. Lin, I'll make the announcement. Great, the stock god Baffert entered our Maotai. We are saved. Chapter 81 Stock Market Opening. Maotai wine stock price surged 7 times. Stunned Lin Mo. Chapter 81 The stock market opens. Maotai wine stock price soared 7 times. Stunned Lin Mo. 3 hours later, Lin Ma said goodbye to Baffert. As for Lei Xiaojun, because there were still matters to be dealt with on the Lianqing side, he returned again. Come outside the hotel. At this moment, Lin Mo had a smiling face. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, was also smiling like a flower. Kagome. How true. Now I'm wondering if you can pinch. You've simply stunned me with this series of maneuvers today. Lin Mo lamented. Tang Kerson smiled, then found a pretext and said, where would I be able to pinch anything? I'm just good at finding news and information online. I do think that there is definitely a time for this Maotai to return to the top, and now that the Maotai has plummeted, you can get in on the action. As for Mr. Baffert coming to Cloud City, even without my arrangement, you can still meet. Speaking of this, Tang Kerson smiled and said, well, next, as long as we wait for Baffert's entry into Maotai to be reported, tomorrow's Maotai stock price will definitely soar. You, just wait. Lin Mo naturally didn't have any doubts about this, and that's when something suddenly occurred to him. Immediately, he pulled out his cell phone and quickly got busy. Lin Mo, things are done. What are you still busy with? Tang Xin said in disbelief. Lin Mo smiled mysteriously and said, now, the matter of Maotai is sort of settled, and I also formed a strong friendship with Baffert, but we can't miss such a good opportunity. His mouth said so, but Lin Mo's hands didn't pause in any way. I'd like to see what else you have to arrange. Tang Kerson immediately came forward and looked at Lin Mo's chat records. This look, Tang Xin was instantly stunned. Holy, Lin Mo really doesn't miss any opportunity. However, this operation of his is indeed ridiculously powerful. It was normal for Tang Xin to be so strange. It was only because, just now, Lin Mo had aided Zhou Yuan as well as Su Hua from Beat Station in the group, asking them to find a way to get in touch with Zhang Dichin, the chairman of Mao Terrace, invite each other to live stream on the Beat Station as well as Chopstick's hands. Its purpose is twofold. First, to reduce the impact brought about by that plasticizer, and to announce to the public that the matter of recovering Mao Tai wine at a premium. On top of that, there is the decision to compensate tenfold whenever plasticizers are detected to be over the limit. Secondly, to the public about Baffert's $300 million, buying up shares of Mao Tai. In this way, both sites will inevitably gain a group of users again, and the negative impact of the Mao Tai will be minimized. It's a win-win situation. Of course, besides these, Lin Mo had other layouts. For example, let Huang Hakan, Wang Haining and their gaming companies promote Mao Tai. How to cooperate in detail is left to the appropriate person in charge to negotiate. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo then put down his cell phone. He said with a relieved look on his face, "Now that's when things are all done." Nevertheless, Lin Mo had just put his cell phone in his pocket. At this point, the phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Ming, the head of Headline of the Day. Who called? "Boss, Headline of the Day. We're done. It's still in the internal testing phase. By the way, I'm also planning to develop a new product, which is a software that integrates short video sharing, live broadcasting, and shopping malls. I'm going to name it Todayan. I wonder if you have a better name for it, boss?" Lin Mo sniffed and immediately said, "No need. I think this name is just fine. Hang up your cell phone." Lin Mo was all happy in his heart. He didn't expect that Zhang Ming was so godlike. Not only did they develop the headline of the day, even hatching tadpole short videos ahead of time. That's nice, Lin Mo secretly lamented. Half an hour later, Lin Mo brought Tang Kurson back home. Just sat down in front of the couch. Tang Kuxian immediately opened the Chopsticks hand software. "I'll go, Lin Mo." "Look," Tang Kurson shouted excitedly. Lin Mo immediately went over to take a look. It was dumbfounded. On his cell phone, the screen of Zhang Dichin's live broadcast was playing. In the bottom right corner of the screen, there is a pattern that resembles a small yellow car. There, every now and then, a reminder pops up to buy a gross table. What Lin Mo found most surprising was the number of people online in the upper left corner. It went straight past 500,000. My god, it's only been on for 2 minutes and there's already this many people online? Shall not, Lin Mo. This software is simply unbelievable, Tang Kurson said excitedly, then secretly muttered. Chopsticks hand users belong to the lower age group, but spare me. In just a few minutes, Mao Tai has nearly 3,000 sales. Tadpole, on the other hand, covers young, middle-aged as well as older people, with a much larger user base. I'm afraid, if this software goes live, there will be a much stronger buy-in then. Lin Mo. I'm getting more and more excited for today and to go online now. When the time comes, the opening of the online mall, you must send as Tang Kurson lamented. Lin Mo then opened the Beep Station mobile client. When he saw that it had millions of users on it, he couldn't help but nod slightly. Lin Mo didn't continue reading. Instead, he silently pulled out his cell phone and asked Zhang Ming to develop the tadpole sound as soon as possible. Wait for that time. Lin Mo would have Lei Xiaojun broadcast live on Tadpole to announce the news of the 10nm scale chip coming out. Well, that's settled. Lin Mo secretly made up his mind. After all, Beep Station, Chopsticks Hands and Tadpole are all under their own umbrella. Now, Beep Station ate the dividends with Chopsticks Hands. It was natural to take extra care of Todayan himself. You can't lose sight of the other, can you? Well, Lin Mo, you've had a tiring day today. Just stop thinking about it. Why don't you hurry up and squint for a while, and I'll go make you some dinner. Tang Kurson's gentle voice came. Lin Mo was indeed exhausted today. Instantly, he leaned back on the couch and fell asleep. Half an hour later, the rice is cooked. After Lin Mo and Tang Kurson finished eating, they each washed up, and after that, went to sleep. There were no words all night. Blink. The next day arrived. After Lin Mo woke up, he quickly washed up. After eating the breakfast bought by Tang Kuxian, Lin Mo then silently waited in front of the computer. Tang Kurson, on the other hand, was also filled with nervousness. Finally, 9:30 arrived. The stock market has opened. Lin Mo couldn't wait to open the stock software. This look, Lin Mo was instantly dumbstruck. Simply because, surprisingly, Mutai's share price has soared from $80 yesterday to $560 in one fell swoop, a full 7 times higher. Chapter 82, far beyond the prediction. 5 million. It turned into 57 million? Chapter 82, far beyond the prediction. $5 million. It turned out to be $57 million? I'm going to go. Lin Mo. You're going to send it. Tang Kurson's face was filled with a look of surprise and dismay. You put in $50 billion before. Does this mean that this money becomes $3,500 billion? Tang Kurson continuously sucked in cool air, but there was something in his mind. After all, yesterday she had followed the system's tips to the letter. But the characterization given by the system was that Lin Mo could make $200 billion through this investment. In other words, the other side's $50 billion will eventually turn into $250 billion. But why? Lin Mo will make an extra $100 billion? Could it be that there is something inside that I don't know about? Tangku Xin secretly pondered. And that's when the system's voice came. Ding! This system is fair and square. And when it says it will help Lin Mo earn $200 billion, it definitely won't earn a single point more. The immediate situation is being analyzed by the system. Analysis complete. The reasons why Lin Mo made far more money than the system assessed are as follows. The current investment. Even without the host's arrangement, Lin Mo could have thought of this. Therefore, the money Lin Mo earned this time, in addition to the help of the system, was also obtained by his own ability. Hereby informed. Hear that. It was then that Tangku Xin realized. So it is. But think about it. That stock god, Baffert, this time, has traveled thousands of miles to find Lin Mo. Even if I don't get involved, Lin Mo will still chat with the other party. And when the time comes, he'll definitely mention Mao Tai. The two of them hit it off and didn't buy it for themselves. Resolved concerns. Tang Kurson immediately said, Lin Mo, don't freeze. Hurry up to sell and withdraw cash. Lin Mo looked at Tang Kurson with a smile and said, Kurson, don't be in a hurry. Right now, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you sell now, you'll likely regret it later. So, wait a little longer. I have a feeling that the valuation of this Mao Tai wine is likely to soar again. No chance. It could hit an all-time high. Tang Kurson had intended to discourage it, but when she thought of Lin Mo's previous scene of speculating on TBT, the words that came to her mouth were swallowed hard. After all, before, if Lin Mo had done what she said, can't make hundreds of billions of dollars either. Okay, I'll keep you company. After saying that, Tang Kurson very obediently sat on the side, accompanying Lin Mo to wait patiently. In this way, an hour passed quickly. Tangku Xin waited with a yawn. The price of Mao Tai wine, however, is only fluctuating up and down at $560, up no more than $20. But just as Tang Kurson was drifting off to sleep, almost lying down on the table for a rest session, Lin Mo's faintly smiling voice suddenly came out. Coming, but it wasn't a wasted wait. Tangku Xin sniffed and rubbed her sleepy eyes, but when seeing the computer screen, suddenly soaring K-line, instantly sobered up. My god, this Mao Tai stock price, it just shot up to $920? How is this possible? Tang Kurson was horrified inside. To know, the highest price for a Mao Tai from a previous life, was just over $1,600. And, that's the result of 10 years of dedicated growth in this business. Available results. One short day, Mao Tai's stock price, straight from $80, soared to $920. Tang Kurson was like a dream. Lin Mo, you've, this time, really made a fortune. Tangku Xin said with a trembling voice. The mind, on the other hand, kept calculating. And when it was calculated that the $50 billion that Lin Mo had invested this time had turned into more than $570 billion, a heart that instantly beat violently. At this point, Lin Mo has already succeeded in selling some of these shares. When the bank card arrives, Lin Mo immediately laughed. Ku Xin. This time, in the short term, we can be considered as not needing to make difficulties because of funds. Tangku Xin nodded. There was no inner peace for a long time. After a long time, Tang Kurson saw Lin Mo still sitting in front of the computer. Immediately, he curiously said, Lin Mo, the money has arrived. Why don't you turn off the computer? We've waited so long. It's time to take a break. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's not the time to take a break just yet. 920 blocks. Probably the limit at this point. Next, there may be some falling off. So, Tang Kurson waved her hand and said, Lin Mo, don't joke around. The share price of Mao Tai liquor today is probably going to be in this range, and it's not going to fall off. There can be no substantial. However, Tang Kurson's next words hadn't been finished, and she shut up, simply because he saw that the stock price, which had originally leveled off, kept falling back. Just half an hour, it went down to about $600, and after that, it just leveled off. Lin Mo saw this. When the time came, he spent over $70 billion and bought it. Only after doing so did he turn off his computer. Lin Mo, you, how do you know? Tang Kurson said with a hint of surprise. Lin Mo laughed. If I say that I'm going by my feelings, do you believe me? Tangku Xin didn't answer. At this point, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's Baffert, the god of stocks, calling. Mr. Lin, you're just too good. I put in $300 million, and in one day, I made $3 billion straight up. Over the years, I've invested all over the place, but it's the first time I've had such a high rate of return. Oh, by the way, please be assured that I've taken a long-term stake in Moutai, as you requested. I just bought 20 million shares at about $100. This stock, I believe, has a lot of upside. Lin Mo smiled and said, Mr. Baffert, hard work. Let's get together again when we're free. Baffert laughed. No, I'm over there in the meter, and there are still some things I need to take care of, so I'll see you next time. Lin Mo said with a hint of regret. Well then, next time, I'll visit you in Rice. By the way, there are a couple other things I need to ask of you. I don't know. Baffert immediately responded. Don't worry, as long as it's Mr. Lin's mandate, I'll definitely do my best. Wait, just text me the relevant things. Lin Mo hung up his cell phone, and then quickly edited the text message to the other person. Sent. This was followed by a hint of a meaningful smile. Seeing Lin Mo do so, Tang Kurson curiously said, Lin Mo, you're looking for Baffert's help? What the hell? Lin Mo smiled mysteriously, then looked deeply at Tang Kuxian and scraped the other party's nose. This, you'll know later. For now, I'll sell it. After saying that, Lin Mo quickly got up and moved his muscles, and that's when there was a knock at the door. Lin Mo quickly ran to open the door. It was dumbfounded, only to see that outside the door, Zhang Dichin was standing outside with a large group of people. Behind them, there were boxes and boxes of mutai piled up like little mountains. Dong Zhang, what are you doing? Lin Mo marveled. Zhang Dichin immediately shook Lin Mo's hand. Mr. Lin, thanks to you. If you hadn't given me the platform to address the pitfalls of negative press for us at Moutai, if you hadn't bought our company's stock and even contacted the stock god Baffert along with it, I'm afraid our Moutai would still be in a dead situation. You are truly the savior of our Moutai. Speaking here, Zhang Dichin pointed to the mountains of wine behind him and said, Mr. Lin, I have nothing to thank you for. These 10 cases of Moutai, you must keep them. These, which have been discontinued, are 50-year portions of soy-scented mutai. Future estimates are at least tens of thousands of dollars a bottle if stored for a few years. A small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Alright, I've delivered the stuff, so I won't bother you anymore. In the future, if Mr. Lin has anything, I'm obligated to do it. Throwing down these words, Zhang Dichin immediately led his men away. Only Lin Mo and Tang Kurson were left frozen in place. Holy, this chief is really willing to give up 50-year portions of soy sauce flavor type. In the future, but there is a market without price. A bottle of less than 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. 10 big boxes. That's a whole lot more than $2 million. That's a generous gift. Tang Kuxian secretly lamented. Of course, Don Corinne knew that. All this, and it's nothing. Lin Mo has made the acquaintance of the stock god Baffert, as well as the chairman of Moutai, Zhang Dichin, which is this time the biggest gain. A strong network can be far more powerful than money. Just as Tang Kurson was secretly muttering, Lin Mo, however, said, Hey, I don't drink either, and besides, my house is just this big. There's no place to put it. Just when Lin Mo didn't know what to do with the wine, his cell phone rang. It was Zhang Jie who called. What? Grandpa Zhang, is it true? Okay, I'll be right there. By the way, with some goodies for you. After saying this, Lin Mo quickly hung up his cell phone, then unwrapped 2 bottles of Moutai, carrying the wine in one hand and pulling Tang Kurson with the other, and headed downstairs. Chapter 83, bringing Tang Kuxian back to her hometown. Encountering her sister-in-law's difficulties again. Chapter 83, bringing Tang Kuxian back to her hometown. Encountering her sister-in-law's difficulties again. Lin Mo, what's going on? Why do you look so excited? Could it be that Grandpa Zhang has arranged another good investment project for you? Tang Kuxian sat on the passenger side. Seeing Lin Mo's happy face, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. It's no wonder that Don Kosin is like that. After all, half an hour ago, Lin Mo hadn't even been this excited when he dumped Moutai shares and then exploded to a profit of over $400 billion. Does it say the investment Grandpa Zhang introduced to the other party this time is worth trillions? But that's not possible. There are only a handful of companies in this world whose total market capitalization breaks the $1 trillion mark. Again, Grandpa Zhang is well connected though, but it's not as good as Baffert, the stock god. Kagome, don't ask that yet. Wait until afterward. Everything, you naturally know. When Tang Kurson saw this, she was helpless in her heart. You've learned a lesson, and you like to pretend to be mysterious? Lin Mo snorted and said, I learned this from you too. Don Corinne sighed. Come on, I'll see what it is that's worth being so happy about. Half an hour later, Zhang Jie's home arrived. Kobayashi, Kurson, you're here, huh? Zhang Jie asked with a smile. Grandpa Zhang, where's what I want? Lin Ma inquired. Zhang Jie narrowed his eyes at Lin Mo. Little Lin, what you want is naturally in my hands. I can tell you. Though, this thing, I had to ask a lot of people to get it right. Tell me, how should you repay Grandpa Zhang? Lin Mo smiled and said, Grandpa Zhang, just tell me, what do you want? Zhang Jie replied without thinking. I want you to send me a few bottles of good wine. This is not too much to ask, is it? Lin Mo nodded. Of course it's not excessive. At first, if it wasn't for Grandpa Zhang, I wouldn't have been able to grow so much. With that, Lin Mo was going to go to the trunk to get the wine. Tang Kurson, on the other hand, wondered, Grandpa, didn't you quit drinking a few years ago? What's with the sudden urge to drink? Zhang Jie grunted softly. Wine. I quit a long time ago, but I can collect it. Seeing Tang Kurson's puzzled look, Zhang Jie sighed. It's like this. Last night, wasn't it the day that Chairman Mao Tai opened the live broadcast? Master Ghost, Old Brother Lei, and a few other old buddies' kids, all tapped the wine at Zhang Dichin's live broadcast. Early this morning, these old guys called one after the other to brag to me. Even, they turned on the video straight away and showed it to me. Isn't that irritating? So yeah, I'd like you guys to honor me too, at least so I don't lose face in front of them. When Tang Kurson heard this, she couldn't help herself. She glanced at Rimmer. Lin Mo, on the other hand, laughed. Grandpa Zhang, it seems that I came at the right time. With that, he rushed to the trunk and brought the wine he had prepared in advance. Zhang Jie immediately stepped forward. At this look, he almost laughed. Kobayashi, is this a 50-year portion of Mutai? Where did you get that? My goodness, these wines, they're a rarity in the market, and the packaging is so new. Seeing Zhang Jie like this, Lin Mo smiled and said, this was given to me by Chairman Mao Tai. He sent me 10 cases, and they're all at my house now. Hearing this, Zhang Jie laughed. Good boy, that's really something. Okay, enough with you for now. I'm going to get a video with Master Ghost and the others. I want them to know that my granddaughter-in-law is much more dutiful than their sons and daughters. Seeing the other party pick up his cell phone, Lin Mo immediately said, Grandpa Zhang, what I want? Zhang Jie said, I almost forgot about this. What you want is in my study, go get it yourself. After saying that, Zhang Jie couldn't wait to send a video call to Master Ghost and started showing off. 2 minutes later, Lin Mo came out of Zhang Jie's study. Tang Kurson immediately stepped forward. Lin Mo, you came here to get something? What the hell? You hurry up and tell me, Tang Kurson said with incomparable curiosity. The mind, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless. Just now, she thought about going in with Lin Mo to take a look, but Lin Mo didn't give her a chance, had to wait outside. So, Tang Kurson went to ask Zhang Jie, but the other party, at the moment, was showing off with his old buddy and didn't ask anything. Kagome, as I said, when the time comes, you'll know, Lin Mo said mysteriously. As for now, why don't you come back home with me? After all, we've been busy with various investments during this time, and I haven't seen them in a while. Hearing this, Tang Kurson's pretty face reddened. Ha, to meet the parents. But, I'm not ready. Lin Mo smiled. Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents. Plus, you're so good looking. Are you still worried about anything? Tang Kurson sniffed and lightly hummed. Count on you to speak. Then fine. I'll begrudgingly go with you to meet my uncles and aunts. However, we can't be empty-handed for our first official meeting, so let's go to the mall first. Lin Mo laughed. There's no need to be so troublesome. My dad doesn't have any other hobbies. He just likes to drink. You and I will go back to the house and we'll carry a case of wine back. Then, I'll go to the bank and get some cash, and consider it your meet and greet gift to the second oldest. What do you think? Tang Kurson naturally didn't lack such a small amount of money. After all, Zhang Jie has made a lot of money these days. It's a transfer of over $10 million to reward her. But Lin Mo's attitude naturally made her very happy. Okay, I'll do whatever you want. 20 minutes later, the two headed straight for home. 1 hour later, Lin Mo's old home has arrived. The car just stopped. Lin Mo's father then began to set up firecrackers and then lit fireworks. For a while, there was a lot of buzz. Lin Mo. This, Tang Kurson was instantly a little embarrassed. Lin Mo smiled and said, the countryside. There are many manners. That's the rule when a girlfriend comes to a guy's house for the first time. Tang Kurson had a face that instantly turned red. Wait until the fireworks are over. Only then did Lin Mo open the car door, and the left and right neighbors, attracted by the sound of firecrackers, immediately opened their doors and looked over. At this point, Lin Mo's mother, Su Tsueyun, immediately stepped forward. Kagome, you must be tired after such a long car ride? Come on, we've got the food ready. Hurry in and eat. Oh, by the way, this is Lin Mo's father. Tang Kuxian immediately greeted. Well, let's go in first. The two entered Lin Mo's house. Lin father immediately took a red packet and went forward. Then said, Kuxian, first time meeting, this is a little token of appreciation from your aunt and I. Take it. Tang Kurson immediately said, Uncle, this can't be done. You guys keep this money. Lin Mo laughed. Kuxian, my father gave it to me, so just take it. Afterwards, he looked at his own father again before pulling out a red packet and said, Dad, this is Kuxian's meet and greet gift for you and my mom. It's a piece of his heart. You must accept it. Lin's father immediately said, there's no need to be so polite. We'll all be family from now on. At this time, Su Tsueyun came from the kitchen with dishes. Father of the child, just take it. It's a piece of the child's heart. However, when she saw the thick red envelope, Su Tsueyun immediately went forward and then returned the red envelope. Children, mean on the line. You this red envelope, too much. So, Auntie take $100. As your heart okay? The rest, you two save for emergencies. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled helplessly. Had to get mom to take it in. The atmosphere, very harmonious. However, just as Su Tsueyun opened the table for everyone to eat, outside the door, an ill-timed voice came. Yo, big brother, sister-in-law, it seems that I've come at the right time. I didn't realize that my good nephew had returned with his nephew-in-law. Ha! The one who spoke was none other than Lin Mo's little aunt, Lin Meijing. And upon seeing Tang Kurson, Lin Meijing deliberately shouted, Oops, Lin Mo, isn't your girlfriend Fong Chanshan? Since when has there been a change? A simple sentence caused the atmosphere of the scene to be instantly tinged with gunpowder. Chapter 84, Shameless Aunt, Villainous Cousin. Chapter 84, Shameless Little Aunt, Villainous Cousin. At this very moment, inside the living room, it was very quiet, and Tang Kuxian looked at Lin Meijing incredulously. Granted, on the way here, she had learned about this sister-in-law's series of tawdry maneuvers from Lin Mo, but I didn't expect it. The first time we met, the other person was so disgusted with himself. However, Tang Kuxian didn't immediately seize up. For one thing, it was because he didn't intend to affect his image in Lin Mo's parents' minds because of this long-winded woman. Secondly, she knew that Lin Mo would definitely find a chance to take out the bad anger for herself. And while Tang Kuxian was thinking about it, Lin Meijing suddenly came to Lin Mo's body, then pulled the other party's hand and said with a fake smile, girl, I'm really sorry. Little aunt, I'm a person. Right, just like to talk nonsense. What is presumptuous? You do not mind Speaking of this, Lim Mi Young looked at the table, then said, Oops, looks like I came by coincidence. I didn't expect to catch up with the big brother's family for lunch. Sister-in-law, it's okay to add a few more pairs of chopsticks, right? Although Su Tsueyun was not happy, in order to maintain the surface politeness, she immediately smiled and said, his little aunt, if I had known that you had come, I would have called you for dinner. Lin Meijing fatally said, with these words from my sister-in-law, I am relieved. She then pulled out her cell phone and dialed a number. Son, are you guys done? If you're done, come over to Great Auntie's side for dinner. Well, Great Auntie and Uncle made some good food. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Meijing then waited patiently. 5 minutes later, 7 or 8 figures, walking swiftly. This look, Lin's father and mother were confused. Even Lin Mo, at this moment, had a frowning look on his face. After all, Mom and Dad had been working all morning to entertain Tang Kurson. Results, just when Lin Mo was speechless. However, he saw Lin Mo's cousin Song Hao, with his own men, come directly to the sink to wash his hands, and then sat directly on the table. Su Tsueyun is good-tempered though, but yet, they can't stand to be bullied in their own homes either. At that moment, she stepped forward and said, Song Hao, today is the day that your cousin is coming back with his future cousin's wife, and I have only prepared. Not waiting for Su Tsueyun to finish, Song Hao said indifferently, Auntie, haven't you been thinking of calling me over for dinner before? Now that I'm here, you're kicking me out? Can't spare a single meal for my nephew? How bad it is when word gets out. I really can't. I won't eat this meal for nothing. I'll give you a bottle of good wine later. After saying that, Song Hao directly opened his men to eat. Lin Meijing immediately stepped forward. Son, you guys are exhausted in the morning, aren't you? Eat more, and when you're full, rest at your great-uncle's house, and when you're rested, you'll have the energy to inspect the construction site. Song Hao ate while saying flatly, Mom, I know, of course I'm going to inspect it. After all, it's a project worth tens of millions of dollars. If I can take it down, I can make at least a couple million. Lin Meijing sniffed and couldn't help but be pleased. My son is really outstanding. The conversation between the mother and son saw Lin's father and mother rolling their eyes. And then Su Tsueyin came to Tang Kurson. Kagome. I'm very sorry, I didn't realize. Tang Kurson said very nicely. Auntie, I've seen it all. It's fine. I'm not hungry now anyway. Su Tsueyin owed her voice. Hey, let's do it this way. When they're done eating, we'll go to a restaurant and rub a meal together. Auntie will wash some fruit for you first. In this regard, Tang Kurson naturally didn't have any opinion. But Su Tsueyin had just washed the fruit and hadn't even put it on the coffee table, when Lin Meijing suddenly picked it up. Sister-in-law, you're really too nice. Knowing that my son and the others will eat some fruit after dinner. You even washed it in advance. How embarrassing. Saying so on her lips, Lin Meijing did not look embarrassed in the slightest and directly brought the fruit to the table. When Lin Mo saw this, he could no longer endure his anger, but he was pulled back by Tang Kuxin. Kuxin, we've been bullied to this extent. I can't stand it anymore. It's okay for me to be aggravated myself, but for you to be treated like this, Tang Kurson smiled. Lin Mo. With your words, I'm relieved. But don't get too angry. You're a man of great deeds. There's no need to make a big deal out of this kind of small person. Also, clowns like to bounce, so just bounce, and consider it a free show. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Half an hour later, the table, already in disarray. Song Hao, on the other hand, had no intention of leaving his men there to chat while he headed outside, when returned with an unsealed bottle of Maotai in hand. That, great uncle, and don't say that this nephew of mine doesn't know what he's doing. This bottle of wine, it's reserved for you. There's probably 1 or 2 more in there, so you don't want to waste them. The usual, the wine you drink, it's so bad, it's time for something better. This wine, it's a couple $1,000s a bottle, and a sip costs hundreds. Enough for this meal? Lin's father was an honest farmer, but yet, he also heard the other side's insults. Immediately, he was about to step forward, but he was pulled back by Lin Mo. Dad, Song Hao is joking with you. He had a good point, though. You have labored all your life for my sake, and now, indeed, it is time for some good wine. Just in time. When I came back, my friend gave me a few cases of wine. I brought back a case for you. I'm going to get it for you now. Hear this. Song Hao snorted. Yo, cousin Lin Mo, you still have friends? I don't know. For you, what kind of wine? 99 for a case of Mutai Town? Or some other name brand? Lin Mo didn't bother answering the other party. But that Song Hao was unforgiving. He came to Lin Mo's body, then glanced at Tang Kurson before saying, Yo, can't see it, cousin Lin Mo, you're not very capable, but your girlfriend is quite pretty. He then turned the tables. Oh, yes, cousin, tell me about you. Why didn't you sell the house before and lend me the money? I would have made you money long ago if I had lent you the money. Far be it from me to say, 20 or 30 a year is a complete trifle. It's better than you being a programmer at the company now, but it's not your fault. In the beginning, my dad looked for my great-uncle to borrow money for business, but it turned out that my great-uncle insisted that this money was going to buy you a house. If you had gotten in at that point, your family would have been rich. Your family, after all, has too small a pattern. Hear this. Lin Mo only felt that the other party was ridiculous, while Tang Kurson, who was on the side, laughed. Gu, listening to what you mean by that, cousin, you're doing a big business now? I don't know. In which area are you currently rich? Asked to get to the point. Song Hao said with a smug look on his face. I am, now, a contractor at a construction site. Cloud City's Mr. Song Changyang Song, you guys know it, right? He's my big boss, and he's currently planning to develop our town. So he sent me to visit. Oh yeah, I remember that Mr. Song is also Lin Mo's cousin's high school classmate. Why don't I introduce you guys? However, Mr. Song has a lot of work to do day in and day out. Busy with the bidding for that piece of Cloud City International, so he probably doesn't have time to see a little person like you. When he said this, Song Hao simply couldn't hide the smugness on his face and the villainous look on his face. Chapter 85. You know you're a nobody. Where did you get the guts to offend Mr. Lin? Chapter 85. You know you're a nobody. Where did you get the guts to offend Mr. Lin? Oh, so, you're someone under old Song's hand. That's good. At this moment, Lin Mo had long since been unable to resist the idea of punching the other party in the face. Now that this kid had blown himself up, he naturally wouldn't let the other party off the hook. Thinking of this, Lin Mo directly dialed Song Changyang's number in front of the other party. Old Song, how is the situation over at Cloud City International? Well, it's getting ready, isn't it? Well then, that's not why I came to you this time. Under your hand, is there an employee named Song Hao? Oh, it's fine. I was just asking. I didn't know it was fine. That's all. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo had intended to knock the other side. Who knows? That's Song Hao. However, didn't believe that Lin Mo could contact Song Changyang at all. After all, the two were only high school classmates and hadn't been in touch in many years. Again, today, the status of the two men is not at all equal. Mr. Song, how is it possible to have a friendship with Lin Mo? Think about it. Song Hao said smugly. Cousin Lin Mo, it's a shame you're not an actor. You don't have any problem at all getting a movie star with this acting skill. You still know Mr. Song Changyang Song? Why don't you say that you're the owner of Rice Cellular? Lin Mo laughed. Coincidentally, I really am. On the side, Lin Meijing snorted. He didn't taunt Lin Mo. Instead, he looked at Lin's father and mother and said, Sister-in-law, it's time for you to mind your own children. Bragging is fine, but don't invite trouble. That Mr. Song Changyang Song, there is a mysterious tycoon behind him. Status and position are not comparable to you plain people. If this gets out, I'm afraid, your family, Lin Mo, won't have a foothold in Cloud City. Hearing this, Lin's father and mother were shocked. And that's when Lin Meijing looked at Tang Kerson again and said, Child, I see you're so good looking, but you're not smart. You don't want to think people are great just because they say a few bragging words. When the time comes, it will be too late to regret if you are cheated out of marriage. It's a stain on you for life. Tang Kerson naturally knew that this old woman was chewing her tongue. She smiled. Little aunt, I have a good eye for people, and I know all about Lin Mo, so I don't need you to worry about the two of us. If you really need to worry, you might as well worry about your son. I'm afraid he's going to offend a lot of people with this unseemly temper, and if the higher-ups know about it, I'm afraid, don't even mention contracting the construction site. It's not certain that we'll continue to make money. Lin Meijing glared angrily at Tang Kuxin. You, and at that moment, Song Hao went straight forward. He glared angrily at Tang Kerson. You, hurry up and apologize to my mother, or else I'll make you all suffer. Tang Kerson obviously couldn't stand the ugly faces of this mother and son anymore. Immediately, he sneered. What? Are you going to hit me? What the hell? You're allowed to jump around in Lin Mo's house, and no one is allowed to fight back? Come on. I'm standing right here. Try hitting one of me? Song Hao immediately raised his hand. I beat you. So what? After saying that, he was about to slap Tang Kuxin. And at that moment, a large, powerful hand grabbed directly on top of the opponent's wrist. Cousin, almost done. Keep it up and you're not going to get any better. Lin Mo's tone was calm though, but it's clearly moved on. Good, Lin Mo. You dare to make me lose face in front of my men. Just you wait. Turn around. I'll put in a favor and get your boss to fire you. Lin Mo sighed. He was going to point it out for personal reasons. Available results. And the other side gives A. Then you have no one to blame. However, Lin Mo's action of sighing was mistakenly thought that the former was afraid in Song Hao's eyes. Immediately, he said smugly, Lin Mo, are you afraid? Then beg me now. Lin Meijing, who was on the side, hurriedly echoed. Lin Mo, if you knew it would be today, why did you bother? I can tell you that my son's status and position is no bragging rights in Cloud City. You hurry up and give in. You may not be able to keep this job, though, and don't blame my son for being hard-hearted. Who made you offend the wrong people? Lin Mo laughed. Little aunt, with your words, I'm relieved. After saying that, Lin Mo took out his cell phone and had planned to dial Song Changyang's number. And at that moment, Song Hao's cell phone was the first to ring. Manager Zhang. Ha? You're coming to see me? It just so happens that I have something on my side that I need you to take care of. I'll send you the location right away. Hang up your cell phone. Song Hao looked at Lin Mo playfully. Lin Mo. Manager Zhang is coming soon. Next, I'll see how you end up. Manager Zhang. But he's the right-hand man under Mr. Song. The words are gone. Song Hao made a big move and immediately brought people to wait up outside. 5 minutes later, Song Hao walked over with a man in a suit and glasses. And that originally arrogant Song Hao. It was as if the initial condescension was gone. In its place, it was full of fawning. Even Lin Meijing, too. Manager Zhang. I'm really sorry. For such a small matter, I still have to trouble you. Lin Meijing had planned to go up and say hello. Who knows? Manager Zhang, however, pushed the other party away directly. Then he came straight to Lin Mo's body. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, my people. Manager Zhang trembled. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's fine. these are all trivial matters. Whereas Tang Kerson said, Lin Mo, this is not a trivial matter. People are going to make you lose your job. That's it. A relative? Where's a little bit of kinship in that? Hear that? Manager Zhang was in a cold sweat. He looked to Song Hao, and at this moment, Song Hao, too, obviously sensed that something was wrong. He quickly said, Manager Zhang, this. Manager Zhang coldly looked at the other party, then said, do you know my position under General Manager Song? Song Hao was confused, but then replied, Manager Zhang, you are a big cadre in Mr. Song's business, besides Mr. Song and several vice presidents and general managers. You are the biggest, and I, just a nobody under your hand. Song Hao had thought that his boastful words would ease the atmosphere a little. Nevertheless, Manager Zhang said coldly, since you know you're just a nobody, how dare you mess with Mr. Lin, the investor behind Mr. Song? Mr. Lin, not only is he the boss of Mr. Song, but he's also the boss of Rice Mobile, as well as Beep Station, Chopsticks Hands, and even Zhao Dongfei of Zhao's real estate company in Liansheng. How dare you offend him? What? Song Hao was struck by lightning. The whole thing is silly. He glanced at Lin Mo and was inwardly shocked. Lin Ma, the big boss behind his own backer's backer? And the rice company, really, is a business under his hand. How is this possible? The mind is incredible though. But Song Hao knew that Manager Zhang would never joke around. And that's when Lin Meijing pulled Song Hao, then came to Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, just now it was little ant. Lin Mo smiled. Little ant, now you know to beg me? Don't worry, I'm not that cheap. After a pause, Lin Mo mimicked Lin Meijing's tone just now. However, Song Hao, this job may not be able to keep it. Little ant, don't blame me for being hard-hearted. Who made you offend the wrong person? Lin Meijing, mother and son, wanted to cry. Chapter 86, Entering the Biopharmaceutical Industry, Developing China's Tumor-Targeted Drugs. Chapter 86, Entering Biopharmaceuticals, Developing Tumor-Targeting Drugs Belonging to China. Half an hour later, Manager Zhang left with his people after announcing the dismissal of Song Hao. As for those guys who come to Lin Mo's house for freeloading, there will also be a punishment of wage deduction. Only Lin Meijing and Song Hao, however, stood there with a deadpan face, begging for Lin Mo's forgiveness. It's just a shame. Lin Mo, however, didn't pay any attention to the other party at all. After all, that Song Hao had verbally humiliated his parents before. Moreover, there was an attempt to hit Tang Coxin. These are Lin Mo's scales. Auntie, can I help you clear the table? When the house gets busy, we'll go to town. My treat. Well, Su Tsueyun laughed. Coxin, you're a guest. How can I let you clean up? Tang Kerson said with a red face. Sooner or later, we'll be a family, so there's no need to be outgoing, right? Su Tsueyun was all happy and blooming. Well, I can't say no to that. Let's clean up together as a mother. Soon the table was cleared of the leftovers. At this point, Tang Kerson suddenly gave the Mao Tai wine that Song Hao had brought, unsealed, to Lin's father. Lin father immediately took it, then came to Song Hao and said, Song Hao, your filial piety, uncle appreciates it, but my son is making a name for himself now, so I'm not going to drink what's left of people's wine, and how humiliating would it be for my son if it got out? As for the wine, don't waste it, it's hundreds of dollars a sip, and, in the future, you may not be able to drink it. As he said this, Lin's father was secretly happy. He was honest in character though, but yet, he knew what his little sister as well as this nephew was. Now, it is natural to be happy to be able to export the bad anger. And that's when Lin Mo laughed. Dad, if it's alcohol, we have to be moderate. As it happens, I've brought you wine on my return this time, and I'm moving it over here for you. 2 minutes later, a box of 50-year-old Mao Tai appeared in the living room. Son, why are you bringing me Mao Tai? And it's a whole case. That's worth a lot of money, isn't it? Lin Mo smiled and said, Dad, don't worry, this wine, I still have 8 more cases on my side, all from friends, and it's not that expensive. Lin father glanced at Lin Mo, then lightly hummed, your kid can hide other things from me, but this matter, you can't fool me. This wine, I've seen it online before, it's $20,000 to $30,000 a bottle, and it will probably appreciate in the future. Wouldn't I be spoiling it by drinking it? Tell you what, I'll keep these wines for you, and I'll unwrap them later when my grandson or granddaughter is born. Lin Mo smiled. After a pause, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the phone number of Zhang Deqin, the chairman of Mao Tai. Mr. Zhang, the wine you gave me is too expensive for my dad to drink. How about this? I'll buy a few cases of Mao Tai wine from you and then laboriously arrange for someone to deliver it to my home. Is that okay? Zhang Dichin on the other end of the phone laughed. Mr. Lin, aren't you being polite? Ordinary Mao Tai wine. I still have some stock here. Where are you now? I'll have someone from the branch send it to you. Also, tell your father that, from now on, we in Mao Tai will send him wine at every New Year's festival. Half an hour later, a van quickly appeared. A few employees brought boxes of Mao Tai wine and stacked them within the living room. See this. Lin Meijing and Song Hao were completely stunned. It should be noted that nowadays, because of the fading of the plasticizer fiasco, the Mao Tai wine is a big seller. Even the most common wines are very hard to come by. And the bottle Song Hao drank was still the one he grabbed on the air. He felt that it was a status symbol. However, so present to him. As a result, there are people giving them away in boxes. Especially since Linma has several cases of 50-year-old portions. One bottle. It was more than his previous month's salary. At this very moment, Song Hao regretted it. After all, this is the closest you'll ever come to capitalizing. If he could get on good terms with Lin Mo, the other party would surely bring him money. But such an opportunity was stifled in the cradle. As Song Hao pondered, Lin Mo's flat voice came out. Little auntie, cousin Song Hao. What? Are you still planning to have dinner at my house? Why don't I have my mom make it and serve it to you guys? Hear this. Lin Meijing Lima pulled Song Hao and left the place in a sorry state. Looking at the duo's distant figures, Lin's father couldn't bear to say, Son, if we do this to Song Hao, will we be able to do it? Su Tzuayan didn't have the good sense to say, You're just too honest. That's why you're being bullied. Let me ask you, what would be waiting for your son if he didn't have the status he has now? Do you think that Lin Meijing and Song Hao will let their son go? They just owe it to themselves. When Father Song heard this, he immediately ran out of rebuttals. Eventually, all that could be said was to spit. Good point, they deserved it. Alright, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's hurry up and go to town. Don't starve our future daughter-in-law. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a restaurant in town. Lin Mo had planned to order food, but that's when his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. When it was answered, a slightly timid voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you at this time. It's like this, Mr. Song has a friend who studied overseas and recently returned home. He told Mr. Song that he plans to open a research facility for biopharmaceuticals. What is being studied is tumor-targeting drugs, and this time, he brought a number of specialists who have studied abroad, prestigious celebrity doctors who are authorities in surgery, and a number of presences who specialize in drug research. What Mr. Song means is for me to arrange, you see, when we can meet. Lin Mo's heart burst with joy when he heard this. It is important to realize that there is also a huge bottleneck in biopharmaceuticals in the country at the moment. The reason for this, naturally, is the technological blockade by Rice and other countries. So there is a huge shortfall in terms of instrumentation, in terms of equipment and in terms of research. And Lin Mo, because he learned from the future voice that his mother, and what Song Changyang had introduced, Lin Mo trusted 100%. By the way, that friend, what's his name? Lin Mo inquired. Manager Zhang immediately said, his name is Zhang Yuntao, and he was originally an authority on the heart in the meter. He's treated a lot of tough cases. Also, a PhD in biopharmaceuticals. Hear this. Lin Mo's heart was instantly delighted. After all, when I first heard the future voice earlier, I learned that in that future world, my mother had a bad heart and needed a heart bypass. This matter had been on Lin Mo's mind. Now that there was such a good opportunity, he naturally couldn't miss it. Just as Lin Mo was about to open his mouth, a heartfelt voice from the future suddenly came to his ears. Chapter 87, Entering the Medical Industry. It's not important whether it makes money or not. For the benefit of Huaxia. Chapter 87, Entering the Medical Industry. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not. For the benefit of Huaxia. Speaking of this Zhang Yuntao, he is a marvelous medical practitioner. He grew up with excellent grades because his father had a heart condition. So, knowing what he was doing, he enrolled in a related program after school. His family is not well off, but because he excelled in college, he interned at the hospital early on with his professors in his specialty courses. During his internship years, he learned many lessons, and this, in turn, provided a solid foundation for his later development in medicine. In 2004, his father was seriously ill and was introduced to a specialist in the MFCOM industry by his mentor, and that expert made a condition, saying that as long as Zhang Yuntao goes with him to develop in the rice country in the next 10 years, he can cure his father's heart disease for free. Zhang Yuntao's family is not very good, cannot pay the high cost of surgery, in the end, can only agree to this request. Thus, Zhang Yuntao took root in rice, and in 10 years, published countless papers, and the surgeries it performed had an extremely high success rate. There have been several surgical procedures that have been studied by major surgical authorities in the country and even used as teaching material. More than that, Zhang Yuntao is also committed to the development of biopharmaceuticals, with great achievements in tumor-targeting drugs, as well as heart-specific drugs. It's just a shame that before the heart medication was available, my mom, that Fong Qianqian really deserves to die. Lin Mo listened to all this in silence. The mind was shaken to its core. After all, it's an indisputable fact that my mother has a bad heart. And this Zhang Yuntao, in heart surgery, as well as biopharmaceuticals, had such outstanding achievements. If one can invest in the other person, let the other party develop a special drug for heart disease in advance. To a lesser extent, his own mother will not be plagued by the disease. And on a larger scale, this is a great boon to heart disease patients in the whole of China, and even around the world. Think about it. Lin Mo had already decided in his heart that no matter if he lost money or not, he must invest. This is something that will benefit the whole world. And Tang Kerson, who was on the side, saw Lin Mo's silence. She immediately said, Lin Mo, if you want to go, go, it's just as well. While you're busy, I'll go around with my aunt and uncle. After all, it's my first time here, so says the mouth. But Tang Kerson had something else in mind, only because, just now, the system released a new task for her. That is, for Lin Mo to invest in Zhang Yuntao. When that happens, the system will trigger a whole new reward. Of course, the system is still in the process of calculating how much revenue can be gained by investing in Zhang Yuntao. But Tang Kuxian didn't care about that. After all, she knew Lin Mo's character. This investment in the healthcare industry is only for Su Cueyun's heart disease, and the research of targeted cancer drugs. This is, truly, an investment that benefits all of humanity. Though, in biopharmaceuticals, rice, as well as several other countries, have made major breakthroughs. The price of the drug, however, is ridiculously expensive, and Huaxia, for now, has dabbled in it though. However, because of the need to buy expensive equipment from abroad, its price, too, is far beyond the affordability of the average family. Thinking of this, Tang Kishing looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, Lin Mo, just do what you want. I trust your vision. Lin Mo nodded slightly, immediately sent a message to manager Zhang to arrange a meeting place. And so, 10 minutes later, Lin Mo arrived inside a local food restaurant in the town. Mr. Lin, you're here? Manager Zhang said with a big smile, nervous as hell. Apparently, he was still a little embarrassed by the fact that Song Hao had offended Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand and smiled. Manager Zhang, what happened before? Let's call it a day. And in the future, let's pretend it didn't happen. Well, there's nothing more for you to do here, so go about your business. With that, he looked at Zhang Yuntao on the side and said, for the next matter, just leave it to me in Dr. Jiang. Wait for manager Zhang to leave. Lin Mo followed Zhang Yuntao and entered the private room of the Earthen Cuisine restaurant. The two just sat down. Lin Mo's cell phone then rang. It was Song Qianyang who called. Lin Mo, have you met with John yet? I can tell you, you have to take this investment. I can't promise you how much money you'll make with this, but once taken, you are the savior of many cancer as well as heart disease patients. If one lives a life, if one can make money and still benefit the people, contribute to the society and give one's share to the development of one's own country, that's what makes life worth living. Lin Mo laughed and said, Old Song, you kid, why did you steal my lines? Don't worry, I've already met with Dr. Kong, we'll have a good conversation. Also, I'm not as shallow as you think I am, okay? Song Qianyang on the other end of the phone couldn't help but laugh. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo immediately looked at Zhang Yuntao in front of him and said, Brother Jiang, I'm very happy to meet you. Zhang Yuntao hurriedly waved his hand and said, Mr. Lin, I don't dare to be worthy of it. You'd better call me Dr. Jiang. Lin Mo laughed. There are no outsiders here. And you, being a friend of Old Song, and Old Song and I, being on good terms. So, just don't be a stranger. Zhang Yuntao nodded slightly. After the two of them briefly chatted for a few moments, Lin Mo went straight to the point. Brother Jiang, I, for one, am a little white in medical pharmacology. What I can do is give enough financial support. So, I have only one question. Have there been any breakthroughs in the biopharmaceutical research facility you're starting? Or does it all start at zero? The researchers in this organization, have you thought about anything other than that? Lin Mo said all the problems he could think of in one breath. Face these. Zhang Yuntao replied. Mr. Lin, I've been a surgeon for many years, and at the same time, I've also studied the field of biopharmaceuticals on the side. My current research direction, there are only two things. Number 1, targeted cancer drugs. Secondly, potent drugs for the heart. Saying that, Zhang Yuntao took out 2 documents from among his accompanying briefcase. Lin Mo opened it. Together, the 2 documents were at least 10 centimeters thick. Lin Mo opened one of the copies. Inside this, there is a dense text. Although Lin Mo couldn't read it, he could feel that among the documents was all of Zhang Yuntao's efforts. And that's when Zhang Yuntao continued. I intend to conduct other aspects of research after I have conquered the cancer targeting drug as well as the special drug for the heart. For example, leukemia specials, hemangioma specials. Granted, these are currently available both at home and abroad, but because they are expensive, they are simply not affordable to the average person. What I hope is that there are fewer patients in this world who are afflicted by illness. When he said this, Zhang Yuntao's face was full of exuberance, giving off a feeling of boiling blood. Chapter 88, Helping Lin Mo, Automobile Automation Super Production Workshop. Chapter 88, Helping Lin Mo, Automobile Automation Super Production Workshop. A full 2 hours later, only then did Lin Mo bid farewell to Zhang Yuntao. During that time, the two talked a lot. For example, pricing in medicine. Whether or not the special effect medicine developed by Zhang Yuntao will be included in the scope of medical insurance. And Zhang Yuntao, in order to express his sincerity, contacted his partners abroad who used to work together in front of Lin Mo and asked them to join his research organization. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately did not hesitate and directly promised the other party to invest $10 billion after they had registered the relevant business license. To this, Zhang Yuntao was thrilled. After all, this time, he came to Lin Mo with the attitude of giving it a try, and the amount of his intended investment is in the neighborhood of $1 billion. If Lin Mo felt bad about it, even 500 million would be fine. Available results. The other side doesn't sound like it's a big deal. Say goodbye to Zhang Yuntao. Lin Mo had planned to contact Tang Kersen, but then, the other side of the phone, the first to call. Lin Mo, how's it going on your side? Don Corinne inquired. Lin Mo smiled and said, don't worry, on my side, everything is taken care of. I invested $10 billion. Lin Mo clearly heard the sound of Tang Kersen sucking in cool air when he finished saying this. Lin Mo was all prepared for Tang Kuxin to accuse himself. Nevertheless, Tang Kersen laughed. Lin Mo, you're really something, but I raise my hands in favor of your decision. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Where are you? I'm done shopping with my aunt and uncle. Now I'm going to find you? Lin Mo laughed. How are you getting along with your future in-laws? Tang Kersen didn't have the good sense to say, screw you, I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Plus, I'm not allowed to pay a rewarding fee if I call my in-laws, auntie and uncle's money. However, can't be touched, so for this money, you'll have to do it for them. Lin Mo smiled and said, I'm totally fine with it. The two simply got tired of each other. And then, Lin Mo told the other party his location. Waited 10 minutes. Tang Kuxin then drove here. He quickly got in the car. It was dumbfounded. Just the passenger seat, with the big bag. On top of that, those gift boxes were piled high on the seats where his own parents were. Kersen, you guys are going to move the supermarket? Lin Mo was somewhat speechless. Su Tsueyun, on the other hand, was all smiles as she said, this is just where it's at. There's more in the trunk. Lin Mo secretly shook his head. Needless to say, this was definitely Tang Kersen's handiwork. Lin Mo, don't blame me for being a spendthrift. And no, I didn't buy it haphazardly. These, all year-round clothes. Besides that, there are covers, towels, toothbrushes, and so on. I just thought, I guess, that it wouldn't be appropriate for me to come empty-handed on my first visit. Rimmer sighed, but there was no accusation of the other side. At heart, it was quite happy. After all, the family is happy, so that you can start your own business with peace of mind, right? And that's when Tang Kersen inquired. Lin Mo, on Zhang Yuntao's side, when will the registration of the Biopharmaceutical Research Institute be taken care of? Lin Mo was a bit strange. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Tang Kersen explained. It's like this. While you were chatting with Zhang Yuntao, I chatted with that mysterious high person and voiced your investment intentions. The other side is so in favor of this, that they intend to help you. She said that she knows some special channels that can help you get a full set of instruments for biopharmaceuticals, as well as related materials. As long as Zhang Yuntao takes his research data and puts it into it, it can be put into production. And biopharmaceuticals researched with these instruments have an almost 100% success rate as long as the data is correct. As she said this, Tangku Xin secretly sighed. Obviously, she didn't expect that the system would be so powerful this time. That reward for completing the mission. Surprisingly, it's a full production facility. And with the equipment gifted by the system, Tang Kurson believed that targeted cancer medicine, as well as the special medicine for heart disease, would definitely be completed in a very short period of time, as Tang Kurson pondered. At this moment, Lin Mo, on the other hand, was filled with dismay. He smiled and said, Kurson, that high person's connections are too powerful, aren't they? Earlier, I took down the Rice cell phone company, and the production line she gave made a major breakthrough in the chip industry, which was originally at a standstill. And now, giving me a full production line for biopharmaceuticals? Seeing the other party's look, Tang Kurson couldn't help but laugh. Lin Mo, I know you're excited, but don't get excited yet, because there's something else I need to talk to you about. You remember investing in Xia Qianfan, don't you? Lin Mo nodded. This is something that he naturally remembers. After all, it was only yesterday that he himself used several tens of billions of dollars and invested in the other side. The purpose is precisely to enter the new energy automobile industry. Kagome, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Lin Mo inquired curiously. Tang Kurson said mysteriously, this matter, I also spoke to that high person, and that high person said that as long as Xia Qianfan finalizes the company's site, then, he can send you a new energy vehicle automated super production workshop. What? Lin Mo was dumbstruck. He looked at Tang Xin and said, Xin, you're not kidding? Tang Kurson said seriously, there's something about investment. When have I ever joked with you? Lin Mo sniffed with anticipation. After all, if the other party could really get it, the new energy vehicle automated super production workshop, then, one can save many R&D dollars. More than that, it can also greatly shorten the cycle time of new energy vehicle production. By then, won't sales be crunching? Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but hold Tang Kurson's small face and was about to kiss it. And at that moment, Lin's father in the back seat coughed dryly, and Su Tsuayan even covered her mouth and laughed. If you guys want to kiss, wait until you go home and kiss enough. But, for now, let's just hurry home, shall we? Lin Mo looked embarrassed, and in the end, he could only let go of Tang Kurson and smiled at each other. Half an hour later, the four returned home. Rimmer had just put down the contents of the car. At this point, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's Xia Qianfan calling. Lin Mo just connected. Xia Qianfan immediately said, Mr. Lin, I have already registered the appropriate procedures on my side. More than that, we spent $300 million and bought an automobile manufacturing plant. I'm going to use this as our temporary production base for the time being, and then we'll figure out a way to expand and build that supercar factory. Hearing this, Lin Mo was happy. Tang Kurson, on the other hand, immediately inquired about the exact location of that automobile production plant. Tuzi, quick, I want to extract that new energy vehicle automated super production workshop. Tang Kurson said darkly. Ding, the system is handing out rewards. After 2 hours, the rewards will be distributed to the designated location. Chapter 89, Autonomous Driving System with 12nm Automotive Center Control Chip. Chapter 89, Autonomous Driving System with a 12nm Automotive Center Control Chip. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo bid farewell to his parents and returned to Cloud City. Kagome, why don't I take you back first? It's been a long day of tossing and turning. You must be tired. Lin Mo smiled. Tang Kurson shook her head. No, I also want to see what that automated automobile production plant is really like. Lin Mo smiled helplessly, and that's when his hand went into his pocket. He had planned to take out the things he had brought from Zhang Jie and give them to Tang Kurson in advance, but on second thought, I finally decided to bide my time. Good, let's go through it together. Lin Mo said with a smile. Drive straight to your destination. Come outside the automobile manufacturing plant bought by Xia Qianfan. Lin Mo had just gotten out of the car when he saw a large truck, parked outside the plant, where a group of figures wearing masks and special black overalls were busy. When the last box of materials had been carried, the black overalls figure at the head arrived in front of Lin Mo. Mr. Lin Mo, what you asked for, we've already delivered and finished assembling and debugging. This is the instruction manual, and this is the checklist. Sign it, and you're done. Lin Mo took the USB flash drive handed over by the other party, then glanced at the list and was filled with amazement. Simply because, among this automated production plant, the design of various component modules is included. Battery components, engine, and center console system, all in one place. Not only that, but this workshop, too, is capable of inspecting as well as repairing automobiles. My God, that's too much, isn't it? Lin Mo secretly lamented. 1 minute later, Lin Ma finished signing. The group of men in black, driving away in a big van. Lin Mo, on the other hand, couldn't wait to get inside the automobile production plant. A whole production line jumps out at you. Lin Mo and Tang Kersen opened their mouths wide in surprise. Equally surprised were Xia Qianfan and his team. Boss, where did you get this from? Xia Qianfan inquired with incomparable dismay. Lin Mo smiled and said, you don't need to know. Anyway, I'll ask you one thing. With this automated production line, plus so many elite teams under your hand, how long will it take for the first new energy car belonging to us to come out? Xia Qianfan smiled mysteriously. Then he pulled Lin Mo to a computer. With a piece of information open, Lin Mo immediately brightened up. It's a design of a car that looks very cool, has perfect streamlining and a lot of space inside. Boss, this is the first new energy sports coupe we've ever designed. This car is designed for young people. I'm sure it will lead the way once it comes out. Lin Mo then opened the second as well as the third design. This one, a business car, was built specifically for people in business. And then there's this one, a coupe for women. Other than that, there are SUV models. Xia Qianfan finished the introduction one by one, and then took out the details of 3 different configurations. Lin Mo couldn't help but nod slightly after reading them one by one. And then, his gaze fell on Tang Kersen. Kersen, a few other cars? I can make some slight comments. I wonder if you have any thoughts after seeing this lady's coupe? Lin Mo inquired. Tang Kersen thought about it and smiled. Mr. Xia, this lady coupe of yours, when will it be available? I'm going to be your first client. But before that, can you give me an overview of what this car has to offer? Xia Qianfan smiled. Tang, this car, there are 3 versions. The high-end version, the normal version as well as the low-end version. One of them, the high-end version, is powered by. Xia Qianfan kept using specialized terminology to introduce it to Tang Kersen in as much detail as possible. But Tang Kersen was listening to the clouds. Lin Mo secretly laughed. Xia Qianfan's set of professional sales jargon was naturally no problem for men. But anyone who knows anything about cars knows that. But for Tang Kersen, I'm afraid it's a bit hard to understand. It was like Tang Kersen taking many lipsticks and asking Lin Mo to differentiate the color numbers of the lipsticks. I'm afraid Tang Kersen can clearly distinguish the various color codes, but in Lin Mo's eyes, I'm afraid there's only one answer. All red. Well, Kagome. Why don't you let me translate for you? The car designed by Mr. Xia not only looks good, but the interior was also designed by professionals. Its subject, which is to give the client a girly heart. It drives a long way and charges quickly. Not only that, but there are sensors in here. For example, the car detects the distance to the car in front of you and alerts you if it's too close. Not only that, but it drives itself. Tang Kersen had a dazed look on her face. When you say it like that, I understand. Well, this car, once it comes out, I'll be the first to buy it. Tang Xin said with an expectant face. Xia Qianfan, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. Boss, Xia Qianfan was so surprised that he couldn't even speak. Lin Mo smiled and said, Mr. Xia, it's not your fault. After all, you explained the car's performance to a girl. It's like when a girl tells you that lipstick is good, and you hear it, and you're on cloud 9. But it also gives us a reminder that, in the future, women's models of cars will be matched by specialized women's sales, which will save a lot of work. Then, Lin Mo's words changed. But now, I have another question, and that is the pricing of these new energy vehicles. Xia Qianfan paused and immediately took out a list. Lin Mo looked closely. While on the sidelines, Xia Qianfan explained. The pricing of a car is determined by many factors. Production costs, branding, market demand, and transportation costs, taxes. In addition to that, there are repairs and maintenance. So, my idea is to make sure that the profit on each car is around $12,000, so that the low-end version of the car sells for $150,000, and the high-end version. Nevertheless, Lin Mo shook his head and said, doing business requires long-term thinking. The car you designed is currently produced by very few people in China. Once it's launched, it's bound to cause a stir. Tell you what, let's either do nothing, or let's do something big. When the cars go on sale, you'll take the cost of these cars and just release them to the public, and then clearly write down that for one car, throwing out all costs, we're only going to make $2,000. I'm not doing this because I don't want to make money. After all, this company, at the moment, doesn't have any branding. The first step is to sell at a thin profit. The second step is to gradually dominate the market. And the third step is to bring the profit to the same level as the other automobile producers. Xia Qianfan sniffed. Inside, it shook me to my core. Eventually, he said seriously. Boss, I know, the price will be as you said. I do have one more question, though. The biggest draw of these cars is the autonomous driving. Although, we have developed the appropriate center control software, yet, there is a lack of chips. When Lin Mo heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, I thought something was wrong? Chips, huh? What level do you need? Xia Qianfan responded. It would naturally be best if it could be 17 nanometers in size. Even if it doesn't, 28 nanometers. It's not impossible. Lin Mo laughed again. Mr. Xia, you're too unambitious, aren't you? 28 nanometer. 17 nanometer class chips simply won't do. I'll give you a 12 nanometer chip. What do you think? What? Xia Qianfan's eyes instantly widened. Chapter 90 Official Announcement of Domestic 14 nanometer chip. The Rice Panic? 90 chapters of the official announcement of domestic 14 nanometer chip. The United States panic? Half an hour later, Lin Mo took Tang Kersen and left the automobile production workshop. At this moment, Tang Kersen was staring blankly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you just said that you're going to equip the new energy car produced by Xia Qianfan with a 12 nanometer chip. Is that true or not? Tang Kersen said with a hint of incredulity. Lin Mo said smilingly, of course it's true. Can I joke around about this kind of thing? Tang Kuxian didn't say anything. The mind, however, wondered. After all, as far as he knew, the current chip from the Rice Mobile Phone Company had only just been developed to the 14 nanometer level. But Lin Mo, he promised Xia Qianfan a 12 nanometer chip? Granted, between the two, there is only a 2 nanometer difference, but with each other, it is very difficult to cross. Kagome, don't ask about that yet, Lin Mo said smilingly. Now, it's late, so I'll talk to you when we get back. Tang Kersen bristled. You guy, pretending to be mysterious with me again? Her mouth said so, but Tang Kersen didn't continue to ask, but obediently came to sit on the co-pilot. When the two returned home, it's already 9:30 p.m. Tang Kersen had long been tired because she had accompanied Lin Mo on a day's run, so after washing up, she rested. Lin Mo, on the other hand, carefully closed the door to the other's room, then went to his room and called Lei Xiaojun, the person in charge of the Rice cell phone. Mr. Lei, you just sent me a message saying that the Rice phone chip has been the chip's process technology compressed to 10 nanometers. Is it true or false? Lin Ma inquired. Lei Xiaojun said seriously. Boss, as good as fake. By the time this morning rolled around, we had the required 17 nanometer scale chip completed. Originally, I was going to give everyone a half-day vacation. After all, it's been a long time, and everyone's been working overtime. But Old Wu said he needed to use the chip line. What he means is that now that the 17 nanometer chip is complete, and the 14 nanometer, it's capable of mass production. So, he's going to keep trying to see if he can use this production line to develop 12 nanometer or even 10 nanometer chips. Originally, I guess, Old Wu was just taking a chance, but as it turned out, after 10 failures, the 12 nanometer scale chip was successfully developed and is compatible with current cell phone systems. The production of 10 nanometer scale chips, however, was not so easy. But with Lao Wu's persistence, it was finally, after the 50th failure, produced. After a pause, Lei Xiaojun continued. Boss, I have an idea. The online and offline sales channels for Rice 4 have, for now, stabilized. I'm going to strike while the iron is hot and then produce Rice 5, Rice 6 one after the other. The Rice 5 comes with a 14 nanometer class chip and the Rice 6 comes with a 10 nanometer class chip. In this way, we, Rice Mobile, can occupy the low, medium and high-end cell phone markets. After hearing what Lei Xiaojun said, Lin Mo smiled without saying anything. He naturally understood why Lei Xiaojun was like that. After all, one has invested tens of billions of dollars in the Rice Phone Company, saved it from the brink of bankruptcy. Not only that, the chip production line gifted by that high-ranking person also solved the problem of the sanctions imposed by Rice. At this moment, Lei Xiaojun couldn't wait to make achievements immediately. But, Lin Mo, however, was in no hurry. Money is naturally to be made. No one is too rich, but the road has to be taken one step at a time, and the food has to be eaten one bite at a time. The 14, 12, and 10 nanometer scale chips are Lin Mo's biggest cards at the moment. If all the cards are revealed at once, what's next? Do you want to eat the same old food? Further, take the current cell phone industry. It's already considered a very high-end phone to have a 17 nm class chip, fully capable of handling all software currently available on the application market. Very smooth. Think about it. Lin Mo admonished. Mr. Lei, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. For now, we only sell the Rice 4. As for the Rice 5 you mentioned, we can release its conceptual design in advance. Wait until next year for this one. Of course, I know, now that you're all dried up. So, I'll just explain a couple of your tasks. For the first task, you go and contact 5-Star Cellular, MediaTek, and Taiwan Machinery and Electronics, and say, we can OEM 14nm class chips for them. However, the prerequisite is that the OEMs must be of Chinese origin. For the second task, you go contact AMSL and say, we need to go in for 2 EUV lithography machines. If they'll sell to me, then we'll give them a tour of our chip production line, and maybe we can get them to develop a higher-end photolithography machine. As for the third task, naturally, it is to officially announce the news of the 14nm class chip's introduction. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Lei Xiaojun on the other end of the phone was a bit stunned for a while. Lin Mo smiled and said, Mr. Lei, 10nm and 12nm grade chips, only we can produce them at the moment, so this naturally cannot be shared. This is our biggest card. As for the 17nm class chip, it's currently shared by Intel, so I'm afraid we can't get this patent. In exchange for the EUV lithography, taken care of. EUV lithography, at the moment, is just what we need. We can't do mass production without this. Although, it hurts me a lot to license out the 14nm class chip manufacturing process. There is no other way to negotiate with AMSL except this. Of course, there are a few other considerations why I'm doing this. After all, because of our counter-sanctions, today's Intel, Gao Tong, and 5-Star Cellular are all screwed together. Together, I'm afraid they'll be able to develop the process technology for 14nm scale chips in less than half a year. But if we go ahead and work with 5-Star Cellular, TSMC, and MediaTek, they'll be able to dominate the market early. Our biggest enemy is the semiconductor companies in the U.S. As long as there are enough benefits to turn the enemy's friends into our friends, it will naturally dismantle their cooperation. And no matter what kind of business it is, it's all about profit. Lin Mo didn't continue. He believed that Lei Xiaojun, on the other end of the phone, must have understood his intentions. Sure enough, after a short silence, Lei Xiaojun smiled and said, Boss, I know. Tonight, I'll prepare the announcement overnight, and then I'll notify Zhou Yuan from Beep Station, Su Hua from Chopstick's Hands, and the others to help with the promotion together. Tomorrow, I will announce that we, China, already have an independently developed 14nm class chip. Hearing Lei Xiaojun's promise, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Hang up your cell phone. He quickly washed up. Oh, once the 14nm class chip is officially announced, those semiconductor companies in the United States will definitely panic. With such anticipation, Lin Mo quickly fell asleep and spent the night speechless. Blink. The day has come for the official announcement of a 14nm class chip for the Rice phone. Chapter 91 Splash of traffic cannot be wasted to promote the domestic new energy coupe. Chapter 91 Splash of traffic cannot be wasted to promote domestic new energy coupe. 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Mo was still immersed in a beautiful dream. At that moment, an exclaiming voice came from the side. I'll go. Lin Mo. Wake up. Lin Mo opened his hazy sleeping eyes and saw Tang Kuxan sitting beside him. Because of the excitement, a face held red. Kagome. What's wrong with you? Lin Mo inquired curiously. Tang Kursan immediately said, Lin Mo. Don't ask so many questions first. Just hurry up and open your cell phone and look at the Chopstick's Hands and Beeping Station. Lin Mo nodded, then opened his chopstick hand. Soon, Lin Mo saw Lei Xiaojun's figure. At the moment, the broadcast is just beginning, but the number of people in its live broadcast room, surprisingly, went straight to 2 million. I'll go. Lin Mo woke up at once. Granted, he had long predicted that the number of people online would break the previous record for today's live broadcast, but I didn't realize it was this high. Lin Mo was in a daze. That's when his cell phone rang. He quickly opened the Wizards group chat. He saw Su Hua and Zhou Yuan, reporting the results of the battle. Zhou Yuan, boss, between 10 o'clock yesterday and now, the registered users of our beeping station have exceeded 10 million. Su Hua, boss, the number of downloads of Chopstick's Hands has exceeded 5 million in just 10 hours. No, it's about to reach 6 million. Lin Mo was dumbstruck. At the moment, he was in a daze. What the hell is going on? It's no wonder Lin Mo is like this. Although, during this time, several of Lin Mo's software have been promoting each other. On top of that, paid for the push stream. But even so, nor is it possible to be so effective in just 10 hours or so. Just as Lin Mo was puzzled. At this time, because the product is not yet online, so has been diving. Zhang Ming suddenly sent a screenshot in the group. Lin Mo was astonished. Lin Mo, Zhang Ming, the headline of the day. You've already publicized it? Zhang Ming, boss, Now that Zhou Yuan and Su Hua both have a war chest, if I don't work harder, won't I be pulled further and further away from them? Lin Mo, very good. Next, I will focus on promoting the headline of the day, and then we will all work together. Zhang Ming, no need. Boss, I have already promoted successfully. Today, the number of users of the day headline, there are more than 3 million. Not only that, there are many self-media accounts, began to operate. Lin Ma, he was surprised and delighted. This Zhang Ming is really as good as his name. It's not a hit, it's a hit. Just as Lin Mo was planning to ask Zhang Ming how he managed to make such an achievement in a short period of time, Zhang Ming's message was the first to appear in the group. Zhang Ming, boss, this software, the reason why it can get 3 million downloads is thanks to Mr. Lei of Demi Mobile. Lin Mo was even more strange, and at that moment, a voice from Zhang Ming had been sent to the group. Lin Mo was a bit dumbfounded after hearing this, and at the same time, it became clear to him why Lin Mo's several software programs had gained such achievements. Original. After Lei Xiaojun talked to Lin Mo last night, he had been thinking about how he could spread the impact of this live broadcast to the maximum. He thought about it and finally came up with a solution. That's contacting the stock god Baffert. After all, before, the stock god Baffert came to Cloud City and was photographed by a number of reporters as he was leaving. So, it became the topic of conversation at the end of the day. Many people have been speculating about the other party's sudden visit to China. Among them, the most profitable, naturally, is the Maotai wine. And after Lei Xiaojun contacted Baffert, he directly stated his request. That is, he wanted the other party to make a video explaining the purpose of his coming to China. Incidentally, he also had the other party introduce the industries under Lin Mo. And because Lin Mo had brought him money before, Baffert didn't refuse. Later, Lei Xiaojun took this video and sent it privately to Zhou Yuan, Zhang Ming and the others. Then start promoting it around. This is what has created the present-day prosperity of several of Lin Mo's software. Sorting out the ins and outs, Lin Mo immediately opened Chopstick's hands, and sure enough, he swiped Baffert's original video. Granted, Baffert was speaking in Eagle, but underneath, there was a corresponding translation, especially when the other party introduced Lin Mo's software. Not only are there large letters marked in red, but there's even an icon of the program next to it. And what made Lin Mo feel most dismayed was, Baffert went so far as to focus on the Rice phone and Lei Xiaojun's upcoming official announcement of a 14nm class chip coming out. I'll go. Does this Baffert still work like that? I have to say, Lei Xiaojun is really a genius in business. Tang Ku Xin sked. Then he looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, see, I was right. Befriending this big brother of Baphomet will be beneficial to you. Lin Mo laughed out loud and was overwhelmed with emotion for a while. Earlier, Lin Mo was still struggling with one thing. That is, Baffert is rice anyhow. It's always a bit of a loss for Huaxia to have its money earned by the other side. But now it seems that it's your own eyes that are small. No, one has now been rewarded. I was really not expecting it. Though, this Baffert, as a person from the meter country, dares to be outspoken and say that the rise of Huaxia is the inevitable of the times. If rice continues its technological blockade of China, sooner or later it will eat its own fruit. He's real bold. Tang Kurson covered her mouth and laughed softly. Elder Baffert's status is no joke. No one would dare do anything to him even if he said it. Lin Mo didn't continue the topic. Instead, he silently watched the live stream. At this moment, the number of online viewers of this live broadcast has already exceeded 4 million, and the number is still rising. In this regard, Lin Mo took it in stride. He rose slowly. Then he went to the restroom to change his clothes. And after washing up, he pulled Tang Kurson out the door. Lin Mo, where are we going? Tang Ku Xin was curious. Lin Mo said smilingly, this live broadcast by Lei Xiaojun will only last for 2 hours. In 2 hours, I'm afraid it will wind down. Wouldn't it be a waste of so much traffic to build momentum just for the introduction of 14nm scale chips? So, I'm going to take advantage of this and keep the hype going. Tang Ku Xin was confused. Lin Mo had intended to speak, and at this point, his cell phone rang. It's Xia Qianfan calling. Mr. Lin, the cars I showed you yesterday, among them the new energy coupe as well as the women's coupe, have already been completed. Also, we had a professional quality control inspector and everything was tested and completed. Why don't you see when you're free and stop by for a test drive? Lin Mo laughed. I'll be right there. When Lin Mo hung up his cell phone, Tang Kurson was dumbstruck. Lin Mo, do you mean that you intend to take advantage of this wave of heat? For new energy vehicles, to promote? Chapter 92 New Energy Vehicles. Target, Beijing Auto Show in a week's time. Chapter 92 New Energy Vehicle launched. Goal, Beijing Auto Show in a week. Half an hour later, Lin Mo and the two of them, once again, arrived outside Xia Qianfan's automobile factory. The moment. Xia Qianfan had been waiting for a long time. Along for the ride were many staff members. Some of them had cameras. Some had microphones. Through the walkie-talkie, signals are constantly being sent. And not far away, a brand new SUV, being tested one by one. Looking good, Lin Mo said smilingly. Boss, you're here? Xia Qianfan immediately got up. Lin Mo patted the other party's shoulder. You go ahead and get busy with your business. Don't blame me. Xia Qianfan nodded solemnly, and then continued to give orders. Okay, now, for the last piece of monitoring. Auto park, let's do the sideways first, and then reverse parking. Upon hearing this, the assistant on the side quickly took out his walkie-talkie, and the photographer, who had been shooting from a distance, quickly stepped forward and got ready. At this point, the staff member responsible for vehicle performance testing has exited the vehicle. It's ready to go, Xia Qianfan commanded. These words fell. The test worker was seen quickly pressing the button on the key. The next instant, the car moved on its own. 5 short seconds. The car then drove easily into a side-by-side parking space. So, after cycling through the test a few times, that car came inside another garage. Once again the car went in easily. And very standard. It looks like the system we've been working on. There's nothing wrong with it. As Xia Qianfan looked at the series of feedback data on the computer, a relaxed smile could not help but appear on his originally grave face. Mr. Xia, it's not bad. So soon. The system for the autopilot was completed. Tang Kuxin smiled. This self-parking is a huge boon to drivers who have a hard time getting into the garage. Xia Qianfan humbly said. Ms. Tang is overpraising. There are still many features of this car that need to be perfected. However, according to my original plan, I estimate that it will take 6 months before the new car can be officially announced. But nowadays, with this automated new energy production plant, plus the 12 nanometer class chips provided by the rice phone side, progress can be much faster. Next, as soon as the range sensors and systems such as automatic braking are perfected, these new vehicles will be ready for the market. Hear this. Tang Kurson brightened up and said, so, I'll soon be able to meet with my new car? After a pause, Tang Kurson leapt to her feet and said, Mr. Xia, can I take a test drive first? Xia Qianfan didn't answer, but looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled and said, since Kuxin wants to test drive it in advance, then, we'll fulfill your wish. Xia Qianfan hastily echoed, if Mr. Lin has opened his mouth, I naturally have no problem with it. As it happens, this is the first time I've designed a ladies' coupe, so Ms. Tang will comment on it while taking a test drive. After all, we have not studied the ladies' car, and there are, perchance, many details that we have not considered that we can take the opportunity to adjust as well as refine. In this regard, Tang Kurson was naturally delighted. Immediately, he went over to the garage and drove out the pink new energy coupe. Half an hour later, Tang Kurson had a look of excitement on her face. That's a nice car. Originally, I thought a lady-driven car would be cramped for space, but not at all. More than that, the interior of this, which is very lovely, even comes with a makeup mirror as well as an organizer for cosmetics. Mr. Xia, I think that this car, once it hits the market, will definitely gain the favor of many girls. I would suggest, however, that this pink color could be a little darker, and add some other colors. After all, there are many types of girls, such as imperial sisters, lolitas, sensible sisters, and cute style. Xia Qianfan sniffed and immediately agreed. Don't worry Ms. Tang, I'll recruit a female designer. After all, only women understand women. After a pause, Xia Qianfan smiled. Ms. Tang, can I invite you to become the chief design consultant of this automobile company of ours? Tang Kurson waved her hand and said, let's forget about it. I don't understand professional matters. However, if a new car comes out, I can ask Lin Mo to accompany me over for a test drive and then offer some advice along the way. When these words fell, several people burst into laughter. And at that moment, Xia Qianfan spoke up. Boss, you should be here this time for more than just a test drive, right? Lin Mo sniffed and immediately said, oops, I almost forgot about the main event. Thus, Lin Mo hurriedly and concisely said, Mr. Xia, you hurry and integrate the previously filmed video. Then quickly sign up for a company account on Chopsticks Hands as well as on BeatStation. I need you to start the pre-launch warm-up for these cars. Pre-launch. After all, over at Rice Mobile, there is currently an official announcement of a 14 nanometer class chip. At this time, there are quite a few users watching the live stream online. This broadcast However, will be over in an hour. I'm going to be seamless and capitalize on this wave of traffic for these cars. To warm up. Hearing this, Xia Qianfan was a bit embarrassed. Mr. Lin, we have quite a bit of material though, but that footage needs to be edited. If you refine it, let alone an hour, even if it's a day, you won't necessarily be able to finish it. And that footage, that's what I'm going to put into a commercial shoot if. Lin Mo laughed. I understand what you mean, but you do what I say. Other than that, what you have to do in the next few hours, besides perfecting the automobile system, is, in Cloud City and nearby cities, to carry out the launching of automobile test drives. Maybe these days, you're a bit busy, but if you can capitalize on the traffic this time, I think that once the new car is launched, it's bound to have horrible sales. Lin Mo had wanted to keep talking, and that's when Zhang Jia's phone call came through. Grandpa Zhang. Really? Good. Just great. You, old man, have done me another big favor. Okay, turn around. I'll send you a case of 50-year portions of Mao Tai as a thank you. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo's face was full of smiles. Lin Mo, is there some new investment? Tang Xin said curiously. Lin Mo shook his head and said, no, when I was brushing my teeth this morning, I sent a message to Grandpa Zhang, asking if there was a car show recently. Grandpa Zhang said to ask for me, and as it turns out, over there in the capital, a large car show was recently held, and the person in charge of the car show, who is the son of one of Grandpa Zhang's old friends, said the other party could spare a booth for us. The car show officially starts in a week. Speaking of this, Lin Mo laughed. With the current promotions, plus the auto show in a week's time, I'm afraid that this car company, has its hands full. Saying that, Lin Mo glanced at Xia Qianfan. Xia Qianfan was first stunned, then said with a face full of excitement, Boss, I will quickly arrange for what you said. More than that, I will thoroughly perfect the new car as soon as possible, and by then, our new car will definitely become the brightest presence at the capital city auto show. As for now, I'll arrange what's in front of me first. After saying that, Xia Qianfan immediately greeted his employees and began to busy himself in order. Chapter 93, The Defeat of Rice Chip Sanction. Lin Mo, my back is Huaxia. Chapter 93, The Defeat of Rice Chip Sanction. Lin Mo, my back is Huaxia. On this side, Xia Qianfan was leading his men to keep busy in order to seamlessly integrate and absorb the traffic from the live streaming of the Rice cell phone. Lin Mo, on the other hand, brought Tang Kurson inside a nearby cafe. Lin Mo, but you're really something. How did you come up with the idea of using a car show to create momentum for a new car? Tang Kurson inquired as she sipped her coffee. Lin Mo smiled. I also had a flash of light. After all, there are only so many doors to promote automobiles. Either you drop money on TV ads, buy traffic to promote it, or it's a car show. Speaking of this, Lin Mo sighed. According to the results of today's test drive, these new cars will naturally have no problem selling when they hit the market. What I'm worried about now is the inventory. Though, the automated new energy vehicle production workshop that high-profile person got through his connections is able to build quite a few cars every day, but it's bound to be in short supply. Tang Kurson smiled and said, Lin Mo, this is simple. You can ask Xia Qianfan to contact several automobile companies in our country. Let them help with the machining, and as for the core components, we'll provide them ourselves. After a pause, Tang Xin spoke her thoughts. Though, peers are enemies. However, if we can cooperate for a win-win situation, and if we give conditions that they cannot refuse, they will naturally agree. For example, patent licenses for autonomous driving systems, such as licenses for new energy vehicles. Of course, this matter, I think you can give your opinion. How to operate. Look at Xia Qianfan. Lin Mo nodded. If the demand is too great, it will have to be. I just hope that those few automakers, they're never short-sighted, focusing only on the immediate benefits and, in the end, a big watery mess. That's not what I want to see. A mumble finished. Lin Mo pulled out his cell phone and watched Lei Shijuan's live broadcast. At this moment, the number of people online on Chopsticks has already exceeded 7 million, and the number of people at the beep station, it topped 6 million. The cumulative number of people who watched the live stream on both sites was even as high as 20 million. Lin Mo sucked in a breath of cool air, but Tang Kurson was flat as a pancake. After all, in his previous life, Tadpole Sound Platform, Lu Tianwang opened a live broadcast. The total number of viewers reached a staggering 1.8 million. Still, a record of 20 million in a 14-year period when the mobile internet is only just developing is enough to go down in history. 20 minutes later, Lei Xiaojun slowly got up. I only heard him slowly say, friends of the live broadcast, I'm very happy that I can share with you the joy of our Rice mobile phone company, which has successfully developed a domestically made 14nm class chip. However, please go to the search interface after the live broadcast is closed and do a search for the vast new energy vehicle. This company, a new automotive business, is also invested by the owner behind me. The new car they've developed will be attending the capital station in a week's time. These new energy vehicles have a high range and are equipped with the center control chip developed by our Rice phones. I hope everyone can support more national products, and breaking the chip technology blockade of the meter country is just the first step. Next, we'll help the rest of the semiconductor industry in the country to prosper together. The live feed is closed, but because of Lei Xunjuan's last paragraph, it instantly stirred up patriotic feelings. Everyone started searching for it. Lin Mo had to admit that Zhou Yuan, the head of Beep Station, and Su Hua, the head of Chopsticks Hands, were geniuses in this area, and they had directly put Vast Automobile, the company managed by Xia Qianfan, into the search bar. As a result, Lin Mo quickly found the company's operating account on the two software programs, and below the account, there are several videos with over 10,000 video likes in just a few minutes. Not only that, as Lin Mo refreshed the interface of the software, he realized that this account of Xia Qianfan's, the number of fans, continued to soar. Less than 10 minutes, it's got a total of 3 million followers, and its numbers, they continue to skyrocket. Terrible. After 14 years, it's true that traffic is king. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, and that's when Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's Lei Xiaojun calling. Mr. Lei, it's really you. Your publicity before the end of the live broadcast directly brought millions of fans to the vast car that Xia Qianfan is in charge of. You're definitely taking the headline credit for the future sales explosion of Vast Automotive. Lin Mo was not shy about praising up. Lei Xiaojun laughed. Boss, I'm just following the example. It was you who taught me to utilize limited resources. Then, Lei Xiaojun turned his words around and said, right, boss, I have a few things to report to you. What is it? Lin Mo wondered. Lei Xiaojun reported succinctly. It's like this. During my live broadcast, the phone on the side of the Rice headquarters has been busted. The people in charge of Temi, Media Tech, and 5-Star Mobile have said that they want to negotiate with us. They said they want to license the patents for 14nm scale chips from us, no matter how much it costs. More than that, AMSL will also send representatives to Liancheng, in the name of learning, to come and visit our chip production line. Hear this. Lin Mo was secretly surprised. He then sneered. Those companies, aren't they pretty close to Gaotong as well as Intel? Earlier, there was also an intention to join forces and share patents on 17nm scale chips. How come so soon? You can't press on? Lin Mo scoffed. The words could not help but come to mind. The hustle and bustle of profit. That's fine. Saves you from traveling. But, Mr. Ray, you remember my words, don't you? Remember, the initiative today is in our hands. Those few companies in TEMS, they absolutely cannot be authorized, but they can help with OEM. As for AMSL, if you want to visit our chip production line, it's very simple. Sell us the EUV lithography machine at a low price. Otherwise, everything is free of negotiation. Over the years, we've been sanctioned in all kinds of ways, and now, we're going to let those companies have a taste of what it's like to be sanctioned as well. Lei Xiaojun immediately responded. He kept packing his bags and was sure to bring this to a successful conclusion. Hang up Lei Xiaojun's cell phone. Lin Mo had a relaxed look on his face. He smiled and looked at Tang Kerson. Kerson, guess what? The current Gaotong, as well as Intel, are not bouncing in place in a hurry? Tang Kerson shook her head and said, they are naturally anxious. However, they will definitely resort to means, like moral kidnapping, saying that technology knows no borders, demanding that we share the latest chip technology or else we're enemies of the world and like that. Either that, or bully us into sharing from other sources. It's just a pity that it's all just a fool's errand. Tang Kuxian's words just fell. At this time, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly popped up a message. It was a pop-up window sent by the headline of the day Lin Mo had just downloaded. Lin Mo opened it. There was a great deal of surprise, simply because the signature of this piece of news was, surprisingly, the famous War Neglect Bureau Chief, Elder Zhang. Its title is clearly, Rice Chip Sanctions, ushered in the first defeat. Rice Phone Company, rest assured boldly to do. You're back, is China. When Lin Mo saw this, his blood boiled. He couldn't help but lament. Being covered by your own country. This feeling, it's so good. Chapter 94, Against Huaxia, Fruit Mobile Phone Raises Price. Is this digging its own grave? Chapter 94, Confronting Huaxia, Fruit Cell Phone Raises Price. Is this digging its own grave? On the Chinese side, because of the successive introduction of the rice phone and the 17nm chip as well as the 14nm chip, so much so, the original Taiwan Machine Electric, MediaTek, and even 5-Star Mobile, which had excellent relations with the rice Gaotong, have fallen back. Not only that, that AMSL company also sent a commissioner to come and negotiate with Lei Xiaojun. And this kind of thing, Lin Mo naturally didn't have to worry about it. He believed that Lei Xiaojun would definitely complete his mission successfully. The news from China's side apparently spread around the world with great speed. Gaotong Company, Rice headquarters. A couple of executives, who were there, were full of sadness, especially the chief director, Stephen, had a bloodless face, simply because, just half an hour earlier, the top had called Stephen specifically for a knockout. The meaning of the other side is simple. Either that, or develop a higher-end chip as soon as possible. Examples include 12nm and 10nm class chips. Either that or use other means to put HWA behind bars. In short, never let Huaxia in semiconductors back to overtake the United States. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. But, these are easier said than done, but it is incredibly difficult to accomplish. After all, currently, the highest-end chips in the U.S. are the 17nm chips developed by Intel. And to develop this chip, Intel has spent 3 years. I don't know how many experts and scholars in the field of semiconductors worked together to develop it, and it cost more than $1 billion to complete. To put it simply, the current semiconductor field in the U.S., not to mention 12nm or even 10nm chips, even at 14 nanometers, I'm afraid that all the experts in the semiconductor field in the U.S., together, day and night research, may take at least a year to complete. The cost of its investment, at least $2 billion. As for stopping the development of the semiconductor field in China, it's a fool's errand. After all, people on the Chinese side have already made a statement. Will fully support the development of China's domestic chips. The purpose is precisely to impose counter-sanctions on the semiconductor sector of the rice state. Damn, what do I do now? Stephen muttered to himself. For a while, I didn't know what to do. And that's when an assistant came quickly. Mr. Stephen, it's not good. Something big is going on. See the other side coming in a hurry. Stephen looked at the other man in disbelief. Could it be that there is a worse situation than the one at hand? Just as Stephen was thinking, that assistant spoke up in a hurry. Mr. Stephen, at present, 5-Star Mobile, MediaTek, and Temi, several companies that have deep cooperation with us, have already gone forward to the country of rice, hoping to obtain the patent authorization for the 14nm grade chip process. More than that, even AMSL has sent people forward on business trips to China, and I'm afraid they'll use EUV lithography in exchange for patent licenses. When the time comes, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Stephen was instantly struck by lightning. Done. It's all over. Stephen had a dumbfounded look on his face. He felt that he was powerless to reverse the defeat before him, and that's when another assistant arrived in a hurry. Mr. Stephen, the executives from Intel, with the head of Fruit Mobile, say they want to see you. They so want to say that they have figured out a strategy to deal with the Chinese cell phone dealers. As long as you're willing, the three parties will definitely be able to catch them off guard by joining forces. Hear that? Stephen's original despair vanished in an instant. In its place, there was a face full of excitement. Yeah, we, in Rice, have fruit phones. Last year, the Fruit 4 was popular in China. And there was even the absurdity of people selling their kidneys to buy cell phones. And a lot of people in Huaxia, very keen on fruit phones. If they have them out, Huaxia's cell phone industry will certainly be in the middle of the chaos. By that time, the Rice Phone Company, no doubt, will stop the launch of 14nm class chips, so that we will have a chance to catch our breath. Speaking of which, Stephen immediately got up. Come on, let's hurry over there. The meeting with the heads of Gourmet Pass, Fruit, and Intel was in full swing. Meanwhile, on the Chinese side, Lei Xiaojun was already at the headquarters of the Rice Mobile Phone Company, where he received the heads of MediaTek, Thames, 5-Star Mobile, and AMSL, because Lei Xiaojun's company, which controls the patents of the higher-end chips. Therefore, the dominant power, naturally, is in his hands. Lei Xiaojun, on the other hand, mentioned his request in a smooth manner as Lin Mo had said earlier. In this regard, MediaTek, MTI and 5-Star Mobile are reluctant though at the bottom of their hearts. After all, MediaTek and Taiwan Machine Electric, this is the chip foundry as the main means of profitability. And now, but the cake will be divided to the Rice Cell Phone Company. Isn't that cutting on the body? Moreover, Lei Xiaojun also said that the 14nm class chip, currently only for the production of Chinese companies, other foreign companies, unless an additional agreement was signed. Otherwise, it will never be allowed to be used. But in the end, the choice was to compromise. After all, it's better to get a piece of the pie than nothing at all, right? As for AMSL, after hearing Lei Xiaojun say that he would use EUV lithography in exchange for technology patent sharing for 17nm class chips. As for the patent of the 14nm class chip, which required the consent of Lei Xiaojun before it could be used externally, the head of the enterprise was almost so angry that he smashed the table. In the end, however, he could only nod his head and said that he would ship the latest EUV lithography machine they had developed to the side of the Rice Mobile Phone Company as soon as possible. And there will be a free lifetime warranty. Hearing this, Lei Xiaojun was naturally happy, and in his heart, he was even more impressed with Lin Mo. When it comes to taking people's hearts, it's the boss. These guys, they were set up by him in a clear way. Lei Xiaojun pondered in his mind. Half an hour later, a few people have left, and before leaving, Lei Xiaojun took out an agreement prepared in advance for several people to sign, especially AMSL. The contract requires the other party must be within a month. It will be delivered to the rice company downstairs, and is responsible for the installation as well as testing, and when everything is done, he will teach the other party the patented technology of 14nm class chips. Once they default, they have to pay $3 billion in liquidated damages. This request, of course, sounds very excessive at first glance, but you have to know that, at first, AMSL had screwed over Huaxia quite a few times. Even, on one occasion, a nearly obsolete EUV lithography machine was sold to a certain company in China. Although the enterprise subsequently looked for the other side, asked for peace, but the other side is a sentence to stall once sold. No return. In the end, the enterprise can only eat a dumb loss, and there can never exist any mercy for AMSL, simply because, as the saying goes, to be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Soon, all done. Lei Xiaojun, on the other hand, quickly called Lin Mo and truthfully told him everything. Very well, Mr. Ray, good work. Lin Mo smiled, and as he hung up his cell phone, in Lin Mo's eyes, a hint of playfulness flickered. Just because, at this moment, on the headline software of the day, a message that attracted Lin Mo's attention. The Fruit Phone 6 will soon be available worldwide, but because of its high cost, so, for the Huaxia region, a price increase is processed, and the price of each unit is increased by 2,000 yuan. Seeing this, Lin Mo became somewhat amused. Interesting, Fruit Mobile, is this planning to dig its own grave? Lin Mo secretly shook his head. Chapter 95, Stronger Together, Capture China's Mobile Phone Market, Force Back Fruit Mobile Phones. Chapter 95, Stronger Together, Capture China's Mobile Phone Market, Force Back Fruit Mobile Phones. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, naturally saw the tweet. She slurped in her mind as she sipped her coffee. It seems that this Gao Tong is sick and desperate. It's amazing that they would join forces with Fruit Mobile to get the other side to raise their prices. And Fruit Phones, surprisingly, actually do that. How confident are they in themselves, thinking that by jacking up prices, they'll mess up the Huaxia cell phone market? It's ridiculous. A bit of muttering. Tang Kerson smiled and said, Lin Mo, you said that the Fruit cell phones have gone down. Next, will Intel plan to get involved as well? Lin Mo smiled. I would like them to get involved, but I'm afraid they'll just choose to wait and see. Let's let the Fruit phones hit the ground running first. I'm afraid they're going to step in once they can be sure to take the pinch. When the time comes, they may take the opportunity to turn the computer industry upside down. Tang Xin nodded. The two of us, we're not unlike each other, but you'd never let them, I suppose? Lin Mo smiled and said, I naturally don't want that, but this time, it's not something I can maneuver anymore. After all, the sudden price hike of the Fruit phone will stimulate only those consumers who are keen to buy this phone. However, I am confident that they will stand firm on their position, simply because, in their first identity, they are Chinese, and in their second identity, they are the consumers of Fruit cell phones. Furthermore, they, this time, had already drawn up a price, only to suddenly raise it. It's treating the consumer like an ingrate. Let me be blunt, $2,000 is enough for several large meals. Saying that, Lin Mo said flatly, well, this matter, it's already not just related to the Rice cell phone company, but to all cell phone consumers. So let's just be patient. I'd like to see how much more they can flap around. After saying that, Lin Mo slowly got up and left the coffee shop with Tang Kerson. Of course, Lin Mo said so on his lips, but naturally he couldn't do nothing. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps, one is able to lend a hand. Once again, it boosts the sales of rice phones, as well as the rest of the cell phone industry in China. Think about it. Lin Mo quickly called Lei Xiaojun. What's the order, boss? Lei Xiaojun said in a grave tone. Lin Mo smiled and said, it seems that you already know about the fruit cell phone? Well then, you must take note of what I say next. First of all, you accelerate the development of the Dami i5, a cell phone that, with a focus on the mid-range, is priced at around 3,000, then carry a 14nm class chip. And as for the rest of the system, you're on your own. As for the Warwick mobile side, let them sell high-end machines with 12nm class chips, a broke as well as a few other cell phones. You guys talk about how it's going to come about. Remember, this time, we need to join forces and take over the market of fruit cell phones in China first. After all, fruit phones, in China, have quite a few loyal fans. Their tawdry maneuver this time is the best opportunity for our Chinese cell phones to rise. So, we have to join forces. Lei Xiaojun on the other end of the phone clearly heard the excitement in Lin Mo's words. Immediately, he assured in a loud voice, boss, I know what to do. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Very well, you remember to tell Mr. Ran and the others. Our current task is to make foreign companies lose the Chinese market. And next, we'll be looking internationally. At that time, if we can divide up the international cell phone market and pull the fruit cell phone, as well as the 5-star cell phone, off the altar, this will be the biggest victory. There was a pause. Lin Mo continued, there's one more thing, and that is, tell Mr. Ran to wait until this time is over. We will fully cooperate with them to develop a chip for 5G phones. Then, globalize the 5G network. When that time comes, we'll be able to make a real comeback. The so-called chip sanctions are a real joke. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo was feeling feverish at the moment. After all, this is the kind of thing where you can make money and at the same time fight for your country. It's a feeling that's just too good to be true. And aside, Tang Kurson, and secretly sigh, my god, Lin Mo is making a big move. You have to realize that in today's China, 4G networks are just getting started. But you should know that 2 years ago, 4G networks appeared abroad. That is to say, at present, as far as the 4G industry is concerned, China lags behind the meter as well as other countries by a large margin. And in a previous life, Huawei was the first to develop a 5G chip, but that was 18 years ago. But despite this, China is still the first to realize the counterattack and take the lead in developing a 5G network in existence. But this time, Lin Mo laid it out 4 years in advance. Even if it takes time to develop, it can still be years ahead of schedule. What a great move. Wait until then. Tang Kurson really didn't dare to think about it anymore. And at this moment, he admired Lin Mo's thinking from the bottom of his heart. The other side really doesn't miss a chance. Thinking of this, Tang Kishing looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, right now you, in my heart, are comparable to Zhu Guoliang. People strategize and decide. And you, no less. Lin Mo gently looked at Tang Kurson and smiled. Kurson, I'll take this rainbow fart of yours. With that, he got up and headed outside. Lin Mo, where are we going? Next, Tang Kuxian asked curiously. Lin Mo smiled and said, of course I'm going to check out the action. Tang Kuxian was a bit puzzled, but when he saw Lin Mo's mysterious appearance, in the end, he still followed him. Chapter 96, lifting up a stone to stone their own feet. Fruit cell phone stores, completely shut down. Chapter 96, lifting a stone to stone their own feet. Fruit cell phone stores, completely shut down. 10 minutes later, the two arrived in front of a specialty store for Warwick cell phones. Lin Mo, what did you bring me here for? Tang Kuxian was a bit curious. Could it be that you're planning to tell me that Rice Mobile already intends to synchronize its online and offline development? So, planning to open a store here? But soon, she then dismissed the speculation. After all, Lin Mo was not such a boring person. The other party, even if they opened a store, would not specifically seek to come to themselves. And, it's still for the sake of watching. In her heart, Tang Kurson pondered. But for a moment, she didn't know what kind of medicine Lin Mo was selling in his gourd. Just don't sell yourself short. You just said you brought me to see the fun. What's the buzz, anyway? Lin Mo smiled mysteriously, then pointed across the road. There, a specialty store for fruit cell phones is present. But, it's different from the old days. At the moment, the boutique, the door was closed. Tang Kuxian remained uncertain. But the next instant, the image that made Tang Kuxian staggered appeared, only to see a large group of people suddenly appear in front of the store. They are overwhelmingly youth-oriented, both male and female, although their expressions could not be clearly seen because of the distance. It was evident from their body movements that these people were very angry at the moment. Refund. Hurry up and get your money back. Shameless fruit cell phone company, get out of China. A voice like thunder came. Lin Mo saw this. I can't help but laugh. The fun begins. After saying that, he pulled Tang Kurson forward. Lin Mo. These people, did you call them? Tang Kuxin inquired. Then the diaphanous brows frowned. Do you know that this kind of thing? May. Lin Mo shook his head and said, I haven't been foolish to this extent. I'm legally conscious. These people, they organized themselves. Seeing Tang Kurson's face full of confusion, Lin Mo opened the chopstick hand. An account was quickly found. As Lin Mo opened up the latest video posted by the account, Tang Kuxin instantly understood. Original. This is a video of a youth intending to approach a physical fruit cell phone store for a refund of his deposit. The other party clearly said on the video that they would go to the store on time and on point to defend their consumer rights. Moreover, this youth also said that the fruit cell phone is suspected of fraud, deliberately raising the price to cheat people's deposit, and then run away with the money. Under this wave of beats, many people have been outraged and said that they will go forward to the physical store and return the deposit. I'll be damned. I didn't think that it would go this far, but it's the head of that fruit company that's to blame for all this, and the ones inside this store are our Chinese. In that case, wouldn't you be smashing your own family's rice bowl? Lin Mo laughed. Kagome. This is something I've naturally taken into consideration. Don't worry about these things. One by one. The end result, inevitably, is that it will have no effect on our own people. Tang Kuxin had doubts in her mind. However, when one thought of Lin Mo's endless means, eventually, he put his heart back into it. And at this point, Lin Mo realized that the account was already open. And so, he quickly clicked on the other person's live stream. The moment. The youth was looking righteously indignant. Families. Fruit phones are just shameless. In terms of chips, it was overtaken by us, Huaxia, and as a result, it used such a despicable means to raise the price. This is a deception to our consumers in China. I just called the official number and the person on the other end says that they're not in violation. Originally, I was thinking of a refundable deposit, but the other party said that the deposit was paid and would never be refunded. If you cancel unilaterally, the deposit goes as liquidated damages. So, I have this money, and it's being deducted directly. Fruit cell phones, this is not taking us Chinese consumers seriously at all. We, for one, must defend our rights to the end. As these words fell, the consumers around them, too, cried out. It's just a shame. The store, however, was not even open. See this. Tang Kuxin was a bit confused. Lin Mo. These consumers are so impulsive. Will they? Tang Kuxin was a little worried. Lin Mo smiled and said, if it's a mob, naturally there will be trouble. But they're just defending their legal rights. To put it simply, if you've been cheated out of your money, surely you'd want to find it too, right? Tang Kuxing nodded. That makes sense. But I'm worried that this matter, with its growing impact, will not end well. Seeing each other like this, Lin Mo laughed. Your worries are not unwarranted. But I still say that since the fruit cell phone intends to make trouble, it's only natural to let the storm come harder. Anyway, let's just wait and see what happens now. And just as Lin Mo muttered, Suo's phone call came out of nowhere. Boss, everything is just as you expected. After I tweeted the video that Li Fei posted, quite a few consumers have expressed their willingness to join the team. Some of them have gone to the appropriate stores to defend their rights. Some have approached the authorities. I'm afraid, in 3 days' time at the most, all of our stores of fruit cell phones in Huaxia will be closed. Lin Mo said flatly. Very good. Keep up the good work. So says the mouth. However, the more Lin Mo thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt. He knows that the purpose of the fruit cell phone is to increase the price, and then guide public opinion, and through this, let those consumers, to go to the trouble of the rice cell phone. To put it simply, they wouldn't have raised prices if Huaxia hadn't developed a high-end chip. If you stop the development of high-end chips, restore the price. It's just a shame. The people in charge of the fruit phones are way too whimsical. Perhaps, in the eyes of the other side, we, Chinese people, are all foreign fawning existences, right? Will be led by the nose by the other side? Unfortunately, we're shrewd. After all, when it comes to the great right and wrong of the country, anyone knows how to choose. Think about it. Lin Mo smiled and said, Xin. It's too sunny outside, so why don't we go to the car and stay there? Also, this storm, it's just beginning. The real hilarity will have to wait for a while. Tang Kurson was a bit stunned in her heart when she heard this. There's still something to see? She was eager to get to the bottom of it. However, he also knew that Lin Mo would never be able to say it, so he could only wait up patiently in the car. So, after waiting for half an hour, Tangku Xin was getting a little drowsy, but there was a delay in waiting for the so-called hilarity. Lin Mo. You said hilarious. In the end, Tangku Xin inquired curiously, but the words were not finished. Lin Mo laughed. Here it comes, the main event of the day. It's here. After saying that, Lin Mo immediately opened his chopstick hand, and a piece of news jumped out at him, and the above is particularly noteworthy. In the case of Fruit Cellular, the company, by raising prices in violation of the law, has committed a serious violation of Wachovia's consumer protection rights, ordered that starting today, all Fruit Cellular company stores, all shut down. It also demanded that Fruit Mobile return the authorization fee for the stores, in addition to the deposit paid by the consumer must be refunded as soon as possible. Otherwise, severe punishment will not be imposed. See this. Tangku Xin couldn't help but laugh. Fruit cell phones are, well, lifting a rock and stoning yourself? Just when Tangkurson was revitalized, Lin Mo, however, said smilingly, Ku Xin, this is only part of it. Look at this again. Saying that, Lin Mo slid down and opened the second announcement. At this look, Tangku Xin was directly delighted. Chapter 97 New Goal. Let domestic cellular phones occupy the world's cellular phone market. Chapter 97 New Goal. Let domestic mobile phone occupy the world mobile phone market. It's no wonder that Don Kosin is like that. It's really this announcement that's killing it for Fruit phones. The announcement, which was made by the head of Rice Mobile himself. Its content is very simple. That is, those who open Fruit cell phone stores in Huaxia, if there is no other way to go, you can contact Rice Mobile. Then the big Rice phone will send someone forward to dock. After signing the agreement, you can officially sell the Rice phone. Not only that, but only 20% of the license fee is charged for the first year, then 30% for the second year, and then the remaining 50% of the license fee by the third year. Even the collection of the authorization fee can be deferred in the event that a person in difficulty is encountered. Lin Mo. This move of yours, so to speak, is driving Fruit cell phones out of business. Tangku Xin gave a thumbs up. Lin Mo smiled. Ku Xin. You understand now, don't you? Tangkurson revealed a dazed look and said, I see. I completely understand now. Originally, I was worried that a fight between the Rice phone and the Fruit phone gods might spill over to the innocent. Now it seems that my worries were unwarranted. Besides, you'll save yourself a lot of trouble by doing this. First of all, there's the issue of some of the costs of some of those big Rice cell phone brick-and-mortar stores. Originally, wanting to join, the franchise fee as well as the license fee, and then the storefront fee as well as all the other various costs, were a huge expense. And it's time-consuming, after all. Renovating a cell phone store isn't something that can be done overnight. Of course, that's just one store. If you want the whole of China to be dotted with stores, the layout, it's probably going to take at least a couple years to complete. But today, that Fruit cell phone brick-and-mortar store was forced to shut down, and it would have been a complete time-saver to take over at this time. So says the mouth. Tangkurson, on the other hand, was becoming more and more impressed with Lin Mo in her heart. After all, the other party was able to completely quell the matter of Fruit cell phones jacking up prices in China in such a short period of time. It's perfect that no innocent people were harmed, and it adds to the branding of the Rice phone. Of course, Tangkurson also knew that the reason why Lin Mo was able to solve the trouble so quickly wasn't because of himself alone, but because he was backed by the powerful country of Huaxia, as Tangkurson lamented. Lin Mo, however, silently took out his cell phone, and then kept tapping on the text. Lin Mo, what's your idea again? Tangku Xin inquired curiously. Lin Mo smiled and said, nowadays, we don't have the Fruit phone as a threat. Next, naturally, we must make efforts from all sides. After all, the Chinese cell phone market cannot be small. Rice phone A simply cannot swallow. So, what I mean is, let General Manager Lei and the others produce the cell phone chips as soon as possible. Then brands like Warwick, Eurobreak, and others come together to bring new phones online. My goal is that within half a year, all of our users in Huaxia are using cell phones made in their own country. And the quality, it's not even close to those imports. Then, within 2 years, gradually develop our own cell phone system. Within 3 years, the whole world will use cell phones made in our China. Seeing Lin Mo's confident look, Tangkurson couldn't help but smile heartily. True to form, I've got my eye on the man. Today, sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars, and underneath, even more so with so many businesses, but not drifting, always sticking to the bottom line as well as the principles of being a Chinese investor. That's nice. As Tangkurson lamented, Lin Mo stretched his back and said, Xin. At the moment, the development of the rice cell phone only needs to follow the trend of the times and move forward steadily. For the next thing, I don't have to worry about it since I have Mr. Lei and the others to share their worries. Come on, let's go eat? Don Corinne was going to nod her head. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It was Zhang Jie who called. What? Okay, Grandpa Zhang. I'll be right there. Not to be seen. Seeing Lin Mo put away his cell phone with a smile on his face, Tang Kurson curiously said, Lin Mo, what is Grandpa Zhang looking for you for? Lin Mo smiled and said, Grandpa Zhang said that he plans to make a trip to the capital. A few days ago, didn't the person in charge of the capital city auction take away the collection I obtained within the Dream Manor? The day after tomorrow, there will be an auction. So Grandpa Zhang is planning to go and take a look around, and along the way, take me to the capital to meet old friends and see if there are any new investment opportunities. Hear that? Tang Kurson couldn't help but look forward to it. Good. Over in the capital, there are more opportunities. Moreover, at present, there are no more industries worth investing in this cloud city. Lin Mo, why don't I accompany you? Lin Mo had intended to nod, which means that the next moment, his cell phone rang again. It was Jiang Yuntao who called. Mr. Lin, on my side, all the formalities are taken care of. Also, the business license for biopharmaceuticals was approved above. As for the location of the business, I've talked it over with Old Song and plan to just buy off the shelf. It just so happens that a while back, a pharmaceutical plant went out of business. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but light up. Tang Kurson, who was on the side, was also looking surprised at the moment. This Jiang Yuntao, he really does act quickly. I didn't realize that he was so quick and took care of everything. A bit of muttering, Tang Kurson looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, I won't be accompanying you on this trip to the capital. I'm going to help you and take care of the biopharmaceutical lab. Lin Mo was a bit strange. Tang Kurson, on the other hand, explained, you forgot. Before you invested in Jiang Yuntao, I said that when the site selection was done, the complete production line of biopharmaceuticals. Now, naturally, it's time to cash in. Also, I know Auntie's heart isn't very good and you've been hung up on it, so this time, let me share it with you. Lin Mo sniffed and was moved in his heart. Immediately, he said, good, then in this matter, I will work hard for you. However, you can be sure to have Jiang Yuntao conduct a few more quizzes to ensure the safety of the drug, as well as obtaining the appropriate authorization, before letting my mother take it. After all, Tang Xin let out a light laugh. She was naturally convinced about the system's rewards. After all, that full set of chip production lines, as well as automated new energy vehicle production lines, which is not very powerful. However, she could naturally understand Lin Mo's worries. Therefore, he hastily assured that he would do a series of tests until he obtained the approval of the relevant departments before allowing Su Tsuiyan to take it. Alright, Lin Mo, just go to the capital at ease. As for me, I'll take Auntie for a full body checkup first, then let Jiang Yuntao, a specialist in the heart, make the final diagnosis. Wait until it's foolproof before you take the drugs. Hearing this, Lin Mo then revealed a hint of a smile. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo said goodbye to Tang Xin. Then, it went straight to Zhang Jie's home. Just came to the other side of the house. Lin Mo then saw that Zhang Jie was drinking tea and chatting with a middle-aged man there. Kobayashi, you're here? Great. Let me introduce you to this one beside me. His name is Yang Qingyuan, and he's the head of United Box Computers. Hearing this, Lin Mo was shocked and a little confused at the same time. And at this time, Yang Qingyuan took the initiative to step forward and said, Mr. Lin, how are you? This time, I am here to discuss cooperation with you, and incidentally, invite you to go to the capital, Lenovo headquarters to visit. What? Lin Mo was a bit incredulous in his heart. The person in charge of United Box Computers would approach himself to seek cooperation? And just as Lin Mo was filled with shock, in his ear came the voice of the future. Chapter 98, Upgrading Supercomputers, are 10 nanometers chips enough? Chapter 98, Upgrading Supercomputers, are 10 nanometers chips enough? Speaking of the United Box, it's really the national light of China's computer brands. Since its introduction, it has been leaping to the top of the sales charts in China. Total market capitalization, upwards of $120 billion. Annual sales, over $20 billion. Ranked third in the world. Its customers are in more than 100 countries around the world. And the most important point is that this company, also, is involved in supercomputer research. With the efforts of many experts across the country, a supercomputer was researched in 11. Its processing speed, up to more than 2,000 trillion times per second. A ride. It's just a pity that shameless rice country is worried about China overtaking them in terms of supercomputers. So the old tactic was used, which is refusing to sell chips. Supercomputer upgrades have become the boss problem. More than that, they have also set up a series of unequal contracts against companies such as the United Boxes, with the aim, also, of suppressing the sales market of the United Boxes in the world. However, the good thing is that we are not vegetarian in China. After thousands of difficulties and dangers, finally, or breakthroughs, ultimately, the smooth development of the latest supercomputer, its operating speed, in 14 years, breakthroughs to 3 quadrillion times per second. Listen to all of this. Lin Mo was appalled in his heart, and at the same time, it was understood that the other party was looking for their intentions. Of course, Lin Mo knew it in his heart, but he didn't take a stance. Instead he smiled and said, Dong Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you. However, I wonder what specific aspect of cooperation you are talking about. Facing Lin Mo's inquiry, Yang Qingyuan laughed, obviously, not sure where to start. Instead, Zhang Jie, who was on the side, laughed, Shaolin, don't ask so many questions first. You haven't bought a plane ticket yet, have you? Let's hurry to the provincial airport first, then we'll get on the plane together and talk about it on the way. After all, there's only one flight left today from the province to the capital, and it will take off in 3 hours. In this regard, Lin Mo naturally did not have any opinion, so the three of them went forward together. It was good that Lin Mo, because of precautionary measures, had long ago bought some clothes and put them in the trunk in the back seat of the car. Therefore, he quickly packed up and headed straight to the high-speed train station. 1 hour later, the three of them quickly boarded the high-speed train, and it was then that Yang Qingyuan spoke eloquently. Mr. Lin, it's like this. I know from Uncle Zhang here that the Rice mobile phone company is under your banner. Rice, at present, has successfully developed 17 nanometer, as well as 14 nanometer class chips. Lin Mo smiled and said, I see. Dong Yang is planning to cooperate with us and then customize a high-end chip as your computer processor? Nevertheless, Yang Qingyuan shook his head and said, this is only secondary? A few years ago, we anticipated that there would be such a day, so we stocked up quite a lot of inventory in advance, so it won't be a problem to use it for a year and a half. Plus, we, United Box Computers, have customers in over 160 countries around the world. So, even the MiG doesn't dare to do anything to us easily. After all, over the years, the United Box Computer, with many patents, once the United States ban the sale of chips to us, we will immediately make countermeasures. When the time comes, it's them who will be struggling. Hearing this, Lin Mo secretly sighed. Not bad for the third largest computer company in the world. There are patents, there is a clientele. More bottom line, that's what big business is all about. Lin Mo decided that sooner or later, the companies under his banner would have to do the same. Sigh, Lin Mo was more curious. Dong Yang, just say what you think directly. Lin Mo said bluntly. Yang Qingyuan nodded with a smile. Actually, well, what I just said wasn't really accurate. We're not short of chips at the Union Box. What's missing, though, are higher-end chips. And before the introduction of the Rice cell phone company, the only company in the world, only Intel, was able to develop a 17 nanometer chip on its own. This chip, however, is not for sale, so it's hard for us to make a breakthrough. Lin Mo drifted off. Feelings go halfway around the world. The other side is wanting 14 nanometer scale chips. This one, apparently, didn't have any problems. However, without waiting for Lin Mo to speak, Yang Qingyuan continued. Mr. Lin, according to the current development, the 17 nanometer chip, which is considered the current mainstream, is completely sufficient for the daily needs of personal computers, or cell phones. What we want, however, is a higher-end chip than 14 nanometers. This, of course, is not needed by the United Box Company, but for the development of our China. Speaking here, Yang Qingyuan's words changed. Mr. Lin, do you know about supercomputers? Lin Mo nodded. Then it dawned on me. He inquired. Yang Dong, your main purpose of finding me this time, could it be for the computer named Tianhe 1, produced in 11 years, to upgrade? Yang Qingyuan laughed and said, it's really comfortable to talk to smart people. Randomly, with a look of emotion, he said, since the Tianhe 1 supercomputer came out in 11, our Ministry of Scientific Research in Huaxia, 4-1, has been hoping to upgrade it. After these 3 years, we've broken through the vast majority of the technology. The only thing that's missing is one thing, and that's a higher-end chip. Originally, we were hoping to buy 17 nanometer class chips from Intel for the core of the microprocessor. In this way, the upgraded supercomputer, with its operating speed, will definitely be able to break through to 3 billion times per second. Upgrading from 2000 trillion times per second to 300 million times per second would be a historic breakthrough. It's just a shame that the negotiations have gone nowhere several times, but since we know that the Rice phone has developed a 14nm class chip, our ambition is even greater. Therefore, we hope that the Rice mobile phone company, which is headed by Mr. Lin, will develop a 12nm class chip. In this way, the operating speed of our supercomputers in Huaxia will achieve a bend in the road. Hear that? Lin Mo was silent. See this? Yang Qingyuan said evenly. Mr. Lin, don't feel any psychological pressure either. After all, we are well aware that going from 14 nanometers to 12 nanometers is an insurmountable plague. But we can join this research team and work together as far as research funding. Which, without waiting for the other side to finish, Lin Mo shook his head and said, Dong Yang, you've misunderstood. Actually, barring that, the 12nm scale chip, the Rice Cellular Company, is already done. And it's already been put on the market. You know about Vast Motors, right? This is also my business. And its center control chip for autonomous driving is the 12nm scale. More than that, Rice Mobile, Inc. has successfully produced a 10nm chip, but it's our core and our biggest card, so it's been kept secret. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Yang Qingyuan was instantly dumbfounded. Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Seeing Lin Mo nodding his head with certainty, Yang Qingyuan instantly cracked a smile. It's great to have 10nm scale chips that act as microprocessors. Then, the processing speed of our Huaxia supercomputer can reach at least 1 billion times per second, 10 times that of the world's strongest supercomputer so far. Chapter 99, Win-Win Cooperation, New Goals, Entering the Computer Industry, and Artificial Intelligence. Chapter 99, Win-Win Cooperation, New Goals, Entering the Computer Industry, and Artificial Intelligence. Next time, Lin Mo and Yang Qingyuan, on the current development, kept chatting freely. Yang Qingyuan because he was grateful for Lin Mo's favor of providing 10nm scale chips. Therefore, for some of his own experience, he naturally did not hide anything and taught them all. Lin Mo naturally benefited greatly. The two talked from the high-speed train to the airport and, eventually, boarded a plane to the capital. 2 hours later, Lin Mo and Yang Qingyuan came to the headquarters of United Box Computer. It's a huge industrial park. There are many departments. And Lin Mo's gaze couldn't help but fall to not far away, above a building with Supercomputer Research Laboratory written on it. Seeing this, Yang Qingyuan, who was on the side, could not help but laugh. Mr. Lin, I am sorry, although, you gave us the chip, but the supercomputer. Lin Mo laughed. I understand this. A confidentiality agreement. After a pause, Lin Mo's gaze fell on top of another building. There, it was clearly written Artificial Intelligence Research Laboratory. He already had some ideas in mind. After all, when he was on the airplane just now, Yang Qingyuan had said that with the development of science, in the future, more and more automated industries would appear, and it's all closely linked to artificial intelligence. It's like this year's big hit, the Artificial Intelligence Alpha Dog. In addition to all this, Lin Mo decided to enter the computer industry. Of course, Lin Mo's competitors are not these domestic computer companies. His goal is to cannibalize fruit computers, customers in the world. Seeing this, Yang Qingyuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but smile and say, Mr. Lin, if you intend to invest in the AI industry, right now, it's the best time to get into the game. Not only that, we, United Box Computer, will share our insights with you unconditionally, and even some of our technology patents can be shared with you. Of course, if you want to produce computers, we can make some constructive suggestions. Lin Mo smiled and said, with these words from Dong Yang, I can rest assured. Of course, Lin Mo naturally knew clearly that the reason why Yang Qingyuan was like this was because he intended to consolidate the cooperation between them. After all, right now, only Lin Mo can provide 10nm class chips, and with such a presence, they can strike out in a big way. By then, both artificial intelligence, supercomputers, and even other industries could be fully developed. Compared to that, sharing his core technology as well as patents with Lin Mo is nothing. And the next time, Yang Qingyuan took Lin Mo as well as Zhang Jie and toured around his headquarters. Lin Mo benefited for a while. A new investment blueprint has been sketched out in the mind. Blink. It's already 8 o'clock. Lin Mo smiled and said, Dong Yang, we'd better hurry up and sign. After all, I can't wait to see our domestic supercomputer upgrade. Hearing this, Yang Qingyuan immediately arranged it. 10 minutes later, the two men finished signing, and Lin Mo didn't talk nonsense. Directly in front of the other party, called Lei Xiaojun and asked the other party to mail the chip over. And just to be on the safe side, Lin Mo specifically instructed that the other party must use anti-leakage means before mailing it. Hang up your cell phone. Yang Qingyuan's heart was filled with anticipation. He extended his hand and said, Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you. I hope we can work together. Lin Mo smiled and said, Dong Yang, aren't you afraid that in the future, I will overtake you in the AI field as well as the computer industry? Yang Qingyuan smiled back. If Mr. Lin's business can counterattack, that can only mean one thing, that is, we, United Box Computer, still have a lot of room for improvement. When the time comes, we'll work harder and try to outdo you again. This, of course, is something we should consider later. After all, it is imperative that we join forces and try to capture the market of the computer industry, which is ranked number 1 and number 2 in the world. In this way, we are the real winners. As these words fell, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. Before leaving, Lin Mo and Yang Qingyuan left each other's contact information. And then, Lin Mo also briefly explained a few things to Yang Qingyuan before leaving. Kobayashi, you're good enough. You really don't miss any opportunity. Zhang Jie gave a thumbs up. But that's the kind of mind that people who do great things should have. And never miss an opportunity if they have one. Lin Mo said smilingly, Grandpa Zhang, the one who can really do it is you. How do you know Yang Qingyuan? Zhang Jie laughed. As you know, your Grandpa Zhang, I love nothing more than making friends. This Yang Qingyuan is the son of one of my oldest brothers in the capital, and when we talked on the phone last night, we talked about the chip. I don't know anything about this, but I know that your company, Rice Mobile, is working on this. So, Jan came to me and insisted that I introduce you guys. Hearing this, Lin Mo laughed. Grandpa Zhang, speaking of which, I owe you another favor. This time, working with Yang Qingyuan, I'm afraid that, in the future, the industries under my banner will definitely have a huge boost. After all, whether it's the computer industry or the AI industry, it's very difficult to try to figure it out from scratch. And with this predecessor of the United Box Computer Corporation leading the way, I'm afraid, we're going to grow very rapidly. Grandpa Zhang looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, Little Lin, this cooperation is just an appetizer. The real cooperation is yet to come. Lin Mo was secretly surprised. Grandpa Zhang, are you saying that the cooperation with Yang Qingyuan is just a coincidence? This time, your old man brought me to the capital. There are other investment projects? That's true. And, with this investment, I guarantee you'll be interested. Lin Mo had wanted to inquire. Unbeknownst to me, Zhang Jie turned his words around and said, Brat, let me ask you, after this is accomplished, how do you plan to thank me? Lin Mo paused, then smiled and said, How about this? I still have 8 cases of 50-year-old Maotai left at home. How about I give you 4 cases? Hearing this answer, Zhang Jie smiled in satisfaction. Count on your boy's heart. Hey, with the wine you gave me, I can brag in front of those old guys again. I want them to know whether their children are filial or my granddaughter-in-law is more filial. Well, let's go find a place to stay. And tomorrow, I'll take you to see the little guy. I think that after you meet, you'll definitely rub off differently. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a hotel and checked in without incident. And before going to bed, Tang Kerson's phone call came through. The general idea was that the other party had gone to the countryside and brought his mother to Cloud City. And the complete set of biopharmaceutical production equipment that the other party said that the high person had entrusted the relationship to get, has also been successfully installed in Jiang Yuntao's biopharmaceutical organization. Next, all that was needed was to complete the production of the heart special medicine and then conduct all-around testing. And once that was done, then after Su Tsuiyun was given an all-around physical examination, the medicine could be taken. Hearing these words, Lin Mo's heart that was hanging in the air completely fell. He quickly went to sleep. Next, as long as he waited for tomorrow to arrive, he would be able to meet the person introduced by Elder Zhang Jie and make a new investment. He was, for a moment, expectant. Chapter 100 Cooperation with Red Chess Automobile and Nintex to capture the global new energy vehicle market. Chapter 100 Cooperation with Red Chess Automobile and Ningda Times to occupy the global new energy vehicle market. Early the next morning, Lin Mo got up early, wash up. He then knocked on Zhang Jie's room door. At the moment, Zhang Jie was sitting on the sofa, wearing presbyopia glasses and playing with his cell phone. Lin Mo went up to take a look and realized that the other party was playing Happy Fun. Grandpa Zhang, should we set off? Lin Mo smiled. Zhang Jie calmly said, Don't be in a hurry. Let me play through this first. Just as the words were finished, Zhang Jie sighed. AI. Another failure. He had planned to keep breaking in, which was reminded that there was no stamina available. He looked at Lin Mo with a smile. Here, Lin, let me share this with you so I can increase my stamina. The next moment, Lin Mo's prestige received a shared message. Lin Mo had no choice but to quickly click. Ha ha, here we go. Here we go. I've got 5 more stamina. After saying that, Zhang Jie continued to play with himself. Lin Mo was angry and amused. However, the thought of this game, being able to be used by both young and old, and also being able to use fragmented time to play the game, this is naturally considered good news for him. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jie could be considered to have put away his cell phone. He quickly dialed a number. Xiao Lu, on your side, are you done with your work? Yes? Well then, I'll meet you after breakfast on my end. Hang up your cell phone. Zhang Jie led Lin Mo out of the room. Coming downstairs to the breakfast place, the two had just finished their breakfast when a red chess car heckled to a halt. A young man in a suit quickly got out of the car. Elder Zhang. Mr. Lin, I'm driver Xiaoli. The chairman asked me to come over to pick up the two of you. After saying that, the driver Li quickly opened the door of the car. Wait for the two to get in the car. Lin Mo curiously said. Grandpa Zhang, which one are we going to meet? Zhang Jie said mysteriously. The answer is already in front of us, but you kid can't even guess it? Lin Mo was a bit strange, and the next instant, he said indistinctly, Grandpa Zhang, could it be that the investment project you're introducing to me this time is Red Chess Automobile? Seeing the other man smile and not say anything, Lin Mo was horrified in his heart. You know Red Chess Auto, it's a state-owned company, and, with a history of several decades, it is a pioneer in the automotive field in China. At the same time, it was also an existence that Lin Mo could not afford to reach. Granted, Lin Mo had thought about working with this business before, but you have to know that the whole of China, with this idea, is estimated to cover all the car brands. It's just a shame. Yet none of them were able to succeed. And just as Lin Mo muttered, the voice of the future came to his ears. Red Chess Automobile, which is a pioneer in the automobile industry in China. Since 14, when it began accepting private orders, it has jumped to the top of the domestic sales charts. It's just a shame that they missed a great opportunity to get into new energy vehicles. As I recall, it seems like Red Chess Motors started producing new energy in 23. Though several years behind other companies, they are latecomers, and more than that, they have also entered into strategic cooperation with other new energy vehicles to join forces. Granted, the business is not listed, but the market value of its brand, at least, is in the hundreds of billions. Hear that? Lin Mo was instantly stunned. Red Chess Car 23 years, only began to enter the new energy vehicles, but still the latecomer to the forefront. This alone shows the strength of this enterprise. For a while, Lin Mo was expecting a lot. After all, the vast new energy vehicle, which Xia Qianfan is in charge of, is only in its infancy. Although they have experience working at Truss, but it's just the beginning for now. Granted, Lin Ma has gotten more exposure through social media, and by attending car shows. But yet, because they are starting from scratch, they naturally need to be tested by the market. In this regard, Lin Mo was in no hurry. He believed in Xia Qianfan's ability. At the same time, they are given enough time to develop gradually. But once you can work with Red Chess Auto yourself, I'm afraid, it would have saved a lot of time. Thinking about this, Lin Mo grew more and more expectant. Finally, half an hour later, the driver, Li, parked the car in front of a restaurant. The two quickly got out of the car. At that moment, a young man in a suit quickly approached. Little Lu, you kid, you're really a busy man. Zhang Jie snickered. Elder Zhang, isn't it impossible for me to do so? Originally, I wanted to pick you up myself, but suddenly there was a conference call in the middle of it, so I had to have Li pick you two up. The two finished their brief chatter, and then, Lu Qing arrived in front of Lin Mo. This is the owner of Vast Auto? Mr. Lin, right? It's nice to get to know you. Lin Mo immediately shook hands with the other party. Come on, let's go in first, then we'll eat and talk. Several people entered the hotel box, and Lu Qing is clearly a talker. Although he was meeting Lin Mo for the first time, he acted very enthusiastically, constantly asking questions about the development of Lin Mo's many industries. When the chat is almost over, Lu Qing said bluntly, Mr. Lin, I'm very interested in the automatic driving system developed by Vast Auto. I wonder, how much, to be able to take this autopilot technology? Of course, in addition to that, I also hope that, in terms of new energy, we can reach a deep cooperation with Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin has the will to do so, We will absolutely give the appropriate support. And we can even share patents. Oh yeah. Before meeting with Mr. Lin, I also met with the chairman of Nind Era. We have reached a consensus on the new energy battery aspect. That is, there is us to provide the corresponding materials, while Nindetsi is responsible for the assembly. As for the vast company, it focuses on the battery components, as well as the architecture of the battery control system. I think that with our strong alliance, the new energy vehicle market at home and abroad will certainly have a place for us. I wonder, what does Mr. Lin think? Seeing that Lin Mo was silent, Lu Qing continued. By the way, the person in charge of Ningda Times also said that if Mr. Lin is willing to cooperate, they will build a super production workshop for new energy batteries in Cloud City. We are responsible for providing the appropriate talent. As for Mr. Lin, he only needs to provide the chip. Zhang Jie, who was on the side, saw that Lin Mo was silent. Immediately, he said, Xiao Lin, you don't need to contribute any money for this investment, but I, a layman, can see that if the super production workshop comes out, I'm afraid that the new energy batteries researched by the three of you will inevitably dominate the global market in a short period of time. It's not a small amount of revenue when it comes down to it. What are you hesitating for? Zhang Jie couldn't help but be curious. I don't know. At this moment, Lin Mo was not hesitating, but was completely in shock, just because he did not expect. In any case, he so easily, with the dream of the Nind Era, as well as the Red Chess Car cooperation, Lin Mo's heart was full of expectations. He was even able to think about it. After this was announced, the picture of a vast array of cars that get unprecedented heat is now. Chapter 101 Investing in Ventech to be a pioneer in the world's semiconductor field. Chapter 101 Investing in Ventech. Being a pioneer in the world's semiconductor field. Lin Mo is a man who does things decisively. Now that his wish was accomplished, he naturally did not hide it. Immediately, he said that he would reach the deepest cooperation with Ningda Times as well as Red Chess Automobile. We are working together to develop foreign markets. After the meal, Lin Mo quickly signed the relevant agreement with Lu Qing, and then, each left. Back to the hotel, Zhang Jie laughed out loud. Xiao Lin, does Grandpa Zhang give a damn? Lin Mo gave a thumbs up and said, Grandpa Zhang, I don't even know how to return this favor of yours. Lin Mo's words were naturally the truth. After all, at the beginning of his own business, Zhang Jie put on his old face and borrowed money for himself when he didn't know he had hundreds of billions of dollars. And then, with his strong connections, he introduced many investments. And these are the companies that are the future leaders of the relevant industries. Though, during this time, Lin Mo introduced a few stocks to the other party, allowing Zhang Jie to make a small profit for them. But know this, it's easy to pay off a money debt, but it's hard to pay off a human debt. Seeing Lin Mo like this, Zhang Jie said smilingly, You, don't think about how to repay me. You and Curson girl, when you have nothing to do, come and keep me company, eat and chat, and I'll be happy. Of course, I'm helping you out so much because I'm looking at Kuxian's face, so you brat must be good to Kuxian, or else, Grandpa Zhang, when I start my fire, it's very scary. Lin Mo hurriedly assured up, and at that moment, Zhang Jie turned his words around and said, By the way, that gift, did you give it to Kuxian? Lin Mo shook his head. A box was then removed from among his pockets. As the box opened, a perfectly crafted cashmere sapphire ring appeared. It shimmers beautifully in the light. You haven't sent it out yet? Zhang Jie wondered. Lin Mo shook his head. Haven't I been waiting for the right opportunity? Zhang Jie sighed. Forget it, I won't get involved in your young people's affairs. Anyway, nah, I can see that you both have each other in your hearts. But, let me be honest. You kid, your heart is a little too big, isn't it? A ring of such value. You keep it on you all the time. You're not afraid of losing it, are you? Lin Mo shook his head and said, Grandpa Zhang, don't worry. I will take good care of it until I deliver it to Kuxian's hands. Zhang Jie laughed. Then he patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said, Well, now, the cooperation with Red Chess Automobile has been completely taken care of. At noon, just rest up. At 4 in the afternoon, you still have to go out with me. I'm going to see an old friend. Lin Mo was puzzled when he saw the other party being mysterious. Could it be that the other party has some new investment project waiting for them? When Zhang Jie went back to his room, Lin Mo sat on the sofa, intending to rest for a while, but just then, a video request from Tang Kuxian was sent over. Lin Mo quickly connected. Ouch, that was a pretty quick catch, Tang Kuxian said with a smile on her face. That's not true, I have to get through to the video you sent immediately. Lin Mo smiled back. Alright, don't be poor. Let me ask you, did you get anything new over there in the capital? Don Corinne inquired. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't hide, and immediately told the truth about his cooperation with United Box Computer, as well as Red Chess Automobile and Ningda Times. Hear this. Tang Kurson marveled. I'll go. It's only been 1 day, and you've made such a big gain? Sure enough, it's still the capital that has more opportunities. What Lin Mo didn't know was that Tang Kurson marveled on the surface. In truth, Lin Mo's 2 collaborations, he had long been informed of them through the system. Moreover, because this cooperation was made possible because of Tang Kurson's relationship with Zhang Jie, as a result, the system gives a whole new investment opportunity. Because of this, Tang Kurson specifically called Lin Mo to tell the other party to seize this new investment opportunity. Think about it. Tang Kurson spoke. Lin Mo. I'm looking for you this time because I have an investment to tell you about. If this investment can be taken, I'm afraid, in the next 10 years' time, in the semiconductor industry, no one can be comparable to you. What? Lin Mo was secretly surprised. Kagome. What kind of investment are you talking about? Tang Kuxin smiled mysteriously. The narrative then unfolded. The business, named Ventec. This is a semiconductor company founded in the 1990s. It has the most advanced IDM, optical module, and integration of the 3 major segments in China. More than that, they specialize in chip design, manufacturing wafers, and even servers. Although, at the moment, this enterprise can only research low-end and mid-range chips, but with you on board, I'm afraid, in the chip industry, it's bound to be a hit. And at present, the Rice Mobile Phone Company can only develop 10-nanometer class chips, but once you take this enterprise, perhaps, in the near future, you can attack 8-nanometer, 6-nanometer, or even 4-nanometer class chips. Wait until then. The latter words, Tang Kurson didn't continue, but inside Lin Mo, he was already a little bit stupid. Lin Mo. I'll affirm once more. Hurry up and take advantage of this opportunity. Lin Mo sniffed and nodded solemnly. Xin. I know what to do. However, I don't know the address of this business and, Tang Kurson was obviously prepared. She said mysteriously, I'm giving you an address now. When you get there, then go to a place called the Venture Gym and you'll find him. The reason I know this is because, I read a report before, that one Taiwan would go there to play every time he had something on his mind. Well, without further ado, you hurry up and get going. Hang up your cell phone. Tang Kurson then sent Lin Mo a location. Incidentally, I also sent over a picture of Huang Wentai, and without hesitation, Lin Mo sent a message to Zhang Jie, explaining that he had something to do, and then went straight to his destination. Half an hour later, a gymnasium called Venturetech arrived. Lin Mo simply registered and entered it. Sure enough, he saw that not far away in front of a basketball court, that Zhang Wentai was playing there alone. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately stepped forward. How boring is it to play alone? This gentleman? Why don't I keep you company? Zhang Wentai couldn't help but stare, then inquired. You are, Mr. Lin Mo? Chapter 102, Integration of Domestic Semiconductor Enterprises. Target, R&D of 8-nanometer chips. Chapter 102, Integration of Domestic Semiconductor Enterprises. Goal, R&D of 8-nanometer chips. You, recognize me? Lin Mo was a bit strange. Zhang Wentai couldn't help but laugh. I just received a call from a lady who asked me if I'm at the Wentai gym right now. Say over here, there's a major opportunity, and once it's taken, it's possible that my company, Ventec, will become a giant in the semiconductor field. More than that, she sent me a picture. Originally, I thought this was just purely a joke, but it turns out, I actually saw you. Lin Mo secretly laughed. Needless to say, all of this was definitely arranged by Tang Kuxin, and just as Lin Mo was thinking about it, Zhang Wentai stepped forward. Mr. Lin, it's an honor to see you. Didn't you just ask me if I recognized you? To be honest, I've heard a lot about you. After all, your Rice cell phone company, for a while now, has been on a roll. More than that, that vast automobile, likewise has a promising future. And as for the rest of the several software, for example, BeepStation as well as Chopsticks Hands, they likewise have a sizable future. It's very impressive to realize that the average investor can make a company this successful, and the many industries under Mr. Lin are thriving, which is rare. Hearing what the other party said, Lin Mo was extremely curious. Seeing the other party do so, Zhang Wentai smiled and said, Mr. Lin, it's like this. The person in charge of your Magenta Group takeout, Wang Xing, is actually a cousin of mine. There is information about you that I learned from him. That's why I was waiting here for you to show up when I heard the lady's call. Originally, even if you didn't show up here, I would have made a trip to Cloud City to meet with you. Hear that? Lin Mo couldn't help but be dazed. The mind, on the other hand, sighs. In the end, 1,000 words came together in one sentence. Talented people really do show up in piles. A lot of emotion. Lin Mo had intended to talk to the other party about business. Nevertheless, Zhang Wentai smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I'm a bit bored playing alone. Why don't we have a one-on-one fight? After all, it's been a while since I've had a good workout. To this, Lin Mo was naturally interested. After all, when he was in college, his favorite game was basketball. Even a starter on the department's basketball team. Only, after work, Lin Mo basically works from 9 to 5. As a result, there are very few opportunities to play basketball. And so, 5 minutes later, Lin Mo and Zhang Wentai changed into their basketball uniforms. The two began to sweat it out on the basketball court. Played for almost half an hour. The two of them then sat down and rested up. It hurts. It really hurts to play against Mr. Lin, Zhang Wentai said smilingly. Lin Mo laughed. I haven't exercised like this in a while either. I have to say, it's soothing all over. And then, Lin Mo's words changed. Mr. Zhang, now that we're done with basketball, next, isn't it time to get to the point? Zhang Wentai kindly laughed. As for Lin Mo, because he kept Tang Kerson's words in his mind, he immediately said, Mr. Zhang, I intend to acquire your Wentai technology. Of course, after the acquisition, you'll still be in charge of this company. Although, subsequently, it will cooperate with the chip department of the rice phone company. But you are each other. You are independent departments, each supervised. On my way here, I've already investigated your company's brand value, which is around $20 billion. How about this? I'll go straight to this price, acquire it, and then inject an additional $30 billion. What? Zhang Wentai was dumbstruck. The mind was in shock. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Lin Mo would offer such a high price to acquire this business in any case. And at this time, Lin Mo continued. Of course, with this additional $30 billion, in addition to the company's operations, I also need you to do the following things. First, acquire other semiconductor companies in our China and merge them completely. Secondly, you need to work with the chip department of the rice phone and form a brand new department that specializes in the development of chips that are higher end than the 10 nanometer level, such as 8 nanometer and 6 nanometer. And when the technology matures in the future, further breakthroughs will be made. Hearing this, Zhang Wentai had been too surprised to speak. Mr. Lin, I can understand your determination to break through the rice chip sanctions as well as the technological blockade, but isn't it true that the current rice phone can only develop 14 nanometer chips? So, our next target should not be. Lin Mo laughed. Then truthfully, the 14 nanometer class chip is just the highest class chip we've announced to the public so far. But in addition to that, the chip department of the rice phone has developed a 12 nanometer grade chip, and it has been put into the center control system of the vast car. As for 10 nanometer scale chips, the department, too, has manufactured them. What? What? Zhang Wentai was dumbfounded for a moment. Seeing the other party do so, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. I'm not joking. Before meeting with you, yesterday, I also contacted Qing Yuan Yang, the chairman of United Box Computers. Next, they'll be able to use 10 nanometer scale chips, which will then be used to upgrade the supercomputers they've worked on and developed. I don't think it will be long before the news will be proclaimed. Gulp. Zhang Wentai swallowed. The shock within had reached an unparalleled level. He naturally wouldn't doubt the truthfulness of Lin Mo's words, but these words are really breaking news. After all, the introduction of 14 nanometer class chips is enough to make companies such as MGAC and Intel anxious. If the news of China's development of a 10 nanometer class chip gets out, I'm afraid, those companies that attempted to sanction China will simply storm off in place. At this moment, Zhang Wentai was sighing inwardly. After all, a few days ago, because of the rice cake pass chip sanctions, as well as many disgusting means, resulting in the whole of China's many dependent on the chip industry, everyone is in danger. And some enterprises without principles and bottom lines have voluntarily conceded to the problem and attempted to sign the supplementary agreement, which is not fair at all. Among them were those old rivals of Zhang Wentai. And Zhang Wentai, because he was not going to give in, so some of the patents that were originally licensed by the U.S. were directly restricted from use. So far, the employees of Ventec have not been to work for several days. It was because of this that Zhang Wentai was trying to find a way to transfer the company and invest in other businesses. But when it really comes down to it, Zhang Wentai naturally can't let go. After all, this company, but his father's hard work down the foundation, how can he give it up? But today, with Lin Mo in the game, he could already see the dawn of hope. And that's when Lin Mo spoke. Mr. Zhang, if you are interested in joining my team, then prepare the agreement. Then go and negotiate with Lei Xiaojun, the person in charge of the Rice cell phone company. After a pause, Lin Mo said with a deep look on his face, I'll ask you one last thing. Can you be confident in accomplishing 8 nanometer, 6 nanometer or even 2 nanometer level chips? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention one thing. That is, AMSL has promised to give Rice Cellular 2 EUV lithography machines. Hearing this, Zhang Wentai was filled with excitement. Mr. Lin, with an EUV lithography machine, within a year, no, 3 months, we'll be able to tackle the process of programming an 8 nanometer class chip. I have that confidence. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile in satisfaction at his words. Chapter 103, $20 billion in the game. Take the first listed company of your own. Chapter 103, $20 billion in the game. Taking the first listed company of their own. When Lin Mo left Ventec, it was already half an hour later. During this time, the two talked quite a bit about future plans for the semiconductor industry. Not to mention that Zhang Wentai was a bit fervent. Even Lin Mo felt energized at the moment. Of course, Lin Mo had wanted to chat with the other party for a while longer. But one thought, Zhang Lao sighed. There is an investment waiting for their own. Can only be temporarily shelved? The next time there is an opportunity. And then talk all night. When Lin Mo returned to the hotel, Zhang Jie was still there playing elimination games. Seeing Lin Mo appear, Zhang Jie smiled and said, Brat, what kind of investment did you quietly make without my knowledge again? Lin Mo laughed and immediately told him about his taking down of One Tech. And when he learned that Lin Mo had actually spent $50 billion, he was instantly overwhelmed with flesh pain. You kid, you really don't take money for granted. $50 billion and you just spent it? Lin Mo smiled helplessly. Grandpa Zhang, I can't help it. Although, the chip industry of the Rice cell phone company is developing well, but ultimately there are only so many talented people in semiconductors. And while I spent $50 billion, I was able to consolidate several of the top semiconductor companies in the country today. Let it integrate with the chip division of the Rice phone. Isn't there a saying that all hands make light work? The only way to do it. Hearing this, Zhang Jie laughed. Alright, I'm teasing you. I trust your vision. And for your decision, I raise my hands in favor. And mentally support you. Lin Mo snickered. What? Grandpa Zhang, you're not going to support me monetarily? Zhang Jie didn't have the heart to say. In your kid's hands right now, there are still several $100 billion of liquidity, plus the money that comes to hand from the next auction. It all adds up to $600 or $700 billion, doesn't it? Are you good enough to scrounge money from me? That's money I'm still waiting to retire on. After a pause, Zhang Jie lightly hummed. If I had known that you kid, that would be sitting on hundreds of billions. I wouldn't be showing off. While finishing spitting, Zhang Jie got up and said, Alright, now, set off with me. Lin Mo curiously said, Grandpa Zhang, all this way, your old man has kept me mysterious. Now, it's time for you to tell me exactly what investment we're going to make next. When we go to see your old friend? Zhang Jie smiled mysteriously. Seeing Lin Mo staring blearily at himself, he finally laughed and said, Alright, I'll tell you. That old friend of mine, he has a son who owns a company. In 10, that company went public. These days, aren't they the days of bull stocks? But that company's stock price, lately, has continued to plummet. The boy was white with worry all night. My old friend saw the other guy doing that. So, he was going to let him transfer his stake. That's why I'm taking you over there. If you can, go right ahead and make the acquisition. In that case, you kind of have a publicly traded company. Of course, I don't know much about stocks, but I think this company, in your hands, is bound to turn things around and realize a surge in its stock price. Lin Mo nodded slightly. It could be considered to understand the other side's intentions. Afterward, Lin Mo curiously said, I wonder what the name of that company is. Bacchus Technology. Lin Mo sniffed and immediately opened his cell phone speculation software and quickly found the stock. This look, Lin Mo was completely speechless, simply because, this stock, since 3 days ago, has continued to plummet. Today, it's even down. And then Lin Mo started searching for the stock's share price over the years. In the end, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. After all, during this period of time, Lin Mo had learned a lot of theoretical knowledge because of speculation. It is also known that the stock, Baichuan Technology, may be delisted outright if it fails to continue to make a profit this year. In the end, it had to be declared bankrupt. That's not knowing the trouble. No, one might even say it's a hot potato. No wonder your friend's son, Grandpa Zhang, turned white with worry overnight. Zhang Jie frowned. Is it already this serious? Lin Mo nodded. If there are no accidents, this company, perhaps, is hopeless. Hearing this, Zhang Jie secretly sighed, and Lin Mo wasn't going to clean up this mess. But just as Lin Mo was planning to speak his mind, in his ear, suddenly came the voice of the future. Baichuan Technology, which is a company with a legendary reputation. This company covers many fields: automation industry, new energy, robotics, rail transportation, etc. In addition to excellent achievements in motors, central control, and sensors. Since its IPO in 10, it has suffered repeated setbacks and almost delisted because of it. But just when its chairman almost sold his shares, by which he preserved his assets, the man behind Alibaba suddenly entered the business. More than that, Sun Jingyi also pulls the stock god Baffert together. This enterprise, the rise, in 24, its market capitalization shot right up to over $160 billion. Hear that? Lin Mo was a bit stunned. Obviously, he hadn't thought about it in any way. This is a business that has managed to have such a change of heart. Doesn't this mean that if I make a move, I can also turn the situation around? After all, I can also help with the hype with the help of the stock god, Baffert. Think about it. Lin Mo changed his attitude from earlier. Grandpa Zhang, tell your friend that I will follow up on this stock. Baichuan Technology. I just looked at the current market capitalization of this business, which is around $30 billion. I would buy $20 billion in stock outright and become a shareholder in this company. However, since it's a publicly traded company, I'll need the appropriate paperwork, which you can have the other party prepare in advance. And on top of that, I'm going to surprise them. Zhang Jie sniffed and immediately said, Good, Shaolin. With your words, I'm relieved. I'm going to contact my old friend and ask him to prepare the agreement for the transfer of the equity. By the way, don't you dare back out in the middle of it. Lin Mo laughed. With a chance to make money, how could I back out? Plus, if I can take this business, then I can make a big splash. After all, this business covers industries that several of my companies desperately need at the moment. Zhang Jie nodded his head repeatedly and immediately called his old friend with immense excitement. 5 minutes later. Shaolin, come on, let's go find that old friend of mine now. After saying that, Zhang Jie cheerfully pulled Lin Mo out the door. Chapter 104, What? The God of Stocks Baffert's entry into Baichuan Technology was arranged by you? Chapter 104, What? The God of Stocks, Baffert, entered Baichuan Technology. Did you arrange it? This side, Lin Mo and Zhang Jie, full of anticipation, went straight to the headquarters of Baichuan Technology Enterprise. And in the meantime, Baichuan Technology, inside the chairman's building, Sichuan Zhang had a saddened look on his face. Seeing this, Sichuan's father, Su Weichang, sighed. Son, your uncle Zhang has already arranged for you to take over this company, but why do you look like you're still sulking? When he said this, Su Weichang's eyes were filled with heartache. He naturally knew how much his son, for the sake of this business, had put his heart and soul into it. It's just a shame that the sky is not the limit. And, his own son, whose hair was even grayer than his. Therefore, even if he knew that Sichuan could not bear to transfer the company's shares, he could only do so. After all, his son was more important to him than the business. Dad, I know, but I'm just. Sichuan choked. Well, everything's going to be okay. Su Weichang stepped forward and patted his son's shoulder and said, Soon. Sichuan's mood eased a little. With a serious face, he said, Dad, is the entrepreneur that Grandpa Zhang introduced reliable? Also, my concern now is that if that entrepreneur buys shares in our company, this business still won't be able to turn things around. Wouldn't that make people lose money for nothing? I can't bear it. Su Weichang sighed and said, This is also something I'm worried about. I naturally know Zhang Jie's character, and the people he recommends are absolutely reliable. I'm also afraid that the other party won't be able to get the stock back up after they take over. And when that happens, how am I going to face Zhang Jie? After all, we've known each other for over 40 years and are closer than brothers. The two were talking, and just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. The Su family's father and son thought it was Zhang Jie and the others who had come. Instantly, he ran to open the door. Just noticed that an assistant was standing outside with a face full of excitement. What's wrong? A shock? Sichuan inquired curiously. That assistant immediately said, Chairman, good news. Heavenly good news. Seeing Sichuan's puzzled face, that assistant quickly took out his cell phone and opened the software today's headlines. There was only one message. Very striking. The stock god Baffert once again entered the Chinese stock market, this time intending to spend $500 million to buy shares of Baichuan Enterprises. What? Sichuan was dumbfounded. The Su Weichang on the side was also filled with dismay at the moment. Although, Su Wei Chang is a stock layman, but also know that the stock god Baffert's energy. It can be said that because of the other party's example-less investment, his presence, therefore, is basically a windfall. It is not an exaggeration to say that once the other party has taken a liking to any stock, the stock does not say that it has skyrocketed, but it definitely has a future. Before the stock market in Maotai, turning the tide, it can be said that the other side occupies the greatest credit. Baffert is such an amazing being? Is this for real? Su Chuan was a bit stunned. Inwardly, he was puzzled. After all, that's Baffert, the stock god. There is no doubt about his awesomeness. But the other side rarely enters the Chinese stock market. And that's when another staff member arrived quickly. Chairman, just now, someone bought $11 billion of stock. And it's an overseas account. Hear this. Su Chuan froze in place. It was a long time before he came to his computer. And sure enough, he saw the message in question. Immediately afterward, the image that caused Su Chuan to be dismayed appeared, only to see that the stock price, which had already hit rock bottom, miraculously lifted up. Granted, it only went up a few cents, but it gave Su Chuan hope. That's great. Su Chuan was excited inside. At the same time, there was some curiosity as to what purpose Baffert had in doing so, and at that moment, the assistant said, Chairman, with Mr. Baffert buying our stock, our company, does it not have to go bankrupt? And you won't have to sell your shares? Hear this. Su Chuan didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at his father. Obviously, at this moment, he didn't know what to do anymore. After all, it was the father who pulled off the old face and asked Elder Zhang to introduce people to come. It would not be very appropriate to refuse to transfer the shares yourself because the stock is starting to rebound. After all, they were the ones who had asked for it before. Son, why don't you just transfer the shares? Su Wei Chang sighed. After all, I really don't want to see you burnt out and sad every day anymore. You know what? Your mom hides in her room and cries every day when she sees you like this. Su Chuan sniffed and finally nodded. Okay, let's go out first. At this moment, your grandpa Zhang might have already come. You hurry up and get your materials ready. However, now that the stock market is up, the price should be negotiated as public or private. In this regard, Su Chuan naturally had no problem with it. Soon, Su Chuan had already finished all the materials. Next, just make sure the materials are correct and both parties sign. After some waiting, Zhang Jie appeared here with Lin Mo. A few brief greetings were exchanged. And then, Zhang Jie said smilingly, Old brother Su, we two old guys don't understand business matters. So, let's go play a game of chess. What's next for the two little ones? Wait until the two have left. Lin Mo was the first to speak. Mr. Su, when I came here, I already understood the current situation of your company. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on my $20 billion to take the shares of your company? Su Chuan didn't know how to answer for a moment. After a moment of silence, Su Chuan spoke. Mr. Lin, I don't have any ideas. Afterwards, Su Chuan took out the information and put it in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo read them one by one, and after making sure there were no problems, he quickly signed them. And then, Lin Mo didn't hesitate and directly used $20 billion to buy the shares that Su Chuan had just sold off. When Su Chuan saw this, his heart fell a little, but in order to keep his family from worrying, he could, in the end, only smile bitterly and say, Mr. Lin, congratulations, you are currently the largest shareholder of our Baichuan company, and in my hands, I still hold a portion of the shares, so next, I will do my best to assist you and develop this company properly. Lin Mo laughed and said, Mr. Su, I can be the biggest shareholder of the company, but managing a company, I'm an amateur, so it's still you who decides on things big and small for the company. Of course, I'm aware of the current situation in the company, but don't worry, next, I'll use all the contacts I can use at the moment to get this company to start full development. After all, the share price of a listed company is related to its own company's products in addition to market factors. You have a company that has a huge future, but because of the market, it can't be elevated. And that, in turn, is the root of the stock market crash. But with me in the game, everything has shifted. After all, under my umbrella, I have the Rice cell phone company, and I have Vast Motors. In addition to that, I work closely with Warwick Cellular, Linkbox Computers, and Red Chess Automotive. All of them. I'll find a way for you to work with these businesses. What? Su Chuan was dumbfounded. Only after a long time did he say, Mr. Lin, could it be that you're that newly promoted divine magnificent in Cloud City? Before, Mr. Baffert, the god of stocks, Traveled thousands of miles to Cloud City just to see you? Lin Mo smiled and nodded. It is exactly me. And, this time, it was also me who asked Mr. Baffert to buy the shares of Baichuan Enterprises, boosting the rise of its stock price. Hear this. Su Chuan was already too surprised to speak. Chapter 105, Purpose Reached. Take Baichuan Technology. Fully Automated Industrial CNC Machine Tools. Chapter 105, Purpose Reached. Take Baichuan Technology. Fully Automated Industrial CNC Machine Tools. No wonder Su Chuan is so. Before Lin Mo came, he had been curious about who, exactly, had so much energy that he could make the stock god, Baffert, buy their company's stock. He fantasized about it all, accompanied by the entry of the stock god Baffert. This is a company whose stock will continue to rebound and, eventually, return to the top. Results. The person behind the scenes was surprisingly Lin Mo. And Lin Mo was actually the divine hero in Cloud City who was able to startle Baphomet. At this very moment, Su Chuan's heart was complicated. And more than that, it's a blessing. Thanks to myself, I listened to my father and didn't give up on transferring my shares because of the immediate benefits. I'm afraid, if I do, Lin Mo will have Baffert dump the stock. By then, Baichuan Technology will certainly be beaten back again. And Su Chuan's guess was indeed correct. However, there was one thing he guessed wrong. That is, Lin Mo is determined to win this enterprise. Simply because the products covered by Baichuan Technology were all what Lin Mo needed. If it is taken and then integrated, it is bound to grow rapidly. And the reason why Lin Mo released the news in advance, it was actually to test Su Chuan's character. If the other party really forgoes the transfer of equity because of the small profit in front of them, Lin Mo will indeed tell Baffert to sell his shares of Bacchus Technology and let it continue to fall. So much for that. Lin Mo spends $20 billion and can buy more stock. However, Lin Mo was naturally doubly pleased that Su Chuan was able to withstand the test, though, for this reason, he or she, himself or herself, spends a lot more money, but these, too, are an investment in themselves. Moreover, Lin Mo also believed that he would be able to earn that money back sooner or later. Think about it. Lin Mo smiled and said, Mr. Su, there is something that I must make clear, and that is, without waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Su Chuan smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I understand what you mean. You are worried that I will regret my decision today if the stock market rises after you are in the game. This, you can rest assured. I'm not stupid. Heart clear. If not, you let Mr. Baffert into the game. This company can only be delisted and ultimately declared bankruptcy. Also, I, for one, don't really care about immediate benefits. I like to take the long view. So far, I'm probably losing money. However, Mr. Lin is definitely not the type of person who is selfish and self-interested, and in the future, will definitely be able to make up for my losses. Of that I have no doubt. Also, I agree with Mr. Lin's proposal that you are the largest shareholder, but this company, I will continue to manage. After all, in my hands, I still have 10% of the shares, almost $3 billion. I'll do everything I can to make that $3 billion, $30 billion. Lin Mo laughed, then said, smaller? Your pattern is smaller. How is 30 billion enough? 3,000 is more like it. Su Chuan froze. At this moment, he couldn't figure out if Lin Mo was painting a big pie for himself or if the other party really had such great ambitions. But, on second thought, perhaps, these can really be realized. After all, under Lin Mo's banner, there were so many enterprises, and those who cooperated with him even had state-owned enterprises, and the products produced by his own Baichuan Technology are inextricably linked to these companies. Before that, he didn't have the opportunity to work with them, with the qualifications. But now, if Lin Mo gave himself this opportunity, this business, it's bound to take off? Think about it. Su Chuan immediately said, Boss, I know. I will leave no stone unturned and take Baichuan Technology and cross over into a whole new future. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Very well, I'm relieved that you have this determination. Now, I'm going to add you to the wiki, and then I'm going to let you talk to your friends in the group. Hopefully you guys can touch off some brand new sparks. 10 minutes later. All done. The two came outside. And at this point, Zhang Jie and Su Weichang were drinking tea in another lounge. Seeing this, Su Chuan immediately stepped forward and said, Dad, Uncle Zhang, the shares have been successfully transferred out. However, I don't intend to give up the business. I will assist the boss and work together to develop Baichuan Technology. Dad, please don't worry. I will. Next, definitely clear the haze in my heart. And definitely not let you and my mom worry about me. When Su Shichang heard this, he just faintly said, Oh, I see. Do as you think. Su Chuan couldn't help but stare. And that's when Zhang Jie, who was on the side, laughed. Xiao Su, you don't have to worry about your father stopping your career. Before, it was because of an underestimation that you were bowing and scraping for the future of the company. Nowadays, you have a mountain to lean on, funds to finance, and cooperation to cooperate with. So your father naturally won't worry about any problems with your health. However, there is one thing I should warn you about. Work is important, but don't let it and mess up your body. Rest when you need to, and work when you need to. Hearing this, Su Chuan's eyes filled with hot tears, and in the mind, the determination to run this business is even stronger. 2 hours later, Lin Mo and Zhang Jie had planned to leave, but just then, Tang Kerson's phone call came over. Lin Mo, has the acquisition of the shares of Baichuan Enterprise been taken care of? Tang Kuxian asked with slight excitement. Lin Mo smiled and said, Kuxian, I was thinking of telling you this news. Tang Kerson sniffed and immediately said, great. Lin Mo was a bit strange. What's too good? Tang Kerson said evenly. Lin Mo, it's like this. I guess that you would definitely be able to take down Baichuan. That's why I contacted the higher power in advance. And the higher power said she would provide you with a fully automated industrial CNC machine. This CNC machine encompasses the core technology of automation, intelligence, and digitization. And beyond that, there's the design of the information, drive, sensing, and actuation layers, as well as the applications. With this production line, in the future, no matter designing any product, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Hear that? Lin Mo was ecstatic. If Tang Kerson was in front of him at this moment, he would definitely hug and kiss the other party fiercely. It's like dozing off and getting a pillow. After all, Lin Mo had visited some of Baichuan Technology's production workshops before he left. The equipment in this production plant, he realized, had long been eliminated from the market. A few years ago, it might have worked. But now, it is simply not enough to meet the current market demand. Lin Mo had been thinking about spending money on customization. This is bound to be time-consuming and costly. But now, Tang Kerson had actually found that senior person. And the other side has a gateway to that. Kagome, you're simply. Lin Mo was going to say something, but Tang Kerson laughed. Alright, let's not talk about polite words. Anyway, if you're free now, just wait there. Soon, someone will deliver that production line to your door and install it. Lin Mo laughed. Free? I'm definitely free. After saying that, Lin Mo immediately asked Su Chuan to empty all those obsolete products in the workshop and waited for that fully automated industrial CNC machine tool to be installed. Chapter 106, Tang Kerson brings a new mission. Acquiring Dajiang drones, rewarded with $300 billion. Chapter 106, Tang Kerson brings a new mission. Acquiring Dajiang drones, rewarding $300 billion. 2 hours later, at the moment, Baichuan Technology's plant has been refreshed. Inside the huge plant, a new production line of automated CNC machine tools has been completed. Looking at those brand new instruments, Su Chuan felt a lot of emotions inside, and Su Weichang, who was on the side, did the same. Kobayashi, you're quite the all-rounder. Su Weichang smiled. You don't know. These past few years, Su Chuan has been thinking about getting a brand new production line. After all, using a phased-out product simply doesn't cut it for the current market. But he's been all over the country and abroad, and there's no door at all. As a result, you just became the largest shareholder in this company and took care of all that. With this latest production line, our products will surely sell well at home and abroad. Su Chuan, who was on the side, was also flushed with excitement. In response, Lin Mo smiled. Mr. Su, now, you have confidence, right? Su Chuan nodded his head repeatedly, but because of his excitement, he didn't know what to say for a while. After leaving the company, Zhang Jie smiled and said, it's strange to say the least. This girl, Kuxian, is the one I watched grow up. I know exactly what connection she has, but she mentions that high man from time to time. But so far, I have never seen the other side. Saying that, Zhang Jie looked at Lin Mo and said, Shaolin, I see which. You should ask Kuxian to introduce that high-ranking person to us to meet. After all, the other party has so many doors. If you can befriend the other party, I'm afraid, it will have endless benefits for you. Lin Mo smiled without saying anything. In fact, Lin Mo had been thinking of prying out that high person from Tang Kerson. There was even talk of treating the person to dinner and thanking them in person. It's just a pity that, in response, Tang Kuxian kept saying that she would wait for her chance. Thus, so far, Lin Mo had no way of knowing the other party's situation. But, he naturally knew that Tang Kuxian had her own ideas. Immediately, He laughed and said, Grandpa Zhang, when the time comes, we will naturally be able to know about that high-ranking person. As for now, let's just go back to the hotel. Zhang Jie nodded. You don't say. After tossing around with you for this day, I am indeed tired. Well, tonight, let's both think of nothing. Then tomorrow, in our best condition, we'll attend the auction in the capital. Lin Mo smiled and said, no problem. So, the two Sichuan's arrangement was sent to the hotel. After returning to his room, Lin Mo washed up and went to sleep after chatting with Tang Kuxian on video for a while. There were no words all night. Early the next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by the doorbell. It's only 7 o'clock. Why is Grandpa Zhang calling out to me so early? Didn't they say the auction doesn't start until 9:30? Lin Mo couldn't help but mutter. He quickly got up and opened the door. And the first thing that caught my eye was a breakfast. And with the man in front of him putting down his breakfast, Lin Mo couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Kagome, what are you doing here? Lin Mo asked curiously. Tang Kurson smiled like a flower. Then beamed. What? You don't want me to come? Or, are you hiding another woman in this room? Lin Mo secretly laughed. Am I that kind of person? Come to think of it, you don't have the guts either. I'm the one who doesn't even have that kind of messed up idea. Okay? The two joked briefly. Lin Mo led the other party into the room. Xin, didn't you say that you would oversee the progress of Jian Yuntao's biopharmaceutical research organization throughout? What brings you to me all of a sudden? Don Corinne sighed. It wasn't my idea. It was your future mother-in-law. With my future mother-in-law, who insisted I come over. Seeing Lin Mo staring at himself strangely, Tang Kurson could only say, it's like this. Yesterday, didn't I pick up my future mother-in-law to go to Cloud City? And an appointment has been made with the head physician at Cloud City Hospital to help with a full body checkup. But they see that I'm always hung up on you. So your future mother-in-law, just say that it's in her hands to accompany my future mother-in-law on her medical checkup. As for me, I came over to see you. Of course, there were some words that Tang Kuxian didn't finish. That is, in addition to all of this, the system had also issued her request with a 48-hour statute of limitations. And once this task was completed, Lin Mo's current total assets would surpass $1 trillion. Don Kirshen did some simple math. Lin Mo in today's auction, after the collection is sold, the other party's hands, there will be $700 billion of assets. That is to say, next, the investment he helped Lin Mo make would have a return of at least $300 billion. That's an astronomical amount. And so, only then did Tang Kurson go to the provincial capital overnight and took the nearest plane to the capital. However, so far, the details of this mission were unknown to Tang Kuxian, but according to what she knew about the system, when the time comes, the details of the mission will inevitably be available. For what Tang Kurson was thinking, Lin Mo didn't know that. At this moment, he was looking with incomparable heartache at Tang Kurson, who was incomparably haggard from rushing to the car and airplane. You, Lin Mo sighed. At least say hello to me. If you can't, I'll get someone to fly a special plane to pick you up. You're going to the provincial capital alone on an airplane. It's a good thing there aren't any bad people. What else would you do? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tang Kurson was happy in her heart, a smile sweeter than honey on his face. Ouch, Lin Mo, I really didn't see it. I can't believe you care so much about me. I am truly the happiest woman in the world. Lin Mo hurriedly pulled the other party to the table and then fetched the breakfast that the other party had bought. Let's leave it at that for now. What you should do now is to be a good boy and finish your breakfast and get some rest. 10 minutes later, the two men each washed up, then finished breakfast. And just as Lin Mo was planning to let Tang Kuxian go and rest, in Tang Kurson's ears, the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Mission unlocked. Please help Lin Mo, the host, to complete the acquisition of Dajiang drones. The system rewards 300 billion. This reward will appear on top of the host's account in a legal and reasonably compliant manner. Hear this. Tang Kuxian instantly wasn't sleepy. I'll be damned. The system is actually letting Lin Mo acquire Dajiang drones? And a direct reward of $300 billion? Lin Mo, you have to send it. Chapter 107 The Dawn of the Future. The Rise of China's Semiconductor Industry. Chapter 107 Dawn of the Future. The Rise of China's Semiconductor Industry. No wonder Tang Kuxian was so excited. Truly, this OE drone has amazing potential for the future. Dajiang UAV, but domestic and foreign in terms of drones, the premier existence. Although it's not yet starting to hit its stride, over the years, it's amassed a lot of patents. It's not a big deal if it's not a big deal. And for the next decade or so, in the field of drones, a ride that no company could surpass. And its brand value, up to $100 billion. Although it is said that the current Lin Mo has several existences with future market capitalization exceeding trillions of dollars in his hands, but you know, in the whole world, there are only a few trillion-dollar market capitalization companies. There are only a handful, even, of $100 billion companies. Thinking about this, Tang Kerson felt that this mission was simply a benefit from the system. Take down the future drone giants at the lowest possible cost. More than that, it can also make Lin Mo's total assets break through trillions. System, you're quite forceful. Tang Xin instantly felt less tired. She was full of energy. Simply because, to Tang Kerson, there was nothing happier than helping Lin Mo make money and making the other party the richest man in the world this morning. Kagome, what's wrong with you? Seeing Tang Kerson's face full of exuberance, Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder. Kagome, why aren't you resting? Tang Xin was going to open her mouth, and at that moment, there was a doorbell ringing outside. Rimmer ran to open the door. He saw Zhang Jie standing outside. Kobayashi na. We didn't wait for Zhang Jie to finish. His afterglow landed on Tang Kerson's body. Geez, Kerson, when did you get here? I'm fine for now. You guys are busy. You go ahead. After saying this, Zhang Jie was about to exit. Grandpa Zhang. Stop it. Tang Kerson said without a trace of anger. Zhang Jie laughed. Then enter it. Xin. You girl? With Lin Mo. You don't miss your Grandpa Zhang anymore. Ha? You don't even bring me breakfast. In the face of Zhang Jie's spitting, Tang Kerson had planned to explain. But Tang Xin waved her hand and said, okay, I'm teasing you guys. Then he looked at Lin Mo and said, Little Lin, you can get ready now. We're going to the auction. Lin Mo had intended to nod. Nevertheless, Tang Kerson said, Grandpa Zhang, Lin Mo and I still have things to be busy with. Anyway, it won't hurt if we go to the auction or not. Why don't you go alone? Obviously, Zhang Jie misunderstood the other party's meaning. He smiled and said, well, then my old man will go alone. You two get along. Speaking here, Zhang Jie waved his hand towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo stepped forward in disbelief. He thought the other party had something to tell him about the auction, but when he went up and listened, he was a little speechless. I only heard Zhang Jie smilingly say, Shaolin, you have to work hard. Try to get me great-grandchildren early. When the time comes, I'll make sure to pack a big red envelope. If you guys aren't good with kids because you're busy with work, I can get a babysitter to help out. It will definitely be stress-free for you. Well, you guys are busy. You're busy. After saying that, Zhang Jie hummed a little song and left the place. Closed the door to the room. Lin Mo looked at Tang Xin awkwardly. Lin Mo, what did Grandpa Zhang say to you just now? Tang Xin said curiously. Lin Mo laughed dryly. It's nothing. Grandpa Zhang told us to have babies earlier. Tang Kerson was originally drinking water. Choked straight up when I heard that. She was flushed with laughter. On the other side of his mouth, he muttered, this Grandpa Zhang, at such an old age, he doesn't have any decent behavior at all. But, because of Zhang Jie's words, coupled with the fact that there were only two people in the room at the moment, the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. That, Kagome, you'd better hurry up and get some rest. Tang Kerson had planned to rush to the headquarters of Dajun Drones, but she was really tired. Instantly, he went to sleep, and Lin Mo thoughtfully helped the other person to cover the quilt, and then sat down in front of the computer and began to look for some opportunities on the internet. After all, it was not easy for him to come to the capital, so he naturally had to make good use of this opportunity to make more investments. There were really no investment opportunities, and he could also look for projects that could be a win-win situation and cooperate. It was a pity that after searching for half a day, Lin Mo really didn't have any clue. Eventually, you can only open the speculation site. When he saw that, the Baichuan technology stock that he had spent $20 billion to buy, yesterday's closing price, was already $5 higher than the lowest price. He could not help but smile with satisfaction. Not bad for the stock god Baffert. Its influence, indeed, is great. However, it's still the same thing. Having an expert in the game can only temporarily alleviate the immediate need. A publicly traded company has to keep producing more and better products in order to grow smoothly. Lin Mo looked at the time. By 9:30 in the morning. At this moment, the capital city auction had already begun, and at the same time, it was time for the stock market to open. Why don't I see if there are any stocks worth getting into? Lin Mo muttered, and then the search began. Suddenly, Lin Mo's gaze landed on a few stocks. They are stocks such as One Optoelectronics and Topway Technology, respectively, and these stocks have one common characteristic. All are in the semiconductor industry related to chips. Some are wafer processing and some specialize in fingerprint chips. And the prices of these stocks have been going down and up in the days when the bull market first arrived. But just yesterday, these stocks, however, keep climbing. The lowest went up $12. The highest, straight up 50. Why don't you buy some? Lin Mo said smilingly. Although, at this moment, Lin Mo did not hear the voice of the future. But his intuition told him that it was definitely not a bad idea to get in now. Of course, after some analysis, Lin Mo understood the logic of these semiconductor industry stock market rise. That is, the press conference that preceded the big rice cell phone company. This allows everyone to see the rise of the semiconductor industry in China. Very good. If I can, I'll have Mr. Lei go and negotiate with these companies. Reach a deep partnership when the time comes. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo has already bought the stocks of these semiconductor industries, and bought them, 2 billion each. What should I do next? Lin Mo muttered secretly. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was Lei Xiaojun who called. Mr. Lei, it seems that on your side, there is some good news? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Boss, there's really nothing to hide from you. On my side, I do have quite a bit of good news. The next 10 minutes, Lei Xiaojun narrated, and Lin Mo couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside after hearing this. Chapter 108, The Capital City Auction Begins. Coming soon, 450 billion. Chapter 108, The Capital City Auction Begins. Coming soon, 450 billion. It's no wonder Lin Mo is like this. Truly, the good news brought by Lei Xiaojun this time is really inspiring. First of all, it was the 2 latest EUV lithography machines promised by AMSL, which had been successfully delivered to the headquarters of Rice Mobile, the entire cost, at the other party's expense. Not only that, the head of AMSL promised free upgrades to the EUV lithography machine in the future. And the second piece of good news is that Lei Xiaojun has been having his men travel all over the country for the past few days. Its purpose is to cooperate with the current domestic semiconductor industry, both large and small, in depth. Right now, cooperation has been reached with a number of large manufacturers, which naturally includes companies such as Wuhan Optoelectronics and Topway Technology. And the most important point is that this morning, Lei Xiaojun received a phone call from the chairman of the United Box Computer and Red Chess mobile phone, and the other party said that it had sent the company's top management to travel to Lianqing. As for Baichuan Technologies' Su Chuan, he personally traveled to Lianqing for a deep discussion. Listen to all of this. Lin Mo's entire body was refreshed. Good, Mr. Lei, our layout. It's done. Next, it's time to power up. You, of all people, should understand what I mean, right? Lei Xiaojun on the other end of the phone couldn't help but laugh. Boss, don't worry, I know what to do. Next, we, at Rice Mobile, will focus on 2 things. First, develop a better product and then get a foothold in the country first. Secondly, with several of our domestic cell phone companies, we are starting to expand our business both at home and abroad. Thirdly, make every effort to develop a 5G cell phone. We can be a step slower in the 4G industry, but we have to achieve a bend in the road. Fourth, the patents of our several companies will be shared, but only for domestic enterprises. When the time comes, together to join forces to save the day. The industry chain, extended to foreign countries. Fifth, we will do everything we can to develop higher-end chips, such as 8 nanometer, 4 nanometer or even 2 nanometer level chips. After hearing what the other party said, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Good, that's the kind of drive I want from you. Hang up your cell phone. At this moment, Lin Mo felt his blood boiling. He could already see the picture of the rise of the Chinese chip industry. Sure, Lin Mo also knew that the reason for this was not due to himself alone. Rather, it is the result of the joint efforts of all people in the whole of China. And Lin Mo's appearance had only accomplished this step in advance. A lot of emotion. Lin Mo seemed to have thought of something. Immediately called Xia Qianfan, the person in charge of Vast Autoland. After all, the senior management of Red Chess Automobile went to the Rice cell phone company, and Xia Qianfan naturally had to meet with the other party. More than just meeting, Xia Qianfan also had to take the former to the production line of Vast Automobile Land to inspect it. Perhaps, a whole new spark can be sparked, since the head of Red Chess Mobile is there. If the head of the Nind era doesn't go, it always feels like something is missing. After all, new energy vehicles, the most central, naturally, is the new energy battery. Only by producing new energy batteries that are more stable, with greater storage, as well as greater range and safer, can new energy vehicles continue to grow. Think about it. Lin Mo hurriedly called Zheng Qing, the person in charge of Red Chess cell phone. Again, a lot of hustle and bustle. Without realizing it, it was already 11:30 in the morning, and that's when Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly came a text message tone. Lin Mo quickly opened it to take a look. There was a look of dismay. Simply because, on Lin Mo's bank card account, there was an extra $100 billion of assets. And, the remittance party, an auction in the capital. What the hell? Lin Mo was a bit confused. You know, those collections of your own are worth at least $300 billion in total. And, that's a guaranteed share price. If it was placed in an auction, it might have some lift. But why did you only get a third of it? Just as Lin Mo was puzzled, his cell phone rang. It's Zhang Jie calling. Grandpa Zhang, I'm here. Shaolin, let me ask you, did you just arrive at over $1,100 billion? Yes, Grandpa Chang. It's good that it's arrived. Hey, Shaolin, let me tell you, it's a shame that you didn't participate in this auction. Lin Mo was a bit strange. Pity? What's the pity? Just as Lin Mo was puzzled, Zhang Jie on the other end of the phone narrated. Shaolin, let me tell you, those collections of yours are among the rare existences of the world. The first collection, the original price was $80 million, but after some bidding, in the end, it was taken for $350 million. And the second collection, those tycoons even kept snatching it up and eventually sold it for 8 times the price. And as of this morning, those collections of yours, less than 20 of them have been sold, but you're up to $100 billion. Speaking of this, Zhang Jie lamented. For so many years, I've participated in large and small auctions, so I've seen the world. But this is the first time I've seen such an intense auction. By the way, the head of the capital auction told me, in order to continue to hype up the heat, so they have temporarily decided that they are going to split the auction, which was originally a one-day auction, into 3 days. The remaining 3/4 of the collection will be auctioned off with the rest of the collection. And when the word got out, a lot of the country's rich and famous came out in droves. Not only that, even those rich people abroad who love Chinese collectibles have come by airplane. Kobayashi Na, the person in charge of this auction, told me, when all the collections are sold, maybe you can get at least $450 billion. What? Lin Mo was startled. Obviously, this is beyond his expectations. Hang up on Zhang Jie. Lin Mo had a heart that couldn't be calmed for a long time. After all, that's $450 billion. If used to acquire businesses valued at over $100 million, it is capable of acquiring over 4,000. And that's when Tang Xin had already woken up. Lin Mo, what is it that makes you so happy? Tang Xin inquired while yawning. Lin Mo immediately spoke about what happened over at the auction. Tang Xin couldn't help but reveal a look of dismay at his words. I'll go. It's worthy of being a capital city auction. There are just so many rich people. Straight away, the original collection of over $300 billion became $450 billion. But soon, Tang Xin regained her composure. Lin Mo, where is this going? Your goal, the richest man in the world, and at the moment, the world's highest market capitalization company, Wesoft, has a market capitalization of nearly $200 billion. You're a long way from him. Although, you're making progress, so are people. It's not likely that, in a decade or so, people's market capitalization will exceed more than 20 trillion Chinese dollars. So, you have a long way to go. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Xin, what you said seems quite reasonable. I do have to continue to make more investments. Tang Xin nodded. I'm relieved that you have this realization. Well, over there at the auction, there's Grandpa Zhang watching and keeping us informed of the movements, so we don't have to worry. Next, it's time for us to look for new investments. Speaking here, Tang Xin blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what do you think? How about the drone industry? Hearing this, Lin Mo froze. He was going to open his mouth. And at that moment, the voice of the future was suddenly heard in his ears. Chapter 109, preparing to take down the Dajeng drone. Sitting back and waiting for the $300 billion to arrive. Chapter 109, preparing to take down the Dajeng drone. Sitting around waiting for $300 billion to arrive. When it comes to the drone industry, this one has to be the first to go to Dajeng drones. This is the leader of the drone industry in China. Since 16, it's been climbing as if it's been on a rocket. With its sales volume, core technology, and some patents, no company in the world is its rival. Later on, this company even committed itself to contributing to the security of China. It is laughable that Rice, because it knows it can't surpass itself in this area, tries to withhold some strange hats by which to curb its development abroad, and its brand value, in about 24 years, has surpassed the $100 billion mark. After hearing what the future voice said, Lin Mo's heart stirred. In fact, when Lin Mo had come to the capital, he had investigated some large and small businesses. See if it's a good investment for you. And this Great River drone was naturally among Lin Mo's observations. The current Daejeon drone, however, has only developed one product. Therefore, Lin Mo was in no hurry to invest. Furthermore, at that moment, the voice of the future did not provide the appropriate intelligence. That's why he didn't make a move. Could it be that now is the chance to get in on your own? At this moment, Lin Mo understood one thing. That is, the future self does not vocalize when the time is not right. And once the time comes, one will be able to get the appropriate information. Think about it. Lin Mo smiled and said, I don't know much about the drone industry. This is supposed to be a whole new industry, right? Recently, however, a company called Daejeon Drones has been advertising all over the place. I've had a couple of times that I've almost bought it. Seeing Lin Mo take the bait, Tang Kersen was delighted in her heart. Immediately, he said, Lin Mo, the matter is like this. I've heard that Daejeon Drone has been experiencing some financial turnover problems lately. It's going to have a pretty big impact on the growth of this company. It's a good opportunity. I think, if you can take it, perhaps, it will spawn more products out of it. Also, I can tell you that the current drone industry, while it doesn't have any hints of a major fire yet, that's only because it's not time yet. When the time comes, you just wait for it to shine. Lin Mo nodded seriously. Afterward, he smiled and said, So, your purpose in coming to me this time is precisely to take down this Great River drone? Seeing Tang Kersen nod her head, Lin Mo sighed. Hey, all this, wouldn't you just call me and tell me directly? Why bother coming all this way? Not too much of a tosser. Ha? Tang Kersen sniffed and muttered in a small voice. Don't I want to accompany you? Tang Kuxian's words were naturally sentimental, but there's something else she didn't say. That is, for this mission, the system specified that Tang Kersen must accompany Lin Mo. If Lin Mo completed it alone, the reward would be halved. That is to say, originally, Lin Mo was supposed to arrive at $300 billion, but as a result, he was only able to arrive at $150 billion. Because of this, it was Tang Kersen who came all night. I don't know what kind of drugs this system is selling. Tang Kuxian couldn't help but mutter. However, now is not the time to dwell on that. Imperative. It's better to address the matter at hand. That is, the acquisition of Daejeon drones. Think about it. Tang Kersen muttered in her heart. Unity-sun. Now, the system mission is activated. Can you at least give me a hint? At the very least, let me know where to find the person in charge of the OE drones. Right? Lin Mo's words fell. The system's voice came out heatedly. Ding! The system is giving out acquisition strategies. The next instant, above the system panel that only Tang Kersen could see, a series of intelligence appeared. This includes when, where to go, and where you can meet the person in charge, and the company's current flaws, and how to grow, are all there. Read all about it. Tang Kuxian was instantly confident. Lin Mo, shall we set off? Tang Kuxian said with a smile. Lin Mo wondered, setting off to where? Tang Kersen smiled mysteriously. You'll know when we get there. Lin Mo was puzzled though. Seeing the other party's confidence, he finally agreed. Half an hour later, the two arrived in a hotel called the Rose Restaurant. Kagome, are we coming here for dinner? Lin Mo said curiously. Tang Kersen said mysteriously. No, we're here to invest. Lin Mo had a strange look on his face. Tang Kuxian didn't explain, but said to herself, there's still an hour and a half until that person shows up, so let's just eat something first, or else it's no good waiting around. After saying that, Tang Kersen called the waiter under Lin Mo's puzzled gaze. Then after ordering the store's signature dish, she waited patiently. Kersen, you'd better hurry up and tell me, otherwise, I can't eat this meal in peace. Lin Mo sighed. Seeing Lin Mo like this, Tang Kishing said with a smiling face, alright, I'll tell you. Well, actually, we're here to wait for the owner of that OE drone. His name is Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao has a girlfriend who, in turn, is the owner's wife of this company, so, all we have to do is wait here, and Zhang Tao will inevitably appear. Furthermore, if we really can't wait, we can just go to the owner's wife of the Rose Restaurant and ask the other party to help introduce us. Lin Mo sniffed and then realized. He then smiled and said, Kagome, how do you know all this? Tang Kersen naturally couldn't say that these were what the system had told her. Immediately, he made a random excuse. It was good that Lin Mo, at the moment, wasn't dwelling on this, but rather thinking about how he could take down the enterprise of Daejeon drones. 20 minutes later, the food has been served. Lin Mo, under Tang Kersen's persuasion, immediately put his heart back into his stomach, put aside those messy thoughts, and accompanied the other party to eat the meal. Eat and drink. Lin Mo and Tang Kersen started talking again. and the atmosphere was very harmonious. And just then, a woman in a small suit, good looking, and giving off a sensual beauty walked over. Both of you, I wonder, how do you rate the dishes of the small store? The woman inquired. Tang Kurson smiled and said, the color and aroma are excellent. I'll definitely come back if I have the chance. The woman couldn't help but smile when she heard this. She then glanced at Tang Kurson before whispering a few words to the waitress. The waiter left immediately. When it reappeared, the other party held a bouquet of roses in his hands before handing it to Tang Kurson. Sis, what are you? Tang Koxin was a bit confused. The woman said with a smile, Beauty, it's like this. Today is the 1-year anniversary of the opening of this restaurant of ours. 20% discount on the whole place, and a bouquet of flowers will be given to couples who dine there. Also, we, at this store, have a happy event today. I'll ask my fiancé to marry me. Chapter 110, 1.8 million to take down Dajang drones. Prying the future 100 billion market. Chapter 110, 1.8 billion to take down Dajang drones. Prying the future 100 billion market. Hearing this, Tang Kurson and Lin Mo looked at each other. But soon, Tang Kurson was bashful. After all, as a traveler, she was naturally more knowledgeable than Lin Mo. Though, there's not a lot of female courtship going on, but it happened in a tangible way. There are even some maverick women who just put on their wedding dresses and then get their wedding rings ready and take the initiative to propose to the man. But Lin Mo, this was the first time he had heard of this. However, he marveled just a little and then faded away. As the two froze, Song Shuer smiled and said, both of you, later on, could you trouble both of you, as witnesses to our proposal? If it's okay, I'll give you two a 50% discount on this meal. Hearing this, Tang Kurson laughed. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Just in time, I want to dip into the joy. Song Shuer thanked him 1,000 times. And just then, Song Shuer's cell phone rang. Song Shuer took a look at the caller ID person and immediately revealed a shy look. She quickly picked up and then said, Jiang Tao, you're here? Okay, I'll wait for you in a minute. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Later. Ha? You have something to tell me too? Okay, I know. I'll wait for you to come over. Hang up your cell phone. Tang Kurson stepped forward and said, Sister Shuer, do you think that your date is planning to propose to you as well? If that's the case, then you're really connected at heart. Thinking together, Song Shuer laughed. Sister Kurson, I take your good advice. So, we wait outside now? In this regard, Tang Kurson naturally didn't have any opinion. After all, it was the kind of happy event that she would love to attend. Incidentally, let Lin Mo, a straight man, also have a good look at how people are romantic. After thinking that, Tang Kurson pulled Lin Mo and headed out. Come to the hall. At the moment, a number of couples were whispering there, and those girls were each holding a bouquet of flowers in their hands. The atmosphere was cheerful. At this point, a figure hurriedly walked in. Coming, Tang Kurson's heart fluttered, and Lin Mo couldn't help but look over, because Jiang Tao, the head of Dajang drones, was a public figure. There were naturally quite a few reports on him, which Lin Mo could easily search for. He realized that although this Jiang Tao was not very big, he had an indescribable heroic aura. The whole person gives off a sense of defiance. Ginger Towers. When Song Shuer saw her sweetheart, she immediately went forward. Obviously, Song Shuer was not a master who could hide things. Therefore, she pointed to the ladies around her who were holding flowers in their hands, then directly said, Jiang Tao, today is the first anniversary of the opening of this rose restaurant of mine. It's also the third anniversary of our relationship. So, I'm going to add to this double celebration. Which, without waiting for Song Shuer to finish, however, he heard Jiang Tao reveal a tangled look. He wanted to say something, and then, taking a deep breath, he said, Shuer, don't say anything yet. Listen to me. My Dajang drone, many investors, have pulled out. They feel that DJI drones cost too much, but the margins are so low that they can't make the money they want to make. In order to keep the company running, in the past few days, I've liquidated all the assets I could sell. The house, the car. I promised you in the beginning that I would give you a happy and fulfilling family. Unfortunately, I slipped up and I can't hold on to it now. So I'm going to let this company be treated as bankrupt. When I was with you, I decided that I would never fail you if I couldn't give you the life you wanted. Hearing this, Song Shuer's eyes instantly reddened. However, she held back her tears and then said with a serious face, Jiang Tao, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not with you on whether you have money or not. The company is underfunded. We can figure it out. Or even, I could sell the store. On top of that, the inheritance my parents left me in the first place. And then some. I can help you get back on your feet. I know, You're a man of great self-esteem. This money, consider it a loan from me, okay? If we really can't, after the company goes bankrupt, we'll run this restaurant together. It's enough to feed both of us. After all, in these few years, this store of ours, we've accumulated quite a few customers. Jiang Tao had already sobbed uncontrollably when he heard this. I know that you're not with me for anything other than what you see in me as a person, but I don't want you to suffer with me. You deserve better. The picture in front of you. It left the surrounding couples, who were holding up the scene, at a loss for words. As for Tang Kurson at this moment, she was also complex inside, tears turning in her eyes, simply because the picture in front of him was so similar to himself as well as Lin Mo in his previous life. As for Lin Mo at this moment, there are also feelings, granted, because of the appearance of the voice of the future, therefore, changing their miserable end. But these, he could feel the truth in what his future self had said. Perhaps, the self and Tang Kurson in that world were similar to the situation at hand, right? Can't help it. Lin Mo took a deep breath. He pulled Tang Kurson and slowly stepped forward. And that's when Song Shuer still bitterly begged Jiang Tao not to abandon her. But Jiang Tao seemed to have made up his mind. Cher, I'm sorry, I've decided to, officially, talk to you. However, before Jiang Tao could finish his latter words, he heard a scolding voice. If you're a man, you need to take charge. A momentary setback is nothing at all. If you are a man, you should shoulder the responsibility. Bite the bullet and solve the difficulties in front of you. Instead of just backing off, you're only hurting a woman who loves you to the bone when you do that. And, when you look back, you'll definitely regret today's decision. You can have countless chances to start a business, but if it chills the hearts of those who love you, it can never be undone. Hear that? Jiang Tao couldn't help but stare. Then he spoke. This gentleman, may I ask who you are? Lin Mo said indifferently. My name is Lin Mo, Ginger Towers. The two men were briefly introduced. Lin Mo continued. Mr. Jiang Tao, I just heard that you are the founder of Dajiang Drone, currently experiencing cash flow problems? Jiang Tao nodded seriously. Lin Mo smiled. Then it seems that I have indeed come to the right place today. After saying that, Lin Mo glanced at Tang Kurson. Tang Kurson immediately understood. Then pulled Su Shuer and said, Sister Shuer, let Lin Mo talk to Mr. Jiang Tao first, and then, we'll follow your plan. What do you think? Su Shuer was a bit confused. However, Tang Kurson immediately came over to the other party's ear and whispered a few words. Su Shuer immediately nodded her head before looking at Jiang Tao and saying, Jiang Tao, you go and have a good chat with Mr. Lin first. As for us, we'll deal with that later. But remember, you just hurt me, so I was supposed to ask you to marry me. And if you figure it out, you have to ask me to marry you, or I won't spare you. After saying that, Su Shuer wiped away her tears, then turned around and left. As for those couples, they didn't leave there, but planned to continue watching the fun. On the contrary, Lin Mo brought Jiang Tao and entered the box where he had eaten before. Just sat down. Lin Mo will directly open the door. Mr. Jiang Tao, your company at present is completely uninvested? Just have to wait to fend for yourself? See the other man nod. Lin Mo said indifferently. I wonder, how much money do you need to solve the immediate turnover problem? Or how much would it cost me to be able to acquire your company? Of course, I, for one, don't have any experience in running a company, so after the acquisition, you'll still have to be the head of this company, and I'll give you 5% of the dry shares. Hear that? Jiang Tao was a bit confused. He subconsciously said, Mr. Lin, you're not joking? Seeing Lin Mo nodding with certainty, Jiang Tao said seriously, I can agree to any conditions you say. Currently, the brand value of this company is around $1.8 billion. Lin Mo laughed. Good, I'll acquire it at this price. In addition, I'll give you another $2 billion as funds for the company's development. What? What? Jiang Tao was stunned. Chapter 111 I won't give you any pressure. Target, listed in 5 years. Market capitalization $500 billion. Chapter 111 I don't give you any pressure either. Target, listed in 5 years. Market capitalization $500 billion. I don't blame Jiang Tao for being so, simply because, what Lin Mo said really made him feel disbelief. After all, he has clearly stated that the market value of Dajiang drones today is at $1.8 million. Available results. Lin Mo directly did not ask how he determined the value of the brand, and directly threatened to take it. Even, an extra $2 billion was given to fund the company's production, research and development as well as sales. And that money is already well over 10 times the value of the Dajiang drone brand. At this moment, Jiang Tao had two guesses in his mind. Either that or Lin Ma is bragging. Either the other person is a rich Rich kid, but even if you're rich, you can't afford to build it like this. After all, when the old Wang, the chairman of the board of directors of Wanta, gave his son Wang Torn Onion Startup Fund, it was only 200 million. Mr. Lin, can I take the liberty of asking? Jiang Tao had intended to speak, and just then, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lei Xiaojun who called. Lin Mo quickly connected. Mr. Ray, what's wrong? Lin Ma inquired. Lei Xiaojun immediately replied. Boss, it's like this. I finished negotiating with the person in charge of United Box Computer and Red Chess Automobile. More than that, we, the Rice Mobile Phone Company, have also signed a cooperation with it, and in the future, the chips they need will be under our full responsibility. As for the chips for Nintex battery modules, we also provide them. Now, the people in charge of Ningda Times and Red Chess Automobile have gone to negotiate with Mr. Xia Qianfan Xia's vast automobile. As for several semiconductor companies such as Baichuan Technology, they have also signed up with us for supply chain cooperation. Today's China has a complete production chain after the 2 EUV lithography machines are in place. Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. Very well, I really didn't misjudge you guys. Just talk about it successfully. Hanging up on Lei Xiaojun, Lin Mo once again looked at Jiang Tao, and at this moment, Jiang Tao had horror rising within him. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Mr. Jiang, I wonder if there's anything else you want to ask. Jiang Tao took a deep breath and randomly asked, Mr. Lin, I wonder where you're from. Lin Mo smiled and said, I'm from Cloud City. Jiang Tao once again said, then, have you been to Lotus City before? And invested in my cousin? Lin Mo froze, then asked, what you're talking about? Could it be Jiang Yuntao? When Jiang Tao sniffed, he didn't know if he was excited or what, but he instantly blushed, and then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. What's wrong, old man? Could it be that you haven't pulled in the investment yet? If you ask me, why don't I contact Mr. Lin for you? After all, it's no good at all for you to carry on like that. Also, don't think that people won't look down on you just because your own Dajiang drone company isn't very big. I'm telling you, Mr. Lin is in the capital now. He has a unique vision, and if you're willing to show sincerity and go to him, he's bound to. Not waiting for Jiang Yuntao on the other end of the phone to finish, Jiang Tao immediately said, brother, Mr. Lin Mo is right in front of my eyes at this moment. What? Jiang Yuntao was startled, and then immediately said, can you give Mr. Lin the phone? Lin Mo took the call. Mr. Kong, it's me, Lin Mo. Jiang Yuntao recognized Lin Mo's voice and immediately said, Mr. Lin, the Dajiang drone operated by my cousin. Lin Mo immediately interrupted what the other party said. Don't worry, we've already made a deal. However, your cousin doesn't believe me. Well, don't worry about this side of things. By the way, let me ask you, how is the development of the special drug for heart disease progressing? Jiang Yuntao immediately replied, Mr. Lin, with the help of that full set of biopharmaceutical equipment, the special effect medicine for heart disease has been completed. Next, we'll conduct experiments, and once we've finalized the ingredients, we can apply to the top. However, because it's a special effect medicine, we need to keep screening it to determine the ratio of the various drug ingredients in the end, so it may take a while. Also, Auntie's full body medical report came out, and she does have some problems with her heart, which would require a heart bypass under normal circumstances. However, once the special drug is successfully marketed, the hassle as well as the pain associated with surgery will be eliminated. Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo looked at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao had already determined Lin Mo's identity. At this moment, his heart was complicated. After all, he had previously called his cousin when he learned that he had returned to his home country to start his own business. But Jiang Yuntao at that moment was equally depressed. But a few days later, the other party called him to tell him that his biopharmaceutical organization had been completed. And more than that, the organization had also received a very advanced automatic production line. And that's when Jiang Tao spoke up about his difficulties. Jiang Yuntao had thought of contacting Lin Mo and introducing each other, but it was rejected by Jiang Tao. Results: a toss-up. Himself ended up being invested by Lin Mo. As Jiang Tao lamented, Lin Mo smiled and said, well, Mr. Jiang Tao, the acquisition of Dajiang drones is something we need to complete as soon as possible. But before that, let's work on your feelings. After all, I could use the assistance of your right-hand man to grow the Dajiang drones. My goal is to make this business a giant in the world's drone industry, the kind that no one can match. On top of that, I'd like, within 5 years, for it to go public, with a market capitalization of, let's say, $500 billion for now, and I don't intend to pressure you. Hearing this, Jiang Tao instantly felt his blood boiling, and the previous gloom was immediately swept away. The next 2 hours, inside the Rose Hotel, a simple, but very grand, proposal was well underway. Tang Kersen stood beside Lin Mo. She smiled as she wiped the tears from her eyes. Lin Mo took out a tissue and wiped away the other's tears. Well, it's a good day for people, so if you're touched, you need to show some restraint. Tang Kersen wiped away her tears and began to immerse herself in the laughter of the Rose Hotel. Seeing Tang Kersen like this, Lin Mo secretly made some sort of decision in his heart. 1 hour later, the marriage proposal has fallen apart, and that's when Jiang Tao had his assistant send over the prepared acquisition agreement. Both parties signed promptly, and then Lin Mo finished transferring money. At this point, in Tang Kersen's ears, the system's voice was suddenly heard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Lin Mo and successfully acquiring Dajiang drones. Lin Mo can get 300 billion. Is it extracted? Yes. Tang Kersen's heart was looking forward to it. I don't know, this time, how the system is legal and reasonable and compliant will let this 300 billion into Lin Mo's account above. Chapter 112, Rice Stock Market Plunge. Starting to plunge for profits. Chapter 112, Rice Stock Market Plunges. Starting to plunge and make a profit. Half an hour later, Lin Mo and Tang Kersen left the Rose restaurant, and at this moment, Tang Kersen was a bit preoccupied, just because the system hadn't responded in any way since he had extracted his own rewards, and when she opened the system's page, there was only a 3-hour countdown display page. Nothing else. Unico, don't fool me, Tang Kersen kept shouting up. Unfortunately, the only response received was the mechanical voice of the system. Ding! The countdown is over and the host will know the exact program. Please don't be in a hurry. Host, the system is child's play. Helplessly, Tang Kersen could only put this matter in her mind for the time being. Seeing Tang Kersen like this, Lin Mo on the side couldn't help but wonder. Kersen, what's wrong with you? Tang Kersen forced a smile and said, it's nothing, it's dark now, let's go back first. When the two arrived at the hotel they were staying at, Zhang Jiyi also happened to get down from a car. Shaolin, Kersen girl, are you guys done with your work? Zhang Jiyi asked with a smile. Yes, Grandpa Zhang. How is it going at the auction? Don Corinne inquired. Zhang Jiyi made an okay gesture, then mysteriously said, Little Lin, do you know how hot the auction is this afternoon? Your 20 collectibles, just after the introduction, those bidders, they coaxed them. One of the antique vases was originally over $30 million, but as a result, a businessman from Hong Kong Island directly called for $600 million. It's a good thing I took my antihypertensive medication ahead of time, otherwise I would have been so excited that I would have gotten high blood pressure. Hear this, Lin Mo secretly sighed. He wasn't surprised by this, though, those collections, after all, are highly collectible. If not for the fact that Lin Mo had no interest in antiques, these, he's sure to keep in his collection. And at this time, Lin Mo continued, Shaolin, the person in charge of that auction told me that the rest of the money, after the auction is over, will then all be summarized and transferred to your account. Lin Mo smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, the current funds in my hands are still enough for me to work around as well as invest. Zhang Jiyi was not surprised by this. He then said, it's time for this trip to the capital to come to an end. Why don't we go back early tomorrow? Lin Mo smiled and said, Grandpa Zhang, it's not easy to come here once. Why don't you play for a few more days? After all, this side of the capital has inches of land and a lot of investment opportunities. If I grasp it, there's no chance that, under my hand, there will be several more companies with a future market capitalization of hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars. Zhang Jiyi waved his hand and said, I won't toss and turn with you two youngsters. I plan to go back tomorrow. As for you guys, it's okay to stay a short time longer. In this regard, Lin Mo was quite worried, but Zhang Jiyi waved his hand and said, don't worry, I'm old in heart. Besides, the capital is a city I commute to several times a year. You don't have to worry about my safety. Just say it. After saying that, Zhang Jiyi walked towards the hotel, and Lin Mo could only follow closely behind him. Lin Mo brought Tang Kersen back to the hotel room. After taking a shower one after the other, Lin Mo dried Tang Kersen's hair, then laughed. Kersen, it's still early in the day. Why don't we go out for a stroll? After all, it's been 2 days since I came to the capital, and I've been running around without a break. Tang Kersen, however, shook her head and said, Lin Mo, let's go out and shop again tomorrow. As for now, let's just stay here. The reason why Tang Kersen was like this was naturally helpless. At the moment, she had to keep her eyes on the countdown given by the system. After all, $300 billion is no small amount. One must wait until the countdown reaches 0, always on call. But nowadays, the countdown is still a full 2 hours away. She had to find a way to get rid of it. Think about it. Tang Kersen smiled and came to Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, there doesn't seem to be anything for us to do right now. Why don't we? Seeing that appearance of the other party, and thinking about the current environment, Lin Mo was a bit distracted for a moment. But soon, Lin Mo then knew that he had misunderstood the other party's meaning, only to see Tang Kersen take out her cell phone and say, now, let's play the 2048 synthesis minigame and see who synthesizes the larger value. 2 minutes later, the two then sat on the couch and had fun. Time for leisure tends to fly by. Unconsciously, Tang Kersen realized that the system countdown panel, there were less than 3 minutes left. Tang Kersen immediately put down her cell phone, then looked at the countdown while looking at the time. She realized that when the countdown ended, the time was just shy of 9:30 p.m. Does 9:30 p.m. have any special meaning? Tang Xin muttered in her mind, but after thinking about it, I never got anywhere. Could it be that this countdown is aimed at foreign time? Tang Xin secretly guessed. Subsequently, then you start checking it out on the search engines. I'll go. At this point, it's time for the opening of the rice stock market. Could it be that the 300 billion reward the system is talking about is? Just as Tang Kersen was thinking about it, the system's voice came out heatedly. Ding! The system is handing out rewards. Please ask the host to remind Lin Mo to register the appropriate US stock account within half an hour. Next, the system will provide 5 stocks to be purchased by Lin Mo to receive the system reward. And as Tang Kersen finished reading the system panel, the densely packed text, she almost cheered with excitement. But the surface remained calm. Lin Mo, I wonder if you have any interest in American stocks? Tang Xin said blearily. Lin Mo stared at the other party strangely. Tang Kersen smiled and said, during this period of time, because of the Rice cell phone company, released the news of 14-nanometer class chips, coupled with those who should have cooperated with the Rice Gaotong, Intel's enterprises to fall back, resulting in our Chinese semiconductor field of enterprises. The stock increased greatly, and according to the law of conservation of energy, our stock prices in the semiconductor sector skyrocketed, and that means that the stock prices of their counterparts in the U.S. will skyrocket. If you take the plunge at this point in time, something might come up with an unexpected ending. Of course, my guess is that the U.S. stock market is plummeting this time, and the U.S. is definitely not going to let it go. It's bound to do everything it can to salvage public opinion, and when it does, it's bound to pick up again. You, on the other hand, are perfectly positioned to take advantage of this opportunity and make a killing. Tang Kersen naturally understood the other party's meaning. Immediately quickly downloaded a speculation software that allows you to buy and sell U.S. stocks. After he had registered and then made the corresponding bindings, he intended to screen. At this time, Tang Kersen, who was on the side, intended to enter the restroom on the pretext of going to the toilet, and then used her trumpet to send Lin Mo the information corresponding to the future rise of the U.S. stock market. But what Tang Kersen didn't know was that while she was editing the text message, on the other side, Lin Mo, who was watching those U.S. stocks in the semiconductor industry rise and fall, suddenly heard the voice of the future in his ears. Chapter 113, I can predict that this stock will rise beyond our expectations. I can predict that this stock will rise beyond our expectations. When it comes to these years, the more regrettable thing, besides the fact that I didn't treasure Xin properly, there's another thing that I can't forget. That was, a few years ago, the sudden plunge in the stock market of several Mi semiconductor industries following the failure of the Mi technology embargo as well as sanctions against Warwick. It was a war without smoke, and what was, originally, a climbing Mi stock market, shrunk dramatically because of the advent of 5G. In particular, several industries, such as Intel and Gaotong, have fallen directly to 1/3 of their peaks. At the time, some experts said this could be a huge test for Rice. In the event of failure, perhaps its international standing, it will be in tatters. But no one expected that in order to salvage its reputation, Rice would go straight down himself and stimulate the market. More than that, the other side has asked the stock god Baffert to step in and bring up the tempo. The end result was that on the second trading day, its stock price was elevated to its peak. If you can seize this moment to plunge into the bottom, there is no chance. You can make a small profit, and with this money, I can start a business and then pursue Kagome again. Listen to all of this. Lin Mo was secretly surprised. Naturally, he knew that it was never for nothing that he could hear the future at this time. Though, What the future itself said happened only a few years later, but the situation at hand, it's basically the same as what my future self described. Kind of. It seems that my entry into the game is bringing forward something that would have happened years later. Lin Mo muttered secretly. Good. Then I'll just wait for the right time to get my hands on it. As Lin Mo pondered. At this point, his cell phone rang. Coxin financial assistant no. 1. Now. Put all the things that you have at hand. All of them. Next. I will give you a few stalks of rice. You need to be in the. I wrote down the stipulated time to plunge the bottom. And then, at another time to sell it. Remember, the time, in our Chinese time. Next moment. The other party then sent a large text message. Lin Mo was secretly surprised when he saw this. This tall man, he can even predict the stocks of rice. And, how much to put in, when to buy, and when to dump are all known. This is too godly, isn't it? However, based on past experience, Lin Mo naturally didn't have any doubts about the other party's prediction. Lin Mo, okay, I know what to do. I will strictly follow the program you said to buy. Thus, Lin Mo quickly took out a pen and paper, and after writing down all of this information, he turned off his prestige. Back to the speculation interface. Lin Mo directly according to the map like a patient operation. And that's when Tang Xin came out of the restroom. Lin Mo, what are you up to? Tang Xin said knowingly. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's nothing, just now, that high person sent me information on a few US stocks and asked me to buy them and then dump them. Tang Xin nodded and said, okay, then you get busy first, I'll wait for you on the side. As it is, for the rest of the day, Lin Mo was kept busy. As soon as the time is up, Lin Mo quickly buys, and when prompted to buy successfully, he moves on to the next stock. The good thing is, it didn't take long for these stocks to space out their lows. So, 40 minutes later, Lin Ma then took care of everything. Lin Mo, are you done? After we're done, why don't we go out for a late night snack and get some rest? But Lin Mo acted as if he hadn't heard what Tang Xin had said. Still there, operating his cell phone on his own, Tang Xin quickly stepped forward. When he saw that Lin Mo was actually picking a few other stocks that the system hadn't mentioned, he immediately said, Lin Mo, don't buy anything on your own. You just have to listen to the promptings of that higher power. You buy it yourself. What do you do if it goes down? Tang Xin was a little worried. Lin Mo, however, said confidently, don't worry. This stock, it will definitely skyrocket. And the surge may be beyond our imagination. Tang Xin didn't know why Lin Mo was so confident. I don't know. Seeing that Lin Mo was like this, he could only choose to trust Lin Mo's judgment in the end. Anyway, the worst that could happen was that the $10 billion Lin Mo had invested would go down the drain. What's the big deal? And at this point, Lin Mo had already closed the software interface. He slowly got up and moved around a bit, then got up and said, come on, Kirsten, let's go out for a late night snack. By the way, should we call Grandpa Zhen? Or else she'll turn around and find out we're both going out. And there's talk of you having a man and not having him as a grandfather. Tang Xin laughed. Alright then, I'll call him, but I can be sure that he won't go. But the call, it does have to be made. And the truth was indeed as Tang Xin had guessed. When the call went through, Zhang Jie arrogantly said he wasn't going. So, hand in hand, the two of them went outside, found a clean late night snack bar, and began to eat. There were no words all night. Early the next morning, Lin Mo woke up early. Originally, they were planning to take the old man to the airport, but it was rejected. Thus, after witnessing the other party getting into the car, Lin Mo and the two of them could only choose to go back and take a nap. This sleep, before I knew it, was 9:30 a.m., and at that moment, a phone rang. Tang Xin took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is it? Xin. It's me, Mu Rongqing. What? You're really Qing? Why are you free to call me? Tang Xin immediately got up. It's like this. I'm back home. It's in the capital right now. And you? Are you in Cloud City? I'm in the capital too? Really? Great. Where are you? I'll come find you. The two briefly combined. Tang Xin immediately got up from the bed in excitement. Then he came to Lin Mo who was woken up by the phone call. Lin Mo, hurry up and get up. I'll take you to my BFF. It's like this. She was my classmate from kindergarten to high school, and our two families were very close. But after high school, she went abroad, but we kept in touch. Seeing each other like this, Lin Mo said smilingly, alright then, I'll accompany you. He then patted his chest and joked, I'll pay for everything I spend today. Gee whiz. Well, I'll give you a chance to show off then, Tang Xin said with a dimpled smile. Soon, the two arrived inside the agreed-upon coffee shop. Just get off. Tang Kerson then saw the figure of a couple not far away. Tang Kerson quickly hugged Morong Cheng. As for Lin Mo, he focused his attention on the man who came with Morong Cheng. Although it was the first time Lin Mo and the other party had met, he always felt that he had seen the other party somewhere. Chapter 114, The future big brother in the chip field must be recruited and under his command. Chapter 114, The future big brother in the chip field must be recruited and under his command. Half an hour later, inside the restaurant, Tang Kerson pulled Morong Cheng, and the two of them kept exchanging words there. And while Morong Cheng said that, she looked at Lin Mo and laughed in a small voice. Xin. I'm so happy for you. After liking someone for so many years, now, you can be with each other as you wish. By the way, what does your boyfriend do now? Tang Kerson laughed. My boyfriend, is just doing a little business. It's not worth mentioning. Afterwards, Tang Kerson looked at the man Morong Cheng had brought with her and said, rather, it's you. You didn't tell me before that you were in love. It turned out to be quite bringing people directly to me. Morong Cheng said smilingly, didn't I intend to give you a surprise? George was my senior abroad, and has taken good care of me over the years. After getting in touch with each other, I thought he was very nice, so it just made sense to get together. Speaking here, Morong Cheng pulled Tang Kerson's hand and said, Kerson, let's see if we want to discuss it. Let's both hold our wedding on the same day? In that case, it must be hilarious. After all, we made a pact to be the one who was happiest on the same day in the first place. Tang Kerson nodded, then smiled. I don't have a problem with it, but I wonder, what do the two men have in mind? While speaking, Tang Kerson looked at Lin Mo, and Morong Cheng looked at the man named George. Lin Mo also laughed. Isn't someone saying that they haven't agreed to marry me yet? What? Speaking your mind in front of your girlfriends? Ha! As these words fell, Tang Kerson glared at Lin Mo in feigned anger. It caused Morong Cheng to cover her mouth and laugh lightly. But the man named George was the only one who never said a word. Not only that, but the other man was frowning tightly, looking thoughtful. Tang Kerson had planned to ask about it, which is when George's cell phone rang. He took a look at the contact and eventually hung up on it. But soon, the call came again. George could only hang up again. He took a deep breath, then said, both of you, the food will be served later. You guys eat first. I have something to go out for a while. After saying that, George also politely smiled and gestured towards Lin Mo as well as Tang Xin. Wait until the other side leaves, Morong Cheng said with an apologetic face. Xin. Lin Mo. I'm really sorry. George isn't usually like this. Only, this time, a big thing came up, so that's why he. Tang Kerson smiled and said, Xiao Cheng, it's fine. I believe in your vision. I am curious, though, what happened to your subject? Morong Cheng sighed and immediately made peace with the situation. It's like this, George and we were both executives in the rice cake pass division before. Wasn't it before that we had an amazing cell phone company in China that developed a 14nm chip? A number of companies that have been working with Gaotong have fallen by the wayside, which has led to Gaotong being in a very difficult position at the moment. Even the CEO, who has been replaced several times, is not helping. That new CEO, with no skills, is taking his anger out on us Chinese, and we didn't want to stay on. So after a big fight, we were sacked. The sales department that I manage is fine. No major problems at the moment. But the department that George manages, which is dominated by Chinese, they simply can't stand the new supervisor's oppression, and have submitted their resignation applications. There was no choice but to beg Paul to go back, to bully and even make threats. Hear that? Tang Kerson and Lin Mo looked at each other. They were all well aware that a Chinese person who could be an executive in an enterprise in the meter country was enough to show that he or she had outstanding abilities. After all, the world knows all about the virtue of rice's nostrils. Rimmer! Tang Kerson shouted in a small voice. Lin Mo naturally understood what the other party meant, but there was no immediate statement. Instead, he smiled and inquired, Miss Morong, I wonder what industry Mr. George is in charge of. At Gaotong? Morong Cheng immediately replied. Originally, this department was responsible for the chip's programmed process, but didn't Intel share a patent on the 17nm class a while back? So what this department is currently developing is a design for a 17nm class chip. In addition to that, this department is responsible for developing 14nm chips. Only, at the current level, it's very difficult to accomplish. But George has found the breakthrough, and that is finding brand new chip materials. Our goal, at the moment, is to put in research on carbon-based chips. Originally, George was thinking of applying to the top for research funding, but I didn't expect to come across something like this. Speaking here, Morong Ching apologized. Very sorry, I've been in a semiconductor company for a long time, so, I like to say some specialized words. Lin Mo smiled and said, MS. Morong. I really don't understand the specialized vocabulary you're talking about. This carbon grade chip, however, interests me. I wonder, if I give the two of you a chance to get back to work, and also provide you with enough R&D costs, and even EUV photolithography, I wonder, will you be able to develop the so-called carbon grade chips? What? Morong Ching was dumbstruck, and that's when Tang Kurson, who was on the side, was all smiles as she approached her best friend's ear and whispered in a small voice. Upon learning of Lin Mo's identity, Morong Ching was instantly surprised with his mouth slightly open. Inside, it took a long time to calm down. Obviously, he didn't think. Tang Kurson's target turned out to be the investor behind the rice cell phone company that is currently known all over the world. Mr. Lin, you weren't kidding just now? Morong Ching inquired. Lin Mo smiled and said, childish. Besides, Kagome would definitely clean me up if I lied to you. After all, you're good girlfriends. Morong Ching nodded slightly. But then, there was a torn look on his face. She naturally had no problem with joining Lin Mo. But George is a man of great pride. Even if the other party knew Lin Mo's identity, they might think that the other party was giving him a chance because Tang Kurson was BFFs with her. So they were giving him a chance for the sake of that relationship. Lin Mo, on the other hand, seemed to have seen what the other party was thinking. He said smilingly, don't worry, on Mr. George's side, I'll persuade him personally. By the way, at the risk of asking, is Mr. George's real name? Morong Ching didn't know why Lin Mo was asking this, but still answered, George, real name Huang Hunjin. When hearing this, Tang Kuxin didn't react, but Lin Mo's ears suddenly heard his future self's comments about Huang Xuanren. Lin Mo was thrilled in his heart. At that moment, he secretly decided that no matter what, he would take this big shot in the chip field under his wing. Chapter 115, Successful Inclusion. Ambitious Goal, 1 nanometer carbon-based chips. Chapter 115, Successful Income. Ambitious Goal, 1 nanometer carbon-based chip. 10 minutes later, outside the restaurant, when Lin Mo saw Huang Xuanren, he realized that the other party was sitting there in a daze. Lin Mo immediately stepped forward. However, Lin Mo didn't say much, but silently sat beside the other party. Mr. Lin, Huang Xuanren shouted, but the words shut up in mid-sentence. He was eager to confide in Lin Mo, someone he had just met, but I don't know where to start. After all, that phone call just now caused him a lot of psychological pressure. Just because the executives at Cake Pass have given an ultimatum. That is, if Huang Hunjin doesn't go back, then he will fire all the Chinese in the department he was originally in charge of. And they have joined with other corporate people to put an industry-wide block on them. And those co-workers, although they are from China, have families over there, and some of them even carry home and car loans. If you lose your job, for them, it's like taking a bite out of their ass. Lin Mo saw that the other party wanted to speak. Instantly, he patted the other man on the shoulder. Then he laughed. Mr. Huang, your situation, your subject told me. It's not your fault. You needn't blame yourself. Of course, if you feel that there is no way to change the situation at hand, you can try to think differently. Hear this. Huang Xuanren thought that Lin Mo was simply trying to comfort himself. Immediately, he smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lin, all of this is easy to say, but it's very difficult to do. You know what? Nowadays, over at Gaotong, I've been given an ultimatum. I do not care about this, but those brothers who have been working with me for so many years will have their families broken and living on the streets. Lin Mo interrupted the other party and said, Mr. Huang, let me ask you, those colleagues of yours, how capable are they? Also, what do you think of the current chip industry in China? How is it developing? In addition to that, there's also that carbon-based chip making. Do you think, can it break through the current technological shackles? If, and for how long, you have enough R&D funding to be able to get a 10 nanometer, 6 nanometer, or even 1 nanometer chip developed? Huang Xuanren looked at Lin Mo incredulously. Granted, he guessed that it must have been his girlfriend Morong Ching who said something about the carbon-based chip, but for some reason, he had an inexplicable feeling when he met Lin Mo at eye level. What Huang Xuanren didn't know was that Lin Mo at this moment, on the other hand, it was incredibly tense, simply because, his future self, he had an extremely high opinion of Huang Xuanren. Of course, what the other side did in the future did prove what the other side could do. That is, in the world where he was in the future, Huang Xuanren had successfully upgraded the chip's process to 1 nanometer. And this, arguably, is a limit that will be difficult to break through in the next decade or so, or even say decades. If you want to make higher-end chips, perhaps it is necessary to leave behind traditional EUV lithography production and instead develop higher-end chip production instruments. Beyond that, there are other issues to consider. Simply because a chip is, in layman's terms, a scaled-down version of an integrated circuit. This circuit, however, is done on a special semiconductor wafer. It was also because of this that Lin Mo had to take Huang Xuanren under his wing. So much for that. China's semiconductor industry. Perhaps within a few years, a qualitative leap. Wait until then. So-called chip sanctions. The matter of the restriction on sales. On China's side, it's about to turn the tables. Think about it. Lin Mo also stopped hiding. He said smilingly, Mr. Huang, I won't hide anything from you. I'm Lin Mo. And at the moment, hands down, I have quite a few industries. One of them, Rice Cellular, is none other than one of my properties. Among other things, Lin Mo explained his current situation as if he were counting. Huang Xuanren was dumbfounded at the moment. Seeing this, Lin Mo was very calm. Mr. Huang, I would love to recruit you, but it doesn't have much to do with whether or not you're the Kagome sister's boyfriend. Of course, I'm also glad that Kagome was able to get to know Miss Morong. Otherwise, how would I have been able to meet you? I basically understand what you're worried about. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either that, or you follow me. I'll fund it and you'll contribute people for researching a higher-end chip. As for those brothers who are with you, come over if you wish and save me the trouble of continuing to recruit. And the paycheck, you can rest assured, $30,000 a month. And on top of that, those brothers of yours, each one of them has 1% of the dry shares, with dividends at the end of the year. As for you, I'll give you a salary of $10 million a year and an additional 5% in dry stock. Of course, this research facility, I plan to set up next to the headquarters of the Rice Cell Phone Company. In this way, any of your latest R&D results can be experimented with the chip production line there. And the EUV photolithography machine gifted to Rice Cellular by ASML is yours to use as you wish. As for materials, you don't have to worry even more. Because, at present, several of our semiconductor industries in China either have cooperation with me or have been acquired. As Lin Mo dropped these words, Huang Xuanren had been too shocked to speak. Granted, when he was abroad, he had heard that the one behind the scenes of the Rice Cell Phone Company was a very powerful being. Rice Phone, it is in each other's help. Turn the tide, from an obscure small company, into today's situation. But he definitely didn't expect that Lin Mo had mastered so many companies. And the most incredible thing is that the other party's assets today, which are astronomical, but the other party does not float, but is dedicated and continues to invest. Even fought the good fight for HWA. Mr. Lin, Huang Xuanren was going to say something. However, Lin Mo waved his hand and said, Mr. Huang, words are not evidence. You'd better go to Lianqing in person and meet with the person in charge of Demi Mobile. Get back to me when you're sure. Huang Xuanren was silent for a moment and finally nodded solemnly. As for now, let's just have a nice dinner. Never let your woman worry about you. A smirk spread across Huang Xuanren's face, which was originally filled with sorrow. No doubt, the other had cleared his mind completely. Back inside the hotel, Tang Kersen, as well as Morong Chang, didn't inquire about what was happening outside, simply because, seeing how the two acted, they could guess roughly. And so, the two couples were happily eating their food and the atmosphere was incredibly cheerful. 1 hour later, outside the hotel, Tang Kersen watched Morong Chang as well as Huang Xuanren get into the cab car heading to the airport. The mind, on the other hand, was somewhat helpless. But, naturally, she could understand her best friend. After all, Lin Mo had given them a whole new opportunity with this outburst. If Huang Xuanren could reorganize his team and go all out to develop a high-end carbon-based chip, it could be a huge achievement for them. And for China, it's also a huge counterweight to the semiconductor industry in the United States. Think about it. Tang Kersen glanced at Lin Mo and was going to say something, which is when Lin Mo's cell phone, however, rang. It was Lei Xiaojun who called. Mr. Lin, it's not good. Our cell phone production. We've encountered a problem. Lei Xiaojun said anxiously. What's the situation? Lin Mo inquired curiously. And when he heard what Lei Xiaojun said, Lin Mo's face was gloomy. Chapter 116, Crisis? Highly skilled person strikes. Giving away HD camera production line. Chapter 116, Crisis? Highly skilled man makes a move. Gives away HD camera production line. Seeing Lin Mo like this, Tang Kersen on the side couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong? Lin Mo didn't reply, but took a deep breath before saying, okay, this matter, I will find a way to deal with it. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and said, Rice is still a thief. However, I was really surprised that they have been shameless to this extent. Seeing Tang Kerson's face full of puzzlement, Lin Mo then told the general beginning and end of the matter. As it turns out, the previous counter-sanctions on the chip front from the Chinese side didn't stop Rice. Instead, their tactics intensified. They knew that chip-wise, they couldn't play around anymore, so they started using other machinations. And it is important to realize that at present, with the technology of China, it is impossible to complete the self-production and self-marketing of all components. So Rice started with cell phone cameras. At present, whether it is the Rice phone, or Huawei, Broken and other cell phone companies, their cameras are imported from the German country, and there is a lot of trade between Texas and Rice. In the past 13 years, the total value of exports from Texas to the U.S. amounted to more than 50 billion euros, and in the future, it's bound to grow. And because of that, Rice directly gave Texas two choices: either cancel previous import-export exchanges or refuse to sell cell phone parts, especially cameras, to China. And something like this has happened to several other countries. So, on the side of the German state, direct pressure was put on the corresponding companies, which had to compromise. Hear that? Tang Kerson was also a bit speechless for a while. This move by Rice can no longer be described as shameless. It's just mean and nasty. Of course, Tang Kerson also knew that cursing this at this moment would not help. It's imperative to think about how you can fix this. And just as Lin Mo was thinking about it, that's when a call came in. It's Jiang Tao, the founder of Dajiang Drone. Boss, I just got a message. The cameras carried by our Dajiang drones are already banned in Tokoku. It's just two short sentences though, but anyone could hear the despair in the other's words. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and then said, Mr. Jiang, I know, the cooperation between us, however, will not end. I'll find a way to deal with this. After hanging up the cell phone, Lin Mo's face was already gloomy to the extreme, but he knew he couldn't panic at the moment. One has to think of something. After all, there are always more ways than there are difficulties. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and then dialed the phone number of Yang Qingyuan, the founder of United Box Computer. Mr. Lin, if I'm not mistaken, you should have already known about tax ban on cameras? Yang Qingyuan inquired. Lin Mo responded, Yang Dong, on my side, there is currently no solution. I don't know. On your end. Yang Qingyuan on the other end of the phone smiled bitterly. Then he said, Mr. Lin, unfortunately, the camera of our United Box Computer is produced by us in-house though, but it's only megapixels, and the current camera on the phone end needs to carry 16 megapixels, so there's probably nothing we can do to help. There was a pause. Yang Qingyuan continued, there is also the fact that before you called in, I had already contacted my friends at home and abroad, but unfortunately, there wasn't any access. Then Rice is planning to put you in your place once and for all by doing this. Lin Mo sniffed and didn't say much. Instead, he simply thanked him and then hung up his cell phone. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, was silent. At the moment, she was furious. However, he didn't know how to help Lin Mo in order to do so. And just as Tang Kuxian didn't know how to open her mouth to comfort, the system's voice came out suddenly. Ding! The system has detected Lin Mo's first entrepreneurial crisis. The system is parsing. Parsing complete. This system can provide a production line for high-definition cameras, but it requires the host to complete 2 tasks in order to receive the reward. Mission time 48 hours. Does the host accept the mission? Without even thinking, Tang Kuxian said, accept. Ding! Quests are being issued. Task distribution complete. Task 1, acquisition of Parade Corporation. Mission 2, acquire the Gore Company. Hear that? Tang Kuxian was a bit confused. Granted, she's from the future, but nothing about these 2 businesses rings any bells. After all, no one is omniscient. But since it was a task issued by the system, it was natural for Tang Kerson to finish, simply because, once the task is taken care of, Lin Mo will then have access to a line of HD cameras. When that happens, the trouble at hand will be solved once again. It's more than that. In Lin Mo's hands, a whole new industry chain would come out once again. After all, currently, even the industrial powerhouse of Texas can produce a cell phone camera that has just 16 megapixels. And Don Corinne believed it. The camera designed by the production line rewarded by the system has far more pixels. Well, that's settled. Tang Kuxian said to herself. Lin Mo, who was originally depressed, suddenly looked at the other party somewhat strangely when he heard this. Kagome. What's settled? Lin Ma inquired. Tang Kerson smiled. She didn't answer directly, but smiled and said, Lin Mo, do you want to look for that high person? Maybe, they have a way to help you out of trouble? Lin Mo smiled at his words. You're right. That high person even managed to get me even a chip production line. So maybe he can get me a production line for HD cameras as well. I'll find her now. Nevertheless, Tang Kerson said evenly, it's better if I call for you. After saying that, Tang Kerson came to the side and pretended to speak. What? Okay, I get it. I'll tell that to Rimmer. What a pain in the ass. Putting away her cell phone, Tang Kerson came to Lin Mo. Lin Mo. It's done. That high person. He does have a doorway. Before that, however, yet you are asked to take care of two things. Acquisition of Parade as well as Gore. As soon as it's done, then the problem with that cell phone camera will be solved. Lin Mo sniffed and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Parade and Gore? What kind of business is that? Rimmer muttered. But the next instant, in his ear, came the voice of the future. Chapter 117, 50 million pixel cell phone HD camera completed. Begins countering rice. Chapter 117, 50 million pixel cell phone HD camera completed. Begins countering rice. Speaking of Paragon, it is, at present, one of the leading 3D printing companies in the country. And in addition to this technology, he has excelled in metallic, non-metallic, and ceramic materials, and its market capitalization, too, is as high as tens of billions, though, not as high as those hundreds of billions and trillions, but, still very remarkable. After all, in this world, there are only a handful of companies with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars, and that's Singing Ear Company, even more so. It has a market capitalization of more than $80 billion and specializes in smartware, audio, and artificial intelligence. Moreover, it has great achievements in sensors, acoustic modules, etc., and its manufacturing of precision components is second to none at home and abroad. After hearing what his future self said, Lin Mo was inwardly dismayed. Obviously, he didn't expect that these two companies, which he had never heard of, would be so capable, and at this time, Tang Kerson, who was on the side, also knew something about the future of these two companies through the system's explanation. Immediately, he smiled and said, Lin Mo, that high person asked you to acquire these two companies. There must be a reason. So, just hurry up and get out. Oh yeah, I heard that Paragon recently opened a new 3D printing division. I've seen its concept animation before, and it seems quite interesting, so if it can be put to use, it's bound to be of great use. This technology, even, has various uses in various aspects of the future, such as medicine, production, manufacturing, and so on. As for that Singing Ear technology, there are also many spin-off technologies that can be developed. After all, as technology continues to develop, in the future, it is likely that many artificial intelligences will be derived. With this business, I'm sure, your AI industry will flourish even more. Speaking here, Tang Kerson looked blearily at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, hurry up and make a move. Otherwise, it would be a problem if someone else got there first. Lin Mo smiled without saying anything, and then took out his cell phone, used a search engine, and started to look it up. This look, Lin Mo smiled and said, the current situation of Song Ear Company doesn't seem to be optimistic. Tangku Xin immediately came forward, and immediately frowned. You're right. I can't say it's not optimistic. I can only say that it's really bad. No wonder Tang Kerson had such a comment. Simply because it's the bloody truth. This Gore Company, the most core industry at the moment, is audio accessories for cell phones. And in 10 years, it had close cooperation with foreign cell phone companies such as Fruit and 5-Star Mobile. But just 3 days ago, Rice unilaterally stopped cooperating. Not only that, the 5-Star cell phone also gave up the procurement in this area, only because the 5-Star cell phone, independent research and development of audio accessories. As a result, having lost the cooperation of these two giants, the revenue of this business, as of late, has been really dismal. As for Parade, the funding over the years, mainly foreign capital, but they suddenly said a few days ago that they were pulling out. Its condition, too, is very bad. Oh, it seems that I do have to seize the moment, Lin Mo said with a smile. After that, it was intended to head for the two companies, their branches in the capital city. However, just then, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's the chairman of United Box Computers, Yang Qingyuan, calling. Yang Dong, what are your orders? Lin Ma inquired. Yang Qingyuan smiled mysteriously and said, Mr. Lin, first of all, I have to apologize to you. I still haven't been able to help you with the phone camera, and I'm actually looking for you this time to introduce you to two investments. If you're free, stop by my place. Lin Mo had intended to refuse, but in the next instant, he heard Yang Qingyuan say, "What I'm introducing this time are two enterprises with good prospects. They are Gore Technology as well as Paragon." Afterwards, Yang Qingyuan smiled and said, "I can tell you, if you don't acquire it, then I can." Without waiting for the other party to finish, Lin Mo said in a loud voice, "Dong Yang, I'll go over now. These two businesses, they have to be acquired by me. You don't want to rob me." Hearing this, Yang Qingyuan on the other end of the phone couldn't help but laugh. After hanging up his cell phone, Lin Mo immediately took Tang Kerson and went straight to the United Box Computer headquarters. And at this moment, Tang Kerson was sighing in her heart. Some things, it seems, are predestined. Even if I don't let Lin Mo make a move, this opportunity, it will still fall into his hands. It looks like the system is deliberately letting go this time. Half an hour later, the two men arrived at the headquarters of the United Box Company. Yang Qingyuan, as well as the heads of Paragon and Gale, had been waiting for a long time. Yang Qingyuan was not a person who liked nonsense. Therefore, the duo was introduced directly. Lin Mo was well prepared beforehand because of his arrival. So, after a brief chat, speaking directly, he said, "Both of you, the current situation of your company is clear to me. My idea is to buy your business. Of course, I'm not a person who is good at managing a company, so you guys have full authority over the big and small things in the company. If it's okay, we can sign it now." Hearing this, the heads of the two major corporations, Paragon as well as Saunier, looked at each other in dismay. Obviously, none of them expected it. Lin Mo surprisingly just chatted for a few sentences and then directly acquired it. What kind of vigor is that? And Yang Qingyuan, who was on the side, was also sighing at this moment. After all, he has been at the helm of United Box Computer for so many years, and has known entrepreneurs both large and small, both domestic and foreign. However, there was no one who was as decisive as Lin Mo. A company with a brand value of tens of billions of dollars is said to be acquired. It doesn't even do any market research. So, half an hour later, under Yang Qingyuan's dismayed gaze, Lin Mo and the heads of the two companies had already finished signing, and it also smoothly credits the funds on top of the counter account. Tang Kerson, who was on the side, saw this. There was a moment of relief, and that's when, in her ears, there was a system voice that only she could hear. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. Lin Mo has completed the acquisition of Paragon as well as Gore. System rewards, being distributed. Is it extracted? Extraction. Ding! Extraction successful. This system, within an hour, will send the HD camera production line, as well as the raw materials, to the Rice Cell Phone Company. The handover is complete, and it can be signed by Lin Mo or Lei Xiaojun, the head of the Rice Phone Company." Hear this, Tang Kerson was secretly happy in her heart, and at this moment, Lin Mo was expecting a lot. So, 2 hours later, Lin Mo received a call from Lei Xiaojun, only to hear Lei Xiaojun say with incomparable excitement, "Boss, we, Dimi Cell Phone Company, are saved. We've already developed a cell phone camera using that cell phone HD camera line. Currently, we have developed cameras up to 50 megapixels, more than 3 times beyond the current market high of 16 megapixels." Hear this, a hint of joy flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. "Good, it's time for us to fight back." Lin Mo opened his mouth, then glanced at Tang Kuxin. "Kagome, let's go back. Rice has been provoked 3 times. Next, we're going to get real." Tang Kerson sniffed and nodded solemnly. Chapter 118. This is a demon stock. Pinpointing the right time to sell it and make a big profit from the rice country. Chapter 118. It's a demon stock. Pinch to sell at the right time and make big money on rice. On the same day, Lin Mo took Tang Kerson on the return flight. And before leaving, Lin Mo made a special call to Lu Qing, the boss of Red Chess Automobile, and asked the other party to announce the cooperation with Haohan Automobile, which was managed by Xia Qianfan, at the auto show a few days later. Naturally, Lu Qing didn't have any problem with this, and by the time Lin Mo returned to Cloud City from the provincial city, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, Lin Mo was naturally very tired because of the traveling, but he was incredibly hyper, and Tang Kerson, who was on the side, was doing the same at the moment. After all, because of the time difference, 9:30 in China is the day when stocks open in the United States. Lin Mo, I'm somewhat looking forward to how much money you, this time, can make, Tang Kerson said with a smiling face. While saying that, he made a cup of flower tea for Lin Mo, so that the other party could relieve his fatigue a little. Lin Mo smiled and said, "This, I'm really not sure, but I think hundreds of billions, for sure." Tang Kuxin smiled. "This, I naturally have no doubt." Her mouth said so, but in her heart, Tang Kerson said, "This matter, I naturally believe in it. After all, this is a reward given by the system, because the outcome has been known for a long time. There wasn't much fluctuation in her mind about the few stocks recommended by the system. But what she was curious about was what would happen to the rise and fall of the stocks that Lin Mo himself had chosen. Unawareness. The time had come to 9:30 p.m. Lin Mo because he had ordered his alarm clock in advance. Therefore, as soon as the alarm went off, he immediately went to the computer. With the speculation page open, Lin Mo was instantly delighted. Just a few stocks recommended by that high-profile person are climbing up. At the very least, it's been boosted by tens of dollars. And the most, it's 5 times what it was yesterday when Lin Mo copied the bottom. I have to say, this rice country really has a knack for manipulating the stock market. Lin Mo said to himself while waiting patiently. And when the first point in time comes, Lin Mo quickly sold off the corresponding shares. This stock Lin Mo invested $80 billion. And in the end, after deducting the many fees, ended up with $160 billion. And next, Lin Mo continued to wait up. As it is, a full hour later, Lin Mo sold off all the stocks recommended by that high-profile person. What? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. He made a quick calculation. It turns out, the money he had made from this investment was no more, no less, exactly $300 billion whole dollars. There are no zeros. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. It's truly magical. The speculation gain, surprisingly, is a round number. Exactly $300 billion. No more, no less. This probability is simply much lower than the probability of winning the lottery and then being struck by lightning. Tang Xin, who was on the side, couldn't help herself. Just kidding. It's a reward from the system. Not a penny less. Absolutely nothing less. Sure, Lin Mo didn't dwell on it. At this moment, he opened the stock he had chosen yesterday again. What's going on? Tang Xin looked at the stock K-line. When this stock was found, it has been up and down. The ups and downs are very erratic. Tang Xin was going to open her mouth. And at the moment, that stock suddenly plummeted. It had even fallen to a third of the price Lin Mo had bought it at yesterday. And, looking at its trend, it's surprising that it has room to fall. Lin Mo, don't just stand there. Hurry up and dump it. A lesser loss is considered a gain. Tang Kurson hurriedly said, and the mind sighs. Sure enough, Lin Mo's own choice of stocks just isn't reliable. Nevertheless, Lin Mo didn't do what Tang Kurson said. Instead, after a few moments of silence, he instantly bought another $10 billion in stock. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Mo didn't want to buy more. Truly, this rice stock has many restrictions. Lin Mo, are you crazy? Tang Kurson saw Lin Mo buying smoothly. And the next thing you know, that stock falls and falls and falls and falls. And instantly the meat is unbearable. Though, Lin Mo currently had hundreds of billions of liquidity in his hands. Plus, in the next few days, the capital city auction will sell Lin Mo's many collections. Lin Mo's bank account had trillions of dollars in assets. But there's a saying that a mosquito is no longer small. Not to mention, Lin Mo had continuously invested $20 billion this time. That's not a small amount of money. And while Tang Kurson was muttering, that stock, surprisingly, went down and down. It fell directly to half of what it was just a moment ago. Tang Kurson was all anxious. Lin Mo, don't you dare not treat money as money. Tang Kurson once again discouraged it. Seeing Tang Xin like this, Lin Mo, however, looked calm and relaxed. Kagome, you remember what I said before. This stock, I predict, is going to go horribly up and down next. Far more than expected. And the stock in front of us is going to plummet next. But once it's past 11 p.m., it bottoms out. When the time comes, just wait and see. Tang Xin was speechless, obviously not trusting Lin Mo's judgment. But she also understood Lin Mo's character. So there was nothing to do but sit on the sidelines. Time, minute by minute loss. Without realizing it, it was 11 o'clock at night. At this moment, Tang Kurson didn't even dare to look at the K-line trend on the computer screen. So, simply sit down and play with your cell phone. But just then, Lin Mo's faintly smiling voice came out. Beautiful. Just as I predicted. Tang Xin got up from the sofa with a miso. Then came the computer. This look. Tang Xin was instantly dumbfounded. Just see the stock in front of you. Surprisingly, in just a few moments, it began to rise. It had far exceeded the previous Lin Mo's buying price by several times. More than that, it's continuing to rise. Lin Mo, how did you know? Don Corinne inquired. Lin Mo smiled and said, Kurson, it's like this. This stock was recommended to me by Elder Baffert. And he told me about this stock. The potential is huge. If you can capitalize on it, you can make a small profit. Sure, Lin Mo's words were, at best, only half spoken. The reason he chose this stock, in addition to Baffert Sr.'s recommendation, there was the fact that he had heard the voice of his future self, and from the information provided by the future voice, Lin Mo knew that this stock was a famous demon stock in the country of me. The ups and downs are constant, but it needs to be the right time to enter the game. It's a good thing that my future self was impressed with this demon stock. That was why Lin Mo dared to do so. As Lin Mo collected his thoughts, Tang Kerson's excited voice came out. Holy, 8 times up. Lin Mo. Quick, you hurry up and sell. I'm worried he'll suddenly plummet. Tang Kerson discouraged. Take what you can get, but don't get greedy and fall into a trap. Lin Mo smiled. Don't worry, I have my own measure. Tang Kuxian had wanted to say something else, and that's when her afterglow caught sight of the K-chart and she was confused. Simply because, in a matter of moments, the price of this stock went right back down by $500. Lin Mo. You should have listened to me. Tang Kuxian was getting depressed. One share is $500 less. That's a lot of money to lose. However, when Tang Kuxian hadn't finished bellyaching, next moment, Lin Mo laughed. Alright, you can prepare to sell off. These words fell. Tang Kerson was originally puzzled, but when the eyes fell on the computer screen, he was so surprised that he was dumbfounded. Chapter 119, A Day's Time. Earning $500 billion. Tang Kuxian was stunned. Chapter 119, One Day. Earned $500 billion. Tang Kerson was stunned. It's no wonder that Don Kosin is like that. Simply because the stock price, which had plummeted, was actually rising in a matter of moments. In the end, it skyrocketed by $1,000. I'll go. Tang Kerson was numb. Apparently, he didn't expect the stock, in any way, to have such a bizarre surge increase. That's too scary. Just as Tang Kerson was lamenting, Lin Mo, who was on the side, had already sold off all the stocks he held in his hands. Lin Mo, why don't you keep waiting? Maybe it will still. Tang Kuxian opened her mouth. Lin Mo smiled. This stock has already passed the weirdest stage. Next, it will stabilize. Tang Kuxian had wanted to say something else, but when I saw the stock price that didn't start to fall back on the K-chart, I was a bit confused for a while. And everything was just as Lin Mo had said. This stock stabilized somewhere in the range after some pullbacks. There were some ups and downs, but nothing too volatile. And at this point, Lin Mo had turned off the stock interface. As it happened, the text message of the funds arriving on the bank card was received by Lin Mo. Lin Mo, let me see how much you've earned this time. Tang Kuxian hurriedly inquired. Lin Mo smilingly brought his cell phone over. At this look, Tang Kuxian was stunned. Simply because Lin Mo's $20 billion had turned into over $230 billion at this moment. I'll go. 10 times the rate of return. This, Tang Kuxian was dumbfounded. It wasn't surprising that she reacted the way she did. After all, the other few stocks of the rice country, Lin Mo earned $300 billion. And this is the credit of the system. But Lin Mo, on his own, had made an extra $200 billion. Lin Mo, could it be that you're really a genius in stock speculation? Tang Kuxian inquired with slight surprise. Lin Mo laughed. Where am I a genius? Totally standing on the shoulders of giants. And this giant is none other than Old Man Baffert. Tang Kerson didn't continue to go along with this topic, but said smilingly, nowadays, the stock has been sold off. Now then, shouldn't we rest? Lin Mo froze. And Tang Kerson obviously realized that she had spoken and would make people misunderstand. Immediately, he laughed and said, don't you dare think that, haha. I mean, to each his own. Saying that, Tang Kerson made a cute face at Lin Mo and then walked towards her bedroom. Lin Mo returned to his room, but at the moment, he hadn't gotten over his excitement. After all, in one day, it exploded to over $500 billion because of stock speculation. And Lin Mo's assets were already on the verge of crossing into the trillions. How could he not be excited? And that's when a call came in from overseas. It's Baffert calling. Mr. Baffert, thank you for taking me to the money this time, but I didn't realize that the stock was so strong. It's really out of my league. Lin Mo said smilingly. Baffert on the other end of the phone, with the help of the interpreter, understood Lin Mo's meaning. Immediately, he replied, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect the stock to be so weird either. It's just a shame I only put in $2 billion this time. If I had known it was going to turn out this way, I would have just put in $20 billion straight away. But then again, it's my age. If I were your age, I'd dare to fight. The two chatted briefly. That's when he hung up. However, Lin Mo still didn't sleep. After all, Lin Mo had acquired several businesses in the past few days. These are a few businesses that have to be consolidated. Of course, in addition to that, Lin Mo also needed to take precautions. Then, since Rice can demand that Texas make a move to ban the sale of cell phone cameras to China by holding it hostage, naturally, other means will be used as well. And it will cascade. There's no defense against it. It seems that next, I'm going to have to think of a way to, first, counteract it before Rice takes measures. Otherwise, being passive all the time just doesn't work. We should turn passivity into initiative. Only then can we solve the predicament at hand. Think about it. Lin Mo quickly took out a pen and paper, then searched for something while recording it. So, unconsciously working until 12 o'clock at night, Lin Mo went to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Mo was still drifting off to sleep. At that moment, an aroma slowly awakened him. And at the moment, Tang Kurson was sitting on the bedroom sofa, eating donuts and drinking soy milk. Very cozy. Oops, Lazybones awake? Tang Kuxin inquired smilingly. Lin Mo slowly got up. Why are you up so early? Lin Mo smiled and inquired. Tang Kurson said seriously. It's not thanks to your future mother-in-law. She had to go on a trip today, but was worried that my future mother-in-law wouldn't have anyone to stay with. So, she called me over. It's just as well. I'll get the medical report and then go find Jiang Yuntao. After all, he's an expert in the heart. Lin Mo sniffed and immediately said, that's good. I'll accompany you after breakfast. Tang Kurson didn't have the good sense to say, come on, you're busy all day long. How can you find the time? Plus, it's not appropriate for you, a big old man, to get involved in what's going on between us women. And barring that, I'm hoping to improve my mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's relationship through this. Lin Mo had wanted to say something else. That's when his cell phone rang. It was Lei Xiaojun who called. Boss, last night, with everyone's joint efforts, we've successfully developed an 80-megapixel camera. Originally, we were thinking of going ahead with a bang and continuing to build on it. But looking at the current technical means, I'm afraid that 80 million pixels, that's the limit. Lin Mo couldn't help but secretly marvel at his words. He smiled. Mr. Ray, but you guys are really something. Yesterday, you developed a 50-megapixel camera. It's only been one night, and it's a whole new level of progress. It's really something. Lei Xiaojun on the other end of the phone smiled. Boss, you're too kind. It's all thanks to the HD camera production line you provided. We just had the honor of being involved in the research and development. But, Lin Mo inquired. But what? Lei Xiaojun was silent for a moment, then said, Boss, in this matter, it may be necessary to work hard for you to come. There are things that can't be accounted for if you talk on the phone. Lin Mo glanced at Tang Kuxin. Seeing the other man shrug, he finally laughed. Okay, I'll go over there now. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo came in front of Tang Kurson. Kurson, not waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Tang Kurson then waved her hand and said, alright, I know you're going to be busy. Hurry up. This side of Cloud City, I've got my eye on it. Lin Mo immediately went forward and hugged Tang Kuxin. Kagome, it's good to have you. Half an hour later, after Lin Mo washed up and ate breakfast, he drove straight to Lotus City. When Lin Mo arrived at the headquarters of the Rice cell phone, he saw the heads of Paragon, Songyear, Baichuan Technology, and Dajiang Drone, as well as Lei Xiaojun, waiting there. What's this? What's your lineup? Lin Mo said curiously. Chapter 120, Goal. Purchase precision instruments. Realize mobile phone parts. Localization. Chapter 120, Goal. Purchase precision instruments. Realize cell phone parts. Localization. 20 minutes later. Inside an office. At the headquarters of the Rice cell phone. At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered here. These, however, are either acquired by Lin Mo or have shares in companies related to the cell phone industry. Either that, or some of the companies that have partnered with Rice Mobile, such as Warwick, Abroke and other well-known cell phone vendors in the country. Mr. Ray, what's going on here? Look at you. You're planning to zoom in, aren't you? Lin Mo said with a smile. Lei Xiaojun smiled mysteriously. Then with a hint of snark, he said, Boss, forgive me for taking offense for once. I wonder, seeing the array before you, if you can guess what is the purpose for which I have summoned you here this time. Lin Mo swept his gaze across the room, and then slowly took out the book in the middle of his pocket. I only heard Lin Mo say flatly, if I'm not mistaken, you're thinking, the same as me. Lei Xiaojun immediately took the book and looked at it, then laughed. It was considered a tacit acknowledgement of what Lin Mo had said. Seeing this, Lin Mo sighed. AI, if I had known that you had arranged all of this, I wouldn't have taken advantage of my time off last night to specifically record this. Lei Xiaojun smiled without saying anything. In his heart, He admired Lin Mo. After all, Lei Xiaojun had thought that he could give Lin Mo a surprise. Available results. The two thought of each other. Thinking of this, Lei Xiaojun spoke up. Boss, for this meeting, why don't you preside over it? Lin Mo shook his head and said, it's better to forget about it. You're the head of Rice Mobile. You're fine for this kind of decision making. As for me, I'll just watch how this meeting turns out. In response, Lei Xiaojun didn't talk nonsense and came directly to the front. After some brief opening remarks, Lei Xiaojun then went straight to the point. Everyone. This time, the German country was coerced by the Rice country, thus banning the sale of HD cameras to our cell phone dealers in Huaxia, although it was perfectly solved by our boss, Mr. Lin. But this matter, however, is a wake-up call for us. That is, once something imported from abroad is banned, then we can only stare at it. And it is for this purpose that this meeting has been called. Having said this, Lei Xiaojun had his assistant turn on the projector. Soon, on the projector, a picture of a cell phone appeared, and as it switched, soon, that phone became a multitude of parts. Folks, a cell phone, from production to final completion, requires many steps, and there are quite a few of these parts. Nowadays, we, the Rice Mobile Phone Company, have overcome two major technological hurdles, the HD camera as well as the high-end chip. But beyond these materials, we have a lot of technology that hasn't been broken through. Examples include sensors, polycarbonate, glass materials, electronic components, and circuit boards. Of course, we have quite a bit of industry in this country, but these industries, to be honest, just don't meet our daily needs. In the case of the glass material, it must have high strength, as well as ultra-high hardness, and on top of that, it needs to be passably transparent. But these, by our own power, are difficult to accomplish, but there are always more ways than there are difficulties. Our relevant technicians in Huaxia are not inferior to those in other countries. It's just that we can't make a breakthrough because of the technological blockade. So, my idea is that the major companies work together in good faith and then break through one by one. Although, it's been a bit of a rough road, I believe in the saying that sincerity is the key to success. We will eventually be able to independently complete the localization of all parts and components, so that our cell phone truly stepped into the stage of independent research and development. As Lei Xiaojun finished these impassioned words, many representatives of enterprises who came to participate in the meeting, instantly as if playing chicken blood in general. There are many, however, who are pessimistic. After all, if these companies could break the foreign technological blockade by joining hands, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? And the reality is very cruel. That is, without highly sophisticated instruments, it would be difficult for them to do so even if they knew the relevant technology. As for high-precision instruments, that's the most central tool in every business. It is simply not possible to share unconditionally. Think about it. The representative of the Huawei cell phone company rose and said, Mr. Lei, we naturally understand everything you said, but practicing is a completely different thing than saying. I'm going to ask a more realistic question now, and that is, how can we get highly precise instruments that can be used to make cell phone parts that belong to our China? As these words fell, Lei Xiaojun was speechless for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party would ask such a sharp question at this time. However, for all this, Lei Xiaojun was not angry, just because it's a problem that needs to be faced sooner or later. And that's when an indifferent voice suddenly came out. The matter of precision instruments really needs to be taken seriously, and there are only two options for how to obtain precision instruments. Either we manufacture it ourselves or import it from abroad. And as far as I know, at present, the world's precision instrument industry, the most powerful, belongs to Tokoku. So, I think we can use that as a breakthrough. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Mo. And right now, everyone looked at Lin Mo with bated breath. And the head of that Huawei mobile phone company said, Mr. Lin, that's a good proposal, but you have to realize that before, it was Texas that issued a ban on us. Do you think that people might sell us precision instruments? Even if they were willing, I'm afraid that Rice would try to stop it, right? Lin Mo laughed. Without haste, he said, that, indeed, is worthy of deep consideration. But there are some things that may not be as pessimistic as you think. Why should Texas ban the sale of high-definition cameras? It's not the threat of Rice to ban trade from Texas to Rice once it refuses. The country of Gain naturally suffered heavy losses. But what if we can give enough benefits to the German nation? For example, sell them 30-megapixel HD cameras. Or, alternatively, offer them a whole new trade partnership? As long as they have more to gain than what they have to lose, will the gainer countries still listen to Rice? Seeing that the other side is silent, Lin Mo said flatly, As far as I know, today's Tokoku, in the automobile industry, is struggling just because the new energy is sanctioned. More than that, a lot of the chemical industry, it's moving out of Texas. If we can solve this problem, everything, naturally, will be solved. After all, don't forget that I have the automobile industry in addition to the rice phone industry, and, moreover, have close cooperation with Red Chess Automobile as well as Nin Times. As long as we can provide Germany with new energy batteries, why worry that the German nation will not turn against us? And with these words fell, the person in charge of that Huawei company was instantly dumbfounded. His face, on the other hand, was filled with shock as well as dismay. Chapter 121, The New Enterprise, Eagle Veda, with a total market capitalization of $3 trillion? How dare you think that? Chapter 121, A New Enterprise, Eagle Veda, with a total market capitalization of $3 trillion? How daring! 1 hour later, this session is over. As for that Warwick, it was obvious that it had been completely hibernated by Lin Mo. Immediately said, "Will be truthful today's content," reported to Mr. Run, waiting for the other party's reply. As for other businesses, they are naturally looking forward to it. Though, they didn't know how Lin Mo would operate, but because Lin Mo before, to help the rice phone company, got a chip production line. More than that, but also in the form of patent sharing, obtained 2 EUV lithography. Such a precious thing. Lin Mo was able to find a way to get his hands on it. The district's precision instruments might not matter to Lin Mo at all. Wait until everyone leaves. Lei Xiaojun immediately looked at Lin Mo and said, "Boss, this matter, are you really sure?" Lin Mo looked at Lei Xiaojun with a smile and said, "Mr. Lei, this matter, it still depends on you. I intend to let you travel with the head of Vast Automobile, Xia Qianfan, to get the country. Then, tell them that if that side is willing to sell the corresponding precision instruments, we will provide 14-nanometer class chips, as well as new energy vehicle batteries. Of course, we've been backstabbed by Tokoku before, so, price-wise, you two discuss it, and in short, our aim is to make their money and still make them grateful." Hear that? Lei Xiaojun was dumbfounded. What Lin Mo had said, they could naturally do, but you have to realize that 14-nanometer class chips, for other countries, can be said to be the world's highest-end existence at present. As for the sales of chips, Lin Mo can't make the decision. He needs to apply with the above and get approval before he can do so. But I am afraid it will take quite some time if the approval comes down. Lin Mo could naturally see what Lei Xiaojun was thinking. He dialed the phone number of Yang Qingyuan, the chairman of United Box Computer, in front of the other party. "Dong Yang, that 10-nanometer chip, you should have received it, right? I wonder if that supercomputer, is the upgrade complete?" Yang Qingyuan on the other end of the phone laughed loudly and said, "Mr. Lin, I've already received the chip, and have already contacted a team of scientists in the field of supercomputers. We're upgrading the supercomputer. If nothing else, within 3 days, the upgrade will be complete. By that time, our supercomputers in China will certainly be second to none in the world." Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. It's good that everything is going well. Yang Qingyuan was a human being and naturally knew that Lin Mo was definitely not inquiring about this when he called. Immediately, he smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, if there's anything, just say it." Lin Mo responded, "It's like this. I'm planning to send General Manager Lei of Dimi's cell phone, and General Manager Xia of Vast Automobile on a business trip to get the country, to get some precision instruments. However, as a condition, we will sell them 14-nanometer grade chips, as well as state-of-the-art new energy batteries. I've heard that these need to be approved from the top before they can be done, but I don't have the contacts for that." So, Yang Qingyuan on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Mr. Lin, I'll get in touch for you. Give me half an hour and I'll get back to you." In this regard, Lin Mo naturally did not have any opinion. Half an hour passed quickly. Yang Qingyuan's phone called back, "Mr. Lin, it's done. Approved paperwork. I'll send it to your cell phone." Lin Mo froze. On the other hand, Lei Xiaojun, who was on the side, was filled with dismay. Lin Mo actually took care of everything with one phone call? That's too much to believe, isn't it? And at this moment, Lin Mo did not expect that the top would respond so quickly. He was going to make some inquiries. And at this moment, Yang Qingyuan said in a serious tone, "Mr. Lin, it's like this. If the rice cell phone can only produce a 14-nanometer level chip at the moment, naturally, there will be a ban on the sale of the German country. But who made you guys, who have developed 12-nanometer as well as 10-nanometer class chips? So, the 12-nanometer chip, along with the 10-nanometer chip, is the core. A 14-nanometer chip is nothing compared to that. After a pause, Yang Qingyuan continued. Of course, if in the future, Mr. Lin's rice phone company can develop 8 nanometers, 6 nanometers or even 2 nanometers chips, it's not impossible to export 12 nanometer along with 10 nanometer chip technology when the time comes. Of course, what is said here has to be exported is the countries that are friendly with us. Then the enterprises of countries such as rice. Forget about it. After Lin Mo heard this, it dawned on him. Dong Yang, thanks for your help anyway. Also, on our side, we're working on what you call 8 nanometer, 6 nanometer scale chips now. And our ultimate goal is to develop a 1 nanometer chip. Hear that? Yang Qingyuan was expecting a lot. The two of them proceeded to chat for a while before Lin Mo hung up his cell phone. Boss. Lei Xiaojun looked at Lin Mo in dismay. You just said that you intend to produce a 1 nanometer chip. Is that true or not? Lei Xiaojun asked. Lin Mo smiled mysteriously. Can I joke around about this kind of thing? By the way, Huang Hunjin looked for you, right? I wonder, what do you think of this man? What do you think of him? Lei Xiaojun was silent for a moment, and then said, this person, indeed, has real talent. More than that, he has a lot of creative ability. After all, traditional semiconductors are, basically, silicon-based materials. But he, however, pushed the envelope and attempted to develop a carbon-based chip. There's no chance that with this innovation, the field of semiconductor chips will be catapulted into a whole new era. By the way, boss, Huang Hunjin showed me the business plan yesterday. He intends to consolidate the current AI industry in the country and then reform it across the board. But I'm just a cell phone manufacturer, and I don't understand some of the specific initiatives. But from what Huang Hunjin is saying, it needs $100 billion and then go for it in a big way. His goals are more ambitious than any of ours, and he intends to have the company he's in charge of cross into a total market capitalization of $3 trillion within 10 years. And it's still dollars. He's even got the name of the business all figured out. Just call Eagle Veda. Hear that? Lin Mo was inwardly dismayed. $3 trillion in total market capitalization? In 10 years? This Huang Hunjin, he really dares to think. However, Lin Mo is this kind of person. Since his men dare to think, then one dares to invest. And just as Lin Mo was planning to contact Huang Xuanren and ask the other party about their specific measures, at the ear, suddenly came the heartbeat of the future. Chapter 122 Investing $100 billion to leverage a future $360 million market capitalization. Chapter 122 Investing $100 billion to pry the future $360 million market capitalization of the company. I'm going to go. This news is really cracking up today. I had thought that this Huang Hunjin only has outstanding achievements in chips, but I didn't realize that this guy, in fact, was the founder of Eagle Veda. Eagle Veda. That's an existence that even that man behind Old Ma salivates over. 15 years of Eagle Veda is still only the incubation stage, while the old son saw the potential of this enterprise, after its listing, had thought of the acquisition of the whole share. But unfortunately it was rejected by Huang Xuanren, and in the end, Lao Sun bought 5% of the shares. But instead of choosing to hold on to it all the time, Lao Sun sold it in 19 and came away with a total of $4 billion. But very soon, Old Sun regretted it, simply because, if he could have held the shares all along, then the $4 billion, in 24 years, would have become $188 billion. In just 5 years, the stock price has skyrocketed 47 times. I'm afraid Old Sun would cry with depression. And I just investigated and found that the stock market of this Eagle Veda has exceeded $3.6 trillion. What is this concept? At the current exchange rate, that's 26 trillion Chinese dollars. Terrible, just terrible. Hearing the sentiment of future voices, Lin Mo secretly sighed in his heart. Some amusement ensued. It seems that the parallel world self, though in control of future intelligence, can be negligent. Of course, this doesn't matter. Importantly, Lin Mo knew the future potential of Huang Xuanren, and the other party's upcoming founding of Eagle Veda, through future intelligence. $100 billion? It's a lot of money, though, but if it can be exchanged for this company that Huang Hunjin is about to start, with a market capitalization of more than $3 trillion when it goes public, it's totally worth it. Think about it. Lin Mo had already made up his mind in his heart. Soon, Lin Mo asked Lei Xiaojun to go ahead and look for Xia Qianfan, the person in charge of Vast Auto. Lin Mo, on the other hand, dialed Huang Xuanren's number. Boss, Huang Xuanren quickly got through. I have, on my side, a business plan that I'd like you to look over. I wonder, do you have a moment? Lin Mo smiled and said, Mr. Huang, I'm currently at the headquarters of Demi Mobile, and about you, I've heard from Mr. Ray, why don't you come over here and we'll have a little chat? Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo then waited silently in the lounge. 20 minutes later, Huang Xuanren arrived in a hurry. How come you're the only one here? Where's MS? Murong? Lin Mo smiled and inquired. Huang Xuanren said, Xiaoqing, she is contacting those foreign colleagues. After they heard that I was joining you, boss, they said that they would be back as soon as they had settled everything down. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Afterwards, he went straight to the main mention. Mr. Huang, I heard from Mr. Lei that you're planning to create a new business, called Eagle Vista, and then, there's $100 billion needed? When he said this, Lin Mo looked like he was in a frenzy. This startled Huang Hunjin. However, Huang Xuanren had, this time, clearly come prepared. With a serious face, he said, Boss, this $100 billion is the figure I obtained after a day of calculations. With that, Huang Xuanren handed his list forward. Then pontificate. $500 million of that is for office buildings, and all kinds of equipment, and overhead, promotions, etc. $2 billion of that is, not waiting for the other to finish. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, Mr. Huang, you misunderstood me. I was going to say, the $100 billion, I can give you. At the same time, I believe in what you can do. But, I just want to ask you one thing. What products will be developed by this company you founded? Also, how is your business map mapped out? Facing Lin Mo's inquiry, Huang Xuanren naturally answered the question. Boss, here's my plan. In the early stages, it focuses on the development of high-end chips as well as design. And those businesses, or companies, that I'm integrating are for this program. In addition to that, I'm going to set up a couple of departments. One of the divisions that focuses on developing the latest CPUs. A department, on the other hand, is responsible for the design and development of DPUs. On top of that, there's the GPU, and the AI software. Speaking of this, Huang Xuanren said with a raised eyebrow, especially the AI industry. Once completed, it will revolutionize the manufacturing landscape. It covers a wide range of areas, including finance, manufacturing, science, automotive, gaming, and even the construction industry. Lin Mo listened to all this in silence. Surface calm, but waves were already rippling through the mind. Apparently, he didn't expect it anyway. Huang Hunan doesn't look very old, but the ambition is so great. Okay, this project, I'm in. 100 billion right. I will first give this money to Lei Xiaojun. When you need it, feel free to ask him for it. As usual, money is not a problem as long as you can do real work. As for what to do next, I will absolutely not interfere. All you have to do is tell me the results. Also, I'm giving you special access to transfer people from other companies under my umbrella if you need anything. Huang Xuanren was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Mo to actually agree no matter what. Originally, Huang Xuanren's plan was to soften the blow. If Lin Mo never agrees, then set up a chip research facility yourself first. As for other industries, they are gradually expanding. Of course, he could understand all that. After all, $100 billion is no small amount, but he didn't expect it in any way. Lin Mo surprisingly agreed directly, without batting an eyelid. It's worthy of the existence that can carry forward the rice phone. This vigor is really strong enough. And that's when Lin Mo spoke again. Mr. Huang, I have another small idea. I don't think that the name Eagle Veda is dominant enough. I'm going to rename it Midvita. What do you think? Huang Xuanren froze for a moment. Then he said seriously, Boss, I know. I'll rename it Zhongweide. The next half hour. Lin Mo continued to talk to Huang Xuanren for a while. Wait until the other guy leaves. Lin Mo directly transferred $100 billion to the rice phone company that Lei Xiaojun was in charge of, and explained to Lei Xiaojun. Learn this. Lei Xiaojun was stunned, but not much was said. Simply because, he believed that since Lin Mo dared to invest this amount of money, he must have his own ideas. He has a vision, and he can never be wrong. And at this moment, Lin Mo, and sigh. He knew that if Huang Xuanren hadn't met himself this time, I'm afraid, the other side will eventually return to rice. The other party may not continue with their old employer, Gao Tong, but yet, they will absolutely pull in the money and start a business. By the time that happens, Eagle Veda may be a rice enterprise, but with Lin Mo in the game, the revamped Zhongweide will become a Chinese company, shine and take Chinese technology to a whole new stage. I look forward to that day, Lin Mo said with anticipation. And with the matter of the Lotus City now taken care of, Lin Mo had planned to make the return trip back to Cloud City. But just then, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It was Lei Xiaojun who called. Boss, One of the executives from Alibaba said there's something that he needs to work with you on. He's already on his way to the headquarters of Rice Mobile, Lei Xiaojun said in a serious tone. Good. Lin Mo responded. The mind, on the other hand, was a million times stranger. What does this future benchmark company of e-commerce suddenly want by approaching itself? Chapter 123, Cloud Computing. Big Database for China's Security. Chapter 123, Cloud Computing. Big Databases. Protecting China's Security. No wonder Lin Mo was so strange. After all, through the intelligence provided by his future self, Lin Mo knew that Alibaba, Jingdong, and Pinyi Xieshi were the three giants of the future e-commerce industry. Each of them has their own unique characteristics. Alibaba, in particular, whose founder, Lao Ma, even became the richest man in China with this enterprise, and it reigned for several years. Of course, there are mixed reviews of this business out there, to say the least, but there's no doubt about one thing. That's the business that has really driven a lot of the industry. And right now, this business, because of the so-called Hanukkah a few years ago, has driven a wave of trends. Eventually, November 11th turned into a famous shopping street in China. Currently, Alibaba has been listed successfully, and its market value has exceeded 200 billion. But, Lin Mo, however, never had the idea of cooperating with the other party. After all, old Ma is backed up by old son. It's naturally not a good idea to intervene on your own. Of course, the reason why Lin Mo was like that, there was another reason, and that was that under his banner, he already had the software, pieces of Yuzu, although still in the seedling stage. But Lin Mo is clear that once it goes public, it is bound to occupy half of the e-commerce industry in China. It may even, after refining some of its initiatives, even overtake Alibaba. Forget it, I'll wait. I want to see what kind of cooperation Alibaba is planning to do with me. A mumble finished. Lin Mo then waited patiently. Half an hour later, a young man in a suit appeared in front of Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, hello, I'm Zhang Bo, who's in charge of big data, under Ali's 88 flag. It's a pleasure to meet you, the young man said with a smirk on his face. Lin Mo shook hands with the other party, then led the other party into the lounge inside the headquarters of the Rice cell phone. The two nattered briefly, and then, Lin Mo went straight to the point. Mr. Zhang, I wonder what project you're planning to collaborate on this time you're looking for me. Zhang Bo sniffed and immediately said, Mr. Lin, it's like this. Our company, over the years, has always intended to develop a homegrown database. After all, what we used in China before was a database company from the U.S. However, because the price is high-end, after all, it's a foreign company, they can terminate the cooperation at any time. Therefore, as a precautionary measure, we intended to develop our own big data 3 years ago. For this reason, we have also conducted quite a lot of research and development, and each year, we need nearly $10 billion for research and development alone. But unfortunately, we have achieved a breakthrough in our technology, but the cloud computer requires a high-end chip processor, and Mr. Ma previously contacted Chairman Yang of United Box Computer and learned that, from Rice Mobile, they had obtained a 10-nanometer scale chip. Because of this, the supercomputers that belong to our country have a chance to be upgraded. So, hear that. Lin Mo instantly understood what the other party meant. He was naturally excited in his heart. After all, if one could cooperate with Alibaba, the future giant of the global e-commerce industry, the benefits would naturally outweigh the disadvantages. But, this so-called big data, Lin Mo hadn't yet figured out what was going on. However, just as Lin Mo was planning to make some inquiries, in the middle of his mind, the voice of his future self immediately came. With the development of the times, cybersecurity, naturally, has become a concern, and the emergence of Aliru's big data provides a corresponding guarantee. The big database, say, is the synthesis of intelligent search, network information, user profiles, etc. To put it simply, it is a database of data, and these, which are relevant to people's lives. Once leaked, the consequences are unimaginable. A few years ago, there was also a software to be marketed abroad, but it was blocked outright because of the risk of user data leakage involved. So the nationalization of big data, to which Huaxia attaches great importance, has also been a project that has been focused on. Lin Mo then realized, as a programmer, he naturally knew that data was important, from the state down to the security of the individual, relevant to life. Think about it. Lin Mo smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, I don't dabble in big data, but since it's about the future of your country, I will do my best to help. But well, seeing the other man's desire to speak, Zhang Bo immediately said, Mr. Lin, I know, you're a businessman, but at the same time, you're a Chinese, so it's your principle to make money while being able to contribute to the country. However, please rest assured that our cooperation is definitely mutually beneficial. We provide the core of cloud computing, and you provide the high-end chips. In the future, if we have any new patents, we will definitely be the first to share them with you. And on top of that, Mr. Ma also made it clear that once the cooperation is launched, both of us will fund the project, with half of the shares going to each other. More than that, any patents from this cloud computing division you can use on other industries under your umbrella. Hear that? Lin Mo secretly sighed. He knew that old Ma could be said to have made enough concessions for the sake of this project of Ali Yun. Otherwise, it wouldn't have said anything about patent sharing and free trials. It is important to realize that patents are at the very core of existence for any business. In any industry, some patents, even after authorization, can get tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, of royalties directly. Sure, Lin Mo also knew that this move by old Ma belonged to the category of giving and taking, and get, naturally, more. After all, once the layout of Ali Yun in China is completed, later, it can even be countered, and the industry is spread all over the world. By then, in this field, Ali Yun can be said to be an invincible existence. Even Rice can only look away, and Lin Mo was clear at the same time. Without their own high-end chips, it would inevitably take years to accomplish this step. And for technological development, time is money. Think about it. Lin Mo smiled and said, "Good, I agree to this cooperation. Once the signatures are complete, the Ali Ru program is officially launched." As he said this, Lin Mo's heart secretly rose in anticipation. After all, the provision of high-end chips, for other companies, belonged to the difficult to reach the sky. But to Lin Mo, it was just a matter of words. Programs like this one don't cost much to get many patents and make money. He was naturally delighted. Sure, Lin Mo had more than that in mind. After all, where there's one, there's two. Once this collaboration is taken care of, in the future, when his own Pinyin Ishi comes out, he can use Alibaba to build momentum. And just as Lin Mo was pondering these inwardly, his cell phone rang. It was Huang Zhang who called. "Boss, spelling Yuzu has been successfully tested internally. Next, all that's needed is for the public test to be taken care of and we can lay out." What? Lin Mo was instantly ecstatic. Chapter 124, Chinese Enterprises. Can they still be held by Rice? Developing the Nandu navigation system. Chapter 124, Huaxia Enterprises. Can they still be held by Rice? Developing the Nandu navigation system. Half an hour later, after Lin Mo signed the cooperation agreement related to Ali Yun computing with Zhang Bo, then he hurriedly called Lei Xiaojun and asked the other party to send someone, with full authority, to follow up on this matter. Lin Mo, on the other hand, had planned to go back to Cloud City to meet with Huang Zhang to talk about the development of piecing CC. Who knows? Before Lin Mo could go out, the other party had already put together a plan and sent it to their wiki. Lin Mo looked at it line by line. The idea of going forward to find the other party was immediately abandoned. Simply because, this planning plan has already optimized all of the series of plans that Lin Mo had formulated before, how to promote, how to pull in customers, and even after the launch of piecing Shi, Lin Mo had a smile in his eyes. He had planned to call back Zhang Bo immediately, attempting to strike while the iron is hot, so that Ali's side, and Pinyin she reached a strategic cooperation. But soon, the idea was abandoned. Lin Mo certainly hopes that Pinyin can quickly occupy the e-commerce market, and then form a three-legged situation with Alibaba and Jingdong. But Lin Mo was also clear about one thing. You can't get more than you deserve by pulling the plug. Thinking of this, Lin Mo could only wait for the right time. The fact that Spell CC was about to be released to the public naturally made Lin Mo very happy. However, what he didn't expect was this. This thing, it's just the beginning. Good news followed for the next 10 minutes. Yang Chuanhong boss, the new plant of Bai Chao Delicious, has been found. There are several products have been introduced. We intend to develop a big gift pack first, and then start to sell on the network. Kai Lianghong, boss, on the side of Extreme Shop, the current progress is the same as 100 Herb Delicious. However, we intend to promote the brand of 100 Herb Delicious first, and then, when a month later, we will also quickly follow up, and then, we will have a healthy competition. Wang Xing, boss, Magnesium Group Software, has been public beta success. We are currently recruiting a wide range of sales staff. Training. The first pilot is in the Cloud City. Estimated that half a month's time, we'll be able to go online. At that time, the customer can be at home waiting for the delivery man to send food to the door. Zhou Yuan, Su Hua, as well as Zhang Ming and the others, also reported on the results of the battle of the companies they were in charge of in their respective Wilson groups. See these. Lin Mo's heart was incomparably excited. Lammer, great, good work guys. And just as everyone was reporting good news, Chang Wei, the person in charge of Tic Tac, however, suddenly etched Lin Mo. Chang Wei, boss, is it convenient for you to answer the phone now? After Lin Mo replied that he had time, the phone rang. It was Chang Wei who called. Uncle Chang, what's the situation? Lin Ma inquired. Chang Wei on the other end of the phone said under his breath, Boss, Tic Tac Taxi has currently completed its internal testing as well as public testing, but we are now facing a huge problem. That is, with navigation software on board. Originally, my idea was to start working with a couple of navigation software programs once the software went live. And they, at first, promised well. But just when I was planning to make contact, the other party suddenly backtracked and said they weren't going to cooperate with us. And it also said that the emergence of our Tic Tacs will affect the passenger flow of cabs. And when that happens, it will inevitably lead to a series of changes. The heads of those navigation software even directly advised me to abandon the development of this software. Hear this. Lin Mo frowned for a moment. The mind, on the other hand, was wondering. After all, that future self in the parallel world never said that Tic Tac would be in this predicament. Could it be that, in this, there is a change in the situation that you are not aware of? But, these obviously don't matter. It is imperative that the matter of Tic Tacs carrying navigation software be resolved. After all, this taxi software is built on top of navigation software. A thought. Lin Mo spoke. Uncle Chang, don't worry about this matter for now. I don't know why those few navigation software quit working with us, but it's not our loss. It's them who should regret it. As for the matter of the emergence of Tic Tacs, which affects cabs, that's a good one. You can have your people travel to major cities and tell them that even cabs can use the TikTok taxi software. This software, what convenience it will bring to cabs. You, the founder, have to know better than me, right? As for the matter of the navigation software, it's very simple. Since no one is working with us, we'll develop it ourselves. Chang Wei on the other end of the phone was confused. I don't blame him for being so. It is important to know that the development of navigation software is very complex and has a very strict review mechanism. And this, it's about the secrets of the state. Once leaked, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, sufficient qualifications, as well as a series of non-disclosure agreements, must be in place before approval can be granted. And beyond that, navigation software is no more developed than any other software. If you want to complete it, you can't do it without a few years or even a few years. However, since Chang Wei was invested by Lin Mo, he has been hoping to make some achievements as soon as possible, so as to repay the other party's kindness. Boss, I'm afraid, it's very difficult if we want to develop it on our own. Chang Wei struggled in his mind for a while, but still spoke his thoughts. Lin Mo sighed. You're right, but currently, however, without waiting for Lin Mo to finish his thoughts, at that moment, the voice of the future suddenly came to his ears. When it comes to navigation software in China, you have to mention the two software programs, Taito Map and Duonyang Map. These two programs can be said to have solved the problem of many road users who do not know the way, but the only drawback is that they are equipped with the GPS navigation system of the U.S. And before the emergence of China's Nanda positioning and navigation, there were only three major positioning and navigation systems in the world. The GPS navigation system, among others, is naturally at the top of the list. Even in 14, cell phone location, just call it GPS. This shows how deeply rooted this navigation system, in the hearts of the Chinese people, is. But still, no matter how good things are from other countries, they don't belong to China. As a result, the relevant organizations for satellite navigation in China have been working on a navigation system belonging to China since 14 years. However, because of the difficulties in research and development, coupled with many restrictions, and more importantly, the sanctions on the chip, the project almost died. But the good thing is, we have countless capable people in China, and in the end, we successfully developed this system. And, later on, the system, eventually, was adopted by various countries. Hear this. Lin Mo was delighted in his heart. If I can take the cooperation with Beidou Navigation, or even say, provide high-end chips and then help them complete the system, by that time, what with the Gaudet map and the Doctor map, it will surely come back to flatter me. By the time that happens, TikTok will still be carrying whatever software it wants. Of course, Lin Ma knew that, perhaps, Duonyang, Gaudet map, it is coerced by the rice country, similar to the German country to ban the sale of cell phone high-definition camera, will refuse to cooperate with TikTok. Think about it. Lin Mo was both amused and infuriating in his heart. Funny how that rice seems to be haunting itself in general and is uncomfortable not playing some tricks. It's infuriating that a Chinese company would be taken by the other side. Think about it. Lin Mo's idea of helping the country to complete the Nandu navigation system at an early date became more determined. Chapter 125. Good news comes. Completing the design and manufacturing of 8nm chips. Chapter 125. Good news. Completing the design and manufacturing of 8nm chips. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo hung up on Chang Wei and tell the other party that those several navigation software, sooner or later, will beg to cooperate with Tic Tac. Chang Wei was uncertain though, but naturally, he had immense trust in Lin Mo's methods, so after saying that he would wait for Lin Mo's good news, he hung up the phone, and after pondering for a moment, Lin Mo immediately called Yang Qingyuan, the chairman of United Box Computer. Just connect. Lin Mo then spoke directly. Director Yang, can I ask you about something? Yang Qingyuan laughed. This, I will absolutely know without saying anything. So, Lin Mo told the current situation of tic-tac-toe. Hear this. Yang Qingyuan immediately voiced his thoughts. Needless to say, it must be the meter country that's behind this. After all, your reputation is out there, and even though people have never met you, they know what software you have under your belt. But I don't suppose you're here to spit this out to me? Lin Mo said with a smile, worthy of being Yang Dong. In fact, what I want to inquire is, our country, is there any idea of developing our own navigation system? After all, at the moment, several of our Chinese software are mainly equipped with the GPS system. And this system, in the hands of Rice, this is not the first time they've used this kind of coercion. Before, it was true for cell phones, and today, it's true for tic-tacs. Therefore, if the relevant organizations in our country can have ideas in this regard, I am willing to bring all the software under my banner, as well as the relevant technicians, to assist together. Hearing this, Yang Qingyuan on the other end of the phone froze slightly. Then he laughed. Mr. Lin, don't hang up the phone yet. Give me a minute and I'll ask around for you. 1 minute later, a rush of footsteps came. Mr. Lin inquired. We in China, a few years ago, formed an organization called the Nandu Satellite Navigation System. After a couple of years of research and development, it's come a long way. Today, the system is well on its way to developing results, yet it needs to be equipped with an 8nm class chip in order to handle it. The system, after all, has an extremely high amount of computing power. I just got the contact information for the people in charge. You can talk at length. Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart was delighted. Thank you in a heartbeat. Yang Qingyuan laughed. A small matter. Plus, while you have your own agenda, in the grand scheme of things, it's for the good of the country. It's natural for me to help with this kind of thing. With the cell phone hanging up. Soon, Lin Mo got a call from Yang Qingyuan. Lin Mo immediately dialed. As for Lin Mo's idea, the person in charge of the Nandu satellite navigation system was naturally looking forward to it. At the same time, some more questioning. Granted, the other party knew from Yang Qingyuan that Lin Mo's rice phone company had developed the news of a 10nm level chip. Moreover, it was utilized to successfully complete the upgrade of the supercomputer. But what they need is an 8nm chip. It's only a 2nm difference though. However, the process technology, as well as the design difficulty of the chip, is geometrically increased, and because of that, as early as a few years ago, Intel Corporation of Rice broke through the manufacturing of 17nm class chips, but was slow to develop higher-end chips. He couldn't believe it. Lin Mo's rice phone company was able to make successive breakthroughs in such a short period of time, allowing the chip to be upgraded to below 10 nanometers. It's hard to get to the top. But, at the moment, he obviously had no other way out other than expecting Lin Mo to take care of it. And Lin Mo had no way of knowing about these thoughts of the person in charge of the Nandu satellite navigation system. At the moment Masa had given up on the idea of leaving. Instead, he turned around and went to the chip production department of the rice cell phone company. Boss, what brings you here? Old Wu, who was busy in the workshop, was leading the department's staff, working overtime to make chips. When he saw Lin Mo appear, he was a little strange in his mind. Lin Mo smiled and said, Old Wu, it seems that you have already mastered the operation of this chip production line? Old Wu nodded his head and said, yes, this production line. It can really be said that it has helped us a lot. Currently, we have mass-produced 17nm, 14nm, and 12nm class chips. In addition to that, 10nm chips. A lot of that is done. More than that, the pass rate, surprisingly, is 98%. And you should know that, at present, the pass rate of the world's most perfect EUV lithography machine is only 78%. and it's hard to break through 80%. Hearing old Wu's words of praise, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. He then went straight to the point. Old Wu, I came to find you this time because I have something to discuss with you. Old Wu was proud to be associated with it. Immediately said, you are the boss of the rice cell phone. What to discuss or not to discuss? What orders? You just say. Lin Mo smiled. I intend to give you a daunting task, that is, to produce 8 nanometer, or even higher-end cell phone chips. Hearing this, old Wu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The rest of the departmental employees were also looking at each other at the moment. Obviously, none of them had expected that Lin Mo would make such a request. A thought. Old Wu apologized. Boss, this mission, we may not be able to complete. After all, 10 nanometer chips, all still have a lot to be perfected. To break through to 8 nanometers is, perhaps, difficult to accomplish without a year or two. Lin Mo naturally knew that. That's a bit much to ask for yourself. But for the future of tic-tac-toe, also for the sake of China to develop its own Nandu satellite navigation system at an early date, Lin Ma had to do it. However, just as Lin Mo was thinking of letting everyone try something, at this point, an employee hurried in. Boss, Supervisor Wu, Mr. Huang Xuanren is here, and it brought a lot of technicians. They said they intend to utilize our chip production line to complete the manufacturing of 8 nanometer scale chips. What? Old Wu froze. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was inwardly ecstatic. Immediately, he asked the other party to lead Huang Xuanren in. 5 minutes later. Boss, why are you here too? By the way, I have good news for you. The 8 nanometer scale chip, we've finished the design drawings, and its raw material, which is exactly the carbon-based material I was talking about before, is something I'm going to try. If we can succeed, our Chinese chips, even if we step into a higher-end level. When Lin Mo heard this, he couldn't wait and said, in that case, then hurry up and get busy. These words fell. Huang Xuanren immediately called on Lao Wu and then began to discuss it. Seeing this, Lin Mo, who was on the side, was happy in his heart. That's quite a snooze. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 126, 8 nanometer scale chip completed with 96% pass rate. Chapter 126, 8 nanometer chip completed with 96% pass rate. And because this time, the development of an 8 nanometer scale carbon-based chip has a lot at stake. After all, its introduction means that the Nandu satellite navigation system can be successfully developed. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was able to obtain authorization to use this system because of the chip he provided. When the time comes, tic-tac-toe takes the initiative. After all, no Chinese company is willing to use another country's technology as the core of its own products. It's like having your lifeblood held. And before, when there is no choice, it is natural to compromise and be coerced by the other side. But once given the choice, they will naturally favor domestic navigation systems. Thinking about this, Lin Mo's heart rose with some anticipation. Time, minute by minute, passes. Old Wu, along with Huang Xuanren and many of the staff, had finished their discussion. At this moment, Old Wu's face was full of excitement. Mr. Huang, you are worthy of being the former director of Gaotong. The head sure is a lot smarter than an old man like me. I said I was, before, why I kept getting stuck. So, it's because I can't adapt. Old Wu smiled. Supervisor Wu, you are too modest. If I'm as powerful as you say I am, how come I didn't develop a 10 nanometer chip before you did? Old Wu laughed and said, this, too, is not my doing. It's mainly our boss, who provided this complete production set. Coquette. Lin Mo, who was on the side, said with some amusement, alright, you guys should stop bragging about each other and hurry up and get to work. Hearing this, the two of them immediately looked serious. Little Li, Little Zheng, you guys hurry up and debug the equipment. Xiao Chen, you and Xiao Lu, go and process the carbon-based materials brought by Mr. Huang. In advance, under some arrangements, a group of employees in the chip department began to busy themselves. When everything is ready, Lao Wu personally operated the instrument and was busy in a tight schedule. So, half an hour later, a batch of chips has been completed. Old Wu and Huang Xuanren looked at each other, and it was not hard to see the ecstasy in each other's eyes. But they also know that this is only the first step, and it's the qualifying tests that come next that are the most important. After all, if the chip is not qualified, even if it is produced, it is still a pile of waste products. And at this moment, Lin Mo's breathing was a little short. The heart is expecting a million things. So, with some anxious waiting, Lin Mo could be considered to have gotten the test report. This look, Lin Mo was secretly surprised, simply because the batch of 8 nanometer class chips produced previously had a surprisingly high pass rate of 90%. Holy, It's really done? Lin Mo was surprised and delighted. But Huang Xuanren and Lao Wu were not happy. After all, they can be people who seek excellence. A 90% pass rate might be a surprise when word gets out, but you have to know, before the 10 nanometer scale chip pass rate, but it is as high as 98%, and the two had thought that a pass rate of at least 97% would be enough this time around. Looks like there's still some debugging to be done. Huang Hunjin spoke his mind. Old Wu nodded repeatedly. When Lin Mo saw this, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Alright, you guys pretty much got it. I'm satisfied with a 90% pass rate." So, without waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Old Wu said in a loud voice, "Boss, the materials for the chips, they are very precious. There's not much difference between a 90% pass rate and a 98% pass rate. Maybe in a small production run. But once the numbers are huge, it's a different story. For example, if 100 million chips are produced, the number of chips obtained at different pass rates varies by a full 80 million. How much does this save?" Lin Mo smiled. When you think about it, that's really the point. Seeing the two men stick to their guns, Lin Mo secretly laughed. The heart, on the other hand, was very complimentary of the duo's pursuit of perfection. But, Lin Mo at this moment, the intention is to send these chips for inspection before traveling to the Nandu Satellite Navigation Research Institute to negotiate with them for cooperation. Who knows? Before Lin Mo could say anything, at that moment, Huang Xuanren's voice came. "Supervisor Wu, let's continue debugging. This time, we'll set our goal smaller for now, such as an 8 nanometer class chip with a pass rate of 95%. Once that's done, we can try and make 6 nanometer carbon-based chips." Lin Mo was instantly dumbfounded when he heard this. He was going to open his mouth, and Huang Xuanren immediately explained, "Boss, to tell you the truth, our real goal this time is to create a 6 nanometer carbon-based chip. However, we need a transition period. That's why we developed the 8 nanometer scale chip first. We didn't have much faith in that, of course, which is why we didn't tell you." Lin Mo instantly lost the idea of leaving. Instead, look forward to it with a vengeance. Have to say, Huang Hunjin and Lao Wu, both total workaholics. So get to work quickly. And the next couple hours, the two kept debugging it and then started developing it. Finally, after constant refinement, the pass rate for an 8 nanometer carbon-based chip is, surprisingly, 96%. However, it's hard to continue to improve. It seems that the limit has been reached. Huang Xuanren said helplessly. But it turned out better than we expected. Next, Huang Xuanren didn't continue, but looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, who was on the side, was incredibly excited and said, "You guys just don't worry about doing it boldly. I believe in your abilities." With Lin Mo's encouragement, Huang Xuanren and Old Wu were immediately like chicken blood. They have been getting into the swing of things. Lin Mo, on the other hand, took the trouble to wait patiently on the side. Nevertheless, just at this moment, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Tang Kersen who called. Lin Mo didn't want to disturb Huang Xuanren as they worked, so he quickly went out and picked up the phone. "Lin Mo, what are you doing? It's so late to get through to the phone," Tang Kersen said, pretending to be angry. Lin Mo smiled and said, "What else can I do? Supervising in the chip department of a rice phone." Of course. Afterwards, Lin Mo spoke succinctly about Huang Xuanren and their latest research results. And on top of that, Lin Mo also explains the current predicament that Tic Tac is experiencing. Kersen, right now Huang Xuanren and Lao Wu, they are working on the development of a 6 nanometer scale chip. Looking at the state of their work so far, they can certainly get it done quickly. At that time, I will be able to take the 6 nanometer class chip and head to the Nanda Satellite Navigation Organization to negotiate cooperation. Hear that? Tang Xin on the other end of the phone didn't say anything. Xin, you are not believing that Huang Xuanren and the others are able to develop a 6 nanometer level carbon-based chip? Lin Ma inquired. Tang Xin on the other end of the phone didn't answer. Just because she called Lin Ma at this time, it's because of getting a hint from the system. After completing the 8 nanometer scale chip, Lin Mo hopes to go further and take the chip specifications to 6 nanometers. It's just a pity that the production line gifted by the system, with its 8 nanometer chip process, has already reached its limit. But the good thing is that the system is very user-friendly, so some improvements are given. Let Tang Kersen help Lin Mo and complete the development of the 6 nanometer scale chip. Think about it. Tang Kersen said smilingly. Lin Mo, I believe in the abilities of your men, but there are some things that don't just require competence. Never mind, let's not talk about that. I'm calling to surprise you. This surprise, and an hour to deliver it to you. In time, you will absolutely thank me. Hang up. Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. At the same time, more than anything else, it was curious. But this moment was clearly not the time to dwell on that. It is imperative to wait for the results of the development of 6nm class chips first. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Mo turned around and entered the chip research room. And at the moment, but he just happened to see Huang Xuanren and Old Wu looking worried. Chapter 127, FAL Light Source. Upgraded equipment. 8nm scale chip completed. Chapter 127, FAL Light Source. Upgraded equipment. 8nm scale chip completed. What's going on with you guys? Lin Mo smiled and inquired. Boss, I'm sorry we failed. Huang Xuanren sighed. Although Old Wu didn't say anything, he was in a grimace. The rest of the staff, at the moment, are somewhat demoralized. One by one, they lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Mo. To this, Lin Mo had known it for a long time though. He was naturally lost. However, it also recalled Tang Kerson's words on the phone, some things don't just require ability. It seems that Kagome had guessed that I would fail. Calling me earlier was an early precaution. Lin Mo muttered in his heart. Then stepping forward, Mr. Huang, Old Wu, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It's remarkable that you guys have accomplished an 8nm chip. It was a pity that Lin Mo's comforting words not only didn't allow the two to recover, but on the contrary, they felt even more guilty. After all, Lin Mo had known Huang Xuanren well. For Lao Wu, the other party is the savior of the rice phone company. Without each other, they wouldn't be where they are today. Boss, we'd like to keep trying some more, Huang Xuanren said seriously. If it fails again, perhaps, we will have to improve on the instrumentation. Old Wu bowed deeply and sincerely. Seeing that the two were like this, naturally, they could not bear to blow their self-confidence. Immediately, he said, okay, you guys take what you can get. Anyway, it's naturally best if it can be accomplished, and if it isn't, then we'll keep thinking about it. You can't rush it anyway. So, the next half hour, Old Wu carried out an emergency meeting with Huang Xuanren and many of his core staff. They kept exchanging opinions with each other. Eventually, a whole new program was finalized. Debugging, detection, conduct an assessment. When a series of preparations are completed, the two were once again busy in front of the chip production line. It's just a shame. Half an hour later, once again, the two men faced a downcast look. The program we have, it's kind of perfect, but why? Still, can't we finish the photolithography? Huang Xuanren muttered, and Old Wu also showed a downcast look. Lin Mo smiled and comforted. Perhaps, it has nothing to do with your level. Rather, the production line in front of us can only develop 8nm chips. If we want to have a breakthrough, perhaps we need to improve this production line. Old Wu and Huang Xuanren sighed secretly. Obviously, they also recognized Lin Mo's guess. At this moment, the duo had already recognized the reality. Immediately, they came to Lin Mo's body. Boss, I'm sorry to make you look forward to this for nothing, the two said in unison. Lin Mo's heart was lost though, but it was doubly gratifying to see such a work ethic from the duo. Well, now, you'd better send the 8nm class chip to the relevant department for testing and then register the patent. As for the 6nm scale chip, forget about it for now. Anyway, people will win, and sooner or later we'll be able to. However, Lin Mo hadn't had time to finish his latter words. At this point, a staff member came in quickly. Mr. Lin, there's someone outside looking for you, saying they've been commissioned by MS Tang Kerson to deliver a surprise, personally, to you. That guy, though, looked a little strange, so I didn't let him in. Hear that? Lin Mo's heart was strange, but walked out anyway. Come outside. Lin Mo really did see the strange man. At the moment, it is the height of summer. The man, however, was dressed in black clothes and pants, and wore a black hat as well as a mask. It was wrapped up tightly, and in the other's hand, he was holding a combination box. Did Kagome ask you to give it to me? Lin Ma inquired. Instead of answering, the man handed it over with a signed receipt on it. Lin Mo's heart was strange though, but because of previous experiences, therefore, he guessed that this mysterious password box might have been sent over by that high person. Think back to what came before. Lin Mo suddenly had a guess. The high man. It couldn't be a big shot from some mysterious organization, could it? The mind thinks so. However, Lin Ma finished signing quickly. Wait until the man is gone. Lin Mo then opened the combination box. Inside, he found, was a single strange part, but it is not clear exactly what it is. There is no way around it. Lin Mo could only bring it over to the chip department side, hoping to get answers from Huang Xuanren as well as Lao Wu's side. And at this point, Old Wu and Huang Xuanren have finished packing. Old Wu with many chips intends to apply for a patent, and then sent to the relevant departments for chip testing. Huang Hoon-jin, on the other hand, hit the road and continued to work on 6nm scale chips. Gentlemen, don't leave in a hurry. I just got a weird code box, but there's something in there that I don't recognize. So will you guys help me out? Hear that? Huang Xuanren and Old Wu immediately looked at the combination box in Lin Mo's hands, and with turning it on, the two men, who originally had godless eyes because of the failure of the 6nm scale chip, suddenly showed a trace of shock. Looks like you guys recognize this stuff. Huh? Lin Mo inquired. Huang Xuanren took a deep breath before saying, Boss, this, can I have it? I'm replacing it with the previous photolithography light source. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't understand, Old Wu said in a loud voice, Boss, it's like this. This device in front of me is the light source for the photolithography machine. Its name, FAL light source, is an academic proposition that has been explored some years ago by the world's experts in photolithography light sources. This proposition, however, has never had any breakthroughs. And this one of yours, where did you get it? Lin Mo didn't explain. Instead, with an expectant look on his face, he asked, let me ask you, if you replace the original parts with this device, will you be able to take care of the 6nm scale chip? Huang Xuanren and Old Wu didn't speak, but the heart was unusually excited, simply because, according to the world's leading experts, this FAL light source has more efficient, more energy-saving characteristics, and its beam, more compact than the traditional beam. So, theoretically, if this technology breaks through, not to mention 6nm chips, or even 4nm chips, it's possible to accomplish. Think about it. The originally indifferent eyes of the two instantly became incomparably fervent. Boss, Huang Xuanren opened his mouth, but in the next instant, Lin Mo handed over the combination box in his hand. See this. Huang Xuanren and Lao Wu took their own team and entered the chip department again. After a series of tests, and a lot of red tape, the two men then began to replace the photolithography light source for the chip production line. Then, it was a tight schedule. Finally, after 2 hours of hustle, the two of them excitedly came to Lin Mo's body. Boss, the 8nm chip, we're done, Huang Xuanren said cheerfully. Chapter 128 Another Breakthrough. 6nm chip, countdown to Nandu navigation system. Chapter 128 Another Breakthrough. 6nm chip, countdown to Nandu navigation system. 2 hours later, Lin Mo left Lotus City, and naturally, in his hand, he also brought along the 8nm grade as well as 6nm grade chips that had already completed quality control. However, Lin Mo didn't head to Cloud City, but instead boarded a high-speed train to Shanghai. Get in the car. Lin Mo dialed Tang Kersen's number. Kagome. Lin Mo had planned to voice his plan. Who knows? Tang Kersen, however, was all smiles as she said, Lin Mo, don't say anything first, let me guess. I'm guessing that you're well on your way to getting the high-end chips you want by now. You're planning to travel to Sanghi. That's that Nandu satellite navigation system research base, overnight with a bang. Because, you wanted to help complete the development of the Nando satellite navigation system sooner. In this way, you will be able to get the authorization of the Nando satellite navigation system, and at that time, no matter if you develop your own navigation software or cooperate with those few software on the market. And, this is something that you have to get done quickly, because, you intend to strike while the iron is hot, and incidentally, take this opportunity to add a certain amount of heat to the software. Tic-tac. And the most important point thing, you hope that through this matter, you will demonstrate to the enterprises such as Rice. You have to tell them that every coercion of theirs will fuel the birth of a new enterprise in our Huaxia. In that case, it would be prudent for Rice to try anything else behind it. Hearing what Tang Kersen said, Lin Mo was stunned. Kagome, you really have me figured out. You're right. Striking iron while it's hot. And, after this tic-tac's successful listing, I'll have General Manager Lei hold a press conference to summarize all the things that the many enterprises in the mic have done during this period of time. Although, I can't do the so-called counter-sanctions, I think the Chinese behind us will certainly take a series of corresponding measures. Hearing what Lin Mo said, Tang Kersen on the other end of the phone smiled and said, Good, since that's the case, then you can go to Shanghai at ease. Wait until you get there and then get in touch. By the way, I have two things to explain to you. Sanghi is also inching up, and there are quite a few brand new opportunities, so if you feel up to it, call me and I'll help you with your counseling. Another thing is that the matter of Texas banning the sale of high-definition cameras, though, because of the production line provided by that high-profile person, thus solving the immediate problem. Yet you can't take it lightly, after all. If you can make friends with Tokoku, you need to seize the moment. Use our 10nm class chips, trade resources with them, and then open up trade. After all, Tokoku has, over the years, also been given a headache by rice. So if we can bring this industrial power into the fold, it will do us all the good and none of the harm, especially the high-precision CNC machine tools in Texas, which are second to none in the world. And on top of that, you need to figure out the nature of the coercion that TAC was subjected to buy rice this time. There is also the question of what is the most important need of the German country at the moment, and only by figuring that out can we prescribe the right medicine. So, I advise you'd better arrange for someone to go to Germany on a business trip and then have a good negotiation. Hearing Tang Kerson's reminder, Lin Mo burst out laughing. Tang Xin on the other end of the phone was a bit puzzled. What? Did I say that wrong? Lin Mo said evenly. What you said is not bad at all. However, before you told me this, I had already arranged for Lei Xiaojun to go on a business trip to Dakota with Xia Qianfan. And I've got authorization from above. And they're going with enough good faith. 14 nanometer scale chips, and the supply and distribution of new energy batteries. Now, Tokoku will have to face a choice again, but I guess they will, this time, definitely choose Huaxia. After all, in terms of market, our Huaxia's market can be far more powerful than that of rice. They definitely have a good idea of who to choose as a reliable partner. Tang Kerson froze at her words, then he laughed softly. It seems I have a bit of hindsight. Lin Mo laughed. No such thing, but with those words of yours just now, I'm even more convinced of my decision. Tang Xin was satisfied. I love it when you say that. Well, tonight, just work hard and get some rest. But remember, you can be sure to eat. If you starve and lose weight because of the business trip, I can't spare you. Lin Mo nodded slightly. As you wish. Hanging up his cell phone, Lin Mo rested at ease. 3 hours later, Sanghui has arrived. Lin Mo found a hotel nearby and stayed there. After giving Tang Kerson a peace offering, Lin Mo quickly fell asleep for the rest of the night. Early the next morning, Lin Mo got up early. It was 8 o'clock in the morning when I washed up and had breakfast. Lin Mo immediately called Qiu Beis, the head of the Nandu satellite positioning system. The other party was overjoyed to learn that Lin Mo had arrived in Shanghai. Immediately inquiring about Lin Mo's location, he sent a special car to pick him up. When Lin Mo appeared at the research organization of the Nandu satellite positioning system, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Lin Mo had just gotten out of the car when he saw that not far away, Qiu Beis was leading the core personnel within the organization, who had come to greet him. Mr. Lin, I've heard your name like thunder. Rice Mobile, Vast Automotive, and other companies that are also rising Chinese companies. The emergence of these companies is a great boon for us in China. Qiu Beis held Lin Mo's hand with a big smile. As for the rest of the people, they also looked at Lin Mo in a very friendly manner. When Lin Mo saw how enthusiastic the crowd was, he couldn't help but smile. Elder Qiu, you flatter me. Qiu Beis nodded slightly. After all, he had learned something about Lin Mo from Yang Qingyuan. The other side has trillions of dollars in assets and so many companies under their umbrella. Logically speaking, at this age, the other party had such an achievement, and was bound to be blind to everything, but the Lin Mo in front of him was so humble. This is very rare and valuable. Soon, Qiu Beis welcomed Lin Mo inside the agency building. Mr. Lin, what do you think of our agency? Its prospects? Qiu Beis inquired. Lin Mo smiled and said, the future is promising. If, however, your organization can get a high-end chip, it will surely soar. After all, there are only a few satellite navigation systems worldwide that are currently approved. In particular, the GPS navigation system of the United States of America has been dominant in China for so many years. But if, however, we can develop our own national navigation system, GPS, in China, will surely become a thing of the past? Qiu Beis smiled. He had intended to continue along with the conversation. Nevertheless, at that moment, a snorting voice came out. Oh, fake big words from anyone. Unfortunately, words of flattery like this one will not allow the navigation of the Nandu satellite system to be introduced. Chapter 129, Top Talents in the Satellite Field Must Be Recruited. Chapter 129, Top Talent in the Satellite Field Must Be Recruited into the Organization. The ill-timed words fell. The atmosphere instantly froze to freezing point. Deng Liang, shut up quickly. What are you babbling about? Did you know that Mr. Lin is the investor behind the rice phone company? He's the only one who can give us the compass chip. You hurry up and apologize. Or don't blame me for not sparing you. Qiu Beis shouted in a hurry, while accusing his men. He stared at Lin Mo from time to time, fearing that Lin Mo would leave this place in a fit of rage. To this, Lin Mo, however, didn't take it seriously and instead looked at Deng Liang, who was not far away. The other man was a tall, thin man with long hair and glasses. Looks somewhat unkempt. But the man's intuition told him that the man in front of him didn't seem simple. Mr. Lin, this Deng Liang is the head of this agency's navigation satellite department. He's a man with a good heart, but he just likes to speak out of turn, so don't take it personally. Xiao Bei's accompanied with a smile. Lin Mo waved his hand to indicate that there was no harm, and then he came straight to Tang Liang's body. Mr. Tung, from what you said just now, you seem to be disdainful of me? You think I can't provide an 8-nanometer chip and thus have no way to help the Nandu satellite navigation system come out smoothly? Facing Lin Mo's inquiry, Tang Liang said indifferently, Mr. Lin, I'm not deliberately targeting you. I just don't think that an 8-nanometer scale chip can be successfully developed with the current technological means. Furthermore, even if it is developed, this Nandu satellite navigation system, it can't be released in a short period of time. This, not my prediction, is an ironclad fact. Lin Mo had intended to follow the other party's words and continue to ask, but just then, in his ear, came the voice of the future. Speaking of Deng Liang, this is one of the founders of the Nandu satellite navigation system. Granted, the institution of the Nandu satellite navigation system, which has been around for 13 years, and after several years of research, there were breakthroughs, but there were several technologies that could not be solved. First of all, it's the high-end chips, and secondly, it's the security of this navigation system. And this security was only discovered several months after the smooth acquisition of high-end chips and the introduction of the Nandu satellite navigation system. But long before that, Deng Liang discovered the loophole. It is a pity that it has not received any attention, and even, several times in a row, he reported to Xiao Bei's, the chief director, but each time, halfway through his words, he was interrupted by the other party. When Deng Liang saw that persuasion was fruitless, he began to act crazy in order to draw attention to himself. And when the loophole was later discovered by foreign hackers who attacked the server, it almost led to a major disaster. It's a good thing that Deng Liang took precautionary measures and therefore fixed the vulnerability with a patch that was prepared in advance. Later, Xiao Bei's, as well as the heads of other departments, were grateful to Deng Liang, and at the same time, apologizing for the previous neglect. Even, all of them regarded Tang Liang as a benefactor, simply because, if not for the other party's hand, I'm afraid, they will become sinners. Lin Mo listened to all of this in silence. For a while, Tang Liang was looked at a few times more highly. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party would go to such lengths to attract attention for the sake of the country's data security. He lost his anger at once, and for knowing what's going on. Lin Mo naturally had the right medicine. He knew it by heart, but he didn't show it. Instead, he said with a hint of doubt, Mr. Deng, I'm a little curious. The introduction of the Nandu satellite navigation system will do us all the good but no harm in China. But why do you throw cold water on it? And, for one thing, you guessed wrong. Our rice phone chip division has successfully developed an 8-nanometer class chip. That's what I've come here to do with this organization as a condition. Speaking of this, Lin Mo took out a box. With the box open, a carefully protected chip appeared. Xiao Bei's, who was on the side, was thrilled to see this. Mr. Lin, did you really finish the 8-nanometer scale chip? Lin Mo smiled and nodded, as in fake. Xiao Bei's was going to say something, but Lin Mo was the first to say, Mr. Deng Liang, with this 8-nanometer class chip, do you think that the Nandu satellite navigation system can still be introduced? Seeing that Deng Liang was silent, Lin Mo knew the time had come. He said smilingly, Mr. Deng, I believe that you are a man who loves his country. You put into this organization to make a contribution. So, I think that maybe you're sensing something that no one else can detect, and that's why you keep throwing cold water on it. I wonder, is my guess correct? When Tang Liang heard this, the original disdain with a few hints of coolness on his face finally appeared to move. He took a deep breath, then said in a hoarse voice, I naturally hope that the Nandu satellite navigation system will come out smoothly, but since it's satellite navigation, it naturally requires absolute secrecy. But at the moment, with this system, there are still a lot of bugs that need to be fixed. If the fix is not completed, it will inevitably result in a data breach. This is something that can be big or small, lightly endangering the safety of users, or, in all likelihood, compromise national, state secrets. However, not waiting for Deng Liang to finish, Xiao Bei's immediately chided. Deng Liang, what nonsense are you saying? I take it you're not awake? This Nandu satellite navigation system is a joint development by so many of our departments. If there's a safety hazard, can't we spot it? You say that to look like you can do it, don't you? With Xiao Bei's opening his mouth. The rest of them, too, chimed in. They accused Deng Liang of delaying the big event. To this, Lin Mo listened silently, and he had no comment on the argument before him. After all, it's hard to say who's right and who's wrong about this. Even more, both parties have their own considerations and there is no right or wrong. However, Lin Mo was naturally biased in favor of Tang Liang because he had obtained information about the future. At the same time, he felt that by doing so, he was helping Chiu Bei's in disguise. Think about it. Lin Mo said smilingly, Elder Chiu, I know that you guys believe in the system you have developed. Yet, I want to make a bet with Mr. Deng Liang. So be it. If Mr. Deng Liang really found out the vulnerability of the Nandu satellite navigation system and fixed it, then I would also like to ask your organization to cut me some slack and let Mr. Deng Liang jump to my banner. As for the cooperation mentioned in the previous phone call remains unchanged. If the final result is that Mr. Deng Liang's judgment is wrong, I will not only provide the 6nm grade chip for free, but even provide financial support to your organization every year. How about that? As he said this, Lin Mo's heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that if Deng Liang could join himself, then one is bound to be like a tiger with wings. Such talent, it has to be taken down. Chapter 130 Problem solved. Nandu Systems vulnerability fixed. Coming soon. Chapter 130 Problem solved. Nandu Systems leak fixed. Coming soon. Half an hour later. Nandu Satellite Navigation System Research Organization. Inside an office. At this moment, Chiu Bei's was leading the heads of many departments in the final inspection of the navigation system, and when a series of complicated programs were detected, Chiu Bei's quickly handed over the 8nm grade chip that Lin Mo had provided. Chiu Bei's and the heads of many departments were thrilled. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. No wonder the crowd acted the way they did. After all, once the Nandu satellite navigation system is completed, that marked the fact that the previous Chinese navigation and positioning system, the GPS belonging to Rice, had become a thing of the past. The Nandu satellite navigation system will be a rising star, sharing a place with the remaining 3 navigation systems on the huge stage of the world. Soon, after some rigorous testing, the head of the server department spoke. Elder Chiu, the system has been activated successfully. Next, just contact the satellites, and you're ready for the internal testing. Hear that? Chiu Bei's immediately looked at Tang Liang. Tang Liang didn't talk nonsense and directly instructed his men. You can connect the satellite now. 1 minute later, everything is ready. And at this point, Chiu Bei's, as well as the heads of the other departments, arrived in front of Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, everything is ready now. Now, for our bet, we can begin. While speaking, Chiu Bei's glanced at Tang Liang. The eyes, on the other hand, were filled with a confident look. Obviously, he didn't believe, until now, what Tang Liang had said. The navigation system developed by myself and many departments is absolutely safe. Of course, the reason he chose to make the bet, naturally, it was the lucrative conditions presented by Lin Mo. After all, if he lost, he only lost Tang Liang. Anyway, one's connections were extremely wide, and one could replace the other's position with just anyone. But once you win on your own, one would be able to get the 6nm scale chip developed by Lin Mo. Not only that, the other side will provide financial support. Sure, Chiu Bei's absolutely did not believe that he would lose. The probability of that is not even 1 in 10 million. That's how confident he is. See this. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then said, Elder Chiu, before Mr. Tang Liang makes his move, do you want to test it again? After all, there's a saying that 100% is a lot. I would still suggest that you conduct a self-check before, not waiting for Lin Mo to finish. A youth said, the program we edited has been tested thousands of times. If there are flaws, there definitely are, but there are definitely no loopholes. As for the data security piece, we take it very seriously. Seeing the other party's certainty, Chiu Bei's laughed. Then he looked at Lin Mo and said, Mr. Lin, we'd better start right away. But before that, I have to thank you for providing us with higher-end chips, as well as financial support. Lin Mo didn't refute the other party, but instead looked at Deng Liang. And at this moment, Deng Liang, who seemed to have sensed Lin Mo's encouraging eyes, immediately opened his computer. And in order to prove that he did not make any preparations beforehand, this laptop is Deng Liang entrusted to someone from the computer city to buy over. Wait for the computer to network smoothly. Tang Liang looked at Chiu Bei's and said, Elder Chiu, next, please, all of you, activate the Nandu satellite navigation system. Then, you connect them to your respective computers. After I do that, I can start looking for vulnerabilities. Hear this. Chiu Bei's and the others were a bit confused. Only the young man from the programming department just now, after a short silence, then teased, Deng Liang, From what you're saying, it seems like you're planning to hack into our computers and use it to steal our personal data? Deng Liang said calmly, that's what it means. That's a shame. Our servers, they're all encrypted with level 4 encryption. And the data terminals, moreover, are equipped with numerous encryption programs? So I'm afraid, your plan, before it is implemented, will be aborted. Deng Liang didn't answer. Instead, they waited up patiently. 10 minutes later, everything is ready. With the launch of the Nando satellite navigation system, on the center screen, several locator signals immediately appeared. On it, even the user's name appears. See this. Deng Liang then got on the computer and kept busy. 10 minutes later, Deng Liang slowly got up after hitting the enter key for the last time. Seeing no expression on the other side, the head of that programming department said with a hint of derision, Deng Liang, don't give up so quickly. It's only been 10 minutes. You still have plenty of opportunities to attack our data terminals. I believe in what you can do. The words, anyone could hear the sarcasm. And Xiao Bei smiled and said, Tang Liang, now, you should have nothing to say, right? Who knows? Lin Mo, however, slowly came behind Deng Liang. Upon seeing what was on the other person's computer screen, he couldn't help but laugh. Elder Qiu, this bet is yours to lose. What? The crowd froze, but then came the disdainful laugh. They felt that Lin Mo was bragging, but when he saw Lin Mo's undeniable eyes, and it didn't seem like he was joking, the smile on his face couldn't help but freeze. And that's when Xiao Bei quickly stepped forward. This look was instantly dumbfounding. Elder Qiu, what's wrong with you? The rest of the department heads quickly stepped forward. Immediately they looked at each other. Simply because, on Tang Liang's computer, several pages had suddenly appeared. And these pages, surprisingly, were the real-time images of the computers Xiao Bei's and the others had just manipulated. How come? Xiao Lao was silent for a moment, then opened the interface belonging to his computer, and as a result, he realized that he could easily open all the software inside. Even folders can be accessed, and even more bizarrely, there was no trace of it on his own computer. Everything shows normal. This, Elder Qiu couldn't help but look at the head of that programming department. At the moment, he didn't know what to say for the best. It shouldn't be. The firewall is still on at this moment, and the database, there's nothing out of the ordinary. How did you hack into the system and monitor our computers in real time? As he said this, the youth sucked in a breath of cool air. There was fear in his eyes, and at this moment, Elder Qiu was tingling all over, cool from head to toe. A pang of fear ran through him. Thanks to this time, a small internal test was conducted. If a public beta is conducted and then rolled out after this vulnerability is discovered, once exploited by someone with an agenda, their data, inevitably, will be compromised. When the time comes, it will even jeopardize national security. Think about it. The crowd changed its previous attitude. They came to Lin Mo as well as Tang Liang in succession. A deep bow. Very sincere. Lin Mo saw this. The heart, on the other hand, was secretly happy. He knows, this Tang Liang, is already going to be under his command. There are opposing boosters. In the future yourself, you can expand your business a lot. It's more than that. With the loophole found in the Nando system of navigation, own tic-tacs, one step closer to going public. Chapter 131, Dividends of $10 billion? Why don't these two companies go and grab it? Chapter 131, Dividends of $10 billion? Why don't these two companies go and grab it? Half an hour later, under the crowd's concerned gaze, Tang Liang had already used the code prepared in advance to completely fix the vulnerability of the Nanda satellite navigation system. After many tests, after being convinced that the system was no longer at risk, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. And that's when Xiao Bei brought the heads of the other departments to Deng Liang. They gave 1,000 thanks, and at the same time, thanking the other person for solving this huge hidden problem. To this, Tang Liang was acting extremely flat. He smiled and said, Elder Qiu, in this matter, you don't need to apologize. After all, it's not about right or wrong. However, nowadays, the Nando satellite navigation system has been successfully developed. Next, just run it well. Speaking of this, Deng Liang turned his words around and said, however, my mission to stay in this organization has been accomplished. So, I may have to quit. After all, before, the bet between you and Mr. Lin Mo has already been divided into winners and losers. So, hear this. Xiao Bei regretted it. The heart was sorry beyond measure. After all, such great talent. If you stay in the organization of the Nandu satellite navigation system, it is bound to make this organization have a better development. Of course, Xiao Bei knew that. Talents like Deng Liang can shine wherever they go. Okay, I'm willing to bet. Xiao Bei was full of reluctance though. But yet, they have to resign themselves to their fate. And that's when Lin Mo's flat voice suddenly came out. Elder Chiu, Mr. Tung, I do have an idea. I wonder, are you willing to listen? Lin Mo said smilingly. Xiao Beis and Tang Liang looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo said smilingly, I investigated online before. Your organization is jointly funded by many universities of science and technology, and the Nando satellite navigation system is being researched so that China can have its own navigation system. The introduction of this system will certainly bring about many changes. Of course, I'm also aware that, originally, this organization was going to develop its own navigation software. Unfortunately, the project is on hold because of a lack of funding for research. If I fund you to start a business and also provide a higher-end chip with which to upgrade the Nandu satellite navigation system, I wonder, will you be able to finish the navigation software? Hear that? Xiao Beis and the others looked at each other. Obviously, they didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Even Tang Liang was like that at the moment. After all, the Nando satellite navigation system, which is jointly funded by several universities, is a non-profit program. Although, over the years, Xiao Beis and others have had salaries. But people are ambitious. Now that the Nando satellite navigation system has been completed, they naturally hope to develop corresponding navigation software. In this way, in this life, it's a success. Mr. Lin, you're not kidding? Xiao Beis opened his mouth. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Do I look like I'm joking to you? But let me be ugly. I put up the money, naturally, in the hope of getting investment. And the purpose of investing is to get a return. Tell you what. I'm willing to pay $5 billion for the patent of this Nandu satellite navigation system. On top of that, I will provide an additional $15 billion for you to start your company and the corresponding software development. I'd like you to talk to a couple of the major colleges and universities that fund it, if you can. Xiao Bei sniffed and was clearly a bit moved. He immediately headed for his office, ready to make a call and talk to the several colleges and universities that had invested in this organization. 10 minutes later, Xiao Beis came to Lin Mo with a face full of excitement. Indicates that several universities are willing to sell their patents. However, only patents on the civilian side can be sold. In this regard, Lin Mo was naturally not surprised. So, 1 hour later, the person in charge, in question, has come with a patent buyout agreement. Signature, transfer, then make a note of the relevant industry. One and done. And that's when Tang Liang, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly stepped forward. Mr. Lin, I have something good here for you. I wonder if you'd be interested in seeing it. Deng Liang inquired with a smile. Lin Mo nodded repeatedly. So, Deng Liang quickly opened his cell phone. And then, a software was opened. Lin Mo immediately took the other party's cell phone. An instant look of dismay. Just because. This turned out to be a navigation software. Granted, the software's pages are a bit rough, but the top has all the features. There's even an offline map feature. Lin Mo was dismayed in his heart. He would have opened his mouth to inquire. At this time, Deng Liang introduced, Mr. Lin, this software is developed based on the Nandu navigation system, and the maps on it were made with the Nandu satellite as well as remote sensing satellites. Of course, because the previous Nandu satellite navigation system was not perfected, so there will be deviations. But today, the system is complete, so it just needs a little modification. Hear that? Lin Mo was ecstatic in his heart. After all, Lin Mo's original plan was to take advantage of the fact that he was holding the civilian patent of the Nandu satellite navigation system, and let Gauda and Don Yang carry this system first, then partner with Tic Tac so that Tic Tac can start promoting for the listing. Lin Mo, on the other hand, would give Deng Liang, Xiao Beis and the others enough time for the development of the Nandu navigation software. When the time comes, directly let Tic Tac use its own self-developed navigation software. But who would have thought? Deng Liang surprisingly made this software beforehand. Granted, what is in front of you is still only in its infancy, but Lin Mo was also clear that if he devoted himself to research and development, I'm afraid, it wouldn't take long to get it done successfully. After all, this software, although it was made by Tang Liang in his spare time, the degree of completion was already quite high. Think about it. Lin Mo suddenly had an idea. Mr. Deng, let's put it this way. The research and development of this Nandu satellite navigation software will be given to you and Xiao Lao to take full responsibility. In addition to that, I will introduce you to someone who will assist you in merging this organization with his company. Of course, after the merger, although it's two departments, you each have the ability to make decisions. For small things, make your own arrangements. For big things, consult with each other. And when you come across a proposal that you can't finalize, or you have different ideas, you can call me when the time comes, and I'll help you out. Under Chiu Bei's as well as Dang Liang's puzzled gazes, Lin Mo quickly came to the side and then dialed the phone number of Chang Wei, the person in charge of tic-tac-toe. Not waiting for Lin Mo to speak, Chang Wei said in a loud voice, "Boss, just now, the person in charge of Gouda Map and Donyang Navigation called me. They said they were willing to work with us, but there is a request. That is, give them $10 billion a year in dividends. If it were not so, it would absolutely be impossible to engage in cooperation with us." Hearing this, Lin Mo was instantly speechless. These two navigation software, that's quite a lion's share. 10 billion in dividends? Why don't they go and rob it? But, so much the better. Since they dared to, then don't blame yourself for coming down hard. Think about it. Lin Mo smiled and said, "Uncle Chang, such a condition must be rejected." But, Chang Wei hesitated. Lin Mo smiled. "Uncle Chang, I'm calling you this time to tell you a good news. The Nando's satellite navigation system, which belongs to our China, has been completed. The patent, which has been bought by me. On top of that, the Nando's navigation software, too, has taken shape. I'm going to give you an address now, so hurry over here, and when you get here, you'll know." Hear this. Chang Wei on the other end of the phone was overjoyed. And inside, it was wrong. Lin Ma, I can't believe they actually took care of the tic-tac crisis. Chapter 132 Investing in Cybersecurity Businesses to Become Invincible. Chapter 132, Investing in Cybersecurity Businesses to Become Invincible. 1 hour later, Lin Mo and Chang Wei left the headquarters of the Nando's satellite navigation system. And after some talks, the agency and Chang Wei's tic-tac-toe eventually merged with each other. In response, Tang Liang, Chiu Bei's, and Chang Wei all had no objections. Boss. At this moment, Chang Wei had quite a dreamlike feeling. After all, an hour earlier, Chang Wei had been asked for a high dividend by two companies, Gouda and Donyang, because of the navigation software. But who would have thought? Nowadays, all the problems were solved. Unable to help it, Chang Wei looked deeply at Lin Mo. The heart is complicated, but it doesn't know how to express it. "Uncle Chang, what's wrong with you?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. Chang Wei took a deep breath, then said, "Boss, it's nothing. I'm just curious about something." "Curious about what?" "I'm wondering if you're an all-powerful person, boss, with no limits at all, who can solve any problem." Lin Mo laughed. "Uncle Chang, you flatter me. I'm actually not that capable. Anyway, I have one rule. If there's trouble, find a way to fix it. After all, there are always more ways than there are difficulties." Speaking here, he changed his words and said, "Nowadays, the problem of the navigation software on board has been solved. Next, all that's needed is for the Nanda satellite navigation to be completed, and Tic-Tac will be able to go public without any problems. I'll be waiting for your good news." Chang Wei nodded his head with certainty and said, "Boss, don't worry, I definitely won't fail you. Say goodbye to Chang Wei." Lin Mo called Deng Liang alone again and handed over the 6nm chip to the other party. However, he didn't let his opponent start using it now. After all, the Nando's satellite navigation system, there is still a lot of room for progress, and at the moment, with 8nm class chips, it's perfectly adequate. Of course, Lin Mo also trusted Deng Liang's judgment that the other party would upgrade this system at the right time. When it's all done, Lin Mo had a relaxed look on his face. He had planned to call Tang Kurson to report the good news, but that's when, instead, he found the news of his bank card account, which arrived at almost $400 billion. Lin Mo froze. After thinking about it for half a day, he remembered that the funds should be the final payment from the auction in the capital. "Oops, I almost forgot about the money I had coming in," Lin Mo muttered. Turn off text messaging. Lin Mo had planned to call Tang Koxin to report the good news, but that's when the other side of the phone, however, was the first to call. "Kagome, I was just about to call you. Good news, on my end." Not waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Tang Kurson laughed softly. "Don't say anything first, let me guess. With your help, the Nando's satellite navigation system has been completed. On top of that, you bought the civilian patent rights to this navigation system. More than that, you've merged TikTok with the Nandu satellite navigation system, too. Next, as long as all efforts are made to develop the Nandu navigation software, Tic-Tac will be ready to go online." After hearing what Tang Koxin said, Lin Mo was slightly stunned. "Kagome, how do you know all this?" I can tell fortunes. So, I know everything." Lin Mo was dumbfounded, and at that moment, Tang Koxin's words changed. "Okay, I'm not kidding you. Do you remember what I told you before about coming to Sanghi and seizing the moment and then finding new investment opportunities? Lin Mo responded seriously. What Arku Xin said. I naturally keep it in my heart. Tang Kurson said with satisfaction. That's good behavior. Barring that, actually came up with a good investment opportunity for you. I feel sure that you will be very interested. Lin Mo instantly became curious, only to hear Tang Kurson on the other end of the phone speak. Lin Mo. Now that you've taken down the Nandu navigation system, it's definitely a big help to the future civilian satellite field, as well as the navigation field. Among them, the biggest profit, naturally, is Tic-Tac, and in addition to this, there is the software Magnesium Group takeout. In addition to this, I also heard from Mr. Lei that you've already taken this project of co-developing Aliru computing with Alibaba. This, for the future of the database services market, has a pivotal role to play. However, you are, at the moment, still lacking the final boost. With this, in the future internet market, you are considered to have a real foothold. Listen to the other guy's head in the sand and analyze it. Lin Mo became even more curious. Kagome, what area of investment do you think I'm missing? In terms of data security, of course, Lin Mo didn't say anything. In his heart, however, he strongly agreed with what the other party had said. After all, Lin Mo was deeply impressed by the matter of the vulnerability of the Nandu satellite navigation system, though neither the present, nor the parallel world in which one finds oneself in the future, has had terrible consequences, but it was enough to give Lin Mo a wake-up call. After all, under its own banner, the majority of cell phone software, whether it's a game, a service software, or even a cell phone, once the data is compromised, the consequences are unimaginable. In lesser cases, personal information is compromised, fraud is encountered, etc. In serious cases, it even jeopardizes the security of the country. A million terrible things. So, if one can invest in the industry of network security, it is equivalent to all kinds of digital information, plus a layer of protective shield. That's why Lin Mo was thinking about investing in this area after saying goodbye to Chang Wei. Only, unfortunately, there was no clue. He hadn't thought of that. One's thoughts coincided with Tang Xian's. Kagome, I understand your words, and I have that in mind. It's just that I can't find any suitable investment opportunities. Tang Xian on the other end of the phone sniffed. Couldn't help but laugh in my heart. Idiot, you didn't get a chance. It's not me. Actually, Tang Xian called this time. It's about providing investment opportunities for Lin Mo. Just because, previously, things like Lin Mo completing the 6nm level chip, then taking down the Nandu satellite navigation, and solving Tic-Tac's troubles all triggered the system's mission rewards. The system at that time, however, gave Lin Mo two choices. Either that, or these mission rewards, one by one. Either that, or you can combine many rewards into one. After some deliberation, Tang Kurson chose the latter, and its synthesized reward was clearly for Lin Mo to invest in a future enterprise in data security, and the business, named Anchison. Of course, Tang Kurson naturally couldn't say this explicitly. It was good that the system had already given Tang Xian enough information, so she smiled and said, Lin Mo, there's something about digital security. I suggest you look for Deng Liang. From him, you'll know everything you want to know. Lin Mo's heart was strange. After all, from the beginning to the end, he did not mention Tang Liang's name. How did the other party know? However, Lin Mo didn't speculate too much, simply because it was imperative to find Tang Liang first, and then from the other party, obtain some intelligence. Chapter 133 What? You're the boss behind the Rice cell phone and Vast Auto? Chapter 133 What? You're the boss behind the Rice cell phone and Vast Auto? 10 minutes later, Lin Mo once again came inside the office building of the Nandu Satellite Navigation System Organization, and at this moment, Deng Liang is leading the group in a tight schedule, arranging for the perfection of the Nandu navigation software. When he saw Lin Mo appear, he was instantly curious. Boss, why are you back? Lin Mo, because he was prepared beforehand, immediately smiled and said, Mr. Deng, I came to find you because there is something I need to ask for advice. Tang Liang naturally admired the other party because of Lin Mo's knowledge, plus the fact that the other party had developed a 6nm level chip. Immediately, he laughed. Boss, you mustn't say please teach. If there's something you say, I'll definitely know without saying anything. Lin Mo nodded slightly. It's like this. After this matter of the loopholes in the Nandu navigation system, I've developed some ideas as a result. That is, how can you create a department that focuses on cybersecurity? It's kind of a layer of insurance for the state, for businesses, and for personal information. But I have no access. And you, Mr. Deng, have exceeded my expectations this time. After all, Elder Chiu, as well as people from other departments, have not found any loopholes, and I, who was a programmer before, didn't figure out the loophole either. So, I guess, you must have some attainments in this area. Facing Lin Mo's slightly euphemistic inquiry, Deng Liang was stunned at first, and then he smiled and said, "Boss, where do I have any attainments? Actually, I'm just a regular guy. However, I have a friend who was a white cracker before, and he's the one who taught me quite a bit about finding vulnerabilities. That friend of mine, by the way, works at a company in Shanghai. He also, on weekdays, formed an anti-hacker coalition. If it's a question on cybersecurity, perhaps, he'll have a unique insight." Hear that? Lin Mo was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that Tang Kerson would actually be right, and Tang Liang really did have a doorway in this area. For a while, he was very interested in the friend of the white guest that Tang Liang had mentioned. As a programmer, he naturally knew the difference between a white hacker and a hacker. Granted, both are in the hacker category. What hackers do, however, is destroy computer as well as network security, and some even take pleasure in doing so. As for what Whitehall is doing, it's the opposite. It's using its own technology to keep the network safe. Mr. Deng, I wonder if you could make an introduction. I have a hunch that if I can get your friend to join me, I'll be on my feet, if you will, in the field of cybersecurity. For Lin Mo's request, Tang Liang naturally couldn't refuse. Immediately, he let his own assistant do his job for him, and then, he left with Lin Mo. Half an hour later, Lin Mo and his duo arrived inside a cafe. Far away, a young man with long hair, wearing white short sleeves and a hat, was sitting in front of a computer. His hands flew over the keyboard, while ignoring Lin Mo and Tang Liang's appearance. Seeing this, Deng Liang had planned to go forward and greet him. Who knows, but he was pulled back by Lin Mo. "There's no rush, let's wait until he's done," Lin Mo said smilingly. Apparently, he didn't find the youth unreasonable. On the contrary, the other party is very much appreciated for this kind of work attitude. So much for a 10-minute wait. The youth could be busy. He took a sip of the coffee in front of him while he was about to get up and move around. But when he saw Tang Liang with Lin Mo, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Tang Liang, you brought your friend over? Come on, hurry up and sit down." Soon, the youth ordered coffee for Lin Mo and his duo. "Wait until the coffee is served." The youth smiled and said, "Two of you, wait a moment. I'll probably be busy for another 10 minutes. We'll talk business when it's done." Without waiting for Lin Mo to respond, the youth once again busied himself. However, this time, the youth was not as calm and collected as he was just now. At times he frowned, at times he looked pensive, and then he began tapping frantically on the keyboard again. So, half an hour later, the youth could sort of turn off the computer. He shook his head and sighed, eventually a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lin Mo had planned to inquire. Instead, the youth was the first to say, "Tang Liang, and Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for slowing you down just now, but I'm really busy with what I have on my hands. Here's the thing. Recently, a company in the cybersecurity sector was holding a hackers challenge. If anyone can successfully attack the other party's servers and successfully obtain the data from the other party's data terminals, they will receive $1 million. And this business, just to be sure, hired me and my brothers from the Anti-Hacker Alliance to protect them. Just now, it was really very dangerous. Almost let those international hackers get their hands on it. But fortunately, my brothers are not vegetarians. In the end, the server was thoroughly protected from being breached." Hear this, Lin Mo was instantly excited, and since he also came from a programmer background, Lin Mo directly began to ask about it. The youth, on the other hand, no but do not speak. Through this chat, Lin Mo could almost be certain in his heart, the youth in front of him was the very person he was looking for. "This gentleman, we've been talking for so long and I still don't know your name? Also, I wonder what the name of the business that came to you this time is?" The youth immediately introduced himself. "My name is Qi Xiangdong, and the business that hired me, called Anchizhen, is a cybersecurity sector business that was founded just a few months ago. Just a few months ago. This cybersecurity competition is really about building momentum, and I've heard that the business has selected a powerful investor. However, I don't know exactly who it is, but I have a hunch that if that investor is as discerning as he is, this business will definitely become a future leader. So, I'm going to take a gamble. I'm quitting my previous job, and I'm going to take my anti-hacking league buddies and join this venture. Of course, before I do that, I have to make sure of one thing, and that's whether or not I can see a glimmer of hope for the future of cybersecurity from that investor. Or not." Hear this, Tang Liang, who was on the side, secretly sighed. Brother, you're really bold. A job that pays $30,000 a month and you say you don't want it? Shi Shangdong said calmly. Your brother and I are a piece of gold that shines anywhere. Besides, people have to be ambitious, otherwise what's the difference between them and a salted fish? Said. Shi Shangdong looked at Lin Mo and said, by the way, this gentleman, I wonder what your name is. Rimmer. Lin Mo said with a smile. Shi Shangdong couldn't help but be shocked. Your name is Lin Mo too? It's supposed to be a coincidence, right? Lin Mo looked at the other party strangely, and Shi Shangdong explained. The person in charge of that in Shi Xin told me that they, this time, are planning to make this enterprise, join Lin Mo's banner, and that Lin Mo, from Cloud City, he has a sharp eye and a lot of industries under his hand. In particular, the Rice Cell Phone Company, as well as Vast Automotive, are bound to have a far-reaching future. And on top of that, the other industries under his banner, such as Tic Tac, the biopharmaceutical company, Baichuan Technology, and even Dajiang Drones, are bound to become the leaders in their corresponding industries. This is an extraordinary being. If I can join his command, I'm bound to be able to utilize all my skills to the fullest. Wait until the other person finishes. Lin Mo smiled and took over the other party's words. I didn't expect that Mr. She would have such fallacious praise for me. I am truly honored. What? Shi Shangdong stared blearily at Lin Mo. You, Tang Liang, who was on the side, smiled and said, brother, you guessed correctly. This person in front of you is none other than the one you praised. Lin Mo. Mr. Lin. Chapter 134 Opening price of $100 million. Do you take me for a sucker? Chapter 134 The opening price is $100 million. Do you take me for a sucker? Half an hour later, outside the headquarters of Anchison. At this moment, Tang Liang's attitude was quite a bit more humble because he knew Lin Mo's identity. Certainly, he is not a disliker of the poor and the rich. It was just that, before Lin Mo appeared, Deng Liang had always felt that he was a genius in the field of computers, and as his family was well off, he had worked, over the years, in a playful nature, until Lin Mo showed up. The other person was about the same age as himself, but it came out of nowhere, acquired Rice Cellular and founded Vast Automotive. Moreover, several times in a row, it broke the technology blockade of many enterprises in the United States. This made Shi Shangdong realize that life could still come this way. Mr. Lin, I'm guessing that the founder of Anchison will be very excited to see you later. Shi Shangdong smiled. After all, Niu Dahu, the owner of Anchison, had his heart set on having his business under Lin Mo's banner. For this reason, there are even competitions on cyber information security and such. Invite hackers from home and abroad to attack their servers together. Available results. After half a day's work, the other party came to the door in person. Isn't this a surprise delivered to your door? Who knows? Lin Mo, however, said flatly, Mr. Shi, there's something about my identity that I'd like to ask you not to say to anyone for the time being. Shi Shangdong had a strange look on his face, and that's when Tang Liang, who was at the side, smiled and explained, brother, Mr. Lin is investing in a business. The things considered are more comprehensive. First and foremost, is its future growth potential. Secondly, it's how the other person's character is. After all, if a company, with its eyes only on profit, but without the country, does not benefit the society and does not have any gratitude, such a business, if acquired, will be a curse sooner or later. Hearing this, Shi Shangdong was then enlightened, and at this point, the trio had arrived outside the Anchorshine building. You are? A doorman took the initiative to ask about it. Lin Mo smiled and said, hello, it's like this. I would like to meet the owner of your business. Negotiate a buyout. I don't know. Hear this. The doorman looked Lin Mo up and down. Then he said, wait a moment, I'll report to Mr. Neo. After that, he quickly entered the security room and dialed the phone. 2 minutes later, the other man stepped forward and said, 3, please follow me to the restroom. Mr. Neo will come to see you after he finishes the work at hand. In the meantime, inside the office of Anchison's boss, at the moment, Neo Dahu was sitting calmly on the coffee table and drinking coffee. He had a look of superiority, and the assistant at the side wondered, boss, aren't we going to receive those 3 people? Neo Dahu smiled and said, there's no rush, we have to be steady. After all, we, Anchison, have only been open for a few months but have made a name for ourselves because of this cybersecurity competition. And how can we give those small investors, who want to buy our businesses, a chance? The assistant was even more baffled. Why let the other side into it if they won't sell the company? He had intended to inquire. Neo Dahu laughed. You're still too young. It's the kind of thing you have to think about from a businessman's point of view. Do you know what it means to be on sale? Do you know the rules of the auction? Nowadays, our one business of network security, Anchison, is almost unrivaled in China. And next, we'll also recruit the many white hackers from that anti-hacking coalition to join our company. Such a business is definitely a meat and potatoes business. There are bound to be a number of businesses, or investors, that are going to join us. I wouldn't sell it to them though. And yet, they can't be slowed down. And it's an opportunity to raise the brand value of our company. At that time, when we go to Mr. Lin Mo, we can offer a high price for the other party to acquire it. Hearing this, the assistant was silent for a moment. Then it dawned on me. Boss, I see what you mean. Our goal is for Lin Mo to take this business. But before that, it needs to attract a lot of investors and let them compete. The more competition we have, the better our bottom line will be. When the end comes, it's time to Leoneize it and make a killing. And that Lin Mo is a long-sighted person. He can definitely see the potential of our company. Since we're selling the company, naturally the more money we make the better. Nyo Dahu nodded slightly. You're not too stupid. Speaking here, Nyo Dahu put down the teacup in his hand. Then he got up and said, come on, let's go out and meet that investor. By the way, later, you have to cooperate with me. Let's let that investor know that we have a company that people want to buy. The assistant nodded repeatedly. 5 minutes later, the two made their way to the hospitality room. Nyo Dahu frowned. He hadn't expected that the first ones to come to acquire his company would be 3 young men. It was natural that he didn't recognize Lin Mo and Tang Liang. As for Qi Shandong, although the other party has a cooperation with Nyo Dahu, it is basically done online. So, to him, Lin Mo and the others were strangers. May I ask you 3, who is going to buy us? Anchorshine? Nyo Dahu inquired. The mind, on the other hand, was wondering about the identity of the 3. In the end, he decided that the 3 were perhaps rich kids who were buying up their company with the idea of playing the game. While Nyo Dahu was secretly muttering, Lin Mo slowly got up and said, it's me. Seeing the other man looking himself up and down, Lin Mo smiled unabated and said, Boss Nyo, I am very interested in your company. After all, in the field of network security, your company has since risen to the top and is deservedly the number 1 in China. I fancy the prospects of your company. I wonder, how much does Boss Nyo intend to ask for in order for it to be acquired by me? Nyo Dahu saw Lin Mo getting straight to the point so quickly. The heart was even more convinced of the identity of the other party's rich second generation. Immediately, he laughed. This gentleman, unfortunately, several investors have already called me before you. Some of them want to contribute $30 million to take my company. One of them even bid up to $90 million. So I'm afraid if you bid, it's going to be $100 million. The other man didn't finish his latter words. However, Lin Mo guessed the other party's intentions. This Ox Dahu is planning to Leoneize him. However, he didn't realize that this guy didn't even bat an eyelid when he lied. To know, Lin Mo had investigated the registration information of this company on the internet when he arrived. Its registered capital is just under $1 million, though someone else invested in the follow-up. But its brand value, at best, is $5 million. But this guy, straight up, someone's bidding $90 million? This is treating yourself like an ingrate, isn't it? Chapter 135, I'll take the initiative to acquire not to take care of it. Then I'll wait for you to beg for it. Chapter 135, I'll take the initiative to acquire no hitch. So I'll just wait for you to beg for it. At this moment, Lin Mo was somewhat helpless. After all, he had come with enough sincerity to acquire Anchison. And, how much more convenient this cybersecurity-centered business will be for you. Once taken, then many of the software under his own banner, and even the rice phone, could access this system. When the time comes, it's all about data security. More than that, there will be a layer of security for the country at the top and the people at the bottom. Prevent the risk of data leakage. However, the attitude of this Nyo Dahu in front of him, however, made Lin Mo's heart feel a bit diabolical. Naturally, he's not short of $100 million. However, any money he puts in is carefully considered. But nowadays, he is treated as an ingrate. How could he possibly want to? As for Tang Liang as well as Qi Shandong on the side, they were also somewhat speechless at the moment. They didn't expect it either. It's amazing that this Nyo Dahu would take the opportunity to raise the price of the company. However, they did not make any statements simply because they believed that Lin Mo definitely had his own considerations. Sure enough, only Lin Mo's sighing voice was heard. Mr. Nyo, the price you gave, it's a bit inflated. Ha! I did my research when I came here. The brand value of your business is worth, at best, millions, but you, directly, give such a price. Though, 100 million is nothing to me, but nobody's money. It doesn't come from the wind. That Nyo Dahu heard what Lin Mo said, but he did not feel the slightest bit of shame. Instead he became even more joyful, listening to the other guy. He's really a big dog, the mind guessed so. However, on the surface of Nyo Dahu, he revealed a helpless look and said, "This gentleman, words can't be said like that. Perhaps the brand value of this company, at the moment, is not high, but it has a huge market in the future. Moreover, you should have heard of the cybersecurity competition our company is holding this time, right? Hackers from all over the world, all of whom participated. Among them, even several top hackers, were, as a result, blocked out. That's our bottom line. Speaking of which, Nyo Dahu continued, this gentleman, there is something I need to remind you of. At the moment, 100 million is still just the intended price. We're a business that's being looked at by a lot of entrepreneurs. The Nandu Satellite Navigation Organization has long thrown an olive branch to us. They wanted $50 million to buy it before. More than that, United Box Computers, too, wants to buy it. And the Red Chess Automobile. Oh, by the way, before you guys came, that richest man in Cloud City was thinking of buying our business. They will send someone to negotiate. I think, by the time they do, their purchase price, it's going to be over $1 billion. Lin Mo silently listened to what the other party said. The mind was completely speechless. This guy, he's really full of it. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so greedy. Millions of dollars of brand value for a business that is thinking of selling itself for $1 billion. Of course, Lin Mo also knew that the reason why the other party had told him so much was actually to pave the way for selling the enterprise to him at a high price later on. Simply because the other party did not know that Lin Mo was that mysterious tycoon from Cloud City. Perhaps the other person thought of himself as a rich kid, and while Lin Mo was thinking about it, however, he saw Nyo Dahu take out an agreement and said, this gentleman, I think our chat should end here. In front of you is a letter of intent to acquire, so you can read the contents before you consider signing it or not. Hear that? Lin Mo immediately read it line by line. As for Tang Liang and Qi Xiangdong, they were also somewhat dumbfounded, simply because the letter of intent states one thing in black and white. That is, once the intended price is written and signed, the agreement is considered valid. If, in the future, there are no higher bids, the company, then, belongs to the signer. But if another business bids higher, it loses the competition. This Bull Dahu is on the insurance. And just as Lin Mo was secretly muttering, that Ox Dahu spoke again. Its words are different from earlier though, but the words were telling Lin Mo, if you don't sign it, you're bound to regret it for the rest of your life. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Naturally, he couldn't sign it. Otherwise, wouldn't you be sitting on your reputation as an ingrate? But one is imperative to this business. As it is, after some thought, Lin Mo, however, smiled and said, Mr. Nyo, I'll go back and think about it. After saying that, Lin Mo quickly got up and left with Tang Liang as well as Qi Xiangdong. See this? A cold color appeared in Nyo Dahu's eyes. Blind delay. But, in the next instant, Nyo Dahu had an idea. Immediately, he laughed. Quickly, go and print me 10 copies of the letter of intent to acquire. Then, write the different prices on it. And then create the illusion that our company is being coaxed into a takeover. When I get there, I'll take these letters of intent and go to the Nandu Satellite Navigation Organization, as well as a few other companies, to negotiate. I think that when the time comes, that Lin Mo definitely won't sit back and do nothing, and he'll even get the person in charge of tic-tac-toe to come to me. When that time comes, we're bound to make a killing. The assistant heard this. The mind was a little speechless. This Nyo Dahu is constantly testing the edge of the law. Counterfeit signatures. That's a civil liability. But, after some struggle, he finally chose to print. After all, he had to take a chance before enough profit was made. 10 minutes later, the letter of intent to acquire has been taken care of, and the prices on it range from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. After the fake signature, Nyo Dahu left the company with his assistant. The other side, Lin Mo's trio had already driven away. Mr. Lin, this Nyo Dahu is not a good person, but Anchison is a company that you are bound to win. I wonder, what are you going to do? Next, facing Qi Xiangdong's inquiry, Lin Mo just smiled. We offered to buy it this time and were lionized. So, let's just stay put and wait for those guys to come and actively beg us. Speaking here, Lin Mo took out his cell phone and dialed the head of Tic Tac. Chang Wei, what's the order, boss? Chang Wei inquired. Lin Mo smiled and said, Uncle Chang, I need your help with something. Next, I'll give you a number. This is the number of the person in charge of Anchison. You don't say anything extra. Just say, to buy this business. And the next time, after Lin Mo briefly explained some details, then he put away his cell phone. After doing this, Lin Mo called Xiao Bei's again and asked the other party to go to Tic Tac's headquarters. After doing this, Lin Mo's face revealed a smile. Chapter 136, Breaking Down Lies and Stifling Greedy Ambitions in the Cradle. Chapter 136, Breaking Down the Lies and Stifling the Greedy Ambitions. In the cradle, half an hour later, Lin Mo, the three of them, as well as Xiao Bei's met at the Tic Tac headquarters, and after learning about Lin Mo's encounter in Ankishan, Xiao Bei's was instantly speechless. Originally, I thought this Ox Dahu had some ability. As it turns out, it's a rat's ass. And it's amazing that he started Ankishan to enrich himself. This kind of guy who has no social morality and is bent on getting into the money. If he is allowed to be in charge of Ankishan, a cybersecurity company, the consequences can be horrific. Xiao Bei's words clearly hit the nail on the head. After all, a business whose principles have three wrong views and put profit before everything else, such people, sooner or later, will jeopardize the security of the country. Even later, whoever gives more money will be the boss. And if a foreign company invests in this business, terrible consequences are bound to happen then. Because of this, from the early days of his business, Lin Mo has always adhered to one principle. That is, the business one invests in must have the interests of the country at heart, followed by making money. Boss, tell me, how can I cooperate with you? Xiao Bei's inquired. He naturally knew clearly that Lin Mo was planning to take down Xin. At the same time, it was time to teach the Nyo Daho some lessons. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, and then he spoke out his thoughts. Hearing this, Xiao Bei's burst out laughing. Boss, I will definitely cooperate fully. With those words, Xiao Bei's quickly met up with Chang Wei. Lin Mo, on the other hand, brought Deng Liang as well as Qi Shandong to the lounge and drank tea. Boss, is it really okay for us to take it easy like this? Deng Liang inquired. Qi Shandong, on the other hand, said seriously, Mr. Lin, I think it's better if we don't toss it. Ankishan, just let it fend for itself. I'm confident that even if I start from scratch, I'll be able to take my brothers and create a whole new organization in no time. Lin Mo smiled and said, I naturally believe in your ability, but after seeing the face of that Ox Dahu, I always had a feeling. If this guy can't sell Ankishan in China, he's bound to choose a foreign investor, and by the time that happens, what will happen? You can imagine, right? Qi Shandong suddenly realized. In his heart, he was even more impressed with Lin Mo's big picture perspective. Alright, let's drink tea first and just wait quietly for the outcome of Uncle Chang's negotiations with Elder Chiu. Tang Liang nodded with Qi Shandong and immediately waited patiently. And at the moment, inside the reception room of the Tic Tac headquarters, Nyo Dahu and his assistant looked flattered. In front of him, Chang Wei and Xiao Bei's were staring at themselves with smiles on their faces. Mr. Chang, Elder Chiu, I didn't expect that a small person like me would be able to receive a personal reception from the two of you. It's really an honor for me, Nyo Dahu said with a pretense of humility. The mind was something else. Good. Just great. TikTok surprisingly merged with the Nandu satellite navigation system. I think the reason why Chang Wei called me here is because that Lin Mo knows about Xian's situation. It seems that my previous preparations were somewhat redundant. But it's not redundant. At least, those forged letters of intent to acquire are my bargaining chips. As Nyo Dahu pondered, Chang Wei went straight to the point. Mr. Nyo, as you can see, we, Tic-Tac-Toe and Nandu navigation system, have merged. However, as an online business with a huge future ahead of it, data security remains a top priority. And your company, Ankishan Cybersecurity, was our first choice for acquisition. So, we do intend to acquire your business. The so-called acquisition, of course, is getting all the patents, and it's still in the form of a buyout. I wonder, Mr. Nyo's intended price. What is it? Nyo Dahu heard this. Inside, he was already in ecstasy. But he was incredibly calm on the surface. Still using that same old rhetoric. He said, Gentlemen, it's an honor to have this small business of mine on your radar. But before that, there have been several companies that have talked to us about investing. While speaking, Nyo Dahu took out the previously prepared letter of intent to acquire. Then without blushing, he lied. This one. It's a letter of intent to acquire United Box Computers. This one. Negotiated by the head of Red Chess. This one. Say this. Nyo Dahu's heart was full of anticipation. He felt, under his own words, Chang Wei is sure to be fooled by himself. Anyway, this is just a letter of intent. In his mind, it wouldn't hurt even if he posed for an autograph himself. And most importantly, the other side has no way of checking. After all, There are several businesses that one is talking about. All are domestic leaders in the relevant industries. Chang Wei is absolutely impossible to recognize. Who knows? After listening to what Nyo Daho said, Chang Wei, however, immediately took out his cell phone and after some input on it, he waited patiently. A few minutes later, he then got the contact information of Yang Qingyuan, Zhang Cheng, and others from the Prestige Group. Chang Wei immediately dialed Yang Qingyuan's number. Which one? Yang Qingyuan inquired. Excuse me, is this Yang Dong, the person in charge of United Box Computers? I'm the person in charge of Tic-Tac. Chang Wei. Hearing this, Yang Qingyuan, who originally had a somewhat cool tone, immediately smiled and said, So it's Mr. Chang? I've heard great things about Tic-Tacs. Mr. Lin has gone to great lengths for this software to come with proper navigation software. I don't know. Your company's troubles, are they resolved now? Chang Wei smiled and said, It's solved. Our boss has acquired the Nandu satellite navigation system and, moreover, intends to develop the Nandu navigation software. Yang Qingyuan laughed. Worthy of Mr. Lin, I knew he could handle it. Right. I wonder what Mr. Chang is looking for me for? Chang Wei glanced at Nyo Dahu in front of him, then said, Dong Yang, it's like this. I was entrusted by Mr. Lin with the intention of acquiring a cybersecurity company called Xixin. I heard their chief say that Union Box has sent someone to negotiate with them and signed a letter of intent to acquire them. I wonder if it's true or not. Yang Qingyuan on the other end of the phone was a bit confused. This matter? I haven't heard of it. Afterward, Yang Qingyuan smiled. And we have our own cybersecurity department at United Box, so we don't need to acquire this kind of company. Chang Wei smiled. I see. That's fine then. Let's talk again sometime. Hang up your cell phone. Chang Wei went on to dial the number of Lu Cheng, the head of Red Chess Auto. Eventually, the other party also denied the acquisition. So, 10 minutes later, Chang Wei hangs up the last call. Then he coldly looked at the somewhat weak-minded Nyo Dahu and said, Mr. Nyo, you don't seem to be very honest? You have your eyes open, and it's causing me to have a crisis of confidence in the acquisition of your business. While Qiu Bei's on the side chimed in, Mr. Nyo, do you know that counterfeiting another person's signature requires civil liability? You could be in unnecessary trouble if the chairman of those businesses pursue this. Nyo Dahu was speechless for a moment. However, he had a pretty good head on his shoulders. Immediately, he got up and said, Mr. Chang, if you want to press the price, just say so. Why bother with someone posing as a business owner? Since you don't have the sincerity to acquire it, forget it. Farewell. However, before Nyo Dahu could take a step, an indifferent voice came out in a loud voice. Mr. Nyo, where are you going? The person who spoke was none other than Lin Mo. Chapter 137, 5 million. Take Ankishan. The big data era belonging to Lin Mo arrives. Chapter 137, 5 million. Taking Anchixin. The big data era belonging to Lin Mo arrives. You? What are you doing here? Nyo Dahu was instantly stunned when he saw the appearance of Lin Mo, Deng Liang, and Qi Xiangdong. Lin Mo ignored the other party and glanced at Chang Wei as well as Qiu Bei's boss. The two men rose. Nyo Dahu sniffed and became even more confused. Seeing this, Tang Liang indifferently explained, Mr. Nyo, I forgot to introduce you. Previously, the one who wanted to acquire your enterprise was none other than the boss behind Tic-Tac as well as the Nandu satellite navigation system. Mr. Lin Mo Lin. What? Nyo Dahu was struck by lightning. Obviously, there was some incredulity at the sudden turn of events. What do you guys, want? Nyo Dahu said with some panic. He knew that he had kind of stirred up a hornet's nest with his previous actions, putting aside the fact that he had lied before, alone by counterfeiting the agreement of intent to acquire on their own. Businesses such as Red Chess and Union Box would never have spared themselves. If they are more serious, they can lose money or even go to jail if they are less serious. This is no joke. The more he thought about it, the more flustered Nyo Dahu became. And at that moment, Lin Mo spoke flatly. Mr. Nyo, now, let's formally talk about the acquisition of your company, right? I intend to contribute $5 million and take your business. On top of that, I need to get all of your company's technology patents. This price, by far, is the highest I can offer. Of course, you can refuse, but I'm not sure what, next, is going to happen. Hear that? Nyo Dahu frowned. He took a deep breath, then gathered his courage and said, What? Is Mr. Lin planning to use a scheme to bankrupt my company? Destroy it if you can't get it? This is the age of the rule of law. You think you can. Not waiting for Nyo Dahu to finish. At that moment, the assistant's cell phone rang on the sidelines. What? Okay, I'll report back to the boss. You guys hurry up and take care of it. Hang up your cell phone. The assistant came to Nyo Dahu's side. With a bitter look on his face, he said, Boss, our server, Ancheson's server, is being hacked. The way it looks, in half an hour tops, our servers will crash. What? Nyo Dahu was struck by lightning. The mind, on the other hand, is full of confusion. How come? My hacking challenge, isn't it over? Why are they still attacking? Of course, this was no time to dwell on such things. It is imperative that this trouble be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the server is really compromised, this company of his, it's worthless. After all, a company with a focus on cybersecurity was hacked. Wouldn't it be a joke if it got out? Think about it. Nyo Dahu immediately said, quickly, hurry up and call Chi Shangdong of that anti-hacker alliance. Tell him I'll double my commission if I can protect our company's data. That assistant made a quick call. However, in the next instant, Chi Shangdong's cell phone rang. He looked playfully at Nyo Dahu, then picked up the phone. Nyo Dahu was dumbfounded. You. He stared blankly at Chi Shangdong. The mind was already convinced that the other party was the head of the anti-hacker alliance. Unable to help it, Nyo Dahu looked at Lin Mo and said, You bastard. It's you. You got those hackers against me? You're so mean. Lin Mo calmly said, Mr. Nyo, you're overthinking it. I don't know those hackers. They're attacking your business again because they're not convinced, and that has nothing to do with me. And, if it wasn't for the anti-hacker alliance's underhanded efforts, I'm afraid, this business of yours, would have long since fallen under the attack of the hackers. Seeing that the other party did not believe, Chi Shangdong calmly opened his cell phone and showed the record to the other party. And then, Chi Shangdong said, 20 minutes ago, the brothers from the anti-hacker alliance told me that on the hackers' darknet, someone had started recruiting for the purpose of attacking in Xin. Of course, this time they're not in it for the commission or the profit. They're in it to save face. After all, a hacker that can't take down a company, that's a strange shame for them. However, I had all my brothers out on the highest level of anti-hacking prep. Otherwise, do you think you'll stop the other side with those half-assed people in your company? Forget it, there's no use explaining so much to you. I'll let my brother stop now. You're going to fall from heaven to hell with this Thai company of yours. The moment, Nyo Dahu almost sat on the ground. Himself. This time, he really stole the chicken. See this, Lin Mo indifferently said. Mr. Chi, I've already seen what you're capable of. Tell you what, you remove all the people, and after those hackers, attack Anchorson. We'll be re-establishing a whole new cybersecurity enterprise. You'll be the head of this business. I'll give you enough money. And, I believe in what you can do. After all, if it weren't for you, this Mr. Nyo of Anchorson wouldn't have the backbone to leonize me in front of me. $1 million registered capital company that has been in business for a few months and wants to sell it to me at an astronomical price. Really think I'm stupid? Chi Shangdong immediately cooperated. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely not fail your trust. Hearing the two double talk, Nyo Dahu was instantly speechless. Eventually, he sighed. Fine, I'll sell this company, $5 million to you. Lin Mo looked at the other party strangely. Mr. Nyo, did you not understand what I meant? This company of yours, in my eyes, is worthless. I'm afraid it will only end in bankruptcy when the hackers have successfully attacked it. So, one price, $2 million. Nyo Dahu's flesh ached immensely, and the heart is even more remorseful. It's a pity that, under the sky, there are no pills of regret to buy. In the end, Nyo Dahu could only compromise. Half an hour later, Lin Mo successfully signed with the other party, and obtained all the technology patents of Anchorson. Seeing this, Chi Shangdong, who was on the side, immediately began to make counterattacks, and in the end, those cyber hackers who attempted to attack in Chishin suddenly returned with no success. Mr. Ki, next, I'll trouble you to go to Anchorson, and then take your brother and make the initiation. Remember, those old employees, if their character is still good, even if they are not capable enough, they can be trained well, but if the character is not good, just let them go. By the way, when this business is on track, all those companies under my umbrella that are on the software side will be connected to Ancheson's data terminals. Once those layouts are done, start tapping into major corporations and even the relevant departments. So, you have a long way to go. Hearing this, Chi Shangdong hurriedly assured up, Boss, we will definitely keep upgrading the technology of this business. And more than that, we will also develop brand new systems. You can rest easy when it comes to data security. However, the interruption of this system of mine may require a high-end chip. Lin Mo laughed. Don't worry, I don't dare to say that I can definitely provide anything else, but if it's a high-end chip, It's definitely not a problem. Soon, Chi Xiangdong left with the gray-headed Niu Dahu, and because he had taken in Chi Xin, Lin Mo was naturally happy. After all, in terms of big data intelligent computing, cloud services, he himself cooperated with Alibaba to develop Aliru, and in cybersecurity, there's Chi Xiangdong at the helm of Anchision. Lin Mo had already sensed that the era of big data was about to arrive. Just when Lin Mo was full of joy, Tang Kerson's phone call came through. Lin Mo immediately picked up and said, Ku Xin, I have good news for you. Anchisin has been taken by me, and at the low price of $5 million. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Tang Kerson on the other end of the phone didn't get too excited, but instead smiled lightly and said, I'm not surprised that you were able to accomplish this. However, Lin Mo, next, I have good news for you. You'll have to stand firm, or I'm afraid you'll get too excited. Lin Mo was a bit baffled. Immediately, he inquired, Kerson, you'd better speak directly. What exactly is the situation? Tang Kerson on the other end of the phone inquired, do you know Zhong Xian's house? Lin Mo was a bit confused, obviously very unfamiliar with the name, and at that moment, in his ears, he heard the voice of the future itself. Chapter 138, How does this kind of entrepreneur manage to be so shameless? Chapter 138, How does this kind of entrepreneur manage to be so shameless? Speaking of this Zhong Xian family, this is a character that makes it difficult to evaluate. The first half of his life can be extremely legendary. He is not highly educated, but with his own efforts, step by step to become the leading rare earth lithium battery industry, and was even crowned the title of Battery King. But this man started to drift after he got rich, and he worshipped foreigners. In 11, tens of millions of dollars were donated to Rice in order to get a degree abroad. But when China was hit by a natural disaster, it chose to play dead. Even its famous quote, when questioned, is simply staggering. The famous line is, it's none of my business whether the Chinese are poor or not. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This old man, who enjoys the support of the Chinese people and earns money from them, but does not know how to be thankful and does not choose to give back to the society, eventually flees from China under the public opinion. Hearing this, Lin Mo was dismayed. How can there be such people in this world? However, come to think of it, it seems that there are quite a number of ungrateful and foreign fawning guys like this. Kagome, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Lin Mo immediately inquired after returning to his senses. No wonder he was so curious. After all, Tang Kerson could have just said on the phone that she would surprise herself. But what is the connection between this Zhong Xian's family and that so-called surprise? Tang Kerson smiled mysteriously, then said, there are reports about this Zhong Xian's family. Just search online. It will definitely turn your perspective upside down, but I can briefly introduce the old guy. He was one of the first to produce new energy batteries in Huaxia, and, under his transformation, the battery industry today has evolved to the extent that it is today. But in that respect, the old man is not bad. It's just a shame, but he's all about pandering to foreigners. Not a good thing. And this time, the reason I approached you and mentioned this old guy was that I intended for you to find a way to take down his business. What? Lin Mo was a bit confused. Himself now has cooperated with Ningda Times, the future giant of new energy batteries. And why bother to annex Zhong Xian's family business? Tang Kerson seemed to have guessed what Lin Mo was thinking in general. She said in a loud voice, Lin Mo, this matter, right, it's actually not up to you. We are forced to do this. Lin Mo had wanted to inquire about it, but at that moment, Tang Kerson said, tell you what, wait a moment, I'll show you a video that's been circulating on the beep station. You'll know why I say that when you read it. Anyway, you listen to me. You must do everything you can to take this business. Once you take it, then you are truly invincible in the new energy field. Moreover, that Zhong Xian family is an entrepreneur, a public figure, and a Chinese, but they are bent on currying favor with Rice. We should never contribute to this kind of crookedness. After all, it was with great difficulty that we accomplished counter-sanctions and broke the technological blockade, so we must not drop the ball at this time. Another point is that the Zhong Xian family is planning to start a branch in the rice country. Although the relevant formalities haven't come down yet, it's kind of a nail in the coffin. Think about it, nowadays, it's hard for you to complete the strategic layout of vast automobile, and cooperate with Red Chess with the intention of seizing the foreign market. If, at this time, Zhong Xian's family's battery business cooperates with TELUS, won't it be a huge obstacle? Of course, there was one thing Tang Xian hadn't said, that is, if Lin Mo can merge the businesses in the hands of the Zhong Xian family, then, Lin Mo will get a brand new energy battery production line. When the time comes, it will absolutely be riding high in terms of range. far surpassing all the new energy vehicle manufacturers currently on the market. Once you take this line, then, China's automobile field will certainly be able to break into a whole new world on the huge stage of the world. Lin Mo. In short, trust me, I will never harm you. Tang Xin opened her mouth. Lin Mo smiled. I definitely don't have any doubts about that. Kagome. I hear you. But before that, let me see that video, shall we? It was less than half a minute after hanging up the cell phone. Tang Xin then shared that short video with Lin Mo. Here's a video interview with the Zhong Xin family by a foreign company. At first, Lin Mo was able to remain calm, but as the video played to about 30 seconds, Lin Mo instantly felt his blood pressure rise, only because, in the face of the reporter asked, Lin Mo is how to look at China's new energy industry when that Zhong Xinjia show a look of disdain. He said bluntly that only the automobile industry in rice is the best in the world, especially the Telus. Once introduced, the Chinese car, absolutely no room to bounce. And when the reporter asked, the other party as a Chinese entrepreneur, why would you choose to branch open to the rice country? The ugly face of the other side in worshipping foreign countries is on full display. How nice to have a mouthful of rice. How bad is Wachovia and all that? Lin Mo quickly turned off the video. He had been utterly speechless. At this moment, he realized why Tang Kurson, who had always been very good-tempered, would address the other party with a mouthful of old man. This old bastard, born in China, couldn't have succeeded without the support of China. As a result, there was no gratitude. It even felt like everything was a result of his efforts. He also taunted that it was Wasia that was holding him back. What is this? Put down your bowl and curse? How can there be such shameless people in this world? At this moment, Lin Mo had decided that he would take this enterprise at all costs. For no other reason. He didn't want the many patents of this company to become a weapon used by the meter country to curb the development of China's automobile field. But anger is anger. Lin Mo also knew that if he wanted to take this business, he had to be well prepared. And, it's important to plan well. It seems that I still need to make a trip to the capital, Lin Mo said to himself. He planned to go to Lu Cheng, the chairman of Red Chess Automobile, to discuss the matter first. And on top of that, Lin Mo had to meet the chairman of Nindera. But just as Lin Mo was planning to buy a ticket and leave the capital, his cell phone, suddenly, rang. It's Lu Qing calling. Mr. Lin, I'm sure that you've seen that interview on the beeping station that had something to say about Zhong Xian's family, haven't you? I wonder how you feel about that. Lu Qing said with a hint of deepness in his tone. Lin Mo answered without thinking. I'm very angry. How can we, in China, have such assholes? Lu Qing on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before he laughed out loud and said, Good. When I heard this from Mr. Lin, I knew that I hadn't found the wrong person. That Zhong Xian's family wanted to go to the rice country to develop. We couldn't stop it. But a restraining order was issued from above. That is, all patents regarding the battery field under the Zhong Xian family are absolutely not allowed to be shared with the outside world. But I don't think that alone is enough. The idea from above is to find someone to take down the business. And I recommended Mr. Lin. By the way, I'm with the chairman of the Ningde Times. Is planning to travel Shanghai. If you're free, we'll go there to meet and talk in detail. Lin Mo smiled and said, Yes, I'm begging for it, and besides, I'm here right now. Well then, we'll be boarding soon, so we'll talk about it when we meet. Don't worry, we'll do whatever it takes to help you acquire this Zhong Xian family business. Hanging up his cell phone, Lin Mo took a deep breath. He naturally wanted to make a quick acquisition, but not the slightest clue. But listening to the meaning in Lu Qing's words, he seemed to be emboldened. He was, for a moment, a little expectant. Chapter 139 Biafran Flute's Crisis. I can help solve it. Chapter 139 Biafran's Crisis. I can help with it. The next 2 hours, Lin Mo stayed at the Tic Tac headquarters, but instead of taking a break, he kept looking up some relevant information about Zhong Xian's family business on the internet. In the end, Lin Mo really did find some clues. So it is. I said how these two came to Shanghai, so it's for this business. However, I have to say, if we can contact this company, maybe, we can really bring down Zhong Xian's family's battery business. After all, the current branch of Zhong Xian's family has yet to settle down in meters, so the other party's current biggest market is still in Huaxia, and this company's underpinnings are more powerful than Huaxia, and their owner, a true entrepreneur. He loved his country and was dedicated to the advancement of the automotive industry in China. Every time our country is hit by a natural disaster, we are the first to donate. I think if he knew the ugly face of the Zhong Xian family, he would inevitably step in. While speaking, Lin Mo continued to look up the information. So, 2 hours passed quickly, and at this point, a call came in from Lu Qing, the chairman of Red Chess Auto. Mr. Lin, we've arrived. By the way, you're still at Tic Tac headquarters, right? A car will pick you up later, and we'll talk more about it when we meet. Lin Mo smiled and said, I'm looking forward to meeting with Chairman Lu and the people in charge of Ningda Times to work together for the development of our Chinese automobile industry. And of course, I'm looking forward to working with BYD, a leader in the automotive industry. Lu Qing on the other end of the phone couldn't help but stare. Then he said in surprise, Mr. Lin, how did you know that we came here this time to meet the chairman of BYD? Originally, I was going to surprise you. As it turns out, you guessed it already? Lin Mo said smilingly, Lu Dong, this is the age of the internet. The slightest breeze in the community will soon be known. And a few days later, it was the day of the Capital Auto Show, but the chairman of BYD traveled to Shanghai, and you, along with the head of the Ningda era, came here and even called on me. It's hard to guess something like that after an investigation. Hearing this, Lu Qing on the other end of the phone laughed and said, well then, let's put it this way first. We'll wait until we get to BYD's branch office in Shanghai, then we'll meet again to talk about it in detail. In this regard, Lin Mo naturally did not have any opinion. About 20 minutes of waiting time. At that moment, outside the Tic Tac headquarters, a BYD car appeared. Lin Mo was not surprised by this, but when the car door opened, Lin Mo froze. Only a middle-aged man was seen, slowly walking down. He was of medium height and slightly slim, but all over his body, he revealed an air of shrewdness and competence. And because Lin Mo had investigated BYD in advance, therefore, it was easy to recognize the other party at a glance. None other than BYD's vice chairman He Xiangyang. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is He Xiangyang, and I've come to pick you up from our Shanghai branch on the orders of Chairman BYD. By the way, Mr. Lu, the director of Red Chess Automobile, and the person in charge of Ningda Times, we also sent someone to pick them up. Lin Mo marveled, what can I do? I can't believe you'd let the vice chairman of BYD personally transport you? That's quite a toss-up. He Xiangyang said evenly, Mr. Lin is joking. You are a figure whom our chairman greatly admires. You're not very old, but you have many accomplishments, and with the business in your hands, you have a promising future. More than that, our Chinese chip field, under your leadership, has broken through the technology blockade of the meter country, and your self-created brand, Vast Vehicles, has only just been introduced, but the related videos, which we've already seen, have been praised from top to bottom. It is a blessing for us to be able to negotiate with you. The two just blew each other off. And then, Lin Mo entered the car and went straight to BYD's Shanghai branch. He Xiangyang is very talkative. So, while driving, I was introduced to the customs of Shanghai, and it asked about the other side's predictions for the future of the automotive industry. To this, Lin Mo naturally answered, unawareness. The car had arrived inside the BYD Shanghai branch. Just get off. Lin Mo then saw that the other two cars also happened to come down. Lin Mo then saw Lu Qing, as well as the head of Ningda era appear. Several people immediately greeted each other. Three of you, please follow me in. The chairman of the board should be waiting for you in his office. At this moment, He Xiangyang said smilingly. A few people didn't have any problem with that. However, just as a few people entered the office building, the staff inside, however, was in disarray. They ran around in a hurry. He Xiangyang's face changed slightly. Immediately, he called out to a staff member and said, what's going on? The employee immediately said, it's not good, Mr. He, our branch's database has been hacked. More than that, our system, it's completely paralyzed. Although the network department is doing its best to fix it, it may be difficult to recover the lost data. What? He Xiangyang's face changed dramatically. I don't blame him for being so. You know, although this is the Shanghai branch, but for here, the chairman of the board attaches great importance, just because, this is BYD's research base in order to study the latest model of new energy vehicles. For this reason, every year BYD invests billions in research and development, and those numbers can be the result of their heart and soul. When it is lost, the losses are significant. It may even affect the next research and development work. And the scariest thing is that if those hackers, after stealing this information, publish it, then the patents that they have not yet applied for will go down the drain. Of course, the most serious point is that among those materials, there is BYD's newly developed self-driving technology. It's not done yet, but it's just a foot away from being done. Damn, how did that happen? He Xiangyang gritted his teeth. As for Lu Qing and the person in charge of Ningda Times, they were also a bit confused at the moment. Obviously, they didn't expect such a turn of events. Lin Mo was the only one who was in deep thought. And that's when another employee hurried over. He said seriously, Mr. The chairman is, right now, leading the technicians to fix the loophole, temporarily stopping the hackers. And yet, the firewall needs to be reinforced. So, the chairman means for you to receive a few important guests first. By the way, the chairman asked me to apologize to a few of your guests. Lu Qing and the person in charge of Ningda Times naturally had no problem with this. But Lin Mo said with a serious face, Mr. Why don't you take me to see your chairman? I have a way that I can help you recoup your losses. What? Hear this. A few people had incredulous looks on their faces. Chapter 140. A great general under his command strikes to resolve the crisis and uncover the mastermind behind the scene. Chapter 140. The handful of great generals strikes, resolves the crisis, and uncovers the mastermind behind the scene. No wonder Lu Qing and the others were so surprised. Truly, what Lin Mo said was somewhat beyond their expectations. After all, that's hacking the network. Non-professionals, definitely not manageable. And to be clear, since BYD has invested so much in this branch, it is only natural that BYD would go to great lengths in terms of data protection as well as servers. It can still be hacked, and there is always a risk of data leakage or even data emptying. And how could Lin Mo possibly take care of all that? Lin Mo obviously also saw what everyone was thinking. He came to Yi Xiangyang's body and calmly said, Mr. I think this hacking incident is a bit too coincidental. And those hackers, they're definitely not simple beings. Perhaps they have already hacked into the servers while you weren't looking. So, I think it's necessary to ask the relevant professionals to act. However, this is not the moment to explain. In short, please believe me for once. As he said this, a look of certainty flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Yi Xiangyang was skeptical of Lin Mo though, but he was also worried about what Lin Mo had said. Fear not. Fear not. Further, there has been no more troubling situation than the one at hand. Even if Lin Mo couldn't help with it, it's nothing worse. Think ahead. Yi Xiangyang finally nodded with certainty. Led by Yi Xiangyang, they arrived at the data development department. At this moment, a man wearing glasses and a suit was standing there, watching the many employees busy. He had an anxious look on his face, and when his remaining light saw Yi Xiangyang appear with Lin Mo, Lu Qing, and the head of Ningda Times, he immediately went forward. Xiao He, didn't I tell you to treat these honored guests well first? Why did you even bring them here? Not waiting for Yi Xiangyang to finish, Zheng Chuanfu immediately looked at Lin Mo's three with an apologetic face. Three of you? I'm sorry, I didn't expect that. On our first meeting, our company would have such a big mistake. It's really a bit sweaty, but rest assured, several of you, our data people, are doing their best to eliminate computer viruses, at best. However, not waiting for Zheng Chuanfu to finish, at this point, the head of the data department immediately stepped forward. He had a frustrated look on his face. Chairman, this branch of ours, it's going to be over. That virus program, as early as 10 minutes ago, has invaded our server. I'm afraid. Zheng Chuanfu was struck by lightning, and Yi Xiangyang also looked pale. After all, as the vice chairman of BYD, he naturally knows that Zheng Chuanfu has put in too much effort for this branch, and once this company's many latest technologies are completed, it will play a pivotal role in BYD's future development. But today, years of hard work, ruined. Zheng Chuanfu's heart must be about to break at this moment, and just as the crowd was pessimistic, Lin Mo's calm voice immediately came out. Chairman Zhang, this matter, leave it to me. Lin Mo said seriously. I will do everything in my power to keep this branch's data safe. More than that, I'll even go back to the root of the problem and help you investigate who's really up to no good. After saying that, Lin Mo glanced at Yi Xiangyang. Mr. Please help me get a computer and then access your company's data terminal. Next, leave it to me. Yi Xiangyang didn't answer, but glanced at Zheng Chuanfu. Zheng Chuanfu was silent for a moment. Finally, he said with certainty, Xiao He, quickly, arrange it up for Mr. Lin. Yi Xiangyang left immediately. 5 minutes later, a spare computer that was already connected to this branch's data terminal. Lin Mo immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Qi Shangdong's number. Mr. Qi, are you ready on your end? Lin Ma inquired. Boss, I'm ready to access on my end. Qi Shangdong on the other end of the phone said confidently. Lin Mo didn't hesitate. Quickly, he did some maneuvering on the computer, and then allowed Qi Shangdong to take control of the computer remotely. Mr. Qi, how sure are you? Lin Mo inquired. Qi Shangdong smiled. Oh, these hackers, compared to those who invaded in Qi Xin before, are nothing compared to them. Boss, give me 5 minutes. I'll take the data from this company and retrieve it all, and more than that, I'll investigate the hackers and summarize it all. You just wait for my good news. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo waited with a calm face. And naturally, he trusted Qi Shangdong's ability 100%. On the other hand, Lu Qing, He Xianyang, and Zheng Chuanfu were nervous, especially Zheng Chuanfu. His palms were sweating. 5 minutes passed quickly, and that's when the head of the data department looked excited. Chairman, all the data from our branch has really been recovered. Not only that, but the Trojan horse programs of those hackers, they were all found. The trouble with our company, it's been solved. What? Zheng Chuanfu was dumbfounded. He Xianyang, on the other hand, had his mouth slightly open. Afterward, the two came in front of Lin Mo, and that's when Lin Mo, however, kept operating on the computer. Not much longer. One ID account after the other. It appeared, and next to each account, there were notes on when the other person had hacked into that system, when they had browsed which program. In great detail, Zheng Chuanfu, who was on the side, was immediately surprised. Mr. Lin, you're too good, aren't you? Not only did it help our branch out of immediate trouble, even found the hacker's ID. So next, we can call the police and just arrest them. Lin Mo smiled and said, where is this? These hackers, they're just people who get paid to do things. The real mastermind behind this is yet to be found. Zheng Chuanfu was a bit stunned. Could it be that Lin Mo could still find the mastermind behind the scenes? Just when he was in doubt. At this time, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It was a video sent by Qi Shangdong. With the video loaded, Zheng Chuanfu and He Xianyang's faces sank slightly. Zheng Cheng, as well as the person in charge of Nindera, was also frowning. Just because. None of them expected it. The person behind this search for hackers to invade BYD's Shanghai branch. Surprisingly, it's that Zhong Xian's house. The old bastard. Several people gritted their teeth. As for Lin Mo at this moment, he was revealing a smirk. Guys, don't get mad yet. Have you forgotten what the purpose of our visit to the BYD branch is? This old man, Zhang Xinjia, since he dared to ignore the law and find hackers to invade BYD, this has already violated the network security law. We, naturally, can take advantage of this opportunity to completely bring down this enterprise. When the time comes, it's time to strike while the iron is hot and take it down. Hearing Lin Mo's words, several people in charge of Red Chess Automobile, BID, and Nin Times have shown their dismay. Mr. Lin, do you mean to let this incident get bigger and bigger? Lin Mo nodded seriously, then in front of a few people, respectively dialed the person in charge of the beep station. Today's headlines, Chopstick's hand, and after carefully instructing some, then the video, sent out. Well, next, just wait for the incident to fester, and then we'll wait for the results. Lin Mo said smilingly, Chapter 141 Virtue is not worthy of the position, so let this entrepreneur go bankrupt. Chapter 141 Virtue is not worthy of its place, so let this entrepreneur go bankrupt. Because of Qi Shangdong's participation, the data leakage of BYD was considered a perfect solution. Not only that, Qi Shangdong also found the black hand behind the scene, that is, the Zhong Xian family whose virtue is not worthy of their position. Next, all that was needed was for Zhou Yuan and the others to increase the promotion of this aspect on their own website, and by then, Zhong Xian's family would definitely be duly punished. However, Lin Mo did not leave BYD Shanghai branch on this. The moment, a hospitality room, Lin Mo had a bemused look on his face. On the other hand, Red Chess, BYD, and the three heads of Nindera on the other side of the room were currently crossing their eyes with each other. In the end, it was Lu Qing, the chairman of Red Chess Auto, who took the lead. Mr. Lin, I wonder what kind of helpers you called out earlier. I see he's pretty good at computers. The programmers of the entire BYD branch couldn't solve the data leakage trouble, and it turned out to be in his hands in a matter of minutes. Such a talent, and you're not going to put it to good use? Lin Mo smiled and said, Lu Dong, the helper I found is named Qi Shangdong. You know about Anchison, don't you? Previously, this cybersecurity-focused company held an event for the World Hacker Challenge, and Qi Shangdong was hired by Anchison to protect their network data. Qi Shangdong is a white guest, and he's formed an alliance. The coalition is called the Anti-Hacker Coalition. In here, it's all very impressive talent. Hear that? Lu Qing smiled and said, that's not surprising. This Anti-Hacker Alliance, I've also heard of it, and it's rumored that some time ago, they helped the police solve a major cybersecurity case. This Anchison, it seems, is also a rising star in the online industry. Lin Mo smiled. Anchison was really good, so I acquired it. And Qi Shangdong, today, is the head of Anchison. This business, all the patents, I bought out. I intend that this business will continue to grow and strive to become the thought as well as leader in the field of network security in China. There was a pause. Lin Mo continued, by the way, before that, I also cooperated with Alibaba, co-development of cloud services. That is to say, right now, I have so many network-related industries. Firstly cloud computing, then network security, and on top of that, I also have a close cooperation with United Box Computer, and I intend to expand the market further. And if I can order a supercomputer from them, it would be nearly perfect. Of course, with all these industries, the one I'm most interested in is the cybersecurity program. After all, as 4G phones continue to evolve, the matter of cybersecurity is among the top priorities. On a smaller scale, it involves personal and business information, and on a larger scale, it involves some of the nation's secrets. And Anchison, which I acquired, is the last firewall put in place to protect that data. Hearing this, Lu Qing, He Xianyang, and Zhang Chuanfu, among others, were in constant contemplation. Eventually, Lu Qing smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I have a request. Lin Mo smiled. Lu Dong, there is something to say directly. What please not request? Lu Qing laughed. I intend to take our network data terminals and access them to Anchorshine. Of course, we also intend to work with Ali Yun in the future if the opportunity arises. I don't know. Lu Qing didn't finish his latter words. The three people in charge of Nindera and BYD also looked at Lin Mo. A flash of anticipation flashed in his eyes, especially Zhang Chuanfu as well as He Xianyang. After this data breach, they are deeply aware of how important data security is to them. If Lin Mo hadn't made a strong effort this time, I'm afraid, all his years of hard work had gone down the drain. It may even do the work for others. Seeing a few people like that, Lin Mo laughed in his heart. He's still here. That's actually the purpose. It's a win-win thing. After all, Lin Mo had absolute trust in Xixin, which Qi Shangdong was in charge of. It would be nice if the likes of Nintech Times, Red Chess Automotive, and BYD Automotive could work with Anchison. Their own database will have absolute security. Not only that, but after they join, other companies, too, will surely cooperate with Anchison enthusiastically. This is the equivalent of a live sign. By then, is Anchison far away from being bigger and better? And while Lin Mo was thinking about it, Lu Qing spoke up. Mr. Lin, I'll be honest. There are also several cybersecurity-focused companies in China at the moment, but these businesses, all of them, are foreign-owned, and with the current situation, there may be a day when those businesses flip out. The previous Texas ban on cell phone HD cameras is a perfect example. Rice's shameless face has also refreshed our perception. So, I think it's best for us to look for domestic companies to work with, so at least we won't experience backstabbing. Thinking of this, in Lu Qing's eyes, there was a flash of seriousness. Mr. Lin, this enterprise, Anchixin, I will report to the top and will definitely support it vigorously. Strive, for this business, to keep getting bigger and bigger, and ultimately, to become the leader in the field of network data security, in the country and even in the world. With Lu Qing opening his mouth, He Xianyang and Wang Chuanfu, as well as the head of Ningde Times, also expressed their thoughts. Lin Mo smiled in his heart when he saw this. That was the effect he wanted. Immediately, he said, okay, everyone, then we'll work together to keep Anchorshine growing. Then, let the field of network security, once again, break the foreign monopoly. Half an hour later, Lin Mo and the three major enterprises signed the relevant cooperation agreements, and then, he gave Qi Shangdong's contact information to a few people. Let them negotiate. When it's all done, Lin Mo said smilingly, next, we can see how far the fermentation has gone regarding the Zhong Xian's family looking for hackers to attack BYD's branch. And just as Lin Mo was about to inquire, the cell phone was the first to ring. It's Sua, the head of Chopstick's Hands, calling. Good news, boss. Since that video was released, Zhong Xian's family business has instantly become a verbally abused existence. Within hours, the stock price hit rock bottom. More than that, many automobile companies in China have cancelled cooperation with it on batteries. And once again, all the ugly things the Chung Hsan family has done and said before have been raked over the coals. There's also the fact that Mark, the owner of that trash motors, openly went on the extranet and slammed Zhong Xian's family. But of course, he didn't do it to show his righteousness. His real purpose was to clear the air. And on the part of the state, it also held a press conference. And it was also announced that all of the many patents in the battery industry under the Zhong Xian family were included in the list of prohibited exports. The current Zhong Xian family, I'm afraid that the dream of starting a business in the rice country has been completely stifled. And, in the country, has become a street rat that everyone shouts at. This business, it's completely finished. Hear that? Lin Mo couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo inquired, "You just said that Jong Xian's family's company stock is plummeting? This is a great opportunity for me to get into the game." After saying that, Lin Mo couldn't wait to turn off his cell phone, then opened the speculation page. Chapter 142 Lin Mo makes a move to fully acquire Jong Xian's family's shares. Chapter 142 Lin Mo makes a move to fully acquire Jong Xian family's shares. Hiroichi, Jong Xian's family's battery business headquarters. Inside an office, Zhong Xinjia looked at the public opinion on the internet, and the whole person was like a lightning strike, especially with the comments about Mark that were reposted from the extranet. How come? Zhong Xinjia said to herself. The whole thing was lost. It's no wonder the Johnsings're like that. After all, with this video of Tesla CEO Mark being made public, even if it completely cuts off his back road to the MiG, and now, his own previous words and actions are being picked up. On top of that, the fact that he had gotten a hacker to deal with BYD's Shanghai branch had also been found as evidence. He had no defense at all. And that's when there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Zhong Xinjia said breathlessly. As the door to the room opened, a silhouette walked into it. It was actually Niu Dahu. At this moment, when Zhong Xinjia saw the other party appear, she couldn't wait to rush forward to strangle this bastard. Just because. This attack on the BYD branch was planned by Niu Dahu. The reason why the other party is like this is that they intend to use this as an opportunity to show what they can do, and then join the other party's banner and go abroad. Zhang Xinjia regretted it. How did he, in the first place, listen to the other side's bull asterisk 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 asterisk? It's just a pity that in this world, there is no medicine for regret, and that Cao Dahu is a big grinning character. He does not know Zhong Xin family suffered a life, the biggest change. Instead, he thought that his purpose had been accomplished. One time, he rose in secret anticipation, looking forward to the image of himself seeking revenge on Lin Mo and raising his eyebrows after he joined Zhong Xian's family. After all, and Xixin was forced to sell to Lin Mo at a low price, and he was upset. And this time, finding this distant cousin of Zhong Xian's family was precisely to hug each other's thighs and then attempt to rise again. Think about it. Niu Dahu smiled and said, "Cousin uncle, that BYD Auto's latest scientific research is about to come into your hands. And we didn't spend a dime. As for those data, they only need to be perfected to be used directly. How is it that you look and are not happy?" Zhong Xinjia clenched her fists, but it didn't show its anger. Simply because, at this moment, he had thought of a way to get himself out of his predicament. Only Zhong Xinjia glanced at the camera in the corner without a trace. Then he angrily slapped the table and said, "Niu Dahu, are you trying to get me killed?" Niu Dahu was a bit confused. "Uncle cousin, what are you talking about?" Zhong Xinjia didn't bother to talk to the other side. Instead, he said with a silent face, "Niu Dahu, let me ask you, why did you find a hacker to attack BYD Shanghai branch's database? Do you realize that it's illegal to do that? Once it's discovered, not only will you go to jail, but even I will be implicated. You do that, and I, the business, will be killed by you." Zhong Xinjia's righteous words suddenly made Niu Dahu a little confused. Finding hackers to invade BYD, it was not true that he advocated it, but if the other party had not promised, he would not have done it himself. But soon, Niu Dahu smartly thought that the other party was testing his loyalty. At that moment, he said with a serious face, "Cousin uncle, the invasion of the BYD branch is my own proposition. I apologize for not telling you until after it was done. However, this kind of thing is only known to heaven and earth and you and me. I would never let anyone else know. Also, even if it goes east, it has nothing to do with you or your business. I did it alone. Just arrest me if you want." Hear that? Zhong Xinjia was secretly happy in her heart. An imperceptible hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. Only after a moment did Zhong Xinjia speak. "Dahu you're the one I've watched grow up since you were a child. And yet I didn't think that you would do such a thing to please me. Now, go turn yourself in and, perhaps, get a lighter sentence." Niu Dahu thought the other party was joking with himself. Immediately, he said seriously, "Cousin uncle, if you ask me to turn myself in, I definitely won't bat an eyelid." Niu Dahu had thought that this performance of his was enough to show the other party his loyalty, but he didn't expect to see Zhong Xinjia pick up the phone and dial a number in the next second. "You guys, call the police immediately. Let's just say that someone got a hacker to invade BYD's Shanghai branch without our knowledge. Although, the other party is a relative of mine. My Zhong Xin family's business will never allow this kind of person to appear. So, I'm going to make a big deal out of it." "What?" Niu Dahu's entire body was dumbfounded. At this moment, he realized that the other party was not joking. Immediately, he intended to speak. "Nevertheless, At this time, 2 security personnel had already entered it and directly took Nyo Dahu away from the place. Seeing this, Zhong Xinjia's eyes deepened. Immediately dialed the phone number on the other side of the surveillance room and asked the other side to intercept the video from earlier. 10 minutes later, Zhong Xinjia couldn't help but smile smugly when she saw the video on her phone. A press conference was immediately planned, intended to be completely skimmed. Who knows? Just as he was about to go out, hurts to see 2 blonde guys walking slowly. A fawning look appeared on Zhong Xinjia's originally indifferent face. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Could it be for online opinion? Please don't worry about this. I've already taken care of it. And I found the scapegoat. The guy has been sent to the police station. Next, not waiting for Zhong Xinjia to finish, one of the men said in broken Chinese, Mr. Zhong, we came here to tell you something. You hurry up and transfer your stake. We will remove you as chairman. Also, this business, it's hopeless, and the root of it all is you. So, your stake will be used as compensation for several investors. Hurry up and sign. Otherwise, what you have done, we will publicize it. At that time, you will be bankrupt, not to mention, you will also squat in the police station. Think about it yourself. Hear this. Zhong Xinjia was instantly struck by lightning. The whole thing is bad. A bit of deliberation. He could only sign. After all, his bones were soft, and in the face of the several foreign adults in front of him, he did not dare to have any resistance at all. See this. The 2 men turned away. Half an hour later, inside the conference room of this business, the 2 Western men, who told the story of this current business, and when it was announced that the business was about to be transferred, those shareholders have a lot of meat on their bones, but they, under the subtle influence of Zhong Xian's family, have also turned into a foreign-loving existence. Hence, the ultimate choice of compromise. Well, now, take all the stock you have in your hands and sell it all, simply because, with the situation at hand, the stock price will fall again and again. Stopping in time is the best option. Hearing this, those shareholders quickly got busy. They would have thought, this is a business whose stock, in all likelihood, no one is picking up. However, no matter how much they sell off, all of them will be bought quickly. Eventually, the other party has 80% of the shares, and its percentage, it is still rising. What's the deal with this? Even the 2 Westerners felt incredulous at the moment, and just as they mumbled, at this point, the phone rang for one of them. What? The guy's whole thing was bad. The other man rushed to inquire. The man said with a pale face, just now, Mr. Warren Buffett, the stock god of rice, bought the remaining 15% of the stock, all of it. Chapter 143, ignored before, but now I can't climb up to you. Chapter 143, ignored before, now I can't climb up to you. Faced with a sudden change of heart, the 2 Westerners' faces changed slightly. Obviously, they did not expect, in any case, the god of stocks, Buffett, to enter this soon-to-be collapsed business. What the hell is going on here? They were a little flustered, and at the moment, more regret. What is Buffett? That's the world-famous god of stock speculation, but any stock that the other side looks at will absolutely skyrocket, basically 100 shots. Because of this, many people regard each other as a benchmark in the world of speculation. They even spend millions of dollars just to have dinner with each other so they can learn something from each other. But anytime you can learn the skinny, you can make a small profit. And this time, when the other side bought all of the remaining 15% of the stock, it means that the stock of this business started to bottom out. The more they thought about it, the more they regretted it. Could it be that the mysterious richest man in Cloud City has made a move? One of the Westerners suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the other man's face changed drastically. It's possible. After all, in the whole of China, the only one who can invite Mr. Buffett, the god of stocks, is that rich businessman called Lin Mo. Before, the other party even went to Cloud City personally in order to meet with Lin Mo. If there's a request from that Lin Mo to have the other party build up his momentum, it's naturally not a problem. And just as the 2 muttered, at that point, a shareholder stepped forward. Mr. Jack, look at this video. Jack immediately took the other man's cell phone. At this look, he was almost so angry that his lungs exploded. This is a Buffett selfie video. It was uploaded on top of the beep station. Within the video, Buffett keeps stating something. For example, he took down this business at the behest of Lin Mo, and it also said that this business, in Lin Mo's hands, would definitely be able to shine. Jack didn't finish the video and just turned off his phone. Asshole. This old man, Buffett, dares to trap us, and that Lin Mo, he deserves to die, Jack said angrily, and the other didn't say much. Instead, he silently opened the speculation software. At this look, his heart, in an instant, sank to the bottom. Simply because, in just 10 minutes, the stock price, which had hit rock bottom, miraculously soared. At the end of the day, it surprisingly returned to its peak in the last 6 months. And there is a rising trend. If it is usual, these shareholders are bound to be very happy to see this. But at the moment, their hearts are dripping blood. Simply because they have sold their shares, all of them. Originally, they wanted to make a profit by losing less, but now it seems that they are simply losing money to the point of vomiting blood. Seeing the crowd like this, Jack grimaced. Are you guys feeling shortchanged? But have you guys ever thought that if Lin Mo and Baffert hadn't gotten into the game, the stock price would have continued to plummet, and ultimately, a direct declaration of bankruptcy would have been possible? You fools should be thanking us at this moment. Those shareholders sniffed. Instant outrage. Dead foreign devil. Buy now. Still talking tough? Also, no one is a shareholder in the company now. What do you think you count? Everyone come with me? Let these foreign devils know that we have tempers too. With those words, a group of people immediately stepped forward and began to punch and kick the two Westerners. The picture is confusing. And in the meantime, sang he, inside the BYD branch, Lin Mo was watching the video posted by Baffert through his chopstick hand. He couldn't help but smile and say, very well, the next step is to do the appropriate formalities. As long as the formalities are complete, this enterprise, even if it completely falls into my hands. Speaking here, Lin Mo glanced at Red Chess Automobile, Bid, and a few people from Ningda Times. Everyone, just now, I called out to you to buy together. You don't make a move. And now, do you have any regrets? Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I really didn't expect this. Your means are surprisingly strong. Originally, I was thinking that this stock was expected to hit a real low for the next while, but as a result, it was raised several times in such a short period of time. You're really earning your hemp. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's nothing, I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. A snarky finish. Lin Mo immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the number of a vice president under Xia Qianfan. He instructed the other party to go forward to Guang City to deal with the relevant matters. Naturally, the latter had no problem with this and immediately said he would take care of everything. Lin Mo put away his cell phone. At this moment, he had a relaxed look on his face. After all, this trip to Sanghi was very rewarding for myself. Acquisition of the Nando's satellite navigation system, the solution to the dilemma encountered by Tic Tac. In addition to this, it has also picked up Encision, a leading company in the future of network information security. It even took the battery company run by the Zhong Xin family by subscribing for shares. And the most important point is this. Linma has deep cooperation with BYD in addition to Red Chess and Nintendo Times. Just as Lin Mo was full of joy as he summarized his harvest this time, the phone number of Chang Wei, the head of Tic Tac, suddenly dialed. Boss, on my side, I have good news for you, Chang Wei said in an excited tone. Lin Mo smiled. Uncle Chang, let me guess. You're so excited. I'm afraid, because, the person in charge of that Gouda, Donyang map, went to you guys to negotiate the loading of the Nando's satellite navigation system, right? Chang Wei laughed. That's right, this is the matter. Boss, you don't know, this time they have a very different attitude than before. It was a nose to the grindstone attitude for them at that point. It was like we owed them $8 million. But this time, they tried their best to please me. It even says that they are willing to cancel their cooperation with GPS and then fully access our Nando's satellite navigation system, and also willing to pay a high price for the Nando chip. More than that, give us $1 billion a year in licensing fees, as well as give us 10% of the dry shares. Lin Mo secretly sneered in his heart when he heard this. He then asked, I don't know, how do you answer that? Chang Wei on the other end of the phone said laughingly, I'll let them think it over and come back to me. And I also said that you're not even interested in what they're offering, and we're not short of that kind of money. In the end, they left in disgrace. Lin Mo smiled in satisfaction. Good, that's the way to do it. If they really have a chance to change their ways, they should give me a clear attitude. Perhaps then, I would consider buying them out and fully integrating them into the Nando's navigation system. If not, they will wait to be eliminated under the flood of the times. Lin Mo said with deep eyes. He quickly hung up his cell phone. And that's when Tang Kerson's phone call came just in time. Chapter 144, How can a tiny knot create $100 billion industry chain? Chapter 144, How can a tiny knot create $100 billion industry chain? Kagome. On my side, I have good news for you. Lin Mo just picked up the phone and immediately spoke excitedly. Tang Kerson on the other end of the phone couldn't help but smile after silently listening to what Lin Mo had shared. Lin Mo, there really is something about you. You have solved many troubles in such a short time. It's still you. One compliment over. Tang Kurson went straight to the point. Lin Mo. I'm calling to find you this time to tell you some good news. And good news? Sure. Why don't you guess first? Forget it, I can't guess. Well, then, I'll just tell you straight up. I told that high person about you taking down the business that Zhong Xian's family owns. She told me that if you do manage to get it done, then there will be a reward for you. And that reward is a complete production line for the latest new energy batteries. As long as you have this production line, then, in the field of new energy batteries, even if it's Nintech times, it's not your rival. Hearing this, Lin Mo was surprised and delighted. He naturally knew that Tang Xian wouldn't casually joke with himself. But the next moment, Lin Mo smiled bitterly. Xian, you told me earlier, with this production line, why would I go through all the trouble of taking down Zhong Xian's family business? Tang Kurson on the other end of the phone sniffed and sighed helplessly in her heart. Who made this a task issued by the system? Furthermore, if we don't complete this task, then the reward for the production line of the new energy batteries can't be issued. Of course, Tang Kurson was also clear that the system would never be aimless. Since the system had released this mission, there must be systematic considerations. Think about it. Tang Kurson said. Lin Mo. You're not doing this for nothing. That Zhong Xian's family isn't a good thing, but the new energy batteries under his banner are very powerful, and the early Ningda times, in fact, imitated the batteries produced by Zhong Xian's family to create the first generation of new energy batteries. This enterprise, Zhong Xian's family, is bound to have many patents after so many years of development. If you can hold these patents, it will do you more good than harm. Furthermore, if that Zhong Xian family is allowed to fold, then these patents of his will become the bottom card of the automobile field of the rice country, which will be used to pin us down. When the time comes, the trouble keeps on coming. So, by taking down Zhong Xian's family's business, you've even curbed its development overseas. And the most important point is that with these patents, I'm sure, with your mind, you'll be able to do a lot more with them. Lin Mo smiled and said, Xian, I'm relieved to hear this from you. Tang Kurson lightly hummed, don't think I don't know. These, you know in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have called on Baffert, the stock god, to come along for the ride. The two just joked around briefly. Afterward, Tang Kurson said with a straight face, Lin Mo, let me ask you, this production line, where do you plan to put it? Lin Mo smiled and said, of course it's placed at the headquarters of Vast Automobile. As for the business that Zhong Xian's family is a part of, I also intend to relocate its headquarters to this side of Cloud City. By the way, earlier, the matter of Red Chess Automobile as well as the supercar production workshop that Nindera talked about has been finalized. We'll have to start making preparations after the Capital City Auto Show starts in a few days. Tang Kurson smiled and said, okay, let's do it according to what you said. Then I'll contact that high-level person now and install the production line for the battery first, so you guys can start it at any time? In this regard, Lin Mo naturally did not have any opinion. Hanging up on Tang Kurson, Lin Mo once again found Lu Qing, He Xiangyang and the others. After a few brief exchanges of words, Lin Mo then planned to hit the road. But just as Lin Mo was about to leave BYD Shanghai branch, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lei Xiaojun who called. Mr. Ray, what's the situation? Lin Mo inquired. The mind, on the other hand, was a little curious to know. This moment's Lei Xiaojun should be with Xia Qianfan in the country, to 14-nanometer chip, as well as new energy batteries as a condition, in exchange for each other's high-precision CNC machine tools. But the other side is calling at this moment. Is there some kind of dilemma? Just as Lin Mo was pondering, Lei Xiaojun smiled and said, Boss, Mr. Xia and I, on this side of Texas, had a good chat. Nowadays, a few major heavy industrial enterprises in the German country have agreed to cooperate with us, and we have a cooperative agreement to that effect. In this way, the matter of our high-precision CNC machine tools is considered to be completely resolved. Lin Mo smiled back. Mr. Lei, you should be looking for me for more than simply reporting good news, right? Of course not, boss. I called you with the intention of introducing you to a good investment. This investment, however, requires your nod to make. After all, there's so much at stake. I don't get to decide. Hear this. Lin Mo became somewhat curious. Lei Xiaojun didn't pretend to be mysterious either. Instead, he directly said, Boss, I wonder, are you interested in manufacturing equipment for the key functional components of the industrial mother machine? Lin Mo was a bit confused. Lei Xiaojun immediately explained. This is, to put it bluntly, precision bearings, high-end and high-precision measuring equipment, as well as production machines for many components. Everything from a measuring device down to a nut can be made. After a pause, Lei Xiaojun sighed. Boss, don't think that a nut is well made. This stuff, it looks easy, but it happens to be the hardest. For example, our Chinese airplanes, ships, and even automobile engines. The nuts on these play a key role, though it is said that over the years, our huaxia, in many aspects, has had tremendous development, but it's impossible to make the nuts used in domestic airplanes, simply because, in this regard, our Chinese technology is very backward, and this is something that we have to recognize. Lin Mo didn't fully understand what the other party was saying though, but it's also slightly understandable. After all, ordinary nuts, and very rough in material, smithing, and processing. It's like that computer chair in your own home. When you install it, you basically lock it firmly in place, but with too much use, the nut can loosen, and even if the movement is large, it may cause the screws to fall down. This one, perhaps, has no bearing, but you have to know that the space shuttle and the ship, that is the existence of the sky and the sea, and its amplitude is more violent than a computer chair. If the nut comes loose during flight, the consequences are unimaginable. And Lin Mo had read this on a report before China had been able to develop many of its own fighters, but the nuts and bolts had always needed to be imported. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and then inquired, Mr. Lei, I'm interested in the equipment for the key functional components of the industrial mother machine. I have to take it if I can. Hearing this, Lei Xiaojun smiled broadly and said, Okay, boss, I'll make the arrangements. After all, my friend said that if this industry can settle in China, it will certainly create an industry chain worth hundreds of billions of dollars. You're still in Shanghai, right? As it happens, that friend of mine has gotten on a plane from Tak to Shanghai, China. When you meet, you'll be sure to feel it's worth the trip. Hear that? Lin Mo got a little expectant for a moment. He was eager to hear, Lei Xiaojun's friend, exactly how to develop a small nut into a chain of hundreds of billions of dollars. Chapter 145, Manufacturing the Nut That Never Loosens and Starting to Punch the Island in the Face. Chapter 145, Manufacturing the Nut That Never Loosens and Starting to Face the Island. Half an hour later, Lin Mo left the BYD branch. Before he left, Lin Mo also asked Lu Qing and Zhang Chuanfu to help publicize the latest model of Volkswagen when they attended the Beijing Auto Show. To this, the two naturally agreed. When Lin Mo arrived at a coffee shop near the Shanghai International Airport, it was already an hour later. Just as Lin Mo was waiting patiently, the cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lin Mo quickly connected. Then after identifying the other party, he informed his location. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo then saw a handsome-looking man of mixed race. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Zhao Su. I'm Lei Xiaojun's friend. The man said in standard Mandarin. Lin Mo was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect that your Mandarin would be so standard. Zhao Su also laughed. Mr. Lin, it's like this. My father is from China and my mother is from Tokoku. I lived in China until high school, and I'm a standard Chinese. Later, my father traveled to Tak, so that's why I followed him. By the way, a few years ago, I and Lei Xiaojun Lei, who was a colleague in the country of rice, reunited with him this time in the country of Tak. I've heard him talk about a lot of things that have happened in China, so I have a lot of admiration for what Mr. Lin has done for our country. Of course, my father has also admired Mr. Lin for a long time, so, after much thought, he had to let me return to China. Use your own modest efforts to make a contribution to the development of huaxia, Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile heartily. Being abroad, but with a heart for China, that's what a wasp should do. For a while, Lin Mo felt good about the other party. Wait until the other side is seated. Lin Mo had intended to inquire, but Zhao Su was clearly well prepared. He introduced himself. Mr. Lin, my mother's family, the main industry chain is screws as well as nuts. It's sold for the whole world and can have a $400 million to $500 million a year in revenue. But that's only sales figures from a few years ago. And this year my mother's family business has seen its revenues deteriorate every bit as much. The reason for this is that it is being suppressed by the companies involved in rice. So, my mother and them have been begging for a change. Therefore, we decided to explore the market in China, and to expand our own production. My father is, naturally, 10,000% in favor of this, but unfortunately it has been stuck at the top, and we are struggling. And this time, Lei Xiaojun and Xia Qianfan traveled to Texas with high-end chips, as well as new energy batteries to negotiate. So I was able to return home with many patents. Lin Mo silently listened to what the other party said, and that's when Zhao Su took out the notebook he was carrying. Then a PPT file was opened. Lin Mo immediately came forward to look at it. On this, there are high-precision design drawings about screws as well as nuts. However, Lin Mo didn't fluctuate too much about this. After all, the design drawings about high-precision nuts were circulated in China a few years earlier, and the circulator, heck, it's a related industry on the island. The other party even openly confessed on social media that no one in Huaxia would be able to produce it even if the relevant design drawings were opened up. Though, that's a very damning statement, but that's exactly how it turned out. For no other reason, only because of the related high-precision CNC machine tools, they banned the sale of them to China. As Lin Mo pondered, Zhao Su spoke. Mr. Lin, I'll say something treasonous. This drawing of mine, although it is very detailed, Huaxia, is unable to make a nut that never loosens. Lin Mo nodded. There was no rebuttal, which is the next instant. Zhao Su, however, said smilingly, the reason for this is not that we don't have any talent in China. It's really that the technology in this area is completely curbed at the throat. Even my mother's family business has been struggling for the last few years precisely because of the sanctions imposed by the U.S., as well as the island nation, which has banned the sale of higher-end CNC machine tools. Coquette. Lin Mo nodded again. He knew that with Zhao Su laying out so much, there would definitely be a surprise waiting for him next. Sure enough, I only heard Zhao Su mysteriously say, however, the sky is the limit. My father has been developing related high-precision CNC machine tools for the past 6 months. In the end, after many failures, the design drawings of the key functional components of equipment for that industrial mother machine can be considered to have been conquered. This device, however, requires an extremely precise program, as well as a corresponding high-end central control chip, in order to complete it. Originally, I thought the design drawings for this device would only exist on top of a computer. However, I learned from Lei Xiaojun that the Rice cell phone company has now developed a 6-nanometer scale chip. That's why I brought this design and came to China. Speaking of this, Zhao Su opened another file. As it opened, a precisely designed CNC machine tool design appeared. Although Lin Mo knew little about this area, he could see the precision of this design. Marvel. Lin Mo still had some questions. This design of yours, Mr. Zhao, is very exquisite, but since it's a high-precision design drawing, I'm afraid we may not be able to accomplish it even if we have the design drawing, right? Zhao Su said smilingly. You can rest assured of this, Mr. Lin. I've thought of a plan to deal with it. And, this program, it has to be a company under Mr. Lin's umbrella, in order to complete it. Lin Mo was a bit puzzled, and at that moment, Zhao Su explained. I heard from Mr. Lei that you've already acquired Paragon Company, and this company's 3D printing technology is at the forefront in China and the world. Just use this technique and then enter the design drawings of the parts into it, and you're good to go. By then, it will be successfully assembled, and then equipped with a central control system, as well as a 6-nanometer level chip. The first industrial mother machine key functional components of high-precision equipment can be successfully completed, and we can be so sure because half a month ago, we bought a 3D printer from Paragon and successfully completed the manufacturing of one of the parts. Hear that? Lin Mo was instantly delighted. Obviously, he didn't expect that his acquisition of Paragon would play a key role at this time. Come on, Mr. Zhao, let's go to Lotus City now, Lin Mo said with incomparable excitement. Just because, at the time of yesterday, the head of parade called himself, says they've supplied 2 brand new 3D printers to Rice Cellular Inc. Lin Mo at this moment. Already, I can faintly see that an industrial chain worth hundreds of billions of dollars is beckoning to me. Does the island say that we, in China, can't make a nut that never loosens? Next, it's time for the face. Lin Mo thought silently. Chapter 146, Virtual Program, Correcting Data, 3D Printing High-Precision CNC Machine Tools. Chapter 146, Virtual Program, Correct Data, 3D Printing High-Precision CNC Machine Tool. 2 hours later, Lin Mo brought Zhao Su to Lian City. Just after appearing at the headquarters of the Rice cell phone company, Old Wu hurriedly arrived with his men. Boss, Old Wu said with a smile on his face. Then he looked at Zhao Su. This is Mr. Zhao, right? I didn't expect to be so talented at such a young age, and still willing to return to China and serve the country. It's really rare. Hearing Old Wu's complimentary words, Zhao Su humbly said, Mr. Wu is polite. Compared to the achievements made by the Rice cell phone company, I can't really hold a candle to such a small amount of ability. The two chatted briefly, and at that moment, Lin Mo inquired, Old Wu, what's the situation now? Old Wu smiled and said, Boss, you can rest assured that I do my job. Those 2 3D printers, they're already working. However, because this instrument designed by Mr. Zhao Su requires a tungsten cobalt alloy with high wear resistance and hardness, At the moment, we're already looking for a manufacturer to produce it, so it's going to take a while. But before we do that, we can try it with other materials first. See if it needs to be debugged. After all, with this kind of high-precision CNC machine, it's important to keep the error within a certain range. Even if it were manufactured, it would hardly meet expectations. So, it has to be lean. In response, Lin Mo couldn't help but nod slightly. Obviously, this attitude of Lao Wu to strive for excellence in craftsmanship made Lin Mo very satisfied. Mr. Zhao, in terms of 3D printing, Old Wu will arrange for manpower to do it. I believe in what they can do. As for next, let's get Old Wu to take you to the chip department first, and then, we figure out how to get the central control system chip developed first. Zhao Su naturally didn't have any opinion on this. So, led by Lao Wu, the three quickly entered the chip department, and Zhao Su also stated his request. Although Zhao Su spoke in very general terms, Lao Wu had to say that it was a talent in the field of chip semiconductors. After he summarized Zhao Su's requirements, he called on his colleagues in the programming department and quickly got busy. And because of the advanced preparation, the center control operating program, therefore, was quickly produced. However, Old Wu didn't use it immediately, but handed it over to Lin Mo for a look. Lin Mo scrutinized it and didn't find any problems, but just in case, Lin Mo still called Qi Shangdong and sent this program to the other party. I have to say, Qi Shangdong is really talented in computers. 2 short minutes, a number of vulnerabilities were then found, so the program was directly manipulated remotely to fix the program completely. Lin Mo laughed. Mr. Qi, having you here has saved me a lot of heartache. Qi Shangdong smiled and said, Boss, you flatter me, you strategize and have the big picture, and I, on the other hand, do everything I can to help you out. It's what I'm supposed to do. After a pause, Qi Shangdong said, Boss, this operating program, it should be a system for high-precision CNC machine tools, right? And after hearing Lin Mo's affirmative answer, Qi Shangdong smiled and said, Boss, it's a coincidence. I had nothing to do earlier and worked out a program. With this program, all you have to do is enter the design into it and 3D modeling will automatically appear. And the solution can be optimized by debugging its modeling data. As far as the theory goes, this program can make anything, such as cell phone cases, cell phone motherboards, and even chips can be printed. However, as of now, only 17 nanometer chips can be printed. Using 3D printing technology, it would take a lot less effort to print a higher-end chip by this means. Hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He then said, Mr. Qi, on my side, I'm planning to create a device called the key functional component of the industrial mother machine through 3D printing technology. Qi Shangdong on the other end of the phone laughed. Isn't this a coincidence? Boss, the current Ankishin has been completely stabilized. Everyone is already working as they should. I happen to be fine, so why don't just take this program of mine and try it out? Maybe something unexpected can come out of it. Lin Mo is doing just that. And so, led by Lao Wu, several people came to the machine room where the 3D printer was located. Soon, Lin Mo connected the computer he used to manipulate with Qi Shangdong's side, remotely. After waiting for the connection to be made, Lin Mo scanned the design drawings of the key functional components of the equipment of that industrial mother machine, and then sat quietly in front of the computer, waiting for Qi Shangdong's remote operation. With the system designed by Qi Shangdong, after reading the design drawings, soon, a 3D modeling of the key functional components of the industrial mother machine equipment appeared. Immediately afterward, that originally complete device suddenly kept splitting apart, and in the end, it became a single component. At this point, a virtual 3D printer that started to print out those parts, then, combine them with each other. But the results, however, show that the parts do not match each other. What's the situation? Lin Mo inquired. Zhao Su, who was on the side, sniffed and immediately walked over as well. How come? Zhao Su was a bit confused, and at that moment, Qi Shangdong said through voice, Boss, the data of these parts still need to be optimized. Otherwise, even if it is printed out according to the design drawings without the slightest error, it will not be possible to complete that industrial mother machine key functional component device. A flash of suspicion flashed in Zhao Su's eyes. Even Lin Mo was like this at the moment. The Qi Shangdong on the other end of the phone seemed to have sensed Lin Mo's suspicions with Zhao Su. He smiled and said, Boss, I know that Mr. Zhao is very confident in his design plans, but at the same time, I have considerable confidence in the software I've developed. There was a pause. Qi Shangdong laughed. Boss, why don't we do it this way? I'll back up the original data of this design plan first. Then, I optimize it with the computer. Don't you have two 3D printers over there? When the time comes, the two designs are made together. That way, it's a total time saver. Lin Mo had actually thought of this compromise, but no words were spoken. After all, once this was said, it was questioning Zhao Su's ability. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Su on the side not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed and said, "Good, just follow what Mr. Shi said." Lin Mo froze, obviously not expecting that Zhao Su would be so generous. Zhao Su, on the other hand, said with a serious face, "Boss, although I believe in my own design drawings, this instrument, after all, concerns the future. So, naturally, you have to lean. And with a highly precise instrument like this, even just a millimeter of error can have a huge impact. It has to be lean." Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile heartily, and Qi Xiangdong on the other end of the line laughed. "So, we start now?" And with Lin Mo's command, the simulation program quickly made its calculations. Eventually, after modifying a series of data, the program began to run again. Chapter 147 finished. Never lose a nut. Countdown to face punching. Chapter 147 done. Never lose a nut. Countdown to facepalm. Half an hour later. Under Lao Wu's arrangement, many of the materials needed for the key functional components of the industrial mother machine equipment have successfully appeared within the 3D printer department. "You can start now." Lin Mo smiled. Old Wu sniffed and immediately had the staff under his hand start to get busy. And with the material in it, the 3D printer gets busy. 10 minutes later, the first batch of parts is now complete. At first glance, the two parts look almost indistinguishable. Seeing this, Lin Mo was not surprised, simply because the data that Qi Xiangdong had perfected was based on Zhao Su's design drawings and then corrected. Although a lot of core data was modified, its maximum error, compared to the original data, was less than 2 millimeters, so the naked eye can't even tell the difference. Good thing Old Wu was prepared for this. He took out two different colored stickers and marked them. Then, he asked his men to take out the instruments used by the company to take measurements. "Boss, the part with the blue sticker, after printing, there's an extra 2 millimeters there in the left notch. The red parts, too, are a bit different from the data on the design drawings." "A bit," Lin Mo said indifferently. "Everything strictly follows the data on the design drawings. Extra parts for sanding." Naturally, Old Wu had no problem with this. After some hustle, the data of the two parts is already comparable to the corresponding design drawings, and for the next few hours, Lao Wu did as he was told. More and more parts that have been completed. Unawareness, and it was evening. When the last batch of parts is done, only then did Lin Mo reveal a smile, and after an hour-long installation, two almost identical equipment of key functional components of the industrial mother machine jumped out to everyone. And the next time, it's all about piggybacking it on the system and then adding the chip as well as the controls for the core. The hustle is over. Old Wu stepped forward and said, "Boss, the two machines have been completed so far, and the center control system fits perfectly with the chip. However, you're tired after a long day. Why don't we wait until tomorrow's time for manufacturing?" Lin Mo smiled and said, "The machines are all finished, just one more kick in the door. If we don't create a finished product out of this, I'm afraid Mr. Shi and Mr. Zhao won't be able to sleep tonight. So, better get started. For now, let's just work on the nuts." Saying that, Lin Mo came to the computer. "Mr. Shi, earlier, didn't the island country make public the design drawings as well as the parameters of the never loose nut? Why don't we experiment with this?" In response, Qi Xiangdong, who had been waiting on the other side of the computer for a long time, smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm totally fine with that." Zhao Su also chimed in, "I'm totally fine with it too." So Lin Mo quickly found the screw and nut design drawings published by the island, then enter it into the computer. Then they began to manufacture it. In this way, another half hour passed. In front of Lin Mo, there were two batches of nuts. One batch, naturally, the raw data is the high-precision CNC machines, which are produced, and another batch, then it is the product of the CNC machine after modifying the data. Old Wu, Lin Mo smiled. Lao Wu immediately opened up the department staff and opened up. Soon, Old Wu went up with a face full of excitement, and in his hand, two forms appeared. Lin Mo looked closely and was dumbfounded for a moment. Zhao Su, who was on the side, immediately stepped forward and then took a closer look. A short silence followed. Zhao Su said with a frank face, "Mr. Shi, it seems that I'm the one who lost. It is indeed your modified data that is perfect. This time, I've lost." No wonder Zhao Su was so, just because the screws and nuts produced by the machine tool with the original data had a minimum error of 3 millimeters from the design drawings made public by the island. Pass rate 0%. On the contrary, the pass rate of the nut chips produced by the machine after correcting the data is an astonishing 99%. Hearing this, Qi Shandong, however, just smiled. Mr. Zhao, you didn't lose. After all, I don't have any experience in this area of high-end CNC machine tools, and the design drawings, I'm more of a double take, so I'm afraid I couldn't have done it without your raw data. That means you get at least 99% of the credit for making this CNC machine work, and I only get 1%. After a pause, Qi Shandong hurriedly said, no, that's not right. You get 49% of the credit, the boss gets 50%, and I only get 1%. Lin Mo smiled. Alright, I'll take this rainbow fart. A brief snarky comment. Lin Mo then turned off the computer. And then, Lin Mo looked at Zhao Su with a smile. Mr. Zhao, it seems that for this project, we count it as a success. And, with the software that Mr. Qi has provided, there's also data tuning. Of course, I know that even without this software, with your ability, you could eventually perfect this instrument in the midst of attempt after attempt, but it saves a lot of tedious steps and, in addition, saves a lot of resources. Speaking of which, Lin Mo turned his words around and said, so, this project, I'm voting for it. You as the person in charge of this. Moreover, when Lei Xiaojun and Xia Qianfan both come back, those high-end CNC machine tools ordered from abroad will also be under the full control of your company. Speaking here, Lin Mo stretched out 5 fingers and said, I'll throw $5 billion at you. My goal is, within a year, to make this 5 billion, turn into 200 billion. Can you do it? Zhao Su was dismayed in his heart. Then with incomparable seriousness, he said, boss, I'm not sure if this 5 billion will turn into 200 billion a year from now, but I can be sure of one thing, and that is, we, in China, already have high-precision CNC machine tools. Next, we can use these CNC machines to complete more industrial chains. And as far as the nuts and bolts aspect is concerned, we'll be doing more research and development for the current market, which is domestic only, and then develop foreign markets. In time, Lin Mo picked up the other party's words and said, when the time comes, we'll separate ourselves from the small days that have mocked us before. Zhao Su nodded seriously. Afterward, he smiled and asked, boss, I wonder, can we, now, issue a press conference to announce our research results? Lin Mo had intended to nod, but the next moment, Lin Mo had a new idea. Immediately, without any nonsense, he directly called Zhou Yuan, Zhang Ming, and Su Hua. Half an hour later, the 3 have come in droves. Lin Mo said seriously, 3 of you, I'm sorry to call you over at this time, but I do need your help with something big. The 3 of them naturally didn't care about this and immediately waited for Lin Mo to give the order. And when they heard what Lin Mo said, the 3 of them instantly looked at each other and smiled. Boss, just relax. This is a matter that we will complete successfully. When the time comes, it will definitely make that little Japanese island nation's enterprise lose its wife and soldiers. Chapter 148 A difficult task. Solving the island steel sales ban. Chapter 148 Arduous task. Solving the island steel sales ban. 1 hour later, Lin Mo left the rice cell phone company. Before he left, he transferred the $5 billion that he had promised to give to Zhao Su on top of the public account of the rice cell phone. Once Zhao Su takes care of the job at hand, and the related formalities, he can dock. Of course, because of the high-precision CNC machine tools mastered by Zhao Su, closely related to the components of the rice cell phone. Therefore, for the time being, the company opened by Zhao Su will be temporarily attached to the banner of the rice cell phone, and when it grows later, it will be spun off and operated independently. Fix everything. Only then did Lin Mo get on the high-speed train to Yunchang. When Lin Mo returned home, he noticed the living room light was on. Tang Ku Xin, on the other hand, was humming while mopping the floor. Lin Mo, you're back? Tang Ku Xin asked with a smile. Kagome, it's so late, why are you still mopping the floor? Rimmer stepped forward and said, it's fine, I basically don't have much to do these days anyway. I just suddenly remembered that this side hasn't been cleaned up for a few days, so that's why I rushed over here. Tang Kurson said in a gentle tone. Soon, Tang Ku Xin finished packing. When she saw that Lin Mo was staring at her affectionately, Tang Kurson laughed lightly. What? Do I have flowers on my face? Lin Mo smiled. No, but you're better looking than flowers. Tang Ku Xin sniffed and deliberately stepped forward. What? Did you do something wrong to me? Where's the sweet mouth? Lin Mo hastily shook his head, but in the next instant, Tang Kurson snorted and said, am I teasing you? See how scared you are. Afterwards, Tang Kurson went to make Lin Mo a cup of milk, then said, you've been tossing and turning these past few days, haven't you? Again. He ran off to Sanghe, then to Liancheng, and finally, back again. Lin Mo smiled and said, not tired. Tang Kersen bristled. Look at you. The word tired is written on your face. Aren't you tired yet? After saying that, Tang Kersen told Lin Mo to sit down while she came behind the other party and massaged her. After some inquiries, Tang Kersen learned what Lin Mo had done in the past few days. While his heart was pleased, he couldn't help but praise. Lin Mo, it seems that your pattern is getting bigger and bigger. But yes, the bigger the pattern, the more open the eyes. It's the businesses under your umbrella that are going to have a longer-term future. After a bit of muttering, Tang Kersen turned her words around and said, during these few days of your absence, on this side of Cloud City, there were also a few good news. First of all, my future mother-in-law's full-body medical report. Zhang Yuntao has already read it, and the special drug for the heart that he developed has passed the quality inspection of the relevant departments. Next, as long as the relevant procedures for approval are completed, this medicine can be promoted on the market. Moreover, Zhang Yuntao has already contacted the relevant departments, and the above said that they will consider this special medicine and include it in the ranks of medical insurance. As soon as this drug is released, I believe it will be a boon to many heart patients. And on top of that, the downloads of Happy Disappearance in 2048, the former has already broken the 100 million mark, and the latter has also reached a staggering 80 million. There's also the our company side. There's also movement. Paul Zhang has moved the entire company, relocated to Cloud City, and then merged with Huang Hatken as well as Wang Haining's company. There's one more thing that I'm focusing on, and that is, Yao Guang's Strongest Glory, a game project, is already in development. I can see that Yao Guang is very attached to this game. I think that in less than half a year, this game will be released. While her mouth said so, Tang Kersen's heart was full of anticipation. After all, in the previous life, the game, Strongest Glory, was only launched at the end of 15 years. But today, the game is a full year ahead of schedule. Moreover, with Lin Mo's entry, the cell phone industry, as opposed to the time in his previous life, is also very different. No, let's just say it's a sea change. Rice, Huawei, Eurobreak, and several other major national brands, because of the breakthrough in the field of chips by breaking the cage of technological blockade, even if the low-end machine, but also enough to compete with their own previous life of the same period of the high-end machine, coupled with the fact that Fruit cell phones deliberately pressed prices and were eventually forced to withdraw from the Chinese market. It was almost a foregone conclusion that domestic cell phones would gradually occupy the Chinese market. A universal cell phone is hardly a dream. In time, once the Strongest Glory game is launched, it will surely become a popular game sought after by men and women. The game, however, must, I think, be operated in an anti-addiction way. After all, games are entertainment, but children can't control them, and it's not good if they're delaying their studies because of them. All that, of course, when the game goes live. And while Tang Kersen was secretly muttering, Lin Mo was also somewhat looking forward to it. Granted, he hadn't played Strongest Glory, but from the mere words of his future self, Lin Mo knew the potential of this game, without mentioning anything else. The fact that this game, alone, has been able to dominate the charts for several years in a row speaks volumes. After all, a game, even if it's a hit, only has a short lifespan, and because of that, while Lin Mo was promoting 2048 as well as Happy Fun, he also asked the heads of the two companies to start developing other games. Well, Kagome, you must be tired after pressing me for so long. Come on, sit down for a while, let's talk. But Tang Xin said, when is chatting not okay? For now, I'd better make you something to eat. You certainly haven't been eating well these past few days, have you? Look at you all starved and thin. After saying that, Tang Xin got up and got busy again. 1 hour later, 4 dishes and 1 soup had been neatly placed on top of the table. When Lin Mo saw this, his fingers were immediately excited and he immediately feasted on it. Tang Kersen, on the other hand, held her cheeks and just watched Lin Mo eat. And just then, beside Tang Kersen's ears, a system beep suddenly came. Ding! The system releases a new mission. Please, host, help Lin Mo and resolve the island's ban on the sale of steel to China. Mission accomplished. Design drawings for key functional components of the industrial mother machine can be obtained. Do you accept the mission? Hearing this, Tang Kersen was instantly expectant. But then, the mind wondered. After all, how could Lin Mo resolve the island's ban on China's steel side? Even if Lin Mo's hands are all over the world, this kind of thing would be hard to do, right? The mind muttered though. But Tang Kersen finally decided to accept the mission. After all, nowadays, Lin Mo, with the help of Jiao Su, has completed the high-end CNC machine tools for the key functional components of the industrial mother machine. However, at the moment they only have a couple of designs for the nuts. This, however, was still a deliberate attempt by the island nation to mock China's inability to develop the never-loose nut. But once the other key functional components design drawings are available, then the high-end CNC machine tools that Lin Mo has invested in will have a place to make a big impact. This is a task that must be taken on. Chapter 149, The Island Nation Openly Mocked. Even if you give the design you can't make it. Chapter 149, The Island Nation Openly Taunts. You can't make it even if you give it the design. Thinking of this, Tang Kurson said in her heart. System, mission accepted. Ding, the mission was successfully initiated. This mission, there is no time limit. It only needs to be completed by the host. Tang Xin couldn't help but sigh as she listened. After all, the previous system's quests all had time limits, but this one was so sweet. It's not normal. Looks like it's going to be a daunting task indeed this time. However, I'm sure Lin Mo will be able to take care of this, only because, with his active mind, every time he does something, it's as if he has not seen it coming. He definitely has it. Think about it. Tang Kurson had planned to open her mouth and slowly guide Lin Mo through this mission. However, just then, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It was Seward who called. Boss, good news. The companies over in the meter country have really gotten into the middle of the hole we dug. You'll know the specifics when you watch the video I've shared. The public outcry from this incident is now on the internet and it's a hot mess. Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. After hanging up the other party's cell phone, Lin Mo immediately opened Chopstick's hands, and sure enough, he saw the two videos that Su Hua had shared over. One of them is the matter of Zhao Su announcing the research and development of high-precision CNC machine tools belonging to Huaxia in the name of a branch of Rice Mobile. Moreover, Zhao Su directly announced that the first goal of this branch was to develop the nut that never loosened. Only a pity, suffering from the lack of design drawings. If the island side can publicize more design drawings, that will solve the urgent problem. Tang Kurson, who was on the side, watched the video, a little confused for a moment. Lin Mo, I'm afraid people won't agree if you're directly asking the island to give the nut design plans, right? Don Corinne inquired. The mind, on the other hand, was a little strange. After all, even if it's a provocative way to get the island to release the corresponding design, it shouldn't be so blunt. Lin Mo, what the hell are you thinking? The entrepreneurs on the island side, though arrogant and haughty, are definitely not fools. Now that Zhao Su has joined the Rice cell phone company, and the identity of the other party, I'm afraid that people will be able to know the identity of the other party just by casually investigating. Furthermore, nowadays, on the side of Texas, trade cooperation with Rice has been gradually cancelled. Even companies that had relocated to Rice were ordered to move back. And the fact that Tokoku has started cooperation with Huaxia has definitely been made known. At this point in time, is it possible that the businesses on the island side might be caught in the act? Lin Mo laughed and said, Xin, don't worry about it. This ploy of mine, for the Chinese, is instantly recognizable as agitation. But unfortunately, the 36 stratagems are only known to us Chinese. So, Lin Mo didn't finish the latter words, but opened another video. This look, Tang Kurson almost burst out laughing, simply because the video was distributed via the extranet by a head of the island's nutty industry. On the video, the other party was extremely confident and expressed their willingness to fulfill the requirements of the Chinese side. Moreover, it also wishes the Chinese side the early completion of the production of the never-loosening nut, though the words are blessed with meaning. However, the other party's expression, as well as his tone, was full of mockery. To this, Lin Mo only felt funny. At the same time some anticipation rose. He was eager to see with his own eyes that the relevant companies in the island country, upon learning that their blatant mockery had resulted in the promotion of the branch where Zhao Su was located, how would it feel? And just as Lin Mo muttered, a call from Zhang Ming, the head of Headline, also came that day. Boss, it's all as you expected. That company in the island nation has already publicized the design drawings of many nuts and bolts on the extranet. It includes the nut design for the space shuttle. Even the design drawings of the nuts and screws they developed for the aircraft carriers of the U.S. have been made public. The most dismaying thing is that they directly and openly announced to the world that for the next 10 years, any design drawings on the nut side of the island can be tried out free of charge by Huaxia if they want to. There are no royalties at all. This news, at the moment, has become the hottest topic in the day's headlines. By the way, the relevant design drawings have already been forwarded by someone from the extranet above the headlines of the day, and I've already sent them to Mr. Zhao Su for the other party to confirm the authenticity. Lin Mo smiled. The extranet must be buzzing right now. Ha! I'm afraid, Rice Island, and all the other countries are waiting to see us. Huaxia, disgrace ourselves at this moment? Zhang Ming laughed. Boss, you're right, and this thing not only outside the internet is very lively. Our domestic, there are a lot of netizens pour cold water. They feel that we are completely fooling ourselves, but that's just the talk of a handful of guys who are foreigners. The vast majority of people, they're favorable to us. After hanging up Zhang Ming's call, Lin Mo turned to Zhao Su. His original idea was to let the other party determine the authenticity of the design drawings made public by the island company, and then wait for production to begin tomorrow. Who knows? The phone just picked up. Zhao Su on the other end of the phone was incomparably excited. Boss, I just used the software provided by Mr. Qi Shandong and scanned it. It turned out that the island side, on purpose, modified some parameters. However, with the software corrections, the data has normalized. Nowadays, we've been manufacturing overtime. By the time tomorrow rolls around, all the samples, they'll be ready for production. At that point, we can officially make the announcement. Hear this, Lin Mo sighed in his heart. Sure enough, a small life is still a small life. Talk is good, but in fact, they are secretly tripping. But so what? A lot of emotion. Lin Mo was overwhelmed with relief. Recruiting Qi Shandong by himself was indeed the most correct choice. If the other guy hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid, couldn't get everything done so quickly myself. Mr. Zhao, then it will be hard for you to work an extra shift with your brothers tonight. Lin Mo laughed. He actually wanted Zhao Su and the others to rest first and get busy tomorrow. But he also knew that Zhao Su was a workaholic and would never rest until he solved the job at hand. Hang up your cell phone. At this moment, Lin Mo had a smile on his face. Tang Kerson, who was in front of her, was sighing in her heart. He had just heard Lin Mo talk about Qi Shandong's talent in computers though. However, it was not expected that the software involved in the other side would be able to correct the parameters of the design drawing of that never loose nut through simulation. Sure enough, 1,000-mile horse needs a bull. Lin Mo's eye for people is getting better and better. Think about it, Tang Kerson said with incomparable seriousness. Lin Mo, speaking of the island country, do you know that, recently, the island countryside intends to restrict the matter of China exporting steel materials to them? Chapter 150, what? The largest steel company in China, taking the initiative to cooperate with Lin Mo? Chapter 150, what? The largest steel company in China, taking the initiative to cooperate with Lin Mo? When Lin Mo heard this, he became a bit curious. He didn't understand how Tang Xin could suddenly inquire about this, but he told it like it was. It's a matter that's making a lot of noise these days. Of course I know. However, I think that the country will definitely step in when Little Day restricts our Huaxia's steel exports to them, right? And my guess is that Rice must be secretly pushing for this as well. After all, if there is no big brother Rice to back them up, even if they give the island nation bear heart and leopard guts, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Tang Xin nodded. That's true. However, as an enterprise of Huaxia, we naturally have to do our part for our country when it is in trouble, don't we? I wonder, do you have any thoughts on this? At all? Lin Mo was silent for a moment. He was going to pull out his cell phone and research the specifics of this export ban online. However, just then, the voice of the future suddenly came to his ears. Speaking of our Chinese steel field, the development over the years has been nothing short of mind-boggling. In the second half of 14, China's world ranking in this field was outside the top 10. More than that, the steel field at that moment was kept down by the island, only because, at that moment, the island was in the field of steel, ranking in the top 3 in the world. Their main cooperation with China at that time was ordinary steel, which was exported to other countries after some processing. Originally, the island's move to ban imports was intended to curb China's development in the field, but I didn't realize that China had turned its hand and imposed a corresponding ban on grain sales. In the end, the island had no choice but to compromise. After all, the island needs to import more than 2 million tons of food every year, and China belongs to the major grain-producing countries. As a result, the island is struggling under this ban, and because of this turn of events, China has learned from its mistakes and finally decided to vigorously develop its own steel field. In just 10 years, China has had many notable achievements in this field, and some of the specialty steels that would otherwise need to be imported, such as in aerospace and aviation, have had huge breakthroughs. In the end, a 1-2 punch overtook HWA. Later, the head of the relevant enterprise in the island country openly declared on social media that they should never implement any sanctioning actions against Huaxia, because they are no longer a sleeping lion, and once they encountered sanctions, they would start independent research and development, and ultimately break through the technological blockade. Hear this, Lin Mo secretly sighed in his heart. He hadn't realized that it would be so easy to sanction the island. But, simply using restrictions on food exports to deal with the island nation, Lin Mo felt that it was not enough. Strike the snake 7 inches. It has to be a one-step process to make it work. And just as Lin Mo muttered, at the ear, the voice of the future came again. I think that just banning food exports alone is not enough. Although the island's industrial sector is strong, its small population is a great disadvantage. They have limited production capacity and an extremely high demand for imports in certain areas of China, e.g., laptops, cell phones, rare metals. Huaxia is perfectly capable of banning sales from this area. Once that happens, the island is bound to give in. Hear that? Lin Mo was instantly happy. If it was a matter of restricting food exports to the island, Lin Mo simply did not have the ability to do so. But if it's in the laptop, cell phone field, it's not a problem at all. Of course, Lin Mo still had some plans. That is, tomorrow will allow Jiaosu to go on a global broadcast to publicize the results of this rice branch's production of the never loose nut, and it will be directly announced that from now on, China can complete self-production and self-sale in terms of nuts, and no longer need to rely on imports. Think about it. Lin Mo was excited, and just as Lin Mo was planning to tell Tang Kersen his thoughts, at this point, in his ear, the voice of the future came again. When it comes to China's field just now, it started too late after all. And, because there are no high-end CNC machines to complete the smelting of steel, if China can get enough high-end CNC machine tools, I'm afraid that in that field, it would have been the first in the world already. Hear that? The joy within Lin Mo's heart had reached an unspeakable level, simply because, for that self in the parallel world, there was no significant breakthrough in high-precision CNC machine tools in China. But for himself in this world, these, at all, are not problems. Okay, I know what to do. Lin Mo muttered in his heart. Lin Mo, what's wrong with you? Tang Kersen couldn't help but get curious when she saw Lin Mo contemplating for a while and revealing a smile the next. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's nothing, I thought of a plan to deal with it. More than that, I also intend to make our Chinese steel field reach unprecedented heights. Tang Koxin was a bit confused, and Lin Mo didn't pretend to be mysterious, and directly spoke out his thoughts. Don Corinne listened. All of a sudden his eyes were glowing. Good. Lin Mo, it's worthy of you. That's a smart move to do unto others as they do unto you. Food is banned for sale to the island. Maybe you can't do it, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with a ban in the cell phone field. As for computers, you know the chairman of United Box Computers, Yang Qingyuan, so as long as you say it, the other party will definitely cooperate fully. Anything else? Even less. Oh, by the way, didn't you share the programmed process for 14nm class chips with AMSL before? You're perfectly capable of signing a supplemental agreement. There was a pause. Tang Kersen smiled and said, Lin Mo, I have a better idea. Lin Mo looked deeply at the other party, then laughed too. Don't say anything yet. Let me guess. And then, Lin Mo said, the way to do this is, let's face the world and sell 14nm grade chips. The only countries that are excluded are countries such as rice and the island nations. So much for that. Originally, rice's dominance in this area will be gone. As for their market in this area, it will be under our full control. In that way, it's really, truly, a counter-sanction. Hear this. Tang Koxin guffawed. Not bad, that's the point. Lin Mo was going to say something else, and that's when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Jie who called. Kobayashi, where are you now? Zhang Jie inquired, and upon hearing Lin Mo's reply, Zhang Jie smiled and said, if you're here, that's really great. I have, here, a good business, which, I think, will be of great interest to you. Lin Mo was incredibly curious. What kind of business? Grandpa Zhang. Zhang Jie smiled mysteriously. Do you know about Huaxia's heavy steel? Their vice chairman. There's a collaboration that needs to be discussed with you. What? Lin Mo and Tang Kersen looked at each other. Especially Tang Kersen. The moment was simply astounding. Simply because she knew that Heavy Treasure Steel was the largest steel company in China in the future, ranked more than 40th in the Fortune 500, annual revenues of more than $150 billion. Such a business. Surprisingly, he took the initiative to engage in cooperation with Lin Mo. It's a splash of riches. Chapter 151 Never Loose Nut. Pass rate 98%. Surprised Vice Director of Chongbao Steel. Chapter 151 Never Loose Nuts. Pass rate of 98%. Stunned Heavy Treasure Steel Vice Manager. The moment. It's after 9 p.m. though, and Lin Mo tossed from Shanghai to Lianqing and ran back from Lianqing today. However, Lin Mo couldn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue, just because the next thing he did, surprisingly, was to work with the company, heavy metal steel. It's God chasing after the food, and you have to take advantage of this opportunity. Of course, from among the voices of the future, Lin Mo knew the world ranking of this enterprise. He was tempted to acquire it though. Unfortunately, it's a state-owned company. Lin Mo was not qualified for this acquisition. However, if one can engage in cooperation with it, one can definitely eat meat as well. Moreover, there may be a time for one to show ambition in the future in the field of steel. So, half an hour passed quickly. Lin Mo and Tang Kerson, on the other hand, had already arrived at Zhang Jia's home. Pushing the door in, he saw Zhang Jia sitting there drinking tea with a man in a suit. Pay, speak of the devil. With that, Zhang Jia immediately got up and said, Shaolin, girl Ku Xin, you guys came really fast. Lin Mo laughed. That's for sure. After all, the one we're going to meet this time is the vice chairman of Heavy Treasure Steel. This enterprise is the future hope of our Chinese steel industry. Whether or not we, Huaxia, can get rid of the current limitations in the field of iron and steel, it all depends on you. Fu Zhongzhe smiled at his words and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Lin is flattered. Compared to those businesses under Mr. Lin, we, Heavy Treasure Steel, are nothing. After all, the chip field can always be our biggest shortcoming in China. Before, it has been looking up to others, looking at their faces, selling when they want to sell, and if they don't, direct sanctions and technological blockades. But since the emergence of Rice Mobile, the situation is reversed. After a pause, Fu Zhongzhe turned and said, by the way, Mr. Lin, I heard earlier that Lei, the general manager of the Rice cell phone, and Xia, the general manager of Vast Automobile, have already gone to the country of Texas, and intend to use the chip and the new energy battery, in exchange for the relevant high-precision numerical control machine tools. I wonder, is this thing done? Lin Mo sniffed and instantly solved his doubts. It turns out that the Heavy Treasure Steel is intended to carry out high-precision CNC machine tools with their own cooperation. So, it was exactly what Lin Mo wanted. Simply because, although the Heavy Treasure Steel cannot be ranked in the world, but in the production of some special steel, but has a huge advantage. Also, they have numerous patents on their technology. Unfortunately, it has been suffering from the lack of high-precision CNC machine tools. Once the troubles in this area are resolved, its development, inevitably, will soar. Thinking of this, Lin Mo said smilingly, Fu Dong, this matter, it's already taken care of. When Mr. Lei and the others return, they will be ready for production. Hear this. Fu Zhongzhe was delighted in his heart, but then sighed. But the technology patent got it though. However, it is simply impossible for us, in China, to produce those high-precision CNC machine tools that can be put into use in a short period of time. But that's kind of good news. Speaking of this, Fu Zhongzhe smiled. Mr. Lin, I came to you this time for the matter of high-precision CNC machine tools. We are willing to put in a sum of money and spin off such a department, where you are responsible for supplying the patents and we, Heavy Metal, are responsible for the production. I think if we keep working together, we'll be, for a year, tops, who knows, without waiting for the other party to finish. Lin Mo faintly shook his head. Seeing this, Zhang Jie, Fu Zhongzhe and even Tang Kerson were confused. Lin Mo, what are you doing? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have a chance if you want to work together again in the future. No wonder Tang Kuxian was so anxious. This Heavy Treasure Steel, it's a state-owned enterprise. Inevitably, it will be strongly supported. Although the situation is not very good at the moment, but once the immediate predicament is broken, the fish is bound to leap through the dragon door and soar to the heavens. Moreover, Tang Kerson remembered that in the next few years, Heavy Metal Steel would continue to acquire many domestic companies in the steel field. It eventually screwed up. So, it is currently the best option to join this business. Kobayashi, you can't joke around at this time, Zhang Jie said in a hurry. After all, in order to get Lin Mo to cooperate with Heavy Treasure Steel, he had made a lot of connections before contacting Fu Zhongzhe, and his idea is very simple. As Fu Zhongzhe said, Lin Mo is responsible for providing patents, while Heavy Treasure Steel provides technology as well as talents, mutually beneficial. By then, Lin Mo would have a whole new area to invest in. This field, moreover, holds great promise for the future. At least tens of billions of dollars a year in profits if you can capitalize on it. At that moment, Fu Zhongzhe also spoke up. Mr. Lin, are you thinking that the proposal I just offered won't work? Don't worry, it's just the primary program. If you have a better plan, we can take our time and discuss it. As he said this, Fu Zhongzhe was filled with a look of sincerity. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Fu Dong, you misunderstood me. I'm not dismissing your program, but I think that a year is, well, too long. Patents, we can naturally share. More than that, we can also help your company produce the high-precision CNC machine tools you need. Of course, I do have some ideas of my own, if I have to be serious. That is, we work with each other for mutual benefit. The matter of high-precision CNC machine tools is the responsibility of Rice Mobile. In general, as far as your business is concerned, all you have to do is provide us with the material. What? Fu Zhangze was a bit confused. To know, Heavy Treasure Steel wanted to independently develop high-precision CNC machine tools belonging to Huaxia several years ago. And over the years, there has been a lot of research. But it's still the same old story. The coquettish woman. And because of that, it is they who urgently need the relevant patents of CNC machine tools, and then they can follow the trend to complete the research and development and production of domestic high-precision CNC machine tools. And in the opinion of Fu Zhong's, Lin Mo's Rice Phone Company, though, came later and made something of itself. But you want to complete high-precision CNC machine tools alone. It's definitely not an easy task either. After all, the development of high-precision CNC machine tools is not something that can be accomplished just by having a design. It's like the island Never Loose Nut incident a few years ago. The other side have made their designs public, but over the years, no one in China has been able to make it. So, Fu Zhangze believes that in China, the only company that can accomplish high-precision CNC machine tools is Chongbao Iron and Steel, where he works. As Fu Zhangze pondered, Lin Mo smiled and said, Fu Dong, do you know Never Loose Nuts? See the other man nod. Lin Mo continued, I have developed a high-precision CNC machine that can produce nuts that never loosen. And its pass rate, it's 98%. More than that, we're also producing those nuts that the island made public on the extranet today. And I'm sure, at this point, there's been a breakthrough. What? Fu Zhangze was dumbstruck. Chapter 152, Completing the Hand-Torn Steel CNC Machine and Obtaining the Qualification to Join Heavy Treasure Steel. Chapter 152, Completing the Hand-Torn Steel CNC Machine, Qualifying for Shares in Heavy Treasure Steel. Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Fu Zhangze looked at Lin Mo dumbfounded. The inner shock had reached an unparalleled level. Lin Mo smiled and said, Fu Dong, you should have seen the news on the extranet before, right? Fu Zhangze nodded. After all, the matter of the rice phone openly approaching the island to ask about that Never Loose Nut design can be said to be the hottest topic of the day. At home and abroad, it was hotly debated. Most people, however, think that Huaxia is deluding herself. Mr. Lin, could it be that what you're trying to tell me is that you've already developed the corresponding high-end CNC machine tools before you asked the relevant enterprises in the island country for the design plans? Lin Mo nodded. He then told Zhao Su about joining himself. Of course, Lin Mo also highlighted Qi Shangdong, a genius in computers. After all, if it wasn't for the help of the other side, that design drawing for a high-precision machine tool for a key functional component of the industrial mother machine couldn't have been done so quickly either. However, Fu Zhangze still couldn't believe it. Only because it's so metaphysical. Qi Shandong could design such software for simulating production and, moreover, correcting data? Unbelievable. It's really incredible. And that's when Zhang Jie's calm voice came out. Kobayashi, though, you got the designs provided by Island Enterprises. But, from what I know of the little days, I'm afraid they mocked it. But there's absolutely no way they could actually make all the designs public, right? They're not as dumb as they look. When Lin Mo heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa Zhang, you really guessed right. The nutty designs released by the island this time have actually deliberately adjusted their parameters, only by a few millimeters, though, but for high-precision CNC machine tools, it's not even close. Zhang Jie nodded slightly. It's really just as I suspected. But in that case, wouldn't you have been busy half a day before? Lin Mo smiled. Grandpa Zhang, guess how I knew that those design drawings were changed in parameters? Zhang Jie froze, while Fu Zhong, who was on the side, said indistinctly, Mr. Lin, could it be that it was the software designed by Mr. Qi Shangdong that modified the parameters? Lin Mo nodded seriously. Fu Zhangze was silent for a moment, and then a decision was made. Only he took out his computer. Then a CNC machine design was opened. This, Mr. Lin, is a new project that we at Heavy Treasure Steel intend to develop. The main purpose of this high-precision CNC machine is to produce a material called hand-torn steel. This material, which has a wide range of uses, can only produce 0.8 mm pieces of steel with our CNC machines, given current conditions, but the current international standard is 0.01 to 0.5 mm to be considered in the category of hand-torn steel. Moreover, The hand-torn steel produced by this CNC machine is not uniform in thickness and the error is out of range. I wonder if Mr. Lin could. Lin Mo smiled and said, "This, no problem at all." Hearing this, Fu Zhangja didn't hide anything and directly said, "Mr. Lin, if you can help us perfect the high-precision CNC machine tool for hand-torn steel, we're willing to break the rules and let you take a stake." What? This time, it was Lin Mo's turn to be shocked. Tang Kerson and Zhang Jie, who were on the side, had even more shockwaves in their hearts. "Lin Ma," Tang Kuxin whispered. Lin Mo nodded. He naturally knew what it would mean if he took a stake in a state-owned enterprise. Immediately, he laughed and said, "Good, since Director Fu has said so, then our cooperation will begin now." Fuzhongs had intended to take out the agreement. However, Lin Mo laughed. "There's no rush on this. Anyway, our cooperation is mutually beneficial. And I've seen Fu Dong's sincerity, but Fu Dong doesn't see what I'm capable of. So, this time, the hand-torn steel high-precision CNC machine tool, even if it's a good thing for me to pitch in this time." After saying that, Lin Mo quickly dialed Qi Shengdong's phone. On the side, Fu Zhangja said evenly, "Mr. Lin, there's no rush on this. I'll talk about it tomorrow when I go to Liancheng." Lin Mo laughed. "Don't worry, it won't take much time. After this design is perfected, I'll contact Zhao Su and ask him to bring people to hurry up and finish this hand-torn steel high-precision CNC machine tool. Tomorrow, Fu Dong will just go directly to accept the results over at the headquarters of the Rice cell phone." Hearing this, Fu Zhongja burst into anticipation. Soon, Lin Mo dialed Qi Shengdong's phone. After learning of Lin Mo's request, Qi Shengdong quickly received the initial design sent over by Lin Mo. Then smilingly said, "Boss, 5 minutes. I'll get it done. When the time comes, I'll contact Zhao Su from Rice Mobile and I'll teach him how to operate it." 5 minutes passed quickly, and at this time, Lin Mo received a brand new design sent over by Qi Shengdong. Lin Mo did not understand this, naturally, but when Fu Zhangja finished reading it, he was suddenly flushed with excitement. "So it is. As long as you change out these few critical data, and then correct the core components, you can make it into a high-end CNC machine." Speaking here, Fu Zhangja immediately looked at Lin Mo and said, "Mr. Lin, I have a hunch that after the completion of this high-end CNC machine tool, our Chinese hand-torn steel industry, dare I say, ranks among the top in the world. At least it can be one of the world's leading existences." Lin Mo had intended to speak. That's when the cell phone rang. It was Zhao Su who called. "Boss, just now Mr. Qi Shengdong sent me a design. We're already in production. It is estimated that in 2 hours, this high-precision CNC machine will be able to be completed. By the way, a new batch of never loose nuts we've finished producing. The pass rate on this one is a surprisingly high 99%. I can't wait to show the world what we've accomplished." "Now," Lin Mo said smilingly, "this matter, there is no hurry for now. After all, people on the island side haven't laughed enough. At least, let people fool around a little more first." Sure, the reason Lin Mo was like this wasn't because of how enjoyable it would be to punch him in the face when the time came. After all, nowadays, the branch that Zhao Su will soon be in charge of, in addition to producing the never loose nut, has also successfully printed 2 high-end CNC machine tools using 3D printers. Therefore, Lin Mo decided to wait for Lei Xiaojun and Xia Qinfan to come back from Germany and bring the patents as well as the design drawings of many high-end CNC machine tools before starting the promotion. It's a good thing you don't call a hit Manhwa Xia the center of attention. That was Lin Mo's biggest goal. Chapter 153, High-Precision CNC Machine Tool Designs Arrive. The era of mobile phone localization arrives. Chapter 153, High-Precision CNC Machine Tool Designs Arrive. Cell phone localization era arrives. When Lin Mo left Zhang Jia's home, it was already 2 hours later. Lin Mo was confident because of his confidence in Zhao Su as well as Qi Shengdong. Therefore, he was in no hurry. On the other hand, Fu Zhangja, the vice chairman of Chongbao Steel, was in a hurry and took the nearest high-speed train that night and headed straight to Liancheng. Back at home, Lin Mo and Tang Kerson went to their respective rooms to rest, and spent the night without words. The next morning, Lin Mo was woken up early by the ringtone of the prestige video. It was Lei Xiaojun who called. "Mr. Lei, what are you, back at the headquarters of Denise Cellular?" Lin Mo looked at Lei Xiaojun who was with Old Wu and immediately asked with a smile. "Seeing that you are full of smiles, you should have gained a lot from going to Dakoku this time." Lei Xiaojun smiled and said, "Boss, indeed the harvest is good. This time, we got many drawings of high-precision CNC machine tools, design drawings, and even the design drawings of some precision instruments. We have them all. Next, We just need to follow the design drawings and develop them one by one. Speaking here, Lei Xiaojun lamented. Of course, before I returned to China, the relevant enterprises in Texas told me that even if we get these design drawings, I'm afraid that a high-precision CNC machine tool will need at least 1 year's fumbling from production to design. And we, China, want to develop an high-precision CNC machine tools? I'm afraid that without it 20 years, it's hard to accomplish. After a pause, Lei Xiaojun turned his words around and said, however, I was really surprised that Jiaosu was so powerful that on the first day he returned to China, he completed the high-precision CNC machine tool for the key functional components of that industrial mother machine. Of course, it's thanks to Mr. Lin recruiting Mr. Qi Shandong. These two are so strong together, they are simply invincible. Lin Mo smiled back. It seems that Tokoku has given us a patent though, but their thinking, I guess, is the same as the islands, thinking that even if they give us the design drawings and the relevant patents, there's no way for us to bring it to completion, and by the time we're done, their technology in this area, too, will have developed. That's why it was so willingly shared out. Unfortunately, it let them down. A bit of muttering, Lin Mo inquired, by the way, what's the current situation of the hand-torn steel high-precision CNC machine tool needed on the side of heavy treasure steel? Lei Xiaojun smiled mysteriously and said, boss, this is a secret, but soon, you will know. Lin Mo was dumbfounded. He had intended to make some further inquiries, but Lei Xiaojun was the first to say, boss, I think that, at the moment, the Rice Mobile Phone Company, with only 2 3D printers, is completely insufficient. I'd like to apply to bring in at least 8 more 3D printers from Paragon to have enough. After a pause, Lei Xiaojun once again said, by the way, boss, don't you have a good relationship with the coupled box company? Lin Mo nodded. Then he smiled and asked, why? What's another good idea you've got? Lei Xiaojun said with a serious face, boss, I want to purchase a supercomputer. Lin Mo was a bit confused. At once, he inquired about the cause of the other. Lei Xiaojun smiled and said, this is what I negotiated down with Mr. Qi Shandong Qi after some deliberation. Simply because, Mr. Qi Shandong intends to use the supercomputer as a basis and then produce a program. As soon as this program can be completed, it will be possible to perform simulations of any high-end CNC machine. According to his plan, if the original design plans are available, they can be corrected numerically in 3 minutes. This, of course, is something that even a normal computer is capable of accomplishing. However, there are so many high-precision CNC machine tools, and the CNC machine tools that we have imported from Germany this time can only be used for the production of electronic components for cell phones, as well as parts and components. But we are still in 2 minds about high-precision CNC machine tools for other industries. But with a supercomputer, backed by its great arithmetic power, it might be possible to start from scratch. After saying that, Lei Xiaojun reversed the camera, and soon Lin Mo saw a conceptual video through the cell phone screen. Boss, I asked Mr. Xiaqian Fanxia for the design drawings of the parts of the braking system earlier. The braking system, at present, all needs to be imported from abroad, but its design drawings have already been developed on Mr. Xia's side. After I gave the design to Mr. Qi, he simulated it on his computer. You'll know it when you read it. As the video plays, soon, a complete set of simulated images of the braking system quickly appeared, and then, the software disassembles it, and eventually, the brake pads, discs, and brake calipers, all of which are separated. After some scanning, its detailed data jumped out at me. Immediately after, the brake calipers were separated out separately. After some scanning, a high-precision CNC machine appeared. It kept disassembling, eventually, into individual parts, and after that, those parts were scanned one by one and eventually data corrected. When the data was trimmed, the software began simulating the production of its parts with a 3D printer. This, Lin Mo looked dumbfounded, and at the same time, amazed. Apparently, he didn't expect it. That Qi Shandong's software was able to backtrack. The product appears first. The product is then analyzed. After some analysis, the prototype of the CNC machine can be deduced in reverse. Sure enough, a professional computer player like Qi Shandong has an active mind. And while Lin Mo was lamenting, Lei Xiaojun spoke again. Boss, don't look at this video. It's only 10 minutes. But Mr. Qi, it took more than 10 hours to complete the simulation. And that, or he got it by controlling hundreds of Ancheson's computers at the same time, dividing up the work. But if we have a supercomputer, in just half a minute, we can get the results. Hearing this, Lin Mo sighed immensely. If what Lei Xiaojun said was true, then wouldn't he be able to produce whatever CNC machine he wanted? Think about it. Lin Mo said with incomparable seriousness. I'll call Yang Qingyuan, the chairman of United Box Computer. Hanging up the video, Lin Mo quickly called Yang Qingyuan, and upon hearing Lin Mo's needs, Yang Qingyuan laughed out loud and said, Mr. Lin, I thought it was something important. You're going to buy a supercomputer from me, aren't you? Okay, I'll arrange it for you, but, at the moment, there's only one of them, Tianhe 2, and, not to mention you, it's not even available to us at United Box Computers. So, the eliminated Sky River won. I wonder if you're interested. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's completely enough. Well then, I'll arrange for a helicopter and send it to you. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo then became somewhat expectant. So, it was about a 2-hour wait. Lei Shizhuan's phone. Again. Mr. Lei, has that supercomputer delivery arrived yet? Lin Mo wondered. Lei Xiaojun said excitedly, Boss, it has been sent over. Not only that, this supercomputer has already been put into use. It's connected to the Anchor Trust, which Mr. Qi is in charge of, and data security is absolutely guaranteed. More than that, we just had a test. In just 5 minutes, we've perfected all the design drawings of the high-precision CNC machine tools we brought from Texas. Unsurprisingly, before dark today, all of these high-precision CNC machine tools will be produced. And this also means that we can produce our own cell phones in Huaxia, as big as the casing and as small as a screw. The time for complete localization of cell phones has come. Chapter 154 Rice Cell Phone Live Streaming. Announcing results. Is the island panicking? Chapter 154 Rice Cell Phone Live Streaming. Announcing results. Is the island panicking? At this very moment, it was impossible for Lin Mo to say that he wasn't excited. You know, over the years, the cell phone industry has been limited in every way. One of the biggest dilemmas, naturally, is the baseband chip and many other semiconductors. In this regard, China has always been at a disadvantage. Cell phones are small, but all the organs are there. The production of a cell phone requires many components, and the materials required are countless. Metal cases, ABS plastic, glass materials, electronic components, batteries, and even circuit boards. The vast majority of these materials, however, need to be imported from abroad. What makes people helpless is that there are quite a few materials for electronic components that are exported from China and then processed through foreign companies. One back and forth. It went straight up several times over. Many cell phone dealers in China are outraged by this, and take the last chip sanctions from Rice, and the HD cell phone cameras from Germany. If it wasn't for the hand of that higher power, I'm afraid that these two items are enough to mess up many cell phone manufacturers in China. Good. Now, with the help of this supercomputer, our high-precision CNC machine tools in Huaxia will definitely be riding high. Think about it. Lin Mo was inspired. Immediately said, Mr. Lei, I have an idea. When Lin Mo finished his plan, Lei Xiaojun immediately smiled and said, Okay, I know boss. On my side, I will definitely work overtime to complete it. By the way, Paragon has rented a couple helicopters and is transporting 3D printers this way. It'll be delivered around 10 a.m. Almost. Just the thing that could come in handy. For the next 10 minutes, Lin Mo hung up his cell phone after giving a brief explanation, and then came outside. And at this moment, Tang Kerson had already walked in from outside. Lin Mo, why are you up so early? It's just as well. I bought breakfast. Why don't you take a nap afterward? Lin Mo smiled and said, Xin. I'm so excited right now that I can't sleep. Tang Kerson laughed and asked, What? Because the never loose nut belonging to China is about to be released? Lin Mo smiled and said, This counts as one aspect, but there are other reasons as well. Tang Xin had planned to ask, and Lin Mo didn't hide anything and directly told the news that Lei Xiaojun had shared. Tang Kerson couldn't help but light up as well when she sniffed. Well, that's just great news, Lin Mo. Next, your rice phone company. It's going to become a global concern. If I'm not wrong, with these news spreading out, I'm afraid that the cell phone industry all over the world is thinking of importing high-precision CNC machine tools from this side of China. In addition to that, high-end chips, high-definition cameras, and other components, I'm afraid we'll have many orders in the future. And that's just in the area of cell phones. Wait for the rest of the high-end CNC machines to be completed. Hiss. Tang Kerson didn't finish the latter words, but the shock in his heart was overflowing. Lin Mo. I have a feeling that the field of high-end CNC machine tools alone has a net profit of $100 billion a year. Lin Mo nodded. There was not the slightest comment on the matter, and at that moment, Tang Kerson turned her words around and said, Lin Mo. Don't forget about the main event. Lin Mo smiled and said, you're talking about the island's steel exports to China, right? Don't worry about it. It's something that I always keep in mind. And I've planned accordingly. Next, we just need to be patient. When Tang Kerson saw Lin Mo swearing, she had planned to ask. But seeing Lin Mo's mysterious face, she was also clear that the other party would never be able to say anything until it was time. Think about it. Tang Xin could only wait up. And the next time, Lin Mo finished breakfast with Tang Kerson, then left the house and went straight to the biopharmaceutical where Jiang Yuntao was. Afterwards, Lin Mo followed Tang Kerson and went to Aunt Yang's home to spend some time with her mother. Su Tzuayan hadn't seen Lin Mo for a few days, so a few people went to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Without realizing it, it was 12:30 p.m. And at the moment, Lei Shujuan's phone call came through. Boss, we're ready. It can start live anytime. Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled and said, then what are we waiting for? Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo quickly opened the chopstick hand, and Don Kosin quickly activated the beep station. After a quick search, I was able to see Lei Shujuan's live stream. The live stream has just begun, but because of the live preview hours in advance, so in just a few minutes, the number of people online in the live broadcasts of the two software programs has already exceeded the 2 million mark, and the value keeps soaring. At this moment, Lei Xiaojun, after some brief opening remarks, then directly said, everyone, today, we have this conference, mainly announced the following several things. First, we, at Rice Cellular, have produced the Never Loose Nut. Secondly, the Rice cell phone has, a few days ago, already cooperated with a high-end CNC machine tool manufacturer in Texas. Thirdly, our Rice cell phone, from now on, will, within half a year, realize the Chinese cell phone, all the parts localization. Fourth, we have developed all the high-precision CNC machine tools for cell phone parts in-house through 3D printers. Fifth, Rice cell phone will soon join hands with the European broken cell phone, Huawei cell phone, the United Box computer and other Chinese cell phones. Computer field, to the island country to ban the sale of the previous cooperation. This is cancelled. As Lei Xiaojun continued to make announcements, within the live broadcast room, it instantly caught fire. A barrage of pop-ups, constantly appearing, dazzled the crowd. Lin Mo saw this. He couldn't help but glance at Tang Kerson on the side and said, Kerson, do you think that if this information is known by the island nation, will they panic? Chapter 155, you don't know to panic until the knife is on your neck? It's too late. Chapter 155, you don't panic until you have a knife at your neck? It's too late. The Chinese side. Lin Mo was, at the moment, chatting constantly with Tang Kerson, regarding today's launch of the Rice phone, and in the meantime, Island, the headquarters of the iron manufacturing company, the conference room was already packed. These, from the side of the island's major steel companies, are representatives, but at this moment, all the people present, all of them had ugly faces, and on top of the big screen, a live stream of the Rice phone was being relayed. Everyone, what do you think about the launch of the Huaxia Rice cell phone company? An old man opened his mouth and inquired. His name is Kenji Yamamoto. He was sent from above. Hear this. For a moment, the people present were at a loss as to what to answer. After all, for this launch, Rice Mobile clearly came prepared. First, there is the matter of the Never Loose Nut. Secondly, it is the high-end CNC machine tools. To know, the island has been around all these years because it has Big Brother on its back. As a result, it is ranked second in the world in areas such as the processing and production of iron and steel. The export rate of high-precision CNC machine tools, as well as Never Loose Nuts, has reached the world's first. China, in particular, customizes many nuts for aviation, space and even ships every year, and because of the technology embargo, they felt that in these areas, Huaxia was bound to work closely with them, because they thought that even if the design drawings of the nuts were made public, China would never be able to manufacture them without high-end CNC machine tools. As for the previous, Lei Xiaojun, they went to negotiate with the German country cooperation, and then the introduction of high-end CNC machine tools related patents. They did not take it seriously. After all, with a patent, it would be impossible to pull it off with China's technology. According to their calculations, I'm afraid it will take at least several years for China to develop a high-end CNC machine tool, and in the meantime, the relevant parts, as well as nuts, etc., need to be imported to make it work. Just as emboldened, they are the ones who will be unscrupulous about China's steel industry and restrict imports. Available results. It was only earlier that they were openly mocked on the extranet. Today, Rice Mobile went on a live webcast to publicly announce their results. It's not unavoidable. It's panic-inducing. And that's when Kawashima Ryu, the chairman of the iron manufacturing company, spoke up. Mr. Yamamoto, I think that China Rice Company's webcast this time is meant to release a smokescreen. Other things aside, the never loose nut alone is an item that has been studied in China for several years with no results. Could it be that they could, in a few days, attack a technology that has eluded them for so many years? That, by no means. Furthermore, the data we published this time on never loosening the nut was modified by us. And you should know that high-end nuts, but precision parts, even 0.5 mm of error, cannot be made to never loosen the nut. Therefore, the Chinese side, in no way, could have developed the never loose nut based on our design drawings after modifying the data. As for that high-end CNC machine tool, it's even harder to develop. Each part, which needs to be meticulously polished, won't work if it's outside the margin of error, so we don't have to rush at all. As to why they are doing this, I think they intend to use it as a ploy to get us to remove the ban on steel imports. They're obviously overthinking it. As these words fell, representatives of other businesses, too, chimed in. Obviously, for them, instead of believing that gold falls from the sky, and definitely don't believe it. For its part, Huaxia was able to make a breakthrough in the field of high-precision CNC machine tools, as well as in the industry of never loosening nuts. This is total bull *********. Yamamoto Kenji couldn't help but nod slightly when he heard this from Kawashima Ryu, who had passed to him. He said laughingly, "It seems that I was caught off guard by the fact that a 14nm class chip was developed in the previous Rice phone. So, subconsciously, the idea is that this press conference in China is also playing for real." Hearing this, the rest of the heads of the enterprises also laughed, a face of relief. However, just then, everyone's face drastically changed, just because, at this moment, Lei Xiaojun had already begun to enter the topic. I only heard him say seriously, "Our Rice cell phone. The reason why we were able to develop the never loose nut this time. This is also thanks to the fact that the island has made its designs public. Granted, the design plans for these nuts, the data is off. But we, in China, have quite a few top talents," said an assistant who immediately sent up some nuts. Lei Xiaojun said seriously, "This never loose nut can be used in aerospace and aviation. The ability to minimize air resistance. In the future, we will also use this as a basis to develop nuts for supersonic vehicles. When the time comes, companies from all over the world are welcome to order from us. Of course, I know that a lot of my friends probably wouldn't believe me if I just came up with these, so I've prepared a special concept video, and after watching it, you'll know how we're going to get it into production." As the screen switches, a concept animation appears. It is the video of a 3D printer simulating the making of a high-precision CNC machine. And with the completion of high-precision CNC machines, nut development was started again. Read all about it. The people in charge of the island's major steel fields were at a loss for words. And at that moment, Lei Xiaojun continued to speak. "Well, there's the introduction of the never loose nut, and that's the end of it. Whether it's true or not, everyone will know in time. And next, we proudly introduce a high-precision CNC machine dedicated to the production of hand-torn steel. Previously, we in Huaxia were unable to produce hand-torn steel in this field, even though we were making rapid progress. But now, we've had a major breakthrough. And next, we'll link up with Mr. Fu Zhongjia, the vice chairman of our Chinese heavy steel, for an introduction." Soon, the connection was complete, and without any nonsense, Fu Zhongjia directly asked the staff to take out a roll of finished hand-torn steel, then said, "Friends, at present, we have completed the production of hand-torn steel, with the help of the Rice cell phone company. I'm afraid, quite a few of my friends don't know what hand-torn steel is. It's a state-of-the-art industrial material. Although it is steel, it is very thin and has many uses in many industries, and the thickness of hand-torn steel is between 0.15 mm and 0.5 mm. Previously, we had been unable to accomplish this because of technical reasons, and the thinnest we could get was 0.8 mm. And today, we have broken through to 0.25 mm in the field of hand-torn steel. And this, still, is just the preliminary stage. If you change the raw materials as the technology is adjusted, it's only a matter of time before you want to compress it to 0.15 mm. As these words fell, the entire island's corporate boardroom was instantly silent. Yamamoto Kenji, Kawashima Ryu, and the others, all looked at each other. Chapter 156, Who sanctioned whom? Chapter 156, Lifting up a stone and stoning one's own foot. Who is sanctioning whom? What the hell is going on here? Didn't you guys say that the nut design plans that we published earlier had their parameters changed? Didn't you say that it was impossible for Huaxia to develop it at all? And what's with the hand-torn steel? Again? Aren't we, the island nation, #1 in the world in this field? Why is it that China is able to produce even higher-end hand-torn steel than we can? Kenji Yamamoto slowed down for half a second before coming back to his senses. His gaze, on the other hand, was filled with ferocity. I don't blame Kenji Yamamoto for that. After all, before the hand-torn steel produced in China appeared, he, like everyone else, thought that China was playing a trick. It's really just scaremongering. But when you see the hand-torn steel on the live screen, and the relevant test report, Yamamoto Kenji's originally firm thoughts were a bit shaken at the moment. After all, in the field of hand-ripped steel, the island is the #1 and deservedly so. A year ago, it was made thicker, compressed to 0.3 millimeters. At the time, it was a world sensation. The world has openly admitted that 0.3 millimeters of hand-torn steel will not be surpassed by any company for perhaps the next 5 years. And it is important to realize that hand-tearing steel, though at first glance, seems simple. It's not just compressing steel to make it as thin as a cicada, corrosion-resistant, and super strong. This process, however, is far more difficult than never loosening a nut, simply because the thickness of the hand-torn steel has to be uniform and any slip-up will be judged as a failure. And now, China is able to independently attack the field of hand-torn steel. This means that the other party has been able to independently develop the corresponding high-end CNC machine tools. Of course, the only reason why Kenji Yamamoto was certain that it wasn't a technology license from Tokoku was because, well, they didn't have any results in this field at all. It's amazing that Huaxia has even developed hand-torn steel. That nutty, high-precision CNC machine is definitely not empty either. You guys tell me what the hell is going on? Kenji Yamamoto was furious. Seeing the other party like this, Kawashima Ryu, as well as people from other major related companies, were silenced, especially Kawashima Ryu. After all, his company, Iron Maker, is the largest never-loose nut company on the island, and they hold almost 80% of the patents on nuts, and its design is what they have published. However, Kawashima Ryu felt very aggrieved. After all, they had applied to the top before publishing the design. Modify the parameters, also proposed above. That's why they dared to do so. And, in order to fake the real thing, the nut design drawings they used were the original parameters. And they took the original parameters, corrected them one by one, to their final perfection. And it took them 10 years. That's still an investment of manpower and resources as well as over $1 billion a year in financial resources to finally get it done. So they are emboldened. But today, things take a turn for the worse and Kenji Yamamoto dumps the pot on them. However, for all that, Yamamoto Kenji dared to be angry. Mr. Yamamoto, this matter, I will definitely investigate it and I will. Kawashima Ryu could only say in a calm tone. Yamamoto Kenji sneered. Kawashima Ryu, what's the point of investigating when it's already happened? I'll give you 3 days to step down as chairman of the iron manufacturing company. Then leave the island. I don't want to see you again. Kawashima Ryu's face changed slightly. The heart cried out in injustice. But more than that, it was hopeless. After all, the other party has a special status. Although he himself was in charge of this company, he didn't have the guts to offend the other party. However, just when Kawashima Ryu thought that his fate had been sealed, Kenji Yamamoto's phone rang. He quickly pulled out his cell phone. That look instantly made his scalp tingle. Sir, yes, I know. I'm willing to take the punishment. What? Okay, I get it. With that, Yamamoto Kenji handed his cell phone to Kawashima Ryu. Ryu Kawashima quickly took it. An icy voice was heard. Kawashima Ryu, as of today, you will succeed Kenji Yamamoto. What? Kawashima Ryu was surprised and delighted. A scare turned into a surprise? And just as Kawashima Ryu lamented, the voice on the other end of the line, once again, I hope you don't take after the stupid Kenji Yamamoto. Remember, we can never, this time, sanction China halfway. So, you know what to do, right? Kawashima Longherd. Immediately thoughts flew, and finally said seriously, I know, I will do whatever it takes to completely let China in the field of iron and steel, and then no place to turn around. More than that, we will also stop selling any parts related to the steel field to China. I will absolutely honor your trust. Ryu Kawashima put away his cell phone, and then returned it to Kenji Yamamoto. Now, Kenji Yamamoto, get out of my company, and hurry up and get off the island. I don't want to see you again, Ryu Kawashima said in a chipper manner. The villain's face is on display. On the contrary, that Yamamoto Kenji was so gray that he eventually turned around and left the place. Wait until the other side is gone, Kawashima Ryu immediately said. Now, let's call an emergency meeting. There's only one theme this time. That would be to impose sanctions on China. My idea is to ban all exports as well as imports from China, except for our steel field, and other fields as well. Of course, we'll also contact companies in countries like Rice and others to join forces together, especially in the automotive, artificial intelligence, aerospace, aviation, and maritime fields. I think they would be very interested in it. Very much. Without the cooperation of these countries, I'll see what waves he, Huaxia, can still jump out of. These words fell. Many people had a look of anticipation on their faces. However, just when Kawashima Ryu was planning to go out on a limb and then make a big deal out of it, the live broadcast of Lei Xiaojun has come to an end. I only heard Lei Xiaojun speak. Everyone, today, our conference is coming to an end. And before I close, I have a few more things to say. Some time ago, the island nation imposed a ban on us, Huaxia, to the extent that our steel could not be exported to the outside world. In this regard, the above after a number of negotiations, but to no avail, the island's iron company, as well as a number of steel companies continue to be stubborn. Therefore, we, the Rice Cell Phone Company, have decided to join forces with companies such as Eurobreak and Warwick Cellular, as well as United Box Computers, and BYD Automotive, to ban the sale of any products to the island. Not only that, but the automotive sector of the German state, and many other areas, are willing to cooperate with us and limit exports to the island. We're hoping that there are more businesses that are joining this camp as well. We don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. But where there is any enterprise that wants to move crooked ideas against our Chinese enterprises, we will never tolerate it. These words fell. Kawashima Ryu's entire body went numb, and the rest of the heads of the major corporations are doing the same at the moment. And just as they froze, Kawashima Ryu's cell phone rang. With him quickly connecting, the cold voice on the other end of the phone came quickly. Quickly, Kawashima Ryu, I order you, stop everything you were doing before. Otherwise, many of our island's industries will collapse. Also, I revoke your tenure. You step down as chairman of the iron-making company and leave the island. Hear that? Kawashima Ryu was struck by lightning. He himself has only just come to power. So soon? You've been removed? He was completely flustered. The mind, on the other hand, was filled with horror. What is that man behind the Rice Cell Phone Company? Anyway, how could he even think of such a tactic? Chapter 157, aiming to merge and acquire Chinese steel enterprises, committed to being the world's no. 1. Chapter 157, target merger and acquisition of Chinese steel enterprises, committed to being the world's number 1. On the island side, it's panicked because of Lin Mo's ban on cell phones, computers, and the automotive sector. The Chinese side, on the other hand, is incredibly lively. At this moment on top of the network, many netizens are constantly talking around the content of today's webcast launch of the Rice Phone. Cloud City. Inside a cafe, Lin Mo and Tang Kerson put down their cell phones after reading the discussion on the internet. Lin Mo. Really? If I'm not mistaken, the many businesses on the island at this moment will surely be depressed. However, I guess they have a deeper hatred for Rice than they do for holding a grudge against the Rice Cell Phone Company. After all, if it wasn't for the authorization from the Rice side, the many companies in the island country would never dare to impose an export ban on us. Now it's good that Rice didn't suffer in the slightest, but instead the island nation suffered heavy losses. I'd like to see what they're going to do. Next, Lin Mo smiled. Don't worry, they're still expecting their big brother to help them out right now. Unfortunately, nowadays, on the side of the Rice country, it is difficult to protect themselves. Otherwise, they directly strike themselves. Why should they use the island country as a gun? Tang Kerson didn't say much, but rather looked forward to it in her heart. Looking forward to this withdrawal of the island's import-export issues to the Chinese steel sector. And just then, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's a call from Fu Zhongzhe, the vice chairman of Heavy Metal. Good news, Mr. Lin. Just now, I received a notification from above that the island side has lifted the matter of the restriction on the export of steel. More than that, many companies on the island are planning to cooperate more deeply with us. Even, there is an intention to share with us patents in the field of artificial intelligence. They also claimed at the conference that they said they would cancel cooperation on food from other countries and that they would also raise prices voluntarily. Speaking of this, Fu Zhongzhe couldn't help but laugh. I can see they're in a real hurry this time. Isn't this one called lifting a rock and stoning yourself? You don't know you're panicking until the knife is at your neck. Unfortunately, it's too late. In the next few moments, the two chatted about Lin Mo's stake in this business. In the end, after some deliberation, Lin Mo decided to take a 20% stake and become a shareholder of Heavy Treasure Steel. Hang up your cell phone. At this moment, Lin Mo was looking pensive. Looks preoccupied. Lin Mo. What's going on? Why don't you look happy about becoming a shareholder in heavy metal? Don Corinne inquired. Lin Mo smiled and said, Xin. I have an idea, but I haven't decided whether or not to implement it. I intend to acquire the many steel companies in the country and merge them. When the time comes, we'll enter into close cooperation with heavy metal, and I'm going to look at the long term, which is the international market. Hear that? Tangku Xin was secretly shocked. Holy, not bad for Lin Mo. I can't believe I thought of that. As I recall, it was only in 16 that heavy metal fully merged with the rest of the steel industry in China. And that's when this business came into full swing. If Lin Mo makes a move at this time, when the time comes, the annual profit of $10 billion will belong to Lin Mo. Think about it. Tang Kurson nodded her head repeatedly and said, Lin Mo, just do what you want. I'll definitely support you. But for now, why don't we make a trip to Lotus City first? Lin Mo was a bit strange. While Tang Kurson didn't explain, she directly held the other's arm and said, Alright, don't ask first. Wait until you get there. There's a surprise waiting for you. Although Lin Mo was strange, he still followed the other party and left. 1 hour later, the two of them drove to Liancheng, outside the headquarters of Dini's cell phone. Just get off. At that moment, a man dressed in black and wearing sunglasses approached with an envelope in his hand. Mr. Lin, please check, the man in black said in an icy tone. Lin Mo was a bit confused, seeing the mysterious look of Tang Kurson beside her. There was no need to guess. This envelope must be sent by that high person. Kagome. Is this the surprise you were talking about? Lin Mo inquired. Tang Xin nodded. Not bad. You'll definitely be very happy when you see what's inside. I can tell you this. This is the reward given to you by that high person when you helped our China to solve the trouble brought by the island nation. Lin Mo immediately looked forward to it. With the envelope open, inside is a flash drive. Lin Mo looked at Tang Xin. Seeing that the other party was full of mysterious colors, he immediately took the other party and walked towards the place where the high-end CNC machine tools were located. Boss, you're here? At this moment, Lei Xiaojun was chatting with Zhao Su and Old Wu about something there. When they saw Lin Mo appear, the three of them immediately went forward. Lin Mo briefly greeted a few people, and then, looking around, he saw the supercomputer. In the other corner, there are many high-precision CNC machine tools. Boss, is there something wrong with your sudden visit? Lei Xiaojun inquired. The mind, on the other hand, was a little strange. After all, yesterday, when the Rice Mobile Phone Company conducted a live-streamed launch event, Lin Mo was watching it all remotely. And on weekdays, anything that comes up is just a phone call and a command. But this time it came out of nowhere. There must be something pressing, he thought. Lin Mo didn't reply, but came before the high-precision equipment that was the key functional component of that industrial mother machine. Mr. Cho, MS. Tang, what's the instruction? Is the device, today, operational? Yes. In the past few days, we have been using this equipment to produce and manufacture never loose nuts, and the success has been quite good. And quite a few airlines are looking for us to customize, I think, in this field. Not waiting for Zhao Su to finish, Tang Kurson said, it's just as I guessed. Nowadays, although the key functional components of this industrial mother machine's high-precision equipment are available, the other key functional components can't be produced due to the lack of design drawings. Zhao Su laughed dryly. It's quite a pity to say that, although we were also thinking of producing other key functional components with this instrument, but production was delayed because of problems with the design plans. But, on Mr. Qi Shangdong's side, he's already working on something. But the solution he gave was to use a backward-looking method to produce the appropriate high-end CNC machine tools for whatever parts were needed. But once that happens, this industrial mother machine's key functional component, high-precision equipment, loses its original value. Seeing the other party sigh, Tang Kurson suddenly smiled, then looked at Lin Mo at the side and said, Lin Mo, take what you just got and give it to Mr. Zhao. Lin Mo nodded and handed that USB flash drive to Zhao Su. Zhao Su received it with some confusion and immediately read it out with his supercomputer. When this was opened, Zhao Su was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Chapter 158, New Frontier. Aerospace, Countering Rice? Chapter 158, A New Field. Aerospace, Countering Rice? At this moment, it wasn't just Zhao Su. Even Lei Xiaojun and Old Wu had a look of surprise and joy at the moment. Simply because, after reading the contents of the USB flash drive, they found that, inside, there were even densely stored design drawings of parts. These design drawings can be made with precision for everything from a spindle bearing to a nut. Not only that, but even parts with extremely complex shapes, So much so that 3D printers can't make them. Can be produced. Boss, these designs, where did you get them? Zhao Su couldn't help but inquire and said. The excitement in my heart was overwhelming. On the other hand, Lei Xiaojun and Wu, who were on the sidelines, have long been accustomed to this. Zhao Su, it doesn't matter where you got the design from. The important thing is, with these designs, did you get what you wanted? Lei Xiaojun said smilingly. Zhao Su nodded with certainty. That's for sure. 3D printing technology, after all, has certain limitations. It can only print parts with simple shapes, and complex parts like those can't be produced. But now, with the design drawings of the components of these industrial mother machines, together with the supercomputer and the software developed by Mr. Shi, the three have completed complementing each other. Speaking of this, Zhao Su excitedly looked at Lin Mo and said, Boss, I think the time has come for the branch of high-end CNC machine tools to start recruiting. Lin Mo laughed. Good. I was waiting for your words. But this branch, in my opinion, either doesn't open, or once it does, then give it your best shot. I'll have Mr. Ray transfer you the startup money from before. And on top of that, I'm going to give you an additional $10 billion for acquiring our steel companies in China. By the way, before I came here, I've already had talks with the vice chairman of Heavy Metal, and I'll be taking a stake in Heavy Metal. That means that once we have acquired other steel companies in China, we will be able to work deeply with Heavy Metal, mutually beneficial to each other, and our market, which is about to face the world. We have only one goal, to make China's steel industry spread all over the world. Hear this. The three of them, Lei Xiaojun, looked at each other in dismay. They were inwardly shaken. But soon, it was dealt with. Boss, I know what to do. I will never fail you, Zhao Su said with incomparable seriousness. Lin Mo said smilingly, well, I believe in your ability. Half an hour later, Lin Mo and Tang Kerson left the rice cell phone company. Before leaving, he also transferred the promised $10 billion into the rice company's public account. Lin Mo at this moment, a look of relief on his face. After all this busy work, we can say that we have another branch with great potential. That's nice, Lin Mo said smilingly. Next, he just needed to be patient. Lin Mo believed, in less than half a year's time, Lin Mo Steel Enterprises will definitely be able to win the international market. As for areas such as cell phones, naturally, there's no need to say much. Kagome, let's, go back? Lin Mo said smilingly. After all, during this period of time, Lin Mo was running around every day. With Tang Kerson, they were basically getting together and leaving each other. The two rarely even had the chance to eat and talk together. Nowadays, mergers and acquisitions of steel companies. Moreover, many high-end CNC machines are being improved. Lin Mo could almost predict that next, in the world steel field, China was bound to be able to ride out and become the premier existence. As for the cell phone sector, Lin Mo naturally didn't have to worry, simply because, nowadays, all the industries related to cell phones, components, etc., China can be completed by virtue of high-end CNC machine tools, as small as a screw, a chip, a sensor, a camera, and so on, large circuit boards, cell phone cases as well as screens. The complete localization of cell phones has been a major trend. As for the automotive field, Lin Mo also had absolutely nothing to worry about. Yesterday, the car show in the capital was successfully completed, and Xia Qianfan is in charge of Vast Automobile, because of its own quality. Add to that the fact that Red Chess Auto, Bid, and Nintendo are helping to push the envelope online, and the result is a dazzling achievement. In just one day, this automobile has had nearly 1 million orders. Even some enterprises, named to buy Hohenheim cars, as the company's special vehicles. As for other automobile companies in China, they also expressed their intention to enter into cooperation with Vast Automobile. Therefore, Lin Mo felt that he could, next, take it easy. Who knows? Tang Kerson, however, seemed to have guessed Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo, you don't think that the achievements in front of you are enough to satisfy you, do you? Don Corinne said fervently. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but quietly looked at the other party. Tang Kerson said seriously, Lin Mo, at present, in the field of cell phones, steel, and even high-end machine tools, you really don't have to worry, just let it develop gently. But you mustn't forget that at the moment, we, in China, have so many areas to develop. Examples include medical devices, engines, and the aerospace and marine fields. These, we have quite a bit of progress to make, and those are the areas where you need to expand right now. Lin Mo laughed bitterly. Xin. It's not that I feel like I haven't been with you for a long time. So planning to take it easy for a few days and then get back into the swing of things? As for what you said, I naturally have it in mind. You can rest assured of that. Tang Kerson hummed softly. It's good that you know it in your heart. Now, however, is not the time to take it easy. After a pause, Tang Kerson said with a serious face, during this period of time, we've made a lot of achievements, and we've countersanctioned several times in a row, deeply hitting the many industries of the island country and the rice country. Those businesses on the island don't have to worry about that for now. They're on their own now, so they'll be honest for a little while. But the U.S., however, will never be able to stand by and do nothing about it. At the moment, they're in the chip sector, the automotive sector, and maybe they don't have any idea of sanctions anymore. But what about the other areas? They're in the AI space, and they started preparing for it a couple years ago. Biopharmaceuticals, aerospace, and operating systems for cell phones and computers. High-end materials. That's all second to none in the world. That's something we have to recognize. So, you have a long way to go. Lin Mo smiled helplessly and bitterly, then asked, so where do you think, at the moment, we should go? Tang Kerson was silent for a moment, then said seriously, aerospace. Lin Mo froze. One is just an entrepreneur and investor. Involving the automotive field is about as far as one can go. But Tang Kerson suddenly let herself get involved in aerospace. This span is also a little too big, right? Chapter 159, without a bang, a Mach 3 drone is introduced. Chapter 159, without firing a shot, a Mach 3 drone is introduced. What Lin Mo didn't know was that Tang Kerson had her own reasons for doing so, simply because this is a new task assigned by the system. That is, for Lin Mo to find a way to make China's aerospace field develop greatly. And after completing the quest, you will be rewarded with a mysterious prize. Of course, Tang Kerson was also clear that this task was very difficult, simply because, like last time, the system still did not carry a time limit. Lin Mo, what do you think now? Don Corinne inquired. Lin Mo smiled. What else could I think? Now that you've shown me the way, even if it's a double take, I'm going to do it. While speaking, Lin Mo opened his cell phone and began to investigate the development of China's aerospace and other fields. Results, nothing gained, just because. There's news on that front. Almost all of them are state secrets. Some secret research that could never be reported to the public. So, where does Lin Mo look for an entry point? Lin Mo had originally thought that he could get some useful information from his future self's side. But unfortunately, after waiting for half a day, nothing happened. But it was good that Lin Mo had his own doorway. Immediately called the chairman of the red chess car. Lu Qing's phone. Mr. Lin, congratulations. Your Rice Mobile Phone Company. Nowadays it's in the ascendant. You have such a remarkable achievement in high-precision CNC machine tools. I'm afraid that, in the future, internationally, in this field, we, China, are going to start to overtake, and ultimately, right away, our China, with patriotic enterprises like yours. Is it still a problem to break through all the technological blockades? Just after connecting the phone, Lu Qing praised Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled and said, Dong Lu, you flatter me. I'm just doing my best to contribute a little bit of myself to the country. Plus, don't I have the backing of the state? It's what makes it work. What am I if I leave my country? And it's not the credit of the Rice Cell Phone Company, but the inevitable trend of social development. And I basically don't get much credit for it. As far as the guys I'm working with, that's what gets the credit. Lu Qing praised. Good. No arrogance. Deserve your success. But I have to correct what you just said. Your men, they do have talent. And there's an old saying that gold always shines, but there's also a saying that 1,000 horses are often found, but not burros. Without your knowledge, they wouldn't have a platform to show their talents. And that, in turn, is what leaders know. The two chattered briefly. Lu Qing inquired, by the way, Mr. Lin, I wonder if you're looking for me this time. Is there something good? Lin Mo smiled and said, Dong Lu, I really have something to find you. However, it's not about our two companies working together. After all, those, we talked about before. I am asking you if there are any materials that need to be imported for our Chinese aerospace field? Or are there any stuck technical difficulties in this area? At the moment, Lu Qing on the other end of the line apparently froze for a moment. There was a long silence before he said bitterly, Mr. Lin, this step of yours, isn't it a bit too big? Lin Mo smiled. But then, Lu Qing said with incomparable seriousness, you don't have to say. I really do know some of these things. Over the years, China's aerospace field has developed rapidly, but there are still many things that need to be imported. Like before, high-end chips, CNC machine tools, and even nuts, which are a necessity in aerospace. However, because Rice Mobile has solved these problems. These can be completely localized. However, in addition to these, we need many more technical instruments in China. For example, high-precision robotic arms, engines as well as aviation fuels, high-end bearings, etc. All of which, at present, are difficult to overcome, especially the engines. I've heard that the Chinese Academy of Aeronautics and Astronautics has recently launched a brand new program. It seems to be developing a supersonic vehicle, but unfortunately, the engines we are currently producing in-house are obsolete from other countries, and that, or we paid a high price for the patents. If, not waiting for Lu Qing to finish, Lin Mo smiled and said, "Okay, Dong Lu, I know what to do. Thank you for showing me the way." Lu Qing on the other end of the phone was a bit confused. "Mr. Lin, you're really planning to extend your industry into the aerospace field?" Lin Mo didn't answer. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, "Time, it will tell." 5 minutes later, Lin Mo hung up his cell phone, and in his mind, he already had some direction. That is, to develop engines belonging to China in the fields of aviation, aerospace, and automobile cruise ships. In addition to this, Lin Mo will also develop high-precision CNC machine tools for the production of various high-end bearings as well as high-precision robotic arms. Of course, that's just the immediate goal. Next, Lin Mo will develop in many ways, depending on the situation. Tang Kersen, who was on the side, couldn't help but feel relieved in her heart when she saw Lin Mo like this. Although she didn't have any basis for it, Lin Mo was so determined, and the woman's intuition told him that Lin Mo was bound to be able to handle it. Furthermore, he was also confident that the system would never be aimless. Since the task was issued, it could definitely be accomplished. It was only a matter of time. And just as Tang Kersen was expecting Lin Mo to make some achievements in this field, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It was Jiang Tao, the head of Dajiang Drones, who called. "Boss, there's something I need to report to you. We, Dajiang UAV, have recently developed a civilian small drone." Lin Mo smiled. "Isn't that a good thing?" Jiang Tao said in a serious tone. "This is indeed a good thing. However, we seem to have pushed a little too hard with this design. Its speed, over Mach 3, which is 3 times the speed of sound. The drone, I'm afraid, may be restricted from being sold. After all, supersonic drones, that's a precedent at home and abroad." "What?" Lin Mo froze, and Tang Kersen on the side was also dumbstruck. It was important to realize that ever since Lin Mo had acquired Dajiang Drones, he had kept Jiang Tao in charge. Lin Mo didn't get involved, simply because he believed in Jiang Tao's ability. But who would have thought? The other side doesn't sound like it's a big deal. Straight away, they developed a Mach 3 drone. This surprise came a little too suddenly, didn't it? Lin Mo couldn't help but feel emotional. Chapter 160, Mach 3 is nothing? I'm going to build a Mach 10 hypersonic vehicle. Chapter 160, Mach 3 is nothing? I'm going to build a Mach 10 hypersonic vehicle. Mr. Kong, are you sure you're not kidding me? Lin Mo couldn't help but inquire. It's no wonder Lin Mo is like this. It's not that he doesn't believe it. It's unbelievable. It is important to know that supersonic vehicles have always been a project that Huaxia has invested heavily in. So far, the fastest flying machine in China. Its speed is close to Mach 10. That's 10 times the speed of sound. It's in the hypersonic category. This, however, is the result of the joint development of countless experts and scientists in China. Supersonic vehicles, of course, have been used in military development as well as other areas. It is simply not civilizable. Again, with civilian craft, there's no need for such speed at all. Available results. Jiang Tao zoomed right in. Anyone feels a little confused. And at that moment, Jiang Tao on the other end of the phone couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Boss, how dare I joke about something like this?" However, the appearance of this supersonic drone was a complete surprise. Lin Mo had intended to inquire, but Jiang Tao said mysteriously, "Boss, I feel that it's better for you to come to the capital. After all, I don't even know what to do now. I'm kind of worried that the top finds out about this and investigates me then." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Okay, I'll rush over now. Get ready before I go. I need to see the test reports and the design development process. Hang up your cell phone." Lin Mo and Tang Kersen looked at each other. Both ended up laughing, especially Tang Kersen. She couldn't help but feel it in her mind. That's quite a snooze. The system just released the mission. Lin Mo's Dajiang drone has even developed a Mach 3 supersonic drone right out of the box. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Mo's development of the aerospace field will definitely start from this aspect. A bit of muttering. After the two of them simply packed up, they bought tickets, took the nearest high-speed train, and went straight to the capital. when Lin Mo and his duo arrived at the headquarters of Dajeng Drone, where Jiang Tao was located. Jiang Tao, at the moment, was busy in the plaza outside with his staff under his hand. So much so that the other party didn't even notice Lin Mo's appearance. Mr. Kong, the data is all normal, and I'm afraid, according to the computerized information, Mach 3 is not the limit. If the corrections to the shape continue, I'm afraid that the maximum speed of this latest drone will exceed Mach 5. Moreover, the range of the new energy battery it carries can reach 2,500 miles. Hearing the report from his men, Jiang Tao smiled helplessly and bitterly. Hey, there's no telling where this drone, ultimately, will end up. I always have the feeling that we might be watched from above. After all, who's a nice guy that would take a toy and put a top-of-the-line chip on it? Moreover, its engine, which is still developed and produced by high-end CNC machine tools, even its energy source is produced by the cutting-edge Dajeng drones in China. Never mind, let's continue with the test. Everything will be finalized when the boss arrives. Jiang Tao sighed helplessly. Who knows? Just as he swept his remaining light to the side, he couldn't help but stare. Boss, when did you get here? Sorry, I was just doing something and didn't see you show up. So, Jiang Tao said in a slightly formal manner. Lin Mo smiled. It's fine. Let's go in and talk first. I'm very interested in what you just said. 10 minutes later, inside a conference room at Dajeng Drone, a large group of staff are gathered here. When Lin Mo appeared, Jiang Tao immediately introduced them one by one. Boss, this is Xiao Lu from the Technology Development Department. This is Quan from the Design Department. This is Chang from the Chip Department. This is Zhou from Data. As Jiang Tao finished his introduction one by one, Lin Mo had greeted the heads of many departments. Now, Mr. Kong, tell me about the development process of this drone. I heard you say earlier that the development of this Mach 3 drone was an accident. How so? Hearing this, Jiang Tao kindly laughed. Boss, it's like this. This latest model of drone is something we wanted to produce 6 months ago. We are intending to build a drone that has a high range and can be used for civilian purposes. It's for the future of agricultural production. Spraying pesticides. It can be used for low-level operations. Of course, the project, before, had been on hold because of funding issues, but nowadays, we have enough money, so we started to develop it in full force. Along the way, however, we encountered a number of technical difficulties. First of all, this drone, because it needs to carry pesticides, has to be big enough. Secondly, he has to be motivated enough, and the shape has to be constantly modified for minimum air friction resistance. These, we can't do on our own, so I sent someone to contact Mr. Xia of Vast Automobile, hoping to order new energy batteries from there, and nuts and bolts waiting for parts. We then contacted Mr. Zhao Su Zhao of Rice Mobile. Originally, I was going to import the engine from abroad, but when Mr. Zhao from Dami Mobile learned about this, he immediately helped me contact Mr. Chi from Ankishan. Without saying a word, he asked me for the engine's design drawings, and then used the supercomputer that remotely operates the Rice phone to, ultimately, help me develop a high-precision CNC machine tool specifically designed to produce drone engines. Even, he used software simulations to, ultimately, help me correct the shape of the drone, which, ultimately, is what it is now. Hear that? Lin Mo secretly sighed. He knew that Qi Shangdong was strong in computers though, but definitely not expected. The other side is so capable. It seems that I still underestimated Qi Shangdong. I feel that it's a bit of a big stretch to have him just be the head of Anshisan. Lin Mo secretly pondered in his heart. And that's when Ginger Towers spoke again. Boss, what are you going to do next? I mean, this drone, shouldn't the parameters be modified slightly? After all, Lin Mo was silent for a moment. Then he laughed. Tell you what, this drone, you categorize it. 1 civilian, 1 military. For civilian use, the range, the form factor, it doesn't need to be so demanding. As far as military use is concerned, correct the external modifications to the extreme, while beyond that, continue to increase its power. Breaking Mach 5 is nothing. Break right through to Mach 10 for me. What? Jiang Tao was dumbfounded. After all, the production of supersonic vehicles requires the approval of the relevant authorities, and speeds over Mach 5 per hour fall into the category of hypersonic vehicles. This, in turn, must not be allowed to be produced and manufactured by private companies. What the hell was Lin Mo thinking? Lin Mo seemed to have seen what Jiang Tao was thinking. He didn't say much. Instead, he dialed Lu Qing, the chairman of Red Chess Auto, in front of the other party. Just after connecting, Lin Mo smiled and asked, Lu Dong, here, I have a good project. My company, Dajiang UAV, has produced and developed a Mach 3 drone. I don't know which was. Without waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Lu Qing on the other end of the phone immediately became excited. Mr. Lin, you're not joking? Upon hearing Lin Mo's assured words, Lu Qing was instantly thrilled. Mr. Lin, I'll hang up the phone first. I'll contact the Chinese Aerospace Department immediately. They must be very interested in this. Chapter 161, The Dilemma of Aerospace Field. Lin Mo can solve it. Chapter 161, The Dilemma in Aerospace and Aviation. Lin Mo can solve it. Capital. Chinese Aerospace Sector. Inside a conference room, an old man, with a large group of technicians, was watching the big screen, and above the big screen was a huge square, in the center of which a cool-looking drone was resting. Start the test, the old man ordered over the intercom. Soon the drone took off slowly. Upon rising smoothly into midair, the old man revealed a look of relief, and the staff at the side said, Dr. Zhang, the balance test has been completed. Next, the second test can be conducted. Hearing this, Dr. Zhang nodded, then ordered, continue the test. These words fell. That drone moved forward quickly. At first, it wasn't fast, but as time went on, it got faster and faster. In a matter of moments, it reached Mach 1. That's double the speed of sound. Seeing this, the old man could not help but blossom a smile on his face. Keep accelerating, the old man commanded. His eyes, however, fell to the corner of the big screen. Mach 1, 2, Mach 1, 3, Mach 1, 5, Mach 2, Mach 2, 5. The old man tensed again, and the rest of the staff couldn't help but hold their breath. However, just as the old man was about to continue issuing commands for the drones to accelerate, the staff at the side immediately said, Dr. Zhang, it's not good. The system has detected that the drone is too strong due to air resistance. The wind pressure on the surface of the drone has increased. The temperature is exceeding expectations, and cracks are already appearing on the surface, which could cause the drone to disintegrate if it continues to accelerate. Dr. Chang quickly said, quick, slow down and get the drone to return. 10 minutes later, the drone returned without incident. Dr. Zhang had an ugly look on his face. He couldn't help but scratch what was left of his hair. How come? With this drone, I've done everything I can to fix its shape, try to minimize air resistance, but why is it still like this? Also, the material of this drone is the most resilient material in China at the moment, but why does it crack by Mach 2? 5? Couldn't we have developed a Mach 3 drone? When the many staff members on the side saw the other party like this, they didn't know how to comfort the other party for a while. After all, the Mach 3 supersonic drone program started a few years ago. For this purpose, the state allocates hundreds of millions of dollars annually. When Dr. Chang first took on the project, he thought that it would be completed in a year. Tops. Results available. Dr. Zhang, you've done your best. You mustn't blame yourself. At least we've made a huge breakthrough from a year ago. Well, at least nowadays, it's breaking Mach 2. I'm sure that in 6 months tops, we'll be able to. Dr. Zhang couldn't be happier when he heard his assistant's words. After all, Mach 2, 5, he knew, might be his limit. Hey, I'm ashamed of the country's cultivation for so many years. Dr. Chang sighed. And just then, an assistant walked in quickly. Dr. Zhang, there was a call from above just now, saying that they have good news for you. Dr. Zhang looked at the other man strangely. That assistant didn't hide anything, and directly told the matter that Lu Cheng, the chairman of Red Chess Automobile, had called over to the top. And Zhang Cheng said that on the Dazhang drone side, someone had already developed a Mach 3 drone. What? Dr. Cheng was flabbergasted. It was then filled with questions. Dr. Zhang naturally knows something about Dazhang drones, but isn't that a toy? Don't say Mach 3. I'm afraid that even Mach may first not be able to do that, right? No kidding. Dr. Zhang said lightly. That assistant sighed. Dr. Zhang, actually, I was suspicious at first. This call, it was half an hour ago, and I, for one, made a number of connections to make inquiries, eventually inquiring, the owner of that Dazhang drone is Lin Mo. What? Dr. Zhang sniffed and was instantly stunned. After all, in recent times, Lin Mo's Rice Mobile Phone Company, Vast Automobile, and even in Chi Xin, were all in full swing, especially the Rice Cell Phone Company, because of their emergence, one after another to break the foreign chip, high-end CNC machine tools, and even never loose nut technology blockade as well as sanctions. It's too. Dr. Zhang's original suspicions instantly dissipated. In its place, it was full of surprises. To know Huaxia's supersonic drones are extremely versatile. On the military front, naturally, there is no need to talk about it, and there are great uses for it in civilian applications. For example, if there is a fire in the forest, the drone can be the first to go. In a matter of moments, you can get the fire out and reduce unnecessary damage. After all, mountain fires, if they spread, can have unimaginable consequences. And in addition to this, supersonic drones can also carry relevant instruments, such as someone lost, can carry out sky reconnaissance, the first time to confirm the location of the other party to rescue. The more Dr. Chan thought about it, the more excited he became. Immediately, he commanded, "Quickly, everyone hurry up and organize the information. Then follow me to a trip to the Dajiang drone headquarters." Naturally, the people present had no problem with this. Half an hour later, the crowd packed up. Dr. Zhang, on the other hand, took the computer with the information on the supersonic drone and headed straight to the Dajiang drone headquarters. Half an hour later, the group arrived inside the headquarters of Dajiang drone. When listening to Dr. Zhang's self-introduction, Lin Mo was a bit confused. On the contrary, Jiang Tao, who was on the side, was even more at a loss for words. Obviously, for the aerospace sector in China, they almost all only heard of it, but never saw it. And like Dr. Zhang in front of us, the local identity is not simple. In addition to being the general director of this department, he is also a fellow of the University of Aeronautics. Over the years, many of China's aerospace achievements have been attributed to the other party. It can be said that the other party has devoted his whole life to the aerospace industry. It's a great behind-the-scenes worker. Dr. Zhang, you can call us directly if you need anything. There's no need to make a trip yourself, Jiang Tao said humbly. Dr. Zhang laughed. Mr. Jiang, I have something to ask for. How can I make you guys make a trip? Dr. Zhang looked at Lin Mo. The heart is full of emotion. Then he laughed. Mr. Lin, I've heard of your great name more than once. You're a great credit to our Huaxia. Chips, high-end CNC machine tools, and many other areas have remarkable achievements. You're really something. I hope that next, you will continue to lead the development of many of China's industries. Step out of the country and occupy battlefields all over the world. Lin Mo humbly said. Dr. Zhang is too kind. Compared to your achievements, what I have done is not worth mentioning at all. The two of them nattered briefly. Dr. Zhang then went straight to the point. Mr. Lin, I've heard that Dajiang UAV, which Mr. Zhang is in charge of, has already developed a Mach 3 drone, so I intend to come and learn from it. Under Lin Mo's questioning, Dr. Zhang quickly spelled out his current predicament. He had thought that Lin Mo would be very difficult when he heard this. Nevertheless, Lin Mo smiled and said, Dr. Zhang, if you're here to develop a Mach 3 drone, then you've made a trip for nothing. After all, this really only needs to be maneuvered remotely. But if it's for the purpose of developing Mach 5, it's coming at the right time. What does SH mean? Dr. Chang was a little confused. Chapter 162 Shocking. A software that directly solves the pressing problem? Chapter 162 Shocked. A software that directly solves the pressing problem? No wonder Dr. Chang is so. Truly, what Lin Mo had said had left him in the clouds. What do you mean if it's R&D Mach 3? It's considered a waste? If it's Mach 5, it's just in time? Seeing the other party do so, Lin Mo smiled and explained. Dr. Zhang, it's like this. We were really worried about the Mach 3 drones before you got here, too. After all, Dajiang Drones, for now, is just a toy company. The toy, of course, is in comparison to a real aerospace machine, and for normal flying machines, that's pretty specialized equipment. But such a device doesn't even need a speed of Mach 3, which, after all, is a speed that needs to be approved by the relevant authorities. But we've changed our minds since I learned you were here. So, if you guys look at the Dajiang drones, we can establish cooperation. We provide the appropriate technical support, chips, sensors, and even HD cameras. More than that, we have a way to be able to correct the shape of the drone. Speaking here, Lin Mo smiled and looked at Jiang Tao on the side and said, Mouths speak for themselves. Let's go in and talk first. Dr. Chang has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Let's not delay. Jiang Tao sniffed and immediately led Dr. Zhang and the staff brought by the other party into one of Dajiang UAV's production workshops. The moment. Inside the workshop, dozens of drones are being set up. These, Mr. Lin, are the Mach 3 drones? Dr. Chang inquired. Seeing Lin Mo nod, Dr. Zhang quickly stepped forward. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Dr. Zhang was an expert in the field of aerospace, and he naturally saw at a glance that these drones in front of him had been cosmetically restored by professionals. Its air friction resistance is minimal. Dr. Zhang was instantly excited. Mr. Lin, can I take some pictures? He inquired. Seeing Lin Mo nodding his head, Dr. Zhang couldn't wait, so he had his assistant, using a professional instrument to take photos in all directions. Get these done, Dr. Zhang said expectantly. Mr. Lin, could you let me meet the person who designed this drone? Lin Mo smiled and said, this, I can't really do, only because, Mr. Qi is now at Ankishan headquarters. Besides, he's not a professional designer. He's a whiz at computer programming. Dr. Chang was half convinced. And that's when Zhang Tao explained. Dr. Zhang, it's like this. This drone, the initial design drawing, was developed by our company. But we weren't satisfied with the shape, so we enlisted the help of Mr. Qi, and eventually, under the wind tunnel simulation of the software designed by the other party, it ended up in its current shape. With that, Zhang Tao asked his assistant to turn on the big screen. As a video played, Dr. Zhang saw the wind tunnel simulation experiment the other party was talking about. What? See this scene? Dr. Chang was shocked. He naturally knew what a wind tunnel simulation experiment was, simply because, when he had developed drones before, he had done similar experiments more than once. Even that wind tunnel simulation machine is still sitting amongst the aerospace sector. But, the use of computers to simulate wind tunnel experiments was the first time he had heard of it. After all, practice makes perfect. A piece of computer software that can put together a simulation experiment? It was completely beyond his knowledge. Seeing each other like this, Zhang Tao didn't talk nonsense either. Immediately, he smiled and said, Dr. Zhang, I wonder if you have brought the design drawings of the drone you have designed? I'll help with the simulation right away on my end. If that's okay. Unsurprisingly, in an estimated 10 minutes, the shape will be corrected. Hear this. Dr. Chang remained half confident. The Mach 3 drone that they couldn't accomplish in a few years, and as a result, Zhang Tao was able to do it in 10 minutes? Can't help it. Dr. Zhang looked at Lin Mo. Upon seeing Lin Mo nodding his head with certainty, Dr. Chang immediately took out his computer, with its connection to the center computer. Soon, Dr. Zhang's design, in its original form, appeared on top of the large screen, with the system running. Soon, the original design plans, kept stitching together, turned into a drone. Now, activate the wind tunnel simulator, Zhang Tao commanded. 10 minutes, transient, and at the moment, the shape of that drone, already trimmed. However, there are basically some minor parameters, but realize that for flying machines, the minutiae are crucial. Dr. Zhang, the shape modification is currently the limit, according to the results given by the computer. On this basis, the drone developed by your department can break through Mach 3. 5. By the way, in addition to that, the computer gives the following results. First, the material you have designed for the drones is not tough enough, and that's what caused the surface to break at Mach 2. 5 before. Secondly, there is a lack of power, and the reason for this is that the engine performance is so poor that the fuel does not burn sufficiently to provide kinetic energy. Oh, right, Dr. Zhang, the material issue. We, Dajiang UAV, have recently developed a high-temperature resistant, high-toughness, and high-strength material. Moreover, we have also put a layer of hand-torn steel on the surface of this material, using a special technique. This latest drone we've developed is made of this very material. As for the engine, I'm afraid we can't help you. However, I think Mr. Qi has a way to be able to design specialized CNC machine tools for engines. Hear that? Dr. Zhang, as well as the assistants he had brought with him, looked at each other in disbelief. After all, the problem mentioned by Zhang Tao could be said to be right on the mark, but this result was the result of Dr. Zhang and his own staff, who conducted field tests, but Zhang Tao, through his computer, easily obtained these. Unbelievable. It's really incredible. Subsequently, Dr. Zhang looked at Lin Mo again. The mind was in a state of dismay. Although, he had long known that Lin Mo's men were hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but today, he had truly seen what the other party could do. Chapter 163 Mach 5 is nothing. Mach 15 vehicles, that's the standard. Chapter 163 Mach 5 is nothing. Mach 15 flying machine, that's the standard. Half an hour later, Lin Mo took Tangkerson and left the Dajiang drone headquarters. After all, Dr. Zhang and his party, just leave it to Zhang Tao and the others. One doesn't have to worry about it at all. And next, Lin Mo only needed to wait for Dr. Zhang's aerospace department to sign a cooperation agreement with Dajiang UAV. As for the rest, just go with the flow. Lin Mo, how does it feel? Tang Kuxian asked with a smile. Lin Mo was a bit strange. What feeling? Tang Kurson said seriously. Let me ask you, how does it feel to help the Chinese aerospace department and develop a supersonic vehicle that belongs to our country? Lin Mo laughed, naturally with honor. However, I was really surprised that Zhang Tao, Shi Shangdong and the others were so fierce. Obviously, it is a private enterprise, and as a result, it has been able to help China's aerospace sector by developing military drones. It's incredible to think about. I guess people won't believe it when I tell them. Tang Kuxian was going to say something, and that's when, in Tang Kurson's ears, the system's voice suddenly came. Congratulations to the host. The progress of this mission completion is 10%. This reward, the design of a winged and wingless vehicle with a speed of Mach 15. Mission 20% complete. Host can receive a new reward. I'll go. Tang Kuxian was dumbfounded. The mind was stunned. The system is playing a big game here. Surprisingly, the rewards are given according to the progress of the mission. She just couldn't imagine what rewards would be activated if the progress reached 100%. Lin Mo, let's not go yet. Tang Kuxian suddenly said. Lin Mo was a bit strange. Tang Kurson explained. It's not easy for us to come to the capital once. So, I think we'll stay here for now and see if the OE drones have any ideas for a breakthrough. After all, the completion of the Mach 5 drone is on the cards today. But are you going to stop here? Don't you, by any chance, have any interest in that hypersonic vehicle? Lin Mo was a bit confused. He had searched the internet for hypersonic vehicles on his way here. Currently, the fastest hypersonic vehicle in China can reach Mach 10 per hour. This is an area that is already on par with Rice. Kagome, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Lin Mo said curiously. Tang Kurson smiled and said, it's like this. On the way here, I had a chat with that mysterious senior. It says you intend to work with the aerospace sector in China. She has her hands up on this. Naturally. And, it also says it can help you in a pinch if you're so inclined. So, Lin Mo was half convinced. Then joked. Currently, China has mastered the technology to produce Mach 10 vehicles. And this drone, there's been a breakthrough so far. Mach 5 is not a problem at all. I don't think it's necessary to keep breaking through. Is it? Not as good as. Without waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Tang Kurson immediately said, Lin Mo, words can't be said like that. Since you've been working with Dr. Chang, naturally, we must do everything we can to develop it. Besides, you're doing more harm than good. When the time comes, the top finds out about your tactics and gets more businesses to work with you. You're totally lying down and counting your money. Once Lin Mo heard this, he felt that there was some truth to it. Immediately, he was about to turn back. As for Tang Kurson, she temporarily parted ways with Lin Mo on the pretext of casually strolling around. Enter the lobby of Dajiang UAV. Zhang Tao and Dr. Zhang happened to come out of the conference room. Mr. Kong, hard work. This time we were able to develop a Mach 5 drone. And your company deserves a lot of credit. It's something I'll report truthfully to the top. Zhang Tao smiled and said, Dr. Zhang, you flatter me. I'm just standing on the shoulders of the giant that is my boss. Mr. Lin Mo Lin. If it wasn't for him, this Dajiang drone of mine would probably have gone out of business a long time ago. And it's not my doing, it's the result of Mr. Lin's industries, working together, was saying. The two spotted Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, you didn't leave? Just in time. We'll have dinner together? After all, bothering you guys for so long? Dr. Chang smiled. Lin Mo shook his head and said, Dr. Zhang, I'm afraid, there's still a lot of work ahead, so dinner will need to be late. What? Dr. Chang was a little confused. Lin Mo smiled mysteriously, then looked at Zhang Tao who was at the side and said, Mr. Zhang, you first let the company cafeteria cook, and then we'll eat at the office. Seeing Lin Mo like this, Zhang Tao was curious. Boss, is there some new project? Lin Mo smiled and opened his cell phone. Then sent Zhang Tao the design of the Mach 15 winged and wingless hypersonic vehicle that the mysterious Highlander had just sent him. At first, Zhang Tao was a bit confused, but as the other side opens the design, he was dumbfounded. Seeing this, Dr. Zhang couldn't help but go up curiously. And this look, he didn't know what to say to make it better. After a long time, it was only then that Dr. Zhang came to Lin Mo and said with a hint of amazement, Mr. Lin, this design of yours, where did you get it? Dr. Chang, I'm sorry, no comment on that one. The design, however, is legally compliant. Again, this is not important. What is important is whether we can develop a Mach 15 vehicle with this design. Hear this. Dr. Zhang didn't even know what to say at the moment. After all, he had come to Daejiang Drone HQ this time to complete the Mach 3 drone, but as it turned out, when it came down to it, Mach 3, Lin Mo couldn't even look at it, and helped out with the design of the Mach 5 drone straight away. Though, because high-end CNC machines specializing in engines are in the process of being completed. But his intuition told him that after many refinements, it was only a matter of time before a Mach 5 drone was introduced. But who would have thought? Just as Dr. Chang was overjoyed by this, Lin Mo directly took out the design of the Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle. And there are also two kinds of winged and wingless. Dr. Zhang was inwardly shocked. Of course, it's more than that. Dr. Zhang found that the design given by Lin Mo even possessed the latest type of materials. And this material, Huaxia simply can't build it at the moment. And Rice in the island, although in previous years, threatened to develop similar materials. But several years have passed, billions of dollars have been invested, and nothing has ever come of it. The more Dr. Chan thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Eventually, Dr. Zhang smiled bitterly. Mr. Lin, your methods are really beyond my expectations. Lin Mo laughed. Dr. Zhang, words of praise should wait until the Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle is developed first. Now, let's get a move on. Chapter 164, High-Profile Demonstration? It's an insult to yourself. Chapter 164, a high-profile demonstration? It's an insult to yourself. Time. Minutes and seconds pass. Without realizing it, it was already 10 o'clock at night. And at the moment, Lin Mo, Dr. Zhang, Zhang Tao and many of his colleagues from Dajian UAV had a busy day though, but they were in high spirits. Simply because, that design was tested by the supercomputer and found to be so perfect in appearance that there was no need for any corrections. Not only that, but its parameters, too, are near perfect, and the only trouble is that its material as well as the engine. However, this was not considered any trouble for Lin Mo. He called Qi Xiangdong directly, and Qi Xiangdong really didn't let Lin Mo down. He spent half an hour designing a simulation program. This program studies the hardness of the material as well as various parameters. The composition of the many materials was finalized as well as the ratios. As for that engine, it was also used by Qi Xiangdong to produce the corresponding high-end CNC machine tools in a reverse push manner. Just work with a 3D printer and that instrument that produces the core parts of the industrial mother machine to produce the parts. Mr. Lin, I now admire you to the core. Dr. Zhang said with surprise on his face. Lin Mo smiled. Dr. Zhang, it's still the same thing. Let's wait until the Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle is successfully tested before we say this. Saying that, Lin Mo glanced at his cell phone. It was found to be a message from Lei Xiaojun. The other party was trying to tell Lin Mo that the high-precision CNC machine tool they needed was being produced at the moment under the personal supervision of Zhao Su. 3 hours, tops, and it's done. After reading this, Lin Mo stretched and said, Dr. Zhang, let's all go back and have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, it will be time to assemble that hypersonic vehicle. Who knows? Dr. Chang, however, simply couldn't wait. He hastened to say, yes, that would be great. I have a feeling, though, that I won't be able to sleep tonight if I don't do anything. So, I'm going to call and request from above to send a helicopter forward to Liancheng. Lin Mo secretly laughed, but it's understandable. After all, Dr. Zhang was a scientific researcher, and over the years, he had been dedicated to research and development of aerospace. Before that, it was able to come in person for a Mach 3 drone. Today, it's straight Mach 15, and it's even 5 times faster than the most advanced hypersonic vehicle in the world. Currently, I'm afraid that once it's developed and then mass-produced, the world is expected to be abuzz. As Lin Mo pondered, Dr. Zhang's phone rang. Good, I know. Don't worry, leader, I'll make proper arrangements in this matter. Hang up your cell phone. Dr. Zhang came to Lin Mo's body. Mr. Lin, the top called me just now. Meaning, this Mach 5 drone, the patents on the military side, we'll buy them. A total of $1 billion. And on top of that, in the future, for every drone we produce, we'll give the appropriate patents. As for this Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle, so are we. Lin Mo naturally didn't have any opinion on this. After all, it was his honor to work with the state. And, as Tang Kersen said that, once there is support from the state, businesses under their own banner are bound to take off. Compare this with, the money for those patents was not on his mind. 10 minutes later, Dr. Chang left in high spirits. Lin Mo, on the other hand, called Zhao Su and asked the other party to quickly arrange it. Even had the other side make the appropriate center control chip. Everything is arranged. Lin Mo then came to the restroom. And at the moment, Tang Kurson was sitting there playing with her cell phone. Very comfortably. Lin Mo, done with your work? Tang Kuxin asked with a smile. Yeah, waiting for me is urgent, isn't it? Tang Kurson laughed softly. No, I played the game for a while, and also went to the nearby mall for a bit. Anyway, when you're busy, I won't bother you and wait for you in peace. Lin Mo would smile. Then taking the other's hand, he said, now that I'm done, let's go find a place to stay. Before that, have a late night snack. Tang Kurson skimmed her lips and said, forget it, how late is this? You'll grow meat after eating it. What if you dislike me then? Lin Mo smiled. Do you think I'm with you because of your appearance? Tang Kurson bristled. Who knows about this? Seeing Lin Mo looking at himself speechlessly, Tang Kuxin immediately said, alright, I'm teasing you. I know what you are, and feel your feelings for me. Go. After saying that, Tang Kurson took the initiative to hold Lin Mo's arm and walked out. And for the rest of the day, the two of them simply ate at a nearby late-night snack stand before coming to stay inside a hotel. There were no words all night. Early the next morning, Lin Mo woke up early. He tiptoed up, afraid of disturbing Tang Kuxin's beautiful dream. Simply wash up. Lin Mo opened his cell phone out of habit. Just saw a video sent by Dr. Chang. Lin Mo opened it. There was a sigh of relief. This Dr. Chang, he's a total workaholic. Last night at 3 a.m. Those high-end CNC machines, they were shipped to the aerospace sector. And Dr. Chang has been waiting. When high-end CNC machines are installed, Dr. Chang then immediately arranged for his men to divide up the work. Some are responsible for producing the engines, while others are producing the shells, using new high-toughness, high-strength materials, each in their own way. And it wasn't until 5:30 that they finished that hypersonic vehicle. After some testing, they couldn't wait to test it. Eventually, its maximum speed, surprisingly, reached Mach 16. In response, Lin Mo was not the least bit surprised. After all, what that mysterious higher power had given himself had never let him down. After briefly replying to Dr. Chang's message, Lin Mo then quickly changed his clothes. But just then, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. It's the chairman of Red Chess Motors calling. Chairman Liu, calling me so early. What are your orders? Lin Mo inquired smilingly. He had thought that Lu Qing was planning to talk to himself about cooperation. After all, Red Chess Motors has recently been working on a new type of car, and its high-end bearings are a huge problem. Therefore, the other party has always wanted to order CNC machine tools with high-end bearings from Lin Mo. But in the next second, Lu Qing's slightly deep voice was heard. Mr. Lin, something big has happened. Rice has developed a Mach 5 drone. More than that, they're hypersonic vehicles. They've broken new ground. Originally, their hypersonic vehicle, which had already reached Mach 10 per hour, has now surpassed Mach 12. They're on a high-profile rollout right now. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Dong Lu, if this is the case, you really don't have to worry. I understand that the reason why Rice is doing this is that it intends to establish itself as the world's hegemon. Take this and demonstrate to the world. But alas, they are, this time, still making a fool of themselves. Chapter 165, making such a big show, but you'll end up as a clown. Chapter 165, making such a big show, but you'll end up as a clown. What? Lu Qing on the other end of the phone was a bit confused. Lin Mo naturally couldn't say much about this. Immediately, he smiled and said, it's a matter of confidentiality, so naturally I'm not at liberty to say more. If Dong Lu really wants to know, he can contact Dr. Zhang from the Chinese Aerospace Department. He would naturally tell you if he could. Hearing this, Lu Qing snickered. Mr. Lin still knows about secrecy? Lin Mo said seriously. This is a must. As a Chinese, a non-disclosure agreement is not written in writing, but needs to be kept in mind. After all, this is the age of information technology, and in the event of any sloppiness or carelessness, there could be trouble. Walking $500,000, that's scorned by the world. Soon after, Lin Mo hung up his cell phone, seeing that Tang Kuxin hadn't woken up yet. So Lin Mo quietly went out and bought 2 breakfasts downstairs and came back. Lin Mo, what's the situation? So happy? Seeing Lin Mo's face full of smiles, Tang Kurson got a little curious. Lin Mo smiled and told the other party what Lu Qing had called to say. Tang Kuxin couldn't help it. So it is. This event is indeed cause for rejoicing. Let the meter country fool around for a while. Then we, China, will make the announcement of Mach 15 winged and wingless hypersonic vehicles. I guess when that time comes, the mic will be completely dumbfounded. After a pause, Tang Kerson went up and took the breakfast from Lin Mo's hands, eating the donuts while saying, Lin Mo, when do you think is the right time to announce the release? Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. This is not up to me. Tang Kerson took a sip of soy milk and continued. This I know. I mean, since the aerospace department, today, works with you, why don't you take this opportunity to publicize the businesses you own? For example, when the time comes, Dr. Chang and the others are announcing a Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle. In addition to the live TV broadcast, a web simulcast is also available. By then, the beep station, the chopstick hand, and even the headline of the day, could be dipped. In addition to that, the other industries under your banner can also have Dr. Zhang find a way to promote them. You know, this free promotion is much better than spending money on advertising. Lin Mo smiled and couldn't help but say, Xin. Your calculations are quite loud. I don't know, though, if people will say yes. After all, Tang Xin smiled. Don't worry, compared to a Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle, how could they not agree to this request? Maybe that's something people will volunteer without you even mentioning it. Lin Mo smiled. He'd hoped so. However, he also knew that such things could not be forced. However, just as Lin Mo was muttering all this, his cell phone rang again. It's Dr. Chan calling. Lin Mo quickly connected. Dr. Zhang's incomparably excited voice could be heard. Mr. Lin, the fact that the Rice side has developed a Mach 12 hypersonic vehicle is already known on our side. And their test flight experiments are being broadcast globally. Half an hour to go before the official flight begins. I've asked for instructions from above on this matter. The idea from above is to strike while the iron is hot, and when their test flights are complete, we'll start broadcasting globally as well. Lin Mo smiled and said, Dr. Zhang, this is a matter at the national level. You guys just decide. Whereas Dr. Zhang laughed, although this is a national level matter, Mr. Lin, as well as your companies, take the most credit. So, what the above means is that this time, our live broadcast, in addition to the TV station, we have to use several platforms under your banner to synchronize the broadcast. On top of that, our press release, which will be the first to headline the day. By the way, Mr. Lin's other businesses, we also plan to mention them during the broadcast. I don't know. Lin Mo's heart was overjoyed when he heard this. He glanced at Tang Kerson, rather surprised. He didn't expect that Tang Kerson would come true with a single word. Immediately, he subconsciously said, Dr. Zhang, are you telling the truth? Say, how much do you need for advertising? I can. Not waiting for Lin Mo to finish, Dr. Zhang smiled and said, Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? You helped us develop a Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle, which greatly reduced our development time. And for researchers, time is life and time is money. Compared to that, we'll just mention it in passing. No harm, no foul. And we have to let the world know, we, in China, have the best entrepreneurs, and he has the best companies in the world under his hands. Hear this. Lin Mo poured some words into a sweat. However, he wasn't the pretentious type. Furthermore, Dr. Zhang's proposal was kind of right up his alley. Why not? Thus, Lin Mo immediately spoke out about this matter with Lei Xiaojun and the others in the middle of his prestige group, and to get the crowd well prepared in advance for the upcoming broadcast. In response, the crowd cheered. After all, the biggest hope of private enterprises is to cooperate with the national level. Once this is secured, next, as long as the three views are correct and you keep developing good products, you are bound to rocket up the ladder. It's for them. It's a rare opportunity. Once it's done, then, the industries under their umbrella are even exposed in front of the whole world, and it's still advertised by Hua Xia himself. Lin Mo could naturally feel the excitement within the crowd, but he still managed to voice a couple of paragraphs in a serious manner. Gentlemen, I know that this is a very rare opportunity, but I'll stick with the old cliché. We have exposure, and it's only natural that we'll have fewer sales in the future, but never drift away from that, and there can't be any other messed up ideas either. First it's patriotism, then producing excellent quality products. While making money is a prerequisite, the real prerequisite is that it can't be to the detriment of the country. Beyond that, we're going to follow the decisions that are being made from above. Also, although we have risen, we can't suppress domestic companies. We need healthy competition. And our market, too, is not limited to the country, but the whole world. In this way, we, Huaxia, will be able to prosper, and we will naturally be able to grow for a long time. These words fell. Lei Xiaojun, Wang Haining and the others responded. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo laughed and looked at Tang Kerson on the side. Kagome. What do we do next? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Tang Xin smiled. Of course it's to find a cafe and then watch the live stream of Mach 12 in the meter. Let's just be quiet and watch them pretend. Lin Mo smiled. This is right up my alley. Oh, to make such a big show, and as a result, will be reduced to a clown. I'd love to see them eat their words. As he said this, Lin Mo had some expectations. Expect a series of clownish behavior from Rice. Chapter 166, Mach 11. 6 flying machine test flight successful? Michelle was too early. Chapter 166, Mach 11. 6 flight test flight successful? Michelle was too early. Middletown. A plane before. At this moment, countless media outlets are surrounding the cordon beyond, and inside the cordon, a large group of staff members were being filled with excitement. Mr. Michelle, how true. Originally, we expected that we would have 2 more years to complete the development of a Mach 12 hypersonic vehicle, but I didn't expect you to take your team and finish straight ahead. This not only saves Rice hundreds of millions of dollars, but it even makes us, Rice, #1 in the world again in the field of supersonic and hypersonic vehicles. Today, it's safe to say that we have made a new history in Rice. Hearing this, Michelle had a smile in her eyes. The smug look on his face flashed even though, and at that moment, that reporter once again said, Mr. Michelle, may I ask what kind of idea you had to make the hypersonic vehicle, which was supposed to be planned to be completed only in 2 years, ahead of schedule? Michelle sniffed and said with a straight face, this, naturally, is for the purpose of making our country stronger. Some time ago, Huaxia developed a 14-nanometer class chip and was arrogant for a while. They have even forgotten who is the ruler of this world. So it's with that belief that we were able to develop it. Hear this. The reporter laughed darkly. Naturally, he knew that this was just disingenuous talk from Michelle. The reason the other side is trying so hard, it's really just a matter of increasing the bonuses from above. And this Michelle, in fact, is doing it to get the prize money. As for the sake of Rice? Cootie. Only then will I believe it. Sure, that reporter naturally didn't dare to talk nonsense. After all, at the moment they were broadcasting live worldwide. And so, the reporter continued to ask several questions the rest of the day. Michelle was prepared in advance and therefore naturally answered the questions. So, half an hour later, Michelle said goodbye to the reporters for the time being, and then had his aides transport the latest Mach 12 hypersonic drone developed by Rice. Next I announced that this test flight of the hypersonic vehicle officially begins. Michelle's words fell, and the people present showed excitement. Now, start linking the center computer. The center computer is connected. The system is detecting. Testing complete. All clear. Next, a wind tunnel test, and with a series of tedious tests performed, Michelle immediately ordered, now, start the test flights. As these words fell, the uniquely shaped flying machine quickly and smoothly lifted off, and after hovering for a week, it began to accelerate. See this. Michelle was full of confidence, and at that moment, the staff on the sidelines were watching the computer carefully and were reporting back in real time. Mr. Mitchell, today's speed is over Mach 10. All clear. Michelle sniffed and immediately commanded. Very well. After 5 minutes of steady flight, continue to accelerate. 5 minutes passed quickly. That hypersonic vehicle continued to accelerate. Mach 11. Mach 11. 5. However, just when Michelle thought all was well, the staff member, however, rushed to say, Mr. Michelle, the system has detected that the surface temperature of the craft has risen dramatically. I'm afraid it's impossible to continue accelerating, or risk disintegration. Michelle sniffed. Immediately, he went up to look at it. As it turns out, the data above, at the moment, is resting at Mach 11. 8. Come on, drop speed. Michelle commanded up. This stabilized when its speed stabilized at Mach 11. 6. Damn. Just a little bit. Michelle's heart was full of regret. However, once he thought about it, the technology of the Chinese side today was still only stuck at Mach 10. He calmed down. 10 minutes later, that hypersonic vehicle has returned. Michelle came to the front of the press. Gee, it's a shame. Originally, I thought I'd break Mach 12 this time, but what I didn't expect was, it's a little bit short. It seems that we still need to strengthen the surface material. Hear this. Instead, that reporter soothed. Mr. Mitchell, you're already strong. At least, at the moment, no one in the world has been able to develop a hypersonic vehicle that fast. In short, our country, Rice, in the field of aerospace, is still the world's first. No one can shake our position. The words are gone. The reporter's words changed. Mr. Michelle, I wonder if you have anything to say to the aerospace sector in China? Michelle sniffed and pretended to brood. And then, immediately smiled. Our hypersonic vehicle this time. We were able to complete it ahead of schedule. And although it's not perfect, I still have to thank Huaxia. I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to complete our mission successfully if it weren't for your motivation. So if you have any technical problems with hypersonic vehicles, just give us a word and our scientists in Rice are willing to help. Michelle was full of smugness. There was a pause. Michelle continued, by the way, I think the Chinese side must be very interested in our design drawings, right? We are willing to make the design of this winged hypersonic vehicle available to the entire internet. Of course, by the time China develops this hypersonic vehicle, I'm afraid, we'll have been able to upgrade it to Mach 15. Beyond that, next, we're going to continue to develop wingless hypersonic vehicles. Hopefully, Huaxia will wait and see. By the way, I suddenly remembered a famous Chinese saying, always imitated, never surpassed. Hopefully, Wahoo is going to come on and catch up with us. With that series of words finished, that smile at the corner of Michelle's mouth couldn't be suppressed at all. As for that reporter, at this moment, he turned to the camera and said, ladies and gentlemen, this interview, this is the end. Science without borders. Here, we hope that Wachovia doesn't have too much ill will toward us. As that reporter finished his gloomy, cart before the horse words, the live broadcast came to an end. And that Michelle saw this, he was also too lazy to linger here, and immediately planned to go back to have a good rest. However, just then, Michelle suddenly got a phone call. What? You're saying that the Chinese side, at this very moment, is broadcasting live about the Mach 15 vehicle? How is this possible? Michelle's face was full of incredulity. Chapter 167, A Broken Michelle, constantly repeating between hope and despair. Chapter 167, A Broken Michelle, constantly repeating between hope and despair. No wonder Michelle is so disbelieving. Truly, this thing, it's too weird. After all, Rice just completed a Mach 11, six-winged hypersonic vehicle. Michelle had been complacent, but their global broadcast was just completed, and on the Chinese side, they immediately declared Mach 15. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? False. It's absolutely false, Michelle said to herself. And that's when several assistants had successfully placed the winged hypersonic vehicle they had developed. Mr. Mitchell, shouldn't we go celebrate? Several people inquired and said, though their bonuses aren't as dramatic as Michelle's, but the prize money due this time is more than they've made in the past few years. Naturally, you want to celebrate. Further, all this time, their spirits have been on edge. Now that we have this opportunity, it must be cherished. But when they saw Michelle's depressed expression, a few people were unsure. Mr. Michelle, we know you have a spirit of truthfulness. Granted, we're aiming for Mach 12 this time, but Mach 11, 6, it's still a clean sweep. Presumably, our aerospace endeavors in Rice have long been looked up to by the world. Michelle saw this. Sighing helplessly, he said, I'm afraid, our prize money this time, will be lost to us. What? The crowd was full of incredulity. They had intended to inquire. But Michelle turned straight around and headed for the institute she was in. The rest of the group followed suit. Half an hour later, inside the institute, after some questioning from the crowd, Michelle then told the truth. These words fell. The crowd was thunderstruck. Mr. Mitchell, you're kidding, right? Someone inquired and said. Michelle was bitter inside. He wished he was joking, but the call he had received earlier was from someone above, and the other party would never joke. How come? The crowd had a depressed look on their faces. How did this happen? How do I know why this is happening? Michelle stormed off. The crowd bowed their heads. The mind, on the other hand, was depressed. After all, the previous rule from above was to give a bonus for developing Mach 12. Although, they only developed Mach 11, 6, but they felt so close that the top would never fail to give a bonus. But once the Chinese side developed a Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle, then the top will inevitably use this as an excuse to withhold bonuses. Of course, that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, this time, they had a global live broadcast in order to publicize the latest model of hypersonic vehicle from Rice. Its purpose is to let the world know who is really the world's hegemon. But today, after the announcement of the Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle in China, it was completely overshadowed. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they will be embarrassed in front of the world. After all, they had openly mocked Huaxia before the broadcast ended, and from what they know about the top, Michelle and his team will inevitably fall on the back burner. No, seeing is believing. I had to see it with my own eyes. Michelle doesn't seem to be dead in the water. Immediately, he took his men and came inside the conference room. Soon, they're connected to the extranet. Then, it tapped into the Chinese TV signal, and on the live feed at the moment, Dr. Zhang was leading a group, busy in front of the central control computer, and in the lower right corner, there is an image of the flight of a Chinese hypersonic vehicle. It's more than that. There's the speed of flight aside. Surprisingly, it's Mach 13. See this. Michelle is completely heartbroken, but now that it's true, Michelle naturally won't fool herself, so simply treat it up with the usual care. So, 5 minutes later, the speed of Huaxia's hypersonic vehicle has stabilized at Mach 15, and the system shows that it's all good, but just when Michelle thought that was the end of it, however, he saw the hypersonic vehicle still continuing to accelerate. It wasn't until it stabilized at Mach 16, 8 that the surface temperature became too high, thus preventing further acceleration. See this. Michelle's heart went cold. He was a million times more frustrated. Think of yourself before. Although the announcement was for a Mach 12 hypersonic vehicle, as a result, the final velocity was limited to 11.6. For this reason, he was complacent. Available results. HWA pronounced it at Mach 15. The final speed, however, nearly broke Mach 17. Michelle suddenly felt like a clown, and as Michelle froze, the hypersonic vehicle, shown on the live feed, has returned without incident. After a series of tests, everything was fine. Dr. Zhang then came to the reporter and was interviewed by the other side. Mr. Mitchell. The crowd had a look of frustration on their faces. Michelle was going to say something, and that's when his cell phone rang again. It's that phone call from before again. What? Okay, I promise to get the job done. This time, I definitely won't let you down. I would swear to God. Hang up your cell phone. Michelle, who had been frustrated, instantly became exuberant. He then looked to the members of his team and said, "Guys, I have some good news on my side. The Mach 15 hypersonic vehicles currently being developed in China are winged vehicles, so the request from above is for us to develop a Mach 12 wingless hypersonic vehicle as soon as possible. When it's done then, the bonus promised to us before will be tripled again." Hear this. The originally demoralized crowd suddenly had a look of excitement on their faces. It is important to realize that wingless vehicles can be much more difficult to develop than winged vehicles. After all, the presence of wings, while increasing air resistance, stabilizes the craft. A wingless vehicle, however, must have a tight design, as well as sufficient stability. Therefore, according to theory, the development of wingless vehicles is even more difficult, not to mention supersonic or even hypersonic. Good. Motivated again. Next, let's develop it quickly. The sooner the better. We've been humiliated this time, but next time, we'll get it back. I will never believe that the Chinese side can develop a wingless hypersonic vehicle. The words fell. The crowd, which had originally looked like they had lost their souls, were suddenly as excited as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, all of them wailing with excitement, simply because they were developing winged hypersonic vehicles at the same time they were developing wingless hypersonic vehicles. So far, it's 90% complete. Next, just need to do a final balance test and you're done. So they are confident that they can complete the wingless hypersonic vehicle within 6 months. When the time comes, it will surely raise the world's attention. However, just as Michelle and her party, confidently, Dr. Chang's voice was heard on the live screen. Guys, just now, we have successfully test-flown the Mach 15 winged hypersonic vehicle, and it turned out better than we expected. Next, it's our main event. That's the test flight of the Mach 15 wingless hypersonic vehicle. What? Michelle, as well as everyone else present, had a look of horror on their faces. They were like lightning strikes, inwardly despairing. How can this happen? Michelle murmured, lost in thought. Chapter 168, The Collapse of Rice. That Lin Mo. What in the world? Chapter 168, The Collapse of Rice. That Lin Mo. What in the world? At this very moment, Michelle and her own handful of staff, all of them had a disheveled look on their faces. The devastation they felt inside was beyond words. They watched the live feed with vacant eyes. The drone quickly lifted off, and constantly changing directions, accelerating, braking, making sharp turns. It's almost like a living thing. See this. Michelle and her entourage, thoroughly dumbfounded. They were inwardly shaken. At the same time, there was some backlash. You know, wingless hypersonic vehicles are basically used to develop and produce weapons. And what they just saw, although it has long been anticipated by experts, there's even a concept video dedicated to it. But, theory and reality, they don't overlap perfectly. So, that the expert who made the concept video had said so himself. It would take at least a decade to complete the wingless hypersonic vehicle in the video. and the investment in it, be it human, material or financial, will be a horrible amount. And that's just the ideal progress. You have to break through a lot of obstacles to really get it done, especially with that air brake, and then the subtle airflow that enables a change of direction. This theory, as simple as it sounds, is very complex. After all, a speeding car that suddenly brakes for a sharp turn is in danger of overturning. Not to mention, a wingless craft, flying at 10 times the speed of sound and then suddenly reversing direction. Available results. They had seen with their own eyes that the wingless flying machine of the Chinese side had accomplished all this with ease. How is that possible? Michelle muttered darkly. The heart had completely run out of hope. After a long time, Michelle immediately ordered, "Quick, investigate for me. What kind of person, exactly, helped the Chinese aerospace department complete the development of winged and wingless hypersonic vehicles? In no way do I believe that Dr. Chang can take his own team and do all of this on his own." I don't blame Michelle for thinking that. After all, both had studied in Tokoku in the first place. They're still alumni. Since they were in the same program, they had a pretty good relationship, and the two of them often engaged in academic exchanges. Therefore, the depths of each other are very clear. Dr. Chang must have found someone to help them. But who is that person? Really? Michelle murmured. The mind boggles. But, he had decided in his mind. With such a talent, he absolutely had to find a way to pull the other party in. It can even be done at any cost. And as Michelle muttered, at this point, on the live screen, the sound of a reporter's interview came out loud and clear. Dr. Zhang, may I ask if there is any story that people don't know about this time in our Chinese aerospace field, in the development of winged and wingless hypersonic vehicles? Hear this. Dr. Zhang had a look of emotion on his face. This is a little dramatic to say the least. Originally, we had no idea of developing a Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle, because, all this time, we've been developing Mach 3 drones for civilian as well as military use. Unfortunately, we don't have high-end CNC machine tools because of the technology embargo by Rice. And on top of that, we can't develop our own national aerospace engine. We've always used overpriced imports. These, however, are foreign knockouts. And just when we were at a loss, Chairman Lu Qing of Red Chess Auto has introduced us to a doorway. That's the OE drone. Perhaps people are not aware of the OE drones, but surely you know about the Rice cell phone and the Hohum car. All of these businesses share a common owner. And as we traveled to the OMI drone, the mysterious owner was there. At that time, Daejiang UAV had already developed a Mach 3 drone, and the intention is to increase its speed to Mach 5. So we hit it off with the mysterious owner, and then successfully developed a Mach 5 drone. Originally, we were quite satisfied, but that mysterious boss, however, was not satisfied, and gave us the design drawings for a Mach 15 winged and wingless hypersonic vehicle. In addition to that, high-end CNC machines with engines, and many center control software have been developed. And we, who guessed the CNC machine last night, today, developed it. Hear that? Michelle, as well as many of her co-workers, had an ugly look on their faces at the moment. Obviously, none of them expected it. All of this, it turned out to be the mysterious boss behind the Chinese Rice cell phone company from which the trouble was caused. Damn, that Lin Mo. Who the hell is he? How is he so capable? Michelle nearly growled out. Obviously, previously, Lin Mo's Rice phone developed a 14-nanometer chip. This is a major blow for Rice. Moreover, in today's China, there are already a number of companies that are using 10-nanometer class chips. Even the supercomputers in China, with the help of high-end chips, were upgraded to the second generation. It's already far beyond the current Rice supercomputers. It's more than that. Lin Mo's company, Vast Automobile, has also received dazzling results. Its strong endurance is something that even Mark, the owner of Truss in the United States, is very covetous of. Before that, they even threatened to buy the patent at all costs. Only, unfortunately, the Vast Automobile was not at all impressed. Michelle had thought the industries Lin Mo was involved in would only be those goods that were traded abroad. Available results. The other side, for once, had their hands in the aerospace field. Damn, that kid called Lin Mo. What exactly is his origin? Why does he have so much access to future technological means? Michelle was puzzled. For a while, the mood was low, simply because he knew that with this news came. I'm afraid that even if I am able to successfully develop a Mach 12 wingless hypersonic vehicle that belongs to the U.S., I won't get the prize money, because the development of their hypersonic vehicle is just a fight against Huaxia. Available results, and they themselves were slapped in the face, and at the same time, this side of the capital city of China. At this moment, Lin Mo had already closed the live broadcast, The happiness in his heart could no longer be concealed, just because. Just now, at the end of the broadcast, Dr. Zhang highlighted the major companies under Lin Mo, Rice Mobile Company, Vast Automotive, Beep Station, Headlines of the Day, Chopsticks Hands, and other software. Even software such as 100 Herbs Delicious, Extreme Shopper, and Happy Fun Fun have been read out by the other side. Rimmer knew, that's the best kind of advertising. Next, all these industries under his banner are bound to come into the public eye in full. The days of lying down and making money are not far away. And just as Lin Mo was secretly looking forward to this day, Tang Kerson, who was originally full of coziness, suddenly felt joy in her heart, simply because she heard the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Mission progress is 20% complete. A brand new reward will be unlocked soon. Is it extracted? Without thinking, Tang Kerson directly responded in her mind. Extraction. These words fell. In front of Tang Kerson's eyes, a virtual gift bag suddenly appeared, and as it opens, Tang Kerson instantly boiled inside. Chapter 169, Surprised and Pleased. Quantum Communication Satellite Design? Chapter 169, Surprised and Pleased. Quantum Communication Satellite Design? I'll go. Developed. This, surprisingly, is a quantum satellite design? I'll be damned. That's a really big leap, too, isn't it? No wonder Tang Xin was so excited. You know, quantum satellites. That is at home and abroad are pursuing a future technology means. The so-called quantum, which is actually quantum physics, is based on encrypted communication based on quantum superposition as well as quantum entanglement. It's efficient and secure. Even a few years ago, there were scientists, both domestic and foreign, who announced a completely new concept, quantum computers. And if it can be done, it runs much faster than even a supercomputer. It's just a shame that this area, at least in the last few years, has been so difficult to accomplish. While Tang Kerson was excited inside, Lin Mo, who was on the side, was curious. Xin, what are you thinking about? Why do I see your eyes glowing? Could it be that you've come up with another good investment? Tang Xin immediately returned to her senses. Then with a mysterious smile, he said, where would I have any good investment projects? I was just wondering, since that mysterious high man was able to give you the design of a Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle. Today, the test flight is complete. Maybe, if you ask people again, see if there's anything else related to the aerospace field that she can surprise you with. After all, we work closely with Dr. Chang's aerospace department these days. People also help us with free advertising. That said, we earned it. So it's only right that we should strike while the iron is hot and move on to new collaborations. But there's no rush on this. We'll find someone later. Let's go shopping now. Not waiting for Tang Xin to finish, Lin Mo then nodded. He looked deeply at Tang Xin. And then, in front of the other party, he took out his cell phone, and then sent a message to that mysterious person, expressing his will. And soon after, the other side sent an encrypted zip package. At the bottom of the zip is a decompression code. Lin Mo was quite surprised in his heart. Actually, Lin Mo had always been skeptical about the identity of that mysterious Highlander. After all, there is absolutely no way in this world that someone can help another person unconditionally. As for Lin Mo, ever since he had been introduced to that mysterious senior by Tang Kerson, the other party had been helping himself, from the very first investments to the most recent Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle. And these, but where a field is involved, the wealth that comes with it, is immense. Available results, and the other side keeps giving, and yet, no return is expected. Therefore, Lin Mo felt that this mysterious tall person was, with great probability, Tang Kerson. After all, you can hear the future yourself. It was not surprising that Tang Kerson had acquired certain mysterious abilities. Of course, the reason why Tang Xin felt that her guess was highly probable. One of the reasons was that every time Tang Xin contacted the other party, she avoided herself. And when the other party sent himself designs and messages, Tang Kerson wasn't there. But today, this guess of my own was sort of disproved. Just because, when the other party sent himself the compression software, Tang Kerson, who was in front of him, did nothing. Lin Mo, what are you thinking? Seeing Lin Mo looking puzzled, Tang Kerson couldn't help but inquire. Lin Mo smiled and said, Xin, it's nothing. Why don't we just make a trip over to the Omi drones for now? Then, see what designs exist among the zip package that high person sent me this time. Tang Kerson nodded repeatedly. The mind, on the other hand, was a moment of celebration. Oopsie daisy. Scared the hell out of me. I really didn't think that Lin Mo would send a message to that so-called mysterious higher power in front of me. It's a good thing the system is strong. Just take my other number and bind it to the system. Next, I only need to reply with my mind to send a message to Lin Mo. Otherwise, I'm going to be exposed. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the headquarters of Daejiang Drone. At the moment, Zhang Tao was happily chatting with his co-workers there. After all, after the announcement of the Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle by the Chinese Aerospace Department, Daejiang Drone, thoroughly reputable. It was only because Dr. Zhang had emphasized one point when he advertised Lin Mo's companies. That is, next, it will continue to cooperate with Daejiang UAV to develop more military and civilian flying machines. Also, there will be drones at OE, ordering Mach 5 supersonic vehicles for military use. This message fell. The whole of China was instantly interested in the Daejiang Drone. To this, Ginger Towers didn't waste this wave of traffic either, so it went straight to live streaming on Chopstick's Hands and Beep Station. And it also has the link on the little yellow car. It's just a pre-order though, but sales reached hundreds of thousands in just half an hour. Of course, because the new drones Zhang Tao developed this time were professional equipment, he decided, therefore, to develop a low-profile version. And this resolution, naturally, elicited unanimous consent. Boss, you're here just in time. On my side, there's something I need to report to you. We have millions of orders for our Daejiang Drone, the professional equipment version. At the immediate rate of production, shipments will be completed in half a month at the most. On top of that, we're going to develop a low-profile version. In time, which was, without waiting for Zhang Tao to finish. Lin Mo then smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Zhang, you have full authority over the production of Daejiang's drones products, as well as research and development. I will only look at the results. And, I trust you 100% to never get involved. And I've actually come this time with something good for you. Hear this. Zhang Tao had a strange look on his face. Lin Mo didn't talk nonsense and directly asked the other party to take himself to the CNC machine shop. When the center computer is connected, Lin Mo directly sent the design to the other party. Of course, Lin Mo was naturally not worried about the data being leaked. After all, when that high person sent the zip package to himself, he had said that this encrypted file could only be extracted and decompressed once. After decompression is complete, the original set of data is automatically cleared. Once unzipped, no one else can get anything in the future, even if they steal it and enter the password correctly. As for the center control computer of the Daejiang Drone, Lin Mo was naturally not worried about hacking. After all, a series of data from this side of the world were connected to the anchor letter, which Qi Shangdong was in charge of. With this information network security company as a gatekeeper, even the world's top hackers, I'm afraid, wouldn't dare to make a move. 1 minute later, Zhang Tao successfully finished entering the decompression code. And then, a complete design that jumps out at you. This is a full set of design drawings for a quantum communications satellite? Even the central control program, it's edited? Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. And at this moment, Lin Mo was also surprised and delighted. Chapter 170, a quantum satellite belonging to Huaxiao will be introduced in a week? Chapter 170, a quantum satellite belonging to Huaxiao will be available in a week? No wonder Lin Mo and his duo were like that. It was really the surprise this time that was simply beyond their expectations. The first to react was still Zhang Tao, only to see him take a deep breath. And then, with a complicated face, he said, Boss, this enterprise of mine, isn't it specialized in developing drone equipment? The previous development of the Mach 5 supersonic vehicle was just an accident. And, we are doing what we can to help the country grow. But this quantum communications satellite, and the Daejiang Drone, are 8 different industries, and the main thing is, we don't have similar manufacturing credentials, either. Also, I'm concerned that we, as a business, are drifting away from our original intent. What Zhang Tao said, Lin Mo did not refute. After all, on the way here, Lin Mo had also made such considerations. But if you have to be more serious, the development of quantum satellites seems to have some connection to drones. After all, specialized unmanned equipment needs to be equipped with a satellite navigation system. Although, Lin Mo had the Beidou navigation system under his hand, but quantum satellites are clearly more advanced. Sure, this was not something Lin Mo could consider, and thus, quickly dialed Dr. Zhang's number. But before Lin Mo could say anything, however, he heard Dr. Zhang's slightly agitated voice. Mr. Lin, I have good news for you. Your Daejiang drone, which has been partially authorized by the military wage-earning quality. Currently, your company is able to develop military vehicles. Although the paperwork is still pending, you can make an exception for early development. Hearing this, Lin Mo froze slightly, and since the phone was on speakerphone, Zhang Tao, who was on the sidelines, could hear it clearly. He had a slightly complicated smile on his face. After all, one just wants to focus on the development of specialized equipment for drones, but it turned out to be good. This Dajiang drone, inexplicably, has become a company with some military qualifications. But soon, Jiang Tao was at ease. Anyway, he has decided to expand this company. Therefore, the addition of an extra department does not really hurt. And at that moment, Dr. Chang's voice came again. Dr. Chang, can I ask you a question? Lin Mo said with a smile. But there's no harm in saying it. Dr. Chang said easily. I would like to know if the development of satellites is under your control? Lin Mo wondered. Dr. Chang smiled and said, this is natural. The aerospace department, what it governs, is everything that flies in the sky. Satellites are naturally under our jurisdiction. And the Beidou satellite navigation system that you acquired earlier was approved by us for use. Mr. Lin, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Lin Mo smiled and said, I have, here, a brand new project. I wonder, is Dr. Chang interested in this? Dr. Zhang immediately asked, what project? Quantum satellites. What? Dr. Zhang on the other end of the phone was a bit stunned. Granted, when Lin Mo opened his mouth to inquire just now, Dr. Zhang knew that the other party's next words would definitely not be simple. It's surprises, even, maybe more than one thinks. Available results. Lin Mo didn't make a sound, but he made a sound. Mr. Lin, you're not kidding? Can you really develop a quantum satellite? Upon hearing Lin Mo's assured words, Dr. Chang was instantly excited. No wonder Dr. Chang is so. After all, the quantum realm has always been the most mysterious area of physics. One of the foundational theories, naturally, is quantum entanglement as well as quantum superposition. And under this theory, many new future technologies can be developed. Quantum computers, quantum satellites, and this quantum computer. I'm afraid it's hard to accomplish with the current technological means, but this quantum satellite, has been between the countries urgently need to overcome a difficult problem. Even, there has been a very pertinent international comment for some time. If any country can be the first to complete the development of quantum satellites, that country, then, is deservedly number one in aerospace. And Dr. Zhang, the greatest long-cherished wish of his life is to be able to accomplish this feat in his lifetime. But alas, while there are many concept videos circulating around the world, but it is very difficult to turn it into a fact. The more Dr. Zhang thought about it, the more excited he became. Mr. Lin, I'm coming over to you now. Lin Mo smiled and said, Dr. Zhang, there's no rush on this. After all, at the moment we've only got the design. Production development still needs to be gradual and may take a little time. After all, everything in a quantum satellite has to start from scratch. And just having the design drawings doesn't work at all. Plus, those parts, the central control system, quantum computing, etc., still need to be gradually improved. Hear that? Dr. Zhang on the other end of the phone gradually calmed down. He said smilingly, Mr. Lin, I was too hasty. After all, it was a quantum satellite. Even if we do have a design, we need to keep refining the data, testing, etc. With that said, Dr. Chang inquired, well then, I'm willing to wait. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then asked, Dr. Zhang, I wonder how long you expect to wait. Dr. Chang on the other end of the line was clearly hesitating. Then he smiled and said, my mental expectation was 6 months. Hearing that Lin Mo was silent, Dr. Chang said, is half a year not enough? And yes, it is a quantum satellite after all. So, 2 years. When Lin Mo heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Dr. Zhang, don't say half a year. Half a month seems a bit long to me. Tell you what, in half a month's time, I'll deliver the complete quantum communication satellite to you. What? Dr. Chang was a little confused. Lin, Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Lin Mo responded up with certainty. The moment, Dr. Chang didn't know what to say for the best. After all, when he heard Lin Mo say that he needed to be told to wait, he thought it would be a long time. Results, in a week? You know, above China, the attitude towards quantum satellites is that it is naturally best to be able to develop them. If it's hard to break through for a while, just go with the flow. For this reason, Dr. Zhang is all ready to sharpen his sword for 10 years. Well, Dr. Zhang, in a week's time, we'll naturally see what happens. Next, you will continue to develop the project at hand. I hope, when the time comes, we can deliver as promised. Hear this, Dr. Zhang on the other end of the phone was expecting a lot for a while. just because. He knew that once it was really as Lin Mo said, that quantum satellite could be successfully developed. This is definitely a milestone advancement for the Chinese aerospace field. Chapter 171 Development of Quantum Computers. Space Stations in Space. Chapter 171 Development of Quantum Computer. Space Station in Space. Half an hour later, Lin Mo took Tang Kersen and left the Dajun drone headquarters, and then embarked on the homeward journey to Cloud City. Just off the bus, the two finished their lunch. Lin Mo. Next, what are the plans? Tang Xin inquired, a look of relief on his face. Nowadays, the system's latest task, the completion progress, had reached 30%, and a week later, with the successful development of that quantum satellite, the progress will be 40%. When that time came, Lin Mo would be able to further accomplish a brand new task. So, this week, they can go find something else to do. And in the face of Tang Kersen's inquiry, Lin Mo was a bit confused for a while. After all, this time, with the development of the Mach 15 drone, Lin Mo's Dajun drone can be said to have successfully shown its face in front of the world. As for the other industries under his umbrella, they are now having a smooth growth. Next, just go with the flow. Then having enough traffic while still ensuring the quality of your product. The future is promising. Looks like I'll have to consider a whole new investment. After all, I still have so much liquidity in my hands that I've been putting it away, albeit at interest, but it's a complete waste. Hearing this, Tang Kersen also fell into deep thought. After all, nowadays, on this side of China, Lin Mo has almost all of the enterprises with a market capitalization of over $100 billion in the future in his pocket. Those that couldn't be acquired also became Lin Mo's partners. It seems that next, we can only find a way for Lin Mo to acquire foreign businesses. After all, there are still quite a few good companies abroad, so if we can take them down, it will be of no small help to Huaxia. However, at the moment, Tang Xin didn't have any thoughts. After all, she had traveled to the present with memories of her later life though, but one is not omniscient. Never mind all that, we'll think about it later. It's imperative to let Lin Mo think about what else needs to be perfected in the businesses under his banner, and then lay it out ahead of time, especially 5G networks, etc. After all, with the development of 5G networks, it is possible to realize the intelligent development of Huaxia. And just as Lin Mo was planning to give Lin Mo the general direction, at this point, Lin Mo suddenly said, Xin, I remembered something. Tang Xin looked at the other party curiously. Lin Mo didn't answer, but directly handed the phone to the other party. Tang Xin immediately took it. It got even stranger for a while, simply because, on Lin Ma's cell phone, was a news story from 11. The gist of it is that the United States, along with several other countries, has declared a ban on any cooperation in the aerospace field with Huaxia. This, naturally, includes the International Space Station. It's a good thing that Tang Kexing is so cathartic. Therefore, it quickly understood Lin Mo's intentions. Are you planning to produce and develop the International Space Station? Don Karin inquired. Lin Mo nodded. Tang Kersen's heart was shaken. Regarding what happened 3 years ago, Tang Kersen naturally knew about it. Because of that ban by Rice, it resulted in China not being able to participate in any cooperation in terms of advanced aeronautics. So, in terms of exploring the universe, it's far behind Rice. It's a huge shame for HWA. And as Tang Kersen remembers it, Huaxia spent the next few years learning the hard way. Therefore, Chinese scientists have been working on research and development in this area. Finally, a huge breakthrough. In 18 years, the space station belonging to China was successfully developed, breaking the Rice monopoly. And with the existence of the Huaxia space station, Huaxia has achieved a reversal of fortune in exploring the extraterrestrial. In the end, a ride that left the nations dumbfounded. Lin Mo. That's a good idea. And it's also considered a contribution to the Chinese aerospace industry. But this is not a small degree of difficulty. Tang Xin said so with her mouth. The mind then communicated with the system. Unico, do you have any ideas? Or, could you have Lin Mo use it to distribute the design plans for the space station by completing other tasks? It's just a shame. The system, however, simply ignored Tang Xin. Toon-chan, how come you're not reliable at all when it comes to critical moments? Tang Xin spat helplessly. And that's when Lin Mo spoke again. Kersen, I've decided. I'm going to make a trip to the Rice cell phone company. Seeing Tang Kersen trying to speak, Lin Mo sighed. Originally, I wanted to bring you along, but you must be exhausted from running around with me these past few days. And then there's my mom's side. Lin Mo had expected Tang Kersen to be angry, but Tang Kersen was very understanding and said, I understand. Don't worry about going to Liancheng. My future mother-in-law left in my care. But still, you can be busy. But when you're done, make sure you check in with me. Other than that, eat on time and get a good night's rest. Don't ever tire yourself out. Lin Mo nodded repeatedly. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo returned home, took the car away, and went straight to Liancheng. 1 hour later, Lin Mo appeared at the Liancheng Danny cell phone headquarters. The moment a helicopter is parked outside above a huge clearing, a group of crews that are constantly feeding parts onto the airplane. While on the side, Lei Xiaojun and Zhao Su were watching. The two were relieved when they saw that all the parts had been sent up without incident. Soon the helicopter flew away, and the two saw Lin Mo. Boss. The two men greeted each other quickly. Lin Mo smiled and said, "How's the progress?" Lei Xiaojun glanced at Zhao Su, and Zhao Su naturally knew that what Lin Mo was asking about was the matter of high-end CNC machine tools for the many components of that quantum satellite. "Boss, don't worry, those CNC machines, we're working overtime on them. It's just that there's a little bit too much of it, so it's going to take a little while. By the way, in order to speed up the progress, Mr. Lei contacted the owner of Paragon, then borrowed the helicopter sent by Dr. Zhang and sent 2 more 3D printers." Hearing this, Lin Mo looked at Lei Xiaojun with a smile and said, "Mr. Lei, it seems like you have a big enough face. I can't believe I was able to get Dr. Chang to help." Lei Xiaojun smiled bitterly. "Boss, this is all for your sake. I just dipped my toe in the water." Lei Xiaojun then went straight to the point. "Boss, I wonder what new mission you have in mind for this visit." Lin Mo smiled and said, "You don't say. I really have 2 things that I need to ask for your help." The two men looked forward to it, and Lin Mo didn't hide anything, and directly said, "I plan to develop 2 brand new programs. One of them, a quantum computer, and the other, a space station in space." "What?" As Lin Mo's words fell, Zhao Su and Lei Xiaojun looked at each other. Chapter 172, Ready. Obtaining space station drawings. Beginning research and development. Chapter 172, Ready. Obtain space station drawings. Begin R&D. No wonder the two are so. Truly, they felt that Lin Mo's span was a bit too big. Keep in mind that the previous development of the supersonic drone by Dajian UAV was purely accidental. Therefore, it was naturally not a problem for Lin Mo to help the Chinese aerospace sector. And later, while the development and design of the Mach 15 hypersonic vehicle, they have felt beyond the scope of private enterprise. As for last night, they learned that Lin Mo was going to help Dr. Zhang and develop a quantum satellite. It had dropped their jaws in shock, but who would have thought? The ones before that turned out to be just appetizers. And now, Lin Mo was actually going to develop a quantum computer as well as a space station in space. And while the two were secretly sighing, Lin Mo, however, was incomparably calm. He inquired, "Gentlemen, let me just ask you, can this be accomplished?" "Of course, you don't have to worry about the design plans or anything like that. I'm referring to the plans for those high-end CNC machines. Can you guys handle it?" Zhao Su and Lei Xiaojun were silent for a moment. The hesitation on their faces instantly disappeared. In its place was a look of determination. "Boss, since you've asked, we'll naturally do our best." Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction as he heard this. "Alright then, let's start with that space station. As for the quantum computer, we'll have to wait." Soon, the group arrived inside the workshop. At this moment, many employees are constantly producing parts with 3D printers, as well as CNC machine tools that are the core components of the industrial mother machine. Very busy. Seeing this, Lin Mo looked at Zhao Su as well as Lei Xiaojun with satisfaction and said, "Two of you, it seems that our plan is going to start earlier. After all, Mr. Lei's Rice Mobile Phone Company is focused on producing cell phones, but the vast majority of the employees, during this time, are busy producing CNC machines. Therefore, Zhao Su's branch must be arranged up in advance, and then another manpower must be recruited. This is a matter for you two to discuss. Also, these employees have been working so hard this time. Remember to subsidize them. After all, I don't want the employees to say that we only know how to squeeze them when the time comes. How bad is this going to sound if it gets out?" Hearing this, Lei Xiaojun and Zhao Su smiled at each other. Then Zhao Su said, "Boss, Mr. Lei has already helped me choose the address of the branch. Next, just need to finish the registration. Then decoration. We can be in the branch, specializing in high-precision CNC machine tools." Immediately after that, Lei Xiaojun said, "Boss, the issue of the employees' wages. I've said it before, when our rice phone is successfully completed, I'll give everyone a few days off. And as for the wages for this period, they'll be at 1.5 times. Lin Mo frowned. 1.5 times? Too little. Just triple it straight up. After all, without so many excellent employees, our rice cell phone company. It would not be possible to be so successful. Hearing this, Lei Xiaojun felt doubly relieved for a moment. He had been worried that his unauthorized wage increase for his employees would cause Lin Mo's dissatisfaction. Boss, I'm sorry. Lei Xiaojun stepped forward. How? Lin Mo looked at the other party strangely. Lei Xiaojun kindly let out a laugh and put his thoughts into words. Lin Mo laughed. It's fine. You're saving money for the company. This is a good idea. But for a business, money isn't saved. It's time to save and spend. And this is what I've always stood for. Now, let's get down to business. These words fell. Lei Xiaojun quickly came to the center computer. Wait for a series of preparations to be taken care of. Lei Xiaojun immediately looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't talk nonsense and directly dialed Qi Shangdong's phone. Boss, got another job? Qi Shangdong on the other end of the phone said with slight excitement. Lin Mo smiled and said, yes, I do have 2 big jobs here. I don't know if you can handle them. If it's done, I'll reward you with $50 million. Qi Shangdong on the other end of the phone froze. Then he laughed. Boss, it looks like it's a big job indeed this time. Before that it was all about rewarding $10 million. Lin Mo said seriously. Well, these 2 big jobs. One of them is to develop a quantum computer. The second is the development of the International Space Station. Lin Mo had thought that Qi Shangdong would be incredibly shocked when he heard this, but as a result, Qi Shangdong laughed. Boss, I'll do my best to accomplish it. This time, it was Lin Mo's turn to be shocked. He had intended to inquire. Instead, Qi Shangdong took the lead. Boss, which one do we start with first? Without waiting for Lin Mo to speak, Qi Shangdong said evenly, let's put it this way, 2 things together. This quantum computer, however, is a bit more complicated, so I'll have to prepare it in advance. As for that space station thing, it can be developed ahead of time. Lin Mo was dumbstruck. He was going to make some inquiries, but Qi Shangdong said with a hint of mystery, Boss, don't ask yet. Wait until it's done. After all, everything is just a theory. It's not really done until it's physically done. Because Qi Shangdong had the permission to connect to the central computer of the rice cell phone, as well as the supercomputer. And after gaining control, Qi Shangdong quickly activated the simulation software. Boss, you can contact Dr. Chang now. You know me. I'm okay with software skills, but when it comes to design drawings, I'm clueless. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh at his words. Okay, wait. I'll contact Dr. Zheng. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo quickly called Dr. Zheng. Mr. Lin, is something good happening? Dr. Chang asked directly. Lin Mo smiled and said, Dr. Zheng, I remember you said before that anything that flies in the sky is under the control of the Chinese Aerospace Department, right? Dr. Chang on the other end of the line was clearly stunned. After all, Lin Mo had asked this question no less than 3 times. However, Dr. Zhang also knew that Lin Mo could never be aimless. The other party must have some kind of surprise waiting for him if he asked that. So, Dr. Zhang smiled. Mr. Lin, if you have any new ideas, just say it. Lin Mo responded. Dr. Zhang, I wonder, do you have the design drawings of the space station there? As these words fell, Dr. Zhang was apparently silent for a moment. He then inquired, Mr. Lin, don't tell me that you're planning to develop a space station that belongs to China? Lin Mo answered up with certainty. Dr. Chang took a deep breath. Then he said, Mr. Lin, there's the research and development of the space station in space, which is a top secret involving Chinese aerospace. So, I have to apply to the top. So, Lin Mo smiled and said, this I understand. I await your reply. Hang up your cell phone. Lin Mo had planned to wait patiently, but a minute later, and the phone rang. Mr. Lin, I've already asked for instructions. Originally I was worried about the red tape. As a result, the top learned it was you and agreed straight away. I will, now, send you the design drawings for the space station.